Zhang Wu traversed into a world of cultivation, beginning his journey as a jailer in the celestial prison. The pinnacle of authority culminates in imprisonment, while the realm of martial arts ultimately leads to vendettas, where none meet a peaceful end. To survive, one must remain inconspicuous, finding solace within the confines of the prison, accumulating wealth, mastering techniques, and amassing a strategic advantage. Chapter 1. A Lesson in Wealth Accumulation. In the Daku Kingdom, the capital city, have I truly crossed over? Within the dim and decrepit cell, sunlight filtered through a small window, illuminating swirling motes of dust. Two fragments of memory gradually merged, allowing Zhang Wu to comprehend that he was now a distinguished jailer. The youth exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortuitously, he had not begun his existence in the depths of hell. This was certainly preferable to those who had awakened as death row inmates, doomed to languish in despair from the very onset. As he sifted through the memories in his mind, his momentary gratitude was abruptly eclipsed by a tightening in his chest. In the year 298 of the Daku era, barbarian tribes advanced northward, resulting in the fall of all 27 southern prefectures, with the army poised to march upon the capital. Imminently, his life was in peril. Furthermore, his father had succumbed to illness the previous month. His mother had also perished during childbirth, their family succumbing to the prevailing ideology of the time, unanimously choosing to preserve the child at the cost of her own life. Alone and bereft of kin, he found himself in a desolate and tragic state. Yet, fortunate was he that upon the crossing of his soul, it collided with a resplendent golden elixir, merging seamlessly with his spirit. The golden elixir harbored a wealth of information, and after digesting its essence, Zhang Wu discovered that it was a life-extending elixir born at the dawn of creation, having soul. Itified into the golden pill after countless years of nurturing. Consumption of this elixir would bestow eternal youth. Wu Gear, are you still in a daze? Suddenly, the curtain was lifted, and in walked Ma Lu, the sturdy and formidable head of the prison, who shared an unbreakable bond with Zhang Wu's father. Both families had served as jailers for generations, with a long-standing camaraderie, fully intent on maintaining their iron rice bowl until death. Zhang Wu hurriedly approached, saying, "Uncle Lu, come, let me familiarize you with the conditions of the prison." Ma Lu replied warmly, patting Zhang Wu's shoulder. He then led him into the grand courtyard of the prison, where the kitchen was situated directly opposite. As noon approached, the sizzle of stir-frying and the tantalizing aroma of cooked rice wafted through the air, tempting the appetite. However, this delectable fare was not meant for the ordinary inmates. It was imperative to serve the imprisoned officials first. Though the dynasty appeared to be on the brink of collapse, it seemed to have little bearing on those within the prison walls. Upon seeing Zhang Wu standing at the entrance, the chefs inside jovially called out, "Brother Wu has arrived." The head chef, Lu Zhangjun, casually tossed a clean radish towards him, exclaiming, "Brother Wu, have a taste, the rice will be ready soon." "Thank you, Uncle Jun," Zhang Wu replied, taking a bite of the radish and chewing it with his back teeth. Having frequented the prison since childhood, he was well acquainted with his father's colleagues. His father, renowned as one of the most astute jailers, was skilled in various methods of interrogation, earning him the nickname the Dual Masters of Punishment alongside Ma Lu. His standing was second only to the two heads of the prison and the chief warden. Not only was he exempt from menial tasks such as cleaning the cells, shaving the inmates, or conducting inspections, but he also did not have to partake in the night shifts. As the saying goes, a tiger's son does not produce a dog. The biological father exhibited a ruthlessness that subjected the prisoners to various forms of cruel torment, ensuring that not a single coin would be spared until their dying breath. Although it was Zhang Wu's first day assuming responsibility, none dared to challenge him. Before long, Lu Zhangjun divided the meal into 4 buckets. One bucket contained plain white rice, while the other 2 were filled with grain mixed with husks, topped with a handful of rice. The final bucket was merely swill, with decayed leaves deemed as valuable sustenance within. Zhang Wu and Ma Lu carried the buckets towards the prison. Uncle Lu leaned in and whispered, "The most critical aspect of this prison is the delivery of meals, which also serves as our most stable source of income. You must pay close attention." "Understood," Zhang Wu nodded earnestly. Ma Lu continued in a hushed tone, "Remember, for those who have paid the customary fee, provide them with grain for 3 consecutive days. After that, their rations should gradually diminish, and when they can no longer swallow it down, the family will naturally be compelled to send money without you needing to remind them." Zhang Wu was taken aback, for words flashed through his mind. Without shedding blood, Ma Lu further explained, for those who are genuinely destitute yet fiercely defiant, you must calculate the days carefully. Allow them to consume swill for several days, and when their hunger becomes unbearable, reward them with a seralo. These are merely trivial experiences, hardly worth mentioning. As for those who are affluent yet refuse to allow their families to provide assistance, Uncle Lu chuckled softly, scooped up a handful of fine sand from the corner, and tossed it into the slop bucket, saying, when serving him food, make sure to dig deep into the bottom of the bucket for 7 consecutive days. There is no need for punishment as long as he wishes to live. His family will surely come to make amends. Chapter 2. Indestructible. After the meal, Zhang Wu went to the restroom. Upon returning to the kitchen, he found Ma Lu already busy in the prison. The head chef, Lu Zhengjun, expressed his satisfaction, saying, Brother Wu, I truly did not misjudge you. You surpassed your father. When he first distributed food, he was particularly lenient with 6 prisoners, who later earned the title of the living Yama. You are even more formidable than he was, and your future is boundless. We must also thank Uncle Lu for his guidance. Zhang Wu politely acknowledged this and leaned in to inquire, Uncle Jun, the barbarian tribes are about to invade. Yet I see no one is anxious, nor is anyone fleeing. Where would one run to? Lu Zhengjun replied, somewhat taken aback. Do you not know? His Majesty ordered the city gates to be sealed 3 days ago, forbidding anyone from leaving. While the common folk may attempt to escape, any officials caught fleeing will face the extermination of their entire clan, all hanged atop the city walls. Zhang Wu dared not respond further. Noticing his unease, Lu Zhengjun reassured him, calm your heart. Our prison is filled with extraordinary talents. The martial prowess here rivals that of the royal palace. It is likely that even His Majesty would seek refuge within these walls. Is it truly that perilous? Zhang Wu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Uncle Jun, my father mentioned you have amassed quite a collection of fine wines for the officials who upon delivering the meal moments ago. I was struck by the imposing physique of this individual, whose muscles were layered beneath the prison garb, broad shoulders, and thick neck, exuding a strength reminiscent of a mighty deity. Having spent 3 months in incarceration, subsisting solely on scraps without any bribes, he remained remarkably vigorous, embodying the essence of a martial arts master. Zhang Wu had previously perused the criminal's dossier. Hu Tulong, having mastered the indestructible Vajra technique, was a top-tier martial artist. Yet his malevolent intentions led him to commit heinous acts of abduction and violence. He had single-handedly vanquished over 300 elite soldiers of the Black Armored Guards, the strongest force of the Great Koan. Alas, no matter how formidable one's martial prowess, sustenance remains a necessity. After purchasing 2 flatbreads on the way, he collapsed upon finishing them, awakening in the dark confines of the dungeon. Zhang Wu stood outside the cell for a full 5 minutes, observing Hu Tulong, who remained in meditative silence, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This display of mental fortitude garnered Zhang Wu's admiration. Had it been any other inmate, they would have rushed to ingratiate themselves. Hu Tulong, if you wish to avoid a daily diet of slop and grit, it is advisable to rise and stretch. Zhang Wu mused. He anticipated that the formidable figure would adopt an aloof demeanor, perhaps indifferent to the prospect of death. To his surprise, the brute complied. Rising to pace the cramped confines of the cell, respectfully inquiring, might I ask what orders you have, my lord? Zhang Wu was momentarily taken aback. Then inquired with a smile, I possess 2 jugs of fine wine. Would you be willing to exchange your mastery of the indestructible Vajra technique for them? Hu Tulong appraised the youth with an unyielding gaze and bluntly retorted, you lack the ability to succeed. Zhang Wu's expression turned cold as he replied, how can you claim that I cannot succeed if you do not teach me? Gaze upon the confines of this prison, and consider how many, like yourself, yearn to master my divine skills. While it may be said that nearly all aspire to such prowess, the number of those who possess even a glimmer of hope for initiation is but a handful. Hu Tulong shook his head and remarked, the jailer Ma Lu, who accompanied you, was the sole candidate with potential to reach any level of attainment, yet alas, he too faltered before long. You have not answered my inquiry. Why am I unable to succeed? Your innate talent is lacking, Hu Tulong bluntly stated. To forcefully pursue the divine arts will only lead to your own demise. If everyone could master such skills, this world would be inundated with top-tier experts. Then impart to me some methods to strengthen my body, Zhang Wu suggested, idly toying with a bean in his hand. Hu Tulong's eyes flickered as he replied, I possess no techniques for physical enhancement. My expertise lies solely in the indestructible divine skill. If you are truly intent on learning, I may instruct you, but it comes at a price? Zhang Wu interjected instinctively. Hu Tulong momentarily stammered, nearly choking on his words. In this prison, one seeks only sustenance. Zhang Wu tossed 2 jugs of wine and a small piece of donkey meat into the cell, cautioning, "You would do well not to play tricks while teaching me." "Rest assured," Hu Tulong replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He seized a jug of wine and drank heartily, exuding a spirit of camaraderie as he devoured meat and drank deeply, not forgetting to demand, "These 2 jugs are insufficient. I desire rice as well." "Very well," Zhang Wu vowed. "As long as I am alive, you shall have your daily rice. I will honor you with fine wine and exquisite meat. Without me, you would be at odds with yourself. If you speak thus, then I cannot impart my divine skills to you." Hu Tulong unfurled the cowhide paper wrapping the donkey meat and savored the minced meat within. "Why is that?" Zhang Wu raised an eyebrow. Hu Tulong replied, "If you were to perish in your training, who would provide me with good wine and meat? You should first learn as the disciples of Shaolin do. Spend 3 years fetching water and another 3 chopping wood before you consider practicing martial arts. There is no time to waste." Zhang Wu shook his head. "What do you mean?" Hu Tulong furrowed his brow. "The barbarians have invaded deep into Dakuin's territory. The fertile plains stretch for 1,000 miles. And those small cities cannot hold them off for long. The savages have breached our defenses?" Hu Tulong's forehead creased with concern, and he slowly nodded. "The situation is perilous. Our lives hang in the balance, and slow training is no longer feasible." After a moment's hesitation, Hu Tulong said, "Fetch me paper and ink. I shall impart to you the secret formula from the washing Marrow classic. You will need to gather herbs and soak them for 7 days to restore your physical deficiencies." "Why did you not mention this earlier?" Zhang Wu remained wary, ever mindful of Hu Tulong's unscrupulous nature. Chapter 3. The secret formula for washing Marrow. I was unaware of the barbarian invasion. Such secrets cannot be shared lightly, Hu Tulong explained. "However, my imparting of this formula comes with conditions." "What are they?" "You must assist me in acquiring the antidote for the soft muscle powder. Or when the barbarian forces approach the city, please inform the higher authorities that I am willing to venture out and confront the enemy." Hu Tulong's resolve is as steadfast as iron. Zhang Wu, taken aback, shook his head vigorously. "The soft muscle powder is specifically designed to subdue those of your martial prowess. How could a mere jailer like myself possibly procure the antidote? As for your willingness to confront the enemy outside the city, I can certainly relay your message. But it will depend on your performance over the next 10 days. Each day that the capital endures, the prison remains secure. And while Hu Tulong is eager to slay foes, I would naturally welcome such an outcome. However, I do not believe this villain would genuinely emerge to engage in battle. Most likely, he seeks to exploit the guise of slaying enemies to obtain the antidote and escape amidst the chaos. I shall fetch paper and ink." Before long, Zhang Wu returned to cell number 1 with writing materials. Each time Hu Tulong mentioned a particular herb, its dosage, and how to combine it, Zhang Wu meticulously recorded every detail until the latter remarked, "I suspect the capital is in disarray. Among these ingredients are several rare herbs, and I fear you may not live long enough to gather them. I have my methods." After bowing respectfully to Hu Tulong, Zhang Wu proceeded to exit. In the torture chamber, Ma Lu was busy honing a collection of torturous implements. As a jailer who earned his living through inflicting pain, mastering the art of tormenting prisoners to maximize their suffering without leading to death is a profound expertise. Zhang Wu entered and greeted, "Uncle Lu, is it you, Wugura?" Ma Lu exclaimed with hearty laughter, affectionately clasping the young man's shoulder. "I never would have guessed. You seem so frail yet possess a surprisingly tough spirit. One day, you shall surely surpass me and become the king of torment." In merely 2 hours, word of Zhang Wu's reputation had spread throughout the prison. "Sixth uncle, I have a treasure to present to you." "Oh, what treasure?" Ma Lu was taken aback. The fact that it was delivered after a couple of laps around the prison suggested it must indeed be something extraordinary. Not only did he refrain from hoarding it for himself, but he also knew to present it for the greater good. Ma Lu's gaze softened with warmth. "Look," Zhang Wu said, producing a prescription and whispering confidentially, "this is the secret formula for the washing Marrow scripture that I extracted from Hu Tulong. I've heard that you previously practiced the indestructible Vajra skill, and this formula should greatly benefit you." "The washing Marrow scripture?" Ma Lu gasped in astonishment. This renowned formula had undoubtedly stirred a tempest of bloodshed in the martial world. Any martial arts, particularly external cultivation, necessitated a corresponding prescription, both for internal and external use. To achieve mastery, even the simplest iron sand palm required regular soaking in medicinal concoctions. Otherwise, one could easily ruin their fingers. Anxiously, Sixth Uncle inquired. I had previously interrogated this fellow, and he remained tight-lipped about the formula. How did you manage to extract it? The story unfolds as follows. Zhang Wu recounted the entire episode without any concealment, finally cautioning. The authenticity of this formula remains uncertain, and procuring the ingredients will not be easy. I fear we may not be able to cultivate it. Do not worry, I have my methods. Ma Lu led the way, and the two arrived at cell 71 in the miscellaneous offenders block, where an elderly man with a grizzled beard resided. Take a look at this prescription and see if it poses any danger. The old man trembled all over, nearly paralyzed with fear. He cautiously accepted the secret recipe, studying it intently in the dim light of Zhang Wu's lantern, acutely aware of the peril should he exhibit any negligence. For he feared that Ma Lu might deliver a few lashes as punishment. My lord, this formula appears to be for cleansing and revitalizing, with potent medicinal properties. However, it should pose no harm. Or can you affirm it is indeed harmless? Ma Lu inquired coldly. The old man was struck with terror, bowing repeatedly as he pleaded, My lord, spare my life. If the medicine is prepared strictly according to the formula, it will certainly be harmless. Does your pharmacy possess these ingredients? Most of them are available, but 3 rare herbs are exceedingly difficult to procure from outside. Only the palace possesses them. Send a letter instructing your family to deliver 2 sets of those herbs, and I shall reward you with 10 days' worth of rice. The old man dared not utter a word of protest, hastily taking the paper and pen from Zhang Wu's hand to write. Uncle Lu, what about the remaining 3 herbs? Go to the holding cell and summon your Uncle Tang Zhan. Just tell him I have something to discuss with him. Understood. Zhang Wu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, as he had surmised, the prison was filled with talented individuals. One could not enter without possessing some skill. This endeavor was bound to succeed. Zhang Wu, feeling elated, hurriedly made his way to the holding cell. According to the laws of Dakuan, the prison must always have a physician on duty to tend to the inmates. Moreover, there was an assessment system. Those who healed a sufficient number of patients would, after 6 years, be eligible for official positions. Tang Zhan had already served 4 years, treating more patients than required each year. Yet the prison warden consistently reported inflated numbers on his behalf. After all, his father held the esteemed position of a 5th-rank imperial physician, as recounted by his deceased father. When Tang Zhanshu first arrived at the prison, he felt utterly out of place, loathing the guards for their relentless exploitation of the inmates and their incessant pursuit of profit. This disdain persisted until a certain imperial physician failed to cure the beloved consort's ailment and, as a result of the emperor's wrath, was cast into the very same prison. It was then that Tang's demeanor underwent a transformation. The influence of an imperial physician is considerable, yet the perilous nature of the profession cannot be overlooked. Mercy is scarce, and soon there may be a vacancy for you within these walls. Zhang Wu entered the room, courteously addressing, Uncle Zhan, 6th uncle requests your presence. Has he killed an inmate? Tang Zhanshu inquired calmly. No, it pertains to something else, Zhang Wu whispered confidentially. Tang Zhanshu immediately lost his composure, exclaiming, Is what you say truly the case? Indeed, it is, Zhang Wu affirmed with a nod. Tang Zhanshu cast aside his game pieces and sprang to his feet. For a family of imperial physicians, the secret formula for the cleansing Marrow Sutra is akin to a sacred text within the realm of medicine. Upon entering the prison, Ma Lu was busy directing the guards to fetch medicine. Upon noticing Tang Zhanshu's arrival, he promptly led him and Zhang Wu to a secluded area. Brother Zhan, might the cleansing Marrow Sutra be exchanged for 2 rare medicinal ingredients? Stealing extraordinary herbs from the palace is a capital offense. But I will find a way with my father's assistance. Tang Zhanshu, with utmost seriousness, clasped his fists and replied, If either of you requires my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will never refuse. Brother Tang is too kind. Your help is greatly appreciated, Zhang Wu responded cheerfully, fully aware that his position within the prison had become more secure. After a thorough discussion, darkness enveloped the sky, prompting Tang Zhanshu to proceed to procure the medicine, while Zhang Wu and Ma Lu headed to the kitchen to boil water. Chapter 4. Who can endure? Zhang Wu and Ma Lu engaged in casual conversation as they waited for 2 large vats of hot water to boil. By the time the water was ready, night had descended, and Tang Zhan finally arrived with the precious medicinal herbs. Did everything go smoothly? Ma Lu inquired with concern. There were no mishaps, Tang Zhan replied, panting heavily. The current chaos is not limited to the city. Even the palace is in disarray. Many eunuchs are absconding with valuables, and the imperial concubines are reaching out to their families. If His Majesty cannot maintain control before the enemy even arrives, this capital might self-destruct. Let it be. It won't affect us, Ma Lu shrugged nonchalantly. The provisions in the prison are sufficient for us to last 6 months. In a few days, once the prison gates are shut, let the world turn upside down. It will be of no concern to us. That is indeed the case, Tang Zhan nodded, holding a delicate small scale in his hand as he began to prepare the medicine for the 2 of them. Whether this truly is the secret formula for the marrow cleansing technique will be revealed in time. However, I am certain that Ma Lu will not risk himself. Once Tang Zhan had prepared the medicine and poured it into the 2 large vats, he stirred until the hot water transformed into a thick, black medicinal concoction. Ma Lu, accompanied by the elderly man who assisted in examining the prescription, stepped forward. This is the formula. You should take a few sips before immersing yourself in the vat to test it. Is this truly the prescription? The old man, fully aware that he had no choice, gritted his teeth and bowed his head to drink deeply. He then climbed into the left vat, initially letting out a loud scream as the boiling water scalded him, followed by a grimace of agony as his face gradually contorted in pain. Is there a problem with the formula? Ma Lu furrowed his brow. Tang Zhan explained. There should be no issues. This prescription contains rare medicinal ingredients that have existed for 1,000 years, and their potency is undeniably fierce. Within merely a quarter of an hour, the old man could no longer endure. He clung to the water vat and tumbled out, gasping for breath, his entire body trembling. Noticing that Ma Lu was fixated on him, the old man hastily responded, "My lord, this must surely be the method of washing the marrow and cleansing the bones. However, I am far too advanced in age to endure such trials. If I remain submerged any longer, I shall surely perish from the pain." Ma Lu nodded and turned to Zhang Wu, saying, "Brother Wu, shall we proceed together?" "Very well," Ma Lu replied with a hearty affirmation, and simultaneously, he and Zhang Wu shed their prison garments and plunged into the large vat on the left, while the youth climbed into the medicinal vat on the right. Upon entering the vat, they were immediately met with an intense heat that caused Zhang Wu to grimace in agony. Gradually, the pores of his skin became completely sealed by the medicinal mud, engendering a suffocating and excruciating pain akin to a needle wedged between his toenails, tormenting him to the core. A harrowing scream echoed through the night, piercing enough to send the birds fluttering in chaos from the rooftops. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The anguish cries continued unabated until midnight, until Zhang Wu's throat was hoarse and he could cry no more. Just as he contemplated 1,000 times to leap from the medicinal vat, he hazily glanced to the side. Ma Lu remained silent, still within the vat. If you can endure, why can't I? A spirit of defiance stirred within Zhang Wu. Humans are inherently inclined to compare themselves to one another. Whether it be a desire for superiority or a sense of competition, no one wishes to be overshadowed by another. As a youth, many believed him to be the future king of coin. Yet only Zhang Wu understood that his modern soul could never rival the hardened hearts of these jailers. The exploration of punitive measures, which involves the inhumane torment of offenders, is certainly not a pursuit I endorse. So how will you establish your footing in prison in the future? Beyond the necessity of being sufficiently astute in navigating human relationships, the paramount attribute is to possess a ruthless disposition. To be unforgiving towards oneself is far more intimidating than to be merciless towards others. In a daze, Zhang Wu lost all sense of time, and his awareness of his own body faded entirely. He could only recall glancing at the medicinal vat beside him from the corner of his eye every so often. If you can't rise, then neither shall I. It was unclear how much time had passed when Zhang Wu finally awoke from his stupor, greeted by the familiar murmur of voices around him. Brother Wu truly defies the odds. I, old Lu, am utterly convinced. Losing these 10 taels of silver is no injustice. Is Brother Wu all right after not eating for such a long time? It should be fine. The medicinal effects are far more nourishing than food. The medicinal broth is turned to plain water. Should we fish Brother Wu out? As Zhang Wu opened his eyes, he beheld a circle of astonished and reverent faces, obscuring the somewhat glaring midday sunlight, surrounding the vat so tightly that not a drop could escape. Brother Wu, you are awake? Ma Lu remarked with a smile, expressing astonishment. Zhang Wu felt a bit bewildered, greeting each person in a haze. Uncle Lu, Uncle Zhan, Uncle Jun. What is happening? Have you been lost in the medicine? 7 days have passed. Come, rise. The crowd collectively assisted Zhang Wu from the vat, and as they helped him stand, a crisp crack echoed, reminiscent of an eggshell breaking. A layer of keratin-like skin shed from his body, cascading to the ground, revealing skin beneath that was as tender as that of an infant. Most remarkably, although Zhang Wu's physique remained as slender as before, he exuded an illusion of formidable strength, radiating a palpable sense of power. Has it truly been 7 days? Zhang Wu found it hard to believe, donning the clean and tidy prison garb, which he assumed had been washed by some elder brother, feeling remarkably refreshed. Turning to Ma Lu, he noticed the whip at his waist smeared with recently congealed blood, indicating that he had just finished a beating. Curiously, he inquired, Uncle Lu, weren't you soaking in the tub all along? If only I could soak like you for 7 days, I would gladly forsake women. Ma Lu replied with a hearty laugh, prompting the other guards to join in the merriment. Tang Zhan explained with a smile, your Uncle Lu soaked for 1 night, but after 4 hours, he could no longer endure the pain and had to leave the tub. Chapter 5, The Relentless Assault. Zhang Wu stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Then why has there been someone in that tub on the left this entire time? Those are your uncles. Ma Lu gestured to the surrounding guards, continuing. Since the medicinal tub would otherwise go to waste, we might as well take advantage of this rare opportunity to use the secret formula for marrow cleansing. As for how much medicinal potency one can absorb, that depends on individual willpower. If one cannot endure, they have no one but themselves to blame. Zhang Wu's entire face contorted in disbelief. So, I have been soaking for 7 days, only to engage in a relay with you all? How utterly ridiculous. Just now, I heard Uncle Jun mention that he lost 10 taels of silver. What is that all about? Zhang Wu inquired, filled with confusion. Lu Jingjun replied. The celestial prison has been sealed. No one can enter or exit. With nothing to occupy our time, we decided to open a betting pool to see how many days you could endure. Zhang Wu was utterly speechless, observing Ma Lu's radiant face and cheerful demeanor. It was evident that he was the mastermind behind the operation, reaping immense rewards. No one could have anticipated that they would endure for 7 days. Despite the losses incurred, all had partaken in the medicinal baths and understood the formidable challenge of perseverance. The opportunity was laid before them, fate within reach, if one faltered. The financial losses were accepted with resignation. What was the situation outside? Just days ago, when the prison was sealed, the barbarian troops were less than 100 miles from the capital, and it could be surmised that today they were preparing for an assault on the city. Upon mentioning this, the prison guards fell silent. As subjects of the Great Kuan, the plight of the nation weighed heavily on each individual. Furthermore, it has been a long-standing convention not to attack the celestial prison, yet this did not guarantee immunity from assault. The chief warden had yet to make an appearance, leaving Ma Lu as the highest authority within the prison. Casting a glance at the guards, Uncle Lu declared, "We cannot remain passive. We must brace for the worst. Whatever you command, we shall obey." The others responded in unison. "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements." With an authoritative tone, Ma Lu continued, "From this day forth, all inmates capable of combat will be fed millet generously. Do not hesitate to expend the provisions. We must ensure they are well fed and hydrated. For if the barbarian forces attack the celestial prison, these inmates will serve as the shields before us. Moreover, the expenditures of the high-ranking officials must be curtailed." After laying out his plans and reinforcing security measures, the guards dispersed. Upon discovering Lu Jingjun, Zhang Wu, aware of his gambling losses, procured a flagon of wine at 5 times the usual cost before proceeding towards the maximum security inmate sector. Even before he approached cell number 1, Hu Tulong, who was meditating with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. The steady gait and profoundly resonant breathing were qualities few within the prison possessed. Recognizing Zhang Wu, a look of intense disbelief flickered in his eyes. "Have you undergone the marrow cleansing scripture formula?" "Indeed. How did you immerse yourself?" "I remained submerged in the vat for 7 consecutive days." "Is there something amiss?" Hu Tulong's eyes widened, utterly flabbergasted. Zhang Wu immediately sensed the anomaly, his expression shifting as he questioned, "Hu Tulong, are you cognizant of the repercussions of deceit?" "I have not engaged in any deception. I merely withheld a nuance. Deliberately omitting the proper method of bathing in the medicinal broth, anticipating that your agony would compel you to seek me out with wine." Zhang Wu's face twitched, and he felt an urge to lash the scoundrel with a whip. "What, then, is the correct procedure for immersion?" "One should immerse oneself for 4 hours daily. The medicinal mud will occlude the dermal layers, already pushing the limits of human endurance. Upon exiting the vat, one should resume the process the following day, continuing for 7 consecutive days to achieve complete metamorphosis." "For hours?" Zhang Wu felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Does this mean that 2/3 of my suffering was in vain, then?" "In principle, this is true, but in reality." Hu Tulong gazed at the young man before him with a complex expression and remarked, "In my early years, before I immersed myself in the secret formula of the Washing Marrow Sutra, I had already toiled at Shaolin for 9 years. I was robust and vigorous, carrying 6 buckets of water with the agility of a deer. Yet, after soaking in the secret formula for only 4 hours a day, I was as strong as you are now. I truly cannot fathom how you have endured this." Hu Tulong was astonished, and he felt a sense of respect for the youth. "How did you endure it?" "I damn well compared myself with others to push through." Zhang Wu nearly erupted in a tirade, his composure beginning to fray. "If you wish to teach me the indestructible diamond technique to escape the city and confront the enemies, you had better do so swiftly. The barbarian forces are already at our gates, and your opportunities are dwindling." Upon hearing this, Hu Tulong, who had been drinking heartily and exuding confidence, suddenly froze. A hearty exclamation caught in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "The indestructible diamond technique is divided into 12 forms, serving both as a method of practice and a combat technique." Following Hu Tulong's explanation, Zhang Wu began his training. The marrow washing not only rendered him physically strong and resilient, but also invigorated his mind, allowing him to practice with remarkable ease. Chapter 6. Clarity of Insight. Hu Long, seated in his cell, meticulously corrected Zhang Wu's erroneous movements through the iron bars. The patrolling guards, upon witnessing Zhang Wu's practice, gathered curiously to observe the spectacle, eager to discern the distinctions in his cultivation of the divine technique. After all, everyone had sought to learn this 12-form technique from Hu Long, yet none had achieved any notable success thus far. However, after a brief period of observation, the guards began to yawn lazily. The prison was replete with lucrative opportunities, and with the security of their inherited positions, they had no need to worry about their livelihoods. Indulgence in wine and pleasure had long since depleted their vitality. At this moment, Lu Zhengjun arrived to deliver a late-night meal to the guards. A simple bowl of wontons made Hu Tulong's mouth water. It was not only Zhang Wu who understood the intricacies of human relationships within the prison. Old Lu extracted an extra bowl from his food box and coldly remarked as he placed it inside the cell, "I do not concern myself with whether you have hidden your intentions while teaching everyone in the past. But if you dare to conceal anything from Brother Wu, this bowl of wontons shall serve as your farewell meal." Hu Tulong replied sullenly, "The indestructible body technique possesses no secret methods. The 12 forms I have taught you are the direct path to mastering this skill. Only through a decade of relentless practice can one achieve any success." Pausing for a moment, he surveyed the guards and continued, "You all know that training is a grueling endeavor. It has taken me over 30 years to attain my current level of proficiency. Without immense willpower and determination, even if the path to immortality lay before you, you would not be able to master it. I am free from financial worries and possess resources, so I shall indulge in pleasures of the moment. What need have I for such arduous martial training?" Suddenly, a miscellaneous guard called out, and another, unwilling to remain silent, chimed in, "Even if one masters the indestructible body technique, what then? Life races by in a fleeting 100 years, and after death, we all return to dust. To spend a lifetime practicing martial arts is nothing short of madness." Such words carry a certain truth. The prison guards began to converse freely. Moreover, we, as lowly jailers, have no prospects for advancement, and with families to support. Are we to abandon this iron rice bowl and aspire to wander the rivers and lakes? How absurd. Is it so easy to thrive in the world beyond? Lu Zhengjun chimed in, saying, "Those who cannot survive have been ruthlessly cut down. Those who manage to escape vendettas, like you, ultimately find themselves ensnared in dungeons. No matter how formidable one may be, can one truly outmatch an entire dynasty?" Hu Long was rendered speechless, only able to sulkily sip his wontons. Zhang Wu remained silent, yet wholeheartedly agreed with these sentiments. He recalled a phrase spoken by Su Qin, "If I possessed 2 tilled fields in Luoyang, how could I possibly wear the seals of the 6 states?" Time passed, and Zhang Wu had been practicing for 3 days, his punches echoing with vigor. The 12 stances of the indestructible diamond technique, in essence, are a form of guidance. Through these movements, one cultivates a sense of energy and inner strength, continually honing the body and fortifying the limbs and sinews. With relentless practice day and night, one might achieve minor success after 5 years and substantial mastery after 12. According to Hu Long, achieving great success in 12 years is the fastest record. Only those with extraordinary talent and innate gifts could accomplish such a feat. For those of average aptitude, even a century of practice, from youth until death, would yield no more than minor achievements. "So, how many years have you trained?" he inquired. "I entered Shaolin at 9, began cultivating this technique at 18, and now I am 39. Hu Long's eyes were clouded with memories, reflecting upon the tumultuous journey of his life, ultimately leading him to shake his head and sigh. "I have devoted my entire existence to martial arts, and the only cherished recollections I possess are of a few enchanting maidens. I wonder if they have left any trace of my bloodline." Zhang Wu, rendered speechless, remarked, "It appears the records are accurate in depicting you as a scoundrel, indulging in unspeakable acts without remorse. You are still young and have yet to experience the intricacies of love." Hu Long cast a sidelong glance at the youth and replied, "Do you think we practice this formidable skill merely for show? Our intention is to shatter the constraints of societal norms, to live freely and indulge in our desires. For common folk to court a beautiful maiden, they must possess charm, talent, and a reputable lineage, followed by elaborate arrangements and substantial sums to win her affection." Hu Long scoffed, "Whereas we, armed with martial prowess, can simply take what we desire, and if we seek wealth, we seize it. Occasionally, fueled by compassion, we rob the rich to aid the poor. Thus, we traverse the world with sword in hand, relishing in our vendettas, ensuring our lives are not in vain." only to end up facing execution in the autumn? Zhang Wu's words left Hu Tulong at a loss, muttering, in any case, it is far more pleasurable than the mundane existence of an ordinary peasant. I would rather live a life of leisure than toil endlessly in the fields. Gazing longingly into the distance, never having ventured beyond the county town, where one must curry favor with officials who come to collect taxes, groveling like a dog. What difference is there from the pigs and dogs in their pen? You have a keen insight, Zhang Wu praised. Indeed, Hu Tulong replied, raising the wine jug and taking a hearty swig before exclaiming with genuine exuberance, delightful. Chapter 7. The opportunity for promotion having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Hu Tulong declared, I have imparted all that you need to learn. Now it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Bring me the antidote for the soft muscle powder, or report back with news of enemies slain outside the city, Zhang Wu replied. The sky prison is sealed, and no one knows the situation beyond its walls. I shall first ascertain the circumstances and provide you with a response by nightfall. Very well, Hu Tulong nodded in agreement. Zhang Wu departed the confines of the cell, stepping into the blinding sunlight that offered a sensation akin to emerging from the depths of darkness. Atop the sky prison stood a watchtower, soaring higher than the palace walls 2 miles away, affording a panoramic view of the capital. According to regulations, the watchtower was to be manned daily. Alas, it was a dismal post, freezing in winter, scorching in summer, with rampant absenteeism within the sky prison, resulting in a shortage of personnel. With the imperial palace nearby, heavily guarded by a multitude of elite troops, the prison remained secure, leaving the watchtower neglected. As Zhang Wu climbed between the 2 secure gates, he was astonished to find his long-lost companion, Ma Lu, stationed atop the tower after 3 days of absence. Uncle Lu, what is the situation? He inquired. Dire. We cannot hold out for long, Ma Lu replied, his voice heavy with foreboding as he shook his head in despair. Zhang Wu gazed into the distance, a chill running down his spine. The barbarian forces had somehow acquired siege engines, launching massive fireballs that wreaked havoc upon the city's structures. Many citizens had joined the fray, carrying blood-soaked imperial soldiers to safety, aiding in their rescue and treatment. Chaos reigned, with cries of anguish mingling with the sounds of explosions, leaving the entire capital in disarray. However, the streets were predominantly filled with the elderly, the weak, and women and children, while the able-bodied men toiled beneath the city walls, assisting in the transport of supplies. The brutality of war inflicted severe turmoil upon Zhang Wu, who anxiously inquired, Uncle Lu, what shall we do? It is impossible for us to take to the battlefield and slay the enemy, yet we cannot merely stand by and watch the capital fall. Lu Ma, composed, replied, moreover, even if we do not voluntarily dispatch prisoners, the civil officials will likely consider assembling death row inmates into a suicide squad. A decree will certainly arrive by tomorrow. Wu, would you care to assume the role of the warden? Suddenly turning his head, Lu Ma posed the question. Zhang Wu exclaimed in astonishment, vigorously shaking his head. Uncle Lu, do not jest. I am unworthy of such a position. If you wish to take on the role, then venture to the palace and propose the strategy of sending prisoners from the jail to fight. As long as the capital remains unscathed, it would only be natural for you to rise 3 ranks. But Uncle Lu, I am but 15 years old. Becoming a warden is no laughing matter. Let others take on such responsibilities. Zhang Wu hastily declined. The warden of the prison, a 9th-rank official, would embark upon a career in governance. Should he not attain longevity, Zhang Wu might consider ascending the ranks to witness a different vista. Yet now, he merely wished to remain safely within the confines of the prison, clinging to his secure position. Did Lu Ma not recognize the exceptional opportunity at hand? The perils of bureaucracy, rife with intrigue and sycophancy, were far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. Zhang Wu did not believe that, as a mere commoner, he possessed any superior cunning compared to the ancients. Once you are invincible in the world, it will not be too late to enter the realm of governance. Lu Ma chuckled softly and sighed. Your Uncle Jun has been active these years, seeking to climb higher, so let him pursue it. Lu Jingjun, over the span of a decade, transformed from a mere kitchen assistant into the head chef, not without greasing the palms of the prison officials. Yet, he remained outside the realm of job security, merely a contractual worker, lacking a permanent position. Of course, should he desire to become a prison guard, the path would be straightforward. However, he had never taken that step. Becoming a guard would render him of low status, disqualifying him and his descendants from ever seeking official titles or entering government service. When Zhang Wu applied for a promotion, it was imperative that the court first lift his lowly status to enable advancement. Should anyone exploit this situation along the way, it would likely squander the opportunity. Yet, when Lu Jingjun applied, being of respectable background and well-versed in prison affairs, his promotion to the position was all but assured. Wu Gur, Go inform everyone to clear the prison overnight. Understood. Zhang Wu nodded and descended from the watchtower. Malu followed suit to seek out Lu Zhenjun. That night, a distinguished figure arrived at the prison. The Minister of Justice himself came bearing a golden decree, prompting the 40-odd guards awaiting in the cell block to kneel in unison. Lu Zhenjun, returning alongside the minister, knelt before the crowd. The imperial edict was proclaimed. At dawn, all able-bodied individuals within the prison were to assemble before the palace gates. And Lu Zhenjun was appointed as the head of the prison, entrusted with overseeing all prison affairs. I humbly accept the decree. Old Lu's voice resonated with unprecedented strength. The expressions of the other guards shifted noticeably. The position of head of the prison was directly affiliated with the Ministry of Justice, an 8th-rank official, making him the direct superior of the prison warden. Lu Zhenjun, once merely a fireman, had ascended to a level that commanded respect and envy, even among those with whom he had shared camaraderie. However, what truly incited their ire was the notion that his meteoric rise had come at the expense of betraying his comrades. The imperial decree stated that all capable individuals in the prison, naturally included the guards. Tomorrow at dawn, everyone is to head to the battlefield. Why would one forsake a peaceful existence for such a foolish notion? Dozens of gazes converged upon Lu Zhenjun's back, filled with silent indignation. Even Zhang Wu furrowed his brow, taken aback that he too would be embroiled in this predicament. Yet, upon reflection, it was clear, with the front lines under siege, even prisoners were summoned to confront the enemy. How could mere soldiers and servants remain hidden in the rear? After reading the edict, the Minister of Punishment departed without a moment's delay. The cell fell into a terrifying silence, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. Old Lu, congratulations. Ma Lu was the first to rise, smiling as he clasped his fists in greeting, seemingly unconcerned about the morrow. The other guards could merely feign smiles, encircling Lu Zhenjun, offering their hollow compliments. Chapter 8. Turning the tide as night deepened, with battle imminent. It was only fitting to indulge in a farewell feast. The prisoners were unexpectedly treated to bowls of white rice. At the entrance of cell number 1, Zhang Wu placed a large portion of rice inside, saying, "Hu Tu Long, tomorrow you shall have the chance to fight the enemy. Eat well." "Thank you." Hu Tu, the valiant hero, gratefully clasped his fists in thanks. Zhang Wu inquired, "I am quite curious. What scheme do you intend to employ for your escape? Will you consume the antidote and then unleash a bloody rampage in the city? Or perhaps leap from the city walls, carving a path through the barbarian horde?" "It depends on the circumstances," Hu Tu Long replied, rarely opening his heart, as he savored the rice and finished the last drop of wine. Zhang Wu nodded and asked, "What plans do you have once you escape? In the future?" Hu Tu Long was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of delightful imagination dancing in his eyes. Perhaps he would seek out a nefarious bandit stronghold, eradicate them entirely, and rid the people of their scourge. Of course, the primary motive would be to seize wealth, rather than prey upon innocent civilians. Such noble aspirations, but what comes next? Hu Tu Long pondered for a moment, murmuring, "Bandits are wealthy. Thus, I could live the latter half of my life in comfort and abundance. Naturally, I would seek out my charming wives, marrying those who bear my children, acquiring dozens of acres of land, establishing grand residences, and ultimately donating to a charitable cause to secure a legacy for my remaining days. No more wandering the underworld? No more, for if the opportunity to be a good man arises, who would choose to dwell in the shadows? It seems your months of confinement have not been in vain. The prodigal son returns, quite rare indeed." Zhang Wu chuckled, saying, "Teach me your divine skills, and we shall share a bond of master and disciple. What more can I do for you? Devote yourself to your training. Do not let my profound legacy dwindle. And by the way, throw that precious wine flask worth 100 taels into my hands sooner rather than later. I would be profoundly grateful." Hu Tu Long's nose twitched, and he swallowed hard. Zhang Wu, with an awkward smile, tossed the flask in, saying, "I intended to bring it to you tomorrow morning, considering it a farewell gesture. I fear, however, that by morning, I may have lost the chance to drink it, as it might be seized by you jailers." Hu Tu Long tilted his head back and drank heartily, brimming with exuberance. "I have heard that the emperor has issued a decree. Tomorrow, you jailers are to join the battle as well. Indeed, all who are able must go. Come closer. I have a secret to share with you." Hu Tu Long spoke, his gaze profound. Zhang Wu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately unlocked the prison door and approached him. Given the rapport they had developed, Hu Tu Long was unlikely to inflict harm. Moreover, his limbs were bound by thick iron chains, restricting his movement to a mere meter, and devoid of inner strength. He was unable to retaliate even if he wished to. "Come a bit nearer. I fear the secret may be overheard," Hu Tu Long said, hurling his wine jug aside, his eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. Zhang Wu cautiously leaned in closer, feeling the intense heat radiating from Hu Tu Long's robust physique. a rush of blood that left him somewhat unnerved. Suddenly, Hu Tulong's massively muscled right arm bulged with veins, and amidst his thunderous laughter, his colossal hand descended like a mountain, striking down with ferocity. Bang! A sharp pain erupted atop Zhang Wu's head, as if struck by lightning, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back in shock. "What are you doing, Hu Tulong?" A piercing shout reverberated through the dungeon, causing an uproar among the inmates. The guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed in with hurried footsteps. Ma Lu, who had been observing from the shadows, rushed into the cell after taking a drink, drawing his knife. However, instead of directing it at Hu Tulong, he offered the hilt to him and whispered, "Thank you." Hu Tulong, his expression impassive, except in that moment, no one dared to step forward. Allowing Ma Lu to writhe on the ground, clutching his blood-soaked thigh, moaning in agony, his eyes filled with rage. Lu Xingjun arrived late, his expression shifting at the sight before him. He rebuked, "Hu Tulong, what madness has possessed you? Nothing of consequence. It's just that these two are utterly detestable. Since we are to leave the heavenly prison tomorrow, I thought it prudent to settle the score today. You seek death." Lu Xingjun's tone turned harsh. Hu Tulong sneered nonchalantly. "Eliminating me, a master capable of single-handedly facing 1,000 foes, will only hasten the fall of the capital. As long as I remain, you might endure a few more days." "You." Lu Xingjun's countenance darkened, and he was about to command the prison guards to rush forth and execute him when Tang Zhan intervened. "Brother Lu, temper your anger. In the face of the city's imminent collapse, the greater strategy must prevail. Indeed, this man is a formidable opponent, capable of confronting legions. Spare his life." The guards, too, began to persuade him, as their own lives and interests were at stake. Tomorrow, they would undoubtedly need to distribute the antidote for the softening powder to these martial heroes. For they were the main force against the enemy. Losing even one would risk the lives of all present. Lu Xingjun's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Ultimately, after much inner turmoil, he coldly declared, "I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Bring Ma Lu and Zhang Wu out." Old Lu issued his orders. Dawn approaches, and they are grievously injured, unable to take the field, which is somewhat justifiable. All others are to assemble outside the prison, however. Any who attempt to flee shall be executed on the spot. Chapter 9. The heroic knight Wu Gur, awaken. Awakening from his unconscious state, Zhang Wu felt a damp warmth upon his face. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazed in astonishment at the pallid countenance obstructing his view. "Sixth uncle?" he uttered, bewildered. "Hush." Ma Lu promptly gestured for silence, indicating that he should not make a sound. Zhang Wu glanced around, realizing he was in the prison cell, and exhaled in relief. "Sixth uncle, have they all departed?" "They have been gone for 2 days and 2 nights, and no one has returned thus far," Ma Lu lamented, his expression one of sorrow. Suddenly, he hissed, drawing in a sharp breath, his entire face contorting in pain. Zhang Wu glanced down, observing the extensive white bandage wrapped around the other man's right leg, now saturated with blood. A sense of shock washed over him. How ruthless. To evade going to the battlefield, Ma Lu had nearly crippled his entire right leg. "Sixth uncle, you should lie down promptly," Zhang Wu urged, hastily assisting him to recline. Ma Lu grumbled that Hu Tulong is devoid of human kindness. Despite my looking after him on normal days, he struck with such viciousness. "Hu Tulong inflicted this wound?" Zhang Wu asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Ma Lu nodded. "Who else could it be? When I saw you struck unconscious, I charged forward, intent on striking him down. However, the scoundrel possessed the skill to disarm me, seizing the blade and delivering a blow. Had I not reacted swiftly, my torso would have been severed. The ingrate. He is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing," Zhang Wu exclaimed, feigning indignation, as if he himself had been the victim of the assault. Observing Zhang Wu's indignation, albeit unconvincing, Ma Lu chuckled. "Wu brother, your acting requires refinement. You may suspect I am prevaricating, but do not allow it to manifest on your face." Disregarding the awkward expression on Zhang Wu's face, Ma Lu imparted his wisdom. "You must remember, when faced with circumstances that could cost you your life, even the closest individuals should not be entrusted with your secrets. You must guard your words in your heart. Regardless of who inquires, the blade was taken by Hu Tulong. I am deeply concerned for Dakun, yearning to engage in battle against the enemy, yet I have sustained grave injuries while attempting to save a comrade. It is not that I lack the desire to serve my nation, but rather that my heart is willing while my strength falters. Do you comprehend?" Zhang Wu transitioned from shock to solemnity, grasping the weight of his mentor's words in an instant. He clasped his hands in earnest gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your guidance. I shall remember your counsel." "That is well," Ma Lu replied earnestly. "I have observed your candid exchanges with Uncle June, and I must take it upon myself to remind you, while sincerity is commendable in human relations, one must remain vigilant. The bonds between father and son can fray, and even the closest of disciples may betray. You may share your heart freely, traversing the vastness of the world, yet never expose your secrets, lest you place yourself in peril. I understand, Zhang Wu responded gravely, commencing to tend to his mentor's wounds. As the hours slipped away, an entire day passed. Outside, a chilling wind howled, bending the white grass as the northern gale swept across the land. The prison was enveloped in an unsettling silence. Having consumed a hard, stale biscuit and engaged in a few rounds of vigorous exercise, Zhang Wu remained plagued by a sense of suffocation. The feeling of being a deserter was far from pleasant. Losing control over the external circumstances, his life no longer his own, his spirit endured relentless torment. Uncle Lu, perhaps I should visit the prison. Those inmates have gone 3 days without food. They may be on the brink of starvation. You now pity them, granting them a morsel of bread, thereby saving their lives. But when your Uncle Jun returns, do you know what will transpire? Ma Lu closed his eyes in meditation, not opening them. Zhang Wu, in a daze, inquired. Surely nothing will happen, right? Some prisoners might turn against you, accusing you of cowardice for not participating in the battle. They could be released for their betrayal. But what fate awaits you? Ma Lu's words struck Zhang Wu's heart like a heavy hammer, chilling him to the core. Those on the brink of death may forsake morality and ethical standards to survive. If even the dungeon is fraught with peril, how much more so the political arena or the martial world? Zhang Wu remained in a stupor for a while before murmuring, will Uncle Jun and the others not return? It is difficult to say for the others, Ma Lu replied. However, your Uncle Jun will not step onto the battlefield. The soldiers require logistical support and sustenance. Your Uncle Jun excels in the culinary arts, and your Uncle Jean possesses remarkable medical skills. Unless the city falls, their lives are assured. As the two engaged in idle chatter, a sudden uproar of cheers erupted, as if the entire capital were trembling. Laughter resounded from the courtyard, prompting Ma Lu to sit up abruptly, incredulous. We won? His expression then changed. Quick, lie down. Zhang Wu leaped and crashed onto the wooden bed, lying flat. Ma Lu struck his wound forcefully, contorting his face in pain. When the jailers lifted the bamboo curtain and entered, he immediately asked, have the barbarian troops retreated? Sixth Master, we have triumphed. The jailers were drenched in blood, their excitement palpable. Had they truly succeeded? Ma Lu, despite his agony, managed a grin. Tang Zhan, covered in dust and with bloodshot eyes, evident proof of sleepless nights, exclaimed with fervor, the barbarian troops have suffered a great defeat and have retreated entirely. They will be incapable of invading our Dakuan for years to come. Is that so? Ma Lu inquired anxiously. What exactly transpired? The barbarians should have cut off our water supply if they could not breach the city. We should have perished instead. How could they have withdrawn? Tang Zhan cast a somewhat awkward glance at Ma Lu's wound, uncertain of how to respond. It was another jailer who spoke up. It was Hu Tu-Long Zhang Wu. Lying on the bed, flinched at the mention of the name. Ma Lu, his curiosity piqued, asked, what happened to him? 3 days prior, Hu Tu-Long had acquired the antidote for the soft muscle powder, stating that it would take him 2 days to regain his strength. However, by then, the barbarian forces had already breached the city walls, leaving him no time to recover. Under duress, he leaped from the ramparts to join the fray, and predictably, he carved an escape route for himself amidst the chaos. Lu Zhenjun entered, lifting the curtain. During the fierce combat, no one paid him any mind. Nor did we expect him to assist in the defense. We held our ground for 3 days. And just as the city gates were on the verge of being shattered by the battering ram, Hu Tu-Long reappeared. Tang Zhan spoke in a low voice. He broke through the barbarian formation, cutting a path to the heart of their ranks, and single-handedly dispatched the barbarian king. The barbarian king has been slain? Ma Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. And what of Hu Tu-Long? After vanquishing the barbarian king, it seems his inner strength was exhausted. The cell fell into a profound silence, the expressions of each guard reflecting a complex tapestry of reverence, admiration, and shame. Hu Tu-Long met his demise, pierced by a multitude of arrows. Chapter 10. The arrogance of success. The autumn wind whispered mournfully as the sun descended on the horizon. In the courtyard of the prison stood a grand elm tree, its withered leaves cascading to the ground with each gentle breeze. Zhang Wu picked up a fallen leaf, vibrant green yet already at the brink of its existence. Hu Tu-Long had departed. To him, he was merely a transient figure in the journey of life. In the future, many such fleeting presences would come and go, enough to render the heart numb, until no one could truly penetrate the soul. Hu Tu-Long, notorious for his heinous acts of seduction, theft, and murder, was regarded by the masses as a villain of the highest order. Yet, this very nefarious individual sacrificed his life to sustain the fate of the Great Kuan, sparing countless common folk from the oppression of barbaric tribes. Through him, Zhang Wu grasped the essence of chivalry. Fear not, I shall carry forth the legacy of the indestructible divine skill. With a sigh, he dug a small pit in the earth, interring the leaf within. He removed the wine flask from his waist and poured the contents upon the grave. A humble offering of tribute. Just days prior, Hu Tulong had been posthumously honored by the court as the guardian king, a title of nobility that would leave an indelible impact on many facets of life. As Zhang Wu, the closest confidant of Hu Tulong within the prison walls, his status was elevated beyond measure, and naturally, no one dared to mock him. Wu Gu'er, the deputy minister of justice summons you. Hurry to cell number 1. Coming. Zhang Wu promptly replied, stowing away the wine flask and hastily making his way. The conferment of princedoms and noble titles involves more than mere pronouncements. It entails a series of procedures, with numerous individuals associated with Hu Tulong slated for honors. The imperial court's dispatch of a high-ranking official of the third rank to investigate the matter within the prison underscores the significance attached to it. I hastened to cell number 1, discovering the entirety of the prison nearly deserted, with only a handful of prisoners having returned after the conflict. The vice minister of the Ministry of Justice stood regally before the prison, attended by Lu Zhangjun with utmost deference. As for the warden and the other prison supervisor, they had reappeared the day after the barbarian forces withdrew, only to be apprehended under Lu Zhangjun's orders on charges of desertion during battle and imprisoned to await their fate. Young Zhang Wu greets your excellency. There's no need to kneel. Dispense with the formalities. Han Shan, stroking his goatee, scrutinized the youth with a stately posture, and inquired in a deep voice, I understand you enjoyed the closest relationship with the guardian king within this prison? That would likely be the case. Then why did the guardian king engage you in a conflict, rendering you unconscious? Han Shan queried with a hint of perplexity. Zhang Wu responded candidly. I was unaware at the time, but only now, half a month later, do I realize he was deliberately safeguarding me, wishing to spare me from perishing on the city walls. Han Shan paused in contemplation, his countenance softening. I've heard that your prison supervisor, Ma Lu, had a conflict with the guardian king prior to the battle, resulting in the king severely injuring him. What are your thoughts on this matter? Your excellency is discerning. Aside from myself, the individuals with the strongest ties to the guardian king within the prison are none other than Warden Lu and Supervisor Ma. Zhang Wu spoke with measured composure. The injury inflicted upon Ma Liuzhong was a deliberate act by the king, intended to incapacitate him and prevent him from entering the battlefield. Had there been genuine animosity, the blow would not have struck his leg, but rather his neck, severing his head from his body. Oh, Han Shan narrowed his eyes, casting a penetrating gaze at the youth before turning to speak. Document this. Yes, Lu Zhangjun nodded, inscribing the details in his ledger, while Zhang Wu silently exhaled in relief. Han Shan continued his inquiry. Did the king impart any instructions to you? Indeed, Zhang Wu replied. Firstly, he implored me not to sever the lineage of the indestructible kung fu. Secondly, he confessed to having loved several enchanting ladies, one of whom may have borne him a child. The king indicated that if he were to survive this battle, he would seek his offspring. Document this. Han Shan commanded once more, before proceeding with further questions, delving into the intricate relationships between every jailer and Hu Tulong, inquiring about any who had cast him disdainful glances or humiliated him. In that moment, Zhang Wu found himself wielding the power to determine the fates of many. With a mere flicker of malice, he could condemn anyone within the prison to death. The jailers were of lowly status, while Hu Tulong had risen to nobility. According to the Great Kuan legal code, any commoner who insulted a noble would face immediate execution without question. Yet Zhang Wu was acutely aware that those who bite will inevitably be bitten in return. To speak solely of others' virtues while neglecting their vices not only spares one from offending others, but also cultivates an impression of kindness and tolerance. After a short while, Han Shan's demeanor softened, revealing a genuine admiration. The mere fact that the heavenly king entrusted you with the secret formula of the cleansing Marrow scripture is ample testament to your status as his disciple. It is indeed a pity for you to languish here as a jailer. If you aspire to serve in the military, engage in governance, or harbor any other ambitions, do not hesitate to express them. In response, Zhang Wu expressed gratitude, recounting that the heavenly king had once remarked that if he possessed a stable livelihood, he would not need to worry about sustenance, and he would cease practicing martial arts altogether. To have this position is enough for him. He dares not harbor further desires. Upon hearing this, Han Shan furrowed his brow and cautioned, you must understand that the opportunities to alter one's fate are exceedingly rare. Thank you for your consideration, my lord. But the heavenly king has taught me that the culmination of political engagement leads to the dungeon, while the end of military service results in death wrapped in horsehide. One must learn to be content. Han Shan's lips twitched in silence, and after a moment, he he praised. The heavenly king truly lives up to his title, possessing profound insight into worldly matters, akin to that of the Buddha. As the conversation neared its conclusion, Lu Zhongjun, who had remained silent until now, inquired, "My lord." The barbarian soldiers besieged the city, and the warden and the head of the heavy-duty prison have been absent for a month, returning only after the battle. What course of action shall we take? The head of the prison shall be dealt with for desertion in the face of battle. Desertion shall be met with immediate execution. As for the warden, I shall report this matter and prepare for an autumn inquiry into his execution. With a cold snort, Han Shan waved his sleeve and departed. With a mere utterance of words, one individual was poised to forfeit their existence. Conversely, another, regardless of prior ill-gotten gains, would be compelled to relinquish them, becoming the target of retribution. Truly, the cycle of cause and effect persists, and karmic consequences are inescapable. Zhang Wu shook his head, his gaze fixed upon the departing figure of Lu Zhongjun, a chilling sensation permeating his heart. Chapter 11. One must not become complacent that night. Within the confines of cell block 8 in the high-security section, a multitude of prison guards congregated. The flickering torches upon the walls crackled ominously, as two agonizing screams gradually subsided amidst the sounds of bludgeoning. The chief warden of the high-security section had met his demise through caning. The former chief warden was beaten to the brink of death. Every guard present had participated, wielding their batons. Some struck 10 times, others a mere 3. Until the chief warden breathed his last, and the former chief warden pledged 3,000 taels of silver to spare his life. Lu Zhongjun was pleased with the collective performance. The sole imperfection was the absence of Ma Lu, who was bedridden. Zhang Wu, following Han Shan's departure, had requested several days of respite to commemorate his mentor and friend, the guardian king of the nation. How could old Lu dare to deny him leave? Returning to the present, Lu Zhongjun surveyed the assembly and proclaimed, "I have observed your actions with keen eyes. I possess a discerning judgment to distinguish those who are loyal to me and those who genuinely respect me." Before nightfall, official documents arrived from the Ministry of Justice, instructing me to nominate a prison warden from among the most outstanding guards. This individual would be granted an exceptional discharge from their lowly status, directly entering officialdom. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Disregarding the labored breaths of the numerous jailers, Lu Zhongjun proclaimed loudly, "This signifies that you are no longer mere commoners, but rather officially appointed officials by the court, destined to bring honor to your families. It implies that despite the 20 years of arduous study endured by others to attain scholarly distinction, emerging victorious from among 100,000 students, you shall stand on equal footing with them." Pausing for a moment, Lu, hands clasped behind his back, chuckled, "You have 3 days to ponder. Should anyone wish to assume the role of jailer or head of the prison, do not hesitate to come forth and share your thoughts with me." In that instant, the hearts of many were stirred. The following day, Zhang Wu arrived early at Ma Lu's residence, and upon hearing the news from the previous night, could only sigh deeply. Indeed, a new ruler brings forth a new court, showing no mercy whatsoever. Uncle Lu was practicing his punches in the courtyard, and although his leg was still slightly lame, he moved without significant impediment, deliberately avoiding his duties. Now do you comprehend why your Uncle Jun sought to rectify the jailer's affairs? The allure of profit is a powerful motivator, Zhang Wu remarked, munching on a meat pie bought from the street. The former jailer exchanged his life for 3,000 taels of silver, living until autumn, only to sell his position for another 3,000, while the head jailer would garner 1,000 taels, with the rest being distributed as gifts. In the blink of an eye, 8,000 taels could be acquired, an amount that one could scarcely amass even over 5 lifetimes as a kitchen head. You are underestimating the situation, Ma Lu interjected. Of the silver amassed by the jailers, 30% will find its way into the pockets of the head jailer. Your Uncle Jun, should he serve as head jailer for just 2 years, can easily exploit the situation and collaborate with those of noble lineage to accumulate 2,000 taels without difficulty. By next year, upon donating 10,000 taels of silver, he would ascend to the 7th rank, enabling him to be appointed as a county magistrate, wielding both military and civil authority, akin to a sovereign. Zhang Wu's mouth parted slightly, his heart struck by a profound sense of astonishment. The county magistrate holds a position comparable to that of a county chief in a former life, a figure utterly unattainable for an ordinary citizen. Yet, Lu Zhongjun, in merely 2 years, transformed from a mere kitchen assistant into such a significant personage. The disparity was indeed staggering. Viewed in this light, Uncle Jun's future appears boundless. Zhang Wu exclaimed, "Uncle Lu, could it be that you are inadvertently nurturing a prime minister of the realm?" "How could that be?" replied Ma Lu, regaining his composure as he picked up the meat pie offered by the youth. "If your Uncle Jun remains content, he could serve as a 7th-rank magistrate for a few more years." However, if he becomes discontented, in 5 years, he may find himself in the official monitoring system. Wait, that's not right. He is unworthy of such a position, Uncle Lu remarked astonishingly. That place is reserved for individuals of significant background, be they scions of noble families, officials of the 7th rank or higher, or the disciples of lords and dignitaries. Your Uncle Jun, being an ordinary man, without great fortune, will, in the future, only seek a handful of grain in the lower districts. Zhang Wu was left speechless, silently admonishing himself to remain content and never become complacent. After finishing the pie, the two began to practice martial arts in the courtyard. Training in martial arts encompasses not only the cultivation of internal strength but also the honing of combat skills and the refinement of life and death techniques. Otherwise, possessing extraordinary abilities without practical experience is akin to having inherited the teachings of Wu Yazi yet being nearly defeated by Ding Chuanxiu despite possessing over 70 years of internal power. Speaking of Uncle Lu, he is indeed a solitary man. With no children to his name, a wife who passed away early, and both parents long gone, he finds himself utterly alone. Many have urged him to remarry, yet he prefers to indulge in the pleasures of music and merriment, living each day as it comes, embodying the spirit of a wanderer. Within the prison walls, he is regarded as the iron-faced king of hell. Many inmates tremble at the mere mention of his name, often succumbing to fear without him lifting a finger. It is not only the prisoners who fear him, even the guards hold him in apprehension. The only individuals who can elicit a smile from Uncle Lu, aside from the prison authorities, are Lu Zhongjun, Tang Zhan, and Zhang Wu. Old Lu, the cook, knows that neglecting to maintain a good rapport with him could lead to dire consequences. Tang Zhan, being a physician with familial connections, understands that any discord could jeopardize his work and finances. As for Zhang Wu, after the death of his father, he found himself without kin, sharing a bond of mutual understanding with Ma Lu. After spending over half a month together, whether out of sympathy or for other reasons, Zhang Wu realizes that Uncle Lu is the only person in the world who truly cares for him since the departure of Hu Tu-long. Thus, on the 3rd day of their rest, after the court sent 5,000 taels of silver for wine and 2 nurturing pills, Zhang Wu unhesitatingly offered one to Uncle Lu. Ma Lu, however, dared not accept such a precious gift. This pill, rare and valuable, could enhance one's internal strength for 3 years. The court bestowed such a treasure upon him due to his status as a protector of the nation. You should consume it yourself, he insisted. Uncle Lu, you treat me like a son. Such words are unnecessary, Zhang Wu replied, firmly pressing the pill into Lu's hand. Do not laugh at my folly, but aside from you, there is no one else who cares for me in this world. What is one pill worth? When you grow old, I shall ensure your comfort. And with that, he relented. Ma Lu chuckled, shaking his head, and, no longer hesitant, removed the wax seal and swallowed the qi-nourishing pill in one gulp. Your 6th uncle has always been cautious. I wait for others to eat before I touch my own bowl. Today, however, I shall take the plunge and test this pill for poison, lest you, my dear boy, become suspicious and think that I am ungrateful for having taken it without first ensuring its safety. Having had his thoughts laid bare, Zhang Wu appeared rather embarrassed. After several days of contemplation, he harbored a lingering suspicion regarding the death of Hu Tu-long, which might indeed be connected to this very pill. The sudden bestowal of such a gift by the court seemed to suggest that they anticipated he would soon become a formidable figure. If they did not find a way to control him now, would they wait until he became invincible before taking action? As he observed Ma Lu swallowing the pill, a wave of warmth began to rise from the top of his head, and his breath grew increasingly robust. Zhang Wu quietly tucked away another qi-nourishing pill. He had ample time to cultivate his strength, regardless of the potential benefits of the pill. He refused to partake in what he deemed as a gift that came without merit. Chapter 12. Confessions under duress. As the year drew to a close, the winter chill set in, and the north wind howled fiercely. The snowfall from the previous night had caused the temperature in the capital to plummet. Early risers huddled, tucking their necks and tightening their cuffs to shield themselves from the biting cold. The entire capital lay in a state of reconstruction, with homes along the streets undergoing repairs. The ominous clouds of impending military threat had dispersed, lending a lighter atmosphere to the streets. Various stalls had already been set up, their vendors calling out boisterously, offering hot pancakes, steaming soup, wontons, and soybean milk, creating a lively scene. Despite the vendors' faces turning purple from the cold, the emperor's decree waiving taxes for the populace for 2 years brought bright smiles to everyone's faces. Zhang Wu purchased 3 bowls of hot soup from a roadside stall, disregarding the heat, and drank heartily. Having diligently honed his skills, he found himself imbued with remarkable strength, an insatiable appetite, and a palpable sense of inner vitality. From afar, The panting figure of a prison guard named Chungo sprinted towards the entrance of the celestial prison, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he hastened his pace. Wu, hasten. Another missed roll call will incur a fine. Zhang Wu quickened his stride, closely following behind. The advent of the new warden had brought forth a tempest of change, perhaps fueled by a considerable expenditure or an ardent desire to showcase his ambition. He had adopted an uncharacteristically stern disposition towards his erstwhile colleagues. Not only would tardiness at roll call be met with punitive measures, but even the slightest hint of negligence during patrols would invite reprimand. The nocturnal gambling sessions that once served as a pastime for the night watchman had become a relic of the past, as no one dared to partake in such activities any longer. Any discovered gambling funds would be confiscated without hesitation. The sole exception to this newfound order was Marrow. Despite his elevation to the position of warden, the newly appointed official lacked the authority to remove the head jailer from his post, as such a decision required the assent of the prison supervisor. It was common knowledge that Lu Jingjun had been personally elevated by Uncle Lu, and many had presumed that the warden's position would inevitably be his. However, Uncle Lu preferred to maintain a low profile. Moreover, the guards relied on him for financial sustenance, and his absence from roll call, or even his prolonged absence for days, would not elicit a single murmur of dissent. Of course, should Zhang Wu choose to assert his privileges, no one would dare to challenge him. After all, he was the audacious individual who had dared to rebuff a high-ranking official of the third rank. Despite being offered a path to prosperity, he had stubbornly chosen to remain among the common folk, even resisting the attempts of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice to enlist him into public service. However, should Zhang Wu ever experience a change of heart, a simple visit to Han Shan would suffice to secure him a position far beyond that of a mere ninth-rank warden. Even Lu Jingjun, upon encountering him again in a few years, would be compelled to address him with the utmost respect, addressing him as Your Excellency. With the roll call concluded, Zhang Wu, despite lacking specific duties, conscientiously joined the others on their prison rounds. In the course of these 2 months, the once desolate prison has gradually become bustling once more. Following the retreat of the barbarian forces, the court naturally sought to hold accountable a number of individuals, those who betrayed their own, stirred chaos during wartime, and profited from the nation's suffering. Even the Minister of Personnel, who had advocated for surrender before the city's fall, found himself dismissed and imprisoned. Such prominent figures were, of course, attended to in the first-class cell, as no one dared to take any liberties. As Zhang Wu patrolled to this area, he observed Lu Jingjun, who should have been stationed at the Ministry of Justice, endeavoring to curry favor. Not only had he prepared the finest ink, paper, and writing implements, but he also laid out an array of exquisite wines, pastries, peanuts, and melon seeds, more than enough to rival the comforts of home. This expenditure was certainly not borne by Lu himself. The prison had a public account, and using state funds for personal matters was one of the privileges of the head jailer and the prison officials. Zhang Wu, accustomed to keeping a respectful distance from figures of significant rank, understood that with great power comes great controversy. To survive in such an environment, one must tread carefully around the authorities. However, this scene prompted a shift in Zhang Wu's perception of Lu Jingjun. Should Lu truly manage to align himself with the Minister of Personnel, who oversees the promotion of officials throughout the realm, even if dismissed, the connections he would possess could be unimaginable, potentially paving a smooth path for his career. As Zhang Wu retraced his steps, lost in thought, he spotted Qing Go running towards him. Brother Wu, there's work to be done. The sixth master has summoned everyone. Which room? The interrogation room. The interrogation room? Zhang Wu did not inquire further and hastened to comply. The prison operated under unwritten rules. Financial dealings were to be conducted within the confines of the prisoner's cells, considered a private affair among the guards. To drag someone into the interrogation room and bind them to the torture rack for money would amount to extortion and public abuse of prisoners, a practice that would bear severe repercussions. Whenever prisoners were dragged to the torture chamber, it was rarely associated with monetary matters. When Zhang Wu arrived, he discovered a small-statured man bound to a blood-stained cross of punishment, his mouth stuffed with rags, emitting muffled cries, his face awash with terror as he gazed at the guards. Once the 20 guards on duty had assembled, Malu surveyed the records and read aloud. General Wei Wu has reported the loss of 3,000 taels in silver notes, accusing this servant of theft. However, this servant had returned to his hometown half a month ago. According to General Wei Wu's assertion, an explanation for the missing 3,000 taels was imperative. It was undoubtedly this servant who had purloined them. The guards fell silent, their expressions grave. Ma Lu turned to the trembling prisoner on the cross and stated, "It is not our intention to torment you. It is simply that the court has adjudicated you guilty of theft. Your sole recourse lies in signing a confession." admitting to the theft of the 3,000 taels. Otherwise, we are compelled to resort to torture. The prisoner, filled with indignation, shook his head vehemently. Under the laws of Daku, a servant who steals from his master faces 80 lashes. For a significant amount, the punishment is beheading. Zhang Wu, lowering his brow, did not need to look at the prisoner to understand that, regardless of this servant's confession, he was doomed. Ma Lu called the others over. Adhering to the customary practices of the prison, in cases devoid of profit, yet requiring completion, all were obligated to participate. Usually, if money was involved, they would share the spoils, but in this unfortunate situation, they all had to bear the burden together. Each would administer 3 lashes, should the prisoner survive. Ma Lu would ensure the punishment continued. Ma Lu raised the black whip, lined with barbs, and struck 3 forceful blows, the whip slicing through the air with a sharp crack that compelled the guards to instinctively cover their ears. After the whip was wielded, 3 gory, elongated lacerations traversed the prisoner's chest, rendering his garment into tattered strips, contorting his visage into a grotesque mask of agony akin to a fiend. You could confess, and perhaps face a swift execution in autumn, a merciful end. However, should you refuse, death would surely follow. Ma Lu, having prepared the confession in advance, brandished the document before the house servant, shattering his psychological defenses in an instant. This prompted a reluctant nod of resignation, allowing the jailers to exhale in relief and extinguishing Zhang Wu's flickering hope for a prosperous era. Chapter 13. Urine on the grave with signatures affixed and seals stamped. The prisoner was consigned to the maximum security ward, thus birthing an ironclad case. In truth, anyone who found themselves within the confines of the celestial prison was invariably a hardened criminal. Ordinary folk lacked the requisite standing to enter such a place, rendering the division of petty offenders somewhat superfluous. However, the capital also housed an office known as the Shuntian Prefecture, primarily tasked with managing local affairs within the capital region, from which the minor offenders originated. It is said in folklore that the emperors of the Great Kuan dynasty were notably merciful and averse to the establishment of grand prisons. Thus, they decreed that a portion of the celestial prison, reserved for royals and nobility, be repurposed as the Shuntian Prefecture's jail. In essence, they were unwilling to allocate funds for the construction of a new prison, opting instead for frugality. Nonetheless, this arrangement bore its advantages. The jailers, such as Zhang Wu, enjoyed a higher status, operating independently of the Shuntian Prefecture and directly under the imperial court. With both entities operating outside the same bureaucratic framework, there was little need for discretion in their dealings. Consequently, what should have been a matter for the Shuntian officials to handle, interrogating and extracting confessions, was instead executed without testimonies or evidence, leading to the swift incarceration of the accused, pushed into the depths of the prison by the jailers. For the officials, the celestial prison marked the end of their jurisdiction, but for the jailers, where could they push the prisoners? One can only reluctantly take on this thankless task, lest one offend the powerful. After a flurry of activity, Ma Lu had his confession sent to the Shuntian Prefecture Yamen and settled down in the interrogation room to drink alone in silence. How unfortunate. Over the past 2 months, every time there was an unjust case, Uncle Lu would drown his sorrows in drink. The coerced confessions weighed heavily on the prisoners. And how could the perpetrators find solace in their actions? Zhang Wu sat down and quietly lamented. Is this General Wei Wu out of his mind? How can his household servants continuously steal from him? This is the 3rd time. He indulges in gambling and revelry, throwing away gold. Yet he always returns home seeking an explanation. Uncle Lu wore a face of discontent. Zhang Wu furrowed his brow and responded. Does that mean he wrongfully accuses these servants? If he does not wrongfully accuse his own servants, then who else could he possibly blame? Ma Lu shot a glance at the youth and murmured, I know you possess a kind heart. During meal distributions, your hands always tremble, and you tend to give these wronged souls an extra spoonful of coarse grain. Caught in the act of his thoughts being unveiled, Zhang Wu sheepishly scratched his nose. In the prison, every meal had a set quota, apportioned according to the customary fees collected from the prisoners. The cooks would only reduce portions, never increase them. Any savings would translate into profit. If you were to grant each wronged prisoner an extra spoonful, others who had paid would receive less, and over time, this would disrupt the established order within the prison. However, due to the strong connections of certain individuals, the newly appointed head cook dared not voice any objections. Ma Lu advised, it is commendable that you possess compassion. It is only natural to feel sympathy for those wrongfully accused. Nevertheless, I must counsel you. If you intend to make a living as a jailer, you must harden your heart, for otherwise, you will not endure in this place. Uncle Lu took a sip of wine and sighed. You are far superior to me in my youth. When I first arrived at the prison, I was much like you. Witnessing the inmates, who were utterly wronged and emaciated to the bone, I often entertained the notion of slipping a few coins to the kitchen head, hoping for additional rations to ease my own conscience. Within my limited means, I sought to perform acts of kindness, believing it would bring clarity to my thoughts and a semblance of peace to my heart. However, I must tell you, such actions will only lead to your ostracism within the prison walls. While others ruthlessly exploit the prisoners to secure their own earnings, you, with your ill-gotten silver, would be undermining their efforts, showcasing your supposed benevolence. Do you think you alone possess compassion for these offenders while the rest are mere demons? Malu lamented. There are rules for officials, and there are unspoken rules within the prison. This holds true for any profession. You may harbor sympathy for these wronged souls and drown your sorrows in drink, but you must always respect your livelihood. I understand. Uncle Lu, Zhang Wu nodded, acknowledging the lesson. Sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What is the background of this General Wei Wu?" "Nothing remarkable. Merely a sixth-rank general of minor distinction, now in his middle age," Ma Lu replied with a sigh. "He is fortunate, having accompanied the army to quell unrest without engaging in battle. His contributions were limited to escorting supplies from the rear, yet he was subsequently awarded the title of general, thus catapulting him into the ranks of the powerful." "Is that so?" Zhang Wu mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Ma Lu was taken aback. "What are you planning?" "Please, do not act rashly," Uncle Lu advised in a deep voice. "Do not be deceived by the apparent lack of power they wield. Even a sixth-rank official can easily crush us lowly prison guards as if we were mere ants." "Rest assured, Uncle, I will not act recklessly," Zhang Wu replied, a smile gracing his lips as he pondered. Uncle Lu's brow furrowed tightly, his anxiety palpable as he urged, "My dear child, while your determination is commendable and once you set your mind to something, it is hard to sway you. This time you must heed my counsel. Venting your frustrations on the prisoners may be permissible, yet do not court your own demise. To put it plainly, if you wish to live long, you must learn to bully the weak and fear the strong." Zhang Wu opened his mouth, exhaling a resigned, "Uncle, do not fret. I assure you, during his lifetime, I will not clash with him." "During his lifetime?" Ma Lu was taken aback, puzzled. Zhang Wu nodded. "Once he has passed, I shall relieve myself upon his grave." Pausing for effect, he then cheerfully continued, "Should he dare to send more innocent souls our way, he may enjoy his life now, but he shall have us brothers bear the brunt of his torturous interrogations. When he is gone and his family in decline, I shall acquire his granddaughter as a maid, subjecting her to daily beatings." "You rascal." Uncle Lu, initially troubled, found himself unexpectedly amused by Zhang Wu's humor. Although his spirits lifted, he dismissed Zhang Wu's words as mere jest, failing to take them to heart. The formidable general was only 40 years old, with at least another 20 years ahead. By the time his granddaughter matured, both he and Zhang Wu would have aged considerably, leaving little room for such grudges. However, the child always possesses a kind heart. Ma Lu, with a rare jest, remarked, "Uncle has inner strength, so he should live longer. When he passes away, I shall join you in relieving myself upon his grave." "Agreed," Zhang Wu replied with a smile, nodding earnestly. As the two engaged in their idle chatter, they were oblivious to the encroaching darkness outside. The night guards had arrived to take over, and the interrogation room gradually filled with more people. "Master Lu, have you heard? The court intends to establish a town pacification office." "A town pacification office?" Ma Lu responded with confusion, while Zhang Wu felt a stirring in his heart. One of the guards mentioned, a golden notice was posted outside the imperial city during the day, stating that this office will report directly to His Majesty. It aims to recruit talented individuals from various regions. Anyone with formidable martial skills, regardless of their background or whether they hail from the martial world, can join if they pass the assessment. "Master Lu, your martial prowess is exceptional. Should you join this town pacification office, there would undoubtedly be a place for you." The crowd erupted with excitement, sharing various rumors. They spoke of how the town pacification office possessed the authority to arrest anyone without the approval of the Ministry of Justice, and that it was responsible for gathering intelligence and suppressing martial sections. This stirred Ma Lu's interest. Zhang Wu's eyelids fluttered, and he contemplated offering advice. Yet with everyone else chiming in, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. To put it plainly, the town pacification office is akin to a combination of the Jinui and the Six Doors. It appears to wield immense power, yet it is fraught with peril, undertaking tasks that often lead to dire consequences. Chapter 14. The official monitor's transformation. That night, as he made his way home, the biting cold wind swept through, obscuring the stars from view. The spacious streets were nearly deserted, and the night market lay in decay. The scars of war would take more than 2 years to heal completely. Zhang Wu tightened his collar, exhaling warm breath into his palm, and with a hint of concern. "Turn to ask, Uncle Lu, do you wish to join the town guard as well?" "I do entertain such thoughts," Ma Lu replied with a longing gaze. "As you know, aside from my fondness for music and entertainment, my sole passion lies in martial arts. Thanks to your assistance, I have immersed myself in the secrets of the Washing Marrow Sutra and consumed chi-nurturing pills, endowing me with internal strength comparable to that of top-tier experts, with enhanced prowess. My aspirations have also risen. I cannot bear to let my martial skills languish in obscurity." As Ma Lu walked alongside Zhang Wu, he sighed. "To be candid, when I became a second-rate master years ago, I contemplated resigning from my position as a jailer to explore the true realm of the martial world. Yet, I hesitated, unwilling to part with my stable livelihood. It is easy to cling to the familiar, but difficult to embrace change, and thus, I remained stagnant. The emergence of the town guard has rekindled the flames of ambition within me. The end of the martial world does not merely signify death by vendetta or imprisonment for grave offenses. Now, with the opportunity to join the town guard, I find myself elevated above the mundane struggles of the martial realm. For one who dreams of heroism and righteousness, this represents a splendid chance to fulfill my life's aspirations." Zhang Wu swallowed his words of caution, recognizing that he possessed an eternity to experience life and realize myriad dreams. In contrast, mortals are granted but a century, and Uncle Lu, despite his formidable skills, languished in a prison devoid of purpose. If he did not find a suitable outlet for his abilities, it seemed he would depart this world without peace. Each person has their own ambitions, Zhang Wu mused silently. Nevertheless, as a friend akin to family, he felt it his duty to offer a gentle reminder. "Esteemed sixth uncle, I fear the embroidered uniform guard is not as appealing as you envision." "Indeed? How so?" Ma Lu inquired, taken aback. Zhang Wu elucidated. "The embroidered uniform guard answers directly to His Majesty, implying that this department will become a blade in the Emperor's hand, employed to monitor ministers and deal with those disobedient to the crown. Its dark underbelly is likely more sanguinary than the imperial prison. Even if there are opportunities to interact with Jianghu practitioners, it will only be to suppress, annihilate, and exterminate entire families. Like executioners perched high above, you will be compelled to carry out missions with callous indifference, bereft of any chance for righteous action." Ma Lu listened, somewhat dumbfounded, turning his head to scrutinize the increasingly resolute countenance of the young man. He found it difficult to believe that a 16-year-old could possess such perspicacity. Prudent, capable of enduring solitude, receptive to counsel, and endowed with great perseverance and wisdom, this child is destined for extraordinary things. Marveling inwardly, sixth uncle responded, "Rest assured, I merely entertain the notion and will not act rashly. Any recruitment of talent must persist for several years. I shall first observe the situation. Yes, caution is paramount." After Zhang Wu finished speaking, the two reached the fork in the road. He bid farewell to Ma Lu and strode directly into his own alleyway, opened the door, and entered the courtyard. It was a Sahihuan style, with 3 tiled houses. The courtyard was not small, but overgrown with weeds that had reached past the knees. However, it was rather peculiar that the weeds within a meter of the courtyard wall had been cleared away, while those in the courtyard remained untouched. Over the past 2 months, Zhang Wu had arranged the area near the wall into a trap. The top layer was loose soil, and beneath it were rusty iron thorns. Anyone who dared to climb over the wall without warning would have their feet bloom with wounds and succumb to tetanus and death, even amidst the weeds. He had buried numerous fine threads connecting to a row of bells inside the house, yet the slightest disturbance upon the grass would surely produce a sound. Approaching the front door of the main house, he noticed that a clump of earth, no larger than a soybean, wedged in the corner, had remained uncrushed by the door's opening. Zhang Wu then pushed the door open. Fine threads were also drawn behind the 2 windows. Should anyone attempt to push them open, the silk threads would inevitably snap. One must exercise caution to prolong their existence. The frigid air of winter enveloped the room, chilling him to the bone. Upon entry, a wave of coldness greeted him, even more biting than the outside chill. He lamented the thought of how many would succumb to the cold this winter, before igniting the firewood to warm the Kong, finally surrendering to sleep once the bedding had warmed. In the blink of an eye, spring blossomed, heralding the approach of summer. And Zhang Wu had nearly spent 2 years in this world. As the saying goes, the ironclad yamen has flowing officials, even within the confines of a prison. The rotation of inmates persisted, while the guards remained steadfast in their positions. However, the changes within the prison's administration were quite significant. Lu Jingjun had miscalculated, believing that even if the Minister of Personnel, Lu Qing, were to fall from grace, he would still be a formidable presence. Yet, in this past year, a substantial influx of prisoners, all affiliated with Lu Qing's faction, had entered, ranging from 2nd to 8th rank, instilling fear in Uncle June, who dared not approach the prison any longer. It was evident that a powerful figure in the court was relentlessly pursuing the eradication of Lu Qing's influence. If one were to ingratiate themselves with him within the prison, could they not also be seen as part of his faction? Such a courtly heavyweight would hardly concern themselves with a mere minor official in charge of the prison. However, the officials beneath him would show no mercy to Lu's subordinates. Perhaps due to a guilty conscience or a desire to distance himself from any wrongdoing, unprecedented reforms emerged within the prison administration. The quality of meals diminished significantly. The esteemed minister dined on rice, while the rest were relegated to coarse bran. The ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, along with all various privileges, have been revoked. The prison doors are locked tight, rendering him no different from an ordinary inmate. Even a 4th-rank official, willing to pay tenfold for wine, finds no one daring to sell it to him. At this juncture, money has ceased to be a solution to the predicament. Lu Xingjun fears being implicated, while the guards are concerned that such trivial sums might jeopardize their secure livelihoods. Consequently, delivering meals to the officials, once a coveted task, has now turned into a burdensome chore. The head cook, unwilling to continue, has feigned the death of his father and returned to his hometown to mourn. The guards, too, have shown reluctance to deliver food, and in the 2 days following the cook's departure, the officials have been left to starve. This morning, Lu Xingjun made his appearance, compelling the prison warden to find someone to deliver meals. They cannot allow the esteemed individuals to perish from hunger. The warden, in turn, pressured the head guard. Ever since the head guard received a bribe of 1,000 taels from Lu, he has scarcely set foot in the prison, contentedly drawing his salary without duty. Ultimately, it fell upon Uncle Lu to bear the entire burden. He could certainly coerce the subordinate guards into delivering meals, yet Ma Lu, though ruthless with prisoners, is particularly protective of his peers, maintaining a facade of coldness while offering the most assistance to those facing personal crises. Alas, the human heart is fickle. By noon, not a single guard, who would typically arrive early for their meal, dared to show their face, fearing an encounter with Ma Lu. Uncle, I shall accompany you to deliver the food. Zhang Wu, unable to bear the sight any longer, seized a large wooden barrel filled with coarse grains from behind. You foolish child. Ma Lu, bearing the barrel, turned to glare and said, if Uncle offends these individuals, I can always go to the pacification office. With my exceptional skills, I can at least secure a position as a 100 household leader, with imperial authority granting me the right to act first and report later. What can they possibly do to me? Zhang Wu shook his head in refusal, resolutely stating, your retreat is your own concern. However, uncle, you regard me as your own kin. How could Zhang Wu dare to forsake righteousness for profit? Ma Lu felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Calmly, Zhang Wu continued, at worst, we shall go to the town suppression office together. With my noble lineage as a protector of the nation and possessing formidable skills, we shall not fare too poorly. Sighing, Ma Lu felt a torrent of sentiments rise within him, stirring a heart that had lain dormant for many years. Ultimately, he could only heartily pat the increasingly broad shoulders of the young man, exclaiming, to have encountered you and to witness your growth is the greatest fortune of my life. Chapter 15. Self-inflicted demise. The official prison, though not particularly bright or spacious, offered a significantly better illumination than the dimly lit civilian jail. Zhang Wu and Ma Lu each carried 2 buckets, and as they traversed the corridor, they observed the inmates, weakened by hunger, leaning against the bars, too feeble to make a sound. Upon their arrival, the prisoners stirred restlessly, exclaiming, why have you taken so long? I am starving to death. Quickly, distribute the rice. Most of the inmates displayed a complete loss of decorum, clinging to the iron bars, straining to catch a glimpse of the food within the buckets. The cell was arranged in a long corridor, now fully occupied by 19 inmates. Naturally, cell number 1 housed Lu Qing. The esteemed minister lay quietly on his bed, turned away from the door, seemingly oblivious to the clamor outside. Ma Lu and Zhang Wu exchanged a glance, refraining from serving the meal immediately. Instead, they explained, my lord, the absence of food delivery these past 2 days is not due to our deliberate neglect, but rather a directive from above, as it appears you have lost favor. The order to cut expenditures has made those below reluctant to deliver meals for fear of repercussions. It is only because we cannot bear to witness the cold, harsh reality of this world that we have dared to come to this prison. We humbly ask for your understanding. Upon finishing their explanation, Zhang Wu presented 2 clean bowls. Ma Lu filled one with millet and the other with hot soup, placing them within the confines of the cell. Please enjoy your meal, he said. The 2 men then respectfully performed a bow towards the room, and upon seeing that Lu Qing had no further instructions, they proceeded to the second cell. As the deputy minister of works, a 3rd-rank official, they found themselves having to repeat the same explanation once again. However, much like the first cell, this official ignored them. offering no response whatsoever. As they continued distributing the meals, Zhang Wu observed a pattern. The higher the rank of the official, the more composed and cultured they appeared. Even when hunger gnawed at them, they did not let it show. In contrast, the lower the official's rank, the more they yearned for food, often engaging in idle chatter and attempting to establish familiarity. One official, a fifth-rank salt transport commissioner, even went so far as to detain Ma Lu, insisting, "Prison head, what is truly happening outside? If you could enlighten me, I would be immensely grateful. My lord, I am merely a jailer, and I possess little knowledge of court affairs." "I beg your pardon," Ma Lu replied, maintaining a dignified yet humble demeanor. He ladled a generous spoonful of coarse bran into the official's bowl, then, with a deft motion, slipped away with Zhang Wu, clasping their fists in farewell. They had anticipated a smooth journey, yet in the final cell, the 19th, they encountered a particularly troublesome individual. Upon glancing into the basin, one finds it filled with coarse bran, and the broth is as insipid as water, lacking even a single leaf. The official, a vice minister of the Imperial Academy, could no longer contain his fury. "I, as a vice minister, have never partaken of such meager fare, even before entering the service. How dare you, mere clerks, treat me with such disdain?" He kicked the bowl over, trembling with rage, and pointed at the two with vehement reproach. "Do not presume that I am ignorant of the regulations governing prisoners. Each inmate is entitled to a liter of rice daily, a cotton garment in winter, and medical care when ill. If you fail to provide rice, at the very least, you ought to substitute it with millet. To feed me with mere bran is a flagrant violation of the law, a brazen act of embezzlement. Should I be released, I shall ensure that you are thoroughly reprimanded." The atmosphere in the prison, which had been bustling with the sounds of voracious eating, fell into an eerie silence at his outburst. "Brother Zikong, exercise caution," a fellow inmate kindly advised. "The king of hell is easy to provoke, but the little devils are troublesome. Do not underestimate these people, though they are of lowly status." The former emperor once proclaimed, "This dynasty shares the world with the clerks. Being in their territory requires a degree of discretion." Unfortunately, instead of heeding the warning, the vice minister's indignation only escalated, revealing his profound disdain for injustice. Zhang Wu, with an impassive expression, stood behind Ma Lu, slightly narrowing his eyes. However, Uncle Lu, having served as a prison guard for 20 years, seemed unfazed by such occurrences. He calmly retrieved another large bowl filled with coarse bran, placing it before the official, and said, "My lord, we are merely acting in accordance with the directives, not intending to cause you any distress. Please understand." Ignoring the tirade directed at him, Ma Lu took Zhang Wu by the arm and walked straight out of the official quarters. "Uncle Lu, this fellow is insufferable." Zhang Wu gritted his teeth, expressing his discontent. In a moment of nonchalance, Ma Lu remarked, "When was it ever mentioned that a venomous snake bites?" At the entrance of the kitchen, prior to the meal delivery, the area was desolate, but now it was bustling with people. Upon seeing two individuals emerge, the warden and the guards swiftly approached, inquiring, "Lao Lu, how's the situation? Sixth Master, have the prisoners not starved to death? If something went awry, we would all bear the burden together." The crowd exhibited a demeanor of unified animosity. Zhang Wu felt a chill in his heart as he observed. However, Uncle Lu remained unfazed, responding, "There is nothing to worry about. The officials are merely a bit hungry." "That is reassuring. Thanks to Sixth Master for stepping forward. In critical moments, we rely on you." The guards expressed their admiration in unison, and the warden exhaled in relief. Yet, Ma Lu swiftly changed his tone, stating, "Since everyone has agreed to share the burden in case of misfortune, and we shall share the benefits as well. Today Wu Gu and I delivered the meals. Starting tomorrow, all guards in the prison will take turns delivering food to the officials in pairs. If they fail to do so even once, a year's allowance will be deducted. What say you, warden?" Ma Lu fixed his gaze on the warden, exuding an air of dominance. The warden, under such scrutiny, recalled the recent pressure he had applied for the officials to receive their meals and felt a pang of guilt. Quickly nodding in agreement, Lao Lu's words aligned with my thoughts. Everyone was aware that Ma Lu had been restless of late, indifferent to making money, often lingering near the gates of the imperial city. A thought crossed his mind, and he could no longer remain seated. His visit to the pacification office seemed almost inevitable. That institution, which surpasses all officials, is indeed a terrifying agency. Though it has been established for merely over a year, it has already instilled fear throughout the court. At this critical juncture, who would dare to offend the sixth uncle? The following day, it was time for the next group to deliver meals. Upon seeing two prison guards emerge, everyone rushed forward, only to notice the guards' faces were exceptionally grim. The prisoners of Cell 19 were truly detestable. Did they truly believe we were mere clay figures? There was not a single guard among them who could remain unperturbed when faced with the insults thrown at them. like Ma Lu being berated to his face. The common folk, when angered, could not conceal their emotions. Thus, after over a month of meal deliveries, many guards had endured scoldings, leaving everyone in a state of deep frustration. Yet, curiously, the group continued to deliver meals on time, without treating the deputy minister of the National Academy any differently. When it was once again Zhang Wu and Ma Lu's turn to deliver meals, they discovered that the deputy minister had become emaciated, his body rigid, having drawn his last breath. The death of an inmate is not a rare occurrence, whether by starvation, illness, or untreated injuries. It is common to see a few bodies removed from the prison from time to time. However, the passing of this deputy minister in the presence of Lu Qing and his associates was a matter of great significance, akin to a tremendous upheaval within the prison walls. Tang Zhan arrived promptly, and after inspecting the scene, his eyelids twitched slightly as he solemnly declared, "Report this matter. Let the family prepare for the funeral." Xiao Zhan. What happened to him? Incredibly, a 7th-rank official from the adjacent cell recognized Tang Zhan and addressed him with a peculiar familiarity. Accustomed to a life of luxury, he found it difficult to digest the coarse, meager meals. What he consumed merely passed through him, and coupled with his melancholic disposition, he naturally grew increasingly frail. Tang Zhan, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Has this esteemed supervisor been in a constant state of ire lately?" "Indeed, he has taken to scolding anyone in sight." "Exhibiting signs of mental instability," replied an official of the 7th rank beside him. Tang Zhan was rendered speechless. One reaps what one sows. Chapter 16. Awaiting the great punishment, the supervisor of the Imperial Academy met an inexplicable demise, rendering the court officials silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Even the usually composed minister Lu Qing found himself peering through the iron bars, observing the unfolding situation with concern. Before long, Lu Xingjun hastily arrived with forensic officials from the Ministry of Justice. He greeted each dignitary in turn, offering a perfunctory explanation about the recent demands of his public duties. Upon witnessing the condition of the Imperial Academy supervisor, he was taken aback. Having once been a chief cook, he knew myriad methods to bring about a person's demise. The prison guards were undoubtedly involved. Judging the situation, Lu's expression darkened considerably. As their superior, should your subordinates conspire to murder a court official under your watch, the first to face consequences would be you. Even if one knows the truth, one must feign ignorance. He waved his hand, instructing the forensic officials to conduct the autopsy, the findings mirroring Tang Zhan's earlier conclusions. He entered alive, only to be carried out dead. From the moment the supervisor began hurling insults, his fate was sealed. Lu Xingjun merely reprimanded the guards, uttering a few harsh words, and thus the matter was brushed aside. As the crowd dispersed, taking advantage of the absence of others in the execution chamber, Zhang Wu approached Ma Lu and whispered, "Uncle Lu, you are truly remarkable. I am in awe." "What are you saying?" "I cannot comprehend," Ma Lu replied, glancing up briefly before returning to the task of sharpening his instruments. Zhang Wu was left utterly speechless. "Uncle Lu, you truly are a scoundrel. Stop lingering about and sharpen the instruments of torture that belong to your father. They are nearly rusted over." Ma Lu gestured towards the bundle in the corner and remarked, "Yesterday, the local magistrate delivered a notorious corrupt official. During the invasion by barbarian troops, he audaciously trafficked in supplies meant for the rear, even going so far as to destroy dikes and flood fields, forcing 100,000 innocent souls into homelessness in his pursuit of political gain. Later, I shall take you to meet him and impart a few techniques." Zhang Wu complied, opening the leather bundle to reveal an array of tools: pliers, scissors, scrapers, awls, and fine needles, all manner of implements. Ma Lu continued, "I understand your kind-hearted nature and your reluctance to tread the path of torture. However, there is a saying, a multitude of skills does not weigh one down. There are many heartless individuals who must be dealt with using the most severe methods." "I understand, Uncle Lu," Zhang Wu replied, picking up the scissors and diligently sharpening them. Uncle Lu instructed, "In our line of work, prolonged coercion and the maltreatment of prisoners not only harms the offenders, but also gradually distorts your own psyche. If you wish to retain your humanity and conscience, you must do 3 things. Read the works of the sages, cultivate martial skills to strengthen your resolve, and seek faith. Find a belief that offers you psychological solace." "I shall go tomorrow to purchase books and seek a faith," Zhang Wu responded. As Ma Lu continued to sharpen the tools, he expounded on his self-created 13 techniques of Yen Jun, claiming that once these 13 tortures are employed, even the most malevolent spirits would meet a wretched end. Having finished with the instruments, the two made their way toward the depths of the prison. The prison housed a total of 800 cells, and aside from the years of great calamity, when rebels were rampant, it had never been fully occupied. In the present day, the town suppression office has been established, yet lacks a dedicated space for the interrogation of criminals. Consequently, the emperor decreed that 1/3 of the heavenly prison be allocated for this purpose, designating the latter half of the heavy punishment section as the Zhao prison and creating a new entrance by breaking through the wall. However, the town suppression office is still in its infancy and is deficient in talent across various domains, particularly in skilled interrogators capable of dealing with formidable martial artists. The notorious duo of the penal institution was well known, and thus, Master Lu was appointed to this role, allowing him to earn an additional sum of silver. This arrangement also served as a means of indirectly joining the town suppression office, allowing him to gain insight into its inner workings. Upon passing through the heavy punishment section, personnel from the town suppression office guarded the passage. After conducting a thorough search and verifying identities, they finally entered the Zhao prison. Master Qianhu, Master Lu bowed respectfully. Followed by Zhang Wu. Qianhu's son, with an impassive countenance, stated, "I care not for your methods, nor for life or death. I only wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the 100,000 taels of tainted silver." The lowly one understood. Master Lu, carrying a leather bundle, strode directly into the interrogation chamber. Inside was a corpulent official, weighing at least 200 pounds. In an age of turmoil, such excessive corpulence was indeed rare. His brocade robe had been mercilessly torn, and his chest bore the charred marks of a branding iron, indicating he had already endured severe torture to the point of unconsciousness. Interrogation is an intricate art. The ability to inflict pain without causing death, compelling prisoners to yield, requires significant expertise. Master Lu exchanged a knowing glance, prompting Zhang Wu to seize a bucket of ice water and pour it over the official's head. The icy water flowed over the wounds on his chest, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the rotund official. A heavy set of tongs clamped down on the tip of the prisoner's tongue, instantly transforming his cries into whimpers. This was the first of the 13 techniques, tongue extraction from hell. Though it may appear to be a simple act of tongue removal, it encompasses profound knowledge. Ma Lu remarked, "Every individual harbors an innate desire for expression. In moments of anger, they resort to cursing, and when thoughts arise, they cannot refrain from voicing them. Many prisoners endure beatings and abuse without uttering a word, not because they have lost their ability to speak, but because the power lies within them. The more you strike them, the more resolutely they remain silent, deriving a form of psychological satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride. However, if you bind their tongues, rendering them incapable of speech, their spirit will wane. The weight of a tongue can feel as burdensome as a mountain. Even the simplest cry becomes a distant luxury. And every movement, even the act of swallowing, strains the muscles of the tongue, inducing immense suffering." After articulating his thoughts, Ma Lu picked up the blood-stained crocodile scissors, casting not a single glance at the prisoner. With a swift snip, he severed the little finger of the corpulent officer's right hand. The agonizing scream echoed throughout the prison. Snip, snip. In a heartbeat, all 5 fingers of the right hand lay severed on the ground. The motions were executed with such precision, akin to a seamless combo. Zhang Wu felt goosebumps erupt across his skin, an unsettling dread coursing through him. Chapter 17. Serving the nation. Please tend to him. Allow him a moment to recover. If we were to douse him with water abruptly, it could very well lead to his demise from the pain. Ma Lu wiped the crocodile scissors with a cloth and continued, "For an ordinary individual, the second technique of scissors hell suffices. Although I devised these 13 techniques of Yama, I have yet to fully unveil their potential. Even top-tier experts can only withstand up to the 8th technique. Once the 8th technique is exhausted, do they not become mere puppets?" Suppressing his discomfort, Zhang Wu retrieved some gauze and began to wrap the unconscious prisoner's right hand. Ma Lu nodded and replied, "Indeed. After employing the 3rd technique, one has reached the limits of a robust individual. To inflict pain without causing death, one must resort to the use of Ma Fei San." Zhang Wu observed the tranquility within the prison, while Sun Qianhu, peering through the cell door, spoke in a hoarse voice, "Ma Lu, given your interrogation skills and formidable internal strength, why confine yourself to the role of a lowly jailer? You could easily secure a position at the town pacification department as a baihu, a 6th-rank official. Thank you for your kind consideration, my lord. I indeed harbor intentions of joining the town pacification department. However, I've heard that the entrance examination is exceedingly challenging, with many perishing in the process, which leaves me somewhat apprehensive. Thus, I wish to observe a little longer," Ma Lu responded modestly. Upon hearing his uncle's interest, Sun Qianhu's expression softened, and his tone became more courteous. "Those examinations are primarily designed for the people of the martial world, who possess little loyalty to the court. You, Ma Lu, are a constable by lineage, devoted to the court for generations. I shall speak with the town pacification commander and have your examination waived. The rules are established for those below. For our own, they are but mere formalities. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Please allow Ma Lu some time to adjust. After spending most of my life as a prison guard, transitioning to a different profession requires considerable resolve. Uncle Lu did not decline nor express his reluctance. Speaking with great eloquence, Sun Qianhu nodded, aware that the prison offered ample rewards and a life free from hardship. While engaging in the volatile affairs of the town pacification department indeed required courage. After a brief exchange, Sun Qianhu suddenly scrutinized Zhang Wu and, with a hint of suspicion, remarked, I have heard that the celestial prison harbors the heir of the guardian king, who has undergone 7 days of marrow washing, an unparalleled feat. Could it be you? Compared to his former self before training, Zhang Wu has undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding an air of confidence. His physique is robust, his nose elegantly high, and his bright, penetrating eyes reflect clarity. Although his visage still bears a hint of youthfulness, his skin shines like jade. He stands tall and straight, embodying the essence of poise, radiating an undeniable self-assurance. The young man has encountered greatness. Zhang Wu bows respectfully. Sun Qianhu exclaims, the prison indeed harbors hidden talents. It cannot be underestimated. Ma Lu, wary of Sun Qianhu's intentions to recruit Zhang Wu, hastily interjects, my lord, the prisoner is regaining consciousness. With a bit of intimidation, he will undoubtedly reveal the whereabouts of the stolen silver. Very well, proceed with the interrogation, Sun Qianhu responds, departing the cell with determination. Nothing holds greater significance than silver. There are protocols to adhere to. Since you have summoned someone for questioning, it is imperative to respect their customs. During the execution of punishment, one must maintain a respectful distance and not intrude upon their expertise. Of course, one may stand outside the cell to listen to the dialogue, ensuring the interrogator does not harbor ulterior motives. Ma Lu removes the iron pincers from the corpulent official's tongue, and Zhang Wu splashes a basin of cold water over him, eliciting a series of ear-piercing screams. Uncle Lu brandishes a pair of crocodile clips, theatrically demonstrating their use. Zhang Wu, in concert, retrieves a packet of, preparing to steep it in a bowl. My lord, I implore you to confess, or else I shall administer this concoction, rendering you devoid of sensation while you helplessly witness me sever your fingers, toes, ears, and nose, subsequently dousing the wounds with excrement. Before he could finish, the corpulent official succumbed to despair, weeping, I confess. I will reveal everything. Ma Lu nodded, yet directed the crocodile shears towards the criminal's left pinky, calmly inquiring, where's the 100,000 taels of silver? There are no 100,000, only 20,000, the criminal replied. My lord, lying is not advisable. Uncle Lu tightened the grip on the shears, pressing the sharp edge into flesh. With the slightest exertion, a finger could be severed. The criminal's face contorted in agony, tears streaming down as he lamented. Even if you were to carve me into pieces, I cannot conjure that 80,000. Where is the missing silver? 70% belongs to those above, 10% to those below. I can only keep 20%, and that is by risking my life. The criminal choked on his words, his face a portrait of frustration. Zhang Wu's eyelids fluttered. The world was as dark as crows, truly a relentless darkness from start to finish. However, Ma Lu was accustomed to it, casually asking, where is your 20% of the silver? It is hidden in a private residence I secretly purchased. Ma Lu withdrew the shears and promptly exited the prison to report to Sun Qianhu. Interrogating a criminal requires one to be judicious with their words. There are questions that should remain unasked, especially when it involves those in higher positions. Knowing too much can lead to unforeseen peril. Sometimes, even if a criminal is willing to confess, one must leave the torture chamber and retreat. Zhang Wu, understanding the gravity of the situation, observed the criminal's misery and shook his head, lamenting, had I known today would come, would I have acted differently? What do you know? The corpulent official, fearful of Ma Lu yet indifferent towards Zhang Wu, suddenly contorted his face in wrath, bellowing, do you think this official is unaware that selling provisions warrants execution? That breaching dikes and flooding fields is an unforgivable sin? Then why do you act thus? Why? The portly official chuckled bitterly, remarking, in the realm of governance, who can truly dictate their own fate? Without allegiance, one's career prospects are bleak. Yet, aligning oneself inevitably embroils one in factional strife. When orders come from above, dare you defy them? Being relegated to a desolate post is a minor concern. The greater fear lies in losing trust, in the apprehension that one might divulge secrets, leading to the utter ruin of one's family. Zhang Wu found himself at a loss for words. The notion of being an official, as one might perceive it, is riddled with cunning and intrigue, with the belief that one might simply resign. However, the reality of office entails a grim truth. If you are not one of us, your demise is assured. If you are, yet refuse to comply, your end is equally certain. Despite the official attempts to distance himself from such corruption, Zhang Wu remained unconvinced. So, you consider yourself a virtuous official? After a decade of arduous study, who initially does not aspire to serve their nation? Yet, what follows? The subsequent realization of the darkness inherent in officialdom, where one must merely flatter those in power and engage in corruption. Why not seize a bit more wealth and indulgent pleasures while one can? It seemed he had come to terms with this reality. Zhang Wu refrained from casting judgment upon him. Had he occupied the same position, he would not fare any better. At that moment, Ma Lu and Sun Qianhu returned. Observing their expressions, it was clear that old Sun desired Uncle Lu to continue the interrogation, urging the portly official to reveal his superiors. The Jinfu division specialized in this, meticulously unearthing the secrets of every official and compiling dossiers, thereby holding sway over the entire bureaucracy. Naturally, Uncle Lu was reluctant to involve himself in such unsavory affairs. He called out to Zhang Wu, and, clasping his fists in respect to Sun Qianhu, said, "My lord, the instruments of punishment may remain with you. You can fashion a set as I've instructed, and through my method of interrogation, you shall surely achieve the desired results." The man waved his hand dismissively, indicating that you two should leave promptly to avoid being a nuisance. The two promptly made their exit. Chapter 18. The feeble scholar at last, they emerged. Upon leaving the prison, Ma Lu wiped the sweat from his brow. This was the first time in 2 years that Zhang Wu had seen his uncle so anxious. "Uncle, is Sun Qianhu truly that formidable?" Ma Lu, evading the question, replied, "Do you know how people in the martial world refer to him?" Zhang Wu, taken aback, inquired, "What do they call him?" "Half-blade 1/." Zhang Wu was bewildered, pondering the significance of such a title. Ma Lu elucidated, "He is someone who kills at the slightest provocation, a lawless individual. Sun Qianhu is even more ruthless. With just a hint of discontent, he draws his blade halfway. And by the time you realize it, the victim is already deceased." "Impressive," Zhang Wu remarked, a mixture of admiration and concern in his expression. "Uncle, do you truly intend to go to the Jinfu division?" Zhang Wu pursed his lips, his demeanor reflecting inner turmoil. Historically, none have met a favorable end as the commander of the Jinyue. Knowing too many secrets of the emperor is tantamount to a death sentence. The same applies to the lower ranks, such as the Qianhu and Baihu. Whether gathering intelligence or suppressing formidable martial artists, one either falls to the enemy's blade or faces reckoning from above. "Go, lest you forever harbor discontent," Ma Lu sighed. "I have inquired, and currently, there are 4 Qianhu in the Jinfu division. Sun Qianhu ranks first. The first 2 primarily oversee official matters, while the latter 2 manage affairs of the martial world. All 4 are unparalleled experts, and my uncle aims to serve under one of the latter 2. After a brief pause, Ma Lu gazed at Zhang Wu and said, "In this prison, the one person my uncle finds it difficult to part with is you. Before your father drew his last breath, he held my hand by his bedside and implored me to look after you. I may not be a person of great stature, but I understand the value of loyalty and keep my promises." Zhang Wu reassured him, "Rest assured, uncle, until I master the indestructible divine skill, I shall neither provoke others nor leave this prison." Ma Lu nodded, letting out a long sigh as he patted Zhang Wu's shoulder, feeling a sense of solace within. Perhaps due to the loss of his parents, ever since Zhang Wu arrived at the prison 2 years ago, Ma Lu felt as if the boy had transformed into a different person. His maturity and composure in handling matters made him appear exceedingly dependable. Aside from his appearance, he exhibited none of the childishness typical of youth. As for the official in charge, it had been over a month since the death of the minister of the Imperial Academy, and since that time, even Lord Lu Qing had begun to treat the guards with courtesy. Each time he delivered meals, he would express his gratitude to the guards, leaving them pleasantly astonished. This demeanor from such a prominent figure had a palpable effect. Even though Lu Zhijun had issued orders to reduce expenses, he did not personally deliver meals. Hence, it was the guards who executed the tasks. Consequently, it became a silent understanding among the guards to discreetly enhance the meals for Lu Qing and his associates, offering them additional dishes and buns as a gesture of gratitude. "You show me respect, and I shall reciprocate," they thought. After all, guards are human too. While they may not have the courage to openly assist you, slipping in a little something on the side is hardly a challenge. With Lu Zhijun still in his position and the atmosphere calm, everyone, including Zhang Wu and Ma Lu, began to relax. As the wooden barrel was opened, a plume of steam wafted into the air, revealing a surface seemingly covered in coarse chaff. With a firm scoop, one uncovered pristine white rice, beneath which lay hidden meat and vegetables. A fragrant bowl of this delectable fare was placed within the confines of the prison, and the 2 individuals exchanged bows, saying, May you enjoy your meal, my lord. Thank you both. May I inquire your esteemed names? Lu Qing asked politely, clasping his hands together. I am the head of the prison, Ma Lu, came the reply. I am the jailer, Zhang Wu, added the other. Old man shall remember. Lu Qing nodded earnestly. Exchanging glances, Zhang Wu and Ma Lu bowed once more before departing, their hearts filled with a mixture of sighs and suppressed laughter. Even the mighty feared death. Once imprisoned, notions of character and dignity become utterly worthless. However, if one were to take the words of this esteemed minister to heart, believing that gratitude would be forthcoming and rewards would follow, one would be gravely mistaken. The same inquiry had been posed to several jailers before. It was merely a method of bestowing a semblance of favor upon you, to prevent any potential mischief from your end. The influential figure who oversees the promotion of officials now found himself ensnared in a prison, left with nothing but grandiose promises. Zhang Wu was at a loss whether to feel sorrow or amusement. As he distributed the meals, each official prisoner was increasingly courteous, calling each other brothers, eager to form bonds as if the very grass beneath them were fragrant and worthy of reverence. Zhang Wu reciprocated this courtesy, providing wine to those who wished for it and snacks to those who desired them, but only within the prison walls. He remained unyielding to messengers, letter-bearers, or anyone attempting to bring items from the outside. Occasionally, when someone sought to glean news from the outside world, Zhang Wu would respond based on his mood. Brother Wu, I have a matter to inquire about. Rest assured, it involves no secrets, pleaded a fifth-rank salt transport official. Zhang Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Please, speak, esteemed adult. I have a colleague, the magistrate of Yong'an in Hudong County, whom everyone affectionately refers to as Fathead Fish. Logically, he ought to have a place in this prison. Yet we have not laid eyes upon him. Fathead Fish. Zhang Wu and Ma Lu exchanged glances, although they were unaware of his true name. They were well aware that this individual had met a grisly end at the hands of Sun Qian who, reduced to a mere stick of flesh. Whether he had any powerful backers remained shrouded in mystery. Could Lu Qing be behind him? Zhang Wu felt a shiver run down his spine. The esteemed minister bears a countenance of serene wisdom, exuding integrity, resembling a luminary of literature, an erudite scholar, indeed. One may know a person's visage, but remain oblivious to their heart's intentions. It is often the ruthless among the learned who bring the greatest suffering to the common folk. The true menace is not the soldiers who raise cities, but the fragile scholars who wield no power. With Lu Qing's downfall, how could Fathead Fish sustain his support? Despite their knowledge of his grim fate, Zhang Wu and Ma Lu instinctively proclaimed, What Fathead Fish magistrate? We have not heard of him. We are but humble jailers, lacking insight into state affairs. How could we be privy to the existence of any magistrate by such a name? You. The salt transportation official seethed with barely contained rage. Just moments ago, their exchanged glances betrayed their knowledge of Fathead Fish's whereabouts, yet they refused to divulge it. How infuriating. However, he dared not reveal his discontent, lest he become the next victim. Akin to the second minister of the Imperial Academy. Chapter 19. A visit to secure a death after delivering the meal to the official prison. When Zhang Wu and Ma Lu returned to the kitchen, they discovered the usual jailers, who typically dispersed after their meal, gathered together in fervent discussion, engaging in various speculations. Have you heard? Lu Tila is set to be promoted. When did this happen? Just yesterday, he brought cash to donate. And this morning the official notice was issued. He has been appointed as the magistrate of Yong'an County. Zhang Wu and Ma Lu exchanged knowing glances. Uncle Jun's official career has now officially commenced. With this step taken, there is no turning back. It is a path of either feigned loyalty leading to unbridled success or a return to where one started. Feeling the weight of this revelation, Lu Uncle could no longer remain composed. He lowered his voice and said softly, Wu Gur, next month I will also head to the town pacification office. They are currently assisting me with the badge and paperwork. You must take care of yourself in prison. You too, Lu Uncle. Zhang Wu sighed inwardly. Each person has their own aspirations, and separations are inevitable. That night, Ma Lu hosted a gathering, inviting the guards to drink and celebrate at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. A preemptive farewell of sorts. The capital boasts the Flower and Willow Lane, which, after 2 years of reconstruction, has become even more vibrant than before. Red buildings line the streets, illuminated by a tapestry of lights, as the songbirds and swallows beckon patrons in a lively atmosphere. In ancient times, entertainment was scarce. For the guards, aside from gambling, their options dwindled to listening to performances in the tea houses, perhaps due to Zhang Wu's youth. Lu Uncle had deliberately avoided introducing him to the pleasures of women during these past 2 years, fearing he might stray from the right path. However, now that Zhang Wu had reached the age of 17, Ma Lu no longer felt the need for discretion. Inside the private room, The guards drank to the point of reddened faces and drunkenness, chasing after the ladies, creating a scene of unrestrained revelry. Only Lu Uncle observed the raucousness with a discerning gaze. Though seemingly intoxicated, his eyes gleamed with clarity, becoming more alert with each drink. He playfully smacked a lady's ample form, urging her to entertain elsewhere. It was then that Malu turned to Zhang Wu and remarked, "Wu Gur, truth be told, I have been in a state of indecision these past 2 years. What are you hesitating for? Allow me to introduce a marriage proposal. Take a virtuous wife to ensure your family's lineage continues." Zhang Wu repeatedly waved his hands. With boundless longevity, what could he gain from a woman? At most, he would witness her youthful beauty for merely 20 years. When she becomes an elderly woman with fading eyesight, and he remains forever young at 20. How would he face such a reality? Even with deep affections, it would be difficult to regard a gray-haired, wrinkled old woman as a beloved wife, even if she were indeed his spouse. Upon seeing his refusal, Malu displayed an expression of understanding, sighing, with the completion of the indestructible divine skill. "You will only be 27, at the prime of your life. Whether serving in the town garrison or leading troops into battle, you shall achieve remarkable feats. At that time, when you consider marriage again, your prospects will include princesses or the daughters of high officials. Thus I do not wish to press you further. Uncle, to be frank, I believe I am still too young and have no intentions of marrying," Zhang Wu replied with a wry smile. Suddenly, Sixth Uncle revealed a sly grin and inquired, "Are you truly indifferent to these young ladies?" "I am indeed indifferent. I feel I do not belong here," Zhang Wu candidly expressed, as he wished to avoid complications. "You, young man, may not be of great age, yet your standards are quite lofty," Malu chuckled. "Will you stay the night, or will you leave?" "Then I shall take my leave. Get out of here." Sixth Uncle playfully nudged Zhang Wu's backside, prompting him to make a hasty exit. After drinking and feeling warm, he stepped outside, where the cool breeze caused him to shudder despite his profound abilities. The indestructible skill, requiring 3 years for minor mastery and 12 for major accomplishment, boasts the fastest cultivation speed in history. Yet, it seems I have transcended this limit. Half a year ago, I achieved minor mastery, and with diligent practice over 1.5 years, I find that at this rate of progress, with relentless dedication, I could attain major mastery in merely 6 years, positioning myself to rival top-tier experts. This secret, Zhang Wu shall not disclose to anyone. As he walked home, he gestured the 12 postures of his skill, resembling an obsessive martial artist. Fortunately, the late hour meant few were on the streets, sparing him from curious glances. Immersing oneself in practice and frequently contemplating the essence of each technique is essential for vigorous advancement. Having consumed alcohol that evening, Zhang Wu felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. In a fit of enthusiasm, he decided to practice his punches right there on the street, reveling in the exhilarating sensation that coursed through him. Singing a little tune, Zhang Wu soon arrived at the entrance of his long alley. The alley was deep and shadowy, with moss growing in the corners and the dampness hanging heavily in the air. The moonlight rarely penetrated, rendering the surroundings dark and cold. A place where timid children would scarcely dare to tread. Who goes there? Just 30 meters from home, with only a turn to make, Zhang Wu suddenly halted. His profound internal energy had sharpened his hearing, and he discerned footsteps lingering just outside his courtyard wall. Damn it, why has that fellow returned yet? After a murmured complaint, the figure outside gritted their teeth and leaped over the wall. A chilling scream pierced the night sky, sending shivers down one's spine. "Curse be it!" A low growl of rage followed, clearly indicating that this individual's feet had been impaled by iron spikes. A weighty object, exceeding 100 pounds. Plummeting from a 4-meter-high wall would undoubtedly pierce one's soles with multiple wounds, even if shot. This sound was unfamiliar to me. Zhang Wu furrowed his brow. Over the past 2 years, he had exercised utmost caution. Aside from the confines of the dungeon, he had encountered few acquaintances and had never offended anyone. A sudden visit could only signify either a request or a threat, neither of which boded well for him. However, with the intruder now in his courtyard, he felt compelled to ascertain the situation. Producing a key, he unlocked the door and feigned astonishment, inquiring, "Who are you? And why have you stealthily entered my home at such an hour? Curse you!" Wang Erden's face contorted in pain. His foot throbbed excruciatingly, and he lacked the courage to extract the iron spike lodged within. He stood in the pit, indignantly rebuking, "Who taught you to dig traps in your courtyard? With the recent surge of wild dogs, is it not permissible for me to dig a few pits to capture them?" Wang Erden's breath hitched, his frustration mounting. "I just scaled the wall, and you've returned? What a jest!" Yet, bearing the weight of his life and needing assistance, he suppressed his temper and said, "I have a business proposition worth 20,000 taels. I can provide the silver up front before the task is completed. Please consider it." 20,000. Zhang Wu expressed surprise. his eyes feigning a glimmer of greed as he asked, "What sort of business do you propose?" "Buying death." Just those 2 words sufficed for Zhang Wu to comprehend. Beyond their regular wages, the jailers often enjoyed unexpected income. With audacity, one could amass wealth quite easily. Purchasing lives was among the most lucrative endeavors. Incarceration often witnesses death, a commonplace occurrence where many officials and skilled practitioners of the martial arts, upon their fall from grace, become prey to the viciousness of their adversaries. Those with vendettas seek retribution, while political foes conspire to thwart any resurgence. They may corrupt prison guards to enact lethal measures, while those less ruthless might drive individuals to madness, rendering them incapable of rising again. Over the years, the price of life within these walls has become as transparent as a price list in a government ledger. 20,000 taels, a sum reflective of a third-rank official's worth. Within the prison, only 2 individuals hold such rank, the deputy minister of works in the second prison and the inspector in the third. Such audacity is remarkable. In the past 2 decades, no official of the third rank or above has perished in prison. This rank is akin to that of a regional governor, basking in the emperor's favor, and few dare to inflict direct harm upon them. Even if the emperor were inclined to execute them, it would not be through public beheading. Rather, they would receive a respectful death through the gift of white silk or poisoned wine. The late father of the deceased had once profited from such dealings, though his adversary was merely a second-rate martial artist. Under the pretext of anger, he administered a few lashes, and within days, the man succumbed, with minimal repercussions. Noticing the astonishment on Zhang Wu's face, Wang Erden retrieved a banknote from his cloak and spoke gravely. "This 20,000 taels, provided you refrain from extravagant indulgences, is sufficient for a lifetime of revelry. Opportunities for wealth in this world are scarce. You must seize them. Whose death do you wish to procure?" "The one behind Lu Qing, in the second prison." Zhang Wu's expression shifted to one of hesitation and inner turmoil. 20,000 taels is indeed a substantial sum, enough to secure a position as a county magistrate if contributed appropriately. "Shall I receive the money first?" "Of course." Wang Erden was remarkably straightforward. Upon seeing Zhang Wu approach, he promptly handed over the silver note. Suddenly, a sharp iron spike pierced through the entirety of his throat. "You! Ha ha ha!" Thud! Wang Erden's eyes widened in shock as his body leaned forward and collapsed heavily, impaled by the multitude of iron spikes, dead beyond revival. Zhang Wu, with a stoic expression, slightly lifted the upper body of the man, returned the silver note to its place, and gently closed the wide-open eyes. He then retraced his steps along the path he had come, meticulously riding the trampled grass with each step backward, erasing the muddy footprints beneath. He continued this careful retreat until he reached the entrance, locked it securely, and, finding no one in sight, departed the alleyway silently, as if he had never returned. Chapter 20. How to Cope. Wang Erden was an old acquaintance of the late old man, often sharing drinks together. In Zhang Wu's childhood, this fellow delighted in teasing him, a nuisance that grated on his nerves. As for his profession, he claimed to be a wanderer of the underworld, but in truth, he was merely a street rogue, having spent years honing his agility. The old man's demise at the hands of a second-rate master was indeed a business he had recommended. Now, it was unclear from whence he had garnered the audacity to take on jobs meant for even the third-tier bosses. Today he was eliminated, and tomorrow, you too shall vanish from this world. Stealthily making his way back to the front of Chunfeng building, Zhang Wu feigned having just emerged from the restroom, his trousers in hand. Upon seeing him return, Sister Hua, the welcoming hostess, beamed with joy and approached him. "Young man, I thought you had left. I couldn't find the restroom in your establishment, so I had to step outside. Please come in, but the sixth master is already asleep. Would you like me to arrange for someone for you?" Sister Hua said with a mischievous expression. Zhang Wu nodded, retrieving 10 taels of silver from his pocket and proclaiming, "I desire a woman with ample bosom, a rounded backside, and exceptional skills. Have her cleaned and ready for me." "All right then," Sister Hua exclaimed with delight, nearly wanting to kiss Zhang Wu in gratitude. The young man ascended directly to the second floor, arriving at the room where everyone had just been drinking. Listening to the sound of muffled sobs emanating from within, he could only cover his face in silence while waiting at the door. After a while, as the sounds gradually subsided, Zhang Wu knocked on the door and called out, "Uncle Lu, please open the door." "Didn't you return home?" Ma Lu, his muscular torso exposed, was taken aback at his arrival. Zhang Wu leaned in and whispered, "There has been an incident at home." "Come in," Lu said, approaching the bedside. He took out some silver coins to reward the courtesan, waved his hand, and dismissed her. Once the room fell silent, Zhang Wu recounted the events at home, altering the narrative of Wang Erden's demise to suggest that he had merely fallen into a trap and met with an unfortunate accident. Zhang Wu always remembered his uncle's teachings. Matters that could lead to one's own downfall should never be disclosed to anyone. You acted wisely. Some money can be earned. But life is irreplaceable, Ma Lu reflected, recognizing the clarity of Wang Erden's fate while simultaneously feeling a shiver at Zhang Wu's growth. Fortunately, you possess enough sense. Otherwise, had Wang Erden left unscathed, the news of his death would have inevitably leaked. Regardless of whether you accepted this task, those behind him would certainly seek to silence you to protect their secrets. Uncle, do not wait until the end of the month. Go to the town pacification office tomorrow to avoid the impending storm, Zhang Wu remarked in a grave tone. I shall not take on this task. Other prison guards will. Even if everyone remains clear-headed and refuses, the murderer behind the scenes will devise means of coercion or enticement to persuade a guard to eliminate the inmate in cell No. 2. The first to perish will be the Vice Minister of the National University, followed by the Deputy Minister of Works, all of whom are aligned with Lu Qing's faction. This will certainly send shockwaves through both court and society. At that moment, even the Emperor will take notice of this affair. Should the dragon's countenance darken, the imperial prison will be thoroughly investigated from top to bottom. Those involved will find themselves in dire straits. You speak wisely, Ma Lu responded, his expression grave. To dare to orchestrate the assassination of the Deputy Minister of Works, one must be of at least the same rank or part of the same faction. Regardless of who becomes entangled in this web, they will meet a gruesome end. Wu Ge. You should also visit the Chief Warden tomorrow and claim that you have overexerted yourself at Chunfeng Tower and wish to take a respite. I fear the situation is not so straightforward, Zhang Wu sighed. Wang Erden has already sought me out at home, although he met his untimely demise. Those behind him may suspect that I am aware of the secrets surrounding his assassination. If they adopt an attitude of better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than let one escape, I may find myself in peril. This, Ma Lu's brow furrowed in anxiety. If all else fails, I shall accompany you back home to clear the courtyard and dispose of Wang Erden's body. It is too late, Zhang Wu replied, shaking his head with a sense of misfortune. His screams were heard when he fell into the trap. The neighbors undoubtedly heard. To act now would be akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Ma Liusi pondered for a moment, his anxiety causing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow, yet he could not conceive of a viable solution. Finally, gritting his teeth, he suggested, why not accompany your uncle to the town pacification office? Sun Qianhu has reached out to me, hoping to invite you, but I have thwarted his attempts. At the very least, you could secure a respectable position as a 7th-grade banner officer. Even the boldest of those seeking your demise would not dare to confront the officials of the town pacification office. Sun Qianhu? Zhang Wu's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. Uncle Lu, do you think I could exchange this secret of the deceased, along with the invincible diamond body technique and the essence of the cleansing scripture, for his protection? Well, Molly contemplated before slowly nodding. He is eager to recruit you, primarily attracted by your martial prowess and the secrets you possess. My involvement is similar. However, your future appears far more promising than mine. You are destined to rise to extraordinary heights, and I believe he would likely offer you his protection. Yet, Molly sighed, if he truly intends to eliminate you, even Sun Qianhu's close protection would be of little avail. You still require sustenance and hydration, and the constant threat would be insurmountable unless you hold an official position that instills fear in your would-be assailants, dissuading them from attempting to harm you. As for the secret of the deceased, it must remain locked within your mind. Should you disclose it to Sun Qianhu, and he sends people to guard the second prison, would that not be tantamount to revealing your hand? Zhang Wu was taken aback, a sudden chill causing him to break into a cold sweat. Molly instructed, tomorrow, I shall approach Sun Qianhu and present him with the martial arts secrets and the cleansing scripture. We shall see how he responds before devising our next course of action. After a brief pause, Uncle Lu stated, the most favorable outcome would be for him to seek an audience with the prefect, leveraging your association with the guardian of the nation in hopes of securing a position as an honorary banner lord, thereby obtaining a 7th-rank official title while serving as your jailer in the celestial prison. This approach seemed promising. Zhang Wu exhaled deeply. The two then deliberated on a few details before he returned to his chamber. Sister Yao had already warmed the bed for him, and upon seeing the young man's striking appearance and exceptional demeanor, her heart blossomed with joy. Regrettably, Zhang Wu was burdened with heavy thoughts, leaving him disinterested in intimacy. He left behind 10 taels of silver, instructing, for the entire night, this money is yours as a reward. He stood by the window, listening to exaggerated moans and observing the flow of people on the street, unable to suppress a sigh. It had been merely 2 years since the barbarian tribes retreated. Yet the power struggles within the court had escalated to such an extent that it necessitated the assassination of a 3rd-rank official. In any profession, murder remains a last resort. Chapter 21. The revelation. As dawn broke, Uncle Lu prepared to visit the prefect's office and, naturally, needed to inform the warden of his previous institution. Zhang Wu also intended to request a leave of absence. Having spent the night in restless contemplation, he found his legs weak and dark circles forming under his eyes. In the astonished gaze of Ma Lu, the two departed from Chunfeng Tower together. On the way, Uncle Lu inquired with an odd expression. "You truly did not engage in such activities last night, did you?" Sister Yao had screamed throughout the night, her voice resounding as if she were exerting herself to the utmost for the sake of the reward, her throat strained yet still calling out, which intrigued the guests. And Uncle Lu had undoubtedly heard it. "Of course not," Zhang Wu replied with a wry smile. But that sound was indeed tormenting. Uncle Lu chuckled. "In truth, it would not be a hindrance to gain some experience with women. It could be advantageous should a captivating female inmate arrive one day, leaving you unprepared." "That is utterly impossible," Zhang Wu muttered softly. During his 2 years as a prison guard, he had rarely encountered female prisoners. According to the laws of Dakuan, only those convicted of serious crimes were incarcerated, and they were to be held in solitary confinement. Minor offenders were not imprisoned, but instead placed under the supervision of family, relatives, or respected elders from the community. The female inmates he had seen were predominantly rough-and-tumble heroines of the streets, each more unappealing than the last. Hardly the type one could desire. After locating the warden and enduring a few jests, he wisely relinquished 2 months' worth of allowances to successfully secure a leave of absence. Observing this fellow lavishing praise upon Ma Lu, Zhang Wu shook his head in disbelief. "Brother Wu, what is this?" When Sheng Guo and the other guards came to check in, they immediately burst into laughter upon seeing his disheveled appearance. "Brother Wu, I too spent the night at Chunfeng Tower. There was a courtesan who was quite the delight. Surely, it couldn't have been you, could it?" How audacious of the young man. "How many times did you visit last night?" Surrounded by their teasing, Zhang Wu felt utterly embarrassed and contemplated a hasty retreat when a tardy guard rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Brother Wu, there has been a calamity at your home." Zhang Wu paused in shock, knowing full well that he had not returned home the previous night. What could possibly have happened? "A death has occurred at your residence. The stench of blood fills the courtyard, and it is detectable from the street." "What?" Zhang Wu feigned panic, exchanging a glance with the attentive Ma Lu, and quickly excused himself to hasten back home. Upon exiting the prison gates, Zhang Wu unexpectedly encountered the tardy Tang Zhan. "Wu Guer, what troubles you? Is there something amiss?" "Uncle Zhan." Zhang Wu paused momentarily. He had few acquaintances within the prison, and Tang Zhan had shown him considerable kindness. "Your term as the prison physician should be nearing its end, shouldn't it?" "Indeed, it concludes next month. What are your plans?" "My family has arranged for me to take a position as a 9th-rank official in the Tai Bureau, a modest entry into the officialdom." "That sounds commendable." Zhang Wu nodded, then shifted the subject. "Lutila has departed from prison, and my 6th uncle is heading to the town supervisory office today. I've also taken a 2-month leave. Perhaps—" "Uncle Zhan, you should not linger. Have your family expedite your transition to the Tai Bureau." Tang Zhan immediately grasped the unusual implication of the statement and leaned in to whisper, "Has something occurred within the prison?" The death of a grand scholar could herald further fatalities among officials of the 3rd or 4th ranks, all affiliated with Lu Qing's faction. Such calamity would certainly cause an uproar throughout the court. As the physician in charge within the prison, should there be any failures in care, it could lead to your execution. With this sobering thought, Tang Zhan abandoned his duties and hastened homeward. In the alleyway, the neighborhood was densely packed with onlookers, their presence rendering the passage impassable, engaged in fervent speculation and discussion. The harrowing screams from the previous night had already unsettled the populace, and by dawn, reports had been made to the authorities. The officials from Shuntian Prefecture have arrived, sealing off Zhang Wu's residence. Every constable present is rendered speechless. This hardly resembles the courtyard of a typical household. It is entirely a trap, more cautious than even the most wily of rogues. Even more bizarre is the identity of the deceased, Wang Erden. This individual has been notorious for petty thefts in recent years, adept in agility, and has frequently crossed paths with the constabulary. His reputation is well known among them. To fall into a trap while attempting to scale a wall, resulting in his own demise, is indeed a case of a thief encountering a ghost, an ironic end to his own machinations. According to standard investigative protocol, regardless of the presence of family members, a crime scene must be examined immediately upon the discovery of a homicide. However, the Zhang family holds substantial renown within the Shuntian Prefecture system. The two esteemed figures in law enforcement are not called such without reason, being allies of the family. The constables merely encircle the area, awaiting Zhang Wu's return for further instructions. "Uncle, aunties, please make way," they urge. Shortly, a passage is cleared, and Zhang Wu, clad in prison garb, appears before the officers. "Is that you, Zhang Wu?" Constable Zhao inquires, his surprise evident. "You've changed significantly in these past 2 years. I wouldn't have recognized you on the streets." "Uncle Zhao." "Brother Lu." Zhang Wu greets the constables politely, most of whom are familiar faces. Although the life of a constable lacks the job security of a prison guard, it is a profession often passed down through generations, resulting in little turnover. "Zhao Wu, how do you propose we handle this situation?" Zhao Kong asks in a hushed tone, once they are away from the prying eyes of neighbors. Zhang Wu casts a glance at the body in the pit, the blood having turned the soil a dark crimson, the stench overwhelming. "Uncle Zhao, this is indeed a calamitous misfortune," Zhang Wu explained with a troubled expression. "You are aware that there are considerable benefits within the prison, yet it is also easy to offend others. Recently, a notorious rogue has threatened to take revenge on me, and I find myself somewhat fearful." Upon mentioning this to Uncle Lu, he advised me to dig these traps, but who would have anticipated that someone would scale the wall and intrude? "Your Uncle Lu's idea?" Upon hearing the mention of Ma Lu, Zhao Kong regarded him with utmost respect. The news of Uncle Lu's appointment to the town pacification office had spread not only among the guards, but also throughout the Shuntian prefecture. He would soon be a figure of imperial significance, deserving of everyone's reverence. Since it was Wang Erden who had trespassed, you cannot be held accountable. Zhao Kong patted Zhang Wu on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation and began to instruct the constables to clean up the scene. Zhang Wu, understanding the unspoken norms, produced 10 taels of silver and pressed it into Zhao Kang's hand, saying, "Uncle Zhao, let the brothers use this money to buy some wine. It would be remiss to have them come for me and then have to deal with the body, which brings ill fortune." "Very well, Zhao Wu, your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Zhao Kong accepted the money with a hearty laugh, showing no inclination to refuse. It is often said that one thrives by depending on their surroundings. Prison guards benefit from inmates, while constables derive from the common folk. It is a common practice, particularly when a life is lost, even if you are innocent, without a bribe. The constables are unlikely to leave easily. "Chief, come quickly." Suddenly, a constable carrying a corpse gasped in astonishment. It is customary for constables to seize the deceased's possessions, and upon searching, they discovered an astonishing sum of 20,000 taels in silver notes. The shock was not limited to the constables. Zhao Kong felt a chill run down his spine as well. Everyone was well aware of Wang Erden's character. He could hardly produce 2 taels of silver. Suddenly possessing such a vast fortune could only mean one of 2 things. Either he had robbed the homes of nobles or was involved in a deadly transaction. With a fortune in hand, he stealthily scaled the wall under the cover of night, seeking out Zhang Wu, the prison guard. What could his intentions be? A mere association sent chills down Zhao Kang's spine. "Zhao Wu, this matter bears great significance. It involves the origins of 20,000 taels of silver. We may need to draft a case file." Drafting a case file equates to formally initiating a case, transforming an ordinary civil dispute into a homicide investigation. Maintaining his composure, Zhang Wu replied, "We shall proceed as necessary. Let us adhere to the established protocols." Zhao Kong exhaled in relief, with Ma Lu as his ally. Zhang Wu was not easily intimidated. Chapter 22. The Path of the Righteous Monarch in the Courtyard. Zhao Kong posed his inquiries, while the scribe took notes. "Where were you last night?" "At Chunfeng Tower." "Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts?" "Yes, Ma Lu can attest, as can the courtesan who shared my chamber. And even Madame Huanyang." "Have you had any previous disputes with Wang Erden?" "None at all. After my father's passing, we have had no interaction whatsoever." After a thorough interrogation and the drafting of the case file, Zhao Kong noted that Zhang Wu displayed no signs of guilt or deceit, allowing him to breathe easier. As long as Wang Erden was not killed by Zhang Wu, the case would not be overly complicated due to past affections. The 20,000 taels of silver were not something that the constables could easily pocket. The source of the funds would undoubtedly be investigated. "Zhao Wu, we shall take our leave for now." "Very well, Uncle Zhao, travel safely." As he watched the constables carry away the body, Zhang Wu knew that upon their return, the coroner would conduct an autopsy to ascertain the cause of death. Once everyone departed and the courtyard gate was secured, Zhang Wu promptly fetched water from the well, beginning the task of cleansing the grounds to erase the traces of his crime. With a sharp iron spike, Wang Erden was mercilessly slain, and the experienced coroner could discern at a glance that the wound to the throat was inflicted by human hands. Furthermore, there were so-called eyewitnesses. "You had left Chunfeng Tower for a considerable time. If anyone sought to investigate, your concealment would be futile." However, Zhang Wu had already conferred with Ma Lu. Once Uncle Lu obtained his official badge from the town protector's office, he would promptly exert pressure on the Shuntian prefecture's magistracy to expedite the case's resolution. The officers of the town protector's office had, in recent years, specialized in confiscating property and exterminating entire clans, instilling fear among officials. Though they held merely a 6th rank, they showed no trepidation when confronting those of 2nd rank. The matter of the murder, alas, would likely not remain hidden for long. It was 3 days later that Zhang Wu rearranged the trap. Ma Lu visited in the morning, and by the afternoon, the Shuntian prefecture had concluded the case, declaring the cause of death to be trespassing and suicide by jumping over a wall. However, Uncle Lu had brought news the previous night. A spy from the town protector's office reported that inquiries were being made at Chunfeng Tower regarding Wang Erden's demise, after his body was returned to his parents. An elderly coroner had also come to investigate. Faced with the looming threat of unknown death, Zhang Wu had but one choice: to consume the qi cultivation pill. This would augment his power by 3 years, and with the indestructible skills of the Vitra, he would ascend to the ranks of top-tier masters. As long as poison was not introduced into his food, and he was not confronted by an exceptional master, he felt unafraid. Yet, he remained uncertain of the potential side effects of this elixir. Fortunately, Ma Lu would come each night to protect him, treating him almost like a son. That night, as dusk fell, Zhang Wu had just finished the thin porridge he had prepared himself and was about to swallow the qi cultivation pill when Uncle Lu, clad in a flying fish robe and armed with an embroidered spring knife, returned with an expression of excitement. Zhang Wu hastily concealed the pill. Wu Gurth. The plan has succeeded. With a resounding crash, the courtyard door was violently kicked open, sending the sturdy black lock flying, a clear indication of Ma Lu's exhilaration. Zhang Wu hurriedly stepped out to greet him and immediately noticed that Uncle Lu was holding a small copper seal. It served not only as an ornament but also as an official emblem, adorned with a black ribbon, signifying the rank of a 7th-grade official. Ha ha ha! Ma Lu bellowed with laughter, his voice echoing like thunder. He playfully struck Zhang Wu on the chest and joyfully proclaimed, "Brother Wu, fear not. Even if he were a 1st-grade official, he would dare not lay a finger on you. This honorary flag has been specially approved by His Majesty." "What is the meaning of this?" Zhang Wu inquired, taking the small copper seal into his hands as if it were a precious treasure. "From now on, we shall no longer be of lowly status, but rather, esteemed 7th-grade officials," Ma Lu explained, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sun Qianhu has gone to great lengths to win you over. He not only personally approached the governor, but also offered the secrets of the indestructible divine skill and the essence cleansing scripture, singing your praises and promising that in 10 years, you would undoubtedly become a peerless master akin to Hu Tulong." After a brief pause, Uncle Lu was welcomed into the house, where he eagerly gulped down a cup of hot tea to quench his thirst, and continued. "The governor was persuaded and spoke to His Majesty about this matter yesterday. He argued that you, a disciple of the national protector, are merely a jailer, which is indeed a waste of talent. Why not grant you a nominal position, so that when your skills reach their pinnacle, you may serve the court with honor?" Thus, with a flourish of his brush, His Majesty approved it. Ma Lu gestured grandly in the air, embodying an air of authority. Zhang Wu felt a surge of excitement within him. "Uncle Lu, thank you." "Ah, there is no need for such formalities between us," Ma Lu replied, genuinely pleased. "Your success brings me joy from the depths of my heart." Ma Lu gently patted Zhang Wu's shoulder and said with a sense of relief, "However, the success of this endeavor owes much to your Uncle Zhan." "Uncle Zhan?" Zhang Wu was taken aback. "Indeed," Ma Lu nodded. "When I delivered the secret formula to Sun Qianhu, I aimed to be thorough, so I arranged to procure the necessary medicinal ingredients as well. The 3 rare herbs within were all sourced by your Uncle Zhan. He prepared a dose for both Sun Qianhu and the town's magistrate, and after soaking them in the medicinal vat for 4 hours, they reaped immense benefits. It is certain that their strength will significantly increase within 7 days. How could one not be diligent in such matters?" Lu Shu sighed. "If it weren't for your Uncle Zhan, even with the formula, we would have no means to acquire the medicine, and your situation would be perilous." "Then I must express my gratitude to Uncle Zhan," Zhang Wu replied, filled with appreciation. "There are still many good people in this world. A kind reminder not only saved Tang Zhan, but also safeguarded myself. Indeed, being kind to others brings its rewards. Lu Shu, shall we invite Uncle Zhan to Chunfeng Tower to celebrate? We could indulge in some entertainment and enjoy the melodies of the evening." With the crisis averted, Zhang Wu felt elated and yearned for a little amusement, to savor the pleasures of the entertainment district. One must not be complacent. Ma Lu shook his head repeatedly, his brow furrowed. "Although you have become the chief flag bearer, the court has yet to issue any official documents. Should news of the assassin be scarce, and you venture out carelessly, wouldn't that be courting danger?" Zhang Wu opened his mouth, momentarily lost for words. In this perilous world, Lu Shu stood as a pillar. "You must not only remain vigilant but also heighten your guard to avoid falling prey to treachery at this critical juncture." As Ma Lu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, he remarked, "During these 3 nights, with Uncle Lu by your side, the assassin would only have a chance to strike if he possesses skills akin to those of Sun Qianhu. Tonight, let us." Uncle Lu whispered a few words into Zhang Wu's ear, who, with a solemn expression, nodded in agreement. A grudge had been established. With someone fixated on their demise, it was imperative to discern the identity of the perpetrator, even if you were the current prime minister. "I may not dare to provoke you now, but a century hence, when your lineage has withered, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Others may harbor grudges for 3 to 5 years, but I shall remember mine for 100, even 1,000 years." Chapter 23. The machinations of the great. After Ma Lu had given his instructions, he returned home. Zhang Wu locked the courtyard gate and, instead of extinguishing the candle, he spread out the ample bedding and buried his head beneath it to sleep. Gradually, as the night deepened, the moon concealed itself and the wind howled, leaving the desolate alley in utter silence, enveloped in tendrils of chilling mist. A robust shadow glided through the alley like a wily cat, swiftly arriving outside Zhang Wu's courtyard wall. His name was Yang Tsong, known as the Poison King of Nanshan. Born into a prestigious family, he had no desire to serve the court, instead yearning to roam the martial world. He had been seated at the tea shop at the alleys since the establishment of the town suppression office. The capital has become a forbidden realm for skilled martial artists. Unless one seeks to ally with the town suppression office, these experts would rarely venture into the city unless absolutely necessary. Yang Tsong did not scale the walls. He was well aware of how Wang Erden had met his demise and chuckled inwardly at the folly of that fool. If one could leap over a 4-meter-high wall, why not ascend to the roof of a neighboring house to first survey the situation in Zhang Wu's courtyard? From such a vantage point, flickering candlelight could be discerned within, likely due to cooking on the Kong. The lingering smoke had yet to dissipate, and faintly through the window, one could see a figure beneath the covers on the bed. Silently, he crept along the height of the wall to the rooftop of Zhang Wu's abode. And with utmost caution, he lifted a tile to blow a stream of tubular poison smoke into the chamber. This smoke represented his pinnacle achievement. A mere inhalation rendered any individual instantly paralyzed, their body succumbing to complete immobility. A more substantial inhalation could lead to immediate death. No matter the prowess of one's martial arts or the depth of their inner strength, when confronted with this toxic fume, all would be rendered powerless. After dispersing the smoke, he did not take his leave. It was imperative to ascertain the target's demise before returning to report. Moreover, Zhang Wu was in possession of a royal bounty of 5,000 taels, a reward that must be secured. He waited a full quarter of an hour, certain that even if a top-tier master were to sense an assassination attempt and deliberately hold their breath, they would still be irrevocably deceased. The act of breathing is not solely dependent on the mouth and nose. Even if one attempts to hold their breath, the skin would absorb the poison, and the smoke would permeate through the ears and eyes. A quarter of an hour was more than sufficient to bring about the demise of an elite martial artist. As he peeled back a few tiles, Yang Tsong held a leaf in his mouth, the antidote to the poisonous smoke. He leapt into the room, crouching slightly on his knees, his gaze fixed intently on the bed. As a seasoned veteran, he would not personally lift the bedding, lest he fall prey to a surprise attack. Retrieving a grappling hook from behind his waist, he flung it onto the bedspread, yanking it with force. Empty. Yang Tsong was taken aback. Where the bedding had covered, there lay a dark hole leading directly underground. Zhang Wu had evidently escaped through a subterranean passage. Suddenly, Yang Tsong felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his strength dissipating rapidly, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The smoke from the fire was toxic. Not far from Zhang Wu's residence, there stood a grand official's house, towering 2 stories high, surpassing Zhang Wu's roof by a significant margin. Marking the high point of the entire alley, 2 figures concealed themselves upon the rooftop, surveying the entirety of the alley below. "Sixth uncle. He has been inside for quite some time now. It should be nearly over, right? Let us go? Even if he hasn't lost consciousness. The 2 of us are sufficient to end him." Ma Lu and Zhang Wu leapt across the rooftops, landing in their own courtyard. They soaked a cloth in the water from the courtyard tub, covering their noses, and upon pushing the door open, they found the would-be assassin sprawled on the ground. Ma Lu tore away the black cloth from the figure's face, first struck with astonishment. Then a look of realization twisted his features. "Sixth uncle, what's wrong?" Zhang Wu queried hastily. "This Lu Qing is truly ruthless." Ma Lu's voice trembled, a sense of dread emerging towards an elderly man who seemed utterly defenseless. "Lu Qing?" Zhang Wu frowned, perplexed by the unfolding events. Ma Lu elucidated. "This fellow is named Yang Tsong, a notable master hailing from the esteemed Yang family of the capital. His ancestors once served in the cabinet, reaching the apex of official rank. In recent years, however, the Yang family has gradually declined. Yet they remain a prestigious lineage in the capital. In his youth, this scoundrel was notoriously unruly, committing acts of violence in the streets, which drew the attention of the emperor himself, forcing him to flee the city and lead a vagabond life. What connection does he have with Lu Qing? Zhang Wu inquired. Perplexed. His mother's surname is Lu. She is Lu Qing's sister. Ma Lu revealed. What? Zhang Wu was momentarily stunned. Are you implying that the assassin responsible for the death is Lu Qing himself? He intends for the Minister of Works to perish in prison. What on earth does Lu Qing aim to achieve? Zhang Wu struggled to comprehend the depths of this man's malevolence. Contemplating how he could turn against the second-in-command of his own faction, he appeared as a frail scholar, yet harbored such a sinister heart. While I can understand others wanting to eliminate the Minister of Works, has Lu Qing lost his sanity? He is not mad. Ma Lu trembled as he spoke. He is performing a desperate act of severing his own wrist. Zhang Wu stood in shock, and Ma Lu explained further. Lu Qing has been imprisoned for a year and a half, with no signs of a potential restoration in his fortunes. He has been forgotten by the emperor. How else could he seek to rise from the ashes? A scheme of self-sacrifice? Zhang Wu pondered aloud before asking, Uncle Lu, what shall we do about this? If Lu Qing cannot escape, we could capture him for the pacification department, claiming credit for apprehending a fugitive, and then discreetly eliminate him. But now we cannot make a move. Ma Lu draped the black cloth over Yang Song once more, quietly closing the door to restore the scene as if he had never returned. Today's grievances will surely be resolved in due time. Leaving the long alley, Ma Lu remarked, You should stay at your uncle's house for a few days. Once the official document for the honorary chief of the town protectorate is issued. As long as Lu Qing remains sane, he will not dare to harm you again. Otherwise, he will have offended the town protectorate, and his life will be fraught with difficulties. Zhang Wu nodded in agreement. Chapter 24. The formation of Enmity. In the following 2 days, tranquility reigned. It seemed that Yang Tsang had recognized the gravity of the situation, understanding that Zhang Wu and Ma Lu had spared his life, and thus he refrained from causing further trouble. On the 3rd day, the imperial edict dispatched to various regions announced the appointment of a new honorary chief of the town protectorate, bearing the name Zhang Wu. The sudden emergence of this new position stirred much speculation among the populace, yet no one could ascertain the truth. With the crisis averted, Zhang Wu invited Ma Lu and Tang Zhan to the Spring Breeze Pavilion, where they lavishly spent over 1,000 taels of silver in a single night. It was a moment of indulgence. Life returned to normalcy, and Zhang Wu dedicated his days to fervently practicing his martial arts, awaiting the storm that loomed on the horizon. A month later, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works suddenly died in prison under suspicious circumstances. The news sent shockwaves through the court. In the 3 centuries since the foundation of the Daquan dynasty, no one had dared to brazenly assassinate a high-ranking minister. The emperor, infuriated, ordered a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding the deputy minister's demise. In the span of a night, the dungeons were filled with all who had access to the deputy minister, from prison guards to kitchen staff, anyone who could have poisoned him. Once tyrants within the prison, the former guards now found themselves as inmates, a fitting example of karmic retribution. Following the investigation, it was revealed that on the very night of the deputy minister's death, a prison guard had committed suicide at home by poison, leaving behind a note that expressed his grievances. He claimed that the deputy minister had belittled him on several occasions, which had fostered resentment, prompting him to take such drastic measures, insisting that no one else was involved, despite the formidable powers of the local magistracy. This matter has devolved into an unresolved tragedy. The only recourse was to execute 3 cooks, exile the warden and 9 jailers to military service, and cleanse the dungeons in a brutal manner, leaving the affair ultimately unresolved. In the aftermath, the emperor, seeking to provide a semblance of justice for the death of the Minister of Works, not only ordered a grand burial, but also imprisoned all of his political adversaries. Subsequently, a royal decree was issued, releasing Lu Qing from prison and elevating him to the esteemed position of cabinet scholar, concurrently serving as the Minister of Works, with a rank of 2nd class. The remaining officials in confinement were likewise released, their past transgressions overlooked, most regaining their former posts. After 2 years of recuperation, the Great Kuan regained its strength and eagerly prepared its troops for a southern campaign to reclaim lost territories. Before hostilities commenced, however, diplomacy was prioritized. Lu Qing, upon his release, was entrusted with significant responsibilities to negotiate on behalf of the Great Kuan with the barbarians. His role as cabinet scholar was of great consequence, for the cabinet system was a coveted aspiration for every court official. The cabinet scholars, colloquially referred to as the elder statesmen, served as deputies to the elder statesmen themselves, thus placing Lu Qing merely a step away from the cabinet. In essence, should he excel in this negotiation, he could ascend to even greater heights than before. Observing the ebb and flow of fortune, he braced himself for the impending changes. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu practiced his martial arts in the courtyard, his bare torso radiating power. Muscles akin to those forged from bronze, exuding a subtle bronze hue, robust beyond measure. He immersed himself in the essence of his movements, lightly drawing in breath as he circled the walls, deftly avoiding traps set upon the ground, and silently resolved within. This enmity has been established, and a gentleman's vengeance is never too late, even if it takes a century. It was only at this moment that Zhang Wu comprehended why Lu Qing had inquired about his name during their time in prison. He is selecting individuals, inciting death. If he does not relay information beyond himself, the other guards will not exercise such caution. You may seek others for your lethal dealings. But should you attempt it with me, and fail, harboring intentions to eliminate witnesses, you shall witness my retaliation, with resentment lingering in his heart. He could not focus on his training, and thus Zhang Wu returned to his quarters to indulge in a hearty meal. He now required 10 pounds of beef daily to sustain a steady growth in his strength. At this rate, had he not possessed the remaining 4,000 taels of silver as a safety net, he could scarcely survive on the meager salary and allowances provided by the guards. However, this experience also brought him unexpected delight. A neatly folded, brand-new flying fish uniform adorned his table, accompanied by a small official seal and a beautifully embroidered spring blade. Should he don this attire, he could only imagine the admiration it would garner. As a 7th-rank official, his actual position was that of a dungeon guard, a pioneering role within the Grand Kuan dynasty. After his meal, he indulged in a refreshing afternoon nap before immersing himself in the study of classic texts. Although these writings were dense and challenging, he compelled himself to learn. With Ma Lu gone, the dungeon lacked skilled interrogators, and he knew he must step up. The abuse of prisoners could lead to madness. Hence, he needed to delve deeper into the wisdom of the sages. If he wished to partake in this profession, he must master the art of coercion. Despite not having been on duty for the past 2 months, Zhang Wu was aware of the drastic changes within the dungeon. Only 10 of the original guards remained. Vacancies were filled, expanding the ranks to over 100, yet 90% were novices. They could scarcely bring themselves to inflict severe punishments, let alone administer lashes. The few remaining veterans resorted to brutal. The newly appointed head of the prison and the chief jailer are utterly inexperienced, lacking any management acumen regarding the celestial prison. Upon their arrival, they immediately abolished the official supervision, granting no privileges whatsoever. They conduct their affairs with strict impartiality, ensuring that the inmates receive their due provisions. Those who require rice are fed, and those in need of clothing are clothed. However, it is rumored that the chief jailer was dismissed merely 2 weeks into the role. The head of the prison finds himself reprimanded frequently, and his position appears increasingly precarious. Wu Gur, are you there? Outside the courtyard, the new head of the prison pays a visit, exuding utmost politeness. Wu Gur has become a legend within the prison walls, commanding a status that surpasses even that of his superiors. On a day when he feels displeased, a mere display of his weapon would compel the head of the prison to address him as my lord. Hantilao? Zhang Wu sets aside his book and steps outside, somewhat surprised. What brings you, a dignitary of the 8th rank, to seek me out instead of attending to your duties at the Ministry of Punishments? Wu Gur, I hope my uninvited visit does not disturb you. Han Jiang replies, clasping his fists with gifts in hand, displaying an admirable sense of propriety. What is the meaning of this, Tilao Ren? Zhang Wu queries, perplexed, as he ushers him inside. The moment Han Jiang enters, his legs weaken, nearly causing him to kneel. Zhang Wu, following his gaze, cannot help but chuckle inwardly. The Zhaoyi prison is merely half a wall away from the celestial prison. They were once colleagues, but following recent upheavals, even the guards regard those in the flying fish attire with greater trepidation than they do their superiors. Han Jiang feigns composure and quickly introduces himself to establish rapport. Wu Gur, you have not visited the prison recently, and you may be unaware that I can no longer serve as the head of the prison. My grandfather has sent me to seek your wisdom. Zhang Wu, intrigued, inquires. And who might your grandfather be? Han Shan. Ah, so you are of the 3rd generation of officials. Han Shan fervently sought to secure his position in the government, feeling indebted to those who had aided him. When his grandson came to visit, it was imperative to show respect. At that time, Zhang Wu was entangled in the matter of the wrongful death and, aside from his desire to obtain the prestigious title of honorary flag-bearer, he also wished to pay a visit to Han Shan to cultivate a relationship, instilling a sense of caution in the perpetrator of the wrongful death. However, he soon realized that revealing the details of the wrongful death to Han Shan could inadvertently lead to a breach of confidentiality, which deterred him from making the visit. Oh, It is indeed the grandson of Han Gong. Please, Master Ti Lao, have a seat. How could I dare? In the presence of Wu Guo, how can I presume to call myself master? Han Jiang smiled wryly as he settled into the Grand Master's chair, clasping his hands in greeting across the table. Wu Guo, the prison has been struggling to function lately. As an elder, you must surely grasp the underlying issues. I humbly seek your guidance. Well, let me ask. Zhang Wu gestured for a moment of courtesy, took a sip of tea with Han Jiang, and inquired with a grin, would you prefer the truth or a falsehood? Without a doubt, I desire the truth. Han Jiang asserted confidently. Zhang Wu nodded and replied, the troubles within the prison are neither your fault nor anyone else's, fundamentally. It stems from your failure to adapt to the prevailing circumstances. Adapt to the prevailing circumstances? Han Jiang looked perplexed. Zhang Wu elucidated, one must leverage their surroundings. Those who dwell in the mountains feast upon its bounty. Those by the sea thrive on its gifts. And in the case of the heavenly prison, one must learn to seize the opportunities it presents. Chapter 25. Upholding one's principles. Zhang Wu vividly recalled a profound adage from a film in his past life. If you do not take, how can I? If I refrain, how can Commissioner Gung claim anything? This sentiment, when applied to Han Jiang, held equal validity. If the prison warden refrains from taking action, how could the higher-ups expect to benefit? Unlike the direct dismissal faced by others, your position remains intact, a courtesy extended in consideration of your grandfather's reputation. Otherwise, you would have been dismissed long ago. The secrets of the dungeons are well known to Han Shan, who serves as the Deputy Minister of Justice. However, as an elder, he finds it inappropriate to directly instruct his grandson in the ways of corruption. Thus, he opts to pass the responsibility to Zhang Wu, allowing him to impart a lesson to Han Jiang. Extorting money? Han, the young master of the Han family, stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend the implication. The notion of extorting money naturally refers to the funds obtained through illicit means. And from whom, you may ask? Of course, from the prisoners. Inflict suffering upon them. Squeeze them for every last coin, leaving them in a state where they cannot survive nor find solace in death. From a young age, Han Jiang aspired to be an honorable official. He vowed to himself that if ever he were to govern a region, he would remain incorruptible, ensuring that no valuables would be lost on the streets and that officials would love the people. Yet, having just embarked on his official career, having passed the imperial examination and assumed the role of a jailer, he is now being urged to engage in corruption and personal gain. How could he not be shaken to his core? Wu, brother Wu, you cannot be serious? Han Jiang stammered, disbelief etched on his face. Zhang Wu, shaking his head in resignation, contemplated advising him to abandon the idea of an official career altogether, as he seemed ill-suited for such a path, which would ultimately bring harm to himself and others. Brother Han, throughout history, every profession has its own set of operational rules. The practice of extorting money within the prison is an ironclad law, beyond the influence of human intervention. Those who disrupt this natural order either face expulsion or meet their demise. Meet their demise? Han Jiang gasped in shock. Zhang Wu helplessly clarified. To obstruct someone's means of livelihood is akin to taking away their very parents. Han Jiang shuddered at the chilling truth of these words. Zhang Wu remarked, no matter how diligently you strive, in 2 years' time, the prison will revert to its former state. The guards will extort money, the head cook will skimp on provisions, and the warden will exploit the inmates. If you remain as naive as you are now, you will be at odds with all the guards. The higher-ups will discipline you, while those beneath will undermine your authority. If you provoke them further, cutting off their means of livelihood, how can they refrain from seeking vengeance when they are unable to support their families, afford medical care, or cope with a death in the family? Han Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, so, if I eliminate corruption and collude with the guards, there is no other way? There is, Zhang Wu suggested. Find a warden who understands the rules and delegate all authority to him. Let him handle everything while you remain aloof. Content to be a puppet. Do not accept bribes or meddle in affairs. Serve your 2 years as a warden, then return home. And let your family take care of the rest. Han Jiang's mouth opened as if to protest, but words failed him. I entered public service to showcase my abilities, to realize my ambitions. You want me to act like a timid turtle, allowing my authority to be usurped, neglecting all matters? How is that any different from drawing a salary for nothing? If that is the case, with my background, I could easily engage in any business and earn more than this meager salary. Brother Wu, is there truly no way for me to express my talents? Seeing the stubbornness in his counterpart, Zhang Wu could only shake his head in resignation. There is none. Han Jiang sighed. Such is the nature of the world. Who can truly remain unscathed? At present, one patiently remarked, do not speak of the warden, even if you were to be transferred and became a county magistrate. The circumstances would hardly differ from those of a prison. Across various regions, there exist powerful clans, esteemed families, and prominent lineages, all of whom will relentlessly corrupt you. You will either sink into depravity alongside them or turn a blind eye, content to muddle through your days. Should you choose to resist, prepare yourself for the eventuality of having your head on the line. When the time comes to lose your life, do not blame the injustice of the world. Only your own lack of fortune deserves blame. After Zhang Wu finished speaking, Han Zhang's expression twisted, revealing the immense burden upon his spirit. The room fell into a profound silence for a considerable time. After a moment of internal struggle, Han Zhang finally sighed deeply and asked, "Brother Wu, why not take the position of prison warden? You are far more familiar with the workings of the prison than I am, and I would harbor no grievances about being overshadowed by you." "Brother Han, you seek to ensnare me." Zhang Wu nearly erupted in exasperation. Han Zhang, both explaining and glaring, responded, "Brother Wu, you misunderstand me. How could I possibly wish you harm?" Zhang Wu fell silent, momentarily speechless. "If I had intended to pursue an official career, I would have done so when your grandfather brought me into the fold. Why wait until now? Furthermore, I am already a 7th rank officer, if I wish to serve. Would not a position at the local garrison be more agreeable than languishing as a prison warden?" Han Zhang found himself at a loss for words. "Brother Wu, then please recommend someone suitable, someone manageable and unready, to whom I can entrust the affairs. Is Cheng Go still in the prison?" "Yes. He remains one of the few seasoned jailers, quite astute indeed. Entrusting matters to him should pose no significant issue." Aside from Ma Lu and Tang Zhan, Zhang Wu had few acquaintances within the prison. Though he appeared affable in the presence of others, the reality was that it was merely a fade, and few were able to penetrate the depths of his soul. Among those familiar enough to engage in casual conversation with him was only Cheng Go. After pondering for a moment, Han Zhang nodded in agreement. He is of lowly status, and aspiring to the position of prison warden may prove challenging. It would be wiser to appoint him as a jailer for the time being, to manage the dungeon on my behalf. As for the warden's position, I will ensure that no further personnel are dispatched from above in the short term. Very well. I too shall conclude my leave tomorrow, and will take my turn in the prison. Chapter 26. The stubborn one castrated. The dungeon was as foreboding as ever. Were it not for Zhang Wu's prison garb, the new guards would not have permitted him entry. "How have you been, dog?" Cheng Go was in the midst of regaling the new prison guards with tales of past exploits when he spotted Zhang Wu and rushed to greet him. "Brother Wu, you've arrived." The other guards, curious about this individual, also offered their greetings. "Brother Wu, good morning. Please, take a seat." Zhang Wu waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "There is no need for such formality. We are all colleagues. You may stand, for it would be improper for me to sit." His approachable demeanor and lack of pretentiousness regarding seniority eased the tension among the new guards. "How have things been in the prison these past few days?" Zhang Wu inquired. "We have had quite a few tough characters come in, daring to challenge us. If this were in the past," Cheng Go trailed off. "In former times, if the prisoners were not tortured to the brink of inhumanity, begging for a swift end to their suffering, it would have surely been a display of leniency on the part of the guards. Regrettably, since Han Zhang's arrival, he has been vigilantly overseeing the prison, adhering strictly to the rules. No maltreatment of inmates is permitted, nor is food to be withheld. Even if a prisoner curses at you, you must still provide them with white rice. The guards have lost all semblance of authority. Such work is stifling." A guard nearby lamented. "We toil in the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks, cleaning cells and dealing with excrement. Yet we are forbidden to strike or scold the inmates. For such meager compensation, I have already informed the chief guard that I shall not return next month. Neither will I. I refuse to endure this indignity." In a moment, the new guards were united in their outrage, ready to abandon their posts. Just then, Han Zhang entered with a grim expression, and the room fell silent, save for a few oblivious souls who quickly ceased their chatter upon a colleague's warning. "Roll call," he commanded, and the guards hurriedly formed a line. 51 members of the day shift stood at attention. With a formidable gaze surveying the assembly, Han Zhang coldly announced, effective immediately, "Cheng Go is promoted to chief of both the minor and major offenders sections, concurrently serving as the head cook. He shall manage all affairs of this prison on my behalf. His orders are my orders. Should anyone dissent, they may leave of their own accord." Having said this, Han Zhang exchanged a glance with Zhang Wu before turning to exit. Cheng Go was utterly bewildered. The sudden turn of fortune felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky, with no prior indication. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the guards had already surrounded him, resembling stars clustering around a moon. "Chief Cheng, congratulations. We look forward to your guidance henceforth." "Brother Wu, is this truly happening?" "Indeed it is. Do your best. Zhang Wu gently patted Cheng Go on the shoulder and whispered, "What was the situation 2 months ago will remain the same. It is up to you to see it through." In the torture chamber, the initial step towards restoring order in the prison was, undoubtedly, to establish authority. Bound to a cold iron rack, stained with dark blood, was a rugged man whose hair bristled fiercely, his gaze filled with an extreme ferocity as he incessantly shouted and cursed. Zhang Wu remained oblivious to the ruckus, fixated instead on the case file in his hands. A circle of new jailers stood around the torture chamber, their expressions a blend of anticipation, fear, and trepidation. Zhang Wu recited, "Pang Heihu, known in the underworld as the Black Tiger Tyrant, possessed immense strength from a young age, wreaking havoc in his hometown. At 16, embroiled in a quarrel, he entered a home and murdered a father and son, subsequently violating their wife and mother before killing her as well. To evade capture by the imperial court, he took refuge in Heihu Mountain, where he has been a bandit for 10 years, having abducted 13 virtuous women from the mountain, 4 of whom were children, all of whom remain missing. Just last month, while concealing his identity in the capital, he was drinking at the Red Flower Pavilion. Dissatisfied with the services of a courtesan, he broke her arm and, during the ensuing argument, killed her. The Shuntian prefecture has sentenced him to death after the autumn harvest." Upon finishing the case file, Zhang Wu finally comprehended why this hardened criminal had proven too tough for the jailers to handle. Beyond those with connections and influence, there existed a category of individuals who were particularly troublesome to manage, those sentenced to death after the autumn harvest. Such prisoners, having entered the prison, adopted a mindset of indifference towards life and death, fearing neither heaven nor earth. They posed no threat to the jailers, exuding a defiant attitude that challenged, "Go ahead. In my life now." Death within the prison was a common occurrence. Yet for those sentenced to die after the autumn harvest, it was imperative that they remain alive. Otherwise, the Shuntian prefecture would have much to answer for. On the day of execution, a multitude of death row inmates must be dealt with simultaneously, should even one be absent. Chaos would ensue. Within the confines of the prison, such individuals are not only spared from death, but must also be ensured a proper diet and adequate rest. Their health meticulously maintained to avoid any complications. On the day they are led to the execution grounds for beheading, they must not appear emaciated or bear any visible injuries, lest the scandal of inmate mistreatment be revealed, bringing dire consequences from the highest authorities down. In the past, when faced with such resilient characters, those who could be bribed were typically handled by Ma Lu. Those who could not be bribed would be treated like Hu Tu Long, locked away and silenced with rags, only to have the cloth removed during mealtime. Yet, some notorious criminals, even while eating, would not refrain from uttering curses, disturbing the peace within the prison. The more one punished them, the fiercer their defiance grew, much like the formidable Pang Heihu. "If you dare to touch Lord Hu, I will kill your mother." He spat venomously. Just then, a heavy iron clamp suddenly seized his tongue, its weight threatening to rip it from his mouth. An eerie silence enveloped the prison, punctuated only by indistinct murmurs. The first move, the tongue extraction howl. "Dog, Wu Go." Cheng Go responded swiftly. Zhang Wu commanded, "Strip him of his trousers." Pang He, whose eyes widened in shock, while the guards outside exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Cheng Go, accustomed to such brutality, showed no hesitation and swiftly tore off Pang He, whose prison trousers. The sharp crocodile shears clicked ominously as Zhang Wu brandished them, aiming directly at the abdomen of the formidable Pang Heihu. A piercing scream erupted from Pang Heihu, reverberating through the air like the wails of a tormented spirit, causing those present to flinch in fear. Second move, Scissors of Hell. Zhang Wu's voice, though unassuming, resonated with an undeniable authority. Administer the medicine, staunch the bleeding. Cheng Go, adept in his task, swiftly applied the anesthetic with a white cloth, wrapping it around Pang Heihu's lower abdomen before stepping aside. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Wu addressed Pang Heihu. "I have merely trimmed a portion of what you hold dear as a lesson. Should you dare to flaunt your arrogance again, I shall render you a living eunuch. After all, on the day of your execution, your trousers shall remain intact." Zhang Wu grinned. "I doubt you possess the courage to proclaim to the populace that you have been castrated." Pang Heihu's eyes bulged with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared menacingly. With a click, Zhang Wu lifted the crocodile shears once more, causing Pang Heihu to tremble, his bravado dissipating into sheer terror. Logically, one in his fierce state would challenge, "If you dare, cut me entirely." However, faced with the menacing shears, even the most ferocious heart would falter. Zhang Wu smirked inwardly as he removed the iron clamp from Pang Heihu's tongue, coldly stating, "You shall answer my inquiries, no more." "No less." "Yes," Pang Heihu replied, utterly subdued, the ferocity he had displayed moments ago replaced by palpable dread. What value does pride hold in the face of such fear? Zhang Wu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you not staying on the mountain, but instead have come to the capital?" "I have been ordered to deliver money." "By whose command?" "By the decree of our chief at Black Tiger Mountain." "To whom shall it be delivered?" At this, Pang Hehu hesitated, glancing at the guards outside the prison, casting a pleading look toward a certain individual. It is prudent not to pry into the affairs of significant figures, lest one meet a swift demise. Zhang Wu swiftly shifted the conversation, asking, "Has the money been delivered?" "It has all been sent. I was just about to indulge in some entertainment." "Well then, there's no profit left. Take him back to his cell." Zhang Wu sighed with relief, while the guards were left in disappointment, having hoped for a substantial gain. Chapter 27. Unyielding integrity. Time in the dungeon passed swiftly. Half a year had flown by, and as the chill of autumn set in, the end of the season approached. In the Dakin dynasty, the autumn executions typically occurred in December, coinciding with the arrival of winter, in keeping with the season's grim winds. Before the executions, death row inmates were allowed a last meal, and Zhang Wu was diligently delivering them. Thanks to the recent governance by Chang Guo, the prison had resumed its customary financial practices. The guards were all smiles, each striving to improve, constantly devising schemes to generate income, resulting in a bustling atmosphere within the prison. Han Jiang was no longer subject to reprimands. His superiors were exceedingly pleased with his performance and promised him a commendation upon the completion of his term as the head of the prison. After all, Han Jiang declined the 30% commission from the administration, dedicating it entirely to his superiors. How could they not be satisfied? The prison had become remarkably orderly. Those entitled to slop received it, those needing steamed buns were given them, and the affluent were treated like lords, while the destitute were left to their fates. Zhang Wu, who played an instrumental role in restoring the prison to its former state, often lamented how, as a time traveler, he had been assimilated into this era, transforming into a despicable exploiter. Alas, it is all the fault of money. Though someone who did not believe in Buddhism, he feigned piety, clasping his hands in a gesture of prayer, momentarily comforting himself before delivering meals to the death row inmates. "Lord Tang, may you be well fed and prepared for your journey tomorrow." Zhang Wu courteously set down the lavish platter of meat and vegetables for the esteemed former fourth-rank official. Within the prison, everything remained unchanged, save for the absence of the supervising official, a position personally revoked by Han Jiang. Cheng Guo understood that his authority stemmed entirely from Han Jiang, instilling a natural trepidation that prevented him from fully challenging his superior. One must exercise restraint, otherwise, a mere frown from those above could mean far more than just dismissal. There might be a place for you in the very cells you oversee. While it is easy to dismantle a system, its reconstruction proves arduous. Nevertheless, the guards treated the official prisoners with a surprising courtesy, rarely resorting to punishment or scolding. "Thank you, young sir." Old Tang remained remarkably composed, leisurely savoring his chicken, exhibiting none of the panic or despair one might expect from a condemned man. A fourth-rank censor facing execution at the market's execution grounds had no precedent in history. The emperor might execute corrupt officials or generals, yet it was rare for a censor to meet such a fate. After all, the ink of history is as unforgiving as iron, subject to scrutiny by future scholars. "Lord Tang, do you not harbor regrets?" Zhang Wu preferred to maintain a distance from the other guards, engaging only sparingly. Yet he found himself able to converse candidly with these condemned souls. In the face of death, one's words often turn benevolent, provided one seeks nothing in return, and there lies no necessity for malice. Certainly, should someone fervently disclose to you the whereabouts of hidden treasures or the deadly secrets of esteemed officials, Zhang Wu would respond with a swift slap, subsequently hoisting the individual and subjecting them to a torrent of scorn. "Dare to harm me, and you shall find no solace even in your final moments." Over the past 3 years, he has witnessed the most nefarious of officials, notably the gluttonous fathead fish, who was brought down by Sun Xianhu, leaving 100,000 citizens homeless in despair. The one who dared to impeach him and expose his misdeeds was none other than the esteemed Lord Tang before him. Lu Qing, having been dismissed from his position as Minister of Personnel, languished in prison for 2 years, with Lord Tang playing a significant role in his downfall. Alas, such is the nature of bureaucracy. Fortunes ebb and flow, and one may find themselves imprisoned by fate. For the past 6 months, Lu Qing has represented the court in negotiations with the barbarian tribes, steadfastly defending the nation's interests and reclaiming 4 territories, thus earning the admiration of the entire realm. The emperor himself has lauded him, bestowing titles upon his mother and lawful wife, truly a reflection of imperial benevolence. In light of this situation, those officials who once suppressed Lu Qing are now poised for reckoning, allowing him to reclaim the nation's lands. Lord Tang, having lived a life of integrity as a scholarly gentleman, has nonetheless become a target for retribution. Savoring the delectable chicken, Lord Tang muttered, "There is nothing to regret. Given another chance, I would still unequivocally impeach Lu Qing." "Why so?" Zhang Wu inquired, puzzled. "You bear no profound enmity towards one another. It is merely a difference in political views. Your esteemed self, in your high-mindedness, detests the rampant corruption of Lu Qing and his ilk. Yet you are now aware of the consequences of your impeachment. Knowing full well the inevitable death that awaits, would you still be so resolute if given another chance?" Old Tang took a sip of egg drop soup and remarked, "As we enter the ranks of officials, our intentions must be pure, devoid of greed for personal gain. Our aspirations should solely revolve around serving the nation, ensuring that the common folk lead prosperous lives, and fortifying our great coin." Zhang Wu nodded in agreement. Old Tang continued, "Consider this. Had I not impeached Lu Qing, he would not have spent 2 years in prison. During that time, he could ascend to the position of a minister, rather than remaining merely a scholar in the cabinet. When discussions arise regarding negotiations with the barbarians, he would be instinctively overlooked. Yet, look at the Lu Qing of today, who has reclaimed 4 prefectures for our country." Zhang Wu stood in solemn respect. "Are you suggesting that you would trade your life for these 4 prefectures? Is it worth it?" "Indeed." Old Tang's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he stood up, full of vigor, proclaiming, "Even if it costs the lives of my entire family. Over 30 souls, it is a price worth paying for these 4 prefectures." Zhang Wu felt a deep admiration swell within him, genuinely giving a thumbs up, saying, "In terms of loyalty to the nation, no one in the court can rival you." "Precisely." Old Tang's spirits soared as he joyfully gnawed on a chicken leg. Zhang Wu hastily filled the bowl with hot soup and, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Lord Tang, the outcome is favorable now, and you have no regrets. But what if Lu Qing had failed to recover the lost territories?" "Failed to recover the lost territories?" Old Tang paused, then suddenly burst forth with an expletive. "Then I would curse his grandmother's backside and his mother's mouth. Even as a ghost, I would damn him to an ill fate." Old Tang vented his frustrations loudly, as if releasing the pent-up anger of being questioned about his impending execution. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Momentarily losing composure, he inadvertently caused you to laugh. "Oh, there is nothing amusing about it. You, sir, are truly genuine. For to remain unbroken and unyielding in such an environment surpasses all the condemned souls within these walls." Zhang Wu praised, giving a thumbs up. Old Tang nodded, accepting the flattery, and with a tranquil demeanor, remarked, "Life is rather straightforward. Officials ingratiate themselves, merchants bow and scrape. All grow amidst grievances and compromises. I am different, indifferent to honor or disgrace. Life and death are trivial to me. If I am displeased with Lu Qing, I will confront him. No power can restrain me after all. We all return to a mound of earth in the end." He spat out a chicken bone, wiping his mouth vigorously with the back of his hand. Recently, a prominent figure from the court visited the prison, urging Old Tang to write a letter to Lu Qing, to soften his stance and let the matter pass. Unexpectedly, Old Tang erupted in anger, delivering a sharp rebuke to the minister, devoid of vulgarity, yet piercingly incisive, nearly frightening the guards. For such a tough spirit, Zhang Wu could only further commend. "You possess unyielding integrity. Surely your name will be etched in history." "I appreciate your kind words," Old Tang replied. After satisfying his hunger, he reclined and fell asleep. Zhang Wu began tidying up the plates and utensils, preparing to deliver a final meal to Pang Heihu. Typically, prisoners are provided with a layer of straw for warmth and to mitigate the chill. Additionally, it serves as a convenient place for their bodily functions, facilitating easier cleanup and preventing the cell from becoming unbearably foul. As Zhang Wu reached for a dish, he suddenly paused in astonishment. As soon as the plate was lifted from the ground, the pile of mugwort grass visibly heaved slightly, indicating that something lay beneath. Through the gaps in the grass, it resembled a letter. Casting a glance at Old Tang, who was already snoring thunderously, Zhang Wu thought, "Another troublesome subject seeks to harm me." After tidying up the dishes, he chose to ignore the letter entirely, pretending he was blind, and simply took the food box and left. Chapter 28. The great hero of the land, upon arriving at prison number 13, Pang Heihu, having spent 6 months recovering, found his abdominal wounds healed. However, he was now frantically clawing at the walls, tearing off his own nails until his fingers were a bloody mess. Yet he continued, emitting low growls like a mad beast. This was the typical state of a death row inmate succumbing to mental breakdown, inflicting self-harm as a means of tormenting oneself and releasing pent-up pressure. "Time for a meal. Eat well to prepare for tomorrow's journey," Zhang Wu announced, rapping on the iron bars with a resonant clang, which instantly silenced Pang Heihu, who obediently approached for his meal like a marionette. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Wu had not been idle. He diligently practiced his internal martial arts, and whenever he found himself with free time in the prison, he sought ways to challenge the masters of the martial world. Having profound internal strength was one matter. Possessing combat effectiveness was another. Pang Heihu could barely be considered a second-rate master, yet his brutal experience in combat and ferocity left Zhang Wu feeling uneasy. 6 months prior, his own skills had approached those of a first-rate master, but facing Pang Heihu, even the slightest lapse in caution could result in severe injury, relying solely on his formidable, impervious body technique to sustain him. After half a year of rigorous training, his abilities had soared remarkably. Even without employing his indestructible technique, he could confidently suppress Pang Heihu, leaving the latter without any temper to speak of. As a training partner, aside from providing some care during meals, Zhang Wu tacitly accepted that other guards helped Pang Heihu deliver a letter. Such matters are best managed with personal discretion. The content naturally sought assistance from the chief of Heihu Mountain, imploring him to leverage connections for a rescue. Every time Pang Heihu saw Zhang Wu, his face would light up with hope, only for Zhang Wu to consistently shake his head and say, "No news." None at all. Pang Heihu's face turned ashen upon hearing that his execution was scheduled for tomorrow and that there was still no word. His fingers, bloodied and battered, felt nothing. He merely sat in a daze, gnawing on a chicken leg. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally, filled with self-mockery. "For the past decade, I considered you my own elder brother, risking life and limb for Heihu Mountain, committing unspeakable acts. In the end, this is the fate I reap. Truly, it was your hand that brought me success and your hand that led to my downfall. This brotherhood was not in vain." He raised a bowl of hot soup as if it were wine, drinking deeply until he set it down, tears streaming down his face. It was unclear whether he was lamenting his own misdeeds or feeling remorse for his elderly mother at home. Zhang Wu shook his head and asked, "Is it unbearable to be betrayed?" "How do you know?" Pang Heihu was taken aback, wiping away his tears. For the past 6 months, they had exchanged only a few words during their scuffles, with little communication otherwise. Zhang Wu had no interest in the absurdities of Pang Heihu's underworld affairs. When Zhang Wu suddenly revealed the reason for his imprisonment, how could Pang Heihu not be astonished? Zhang Wu chuckled and said, "I frequented the Red Flower Pavilion as well. After casually inquiring, I learned that the brothel keeper was gravely ill and deliberately provoked you to act that night. Ultimately, it was the humiliation of your mother that incited your rage to commit murder." Zhang Wu elucidated, "When you first entered prison, your arrogance was not born of an abundance of ferocity, nor was it a reflection of folly. Rather, it stemmed from your unwavering belief that you would eventually be released, trusting that the influential figure who accepted your ill-gotten gains would orchestrate your liberation. Yet, as days turned into weeks, your anticipated release never materialized, compelling you to reach out to your elder brother for assistance in extricating you from your predicament. The truth became apparent. That individual never intended for you to return to Black Tiger Mountain, nor did he wish for you to depart the capital alive. In the eyes of the powerful, you were but a mere bandit, akin to a mere insect. Having accepted your illicit funds, he had effectively placed a noose around your neck, ensuring your demise. This transaction was a one-way affair from the outset. The true essence of the underworld is seldom characterized by the clash of blades. Rather, it is rife with tales of betrayal and treachery among comrades. Regrettably, Pang Heihu realized this truth far too late, his visage contorted with rage, eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched in fury, consumed by wrath against the heavens. Yet, moments later, he erupted into an unhinged laughter. "Brother Wu, given our shared training sessions, might I implore you for a favor?" "No," Zhang Wu replied with resolute finality. However, Pang Heihu appeared oblivious to the denial, continuing, "My elder brother will inevitably pay a visit to this dungeon. I beseech you to grant him a meager meal, to help me vent my frustrations." Zhang Wu inquired. Taken aback, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Pang Heihu remarked, "Although my elder brother is the chief of the stronghold, it is I who have nurtured the entire Heihu Mountain. The powerful figure who seeks to eliminate me evidently no longer requires Heihu Mountain to amass wealth for him. My brother harbors more secrets than I do. How could that formidable individual allow him to live?" "You make a valid point. What is your elder brother's name?" "Guo Tianxiu." Zhang Wu was taken aback. Guo Tianxiu, a preeminent master, renowned in the martial world as the hero of mountains and rivers, is a man devoted to the nation. Known for his chivalric deeds, having saved countless lives over the past decade. Pang Heihu scoffed. "He always wears a mask when he meets me, concealing his identity. Yet he is oblivious to the fact that I have long uncovered his true nature. Navigating the martial world necessitates funds. Even saving lives requires money. Yet, He neither engages in commerce nor holds an official position, and the few acres of meager farmland he possesses have long been depleted. Can you guess where his wealth originates? In the martial community, when Guo the hero is mentioned, everyone holds him in reverence, a paragon of righteousness frequently extolled by storytellers. Aside from recounting his chivalrous exploits, tales of his lofty deeds abound. When dining out or enjoying a cup of tea, he often leaves behind 10 taels of silver without a second thought. When friends are in distress, he generously bestows hundreds of gold pieces. When crossing rivers that lack bridges, he readily offers 1,000 taels in silver notes to facilitate their construction. Such stories are celebrated far and wide. Wotianqiu, I shall remember this, Zhang Wu murmured. Chapter 29, the letter from the tycoon. During this memorable meal, Peng Heihu revealed much. Heihu Mountain initially comprised merely a small band of mountain bandits, no more than 5 or 6 individuals. After Peng Heihu's arrival, Guotianqiu, recognizing his fierce and valiant nature, as well as his loyalty, accepted him as his second brother and gradually entrusted him with the management of the stronghold, retreating into the shadows. Over the course of a decade, amidst the chaos of previous years, the mountain stronghold had amassed over 800 bandits. They murdered officials and exterminated entire families, wreaking havoc within a radius of 500 miles, unrestrained by any authority. Peng Heihu refrained from mentioning the name of their patron, merely stating that they were the largest bandit group in Hudong Prefecture, known for their audacity and having once been commanded to assassinate a 4th-rank inspector. Yet they had never been eradicated by the imperial court. That influential figure had entered the capital last year, transitioning from a provincial governor to a prominent court official. Black Tiger Mountain lay 1,000 miles away, and aside from the tribute of silver paid annually, it served no purpose to that powerful individual, making it only natural to discard the burden once the labor was no longer needed. Although Peng Heihu harbored resentment towards Guotianqiu, wishing to devour him whole, he was deeply fearful of that eminent figure. With an elderly mother and numerous relatives to consider, he did not wish for his entire family to be extinguished. Thus, he must remain silent, careful not to disclose the name of his benefactor. The following day, before dawn, Zhang Wu arrived at the prison. He had little inclination to escort prisoners to their executions, yet on this day of sentencing, all the guards were exceedingly busy, and one had to lend a hand. He carried hot soup from the kitchen, delivering it to the busy guards to warm their bodies, ultimately bringing a bowl to cell number 9 as a special consideration. Master Tang, drink this bowl of hot soup and prepare for your journey. Old Tang rose, his expression a complex blend of emotions as he regarded Zhang Wu. Casting a glance at the spot beneath the artemisia where he had hidden a letter, a fleeting look of desperation crossing his face, Zhang Wu remained indifferent, pretending not to notice. He merely handed the soup forward and remarked, "Being an official is excessively troublesome. You plot against me, I shall retaliate, and peace shall elude us until death. Master Tang, you have lived a life of nonchalance, yet in the end, one must remain steadfast and not squander one's efforts." This served both as counsel and a warning. Should old Tang disregard his dignity and retrieve the letter directly from the haystack, Zhang Wu would undoubtedly force-feed him a bucket of filth on the spot. Witnessing his unwavering stance, old Tang, resigned, could only sigh and drink the hot soup in one gulp, as if accepting his fate. "Take him away," with Zhang Wu's command. 2 jailers shackled old Tang and led him out of the cell, preparing to take him to the marketplace for execution. In a short while, the heavy punishment area was entirely cleared, and the jailers had nearly all departed. Few inmates remained incarcerated for over a year. The law of Dakuan does not recognize the concept of imprisonment. Serving time is merely a transitional state, facilitating interrogation by superiors. In an era of labor shortages, one would not be allowed to languish in prison while enjoying free meals. Cases could take a year at best or half a month at worst to resolve, ultimately resulting in a verdict. The penalties ranged from execution to exile, with lighter sentences involving forced labor, such as repairing city walls for the government. The surroundings were desolate, cloaked in darkness and silence, save for the flickering oil lamps on the corridor walls, crackling intermittently. A sudden wave of loneliness washed over Zhang Wu. Among the myriad of souls, all but himself were ephemeral. The inmates in this prison came and went. Whether filled with resentment or bitterness, they would eventually depart. No one could remain by his side indefinitely. In the days when Uncle Lu was present, he could share a few heartfelt words with him, but now, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself surrounded by familiar strangers. In a few decades, once Uncle Lu departs, I fear I shall truly become a solitary figure. Zhang Wu could not help but let out a bitter smile, succumbing to a deep sigh. Returning to the present, the letter left by old Tang lay beneath a pile of grass. After the death row inmates' departure, the guards would clean the cells, and it was only a matter of time before someone stumbled upon it. Should an indiscreet guard dare to open it and uncover its secrets? Unable to keep his mouth shut, there was no telling whether the prison would once again be drenched in blood by the pacification office. And I would not escape unscathed either. Perhaps it would be best to destroy it. Zhang Wu picked up the letter, its cover devoid of any markings, and was about to set it ablaze on the oil lamp when a sudden thought struck him, freezing him in place. No, that cannot be. In recent days, Old Tang's family had not come to visit. There were no papers or writing instruments in his cell, nor had he heard of any messages being conveyed by the guards on behalf of his family. When prisoners are admitted, they must change into prison garb, permitted nothing on their person. So, where did this letter come from? Zhang Wu fell into contemplation. Only one person had visited Old Tang in prison, and none dared to search him. The Grand Minister? Currently, De Kuan had 3 Grand Ministers, each wielding immense power, their status towering over all other officials. They presided over all military and political affairs of the court. Such figures, should they harbor discontent, need only to flutter an eyelid for a faction of officials to be toppled. He handed this letter to Old Tang, who sought to manipulate me. My only value lies in the 7th rank honorary banner, indicating he intended to send the letter to the pacification office. This implies that even this Grand Minister dares not directly present the letter to the Emperor. A chill ran from Zhang Wu's head to his toes. The contents of this letter, if revealed, would undoubtedly unleash a cataclysmic storm, potentially toppling even the highest officials. It is only under such dire circumstances that he would allow the condemned prisoner, Old Tang, to take action. With death already claimed, there is no fear left in exchanging anything. Initially, Zhang Wu contemplated incinerating the letter, yet now he hesitates. This letter must have a definitive fate, but it cannot rest upon his shoulders. Should Old Tang perish without the letter being delivered, the officials will surely investigate. After escorting the condemned, the guards will return in the afternoon to tidy the cells. None will have seen the letter, and during this interval, only he and a few guards remain within the prison walls. Before Old Tang's demise, he even delivered a bowl of hot soup. Apart from him, who else could possess this letter? When the officials come searching, he must either surrender it through the local authority or face dire consequences himself. Damn it! Zhang Wu wiped the sweat from his brow. It is simple to let the guards discover the letter while remaining silent about its contents. Just douse it in water to render the writing illegible. If the guards find it, it will be of no use to them. Each cell is equipped with a wooden bucket for the inmate's needs. By feigning an accidental spill, he could wet the letter, and no one would question it. After ensuring the corridor was clear, Zhang Wu swiftly returned to the cell, seized the letter, and began reading. After a long silence, he returned the letter to its envelope, discarded it beneath a pile of straw, and kicked over the waste bucket, watching as the filth completely submerged the letter before he covered his nose and departed. Chapter 30. The secret of the letter. Since that day, he read Old Tang's letter. Zhang Wu has been in a state of disarray. He cannot fathom that the powerful officials, who govern the realm, would personally visit the prison to deliver a feudal love letter to Old Tang. The letter was submerged in sewage, and 2 guards, while cleaning, stumbled upon it and called out to Chingo. Although the onlookers were curious, none dared to retrieve the letter, now a sodden mess, opting instead to discard it directly into the waste bin. Subsequently, life in the dungeon resumed as usual. No officials came to investigate, and no one inquired about Old Tang, as though he had never existed. As spring arrived in March, bringing forth a revival of life, Lu Qing surged forward like a tidal wave. With the support of the Southern Expeditionary Army, he negotiated while engaging in combat, successfully reclaiming 3 prefectures and receiving the title of Prince's Guardian, elevating him to the rank of a first-class minister. In a short time, the name of Lu Taibao echoed through the court and beyond, basking in the zenith of his influence. Every memorial he presented was met with the emperor's assent, and whenever he spoke, the formidable force of 190,000 troops would mobilize at his command. Even the 3 esteemed ministers, including the chief and 2 assistant ministers, were compelled to yield to Lu Qing's authority. Those officials who had once shared a prison cell with old Lu now found themselves rising swiftly through the ranks, with some ascending 3 levels in a single year. Last month, Lu Zhongjun unexpectedly sent a letter inquiring about the situation in the capital. His words were laden with lament, revealing that his tenure as county magistrate was far from pleasant. During Lu Qing's imprisonment, he had skillfully navigated the political waters, first ingratiating himself and later issuing orders to curtail expenditures. Although the impact was minimal and outsiders remained unaware of the prison's affairs, old Lu was still consumed with anxiety. Fearing retribution, Zhang Wu, in a vague response, informed him that he spent his days confined in the prison, paying little heed to the political landscape. Throughout the winter, Zhang Wu had not encountered Lu Shu. Upon inquiring at the local pacification office, he learned that Lu was engaged in gathering intelligence on the barbarians in cooperation with the Southern Expeditionary Army. In warfare, intelligence is paramount, especially at the negotiation table. The party with the most information holds the upper hand. In the present day, the entire court revolves around the Southern Expedition, with the reclamation of lost territories taking precedence over all else. It was indeed a moment of misjudgment. Upon leaving the capital, a short distance reveals the White Dragon Temple, where Zhang Wu strolls up the mountain steps, filled with profound reflections. When he first encountered old Lu, he appeared merely as a frail scholar, possessing only a slight air of distinction compared to the average person. It was only when he hired an assassin and faced an attack from Yongzong that the true depth of Lu's cunning became apparent. Looking back now, it is evident that Lu Qing embodies far more than mere cleverness. He possesses the demeanor of a formidable leader, capable of manipulating the entire court with effortless grace. Upon reaching the summit, the White Dragon Temple is teeming with visitors, its incense offerings reaching a zenith of fervor. The gentle tolling of the temple bells wafts over the mountain peaks. Wisps of sacred smoke rise gracefully, and the continuous chants create an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence throughout the temple. Zhang Wu initially intended to pay his respects to the Tao, yet the distance of the temple from the capital rendered a return within a day impractical. In a world where extraordinary powers exist, one cannot dismiss the possibility of the supernatural. Seeking a talisman for peace and safety, he believes that even without tangible effects, it serves as a source of psychological comfort, bolstering one's courage. After lighting a stick of incense and donating half a tael of silver to the merit box, Zhang Wu leisurely enters the temple. The White Dragon Temple is vast, featuring a medical hall, a Buddhist hall for reciting scriptures, and a dedicated area for selling talismans. After purchasing several talismans, Zhang Wu descends the mountain. In the confines of cell number 70 in the mixed offenders zone, a gaunt middle-aged man resides. Prior to his imprisonment, he was quite prosperous. Known as a philanthropist in the eastern part of the city, and during times of disaster, he would open his doors to distribute rice porridge. He was also a frequent visitor to the White Dragon Temple, often engaging in meditation and chanting. However, a month ago, he was inadvertently discovered by the local garrison for his involvement in human trafficking, causing an uproar among his neighbors and community. In the depths of the prison, those with a sinister nature are undeniably brutal. Within a mere month, they torment individuals to the extent that they become neither human nor ghost, rendering even the thought of death unattainable. Upon seeing Zhang Wu standing before the cell, the inmate trembled, fearing impending torture, and desperately knelt, wailing, "Please, spare me, my lord." Zhang Wu glanced around the corridor, ensuring no one was present, before opening the cell door and pulling the inmate into a corner. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Is there a nun named Jingxian at the White Dragon Temple?" Jingxian? A nun? The inmate's face was one of utter confusion. Realizing he could not provide an answer without risking punishment, he hastily sought to ingratiate himself, asking, "Might I inquire which Jing and which Xian you refer to?" "The Jing of tranquility, and the Xian as in the character for rice paper," Zhang Wu specified. Upon hearing this, the inmate shook his head emphatically, stating, "The White Dragon Temple has only disciples with the character for purity. There are no nuns by the name of Jingxian. Is there perhaps a layperson named Jingxian who seeks the Buddha?" Zhang Wu pressed on. "A layperson named Jingxian?" The inmate was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously asked, "My lord, have you perhaps overlooked something?" Zhang Wu furrowed his brow. The inmate continued, "You are aware of the number of esteemed concubines within the palace, are you not? The Shu Fei, the Xian Fei, and the De Fei, 3 in total. And what is the surname and name of the Shu Fei?" "Her surname is Lu, and her name is Jingxian." Zhang Wu was rendered speechless. The letter contained no scandalous revelations, merely a rather explicit love letter, dated 8 years prior. The characters are inscribed with a precise and square form, unmistakably the work of a master calligrapher. However, the mention of terms such as posture could lead one to mistakenly assume it to be a forbidden text. Throughout the entire letter, only one name appears, Jingxian. Chapter 31, Shocking Revelations, Our Role Model. Zhang Wu held this individual in profound admiration, and in a hushed yet earnest tone, inquired, "Does the noble consort often visit the White Dragon Temple to pay homage?" The response was unwavering. "Every year at the end of March, during the blooming of flowers. She certainly attends, without exception." Zhang Wu's lips twitched, and he fell silent. At this point, the matter of the letter had been entirely clarified. Lu Jingxian, aged 32 this year, was conferred the title of a talented individual upon entering the palace, gradually gaining favor until she became the consort, second only to the empress. She has a cousin named Lu Qing, 18 years her senior, who serves as the Minister of Personnel, wielding authority over the promotion of officials across the realm. It is inconceivable to ascend to such a position without a formidable background within the palace. The sentiments expressed in the love letter allude to the anticipated meeting between her and the consort at the White Horse Temple, a clandestine rendezvous with her lover, characterized by intimate gestures. Should this letter be submitted, Lu Jingxian would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Being cast into the cold palace would be a mere trifle. The more severe fate could entail the annihilation of her entire clan. With a cuckold's shame upon him, how could the emperor not harbor resentment? Lu Qing would surely meet his downfall. Furthermore, recalling how old Tang had openly berated the minister in prison, it was evident that he understood the gravity of the situation. If this letter were to be delivered, not only would he perish, but his entire family would also be doomed. Yet, he harbored a desire to bring Lu Qing down, to use this fellow as a scapegoat. Thus, he contemplated Zhang Wu, an orphan without kin, a solitary figure, and the captain of the pacification office, making him the most fitting candidate to deliver the letter. The human heart is truly treacherous. A chill filled Zhang Wu's heart. Despite my benevolent care while you languished in prison, providing you with meals and warm soup, is this how you repay me? My lord. It was only upon the reminder from the prisoner that Zhang Wu gradually regained his composure, revealing a satisfied expression as he declared, "You have performed admirably. I shall reward you handsomely later." "Thank you, my lord." The prisoner, overwhelmed with gratitude, hurriedly knelt and prostrated himself on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wu continued to inquire, "You must be quite familiar with the White Dragon Temple, correct?" The prisoner nodded vigorously, thumping his chest as he replied, "Intimately familiar. I remember every brick and tile." "Where is the place where the esteemed Jingxian resides to worship?" "Naturally, it is the Mahavira Hall. Just a few years ago, I had the privilege of witnessing the goddess's beauty outside the hall. She is truly a paragon of grace and dignity." "Right at the Mahavira Hall." Zhang Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Isn't it only natural for her to worship there, my lord?" The prisoner queried, tilting his head in confusion. Zhang Wu quickly collected himself, though he could not conceal the peculiar expression on his face. "Does the esteemed Jingxian always worship alone, or is she accompanied by others?" "Whenever she worships. It is indeed a grand affair. The abbot, senior monks, and heads of various halls must all be present." Zhang Wu's lips twitched, struggling not to let his thoughts wander too far. "Where does she rest after her worship?" "There is a dedicated courtyard in the back mountain, usually kept sealed, only to be tidied before her arrival." "And when she is resting, does she receive anyone other than the monks?" "It is only natural to pay a visit." The prisoner nodded and remarked, "It is a rare occasion for the noble lady to step out. She must seize the opportunity to meet her family." Yet, merely meeting family? A chill ran through Zhang Wu's mind. Who else would she meet? The prisoner appeared somewhat perplexed. Zhang Wu, with a sense of dread, inquired, after meeting her family, "She departs without lingering in the temple?" Faced with such a naive question, the prisoner refrained from expressing any discontent and simply replied, "The noble lady's affairs in the palace are numerous. By the time she arrives at the temple, it is already midday. With the company of a multitude of monks for prayers and meals, she has but an hour to spend with her family. Therefore, by the time the hour of Shun arrives, she must descend the mountain, leaving little time. The palace has many regulations. She must return before sunset. And with insufficient time to meet all her kin, lingering is a luxury she cannot afford." Zhang Wu, alarmed, asked, "I have heard that Lu Taibao annually leads his kin to the temple on the same day to pay homage to Buddha. Is that not peculiar? How else could he meet the noble Shufei?" The prisoner, lost in his own thoughts, continued, "It is quite challenging for court officials to enter the inner palace. Lord Lu seizes the chance to see the noble lady. Even the Lu descendants merely gather to pay their respects, exchanging pleasantries before departing, while only Lord Lu remains in the chamber to converse with her." Zhang Wu's heart twisted in turmoil, inviting his cousin to the temple for prayers and incense. While penning love letters, and amidst the gaze of so many, the two seclude themselves in a room. Most astonishingly, that letter was penned 8 years prior. Having entered the palace as a concubine 4 years prior, consort Lu dared to consort with old Lu, demonstrating that familial bonds were of no consequence when set against the imperatives of love. Did the esteemed consort visit the temple last year to worship Buddha? Indeed, she did. The prisoner replied, devoid of emotion. However, Grand Protector Lu was not in attendance. Only members of the Lu clan were present to meet with her ladyship. As Lu Qing was incarcerated at that time, his presence was naturally impossible. Yet, consort Lu's demeanor suggested that even in her lover's absence, she still came to pay her respects, clearly yearning for her elder cousin. Chapter 32. Usurper of the Realm. With Lu Qing's release from prison and meteoric rise to prominence, Consort Lu would undoubtedly visit this year, rendering it the most elaborate occasion yet. However, Lu Qing's presence on the front lines might preclude his return. No wonder the Grand Secretary hesitated to deliver the letter directly, Zhang Wu mused inwardly. This matter is truly scandalous. To cuckold the emperor with one's own subject, the wife's cousin, is an unprecedented scandal in the annals of history. Zhang Wu shook his head imperceptibly, returning his gaze to the prisoner at his feet. Wait here, he instructed. I shall retrieve a chicken for you as a reward. Many thanks, Your Excellency, the prisoner exclaimed with delight, before falling silent after his meal. Upon departing the prison, the day was far spent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final rays, Zhang Wu arrived at the Tang residence. Aside from his sixth uncle, Tang Zhan remained the sole confidant in whom Zhang Wu could confide. After announcing his name and displaying his 7th-rank official seal, Zhang Wu was promptly greeted by Tang Zhan, who had just returned from his duties. Wu Ji, you are a rare visitor indeed. Uncle Zhan, I hope I am not intruding. Zhang Wu said with a smile, clasping his fist in greeting. Tang Zhan replied, you are being too formal. Please, come inside. You see, I have plenty of leisure time each day, perusing medical texts and studying chess strategies, while a handful of capable individuals manage everything else without my intervention. He then inquired, has your 6th uncle returned yet? Zhang Wu shook his head and replied, not yet. I inquired just a couple of days ago. Tang Zhan immediately reassured him. You need not worry. Your 6th uncle is a man of caution, possessing numerous stratagems. Just from the various potions, sedatives, antidotes, and poisons I have provided him, there are over 30 types. As long as he does not encounter an exceptionally skilled opponent in a direct confrontation, he will undoubtedly be safe. Zhang Wu was left speechless, nearly wanting to exclaim, my 6th uncle is truly remarkable. In the world of martial arts, gathering intelligence is paramount. Brute strength is secondary. Those who lack cunning find themselves engaging in direct combat. Generally, if one realizes they are outmatched, they flee. After escaping, they resort to poison, and if that fails, they devise other insidious tactics. Ultimately, it boils down to who can endure, who remains vigilant, and who possesses the sharper intellect. In this regard, your 6th uncle undoubtedly reigns as the king of survival. As they settled in the living room, seated across from one another, Zhang Wu took a sip of tea and asked, Uncle Zhan, I recently received a letter from Uncle Jun inquiring about the situation in the capital. I am not well versed in this matter, so I have come to seek your insights. The situation in the capital? Tang Zhan pondered. It seems there is nothing particularly noteworthy to discuss. Upon concluding his remarks, he addressed, Your Majesty, may you enjoy good health. The 3 esteemed ministers are managing the affairs of the court. I have heard that this year's tax collection poses a challenge. However, it is not insurmountable. Recently, the Crown Prince was ill for half a month, but he has since recovered, although his health remains somewhat fragile. Tang Zhan elaborated extensively, while Zhang Wu listened attentively. Once he finished, Zhang Wu inquired, What of the other princes? Tang Zhan paused momentarily before responding. Your Majesty has 4 princes. The Crown Prince was born of the Empress, while the 2nd and 3rd princes are the offspring of the virtuous consort and the graceful consort respectively. The youngest, the 4th prince, was born of Lu Shufei. He possesses 6 fingers on each hand and strikingly distinct eyes, yet his intellect is rather limited, earning him the moniker of the Foolish Prince. Zhang Wu, filled with trepidation, asked, I have heard rumors among the common folk that the 4 princes bear no resemblance to your Majesty? Tang Zhan lowered his voice. For discussing royal matters privately could lead to dire consequences. It is indeed true. In the past, your Majesty harbored suspicions regarding the legitimacy of the 4th prince's lineage, which stirred considerable gossip throughout the court and beyond. Your Majesty even summoned my father discreetly to inquire about this matter. And how is the situation resolved? Zhang Wu pressed. By publicly acknowledging the bond of blood, Tang Zhan replied. Zhang Wu stood in stunned silence. Tang Zhan continued. It is an undeniable fact that the blood of the 4th prince is intertwined with that of your Majesty. Since that time, no one has dared to question it again. Yet, in these years, the 4th prince not only lacks resemblance to your Majesty, but also bears no similarities to the other 3 princes whatsoever. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Zhang Wu finally comprehended why that esteemed minister was so adamant about suppressing Lu Qing, preferring to forego the reclamation of the territory. The great thief of the nation. The Crown Prince is frail. Despite being the heir apparent, his constitution pales in comparison to that of the emperor. The 2nd son lacks ambition, spending his days meandering through scenic landscapes, showing no concern for state affairs. 2 years ago, Emperor Longqing granted him a fiefdom to govern, yet he remains detached from the intricacies of governance. The 3rd son, on the other hand, possesses considerable talent, He is adept in military leadership, stationed at the northern frontier, far removed from the capital and the emperor's inner circle. This leaves only the fourth son in the capital. Should the emperor pass away, and the crown prince meet with misfortune, who shall ascend to the throne? When Lu Qing had not yet risen, the esteemed minister was unconcerned. After all, with only Lu Shufei, a mere consort without power or influence, his aspirations to elevate the fourth prince were futile. However, now that Lu has emerged as the savior of the Great Kuan, the entire court revolves around him, with the southern expeditionary forces compelled to heed his indirect command. To eliminate him would mean that the Great Kuan must adopt the surname Lu. Chapter 33. A sudden collapse. No wonder old Tang cast me a pleading glance before his departure. Zhang Wu mused, sighing inwardly. Undoubtedly, old Tang is patriotic and loyal to the emperor. As a subject, he lacks the courage to undermine his sovereign. Yet, he did not anticipate that Zhang Wu would be reluctant to become embroiled in such matters. To eliminate the fourth prince and Lu Qing would inevitably lead to one's own demise. The emperor harbors animosity towards them. Would he not harbor the same towards you? Zhang Wu's current prowess is on par with top-tier experts, akin to Sun Qianhu, barely exceeding the limits of elite status. If the court seeks to target you, there would be no refuge for you in this vast realm. Moreover, above elite status, there exist martial grandmasters. And Zhang Wu harbors grave doubts regarding the presence of such experts within the Kuan royal family. Otherwise, how could they possibly produce wondrous concoctions like the Qi cultivation pill? Brother Wu, does the fourth prince present a problem? Your countenance seems rather unwell. Upon observing Zhang Wu sitting in a daze, his expression fluctuating between joy and sorrow, Tang Zhan softly inquired, "Uncle, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhang Wu smiled faintly, diverting the conversation. "Do you happen to possess any sort of tranquilizer? One that causes instant unconsciousness upon inhalation?" "Beauty's delight?" Tang Zhan produced a small, exquisite snuff bottle from his sleeve. Its transparent agate body contained a powder resembling fine sand. "Your sixth uncle also possesses this. Just uncork the bottle, and whoever inhales it will immediately faint. However, it is ineffective against top-tier masters. The duration of unconsciousness also depends on one's constitution." Zhang Wu accepted the delicate snuff bottle, admiring it with great fondness. "Uncle, how much does this beauty's delight cost?" Just as he was about to retrieve a banknote, he was halted by Tang Zhan, who interjected, "This little trinket is hardly worth anything. It is a rare occasion for you to visit your uncle. How could I possibly accept your money?" "Thank you, Uncle Zhan." Zhang Wu clasped his hands in gratitude, acknowledging the favor. The Tang family had been renowned physicians for generations, celebrated throughout the land, catering to aristocrats and nobility, and always receiving generous remuneration. They also operated several pharmacies under the auspices of imperial physicians, enjoying immense prosperity. Among Zhang Wu's acquaintances, none were wealthier than Tang Zhan. Of course, another's wealth was their own affair. One could not accept such a gift without the intention of future reciprocity. After engaging in light conversation for a while longer, Zhang Wu rose to take his leave, intending to return home. Having unraveled the secret of the letter and grasped Lu Qing's vulnerability, he anticipated a restful night. Yet, upon reaching the alley's entrance, he unexpectedly found a jailer waiting for him. "Brother Wu, you have finally returned. What has transpired?" Zhang Wu inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhou Taizhu, filled with urgency, replied, "There is work to be done in the prison. The magistrate's office in Shuntian will require testimonies first thing in the morning. Despite our brother's exhausting every possible means, that fellow remains obstinate, refusing to sign his confession." "Is it yet another case of coercion for a confession?" Zhang Wu's expression tightened. "Indeed," Zhou Taizhu affirmed with a nod. Zhang Wu, visibly displeased, questioned, "Whose family is involved this time?" "The family of General Wei Wu." "Has he lost more silver again?" Zhang Wu's tone remained calm, though a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. "Does he think the prison is his personal domain?" Zhou Taizhu, having only joined as a guard 6 months prior, lacked knowledge of past events, yet he had heard tales of General Wei Wu from Chengguo. He sighed heavily. "This incident is far more grave than merely losing silver. His son was racing against others, and, on the official road, he struck and killed a man. The victim's family sought justice, and in a fit of rage, he drew his blade and murdered the victim's husband. A solitary passerby witnessed the event. Yet the son of General Wei Wu simply bribed the other youths to remain silent. He then captured the passerby and falsely accused him of being the murderer in the magistrate's office." Zhou Taizhu found it increasingly difficult to continue. The darkness of the prison was evidently too much for this boy, barely 16 or 17 years old, to bear. The truth was twisted into lies, and lies into truths, with judgments made not on merit but on power and wealth. If it were merely a matter of observation, one might lament the state of the world and move on. However, as a prison guard, One was compelled to actively partake in the coercion of false confessions and the maltreatment of innocent prisoners. Those with a delicate constitution would inevitably succumb to madness. And this is merely the celestial prison. If one were to serve in the Shuntian prefecture, individuals like head constable Zhao Kong, who have toiled as constables for 2 decades, have undoubtedly presided over the unjust deaths of no fewer than 200 souls, if not 1,000. They are practically haunted by vengeful spirits, and it would be a grave injustice if they were to escape damnation after death. Damn it! Zhang Wu gnashed his teeth in resentment. He had initially intended to desecrate the tomb of that general of valor alongside his 6th uncle after the general's demise. But now that his entire family was courting death in every possible way, he would ensure that they would not find peace in death. Go and summon Warden Han, he commanded. Tell him that I await him in the prison. Zhang Wu instructed, retrieving a talisman purchased from the White Dragon Temple. Carry this with you to ward off vengeful spirits, lest you find yourself unable to endure your time in the prison. Do not force yourself. Thank you, Brother Wu. Zhou Tiejuan responded, overwhelmed with gratitude, and hastily tucked the talisman into his bosom. Zhang Wu sighed and admonished him. Your family undoubtedly expended some silver to secure you a position in the celestial prison. If you wish to sustain yourself in this profession, refrain from associating with them aimlessly during your leisure hours. Dedicate yourself to the study of sacred texts and the practice of martial arts. I shall heed Brother Wu's counsel. Zhou Tiejuan affirmed with a vigorous nod. Chapter 34. Rendering Justice Celestial Prison, Torture Chamber. Upon the blood-stained, frigid rack was bound a coarse peasant. His skin swarthy and his physique robust. The means at the disposal of the jailers. Whipping, the application of thumbscrews, the sprinkling of salt upon wounds, and so forth, had been employed in their entirety, leaving the man flayed, his flesh lacerated and indistinct. Yet, the peasant merely groaned, uttering not a single plea for mercy. Zhang Wu had, in his tenure within the prison, inflicted torture upon numerous inmates. The most resilient were not the seasoned martial artists, but rather the long-suffering peasants. They toil in the fields all day, enduring the scorching sun and gritting their teeth against the exploitation of the authorities, enduring this plight for a lifetime. Their indomitable will is tenfold stronger than those who, in their fury, resort to curses and insults. Upon Zhang Wu's return, the guards breathed a collective sigh of relief. The regulations within the prison remained unchanged. In the face of a wrongful accusation, coercion was necessary, and every guard was obligated to participate, sharing the burden collectively. Previously, Ma Lu, the chief guard, wielded the whip, and after all had struck, if the prisoner remained unyielding, he would take matters into his own hands. Now, it was Zhang Wu who held the position of authority, with everyone else having already participated in the beatings. It fell solely upon him to subdue the prisoner and compel a confession. Chen Go approached, inquiring, Brother Wu, what do you think we should do about this? Has General Wei Wu sent any money to our prison? No, Zhang Wu replied. Not even a word has been conveyed. Chen Go expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling quite disgruntled. The group had rallied to assist in coercing a confession, yet there was no acknowledgement, which was a blatant display of disdain. Hearing Chen Go's words, the guards united in their resentment, murmuring amongst themselves. Such despicable acts of torture, even with monetary compensation, were unappealing, let alone without any benefit, leading to the wrongful persecution of individuals. Zhang Wu added, without money, what are we to do? First, let us ease the prisoner, provide him with some food, lest he starve. You all may disperse now. Those who need to return home should do so, and those on duty should take their posts. However, Chen Go hesitated. Brother Wu, I fear it may be difficult to account for this to the Shuntian prefecture. I will discuss it with Han Ti Lao when he arrives. Zhang Wu stated calmly. Very well, Chen Go replied. Chen Go exhaled deeply, summoning everyone to escort the peasant back to the prison, preparing a meal for him. Shortly thereafter, Han Jiang hurriedly arrived, his countenance grim, evidently having gleaned the situation from Zhou Taizhu. Among the people in this world, there are few whom Zhang Wu truly admires. There is Hu Tulong's selfless sacrifice for his country, Ma Lu's valiant yet cautious spirit, and Lu Qing's insidious cunning. If one must be added, it would undoubtedly be Han Jiang. He would rather relinquish power and become a mere puppet than sully his hands with greed. A testament to his character that remains untainted by the mundane world. Whether this reflects genuine integrity or mere pretense, Zhang Wu respects it. For he himself has succumbed to societal corruption. Seeing Zhang Wu present, Han Jiang approached with ire, exclaiming, Wu Guer, there is no need for further discussion on this matter. I shall seek out my grandfather shortly. What is a mere miscellaneous general? I refuse to believe he can cover the heavens with one hand. Brother Han, that is not why I called you here, Zhang Wu promptly interjected, urging him to reconsider. I do not intend for you to take charge. It is merely that this prisoner is obstinate, and our collective strength is insufficient to pry the truth from his lips. I fear we may not be able to provide a satisfactory account to the Shuntian prefecture tomorrow. Chungo cannot bear the brunt of this alone. He will undoubtedly need to inform you, as the one in charge of the prison. Why should we concern ourselves with the Shuntian prefecture? Han Jiang's temper flared as he retorted, a bunch of corrupt officials, unable to handle their own mess. Yet they expect us to bow to them. Let them come to me if they have grievances. He continued, from now on, matters of this nature shall not involve our prison. The duty of the guards is to oversee the prisoners, not to assist in coercing confessions. In Han Zhang's eyes, a fierce fire seemed to blaze. On behalf of my esteemed colleagues, I extend my gratitude to Brother Han. Zhang Wu bowed sincerely, not only expressing thanks for everyone but also for himself. To have the support of a headstrong youth like Han, who possesses connections, is a blessing for all. It means fewer wrongful convictions and injustices in the future, bringing solace to everyone's hearts. Han Jiang hurriedly assisted Zhang Wu to rise, speaking earnestly. Brother Wu, you are excessively courteous. As I am to serve as the warden, I must contribute in some way. While I may lack the means to dispense monetary aid, the opportunity to uphold justice brings me great satisfaction. With a hearty laugh, Han Jiang's demeanor suddenly turned serious as he continued, Brother Wu, your wisdom is commendable. If Chang Yuan dares to encroach upon our territory and the Shuntian prefecture does not take action, we must devise a strategy to mete out a fitting punishment and release our pent-up frustration. Rest assured, Brother Han, justice is a beacon. Though it may not illuminate the Shuntian prefecture, it can occasionally cast a light upon our prison. Zhang Wu smirked inwardly, already concocting a plan in his mind. Han Jiang nodded, saying, Brother Wu, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Just wait and watch the spectacle unfold, Zhang Wu replied with a smile. Seeing Han Jiang off before approaching the cell where the peasant was held, a man accustomed to a life of toil, his bones resilient, could still sit against the wall despite having endured brutal punishment. Zhang Wu softened his tone as he began, we all know the truth of the matter. However, the formidable General Wei holds great power, and as humble jailers, we cannot provoke him. I ask for your understanding. The peasant leaned against the wall, eyes closed. His demeanor cold and indifferent, dismissive of engaging in conversation with the corrupt jailers who distorted the truth. Zhang Wu continued, tomorrow, as you stand in court, you must speak the truth of the matter. Regardless of the tortures inflicted upon you, you must grit your teeth and endure. This is your only path to survival. The peasant's expression shifted, touched by his words. Zhang Wu spoke plainly. As long as you do not confess and insist that the crime was committed by Chang Yuan, the judge will have no choice but to imprison him. Once you are in jail, I shall grant you justice. Chapter 35. King Yin, after advising the peasant. Zhang Wu summoned the night guard, Zhou Taizhu, and instructed, Taizhu, tonight I ask a favor of you. Do not patrol the prison. Keep a close watch on him until tomorrow's court session. Watch him? Zhou Taizhu replied, casting a puzzled glance into the cell. Zhang Wu nodded and clarified. It is not that I fear he might take his own life, but rather that someone may seek to harm him. You must remain vigilant. Zhou Taizhu opened his mouth to respond, his expression turning serious as he assured, rest easy, Brother Wu. I shall forego sleep tonight and ensure that no other colleagues approach him. Zhang Wu nodded, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The newly appointed jailers were not united in purpose. There were inevitably those whose hearts were clouded by greed and who lacked understanding of the rules. That formidable general was certainly no fool. Those in power understood that while the king of hell could be provoked, the little demons were far more troublesome. Without the offering of silver to the prison, there was a risk of clandestine malevolence. After imparting a few more words of caution, Zhang Wu departed the prison, preparing to return home. He was the only jailer not on night duty, and there were no objections from his peers. His authority did not rest solely on his position as the chief of the pacification office, but rather on the methods of interrogation he employed. The legendary duo of the past has become a mere memory. Now, only the formidable King Wu reigns within the prison walls. However, Zhang Wu did not return home directly. Instead, he ventured into a filthy and chaotic alley in the southern part of the city, known colloquially as Beggar's Alley. Clad in official garb, his presence in such a place resembled that of a county magistrate inspecting his territory, causing the impoverished denizens to prostrate themselves in reverence, akin to mice spotting a cat. Before long, the leader of the beggars emerged to greet him, bowing and scraping in a display of eager servitude, exclaiming, Master Wu, what brings you here? The treacheries and disputes within the beggar community are no less daunting than those in the underworld. In fact, they serve as a quintessential representation of it. Contending for territory, engaging in brawls, taking lives, and forming factions, Survival in this realm demands a willingness to shed blood. Notable beggars are often frequent visitors to the prison. Today they may emerge, only to be incarcerated again tomorrow. The current beggar leader, with his shifty eyes and furtive demeanor, has spent 4 stints in the celestial prison this year alone. Zhang Wu replied coolly, I require you to undertake a task. Master Wu, please give your instructions. The beggar leader exclaimed with delight, thumping his chest in confidence. Assisting him would not only foster goodwill but also save on expenses for future incarcerations, as it would provide a safeguard against being bought off for assassination. Securing the favor of the formidable King would ensure a guarantee of survival within the prison's confines. Zhang Wu continued. The son of General Wei Wu has caused a fatal accident. I want the entire city to be aware of this by tomorrow. Consider it a trivial matter. The beggar leader boasted, slapping his chest with vigor. They fear the prison guards and the constables, yet they hold no apprehension towards minor generals. The connections of these generals predominantly lie within the military, even if they maintain camaraderie with local officials, as long as one does not openly defy them. They are unlikely to concern themselves with a mere beggar. As soon as a rumor spreads, thousands of people begin to circulate it, with so many individuals involved. Do you know who initiated it? Even the local authorities might struggle to unearth the true culprit. Moreover, what power could a mere minor general possibly wield? Zhang Wu revealed a slight smile, clearly pleased with the beggar's demeanor, and said encouragingly, Tomorrow, at the Shuntian prefecture, you should gather a group to observe and loudly proclaim that the peasant is innocent. It is but a trivial matter. The beggar readily replied, Though we beggars may be dirty, reduced to the lowest state of begging for alms, we still aspire to speak justly and defend the rights of the people. Rest assured, Master Wu, I will do my best. Another day, I shall treat you to a drink in the prison. After Zhang Wu finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving the beggar beaming with joy. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhang Wu arrived at the prison to find the atmosphere somewhat tense. The night guards were gathered outside the interrogation room, preventing a fellow guard from leaving. On the table lay a silver note. That guard was utterly terrified, kneeling and pleading for mercy from the crowd. Having acted independently to harm others for personal gain, he had violated the prison's rules and would naturally face punishment. Typically, when cleaning house, the guilty party would be tortured until only a breath remained, after which everyone would take turns whipping him until he faced the king of hell. Matters concerning the prison fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, and the head of the prison was merely a nominal official. There was no need to report to the Shuntian prefecture, and a death in custody would be deemed inconsequential. Brother Wu has arrived. The crowd parted to make way, indignantly recounting the events of the previous night. Zhang Wu listened quietly, and after a moment, waved his hand to signal for silence, scanning the room before inquiring, Where's Zhou Taizhu? He is still watching over that peasant, having not left the entire night. The child is reliable, Zhang Wu thought to himself as he turned to the prison guard in the interrogation room, coldly commanding, Bind him. Instantly, a commotion erupted, filled with terrified cries and wails from the prisoners. At that moment, Cheng-Go also entered the cell, and upon seeing the stack of silver notes on the table, he discerned what had transpired. With a sinister grin, he remarked, Brother Wu, I have recently developed some insights into interrogation techniques. Shall I take over? I will attend to him properly. Very well. Cheng-Go, his countenance twisted with malice, dashed into the interrogation room. Shortly thereafter, the officials from the Shuntian prefecture arrived to escort the peasant, passing by the interrogation room. They witnessed Cheng-Go inflicting torture on his own men. But all of them recoiled, feigning ignorance. The leader had initially intended to inquire why the peasant had not signed the documents but refrained from speaking out. Respect is mutual. The case is adjudicated by the Shuntian prefecture, and the money is collected by you. Yet, the sordid tasks fall to the prison guards, leaving them with no benefits. How could one have the audacity to demand anything from others? As the peasant exited, Zhang Wu proceeded to cell number 28 in the severe punishment section. Inside was a gaunt man, half reclining on a slightly elevated wooden plank, his head suspended by a heavy iron chain that rendered him unable to lie flat. His hands and feet were tightly bound by 2 intersecting iron chains, heavy and oppressive, nearly crushing his emaciated frame. Chapter 36. The decapitating cushion. There are myriad methods to extract money within the prison, providing slop for sustenance, depriving sleep, shackling with leg irons, and various tortures that compel submission without resistance. Physical punishment is merely a last resort, typically reserved for death row inmates or those who defy authority. For ordinary prisoners, the slop is sufficient. The meal resembles swine feed, moldy and foul-smelling, and even if swallowed, it is likely to be vomited back up. Subjecting you to such torment for a week would undoubtedly leave you dizzy, with sunken eyes and sallow skin. The prison's grim atmosphere, with its chilling drafts, would weaken your constitution, inevitably leading to a severe illness, unless you pay the customary fee. Only the most unyielding individuals, those with martial prowess, would be subjected to shackles, crushing weights, and suspension by the neck to deprive them of sleep. This form of torment is more agonizing than starvation. No matter how great your skill or boundless your energy, 3 days of this would compel you to beg for mercy. Those of weaker constitution would simply perish within 3 days. Zhang Wu stood outside the prison cell, rapping on the iron bars. The prisoners within stirred from their stupor, weakly pleading, "Master Wu, I beg you, grant me a swift end. You seem to find pleasure in defiling that young woman at night," Zhang Wu said, his face impassive. The flower thief was silent, offering only a bitter smile. If only he had known what awaited him. He had considered the possibility of imprisonment when committing his crimes, but he had not anticipated such cruelty from the jailers. It was a living hell. "Let me be frank with you," Zhang Wu stated calmly. "The magnate Wang has paid 1,000 taels of silver to ensure your agonizing demise within these walls. Since we have accepted his payment, we must fulfill our commitment to our client. We must maintain our professional integrity." The flower thief shuddered, realizing that even death was a luxury beyond his reach. He had been sentenced to execution in the autumn, still more than half a year away. This was merely the simple torment of suspension by chains. Who knew what other brutal tortures awaited him? The previous inmate in the cell had suffered terribly, his body covered in pus, with much of his flesh rotting away, more gruesome than a corpse, yet he was kept alive in that state. The flower thief, trembling with fear, spoke. "Lord Wu, I possess a residence at number 290, outside the illustrious gate in the southern part of the city. The deed is within the house, and beneath the Kong lies a stash of 3,000 taels of stolen silver. Moreover, I have acquired an extraordinary technique of movement, extracted from an ancient tomb. Compared to this skill, all contemporary lightness techniques are mere trifles. If you were to practice it, Lord Wu, you would undoubtedly be invincible in the world." The flower thief's face was marred, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his expression one of eager supplication. Zhang Wu furrowed his brow. "If this technique renders you unmatched, how then were you captured?" The flower thief hastily replied, "I obtained this skill at the age of 36, well past my prime. Moreover, the mastery of this technique is exceedingly profound. It requires a study of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams. I cannot read a single large character, and I barely managed to solicit a scholar's guidance. After practicing for only 3 months, I could scale walls and traverse rooftops. With your innate talent, Lord Wu, this art would not go to waste." "Such marvel?" Zhang Wu inquired, intrigued. "What is the name of this technique?" "It is called the Great U-Step." "A splendid name," Zhang Wu exclaimed, as he entered the cell, removing the coarse chain that hung from the flower thief's neck and unfastening the iron shackles that bound his hands and feet. "Shortly, I shall provide you with a swift opportunity for escape. Whether you seize it will depend entirely upon you." The flower thief's spirits lifted, revealing his sharp yellow teeth in a grin. "Watch closely, Lord Wu." As noon approached, Zhang Wu was distributing meals to the prisoners when he turned to see the officers from Shuntian Prefecture escorting a group back into the jail. A peasant, barely clinging to life, was returned, his prison garb tattered and drenched in dark blood, supported by 2 constables. Following closely behind was a flamboyant and arrogant young man, strutting about with an air of nonchalance, treating the prison as if it were a mere sightseeing excursion, far more relaxed than returning home. The leading guard grumbled, "Chung, you are not handling this matter adequately." Chung, ever courteous, approached with deference. "It is not that my comrades are unwilling to assist. It is simply that our esteemed warden has implemented strict regulations, mandating that the guards are solely responsible for overseeing the inmates, with no obligation to attend to other matters." The leading guard opened his mouth, clearly aware that Han Jiang was not to be trifled with, and thus, he begrudgingly handed over the prisoners before turning to leave. This peasant was assigned to cell 26, while young Master Chong occupied cell 27. After giving his instructions, Chung bowed slightly, saying, "Young Master Chong, please take care. The floor in the prison is rather slippery." Chong Yuan did not spare a glance at the guards, making his way toward the heavy punishment area, surrounded by an entourage. After a few paces, Zhou Taizhu caught up and whispered, "The mighty general has arrived." Indeed, Chung felt a jolt of apprehension. He knew that Zhang Wu was bound to make a move, and the inmates eagerly awaited this moment. After harboring grievances for so long, the pent-up frustrations were bound to erupt. Who among them did not possess a sense of justice? They had simply succumbed to the harshness of reality. Despite his desire to keep Zhang at bay, he found himself lacking the courage, ultimately waving his hand to allow Taizhu to admit him. Zhang Wu cast a glance and continued silently distributing rations. Upon entering the prison, the formidable general merely reprimanded his son for a few moments, then, seeing nothing amiss, coldly inquired of Cheng, "Why did you prevent my orders to have this peasant eliminated last night?" The surrounding guards turned pale at the question. The formidable general truly displays a flagrant disregard for the law. Chen Go, steeling himself, spoke. "General, the private execution of a prisoner is a capital offense. A man perishing within the confines of a prison is a burden we cannot bear." The general retorted with a scoff. "It appears you fear not the consequences, but rather hold me, Cheng, in contempt." With a cold smile, the formidable general surveyed the assembly, issuing a stern warning. "Should any harm befall my son within these walls, none of you shall escape unscathed." "Yes, yes," Chen Go replied, bowing deeply and nodding repeatedly. The other jailers remained silent, not daring to furrow their brows. At that moment, Zhang Wu, distributing the meals, approached the cell and respectfully inquired, "Young Master Cheng, would you care for some food?" "What a foolish question. I have been famished all morning. How could I possibly decline?" Chang Yuan, still irked by his father's severe reprimand, naturally responded with irritation. The formidable general cast a cold glance at his son. Zhang Wu retrieved a pristine bowl and filled it with coarse grains for Chang Yuan, then crossed to the opposite side of the cell, where he produced fragrant roasted chicken, 3 steaming plates of dishes, and a substantial bowl of white rice for the prisoner. Chang Yuan erupted in fury. "You serve me coarse grains while he feasts on roasted chicken? If he cannot afford it, let him go without." The scornful voice of the flour thief echoed from within the cell. "You!" Chang Yuan's anger flared. The formidable general's eyes glinted with menace. "What do you mean by you? If you have the audacity, come forth and kill me. If not, silence yourself." The flour thief's disdainful taunts grew bolder. Enraged, Chang Yuan's temper reached its zenith. The cell door was not locked. He charged out, launching a kick towards the flour thief, who was gnawing on a chicken leg by the iron bars. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the prison. The flour thief seized Chang Yuan by the collar, baring his yellowed teeth, and viciously lunged at his throat. Scarlet, searing blood splattered across the faces of the onlookers. The flour thief, resembling a malevolent spirit, spat out chunks of flesh with a disdainful sneer. In the grim tale of the beheaded, there were many who took the fall. Such was the price of life. Chapter 37. The King of Survival seeks wisdom. Mingbo bookstore, steeped in antiquity. The first floor was dedicated to the sale of books, while the second offered tea and storytelling. The storyteller stood upon the stage, gazing at the packed audience below, his voice resonating. His demeanor animated as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard of the curious tale of those who dare to feast upon the heads of the fallen? It is said that the valiant general's son, Chang Yuan, met with a tragic fate on the official road, where he inadvertently caused a fatal accident, and found himself imprisoned. Lacking common sense, he observed fellow inmates feasting on chicken and impulsively decided to partake. In a matter of moments, he was bitten. Blood gushing 3 feet away, his throat nearly severed, and within moments, he met his demise. The flour thief was indeed formidable. The valiant general sought vengeance, drawing his sword in a fierce attack, showing neither fear nor evasion, allowing the long blade to pierce his abdomen. Can you guess the outcome? The patrons listened with rapt attention, eagerly speculating. Did the flour thief survive? Could it be that the prisoner retaliated against the valiant general? Could he have bitten his throat as well? This story has circulated in the capital for over half a month. Many are familiar with its conclusion. However, the misfortunes of the powerful always captivate the common folk, rendering this tale eternally fascinating. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, the audience's anticipation heightened considerably. The storyteller chuckled and remarked, though his throat was certainly not bitten, the face of the valiant general was left a bloody mess, marred by the filthy, foul-smelling nails of that scoundrel, rendering him unable to face the world. Even the lower regions suffered a grievous blow from the thief's vicious punch, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The crowd erupted in fervor, applauding and showering the performer with silver coins. At the rear of the assembly, a figure clad in white robes, Zhang Wu, also joined in the applause, placing half a tael of silver on the table before rising to depart. The common folk exhibited little regard for the fate of the wronged. They relished tales of the powerful, deriving amusement from the misfortunes of others, gathering fodder for boastful conversations upon their return home. Such is the nature of humanity. As for what transpired afterward, Chang Yuan met his demise. The valiant general sustained severe injuries and lay incapacitated, teetering on the brink of death. Reports emerged that, over the past fortnight, he had sought the finest physicians in the capital, yet none could remedy his afflictions. The wounds inflicted by the soiled nails would soon fester and rot, and unless his face were to be excised entirely, his fate was sealed. Regarding the injured peasant, Chang Yuan perished in prison, giving rise to a scandal of immense proportions. The ramifications were so significant that, in light of the overwhelming public sentiment, the authorities were compelled to exonerate the peasant. Such an egregious scandal even reached the ears of the emperor himself. Particularly, the valiant general, in his incarceration, boasted, "I shall have this peasant killed, who dares to stop me." This audacious proclamation, reported by secret agents, incited the emperor's wrath. Beneath the emperor's rule, such lawlessness was intolerable. The emperor himself would not dare to proclaim his intentions to kill at will. How could a mere general presume to be more audacious than the sovereign? Where then was the law? Where was justice? A royal decree directly stripped the valiant general of his title, reducing him to the status of a commoner. The magistrate of Shuntian Prefecture also faced the emperor's reprimand for his inability to discern right from wrong, distorting the truth. How could the capital remain tranquil under such judgments? In recent days, Sun Qianhu has brought his men from the town pacification office to reside in Shuntian Prefecture, instilling a sense of dread among the populace, causing both high and low to tremble in fear. If the courts sought to investigate, which official could claim to be unsullied? Previously, the prison had been subjected to a bloody purge, and now it was Shuntian Prefecture's turn. The sins committed were too numerous, and the cycle of karma was relentless in its repercussions. Naturally, those in the imperial prison would not escape censure either. However, compared to the trivial scolding, the eradication of the valiant general's entire family seemed far more significant and cathartic to release long-held grievances. The instigator, Zhang Wu, arrived at the illustrious residence number 290, wielding a rat cage and a long staff. The capital, apart from its main district, comprised 4 residential areas to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Beyond the illustrious gate lay the southern part of the city, notorious for its disorder and poor security, separated by a mere gate. It was a stark contrast between a slum and an affluent neighborhood. Standing outside the courtyard, Zhang Wu observed the filthy and chaotic alley, finding it devoid of any passers-by. Yet he refrained from scaling the wall. A man of the world, a flower thief ought to exercise caution, for one must always guard against deceit. His words were not necessarily trustworthy. The safest approach was to deliver a resounding kick, sending the courtyard door flying, splintering wood in every direction. Much like Zhang Wu's own abode, the yard was overrun with weeds, a scene of desolation. Using his staff as a cane, he advanced cautiously, akin to a blind man, until he reached the thick walls of the house. Zhang Wu chose neither the door nor the window, wary of hidden dangers. Confronted by the formidable wall, he suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, his sinews and bones resonating with a sound akin to an explosion. His majestic frame surged upward by half a foot, resembling a figure forged from iron and steel. As his energy surged, his massive hands, heavy as stone tablets, bore down upon the wall. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled, the house collapsed, and dust enveloped the courtyard, revealing the interior's secrets. Behind the door and windows lay long strings connected to hidden crossbows, while a large net adorned with iron spikes hung ominously from the ceiling, lush with greenery, surely toxic. With a leap, his powerful left hand dug into the wall, while his right wielded a long pole to dislodge the net and dismantle the crossbows. He then struck the ground with the pole, ensuring there were no traps lurking beneath, before finally feeling a sense of relief. On the table indeed lay a deed. He donned gloves, his fingertips and palms coated with metal shards, providing a safeguard against any lethal toxins. He tore a corner from the deed and tossed it into a rat cage. The famished rodent gnawed at the wooden confines, recognizing the paper as a delicacy. Once assured of its safety, he tucked the deed away. Turning his gaze toward the earthen bed, he unleashed a ferocious blow with his dark, sinewy hand, shattering the bed and revealing a large bundle hidden within its corner. He extracted the parcel, unwrapped it, and found it nestled within a bounty of gleaming silver, alongside a tome as thick as a brick. This book was peculiar. Its material was not paper, but rather bamboo leaves, sized like a conventional book. The characters appeared to be carved into the surface with precision, then filled with silver ink, exuding a sense of vigor and artistry. Such a method of inscription could preserve the tome for millennia within a tomb. Zhang Wu refrained from hastily seizing it, instead sprinkling a handful of millet over the silver and the bamboo manuscript, releasing the rat. Watching the mouse lick the silver and the cover of the Da Yubu bamboo book, he casually flipped through a few pages, tearing off the corners to feed the mouse, confirming its safety before packing it away. 3,000 taels of silver is no trifling sum. The average person would find it nearly impossible to carry. Those high-ranking officials receive their salaries, often transporting them in carts. However, for Zhang Wu, this presented little challenge. He simply shouldered the burden and moved on. In the capital, where land is worth its weight in gold, Even a house in the southern part of the city is valued at 2,000 or 3,000 taels. Many officials from other regions, upon being transferred to the capital, are left to rent accommodations. On his way home, he could easily find a pawn shop, even if the owner were not him. Possessing the land deed would allow him to pawn 1,500 taels without issue, with the silver safely stored in the previous court reward of 5,000 taels added. Zhang Wu now possessed a substantial sum of 8,000 taels. By this time, night had fallen. He sought a nearby tavern. Observing the cooks in the back kitchen as they washed and stir-fried vegetables, the fragrant dishes emerging from the stove, with his takeout in hand, he hummed a little tune as he made his way home. Chapter 38. Life as a grand dream. After dinner, the night deepened, and the weeds in the courtyard rustled gently in the breeze, accompanied by the distant chirping of cicadas. In ancient times, ordinary folk retired early, their lives devoid of vibrant nightlife. They had never witnessed extravagant revelries. Aside from laboring in the fields, their conversations were limited to light-hearted exchanges beneath the shade of the trees at the alley's entrance. Life rushed by, akin to a towering tree that has stood for decades, only to fade into the annals of history in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wu was inevitably influenced by the era, yawning by 8 o'clock, feeling drowsy. The flickering oil lamp illuminated the room, where, apart from the commonly used pots and pans, stacks of books filled the cabinet. In his efforts to avoid succumbing to indulgence, his only sources of entertainment, aside from martial training, were the books he read. Life can often feel monotonous. Without the pursuits of martial arts and reading as forms of entertainment, how can one navigate the seemingly endless expanse of existence? It is imperative for individuals to possess aspirations, lest they succumb to madness. While the prospect of immortality is appealing, it also entails enduring profound solitude and torment. Fortunately, Zhang Wu possesses a cheerful disposition and a commendable outlook on life. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he endeavored to widen his gaze upon the bamboo book in his hands. As recounted by the flower thief, the opening passages were laden with obscure and perplexing terminology, referencing concepts such as the 6 jia and the divinations of the I Ching, leaving Zhang Wu utterly bewildered. It was not until the 20th page that he encountered exquisite illustrations of human figures, some seated, others reclining, with fine lines traversing their chests and backs, connecting various acupoints and delineating the paths of energy flow. In stark contrast to the indestructible Vajra technique that could be mastered through guided practice, this Dayu step resembled an arcane scripture. Without comprehensive knowledge, the bamboo book before him was akin to chewing wax, impenetrable and daunting. Sighing, he shook his head and set the bamboo book aside. Despite having diligently studied over the past 4 years to discern the various acupoints of the human body, he realized that without grasping the preceding texts, it would be unwise to engage in any practice that could jeopardize his well-being. The human body is fragile. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, within the celestial prison, there resided 2 erudite scholars, along with an official from the Astronomical Bureau who had fallen afoul of the law last month. Consulting them might yield valuable insights. Zhang Wu murmured to himself, "Yet my days are long ahead. Perhaps I shall regard this Dayu step as a challenge to conquer through my own efforts. In the future, when I encounter masters of formations or extraordinary individuals of the mystic arts, I shall not be easily deceived." With this thought, a smile graced the young man's face. With a renewed sense of purpose, he surrendered to slumber, preparing to gather his strength. Tomorrow, a significant event is set to unfold. Several days prior, rumors circulated within the palace that Consort Lu intends to visit the White Dragon Temple for prayers by the end of the month. Many citizens have been discussing this matter, preparing to line the streets to witness the grandeur of the emperor's wife. Lu Qing, stationed at the southern front, is over 2,000 miles from the capital, making his return highly improbable. However, it has been 3 years since he last saw Lu Jingxian, and Zhang Wu is uncertain whether he will make the journey back. Ordinarily, it would take him half a month to travel by carriage. Yet, under the emperor's decree, he must cover 500 miles each day. At this pace, with determination, Lu Qing could return to the capital in merely 4 days. Disguised and stealthily entering the White Dragon Temple, he could engage in unsavory activities. According to Zhang Wu's insights, the powerful elite in the capital prefer to employ martial arts experts for protection, particularly the high-ranking officials, each boasting top-tier guardians. Recently, he has inquired and discovered that Lu Qing's residence is home to over 500 retainers. No wonder the officials from his faction are notoriously avaricious. How else could they support such a multitude? In these times, the wealth of the elite is measured not by the opulence of their estates or the number of concubines they possess, but rather by the number of talented retainers they can attract. With such a retinue, Lu Qing can accomplish many extraordinary feats. It would be effortless for him to find a master of disguise to feign illness at the front for a few days. An expert in horse breeding could procure a steed capable of covering vast distances at any cost, allowing for a swift return in just 2 days. While it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to infiltrate the White Dragon Temple under the watchful eyes of the public, if Lu Qing desires it, success is assured. Old Tang failed to deliver the correspondence, and should the plan falter, the esteemed Li Gu Lao would not let the matter rest. The opportunity to undermine Lu Qing during the southern campaign dwindles, leaving only tomorrow. As long as the two entangled individuals are apprehended on the spot, and the sordid affair between the siblings is exposed, with so many witnesses present, they would find themselves at a loss for words. And Lu Qing would undoubtedly meet his demise. This is far more impactful than merely sending a message. However, it is also a double-edged sword. Such a revelation of royal scandal, whereby a minister places a green hat upon the emperor and displays it in public, would surely incite the wrath of Emperor Longqing, who, if not driven to madness, would undoubtedly seek retribution against Li Gu Lao. Now, it remains to be seen how he will choose. Will he sacrifice himself for the preservation of the rightful dynasty, or will he remain an indifferent observer as Lu Qing's power grows day by day? The decision lies within a fleeting thought. Of course, the most probable scenario is that Lu Qing will not return. Having reached the age of 50, he has surpassed the years of being driven by lust. Henceforth, all matters should be approached with prudence. With such great risk involved, it seems illogical for him to traverse thousands of miles merely to make a fleeting appearance. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Zhang Wu was already practicing in the courtyard. Bare-chested, his muscles bulged, resembling taut bowstrings, and each punch and step he took resonated with the weight of a mountain, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. After completing a set of the 12 forms of the Vidra divine skill, Zhang Wu drew in a deep breath, compressing a powerful stream of air within his abdomen. His spirit sank, allowing this vibrant energy to surge through his internal organs. Moments later, a resonant metallic sound, akin to the roar of a tiger or leopard, reverberated throughout the courtyard, causing ripples in the water of the large vat. As the sky brightened and the first rays of dawn fell, the metallic resonance reached its zenith, echoing like rolling thunder against the courtyard walls. Finally, Zhang Wu abruptly opened his eyes. With a sudden exhalation, a white stream of air erupted from his throat, tearing through the atmosphere, accompanied by a deafening sound that pierced the eardrums. With a resounding crash, the water in the vat 3 meters away erupted as if struck by a cannonball, sending a shower of droplets cascading over Zhang Wu. After regaining his composure, Zhang Wu's eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an innate confidence. Even the finely crafted Xiuquan knife, forged from the strongest steel, could only leave pale marks upon his skin, unable to pierce through the protective barrier. Alas, the world of martial arts is not merely about combat. It is deeply intertwined with the intricacies of human relationships. Any act of aggression is deemed a cowardly tactic, for no one engages in battle standing still. To indulge in a bit of recklessness, one must attain the esteemed rank of a grandmaster. Stripping off his trousers, he leapt into the vat for a refreshing wash, utilizing soap pods to cleanse his hair and employing his internal energy to evaporate the moisture from his body. Feeling rejuvenated, Zhang Wu donned a pristine white robe and admired his reflection in a copper mirror, praising the image of a youth radiating elegance and grace. With determination, he departed from his home. Chapter 39. An unexpected encounter with a hero within a dimly lit chamber. Flickering candles cast ghostly shadows upon several figures. "Elder, have you made your decision?" inquired the imposing man in black, standing solemnly, his presence akin to a thunderstorm. Any ordinary second-rate master who crossed his path would find themselves paralyzed by the force of his energy, collapsing to the ground in defeat. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with tension, as a strategist adorned with a feathered fan and a silk cap urged, "Elder, while the empire may hold great value, consider the lives of the 2,000 souls within your household, the 800 family households, and the multitude of officials reliant upon you, totaling over 10,000. You must think of them as well. There are no dynasties that endure for a millennium, only venerable families that do. The Li family has resided in Yingchuan for generations, witnessing the rise and fall of empires. It is prudent to understand the importance of self-preservation. Why wade into this murky water? I implore you to reflect upon this matter." The towering figure in black also voiced his counsel. The aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, turned away from the two, and, wearied in body and spirit, lamented, "In recent years, I have repeatedly suppressed Lu Qing, disregarding right or wrong, and have thereby deeply offended him. The gentle consort in the palace, upon seeing me, would relish the thought of devouring my flesh. Should Lu Qing rise in power and ascend to the council, I fear the Li family may not escape calamity. Without waiting for further counsel from the two, Li Songshan declared, "It is no longer a matter of my desire to retreat. Advancing to support the crown prince carries the possibility of a bright future, while retreating would certainly lead to my annihilation." The two fell silent. Such is the nature of factional strife. Once allegiances are formed and substantial interests are established, retreat becomes impossible. One must either wield immense power and share in the imperial authority or face defeat, leading to the complete annihilation of one's faction. With this, what more could the two say? The strategist, fanning himself, inquired of the cloaked figure, "What is the status with Lu Qing? He has feigned illness for 3 days, refusing to see anyone, with the Poison King Yang from the northwest standing in for him. Their heights, appearances, and voices are already similar, and with slight alterations. It would be nearly impossible to discern him from anyone who is not an intimate acquaintance. What of Lu Qing's true self? He secretly returned to the capital last night and should now be at the White Dragon Temple." The strategist nodded and asked, "To infiltrate the chamber to meet the gentle consort in broad daylight is no easy feat. Have we considered how he might accomplish this? There are adept retainers within the estate skilled in earth evasion techniques, based on the terrain and the softness of the soil. They have located the tunnel excavated by Lu's retainers, which runs directly from the foot of the mountain to the chamber. And our people? They are all prepared." The two fell silent, awaiting the elder's decision with bated breath. Even if Lu Qing were caught in the act of infidelity, the Li family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Their only hope lay in the possibility that Emperor Longqing would be devastated by the news, succumbing to illness and leaving the throne to the crown prince. At that juncture, the Lu family would surely face annihilation, regardless of their remarkable talents or aspirations for greatness. They would meet their demise in the market square. Li Songshan gazed intently at the grand map of the Kuan, eventually focusing his sight on Yingchuan County, his gaze igniting with fervor. 3 centuries ago, the Li family had been so powerful that they could easily depose a monarch. Yet now, they were reduced to a mere county, first ravaged by barbarian forces and now threatened with extinction. Given these circumstances, why not take a bold gamble and strive for the throne? The current crown prince is frail and likely has only 3 to 5 years to live. In that time, supporting a young emperor, manipulating the sovereign to command the ministers, and gradually replacing him may not be an unfeasible plan. Go and execute this." Li Songshan commanded with a wave of his hand. "Yes." The two bowed respectfully and turned to leave the secret chamber. At the foot of White Dragon Mountain, throngs of spectators gathered, drawn by the spectacle. Recently, Zhang Wu had a persistent feeling that someone was attempting to poison him, whether it was mere paranoia or not. He was prepared to intimidate his adversaries. Arriving at a steep side of the mountain, where boulders were piled high and the slope approached an almost vertical angle, he took a deep breath. With hands pressed before him, he harnessed his internal energy. Moments later, he leaped into the air, his body seemingly weightless, employing both hands and feet to ascend the sheer cliff as if traversing level ground. When there were no footholds to exploit, he thrust his formidable, dark-hued hand into the rock face, leaving behind colossal imprints of his fingers as he propelled himself upward like a gibbon scaling its arboreal domain. Before long, the mountain winds howled, causing his garments to flutter fiercely, and his breathing became labored. However, upon reaching the summit of the cliff, a vista unfolded before him. There stood a dignified middle-aged man who, upon witnessing a youth ascend the sheer precipice, was momentarily rendered speechless. Zhang Wu looked up, a chill running through him. Affecting a casual demeanor, he brushed off his robe and politely clasped his fists together, saying, "Esteemed senior, I humbly apologize for intruding. May I inquire your name?" The middle-aged man, visibly perplexed, responded, "And you are?" Zhang Wu replied, "I am but an unknown individual, Ma Wu. Might I ask for your esteemed name?" Ma Wu. The elder pondered, searching for a figure of renown among the martial arts community, but found none bearing such a name. No one of such tender age should possess such formidable prowess. "I am but unworthy of the title. I am Guitianqiu, known in the realm as the hero of mountains and rivers." "The hero of mountains and rivers?" Zhang Wu exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "It is indeed a privilege to meet you. Truly, seeing you in person far surpasses any hearsay. Your reputation is well-deserved." "Too kind," Wu chuckled heartily, returning the gesture. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. Flattery, it seemed, was a universal salve. A renowned name commanded respect, and Guitianqiu reveled in it. Zhang Wu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Might I ask how you made your ascent?" "Observe," Wu replied warmly, gesturing toward the distance. Behind the mountain lay a winding slope, which could be traversed by crossing a dense forest. Guitianqiu continued, "Young sir, I perceive your profound skill. Your calm demeanor while scaling the cliff indicates a prestigious lineage. May I ask who your master is? I have no master. I merely serve the court, performing my duties as a public servant to earn a meager living. Zhang Wu does not bear the notorious name of Hu Tu Long, for his reputation in the martial world is abysmal, and he is universally reviled. One cannot rule out the possibility of enmity with this renowned hero of the mountains and rivers. A public servant? Guo Tianxu pondered, feeling a heightened sense of caution towards Zhang Wu. Chapter 40. Turning the clouds with a hand in the court's public service. Those with profound strength are predominantly found within the pacification office. Even in the event of an anomaly, they are often mere guests of influential families, assigned to bureaucratic positions to draw a salary without labor. This is the capital region, whether one operates in the light or the shadows of the martial world. Anyone without a powerful patron in the official circles must tread carefully, lest they draw the attention of the pacification office. Hiding behind a large rock, with only his head visible, Zhang Wu politely inquired, "Elder, are you here to see the noble consort?" "Indeed," Guo Tianxu replied, his words masking his true feelings. "The consort is a paragon of beauty and grace. To catch a glimpse of her visage is a fortune for us." "That is certainly true," Zhang Wu nodded in agreement, his face alight with anticipation. Guo Tianxu cast a discreet sidelong glance at him, then stepped back a few paces to the edge of a nearly vertical cliff, focusing intently downward, and his pupils suddenly constricted. "Young man, may I inquire what extraordinary cultivation you have attained?" Zhang Wu humbly responded. "It is merely the commonplace golden bell shield. Perhaps I am just a bit more gifted." Guo Tianxu thought to himself, "If the golden bell shield could be mastered to such an extent, I would gladly sever my own head to consume it." As the two engaged in idle chatter, they were oblivious to the sun climbing high in the sky. The barren peak offered no shelter, and the scorching sun bore down upon them, inducing a sensation akin to being flayed alive. The scene unfolded with a vibrant energy as a grand procession appeared outside the White Dragon Temple, flanked by the formidable black armored guards. From the ornate phoenix palanquin emerged a captivating young matron. The abbot of the temple, along with esteemed monks and heads of various halls, hastened to greet her, while over 100 disciples from the Lu family bowed in reverence. Though the distance rendered details somewhat elusive, Zhang Wu was acutely aware that Lu Qing might have employed a disguise to masquerade as a senior family member. After paying homage, it would be entirely reasonable for her to request Lu Jingxian to dismiss the others, retaining only one elder for a private discussion. "How truly beautiful the Empress is," Zhang Wu remarked, filled with genuine admiration. Guo Tianxu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. To behold the grace of Her Majesty is a fulfillment in itself." "Esteemed elder, I take my leave." Zhang Wu rose, clasping his fists in respect. In the astonished gaze of old Guo, he began his descent down the cliff, akin to a great spider, meticulously erasing all traces of his presence. Since he had come merely to witness, it was only logical to depart after doing so. Remaining atop the cliff would inevitably arouse Guo Tianxu's suspicions. Zhang Wu instinctively understood that the latter was affiliated with the faction of Li Golao, poised to catch him in the act of infidelity. Having already taken considerable risks by attending this spectacle, standing alongside him would be tantamount to courting disaster. Guo Tianxu, feeling a sense of bewilderment, did not dwell on the matter further, as few were privy to the intricacies of the relationship between Lu Qing and Lu Shufei. Within the White Dragon Temple, the resonant chimes of bells intertwined with the solemn chants of the monks, creating a harmonious atmosphere of devotion and tranquility. Until the hour of the rat, Lu Shufei finally arrived at the courtyard that had remained untouched for a year, accompanied by the Lu family as descendants. "Xiaoya, have you grown so tall in just a year?" Lu Jingxuan's charming smile radiated an air of elegance and grace. The little girl blinked her large eyes and, spurred on by her elders, timidly called out "Auntie." The Lu family members took turns to pay their respects, and those who received praise beamed with delight. It was not until the end that Lu Jingxuan's father, Lu Qing's third uncle, stepped forward. "Father, please come inside. I have something to discuss with you." "All right." The father and daughter entered the room, closing the door behind them. The others waited in silence, none harboring any suspicion. On the mountaintop, Guo Tianxu furrowed his brow after a moment, noticing the door had yet to open. Something was amiss. Could it be that Lu Qing had not taken the usual route, but instead disguised himself as Lu Jingxuan's father? To utterly crush Lu Qing this time, it was imperative to capture them in a compromising situation. Otherwise, even if one were to burst into the room and find them seated like siblings in proper attire, discussing matters with complete decorum, it would be futile. At most, Launching Emperor would merely reprimand Lu Qing for disregarding the greater situation and returning to the capital without permission, leading to nothing substantial. Suddenly, the door opened. Lu Jingshuan's father stepped out and surveyed the crowd, stating, "The Empress has risen early this morning and has traveled here. She feels somewhat fatigued and requires a moment's rest. No one is to disturb her." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. The door closed, leaving only Lu Shufei alone. The performance is about to begin. Guo Tianxiu felt a surge of excitement. The room contained the narcotic prepared by the Poison King. Time to unleash its effects shortly after the hour of the rat had passed. As long as Lu Qing remained in the room, an undeniable spark of passion would ignite between the two, even if no one intruded upon their sanctuary to drag them out. The fervent sounds of their voices would inevitably escape into the air. Should they manage to restrain themselves from vocal outbursts, they would still unleash a thunderous uproar, collapsing the very structure and exposing their entangled fates to the gaze of the public. However, Lu Jingshuan's father had only just emerged a mere quarter of an hour ago, and it was still far from half-past noon. Guo Tianxiu also awaited in quiet anticipation. Suddenly, a panicked cry from Lu Shufei reverberated through the surroundings. "Is there an assassin?" Boom. The black-armored Imperial Guard surged forth, encircling the courtyard in an impenetrable embrace. Before Guo Tianxiu could comprehend the unfolding chaos, he witnessed the bloodshot eyes and disheveled visage of Lu Qing being forcibly escorted from the room by the black guards. "Lu Taibao?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for this development. Yet, what left all present aghast was the sight of Lu Shufei, her attire in disarray, unmistakably a victim of Lu Taibao's violation. In that moment, a profound confusion enveloped everyone. "Lu Qing, she is but your cousin. How could you dare to act thus?" Lu Jingshuan's father, incensed, delivered 2 resounding slaps. A human mask flew off. "Presumptuous! How dare you impersonate Lu Taibao?" This individual bore a striking resemblance. "Was it you Mian Zhuge from the residence of Lord Li?" The crowd gasped in horror, rendered speechless. Chapter 41. The Long Sword and the Slaughtering Knife. Lord Li's fate was sealed. News from the mountains swiftly reached the city, and Zhang Wu headed straight back to the capital. There was no need to linger on subsequent events. The Imperial Guard would undoubtedly conduct extensive searches of the mountains, seeking the exits of hidden chambers. As a mere spectator, what was there to await? When the news reached the palace, it would surely unleash a cataclysmic uproar. The jade-faced Zhuge has evidently succumbed to the spring poison, indicating that the room was premeditatedly laced with toxic substances. This malevolent act undoubtedly bears the hallmark of Li Golao. For how else could one catch someone in the act of infidelity? Should the Jinfu division uncover the perpetrator behind this poisoning, Li Golao would find himself unable to cleanse his name. Merely this act of daring to administer spring poison to the esteemed concubine, allowing her to engage in illicit relations, and thus placing a green hat upon the emperor, is sufficient to warrant the annihilation of his entire lineage. Moreover, the jade-faced Zhuge is conspicuously a spy planted by Lu Qing within the Li family. He need not incriminate Li Golao himself. Merely revealing that it was the strategist from the minister's residence who orchestrated these deeds would spell doom for all of Li Songshan's faction. Such a scheme of deception leaves no room for defense. To the world, Lu Qing is a heroic figure who restores the nation and upholds the mountains and rivers. One whom the court requires and whose people venerate. Yet, you, Li Golao, neglect the greater good, employing such vile tactics to besmirch the loyal and virtuous. You even fabricate sensational tales, compelling the siblings to engage in disgraceful acts. Is there anyone more malevolent than this in all the world? How can the populace not feel indignation? How can the court not issue a censure? In the Lu residence's secret chamber, a luminous pearl hangs from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow that renders the room utterly translucent. Lu Qing, who should have been at White Dragon Mountain, is instead seated before a tea table, quietly savoring fragrant tea. Upon the table lies a letter, identical to the one he had perused with Zhang Wu in the prison. This letter is indeed his genuine handwriting, while the one in the jail is merely a high-quality forgery. Even if submitted, he could easily identify the imitations and retaliate against Li Songshan. As a minister, to employ such sordid methods to slander fellow officials and insinuate that siblings are engaging in impropriety, thereby placing a green hat upon the emperor, is a feat of twisted imagination. Alas, the letter was never dispatched. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in black entered, reporting, "My lord, the deed is done." "Understood." Lu Qing responded with a serene indifference, as if the downfall of a grand secretary was a trifling matter. Since the inexplicable loss of that letter 8 years prior, he had remained vigilant. Li Songshan's relentless animosity and irrational suppression had aroused his suspicions. Thus, he indulged in rampant corruption, amassing a fortune over a year to hire a peerless expert to retrieve the genuine letter and replace it with a forgery. The cost was a hefty 1 million taels. There is no predicament that money cannot resolve. If there is, it simply means one has not accumulated enough wealth to proffer a sufficient sum. However, Lu Qing surmised that Li Songzhan would hesitate to directly submit the letter to the emperor, as such a move would be mutually destructive and ultimately not worthwhile. Moreover, 8 years ago, Li Songzhan was merely a third-rank official, a far cry from the influential Grand Secretary whom he could now manipulate at will. By crushing him through factional strife, the Lu family would be weakened, leaving Lu Jingxian isolated in the palace. What means would the fourth prince then have to contend for the throne? This would obviate the need to expose the earth-shattering scandal. Alas, Lu Qing seemed to possess greater acumen in courtly intrigue. Over the years, he had not only avoided downfall, but had also overcome numerous obstacles, rising to become the Minister of Appointments and then the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, a meritorious contributor to the reclamation of lost territories. In the very year he attained the position of Minister of Appointments, Lu Qing foresaw that Li Songzhan's patience would reach its limit. To eliminate him, there were two options: to submit the letter, which Lu Qing no longer feared, or to capture him and Lu Jingxian alive at White Dragon Mountain. Consequently, Lu Qing had been meticulously setting up the White Dragon Temple scheme for several years. It was unexpected that Li Songzhan could endure for so long, taking 8 years to take action. However, for him, overthrowing Li Songzhan was of little significance. What truly mattered was to completely seal off his own vulnerabilities. Rather than waiting for others to cast suspicion upon you, it is far more prudent to proactively unveil the truth. Now, with Li Songzhan orchestrating the entrapment, the situation could not be more favorable. In navigating the complexities of human interactions, one must be wary of preconceived notions. If one establishes the narrative that others are conspiring against them, the populace will perceive any subsequent accusations as baseless, rather than contemplating the actual truth. Life can indeed feel desolate. Lu Qing sighed deeply, lamenting the absence of worthy adversaries. He tossed the letters on the table into the fire until they were reduced to ashes, then called out, "Shadow Guard." "Your Excellency." A chilling figure emerged from the shadows. Akin to a specter, Lu Qing spoke with a measured tone. "Eliminate everyone involved in today's affairs, including my father-in-law, the third uncle. And then, you shall take your own life. As you command." The shadow, resembling an emotionless machine of death, bowed and gradually dissolved into the darkness. Just as Lu Qing was reflecting on the solitude of life, in the imperial palace, within the study, Emperor Longqing, his temples graying like a man in the twilight of life, coughed discreetly while reviewing official documents. The elderly eunuch attentively served tea, but Emperor Longqing merely waved his hand, disinterested in the beverage. To the common folk, he had always seemed far removed from the qualities of a great leader. Indulgent and tyrannical, neglecting virtuous governance, oblivious and foolish, wantonly slaughtering the innocent. He epitomized the archetype of a tyrant. Yet, unbeknownst to the world, the great Kuan dynasty, having weathered 3 centuries of turmoil, had become a vessel riddled with holes, a decrepit ship embodying all the ailments characteristic of a waning dynasty. Even the most talented sovereign, upon ascending the throne, could only watch as this grand ship succumbed to the depths. However, Emperor Longqing, with remarkable resolve, turned the tide and altered this fate. "Your Majesty, urgent news." Commander Han Jianchuan of the Town Suppression Office dashed into the imperial study, granted unfettered access due to the emperor's favor. Without raising his head, Emperor Longqing continued his work. Han Jianchuan knelt and reported, "Today, Consort Shu worshipped at the White Dragon Temple, and someone has excavated a secret passage." "Is that so?" The emperor paused in his writing, finally lifting his gaze. His eyes, bearing the weight of experience, revealed neither surprise nor anger at this revelation. What did Lu Qing do upon his clandestine return to the capital yesterday? He remained in his residence until just a moment ago. What is your assessment of this matter? Emperor Longqing inquired solemnly. Han Jianchuan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, understood that this involved 2 prominent figures at court. A slight misstep could lead to a veritable sea of bloodshed, a mountain of corpses. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely stated, "Lu Taibao possesses superior skills." "I share your sentiment," Emperor Longqing concurred. Han Jianchuan exhaled, pressing his forehead deeper against the ground in reverence. The emperor rose, hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance with an air of weariness. "Tell me, when Lu Qing meets with his cousin each year, aside from reminiscing and discussing significant matters, might there be other intentions at play?" Han Jianchuan stiffened, drenched in sweat, trembling at the thought of answering such a delicate question. The Emperor Longqing shook his head, aware that he was placing his ministers in a difficult position, and spoke to himself. Although Li Songzhan hails from a noble family, He possesses a modicum of patriotism. There is no smoke without fire. If he did not hold incriminating evidence against Lu Qing and his cousin, how would he dare to broach such scandalous matters regarding their relationship? Han Jianquan's face turned ashen. Cough, cough, cough. The emperor suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, his frail body leaning against the doorframe for support. With a final convulsion, he expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, splattering the imperial study. Your Majesty. Both Han Jianquan and the old eunuch rushed forward in alarm to assist him. It is of no consequence. I can endure. The emperor trembled as he placed a medicinal pill into his mouth, swallowing forcefully, and was helped to sit upon the dragon throne. After a brief respite, he regained his composure and, in a weakened tone, stated, since Li Songzhan has proven himself inadequate, he must accept defeat in this gamble. Drafting the Imperial Edict. Chapter 42. A face full of blood. In the 48th year of Longqing's reign, during spring, the vice minister of the cabinet, Li Songzhan, was accused of defaming loyal officials, forming factions for personal gain, and maliciously fabricating scandals about the royal family. He was charged with 36 grave offenses by the censors, facing censure from the entire court and earning the disdain of the common people. Before the decree to confiscate his estate arrived at the Li residence, Li Songzhan, who had served as a cabinet elder for 12 years, had already taken his own life by hanging. He left behind a single letter, to be presented to the emperor by the pacification department. Upon reading it, the emperor spat out 3 liters of blood and fell ill. In the dungeons, overcrowding was rampant. Not only were the sections for minor offenders and serious crimes filled to capacity, but even many ministers who should have been imprisoned in the Zhao prison were crammed in as well. It truly was. The Zhao prison could no longer accommodate them. At the tender age of 16, Li Songzhan embarked on his official career, serving for 4 decades and ascending from the 9th rank to the 1st. He held every significant position, cultivating a legacy of talent that flourished across the land, having promoted countless officials. However, with his downfall, the pressure on the prison guards intensified dramatically. The Ministry of Justice and the Office of Pacification were inundated daily with a multitude of prisoners, while the meager 20 guards on duty during the day were woefully insufficient. Many inmates were unruly, requiring severe measures to maintain order, and even Zhang Wu found himself so overwhelmed that he scarcely had time to rest. Fortunately, Han Jiang issued a decree recalling all guards who were on paid leave, regardless of their connections. Those who did not return to the prison would face dismissal, alleviating some of the collective strain. Of course, with a multitude of officials incarcerated, despite the busy schedule, it also presented a lucrative opportunity. Zhang Wu anticipated that the monthly allowances could yield at least 400 to 500 taels. For a family of 4, 20 taels would suffice for an entire year, making 400 to 500 taels a staggering sum. Li Songzhan, that corrupt official, was guilty of embezzlement and abuse of power, deserving of execution. Indeed, his crimes are beyond pardon. Your Majesty, open your eyes, for I stand in opposition to him. Throughout the entirety of Yingchuan Prefecture, from top to bottom, all are vassals of the Li family, and their words carry more weight than imperial edicts, as your Majesty can discern. In the prison, there is no shortage of those who readily shift allegiances. The military officials possess somewhat of a backbone, but the civil servants, from the moment they entered the prison, began to clamor, embellishing tales and denouncing Li Songzhan mercilessly. When their words fell short, they abandoned him and turned to recounting the transgressions of the collateral branches of the Li family, eager to expose the misdeeds of their ancestors across 18 generations. As noon approached, Zhang Wu arrived at the heavy detention area, carrying a food container and lunchbox. The majority of officials are first-time inmates, unfamiliar with the prison's regulations, struggling to relinquish their previous high-status airs, and often attempting to domineer over the guards. You scoundrel, I am at the mercy of hunger. Why have you delayed in bringing my meal? One would exclaim, how dare you, as a mere 4th-rank officer, not serve me first? Another would threaten, once I am free from this confinement, you shall pay dearly for this affront. Zhang Wu turned towards the voice and recognized it belonged to the individual in cell number 67, who had just harshly berated Li Songzhan. Instantly alarmed, he hurriedly approached with a bucket and said, my lord, it is not my intention to slight you. Please, have this bowl of white rice. The governor was taken aback and glanced around. Some inmates feasted on golden grains, while others struggled with coarse husks, and some even dined on slop. The entire assembly of officials fixated upon him, inducing a sense of trepidation within. Thus, he inquired, though I am of the 5th rank, many present here hold higher positions than I, why is it that I receive this white rice? Your family has made arrangements for you here. Zhang Wu replied in a tone that was meant to be discreet, yet resonated loudly. Ah, I see, the governor responded, his face lighting up with joy. For he was famished. Without waiting for chopsticks, he seized the food with his hands. The officials, cunning in their ways, silently consumed their meals, preparing to send messages to their families for assistance. However, there were those who, lacking insight, began to invoke the statutes of the court, vehemently condemning the guards for their blatant disregard of the law and their acts of extortion. Zhang Wu took note of their appearances one by one. With Li Songshan's downfall and Lu Qing's cunning, these individuals had no hope of redemption, even if their offenses were minor enough to secure their release. The prospect of regaining their official positions was utterly bleak. Your Excellency, please take your time and be cautious not to choke. Zhang Wu gently urged as he presented a fragrant bowl of seaweed and egg soup from the food box, much to the delight of the governor. Those surrounding them either intensified their scornful remarks or fell silent. You, young jailer, know how to handle matters. When I am released, I shall ensure you are duly promoted. Thank you, Your Excellency. I am but a simple man. May I inquire your esteemed name? Zhang Wu asked, cupping his fists in respect. The governor, softened by the compliment, responded, I am Dai Ko. May I ask how you are related to the esteemed minister Li? Before Dai Ko could respond, another official interjected. He was a geneshur in the 39th year of the Longqing era, having endured 15 years of arduous study, only to finally embark on his official career. Unfortunately, lacking any influential connections, his path has been fraught with difficulties. He even sent his 14-year-old sister to become involved with a dandy from the Li family, thus aligning himself with the Li clan of Yingchuan, which facilitated his rise. Such methods are not uncommon at the outset of one's official journey. It is somewhat understandable to resort to less dignified means. Zhang Wu nodded in agreement as he retrieved another dish from the food box, offering it to Dai Ko with an expression of reverence. The official continued, eventually, this fellow became a disciple of Minister Li. Over these years, he amassed at least 500,000 taels, while the populace of Dazhou suffers under his administration, burdened by egregious taxes and levies, with selling their children becoming a common occurrence. Enough of your nonsense, Dai Ko exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Zhang Wu rose to offer comfort, saying, Your Excellency, there is no need to be enraged. Who among us did not enter public service with the intention of contributing to the nation? It is simply the unfortunate circumstances. When others insist on presenting you with silver, one has little choice but to accept, which cannot be considered a crime. You speak well, young man. Erupted into hearty laughter, his appetite insatiable, as he eagerly seized a plate and began to devour the food voraciously. Do not rush, my lord. There is more to come. Zhang Wu said with a smile, presenting another dish. Lord Dai, since you are a disciple of the esteemed Li Golao, enjoying a life of splendor and riches thanks to his patronage, I must inquire why I just witnessed you. Frame loyal subjects. Such deeds deserve the utmost punishment. Dai Ko declared, filled with righteous indignation. Your noble stance is admirable. Zhang Wu conceded, promptly retrieving a roast chicken from the depths of the food box. More chicken? Dai Ko exclaimed with delight, snatching it and beginning to gnaw on it. However, the surrounding individuals turned pale. At that moment, 3 officers clad in flying fish robes, wielding embroidered spring knives and carrying legal documents, approached from the end of the corridor, coldly inquiring, Are you the governor of Dazhong, Dai Ko? Indeed, that is I. Dai Ko replied, his heart racing with trepidation. The officer continued, The higher authorities have ruled you innocent. You may take your leave. Is that true? Dai Ko's spirit soared. Zhang Wu hurriedly unlocked the prison door to release him. Clang! The embroidered spring knife sliced through the air, its cold glint reflecting ominously, as blood splattered the faces of the surrounding officials. Chapter 43. Hush. In the depths of the prison, executions of prisoners are generally rare. The imperial court upholds the rule of law. Even the most heinous criminals must first undergo investigation and trial before facing death. However, the town protector's office is an exception. Thus, while Zhang Wu and his companions reveled in their wealth, a grim tally emerged. Within a month, 43 officials of the 8th rank and above were executed in the prison. According to the higher authorities, this was to provide an account to the valiant Lu Taibao, striving to reclaim the lands of the nation. These esteemed officials, pillars of the court, were subjected to myriad betrayals and concocted scandals. Slaying even more officials was not considered excessive. On another bright morning, after the roll call was completed, Chungo appeared with an air of joyous exuberance. It's time for the distribution of the rewards. The jailer's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they gazed at the silver notes in their hands, their lips stretching into wide smiles. Those in the know quickly showered him with compliments, exclaiming, Congratulations, Master Chung, on your promotion to the position of jail supervisor. We hope you will look after us in the future. A shared joy indeed. Chungo laughed heartily, in remarkably high spirits. Transitioning from a lowly jailer to a ninth-rank supervisor was akin to an ordinary person ascending to immortality, an immeasurable leap in status. The onlookers were filled with envy. However, Zhang Wu, lingering at the back of the crowd, shook his head. People are often discontent with their current circumstances, failing to realize that such a climb only places oneself upon the sharp edge of a blade, leaving no opportunity for a safe descent. Over the past year, with Han Jiang neglecting his duties, Chen Go had been directly in contact with the higher-ups, and with an increase in monetary tributes, their relationships naturally grew more cordial. For the prominent figures within the Ministry of Justice, erasing his lowly status was merely a matter of a few words. As the hustle and bustle of the prison continued, the crowd dispersed. Chen Go called out to Zhang Wu, saying, "Brother Wu, 2 positions of jail head are vacant. Why not take one?" Zhang Wu replied, "Forget it. I am not adept at managing affairs. You are the new official, and it is only fitting that you offer tributes to your superiors. Just observe which jailers contribute the most silver, and elevate them accordingly." Chen Go nodded, not insisting further. With a new influx of high-profile prisoners, the value of the jail head positions had increased significantly compared to a few years prior. Anything less than 2,000 taels of silver would hardly merit a glance from him. With 2 positions at hand, 4,000 taels were guaranteed. And combined with the clandestine tributes from the jailers, one could easily amass 5,000 taels. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to ascend. Wealth beckoned enticingly. Chen Go pondered quietly. Having just ascended to the position of warden, his mind began to calculate. Han Jiang would likely be transferred next year, probably to the role of county magistrate, leaving the position of chief warden vacant. Was it not reserved specifically for him? TSK, the former Liudi warden, now merely a county official. In a few years when they meet again, both holding equal rank, one could only imagine the spectacle of his expression. Chen Go hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to his own private office. In the dark prison, Zhang Wu was on his usual patrol. Following the recent spate of killings, trials, and exiles conducted by the town's magistracy, the prison was no longer as overcrowded as before. However, the death row still saw 3 men crammed into a single cell. Many prisoners, despite offering bribes for better rations, found themselves unable to eat the good meals Zhang Wu had procured for them. In the same cell, the stronger inmates consumed more, while the weaker ones had their food stolen, leaving them emaciated. Even when Zhang Wu kindly transferred them to another cell, as long as it was crowded, there would always be a bully among the inmates, and mistreatment would continue. Gradually, as these circumstances became more prevalent, certain individuals learned to turn a blind eye. If conditions were harsh within the prison, the outside world was no different. The strong preyed upon the weak, and the small were devoured by the minuscule. Ma Lu burst into a hearty laugh and playfully struck the youth on the chest with a fist, expressing his delight. "It's been over a year since we last met, and you've grown quite robust, my boy. When did you return?" Zhang Wu, beaming with joy, linked arms with Ma Lu, leaving the prisoners in the cell in astonishment. Who would have imagined that the renowned martial king, known for serving heads on a platter, had such a formidable ally? "Is that the deputy Qianhu of the town protector's office?" They gasped. Indeed, the officials who harbored resentment towards Zhang Wu due to their previous encounters quickly fell silent. The banner of a broken family and the annihilator of clans. No matter how high one's official rank, even if they were a second-rank dignitary, would find themselves mute in the presence of a Qianhu from the town protector's office. Ma Lu cast a glance at the prisoners and smiled at Zhang Wu. "I returned last night and came here today to report to the town protector's office. Coincidentally to see you. Will you leave again after this visit?" "That depends. The southern region has just annexed 2 prefectures, so there shouldn't be any immediate gains. However, the higher-ups have assigned me a task. I must apprehend a figure from the martial world in a few days." The 2 of them exited the prison together, and naturally, Zhang Wu had to inform Chen Go of his unauthorized absence. Seeing him with Ma Lu, Chen Go had no reason to refuse, and inwardly lamented why he hadn't forged a better relationship with Ma Lu in the past. While he could only envy Zhang Wu, when Ma Lu was still the head of the prison, Chen Go had indeed sought to curry favor with him. Unfortunately, Uncle Lu was quite aloof, appearing courteous on the surface but maintaining his distance from others. Zhang Wu and he had grown close primarily due to their shared hardships. To earn the favor of Uncle Lu, one must first endure the demise of one's father, mother, and entire family. In the city, a restaurant was chosen, and a lavish banquet was ordered in a private room. Zhang Wu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Uncle Lu, your attire, the flying fish robe, is markedly different from when you held the position of Baihu. Have you been promoted?" With a nonchalant demeanor, Ma Lu replied, "The higher-ups have shown favor and granted me the rank of deputy Qianhu." Zhang Wu was taken aback, not solely by the title, but by the perilous struggles of subterfuge that Uncle Lu must have endured to achieve such a commendable position. It had only been a little over a year since he had joined the town pacification office. With insufficient seniority, such a rapid advancement likely tied to the reclamation of the southern two prefectures and undoubtedly connected to Uncle Lu's efforts. At this moment, Ma Lu suddenly sighed. I have heard of the matter concerning Lord Li. He has devoted decades to diligent service, contributing to the nation and its people. However, while the officials under his command are not devoid of corruption, they lack the unrestrained depravity exhibited by those under Lu Qing. With Lord Li's absence, someone must inevitably fill his void. Should Lu Qing ascend, it would spell disaster for the common folk. These words, if overheard and reported, could lead to severe consequences, perhaps even death. Recently, many officials had secured their release from prison by betraying their colleagues. Lu Qing's reign of arrogance would not endure for long. Zhang Wu refrained from further elaboration. When the time was right, he would ensure that Lu Qing faced utter ruin, all while safeguarding his own safety. The two conversed until the sun dipped below the horizon. Uncle Lu possessed a bold spirit reminiscent of the underworld, yet harbored a heart troubled by the fate of the nation, particularly due to the events surrounding Li Songzhan. Zhang Wu took it upon himself to lead him out of the capital, arriving at a potter's field where they discovered the latest grand tomb. Has the valiant general passed away? Ma Lu stared in astonishment at the gravestone. Zhang Wu chuckled mischievously, proclaiming that those who commit many injustices are destined to meet their demise, as he recalled the prisoner who had been grievously injured, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Uncle Lu smiled knowingly, immediately discerning the mischief of the young lad. With the stealth of a thief, Zhang Wu glanced around before swiftly climbing the grave mound to relieve himself. Chapter 44. A sudden awakening of ambition having taken a hearty relief atop the grave of the formidable General Wei. Zhang Wu and Ma Lu felt an elation that was palpable. A gentleman's revenge, after all, requires not a decade. Even if Zhang Wu fails to vanquish General Wei, given Uncle Lu's current stature, he would surely test the sharpness of his blade against the Chang family father and son. What use is a title of 1,000 households if one cannot wield power effectively? On their journey home, Zhang Wu could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, Uncle Lu, what led you to pursue the position of deputy commander? The higher one ascends, the greater the peril. Surely, if one merely wished to navigate the underworld, a captaincy would suffice. Ma Lu shook his head and replied, it is a decree directly from His Majesty, penned by the magistrate. One cannot defy the imperial command. Can His Majesty still manage affairs of state? Rumors have circulated through both court and common folk that the Emperor Longqing, gravely ill, may not have much time left. Recently, the atmosphere in the capital has grown tense, with the virtuous and noble consorts in the imperial harem striving to summon the second and third princes back to the capital. Ma Lu continued, though His Majesty's health is poor, he possesses a miraculous elixir to restore his vitality. He can endure for another 2 years, at least. Is it merely his health that is in question? Zhang Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Such confidential intelligence, if ever disclosed, could wield tremendous consequences. Only Uncle Lu would dare to share it so freely with him, proclaiming that the deadline is imminent while harboring no fear for one's life. Does this not epitomize the quintessential behavior of a cunning schemer? Is the emperor plotting treachery? Zhang Wu felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain who would be the first to succumb to impatience and reveal themselves. His foremost target was undoubtedly Lu Qing. Regrettably, Lu Taibao was stationed at the front lines and would not return anytime soon. Lacking military power, any insurrection was merely a distant dream. At this juncture, Uncle Lu unexpectedly inquired, how are things in prison lately? Just the same, Zhang Wu replied. Those who owe money are still paying, and promotions continue to be granted. Ma Lu nodded with concern. You spend all your time locked away, with no interest in women and no particular hobbies aside from martial arts. Do you not find life rather mundane? Zhang Wu was taken aback, unaccustomed to Uncle Lu's sudden philosophical turn. I do not find it tiresome at present. I practice martial arts daily, collect my earnings, and feel quite content. If I were to seek a purpose in life, it would be to master the indestructible skill to perfection. And what comes after achieving that? Ma Lu pressed. Of course, I would continue to endure. Zhang Wu replied helplessly. Yet, judging by Uncle Lu's demeanor, he seemed eager to inspire Zhang Wu to strive for greater achievements. Perhaps I could join the town patrol office, as you have, to witness the vibrancy of the martial world and experience the arrogance of corrupt officials, thereby ridding the populace of their afflictions, Zhang Wu suggested. The town patrol office is indeed a fine place, Ma Lu agreed. It would expose you to various ambitious individuals and offer deeper insights into life. As the conversation grew increasingly profound, Zhang Wu pondered silently. Had Uncle Lu been stirred by some revelation during his journey south? During this journey southward, I traversed the southern expeditionary camp, ventured into the hinterlands of the barbarian tribes, and encountered Lu Qing. While imprisoned, I perceived him merely as a treacherous and ruthless individual. However, I now realize that he possesses the stature of a formidable leader, capable of manipulating the barbarian forces with consummate ease, rendering the vast army of 190,000 in disarray. Should he harbor treasonous intentions, alas, it seems no one in this era could restrain him. Thus, Uncle Lu, do you intend to ascend and counterbalance him? Zhang Wu inquired, his heart heavy with despair. If someone of Li Songshan's caliber cannot contend with Lu Qing, then what chance does a mere martial artist, driven solely by fervor, have other than courting death? Ma Lu sighed, reflecting. We are ultimately born of the great Kuan and nurtured within its embrace. Without the land beneath our feet, without the governance of successive emperors, how could we find solace in our confinement, accumulating riches? Debts must inevitably be repaid. As he walked through the streets of the city, a curfew had recently been instituted, forbidding any wandering after dark. Nevertheless, the patrolling soldiers merely greeted Ma Lu, inquiring politely about his identity before departing. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Wu thought he glimpsed a vision of Hu Tu Long, uncle. When the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to bear its weight. We have spent our lives as jailers, cautious and meticulous in our ways, and in the face of treachery and deceit, we may not even measure up to the slightest finger of Lu Qing. You are aware of this, yet how could uncle be oblivious? Then you must understand, life must possess meaning, otherwise, we do not honor this existence. Ma Lu gazed up at the brilliant starry sky and remarked, during this journey southward, I encountered numerous enlightened individuals persecuted by Lu Qing. Among them was one named Jiang Tianhe, a commoner by birth, yet endowed with exceptional talents that enabled him to govern a region with utmost prosperity. For many years, he remained untainted by greed, embodying integrity and virtue. When his residence was raided, it revealed only a dilapidated home and an elderly servant. Zhang Wu, somewhat at a loss for words, reflected on his 4 years as a prison guard, having witnessed countless upright officials suffer for their words, at least 30, if not 100. He had grown accustomed to such figures, and admiration for them had faded, especially for Ma Lu. Jiang Tianhe possessed a heart for reform and the rectification of governance. Suddenly, Lu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as radiant as the constellations above. Zhang Wu was taken aback. Martial artists have traditionally held honest officials in high regard. Many from the rivers and lakes would rather forego riches to serve as their loyal followers. It was only natural that Lu was profoundly moved by such a figure. Yet, in this thoroughly corrupted world, the desire for reform seemed futile. Even Emperor Longqing could not effect change without first dismantling the existing order. A former governor recently released from prison was akin to an ant attempting to shake the heavens. Moreover, Lu's position as a captain was not for his own gain, but to protect Jiang Tianhe's cause. Zhang Wu sighed, uncle. I fear you are striking against a stone with an egg. Lu understood. Gripping the hilt of his dagger tightly, he spoke solemnly. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Some endeavors, though seemingly destined for failure, must be undertaken with unwavering resolve. If the court can change even a little, this world will improve somewhat. Even if one day my blood spills at the marketplace, I shall have no regrets. The gentle evening breeze stirred the fallen leaves and dust from the ground, and at that moment, Zhang Wu suddenly perceived his Uncle Lu as an imposing figure. Standing at 8 feet tall, he exuded an aura of authority. Having grown accustomed to this dark world, Zhang Wu had succumbed to its influence in less than 4 years, even teaching Han Jiang the corrupt ways of governance and financial exploitation, thus losing the ability to discern right from wrong. To speak of an era of reform, of sacrificing life and limb, even if someone were to restore justice in prison and prohibit bribery, as a beneficiary of the current system, Zhang Wu would feel quite displeased. Yet, the words of Ma Lu awakened him to a profound truth. One should not become so accustomed to darkness that one can no longer distinguish between black and white. Nor should one mock those who exhibit greater courage. We may be humble as dust, but we must not be twisted like maggots. Chapter 45. To endure suffering after parting ways with Ma Lu and returning home, Zhang Wu found himself in a tumult of emotions. Even the nightly study of the great Yu steps, which he had once found captivating, now felt utterly uninspiring. He felt a deep understanding for Ma Lu, who had served as a prison guard for 20 years and had grown accustomed to the shadows of the cell. The sudden emergence of an ambitious individual capable of leading him out of darkness and into the light, however faint the hope, made the pursuit of such a spiritual aspiration at times more significant than life itself. Rather than living a life devoid of purpose, it is preferable to fervently embrace the half that remains. If Zhang Wu were unable to attain immortality, he would likely choose to stand alongside Ma Lu. Life is fleeting. Having come to this world, one must leave something behind for posterity to contemplate. Alas, it seems he would disappoint his uncle. Zhang Wu shook his head and sighed. What terrifying power must exist within the palace, capable of crafting elixirs to extend the emperor's life? It is likely even more formidable than that of a grandmaster of martial arts. Until he possesses the strength to overwhelm his adversaries, he must bide his time. On the following day, at the hour of the rooster, Zhang Wu had yet to arrive. Indeed, he had been seized by a sudden inspiration the previous night, making significant progress in his study of the Dayu steps, and did not succumb to slumber until dawn. By the time he reached the prison, it was already midday. Upon his arrival, Chungo immediately approached, inquiring with palpable concern, "Brother Wu, did Sixth Master say anything to you last night? What is amiss?" Zhang Wu was momentarily taken aback, noticing Chungo's anxious demeanor, his brows knitted in distress. Something grave has transpired at the Zhao prison. The Zhao prison? Zhang Wu queried, perplexed. The Zhao prison and the heavenly prison were independent entities. Although there existed a passage connecting them, the two sets of guards seldom interacted, each tending to their own affairs. Chungo managed a wry smile, explaining, "Your sixth uncle has taken command of the Zhao prison, overseeing all guards, prisoners, and the officers of the Jinfu division. This morning, at the break of dawn, he first dismissed the officer who previously managed the Zhao prison, subjecting him to a brutal beating before dispatching him to our heavenly prison, preparing for his exile of 3,000 miles. Furthermore, he decreed that no guard of the Zhao prison is permitted to accept bribes in any form. Should any instance be discovered, the offender shall face exile. And for substantial amounts, the death penalty shall be enforced." Shengo trembled visibly, evidently gripped by fear. If Sixth Master Ma were to enforce such a regime, the newly appointed prison chief like himself could easily meet a gruesome end due to rampant corruption. The Jinfu division was unconcerned with jurisdiction, should they unleash their wrath. The massacre of the heavenly prison from 2 years prior could very well repeat itself. Zhang Wu found himself in a tumult of emotions, uncertain of what to articulate. It seemed that his uncle was indeed serious about reforming the system, proclaiming, "Let us commence with integrity in our own conduct." However, the sixth uncle is not a reckless individual. His audacious actions, which have offended the officials of the Zhao prison, are indeed a result of his esteemed position as a deputy Qianhu, holding considerable power and influence. Chungo inquired, "Brother Wu, do you think the sixth master will take action against our heavenly prison?" "No," Zhang Wu replied with conviction. "The Zhao prison serves as a place for the emperor to interrogate nobles and ministers, thus it must adhere to strict laws. Otherwise, if corruption infiltrates even the Zhao prison, the necessity for the town constabulary would be rendered obsolete, as decisions on life and death would hinge solely on the thickness of banknotes." This reasoning holds merit. With a reassuring answer, Chungo relaxed, stroking his chin in quiet contemplation, pondering whether to further exploit the resources within the prison. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu made his way to the kitchen, carrying a bucket to deliver meals. He continued to scatter sand at the bottom of the bucket as was customary. Lacking the resolute determination of Ma Lu, who transitioned from darkness to light with such ease, he would not, however, obstruct anyone who yearned for a brighter future. After a few days of reforming the prison's discipline, Ma Lu set out with a small squad of standard bearers to apprehend lawbreakers from the martial world. They were away for over half a month. Zhang Wu had anticipated that if the sixth uncle were to take action, he would surely target a top-tier expert akin to Sun Qianhu. However, upon their return, the captured individual, due to the significant repercussions, was not confined within the Zhao prison, but instead placed in the heavenly prison. This was primarily because the individual was a renowned hero of the martial world, respected and charitable, having performed countless acts of righteousness. He was regarded as a great benefactor by the common folk. Should an unjust persecution occur, it would inevitably lead to the prison guards being confronted by martial heroes on their way home, as had happened in recent days. Furthermore, at the entrance of the heavenly prison each morning, there would be skilled practitioners hanging white strips of cloth during the night to advocate for this hero, while numerous individuals from the Shantian prefecture beat drums to voice their grievances. This individual is known as the hero of mountains and rivers. The reason the town suppression office seeks him is quite straightforward. With Li Song's undefeated, how can you, a suspect directly implicated in the White Dragon Temple incident, remain unscathed? On this day, Zhang Wu continued his task of delivering meals. Upon reaching cell number 1 in the heavy punishment area, the inmates immediately widened their eyes in surprise. "Is it you? Hirogua, we meet again." Zhang Wu chuckled, vigorously scooping a generous bowl of thick porridge from the bottom of the bucket. However, he did not bring a food container, nor did he plan to deliver chicken. The relentless pursuit in recent days had left Guo Tianxu ravenous, and he eagerly lifted the bowl to drink. Hero, do not rush. We are somewhat acquainted now. As long as I remain in this prison, you shall have ample fine wine and food. Zhang Wu removed a wine flask from his waist and tossed it inside. As Guo Tianxu unscrewed the cap and inhaled the aroma, his expression turned blissful. Indeed, it was exquisite wine, worth no less than 10 taels of silver per flask. With a hearty gulp, Guo Tianxu tilted his head back and drank deeply, his face flushing with delight. Finally, he inquired, "Brother, given your skills and prowess, you could easily hold the position of 100 households in the town suppression office. Why would you choose to work as a jailer in this dungeon?" "This matter is quite lengthy," Zhang Wu replied, shaking his head, and then countered, "Hero Guo, how is this meal? Are you satisfied?" Thoroughly sated, Guo Tianxu patted his belly. His spirits lifted. Zhang Wu then stood up and nodded. "Bring forth the men." Present. 5 jailers appeared outside the cell. "Take this fellow to the interrogation room. I shall personally attend to him." Guo Tianxu was left in a state of bewilderment, his face etched with confusion. The guards swung open the prison doors, rushing in unison. As 5 of them hoisted the incapacitated hero, Guo overhead, transporting him to the torture chamber where he was bound to the cold, blood-stained steel rack. "Brother, what are you doing?" Guo Tianxu exclaimed in alarm. Zhang Wu offered no reply nor posed any inquiries. He merely persisted in his torturous endeavors. When the appointed time arrived, he provided Guo with plain rice, occasionally presenting a couple of dishes to aid in his recovery, only to resume the relentless torment thereafter. Chapter 46. To die is to die. In the autumn of the 48th year of Longqing, Zhang Wu relentlessly tormented Guo Tianxu for several months, leaving him in a state of desperate yearning for life yet unable to escape death. Fulfilling the wishes of the deceased Pang Heihu and avenging the innocent lives he had claimed, Zhang Wu harbored no animosity towards true villains. Unlike Hu Tulong, who resorted to robbery when funds were scarce and sought the company of beautiful women in the absence of affection, Zhang Wu questioned the purpose of martial prowess. However, for hypocrites like Guo Tianxu, whose human faade concealed a beastly heart, Zhang Wu dealt with them one by one, ensuring his safety while instilling fear among both guards and inmates alike. Even Ma Lu personally inquired about Zhang Wu's decision to punish Guo Tianxu. After recounting the misdeeds of the mountain bandit, who plundered the innocent and slaughtered entire villages, Uncle Lu simply commanded, "Administer the punishment." Thus, Guo Tianxu was tormented to the brink of death. Within a fortnight, he succumbed, hanging lifelessly on the rack for several days. Once he was dealt with, a new batch of political prisoners arrived in the heavenly prison, all of whom had defied orders during the southern campaigns and failed to cooperate with the official Lu Taibao. The town pacification office intervened, escorting them back from the south to be confined in the heavenly prison, awaiting their fate. In the 11 prefectures occupied by the barbarians, Lu Qing had successfully reclaimed 9 within 2 years, earning a legacy of unparalleled achievement. The common folk admire heroes, while the court favors capable individuals. However, the cost of this admiration is that the 9 prefectures, ostensibly under the jurisdiction of Dakuan, are actually governed by Lu Qing. He appoints officials of all ranks, and his words carry more weight than imperial decrees. Under the pretext of rebuilding local governance and defending against foreign tribes, he shamelessly solicits funds and provisions from the court. Should they refuse, he threatens to disband the troops. Although he lacks military authority, the grain officers in the army are his trusted allies from his days in prison, notably the 5th-rank salt transport official. By controlling the supply of provisions, who would dare defy his army? Over the past 6 months, Lu Qing has disbanded troops twice, removing a total of 40,000 men, particularly those loyal to the court. Those who provoke him face imprisonment or are dispatched to the front lines under the pretense of duty, facing certain death in the ensuing battles. The local officials, brought back to the capital by the pacification office from the south, do so with protective intent, hoping to spare themselves from Lu Qing's persecution. In light of these circumstances, Zhang Wu is reminded of Nian Gingyao from the Yongzheng dynasty, who, by wielding military power, found himself inextricably entangled. Lu Qing will undoubtedly refrain from reclaiming those 2 prefectures. Otherwise, he would face the fate of being discarded once he has outlived his usefulness. By effectively managing the 9 prefectures, he aims to create a nation within a nation, stockpiling provisions and biding his time for a potential claim to kingship. As long as he remains, the empress and her son will be safe. Even if the 4th prince does not ascend the throne, Lu Qing possesses the means to rebel. His momentum is formidable, rendering him beyond control. Zhang Wu sighed and shook his head. Nian Gingyao was merely a general skilled in warfare, with a simplistic mind, making him an easy target for the Yongzheng emperor. However, For the launching emperor to deal with Lu Qing, it would require the intervention of that powerful alchemist in the palace. Otherwise, the challenge would be insurmountable. In the confines of the prison, Zhang Wu encountered Jiang Tianhe, the man who had led his uncle Lu down a path of destruction. With a resolute visage and an upright posture, Jiang, despite days of exhausting labor and a face smeared with grime, emanated a certain luminosity from his eyes, radiating an inner righteousness. Frankly, Zhang Wu harbored a desire to eliminate this individual. Uncle Lu was as dear to him as a brother, a confidant, even a father. They had promised to care for him in his twilight years, yet this man had ensnared Uncle Lu in a perilous fate. If he were indeed a virtuous official, one who advocated for the people, it might be understandable. However, should he prove to be a hypocrite, then Zhang Wu would not hesitate to be ruthless. With a clatter, a bowl filled with slop, foul and repugnant, reminiscent of swine feed, was placed before him. "Please, take your time, my lord," came the dispassionate words of Zhou Taizhu, who, at Zhang Wu's behest, set the bowl within the cell. The remaining officials, newly arrived and unaccustomed, were like unrefined grains. After 3 days, they would be reduced to coarse bran. After another 3, to the slop. There was no need for bribery. They understood the unwritten rules. As for whether these individuals would seek vengeance against the guards upon their release, that depended on the fortitude of the guards themselves. The ordinary jailers, naturally, would not dare to slight these men. Zhou Taizhu, bolstered by Zhang Wu's support and himself the chief of the pacification office, was fortunate to avoid trouble. The prison had devolved into such a state that he could not absolve himself of responsibility. Jiang Tianhe sat cross-legged in his cell, his brow lowered, exuding an air of tranquility. To Zhang Wu's surprise, he did not engage in the legalistic ramblings typical of the corrupt officials, nor did he glance at what the others were consuming. Instead, he calmly lifted the bowl, tilting it slightly as he savored the broth. Although he consumed it slowly, there was no doubt that he was swallowing. Zhang Wu furrowed his brow. This man had been escorted back by Uncle Lu himself, and surely enjoyed fine wine and meat along the way. It was inconceivable that he could suddenly stomach such slop. "Let us see how long you can endure." Zhou Taizhu rose, carrying a bucket, and approached the shadows, standing behind Zhang Wu. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhe did not set down his bowl, despite the arduous task of eating. He continued to take small bites, savoring each morsel before swallowing. Before long, the broth in his bowl had diminished by half. The other officials imprisoned alongside him displayed expressions of sympathy. All had endured shared persecution, having journeyed together from the south, where they had benefited from Jiang Tianhe's kindness. Much of the rice and delicacies provided by Ma Lu had been shared among his colleagues, leaving him with little, otherwise. The frail officials would have succumbed to illness long before traversing the arduous 2,000 miles. An official from the neighboring cell extended his bowl, saying, "Brother Tianhe, you must stop eating. I have little appetite and cannot finish this half bowl of grain. Half a bowl of grain can be a lifesaver in prison. You must consume it, Brother Ziheng." Jiang Tianhe shook his head in refusal. Before the official could say more, Zhou Taizhu emerged from the darkness and kicked over his bowl. "You." Wang Ziheng's expression changed, and the other officials glared in anger. Just as they were about to shout, they noticed Zhou Taizhu reaching for the iron-tipped whip at his waist, and they fell silent, like frightened mice. This whip, with a single strike, could leave one's flesh torn and raw. Without aid to tend to the wounds, the dark prison environment would soon lead to infection and decay, ultimately resulting in a slow death. According to Zhang Wu's expectations, this was the moment for Jiang Tianhe to roar defiantly, rallying the spirits of the others. Yet, Jiang Tianhe remained silent, finishing the last of the broth and licking his bowl clean until it gleamed as if washed. He then clasped his fists and addressed Zhou Taizhu, saying, "In prison, every morsel of food is granted by the guards. I express my gratitude to the esteemed official for this meal." Zhou Taizhu was taken aback. Having served as a jailer for so long, he had never encountered such a person before. He inquired, filled with suspicion, "Have you ever been a jailer?" "I was fortunate enough to have served as a warden." At that moment, an official in the prison suddenly spoke. During Lord Zhang's tenure as warden, no one dared to engage in corruption, nor did any jailer dare to mistreat the prisoners. This was clearly a veiled jab at the corrupt practices within the prison. Zhou Taizhu replied coldly, "Every place has its own rules. This is the celestial prison." The official was left speechless. In the following days, Ma Lu was preoccupied with official duties and did not visit Jiang Tianhe. Zhou Taizhu, adhering to Zhang Wu's instructions, continued to provide him with slop. Zhang Wu himself delivered slop once, covertly observing Jiang Tianhe, and was met with scorn from a group of officials. Some cunning officials had arranged for their friends and acquaintances to improve the prisoners' meals, resulting in a significant enhancement of their rations. Naturally, there were also prisoners who deliberately hid their food, waiting until the dead of night when they were certain no one was around to deliver it to Jiang Tianhe. Though this had little effect. Thus, Jiang Tianhe endured for a full 7 days, his complexion pale as a sheet of paper, so weak that he could barely sit upright. One afternoon, Zhou Taizhu continued to provide slop and coldly asked, "Lord Jiang, you can only hold on for 3 more days at most. If I continue to give you slop, what do you intend to do? Since I am here, I shall make my peace. If I am to perish, then so be it," Jiang Tianhe replied in a hoarse, feeble voice. "If heaven wishes to take your life, how can man save you? In this prison, I can save you," Zhou Taizhu said, following Zhang Wu's directive. "You need only call upon me, and from this day forth, you shall have fine wine and sumptuous meals." Jiang Tianhe remained silent. Kneeling on the low wooden bed, I struggled to press my knees to the ground, bowing in reverence. "If I am to perish, so be it. I implore you, esteemed sir, spare my comrades." Chapter 47. Human Relationships and Social Affairs. Zhang Wu stood frozen in place. Concealed in the shadows, he observed Jiang Tianhe kneeling, and suddenly sensed an ineffable aura emanating from him. After much contemplation, his mind scrolled through countless descriptors, ultimately settling on the phrase leadership charisma. The remaining officials in the prison, regardless of any past grievances with Jiang Tianhe or the depth of their camaraderie, found their eyes welling with tears, and they all knelt in homage to the first cell. As long as Jiang Tianhe remained alive, with the virtue he displayed today, whether these officials had been corrupt or morally bankrupt, they would strive to assist him upon their release, even willingly serving as his subordinates, following him devotedly. However, Zhou Taizhu was also concerned with his own dignity. Pressured by Jiang Tianhe, he coldly remarked, "You possess the courage to risk your life for your fellow countrymen. Therefore, I shall grant your wish." He placed a bowl of slop into the cell. "Eat." The other officials erupted in fury, unable to endure the oppression any longer. And they began to curse vehemently. "You are no true human. Should I be released, I shall ensure you are subjected to the most horrific punishments. You wretched jailer. So brazen, is there no law left?" In an instant, the heavy punishment area exhibited signs of chaos. Zhou Taizhu completed his task without stooping to their level, refraining from beating them to exacerbate the conflict. He merely cast a cold glance at Jiang Tianhe before turning to leave. Cheng Go awaited him and Zhang Wu in the corridor, a wry smile adorning his face. "Brother Wu," he remarked, "that Jiang Tianhe's family is impoverished beyond measure. They cannot even produce a coin. Why stoop to his level? Is someone interceding on his behalf?" Zhang Wu raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. Cheng Go glanced around cautiously and leaned in to whisper, "Our superior's superior, the 5th-ranked gentleman from the Ministry of Justice, approached me yesterday, stating that among these official offenders is a close friend of his, insisting that I attend to them with utmost care." And then, Zhang Wu prompted. Cheng Go, sheepishly producing a silver note from his sleeve, revealed a sum of 10,000 taels. "Among these official offenders are scions of noble families, exceedingly affluent. Their relatives have approached me, wishing to use this 10,000 taels to secure Jiang Tianhe's safety. What do you think about this matter? Has anyone else made inquiries?" Zhang Wu asked. Cheng Go suddenly felt a surge of apprehension but forced himself to reply. "Even Han Tilawang sought me out, inquiring about you and Jiang Tianhe. Though he said nothing explicit, I sensed the deep respect he holds for Jiang Tianhe. Both belong to the same esteemed circle, untainted by greed. Han, being newly entered into the official realm, naturally admires such a predecessor." Zhang Wu asserted, "This 10,000 taels, who provided it must be returned." "Understood," Cheng Go acknowledged. "Brother Wu, tomorrow at Chunfeng Tower, a top courtesan is to be released. The prison ledger has accumulated a fair amount of silver. Shall we, as brothers, indulge in a tune?" "That sounds agreeable. I have recently made progress in my martial practice and could use a respite," Zhang Wu replied. Cheng Go's face brightened with joy. "As long as you do not find yourself imprisoned, I shall prepare 80 dishes for Jiang Tianhe. Once I secure his favor, the order from Han Jiang will surely arrive in a few days, and this prison proposal will unequivocally be mine." The following day, Zhang Wu refrained from visiting the brothel to listen to music. While the public expenditures were delightful and the deflowering of a courtesan was an amusing affair, nothing could compare to the intoxicating allure of enhanced strength. After a year of diligent study, he had deciphered the profound characters of the Dayu step. This technique required a foundation in the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, advancing in a specific sequence, reminiscent of the celestial movements. Each step's landing was meticulously prescribed. Coupled with the internal martial arts recorded in the latter part of the bamboo scrolls, upon reaching an advanced state, his footwork could transcend the ordinary, allowing him to summon the winds and rain. This Dayu step should enable him to attain the mastery of a grandmaster. Zhang Wu positioned a water barrel in the center of the courtyard, using it as his focal point, and began to traverse the prescribed directions from the text. With each step, he inhaled deeply, synchronizing his breath with his movements, ensuring no interruption occurred. According to the scriptures, this practice allowed him to tread upon the celestial stars, connecting with the energies of heaven and earth. Having undergone a thorough cleansing of his essence and being naturally gifted, coupled with a robust foundation in internal power, he mastered the footwork with remarkable proficiency in just 3 days. At last, he was ready to cultivate the subsequent internal techniques. Nestled at home, Zhang Wu emulated the figures depicted in the bamboo scroll, adopting various postures, whether seated or reclining, as he studied the path of his energy cultivation. The next day, before dawn, Zhang Wu was already practicing atop White Dragon Mountain. The solitary peak towered, winds howling fiercely, and his footing was precarious, mere feet away from a sheer drop. A moment's inattention could lead to a perilous plunge down the 1,000-foot cliff, resulting in a shattered demise. However, the young man treaded upon the slick moss with an air of nonchalance, causing a series of imposing and majestic shadows to dance upon the cliffside, accompanied by the resonant sounds of sinewy bones that echoed throughout the mountain, creating a formidable spectacle. It was not until the dawn broke, casting golden rays that illuminated Zhang Wu's visage, rendering his bronze skin imbued with an aura of assertive masculinity, that he exhaled a deep breath, ceasing his training. With the indomitable skill of the Vajra unbreakable technique fully realized, and this inner strength as his foundation, he had begun to grasp the essence of the Dayu step. Though he remained unaware of how many moves he could withstand against a top-tier master, Zhang Wu murmured. Chapter 48. The Intricacies of Life in the Blink of an Eye. 6 months had passed, during which Zhang Wu had coldly set aside the matters concerning Jiang Tianhe, immersing himself solely in his training at home, seldom visiting the prison. One day, on a whim, he found himself on duty and noticed a number of new faces in the prison. The position of a jailer was not one that just anyone could occupy. Those who spent their days tormenting inmates often possessed twisted psyches, acting with an instinctive cruelty devoid of boundaries. They were harsh toward the prisoners, merciless to their peers, and even cruel to their own families, ultimately becoming heartless and ungrateful. Consequently, they were ostracized by their colleagues, unable to remain in the prison, and scorned by their relatives, becoming the subject of disdain among their neighbors. Nevertheless, most would choose to depart as soon as they could no longer bear it. Zhang Wu noticed that Zhongzhu was absent from his post. Upon inquiry, he learned that the young man had resigned 3 months prior. With the modest savings he had accumulated during his time as a jailer, amounting to several hundred taels of silver, he had opened a bustling tavern in the southern part of the city. Zhang Wu held a favorable impression of the lad. He was reliable in his endeavors. Moreover, the warden was no longer Cheng Go, as he had successfully been promoted to the chief overseer of the prison. Han Jiang had been reassigned to serve as a county magistrate in a region under the jurisdiction of Dazhou Prefecture. After several upheavals, only 2 of the old jailers remained in the prison before the barbarian siege. After 6 years of camaraderie, the bond naturally grew closer than that of others. Once the roll call concluded, Yang San naturally approached Zhang Wu and idly inquired, "Brother Wu, do you still remember that Lu Ti Lao?" Of course, Zhang Wu nodded, asking, "What happened to him?" "Ah, I truly misjudged him back then. They say the sea is unfathomable, and I did not believe it. That young chef has now risen to become the governor of Yong'an. Wasn't he just a county magistrate last year?" Zhang Wu furrowed his brow. To ascend from a 7th rank directly to a 5th rank, even the emperor's brother-in-law would not dare to promote so recklessly. The court has its own regulations that everyone must abide by. If the rules are broken, it leads to corruption and chaos. Yang Sen sighed, shaking his head. Who could have anticipated that he would align himself with Lu Taibao? The position of governor of Yong'an was vacant, and regardless of his previous rank, as long as he was recommended by Lu Taibao, the court would undoubtedly acquiesce. Even a 9th-rank minor official could become a governor. Zhang Wu found himself at a loss for words. The Yong'an prefecture bordered the 9 counties reclaimed by Lu Qing. Managing one's own territory was already sufficient. Yet he extended his influence beyond that. What was even more astonishing was that the powerful figures in the court would consent to this. Shouldn't they be devising ways to curtail his power? At that moment, if this continues, in a few years, his 9 prefectures will inevitably transform into 20. The court can only delay for now, keeping Lu Qing in check to prevent rebellion. If he demands money, they shall provide it. If he seeks titles, they will grant them. For the sake of the empire, one must endure this humiliation, even if it means breaking bones. However, the true reason for Lu Qing's unchecked audacity lies in the unrest within the court, where hidden currents swirl. The return of the 2nd and 3rd princes has escalated the struggle for succession to a fever pitch. The crown prince, who should be governing the state, remains confined to his chambers due to illness, leaving his presence notably absent. The reins of power have fallen into the hands of two grand ministers, who have chosen sides, each supporting one of the princes, forming factions and plotting in secrecy, with hundreds entering and exiting their residences daily. Emperor Longqing has neglected state affairs for over 6 months, rarely seen alongside the princes and concubines, with all edicts communicated through the pacification office. Many ministers harbor suspicions that Emperor Longqing has already passed away, with the news kept under wraps. The most frequent criticism among the court officials is directed at the pacification office, which allegedly harbors treasonous intentions aimed at overthrowing the Great Kuan. With the political landscape in such disarray, one might presume that Liu Taibao could hardly resist taking advantage of the situation. How has the prison fared during this time? Yang San, understanding that Zhang Wu inquired about financial matters, shook his head with a rueful smile, saying, "A mere broth, last month's allowance was only 3 taels. So little?" Zhang Wu exclaimed, astonished. "This amount is less than a tenth of what it used to be. No wonder the jailers are leaving. Having not visited in half a year, there has been no one to deliver silver." With the prospect of indulging in lavish feasts while expenses flow like water, he relied solely on the allowance to support his family. Initially, he thought that Shingo was untrustworthy and hoarding the silver. Now it seems that this meager sum is all he dares to present. What on earth is happening? Has everything been consumed? Or is there some formidable figure who forbids monetary transactions? The explanation is rather lengthy and multifaceted. Yang San furrowed his brow and elucidated. "Brother Wu, after your rest, the absence of your formidable presence has diminished the coercive tactics employed here, resulting in a natural decline in monetary contributions." Zhang Wu nodded in understanding. Every profession requires talent, and the same holds true for the prison. Inflicting punishment is a skilled endeavor, more complex than martial training. Furthermore, for the past 6 months, Sixth Master has been visiting the prison to see Jiang Tianhe, each time during midday. He has become remarkably austere, and the brothers dare not serve the prisoners any slop for fear of incurring Sixth Master's wrath should he witness it. Consequently, the financial contributions have dwindled as well. Zhang Wu frowned and inquired, "But surely it cannot be reduced to merely a few taels of silver? The more money diminishes in the prison, the more pressure mounts from above, or else Chungo would have no way to account for it." Yang Sen pointed skyward, lamenting, "The primary reason remains Jiang Tianhe himself." "Is it him?" Zhang Wu's brow tightened. Could it be that in his absence, the guards could not control this individual, allowing him to overshadow them? Yang Sen continued, "I once doubted the existence of sages and the likes of great scholars who could inspire moral rectitude through mere words, leading people to abandon vice for virtue. Yet now, I am convinced." The departing guards had lengthy discussions with Jiang Tianhe and subsequently abandoned this sordid duty, claiming they wished to reform. "Is Zhou Taizhu included in this?" Yang Sen nodded. Zhang Wu fell silent, rendered speechless. Previously, he was skeptical about the existence of charisma, deeming it a mere illusion. Yet, in this moment, he found himself a believer. The adage "one who associates with the virtuous will become virtuous, while one who consorts with the wicked will become wicked" resonated deeply within him. The monetary order he had meticulously maintained, which he believed to be the essence of wealth and promotion, was unexpectedly dismantled by a mere prisoner. Zhang Wu suddenly found this rather amusing. The path to immortality is often solitary. However, with such companions, it would not be entirely devoid of interest. Chapter 49. Monetary Transactions. Zhang Wu contemplated that in order to restore the system and elevate the standard currency, one must first extract the refuse. He wandered through the kitchen and discovered that the most inferior meal consisted of millet mixed with coarse bran in equal parts. The court had mandated a daily provision of 1 liter of rice, but it did not specify that it had to be white rice. Millet also qualified as rice. Presently, the provisions left little room for indulgence. When the upper authorities allocated resources to the prison, they supplied only millet, never white rice, and often resorted to severe deductions using a scale that weighed 7 ounces. The white rice consumed by the inmates was procured with funds from the prison's communal account, discreetly purchased in private. Now that there was no surplus, the white rice steamed in the kitchen had dwindled to less than a third of its former amount. And it was not intended for the guards, but rather for the esteemed officials such as Jiang Tianhe. Eating millet for lunch? Zhang Wu's expression turned peculiar. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is relatively easy, yet moving from luxury to frugality poses a significant challenge. Having grown accustomed to white rice, millet was far from palatable. In the office of the new prison warden, upon seeing Zhang Wu enter through the curtain, he did not dare to show any disregard and promptly rose to greet him, saying, "Brother Wu, as a newcomer to the official realm, I implore your future guidance." The warden spoke with courtesy. This Chao Bin was not promoted by Chungo, but rather descended from a prominent family, parachuted into the position. Zhang Wu had just inquired about Yang San. This fellow, who came to take up the position of jailer, was entirely motivated by the prospect of the prison's lucrative opportunities, hoping to amass a fortune within 2 years. After all, the wealth associated with the celestial prison is well known. One should not assume that the scions of noble families are so affluent that they would disdain the modest profits of the celestial prison. The offspring of the powerful and influential, particularly those who have recently achieved prominence, aim primarily to cease relying on familial support and to sustain themselves independently. Their expenditures are substantial. The annual salary of a 9th-rank official scarcely suffices for a few nights of leisure at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Only significant positions, such as that of a jailer, can adequately support their extravagant lifestyles. However, it was unfortunate for Chao Bin that he arrived at a most inopportune moment. Above him loomed Cheng Go, a conniver in league with even more formidable figures, while below him, the charismatic leader Jiang Tianhe inspired the masses. Additionally, the deputy commander of the pacification office frequently inspected the celestial prison, rendering it nearly impossible for him to amass any silver. Poor Chao was troubled indeed. Zhang Wu had merely engaged him in casual conversation, without yet broaching serious matters, when Chao Bin seized his arm and inquired, "Brother Wu, I have heard that last year the prison's monthly profits exceeded 400 taels of silver. Is that true?" "Indeed, that was merely the base share of the jailers," Zhang Wu affirmed with a nod. Chao Bin gritted his teeth, unsure whether to resent his late arrival or to envy the jailer's windfall. Zhang Wu recalled that when the faction of the esteemed Li Gulao was imprisoned that month, the prison had raked in a staggering 160,000 taels of silver. The corrupt officials devised every conceivable means of buying their lives, while their families sought various ways to secure their fates. Chen Go, each day, slumbered cradled by bundles of banknotes. It is no wonder that Go's spirits have soared. Having amassed 70 or 80,000 taels of silver over the past 6 months without even a visit home, he has become quite insufferable. From observing Lu Jingjun, Zhang Wu has long understood a fundamental truth: people can change. Dear Wu, I have long desired to pay you a visit. It is said that in the past, you were the one in charge of the funds while in prison. The warden has truly overwhelmed me. Chao Bin abruptly interrupted Zhang Wu, who was about to feign modesty, and spoke candidly. Wu, let us dispense with the pretense. To be frank, I have taken on this tedious role of warden solely to amass wealth. Whoever can provide me with funds is akin to my grandfather. You ungrateful descendant, Chao Bin retorted nonchalantly. Brother, feel free to exercise your talents. All matters within the prison are at your discretion. The provisions, the lives of the inmates, none require my input. Should I become a nuisance to you, I shall feign illness tomorrow, as long as there is silver to be had. Zhang Wu was left speechless, only able to utter, Your Excellency is quite magnanimous. Wu, do you think it feasible? Chao Bin implored with an expression of eager anticipation, for he had been impoverished for half a year, to the point that even his concubine had fled. Zhang Wu replied tactfully, Since you trust me so deeply, I shall endeavor to assist. Do you have a plan? Chao Bin's eyes widened in disbelief as he pondered how Zhang Wu would navigate the obstacles posed by Jiang Tianhe and the deputy chief of the pacification office. Zhang Wu stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, In truth, securing funds is rather straightforward. It merely requires altering 2 aspects. Please, Your Excellency, await the results as I embark on the first task. What task? Chao Bin inquired eagerly. Prepare the kitchen to gather the slop and find someone to inform me about who has been troublesome in the prison, who has offered bribes, and who is deserving of better treatment, so we do not mistakenly reward the wrong individuals. A trivial matter, Chao Bin exclaimed, his face alight with joy. After issuing a series of commands in the kitchen, a proclamation was made. Henceforth, Wu Gur would assume the role of the jailer, and you may disregard my presence. Yang San was summoned to provide Zhang Wu with a detailed account of the situation within the prison. Meanwhile, Chao Bin, with remarkable decisiveness, sought leave from Cheng Go, displaying an uncharacteristic boldness. Following a discussion, it was already noon. The guards gathered at the kitchen door, preparing for their meal. Many newcomers, upon seeing a barrel filled with slop and another containing coarse bran, were puzzled as to its purpose. It was not until an experienced guard explained that it was meant for the inmates that the expressions of the new guards shifted dramatically. Currently, the number of guards had significantly exceeded the necessary quota, with over 50 on duty during the day. Zhang Wu stood elevated at the kitchen entrance, surveying the guards as he inquired, You all received your monthly stipends, did you not? Indeed, they nodded in unison. Is there anyone who wishes to forego their stipend? The crowd was taken aback, perplexed, and no one responded. Since you all desire this money, you must understand its origin, Zhang Wu continued. A sudden tension enveloped the atmosphere. Yet silence prevailed. Zhang Wu remarked with a hint of disdain. This money is tainted. It is extracted from the exploitation of prisoners. Each of you is consuming bread stained with blood. However, I have heard whispers of some among you, who, despite receiving this stipend, have chosen to heed the deceitful words of others, aspiring to be virtuous individuals. They hesitate to act against the inmates, mock their fellow guards in secret, and express shame in associating with them. Is it not laughable? The kitchen fell into a profound silence. Zhang Wu spoke coldly. If you possess any integrity, reject this blood-stained bribe and diligently fulfill your duties as a prison guard. Only then may you be deemed worthy to criticize others. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Wu's eyes glimmered with a hint of menace. Over the past 6 years, the number of inmates who had perished by his hand was no less than 30. With a chilling intent, he declared, "Should I ever discover you accepting money while secretly disparaging your colleagues, you shall face the law of the prison and be executed without mercy." Chapter 50. The Retribution of Insults. Now, I present you with an opportunity. If any of you find yourselves unable to endure the rules of this prison, you may leave at this very moment. Zhang Wu's powerful voice echoed before the kitchen. Once today concludes, should you wish to resign, you shall first receive 100 strokes. The numerous prison guards quaked in fear. 80 strokes, if delivered with sufficient force, could render a person incapacitated. 100 strokes could very well lead to death. The fearsome reputation of the king of martial executioners rang loudly within the prison and was well known beyond its walls. As Zhang Wu now represented the authority of the prison, none dared to challenge him openly. Of the more than 50 guards, nearly half promptly shed their uniforms and departed. Is there anyone else? Zhang Wu scanned the crowd, satisfied with the outcome. Quality over quantity is paramount. As long as the prison operates smoothly, that suffices. Moreover, the departure of these individuals would allow for a reduction in payroll expenses. Thankfully, no one dared to confront him. Otherwise, the guards had a contract with the Ministry of Punishments. While I can dismiss you, you do not possess the right to resign. If you attempt to do so, you will face ruin beyond measure, as your entire family will be compelled to mend the walls, a fate not unlike that of ancient times. As 2 more departed, leaving only 24, Zhang Wu nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed, "Since you are willing to remain, we shall henceforth be colleagues. We must foster camaraderie and, above all, remember our identities. You are prison guards. You are prison guards. It is imperative that I repeat this vital point thrice. Feeling pity for the inmates is not your concern. The court established this dungeon and provided you with silver to employ you in managing and disciplining the prisoners. Every profession has its rationale. There is nothing immoral about earning your keep in this manner." Zhang Wu lectured the assembly, harboring no expectation of monetary contributions from them. His sole intent was to reshape their mindset. They should not consume the fruits of his labor while secretly disparaging him. Should anyone dare to exhibit such ingratitude, he would indeed be capable of violence. Let me bear the mantle of villainy. You may enjoy the comforts that accompany it. Of course, Zhang Wu would not be excessively harsh. He too had journeyed from feeling sympathy for the inmates to his current stance. After all, who among us is devoid of compassion? If I possessed the means and were not in want of silver, I would treat the prisoners to gourmet delicacies daily, compelling you to kneel and address me as grandfather, who cannot play the role of a benevolent soul. Yet, financial support must be judicious. It should not descend to the point where, devoid of silver, one is left to consume scraps until death ensues. Zhang Wu believed such an approach to be excessively cruel. At that time, having only recently succeeded his father, his voice was but a whisper in the cacophony of opinions. He had no authority. He could only endure in silence. Now that the reins of governance were in his hands, he would establish the rules according to his standards. Coarse provisions would suffice. If you possess the skill to subsist solely on meager fare, that is your talent, and I shall not hinder you. However, the provision of scraps must be assured, particularly for those with stubborn dispositions. How can one govern this prison if the inmates cannot be subdued? As Zhang Wu carried 4 buckets, preparing to distribute food to the prisoners, most of the guards were visibly excited. Many of those who remained were seasoned guards from 6 months prior, having tasted the sweetness of 400 to 500 taels of silver each month, and were unwilling to relinquish this lucrative position. Everyone, prepare to prosper. With Yama Zhang taking action, I reckon we'll each receive at least 10 taels of bonus money next month. 10 taels? A chorus of hisses arose. Naive. The turnover rate among the prison guards was rapid, and even more so among the prisoners. In just half a year, Zhang Wu found that few of the acquaintances he had made in the general offender area remained. Fortunately, his memory was exceptional. In addition to physical training, martial arts also developed the mind, making photographic memory a fundamental skill. Following Yang San's instructions, he distributed food to each cell. Troublemakers received swill. Those who refused to pay were given pure chaff, and truly impoverished individuals received a mixture of grain and chaff. As he continued, Zhang Wu couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If the prison were filled with such pitiable souls, he feared that even if he wanted to feed them grain, he would be incapable. The authorities only allocated 70% of the grain, which also had to cover the rations for the guards. When encountering official offenders, the grain had to be exchanged for white rice as a tribute. Without monetary incentives, this prison would inevitably face destitution, regardless of who was in charge. When he arrived in the high-security section, his towering figure pierced through the darkness, revealing his true form. The official offenders who had been conversing fell into a sudden silence. 6 months prior, he had instructed Zhou Taizhu to nearly starve Jiang Tianhe to death. The scions of aristocratic families among the official offenders naturally implored their families to inquire about him, seeking revenge. However, upon learning that he was the legendary honorary centurion of the pacification office, personally approved by the emperor, and also a disciple of the guardian king, their fury was instantly extinguished. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that he and Ma Lu shared a bond akin to that of father and son, and the officials understood Zhang Wu's animosity towards Jiang Tianhe. Now, as Zhang Wu reappeared at the prison, carrying a foul-smelling bucket, the officials who had been indulged with fine wine and sumptuous meals for half a year silently lamented their fate. Nevertheless, Zhang Wu stood before Cell No. 1 without imposing any hardship on Jiang Tianhe, simply offering him a bowl of plain rice and half a spoonful of vegetables before distributing food to the others. He showed no undue harshness to the other inmates either. To those who had insulted him 6 months prior, he presented a bowl of swill, coldly stating, "Drink this bowl, and our grievances will be forgiven. Refuse, and I shall see to it that you starve over the next fortnight." Zhang Wu was a man who harbored grudges, yet possessed sufficient patience, never adopting a saintly demeanor, as if nothing had transpired when insulted. "Do you dare?" The official's complexion paled. Zhang Wu, with a cold smirk, remarked, "The warden has taken sick leave, and the recommendation for your transfer came from me. I am in charge here, and should I choose to deal with you, even if I do not let you starve, I could orchestrate your demise by means of a knife in your back." "You? What do you mean?" Zhang Wu, expressionless, turned to the other officials, saying, "You too, who have insulted me, shall each receive a bowl of swill. To refuse is to willingly bear animosity towards me. 6 months ago, I did not provoke you. Today's retribution is solely the result of your own insults. The cycle of cause and effect brings this upon you. What? Can you not accept it?" The crowd fell into silence. Observing the officials in cell number 6 hesitating to take their bowls, Zhang Wu ground his teeth, coldly asserting, "It is but a bowl of swill. Consuming it would resolve our grievances so easily, yet you hesitate. It seems you truly look down upon me." As the words fell, Zhang Wu rose to leave. "Stop." The official offender was agitated. Jiang Tianhe had the powerful Ma Lu as his backing, and Zhang Wu may not have truly dared to act with lethal intent. However, he lacked such support, and could not subdue this audacious individual. Therefore, he lifted the large bowl, gritted his teeth, held his breath, and imagined that the contents bore no foul, repugnant odor, before tilting his head to drink. Gulping down, he retched. Having been accustomed to fine meals, how could he possibly swallow this moldy, spoiled swill? After merely half a bowl, he expelled it violently. Bitter while surging forth, his visage contorted in agony. "Consider yourself fortunate. Remember, you still owe me half a bowl of slop." Zhang Wu snorted coldly, then proceeded to serve the others their meals. Those who should eat rice did so, while those destined for slop consumed theirs. He remembered each person with clarity. Chapter 51. You have guts. No one managed to finish their meal, each one wretched, disoriented, all owing half a bowl. In the end, Zhang Wu could not help but feel a sense of dread. Jiang Tianhe had managed to consume slop for 7 or 8 consecutive days. At the time, it seemed he was formidable, but now, in comparison to these official offenders, his extraordinary resilience became evident. Even if a beggar, accustomed to a lifetime of foraging, were to feast on fine food for 2 months before returning to slop, he too would inevitably retch. This demonstrated Jiang Tianhe's remarkable endurance and tenacity, which should not be underestimated. While he was here tormenting the others, the first prison remained utterly silent. Not a soul emerged to claim the right to drink the slop on behalf of the others, nor did anyone voice reproach. Zhang Wu could not resist turning to inquire, "Lord Jiang, how do you feel witnessing your colleagues suffer because of you?" Jiang Tianhe, his face filled with remorse, slightly bowed to the crowd and said, "I am deeply ashamed before you all, my esteemed colleagues, since you owe them a debt. If one day someone commits corruption and breaks the law under your watch, requiring capital punishment, how would you respond?" Such a question, Whether one answers with "a kill" or "do not kill" inevitably tarnishes one's reputation. Without hesitation, Jiang Tianhe declared, "A nation has its laws, and a family has its rules. I owe a debt to you all, and I shall repay it with my flesh. Should any of you transgress the law, you must be held accountable." Upon hearing these words, several officials, known for their greed, changed their expressions. The others also appeared solemn, taken aback by Jiang Tianhe's unwavering stance. "Master Jiang, do you not think your actions are rather heartless and cold?" Zhang Wu spoke slowly. "We exist in a world governed by human emotions. From the moment of your birth, your parents have bestowed kindness upon you, so no one can truly escape the intricacies of human relationships. To treat your colleagues with such a lack of camaraderie, solely prioritizing the enforcement of the law, I ask you, where lies your sense of benevolence? If one day your parents were to commit a capital offense, would you also execute them? Right and wrong cannot be conflated." Jiang Tianhe, unflinching, responded, "Corruption is a crime, and those who deserve execution shall be executed according to the law. I will ensure the well-being of their descendants. If my parents were to commit a crime, I would first execute them to uphold the law. In an era beset by turmoil and degradation, a destitute commoner, devoid of connections and bribes, ascended from the ranks of the populace to the esteemed position of a fifth-grade governor. The trials he faced, fraught with treachery and dark struggles, were indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing the challenges faced by Zhu Yuanzhang in his quest to establish the Ming dynasty. Nevertheless, Zhang Wu possessed his own sagacity. Mr. Jiang, with a clear sense of right and wrong, commanded my admiration." The young man clasped his fists in farewell, seemingly retreating in the face of adversity. As he departed, a palpable sigh of relief washed over the assembly. Those who feasted on white rice hastily extended their generosity to their colleagues who subsisted on gruel, fostering a spirit of mutual support. After a brief pause, they finally commenced their meal. Zhang Wu emerged from the shadows, his presence lingering ominously. "Mr. Jiang, is the rice to your liking?" Jiang Tianhe, leisurely savoring his meal, appeared unperturbed, yet a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. Zhang Wu replied with a grin. "Rest assured, there is no poison in your rice, but do you comprehend the origins of the white rice you have consumed for the past 6 months?" Jiang Tianhe hesitated, casting a glance at the bowl of rice. Before he could set it down, Zhang Wu coldly interjected, "The rice you eat is stained with blood. It is derived from the exploitation of prisoners, who are fed with slop and husks in exchange for their sustenance. The rations distributed by the Ministry of Justice consist solely of coarse grains. White rice has never been part of the allocation. Each grain you consume is a testament to the suffering of the oppressed prisoners who sustained you officials." The room fell into a profound silence. Several upright officials rendered speechless. Jiang Tianhe remained mute. Even the most eloquent of speakers could find no words to refute such a stark reality. "I stand corrected," he finally conceded. Zhang Wu smirked and remarked, "Master Jiang, since you find yourself incarcerated, you ought to embrace your identity as a prisoner. Cease your incessant thoughts of portraying me as the embodiment of justice. Today, you urge one towards virtue, and tomorrow, you exhibit your so-called transformative methods to another. Such behavior is perilous." Jiang Tianhe was rendered speechless. Zhang Wu, relentless, inquired, "Will you still concern yourself with the financial matters of the prison?" "The affairs within these walls are of no consequence to me, yet I shall continue to encourage the guards to embrace righteousness," Jiang Tianhe replied without hesitation. "Even if your words resonate with profound wisdom, and even if I am indeed a corrupt official exploiting the common people, we must strive towards the light, even while ensconced in darkness. For in this world, there will always be a distinction between right and wrong. The abuse and exploitation of prisoners, regardless of your eloquence, cannot alter their inherent darkness." Zhang Wu, gritting his teeth, coldly snorted as he picked up a bucket and departed. "You possess great audacity." Chapter 52. Offending the superior. Zhang Wu tormented Jiang Tianhe, harboring resentment for leading his uncle down a path of no return 6 months prior. Thus, he subjected him to a continuous diet of slop, nearly bringing about his demise, which quelled his inner fury. Presently, his torment appeared to stem from Zhang's infringement upon the financial regulations established by Zhang Wu, necessitating suppression to maintain order within the prison. However, it was fundamentally a clash of ideologies. Jiang Tianhe held a belief in an unequivocal moral dichotomy, unable to tolerate any shades of gray, striving to guide those around him towards the righteous path, subtly influencing others each day. Conversely, Zhang Wu adhered to the philosophy that within the white lies black, and within the black lies white. They are inseparable, and one should simply manage their own affairs. As long as one possesses a moral foundation and conducts oneself with integrity, that is sufficient. Those devoid of conscience may feed impoverished prisoners scraps, while individuals of substance, like myself, provide them with a modest mixture of bran and grains. This approach ensures that no undue expense is incurred in their sustenance, and Zhang Wu believes he remains true to the essence of kindness. An ancient adage states that too much clarity brings no fish, encapsulating the profound truths of life. Should the guards truly be expected to survive on a meager annual salary of merely 6 taels of silver, toiling day in and day out to serve the prisoners' base needs? And when faced with demands for punishment, must they suppress their conscience to inflict severe torment and coercion? Who would willingly undertake such a burden without feeling driven to despair? To maintain long-term stability, one must turn a blind eye at times, striking a balance between right and wrong. The following day, Zhang Wu astonished everyone with a bold initiative, the restoration of official supervision. Given the directive from above to properly attend to this group of official prisoners, who must be supported with the very silver that sustains them, why not simply accommodate them well, with all services clearly priced and offered fairly to all? Zhang Wu commanded the entire prison to spring into action. The 50 cells originally designated for official supervision had, over the past 2 years, been overrun with various offenders, resulting in a foul stench permeating the air. He ordered the guards to enlist 100 prisoners to clean the quarters thoroughly and to procure new bedding, furniture, and decor, revitalizing the cell blocks. 3 days later, when the official prisoners from the heavy sentencing area were relocated, their eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Wu, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed them, "Esteemed gentlemen, please feel free to choose your accommodations according to your status. This shall be your paradise. Should you desire the company of a courtesan tonight, rest assured that arrangements can be made." The officials incarcerated within exchanged furtive glances, a palpable sense of agitation stirring among them. After a moment of silent consideration, their gazes converged upon Jiang Tianhe, Zhang Wu included. Should Jiang Tianhe take up residence here, it would signify a resounding victory in their ideological contention. You have opted for the superior treatment afforded to officials, partaking in the sanguinary sustenance and relishing the impeccable service. How then can you advocate for striving towards enlightenment? Such were the unspoken sentiments. Your actions betray your words. Yet, should he refuse to acquiesce, a multitude of officials would be compelled to return to the harsh confines of the maximum security zone, inflicting considerable hardship upon them and inevitably incurring their resentment. Jiang Tianhe was acutely aware that Zhang Wu's machinations were directed at him. After a protracted period of deliberation, he emitted a sigh and bowed towards Zhang Wu, stating, "As a disgraced official, I am duty-bound to submit to the regulations. I beseech you to assign me a cell." A graceful curve manifested upon Zhang Wu's lips as he returned the salutation with courteous words. "Pray, esteemed Lord Jiang, proceed to cell number 1. Jiang Tianhe turned to the assembled officials, clasping his fist in a gesture of respect, and led the way into the prison. The proverbial saying held true. It was easier to confront the king of hell than to contend with his impish minions. After many years, he was once again reminded of this truth. Before long, all 20-odd officials had been duly accommodated. News of the significant commotion within the imperial prison swiftly traversed from the depths of the maximum security zone to the Jiayu prison. Ma Lu first paid a visit to Jiang Tianhe before seeking out Zhang Wu in his office. With a mixture of amusement and exasperation, he inquired, "Brother Wu, why do you consistently seek to vex Lord Jiang? Has he offended you in some way? He aspires to some harebrained scheme of reform, which is none of my concern. However, to drag Uncle Lu along to his doom is unacceptable. I have already shown leniency by preventing his unwarranted demise within these walls," Zhang Wu retorted with ill-concealed annoyance, meticulously manicuring his nails with a pair of formidable crocodile clippers. With a weary sigh, Uncle Lu offered a rueful smile, shaking his head in resignation. He could maintain a cold demeanor towards others, but when it came to Zhang Wu, he found it impossible to lower his guard, opting instead to quietly remind him. "Lord Jiang will soon be released from prison and is likely to be promoted to the esteemed rank of third-grade minister. We must accord him a measure of respect." "Minister?" Zhang Wu paused, his voice barely above a whisper. "Which department's minister?" "The Ministry of Justice," Uncle Lu replied. The youth's complexion paled. "Uncle, are you jesting with me? Why did you not mention this sooner? Just when I thought I had finished disparaging him, you bring this news." Zhang Wu's heart sank, and he pointed to the heavens in disbelief. "Surely, you did not orchestrate this position for him from the palace, did you? Such a talented individual should not languish in prison," sighed Uncle Lu regretfully. Zhang Wu fell silent. "What of the former minister, Han Shan?" "He has been elevated to the position of Minister of Justice," Uncle Lu replied. "Thank goodness," Zhang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, he had made it a point to visit Han Shan during festive occasions, strengthening their bond through these interactions. No matter how busy Han Shan was, he always made time for him, even requesting Zhang Wu to keep an eye out for martial arts experts in prison, those with loyalty and righteousness, whom he could recommend as guests at Han's residence. Last year, Zhang Wu had also learned that the commander of the town protector's office, Han Jianchuan, was actually Han Shan's cousin. The Han family certainly possessed remarkable fortitude. It was no wonder that Han Jiang had the audacity to pursue an untainted path, disdainful of accepting bribes. If I had such backing, I would rebuke anyone attempting to bribe me on the spot. Do they think I can be bought? Who do they think they are? As Uncle Lu surveyed the empty office, he suddenly inquired, "Has Chingo not visited the prison recently? I heard from Yang saying that he has not been around for over a month." Ma Lu nodded and remarked that he hardly ever goes to the Ministry of Justice. Zhang Wu was taken aback, listening as Lu Shu continued, "You have remained confined in the dungeon, content with mediocrity, which may indeed be wise. When one ascends too high, be it in power or wealth, one easily loses oneself. Chengo, only a few years older than you, has rapidly risen to the 8th rank, surpassing many scions of noble families. Such premature advancement often leads one astray." Zhang Wu fell silent. Chengo's current standing is not without his own share of responsibility. I shall seek him out after my shift tonight. Chapter 53, Awaiting in the Dungeon as Dusk Descended. The evening glow faded, and as the curfew approached, the once bustling streets soon fell into quietude. Zhang Wu left the dungeon and headed directly towards the southern part of the city. Chengo's family has been a lineage of jailers for 3 generations. His grandfather had even served as the head jailer for 2 years. Unfortunately, due to ineffective means of obtaining bribes and a miserly disposition, he was ousted from his position. Yet, in this generation, there has been a marked improvement, allowing them to ascend into the ranks of the powerful. One can easily imagine that the neighbors and relatives who once looked down upon their humble origins now cast respectful glances, taking pride in entering the Chung household, allowing Chenggo to revel in his newfound status. Young and successful, with a wealth of silver at his disposal, he inevitably indulges in vice. The reason Lu Shu has taken notice of him is that the local magistrate's office compiles daily reports on significant events and the private affairs of officials in the capital to present to the emperor. While Ma Lu may not have access to the most sensitive secrets, he certainly has the liberty to peruse the private matters of officials below the 3rd and 5th ranks. A cursory glance revealed a multitude of messages, yet only those familiar to him could capture his attention. Zhang Wu passed through the illustrious gates and proceeded along the main thoroughfare, arriving at the entrance of Chenggo's residence. He knocked resolutely, and shortly thereafter, an unfamiliar man emerged. Noticing Zhang Wu's prison garb, he inquired politely, "Are you seeking Master Chen?" "Yes. Unbeknownst to you, he relocated to the northern part of the city half a year ago and recently sold this estate to my family." Zhang Wu was taken aback. This residence had been the Chung family's ancestral home for generations, having sustained no less than a dozen lineages. According to the wisdom of the ancients, how could one sell the ancestral abode? It was understandable to aspire for wealth and move to the affluent northern district. Yet to neglect the ancestral home and relinquish it was more contemptible than trading wealth for a new spouse. Truly, some had opened their eyes to a new world. "Forgive my intrusion, brother," Zhang Wu said, bowing courteously before taking his leave, following the address provided to him, and heading northward once more. As a gathering place for the affluent, each residence in this area was worth no less than 10,000 taels of silver, with courtyards that were grand and impressive. Zhang Wu finally encountered Chenggo. However, the once proud and spirited magistrate from merely a month prior now resembled a stray dog, his complexion pale, his features gaunt, and his demeanor vacant as he stood at the entrance, watching a group of burly men toss his belongings out like refuse. Chenggo did not intervene, indicating that the estate was no longer his. The sale of the ancestral home suggested he was in such dire straits that even the legacy of his forebears was sacrificed for his own survival. Hoping to find a way to reclaim his heritage in the future, Zhang Wu approached from behind and inquired, "How much silver do you owe?" Chenggo turned his head and, upon seeing him, paused momentarily before offering a wry smile. "I owe nearly 50,000 taels." Zhang Wu's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Having toiled for 6 years in the dungeons, he had managed to save only 8,000 taels. How could this young man possess such an insatiable appetite? "Is it due to gambling debts?" he inquired. "Indeed," Chenggo nodded. Zhang Wu, alarmed, pressed further, "How much did you lose in total?" 60,000 in cash. "And I also put up this residence, which I had purchased for 30,000 taels. After cobbling together a repayment of 10,000 taels, I still owe 50,000. "In other words, you have lost a staggering total of 150,000 taels?" Zhang Wu gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chenggo, looking as if he had just received devastating news, replied, "It wasn't over a period of time. It all happened in a single night." "What? Zhang Wu exclaimed, his voice betraying his shock. The night air was somewhat cold, and Chenggo huddled his neck tighter into his collar, speaking in a mournfully icy tone. Lord Huang has a penchant for gambling, and to curry his favor, I would occasionally join him at the tables. Little did I know that night would spiral out of control. I found it difficult to rein myself in, especially with Lord Huang constantly stoking the flames, leading me to wager increasingly larger sums. Lord Huang was the very official who had promoted Chenggo to the 5th-rank Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. His current status was largely due to Lord Huang's influence. However, success and failure alike could be traced back to him. Not only what I possess is mine, but what you have gained is equally mine. The political arena is shadier than the underworld, rife with tales of betrayal. Zhang Wu sighed and asked, is it true that Lord Huang is about to be promoted and transferred? How do you know, Wugur? Chenggo responded, his face a mask of astonishment. In the confines of the prison, it is well known that Zhang Wu remains oblivious to the affairs of the outside world, solely devoted to his martial pursuits and the accumulation of wealth, showing no interest in the dealings of the officialdom. Moreover, the appointment concerning Old Huang's transfer has yet to be finalized. It is merely a matter of delivering the funds, a certainty that others remain unaware of. Are you still not grasping the situation? Zhang Wu sighed, his face buried in his hands, speechless. Just as he was about to enlighten this fool, a figure resembling a steward emerged from the courtyard, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Wu before standing at the threshold, looking down condescendingly at Chenggo and declaring, Master Tiling, there is a matter I neglected to inform you. Owing to your substantial gambling debts, which you are unable to repay, our gambling house has lodged a complaint with the criminal ministry, following a decision by the esteemed officials. Your position as the overseer of the prison has been revoked. Here is the official document. The glaring notice from the criminal ministry bore a vivid red seal, not issued through formal channels, but rather presented by a mere steward. You and Lord Huang. Chenggo's eyes widened with fury, his face reddening to the point of bursting. Ultimately, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to withstand the blow, and collapsed. With a position in office, he could have regained his wealth and rebuilt his fortune. Without the title of overseer, all hope was lost. Zhang Wu swiftly caught him, pressing on the acupoint between his brows, and after a considerable time, Chenggo finally regained consciousness, his eyes vacant, his complexion ashen. Zhang Wu said nothing, simply hoisting the young man onto his back and making his way home. This outcome had been all but inevitable. If one possessed a powerful background, it would have been a different matter. Lord Huang would not dare to act so recklessly. Yet, the so-called backing consisted solely of those who wielded a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver. Not to mention Lord Huang. I felt a surge of fury, contemplating the notion of resorting to violence for wealth, as the realization dawned that Chenggo had fallen from grace. A profound sense of despair enveloped him, each heartbeat echoing the countdown of his life. Zhang Wu could do little more than offer him consolation. The notion of confronting Lord Huang on his behalf, due to his own negligence and ignorance, would entangle him in matters that were not yet warranted by the depth of their relationship. Every individual must learn to bear the consequences of their own mistakes. As a friend with whom he had shared a modest bond over the past 2 years, Zhang Wu did not turn a blind eye when Chenggo found himself destitute. Instead, he carried him home and tended to him, a testament to his compassion. After settling him comfortably on the bed and preparing a bowl of porridge, Zhang Wu gently urged, Dogger, you are still young. What has to fear about starting anew? There are no more chances, Chenggo replied, his voice hoarse and laden with hopelessness. Zhang Wu shook his head and inquired, do you truly believe that with someone like Lord Huang, who is so corrupt that even the possessions of his trusted subordinates are not spared, that he can hold on to his position for long? Chenggo fell silent. The duration of Lord Huang's tenure seemed irrelevant to him now. Even if the man were to relinquish his official position, his previous network could still exert control over Chenggo. Zhang Wu smiled faintly and asked, do you know where the path of an official ultimately leads? Suddenly, a flicker of light ignited in Chenggo's dim eyes, akin to the spark of vengeful hope. Zhang Wu continued, it is either the dungeons or the gallows. Once Lord Huang ascends and departs, you should register at the Shuntian prefecture and disgrace yourself as a commoner. You may then return to the dungeons and await him. Chapter 54. The Love of Talent. In the 49th year of Longqing, during spring, the crown prince passed away, plunging the nation into mourning. When the common folk speak of this imperial prince, they are acutely aware that, apart from his title as the legitimate heir, he is but a name without substance. His mother, Empress Yang, was deposed by Emperor Longqing and met her demise in the Cold Palace. The Yang family, his maternal lineage, has also fallen into decline, languishing without any sign of resurgence for many years. Emperor Longqing, a man of inherent suspicion, clings tenaciously to power. After 20 years as the crown prince, He has yet to wield any authority over state affairs, a situation most vexing. Initially, the public speculated that the prince feigned illness. However, the unexpected truth of his demise has now sent ripples through both court and commonality, heightening an already simmering tension. During daylight, battalions of soldiers patrol the city, instilling a pervasive sense of unease among the populace, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. With the position of heir apparent left vacant, reports from the Ministry of War reveal that the emperor, stricken by the loss of his son, has become a shadow of his former self, overshadowing the pressing matter of reclaiming lost territories in the south and becoming the focal point of discourse. The most favored candidate for succession is undoubtedly the second prince. In his youth, he reveled in the pleasures of nature, yet after being relegated to his fief, he unveiled remarkable talents, adept at recognizing and utilizing capable individuals, transforming his domain into a model of governance. The third prince should not be underestimated either. Since returning to the capital this past year, he has been diligently forging connections with military leaders and martial arts experts, with rumors suggesting that his household boasts at least 2,000 retainers. However, the most formidable contender is the third prince's maternal grandfather, the current chief minister. Naturally, he enjoys the support of the scholarly faction. Should he also garner the allegiance of the military, it could spell upheaval. The tension in the capital predominantly stems from his influence. As for the fourth prince, he is instinctively overlooked by the masses. Regardless of the turmoil outside, the dungeons remain unchanged. Finally, Jiang Tianhe has awaited his transfer order, appointed as the Deputy Minister of Justice. The issuance of this order signifies that Emperor Longqing's control over the cabinet and the 6 ministries remains steadfast and unyielding. The prince's struggle for succession and the minister's political intrigues did not seem to disturb him. He was still preoccupied with thoughts of reform. He borrowed the bathhouse from Jiang Tianhe, indulged in a hot bath, tended to his long hair, and dressed himself in an official robe. When he emerged, he had transformed into a dignified and imposing vice minister. Exuding an air of authority, Zhang Wu silently praised his remarkable appearance, recognizing that this man had survived to this day without falling victim to others, and that his countenance alone bore considerable influence. Educators prefer students of handsome disposition, and colleagues tend to favor those who are pleasant to behold, even in the imperial court. The emperor often regards the more attractive ministers over the less so, lest their appearance disrupt his mood. However, in terms of looks and demeanor, Zhang Wu, should he don the ceremonial robes, still fell short compared to Jiang Tianhe. According to the customary practices in prison, when a prisoner is released, a farewell meal must be provided. For those of higher status, a lavish banquet is essential to mend grievances and foster connections. Jiang Tianhe did not hasten his departure. Having been transported from the south to the capital, he found himself destitute and without a place to stay, waiting instead for friends and acquaintances to come to his aid. Zhang Wu took the initiative to raise a toast. Minister Jiang, I have made things difficult for you during your imprisonment. Let us not dwell on that matter. Jiang Tianhe shook his head, replying, I am well aware of your relationship with Ma Lu. I understand that rectifying the bureaucracy and insisting on reform is a treacherous path. I have dragged Ma Lu onto this vessel, and should you remain indifferent and not direct your grievances towards me, I would find you lacking in loyalty and compassion. Indeed, human nature can be quite base. Affection often stems from conflict rather than camaraderie. Zhang Wu raised his glass in salute. Your magnanimity is admirable, minister. You are one who seeks retribution for even the slightest offense, upholding your own principles and standards, which I greatly admire. Jiang Tianhe raised his glass in acknowledgement. Zhang Wu, his face awash with embarrassment, suppressed the urge to retort and drank in unison with him, having nearly caused harm. It was only fair for the other party to gain some advantage in words. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew more intimate, prompting Zhang Wu to inquire, Might I ask what plans you have for this outing? Without hesitation, Jiang Tianhe replied, Naturally, I intend to first rectify the Ministry of Justice. Zhang Wu's face paled. He might as well have said he was preparing to target me directly. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Will the prison also be addressed? Of course, it will be. A faint smile graced Jiang Tianhe's lips as he continued, While you maintain a certain baseline and do not starve the impoverished inmates, your financial practices are excessively harsh. Addressing the issue of your mistreatment of prisoners will be my primary focus. And how do you plan to initiate this? Zhang Wu inquired, his heart racing. Jiang Tianhe narrowed his eyes and stated, I shall commence with the conditions you provide, elevating your annual salary to 18 taels of silver. Zhang Wu stood in stunned silence, almost doubting the clarity of his hearing. Jiang Tianhe added with a smile, Moreover, there will be a stipulation. Any who dares to withhold funds for the prison's expenses shall face retribution upon 3 generations of their family. With these assurances in place, You shall be able to support your families. I firmly believe that all hearts lean towards goodness when one is well-fed and well-watered, even if you continue to extract funds. You will do so with a lighter hand, resulting in fewer wrongful convictions and a reduction in your own transgressions. The benevolence and lofty ideals of the gentleman moved Zhang Wu profoundly. Zhang Wu rose to offer a respectful bow, deeply bending his body in reverence. Jiang Tianhe nodded and remarked, "Ma Lu speaks highly of your character, asserting that your heart is not wicked. However, after spending years in confinement, you have become preoccupied with minor gains and forgotten the greater principles. I hope you will soon tire of this role as a jailer and swiftly align yourself with me to serve our nation." Inwardly, Zhang Wu scoffed at this notion, yet outwardly he responded, "For the time being, I find the celestial prison quite agreeable. When the day comes that I am no longer a jailer, I shall undoubtedly pledge my allegiance to you, my lord." With this promise, the prospect of a shared future fostered an immediate warmth in Jiang Tianhe's demeanor. Having arrived at his current station, he understood that those wielding great power cannot surround themselves solely with incorruptible officials, nor can they rely entirely on noble-hearted heroes. One must have cautious individuals like Ma Lu to guard against treachery, and those who are willing to retaliate on your behalf in times of need, alongside ruthless individuals ready to eliminate threats without hesitation. It is through the judicious application of talents from all walks of life that one can navigate the world successfully. After my departure, I trust you will take good care of your fellow inmates, Jiang Tianhe continued. Rest assured, my lord, they will find themselves far happier in your absence. It is you who has been a hindrance to their enjoyment, Zhang Wu replied with a broad smile. Jiang Tianhe felt a pang in his heart, but refrained from criticizing the penal system. The institution, developed over millennia, held its own rationale. As Zhang Wu aptly stated, as an official, one is inherently part of the exploiting class. Life is stratified, and this undeniable truth cannot be altered, only accepted. During this stint in prison, Jiang Tianhe gleaned a significant lesson from Zhang Wu. While one may aspire toward the light, it is equally essential to acknowledge the existence of darkness. Before long, a luxurious carriage came to a halt at the gates of the celestial prison, and a fourth-rank official entered. "Brother Tianhe, congratulations." Jiang Tianhe exchanged a few casual pleasantries with the other party, took his bundle, and turned to bid farewell to Zhang Wu with a clasped fist. Zhang Wu sincerely performed a respectful bow, saying, "My lord, I wish you a safe journey." Once he stepped through that door, Jiang Tianhe would irrevocably embark on a path of no return. For a person of his noble character, Zhang Wu chose to distance himself for the sake of self-preservation. Yet he could not help but harbor a deep respect. After all, without such individuals in the world, who would safeguard the mountains and rivers? If everyone were like himself, merely seeking to protect their own interests, peace would forever elude this realm. Chapter 55. Striving Youth. Have you heard? Qing Tila has been dismissed. No way. Isn't he quite close with the higher-ups? It was none other than Lord Huang who ordered his dismissal. Hiss. I have a little insider information. Qing Tila lost a wager of 100,000 taels to Lord Huang. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Early in the morning, the prison guards began to discuss it in the cells, until Cheng Go, dressed in a faded prison uniform, lifted the curtain and entered. The room fell into an immediate silence. With such drastic ups and downs, finding a place to stand became impossible, returning to the dungeon, even with his thick skin. Cheng Go felt a flush of shame before his former colleagues, awkwardly waving to everyone and saying, "Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Lord Tila. Why are you wearing a prison uniform? Where is your official robe?" The guards curiously inquired. Cheng Go felt an acute sense of ridicule directed at him from the crowd. His cheeks burning with embarrassment, he hastily clarified, "I am no longer in confinement. I have merely returned to a lower status. You may call me dog without reservation. If I have offended anyone in the past, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." The guards exchanged glances, with some secretly reveling in his misfortune. Such scrutinizing gazes made Cheng Go wish he could dissolve into the ground. A person's pride has its limits, and when pushed beyond a threshold, it may shatter, compelling one to flee in a frenzied state. Fortunately, Zhang Wu arrived just in time, lifting the curtain and commanding, "Roll call." Cheng Go felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and hurried to stand at the back of the group. Once the roll call concluded and the guards dispersed, Zhang Wu assigned Cheng Go the task of cleaning the latrines, the most arduous and repugnant chore in the prison. Cheng Go felt a wave of relief wash over him. Harboring no grievances, had Zhang Wu shown him preferential treatment, allowing him to lounge idly while receiving his salary, he would have felt utterly humiliated. One must rise from where one has fallen. Upon re-entering the prison, one must labor diligently as a newcomer, striving to become a patrolling guard and a skilled money earner through earnest effort. Do you understand? Brother Wu, I comprehend, Chang Go replied, nodding vigorously. Zhang Wu displayed a hint of satisfaction and said, now, go and attend to your duties. Recently, Zhang Wu had spent the majority of his time in the official prison, mingling closely with the inmates. He understood better than anyone that forcing these individuals to drink slop might provide a momentary sense of satisfaction but could also lead to enmity. With Jiang Tina's impending release, he knew these individuals would not remain far behind. Daily, he shared drinks with one of the officials who had been forced to consume slop, keenly observing his demeanor and temperament to discern whether he harbored grudges or was petty-minded. If assuaging animosity necessitates obsequious compliance and ingratiation, then such a course is most desirable. Failing that, peril must be extinguished in its incipiency. Thus, 10 days elapsed without Zhang Wu detecting any anomalies. However, Cheng Go exhibited a predilection for brandishing a diminutive 3-inch blade. Furthermore, he would swathe the rack in Artemisia effigies, which he would then assail with his knife in a cathartic display. Even during repasts, he remained inseparable from his blade, incessantly gesticulating. Until, one midday, as Zhang Wu was distributing sustenance to the inmates and partaking of his own meal in the yamen, Cheng Go approached him with a supplication. Brother Wu, I aspire to martial proficiency. Zhang Wu inquired with incredulity, what has precipitated this sudden interest? Cheng Go responded with contrition. During my tenure as a warden, dissolute indulgences have enervated my physique, rendering me incapable of strenuous labor. My knife wielding is also characterized by feebleness. I have lately acquired certain insights into the art of torture, but my physical constitution and vigor are insufficient to execute them. I see, Zhang Wu acknowledged with a nod. One who is consumed by the study of penal methods should be accorded the same reverence as a seeker of enlightenment. He inscribed the secret formula for the Marrow cleansing classic and produced 100 taels of silver notes, stating, acquire these medicaments. The millennia-old rare ingredients contained therein may be temporarily substituted with century-old equivalents, which possess a milder potency, making them more tolerable for you. Brother Wu, gratitude transcends expression. Cheng Go declared, prostrating himself and striking his head resoundingly against the ground. In this world, Zhang Wu was the sole individual who treated him with genuine kindness. Even his parents had severed ties with him after he had sold their ancestral home. They did not inquire into the circumstances of his gambling losses or the machinations to which he had been subjected. They merely recognized that he had sold the ancestral home, an act deemed unconscionable. To enter the register of disgrace is to willingly descend into degradation. The more one endures humiliation and bears burdens, the greater the fury and motivation that simmer within. Many have achieved monumental successes through sheer tenacity. Before long, Cheng Go procured the medicinal concoction and steeped it in a large vat. He became the second prison guard to immerse himself in the concoction for 7 consecutive days, enduring excruciating pain to fully absorb its potency. The indestructible diamond technique encompasses 12 forms, just as Hu Tulong once instructed Zhang Wu. He now meticulously teaches Cheng Go. This naturally inspired the other guards to join in the learning, much to Zhang Wu's delight. The presence of more skilled individuals in the prison would make it easier to quell any potential chaos from martial artists in the future. Unfortunately, the world is largely populated by the mediocre, few possessing Cheng Go's fortitude for the arduous pursuit of martial arts. Thus, 2 months swiftly passed. Cheng Go diligently carried out his duties, handling waste with unwavering commitment, maintaining a humble demeanor towards his fellow guards, and eventually earning their acceptance once more. His short blade had become an extension of his being, dancing with such finesse that it resembled a radiant butterfly flitting about in his grasp. One day, after escorting several officials out of prison, Zhang Wu, while patrolling and passing by the torture chamber, discovered Cheng Go binding several pieces of pigskin to a straw effigy on the torture rack, with his short knife flashing like a serpent. He effortlessly sliced the thin pigskin into more than 10 layers. Impressive. Zhang Wu was somewhat taken aback. If such technique were applied to a human, it would be far more terrifying than Yin Jun's 13 strikes. Wu Gu. Cheng Go, sensing someone observing him, turned and offered a sheepish smile. Zhang Wu commanded, continue. Let me witness the fruits of your study into punishment. Indeed. Cheng Go nodded, and with a swift motion of his blade, countless thin slices of pigskin, as delicate as cicada wings, soared through the air. Zhang Wu felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end, as he trembled and inquired, what do you call this punishment? Cheng Go turned back and licked the edge of his knife. 1,000 cuts. Chapter 56, The Weapon of the Powerful, 1,000 cuts? Zhang Wu shuddered, silently mourning for Lord Huang in his heart. The term 1,000 cuts was akin to the butchery of an ox. From this moment forth, the prison would not only be home to the king of martial arts, but also to the equally notorious Cheng Wangua. Suddenly, A voice echoed from the depths of the passage, "Sixth uncle." Zhang Wu hurriedly rushed to greet him, only to notice that Ma Lu, with his hand resting on his waist knife, wore an unusually grave expression, his brow furrowed as if anticipating an impending battle. "What has happened, sixth uncle?" Zhang Wu asked softly, pulling him into a vacant cell nearby, ensuring their conversation remained private from the adjacent cells. Ma Lu solemnly instructed, "Xiao Wu, remain here in the heavenly prison and do not return home. If anything seems amiss, immediately order the doors sealed." Zhang Wu's expression tightened. The last time such a precaution was taken was 6 years ago during the siege by the barbarian tribes. This indicated that a significant crisis was imminent, one that could be likened to the barbarian invasion. Is someone attempting to change the regime? A sense of dread washed over Zhang Wu. Yet he refrained from pressing for more details, simply admonishing, "Sixth uncle, please be cautious. In times of trouble, do not resist recklessly. Surviving is of utmost importance." "I understand," Ma Lu replied. Ma Lu nodded and remarked, "Your Majesty strategizes with great foresight, and thus, we shall not encounter significant surprises. However, it must be noted that blades are indifferent to their targets. The efficacy of top-tier experts in chaotic battles is quite limited. At most, they may claim the lives of 100. When faced with an elite formation such as the black-armored Imperial Guard, who operate in unison, merely 20 individuals could easily encircle and eliminate a first-rate expert. Ma Lu's strengths lie in self-preservation and intelligence gathering, rather than sheer combat prowess. Only a formidable being like Hu Tu-Long, an unparalleled human tank, can truly reign supreme amidst the tumult of 1,000 soldiers. Sixth uncle, consume this Qi cultivation pill. It will enhance your power for an additional 3 years, thereby affording you greater chances of survival. Zhang Wu produced a Qi cultivation pill he had painstakingly accumulated over 6 years. Ma Lu, taken aback, inquired, "Haven't you consumed it yet?" Zhang Wu shook his head. "Given that I am destined to attain mastery in 12 years and remain confined in this dungeon, consuming it would be redundant. You truly possess remarkable patience." Ma Lu was thoroughly impressed. This lad exhibited even greater tenacity than he did in his youth, refusing to consume anything offered, especially that which was freely presented. Accepting the Qi cultivation pill, Ma Lu refrained from expressing gratitude, as such acknowledgement would feel estranged given their rapport. He immediately seated himself on the ground, ingested the pill, and commenced his internal cultivation to assimilate its effects. Zhang Wu stood nearby, similarly channeling his immense power, attuned to the fluctuations in Ma Lu's physical condition and vital energy. Regrettably, his ignorance of alchemy prevented him from discerning any irregularities within Ma Lu's body. Throughout, Zhang Wu remained steadfast in his belief that the pill harbored some sinister secret. It was either a poison or a substance capable of manipulating one's thoughts and consciousness. Before long, Ma Lu awoke, his spirit radiant, feeling the profound strength coursing within him. He joyfully exclaimed, "The indestructible skill has finally progressed beyond the initial stages. There is hope for full mastery." "Congratulations, Uncle Lu," Zhang Wu said, smiling and clasping his fists, though his heart was heavy with concern. Uncle Lu was the person he yearned to protect throughout his life. Anyone who dared to harm him would meet with utter destruction. Ma Lu then advised, "Wu Gu, there must be experts in disguise and skeletal contraction within the prison. Mastering these crucial skills could prove vital for survival in dire moments. You must learn them swiftly." "I understand," Zhang Wu replied, nodding earnestly. At 21, his appearance had stabilized over the past 2 years without change, not even a trace of facial hair. With time, suspicion would inevitably arise. Thus, learning the art of disguise was imperative. After offering a few more words of caution, Ma Lu hurriedly departed. Zhang Wu watched his figure dissolve into the darkness, letting out a deep sigh. Even though he was aware of the potential dangers posed by the Qi-enhancing pill, he had no choice but to allow Uncle Lu to consume it for the sake of survival. Consuming the elixir would augment his power and chances of survival, allowing him to live for the future. Without it, there would be no future to speak of. Stealing his thoughts, Zhang Wu exited the dim confines of the prison, preparing to procure some fine wine and delicacies from the kitchen, seeking to learn from the master of disguise in the high-security area. Just as he stepped out with his food container, he encountered the long-absent prison warden, Chao Bin, approaching him. Although the money allocated for the prison was now half of what it used to be, following Lord Huang's departure, the absence of such a significant oppressor, along with the vacant position of the head of the prison, meant there was no longer a need for tribute. As a result, the income of the others had actually increased, much to Chao Bin's satisfaction. According to Zhang Wu's knowledge in the past, the profits from the prison were divided such that the official received 40%, the jailer 30%, and the warden 10%, with the remaining 20% allocated to the guards. These officials were indeed corrupt to the core. Returning to the present, Zhang Wu inquired with confusion, Lord Chao, what brings you here? Wu Guer, I have come to seek refuge. Allow me to stay in the prison for half a month, Chaobin replied. His brow furrowed with worry. Zhang Wu asked in astonishment, is there a fire in your backyard, or have you gotten a noble lady with child? Oh, these matters are trifles. I, Chao, a man of fortitude, regard beauty as nothing. I dare to pursue princesses, so why should I fear women? Chaobin said, his expression one of distress. I have heard that His Majesty is truly unwell this time. All the ministers are waiting in the palace. And there are rumors that His Majesty has appointed the fourth prince as the heir apparent. What? Zhang Wu exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Chaobin continued. My father has close ties with the second prince, and we believed it was almost certain that he would ascend to the throne. Who would have thought His Majesty, in his old age, would choose such an unestablished figure as the fourth prince as the crown prince? This is sheer madness. If he were to pass away, and the capital does not descend into chaos, I would write my name, Chaobin, backward. Before he could finish, the warden interjected with a curse. No. We need not wait for his demise. Just watch, within 2 days, blood will flow through the capital like a river. I must gather my belongings and seek refuge in the prison. Once we secure our gates, we shall let fate take its course. Chapter 57. Caught in his trap, prison block 30. Confined within the cell was a diminutive, hunched old man. His frame contorted as he huddled amidst the weedy growth in the corner, convulsing intermittently, evidently afflicted by a severe cold. Subsequent to Tang Zhan's departure, a physician was assigned to the prison, yet he proved to be a sinecurist, never attending to his duties within the jail. The warders, devoid of medical expertise, typically left gravely ill inmates to perish. Administering to the sick was a burdensome task, and none were inclined to undertake it. In those times, bereft of modern medicine, a swift remedy was unattainable. One was compelled to first take the patient's pulse, prescribe a formula, journey to the city to procure the ingredients, and then tend to the stove while decocting the medicine for weeks on end. Such an endeavor would be akin to attending to one's own mother, yet yielding no remuneration. Only a deranged individual would willingly engage in such a pursuit. Clang, clang, clang. Zhang Wu rapped upon the iron bars, causing the old man to tremble violently. As he turned over and entreated, Good sir, I beseech you, save me. Within the prison's chilling atmosphere, succumbing to a severe cold without medication was tantamount to a death sentence. Zhang Wu unveiled the food container, extracting a bowl of polished rice and 2 dishes, placing them within the cell, and saying, First, satiate yourself, that you may possess the strength to resist. Without hesitation, the old man clutched the bowl and devoured the rice with his hands, ravenously hungry, disregarding any potential poison. Moments later, the old man emitted a contented burp. Finally regaining his vitality, prostrating himself upon all fours, he kowtowed with profound gratitude, exclaiming, I am eternally grateful for your benevolence in providing me with this repast. You need not stand on ceremony. To subject one to swill daily is tantamount to maltreatment. Yet, upon extending a sudden act of kindness, one tends to forget the preceding abuse, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Such, perhaps, is the nature of humanity. Zhang Wu sighed and spoke, Rise. For you are a person of stature in the outside world, a scion of a prestigious lineage, deserving of a modicum of respect. The old man complied, rising with an inherent pride, yet forced to lower his demeanor out of fear. May I inquire why you sought me? He asked cautiously. The sudden hospitality could either signify a journey's end or an ulterior motive. Zhang Wu replied candidly, Naturally, I am intrigued by the legacy you possess. The old man's expression darkened, his visage contorting in distress. Could you not express it with more subtlety? He implored. Undeterred, Zhang Wu continued. Your Xingyi sect enjoys a formidable reputation in the martial world, with each successor boasting the title of thousand-faced gentleman, able to traverse the realms with an identity unguessed. I am quite curious as to how you found yourself imprisoned. The old man's gaze dimmed, his countenance marred by anguish. Alas, the trials of love are the most arduous. I encountered a temptress who insisted on beholding my true visage, in a bid to elicit a smile from her. I laid bare my soul, only to awaken the following day encircled by officers. Did you not all retire for the night? Why did she betray you? Zhang Wu queried. I would sooner die than share a bed with her. The old man erupted, fury radiating from him. She is of the Thousand Phantom Demon sect, our ancestral foes. I merely fell into her trap through a moment's folly. Fell into her trap? Zhang Wu's expression shifted, a peculiar look crossing his face. This term, often employed in the martial world, implied being unwittingly ensnared by another's design, but could also allude to matters between men. Zhang Wu could not suppress a flicker of pity. Alas, esteemed elder, you have tarnished your later years. The old man, in a fit of frustration, gazed at the tall and handsome Zhang Wu and suddenly remarked, "I have heard that you are a disciple of the guardian of the nation, possessing the invincible skill of the diamond body?" "Indeed," Zhang Wu replied with a nod. The old man, his expression growing serious, continued, "I can impart the entirety of my legacy to you." "And then what?" Zhang Wu inquired. The old man was momentarily taken aback, as was Zhang Wu. Was it truly this straightforward? No conditions attached? Most inmates fail to recognize their predicament, believing that the guards have ulterior motives, thus seizing the opportunity to negotiate. However, in reality, there is no room for bargaining. "You are quite discerning," Zhang Wu remarked, before unveiling the bottom layer of his food container, revealing a roasted chicken. Then covering it again. The old man shuddered, drenched in sweat. Even though the death sentence may loom, the prospect of dying after enjoying fine food and drink for a few months is distinctly preferable. He then explained, "The legacy of the form change sect emphasizes the art of disguise and the skill of bone contraction. The essence of disguise lies in the art of face changing, which requires a secret formula to concoct human skin masks, as thin as the skin itself, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. To master the skill of bone contraction, one must first comprehend the entire skeletal structure, and then, employing the technique of however, the mastery of osteocontortion is contingent upon innate aptitude. Those naturally endowed with lithe physiques find its cultivation exponentially easier. Yet, Zhang Wu, having dedicated himself to the invincible divine art of Vajra, possessed bones as unyielding as iron, and sinews as robust as those of a tiger or dragon elephant. To dislocate his bones required not only immense exertion but also subjected him to pain 100-fold greater than that experienced by ordinary men. After merely dislodging a few bones, Zhang Wu was drenched in perspiration, his prison garb thoroughly soaked. The old man, observing this, shook his head in dismay and advised, "You are indeed ill-suited for this discipline. Remember the method, and seek another successor for me in the future." "I am your successor," Zhang Wu retorted through gritted teeth, forcefully dislocating his arm joint. Stifling a groan of agony as sweat poured down, his entire body trembling. Life, after all, derives its essence from challenges. If everything were as straightforward as the invincible divine art of Vajra, merely a matter of persistent fist exercises, achievable without any difficulty, where would the joy of cultivation lie? Possessing formidable power is undoubtedly important, but savoring the process of cultivation, overcoming formidable obstacles, and attaining accomplishment, that is what yields true satisfaction. And so, Zhang Wu meticulously disassembled his bones, one by one, his endurance and resilience gradually causing the old man's countenance to shift, from initial dissuasion to subsequent scalp tingling. He instinctively perceived the man before him as indestructible as Vajra. A day later, Zhang Wu decocted medicine and presented it to the old man, lest he succumb to his ailment. Under the old man's tutelage, Zhang Wu transformed himself into a hunchbacked youth one moment, and a gaunt, emaciated figure the next, altering his height and build at will. The old man, sipping his medicine, remarked, "The pinnacle of achievement in our form-shifting sect lies in the ability to manipulate facial muscles, allowing one to assume 1,000 visages without the need for human skin masks. How does one control them?" Zhang Wu was profoundly intrigued by this. The elder, rendered speechless, remarked, "Do not aspire to lofty heights prematurely. Wait until you have attained the pinnacle of excellence before you speak. Master your internal energy until it flows seamlessly, capable of manifesting upon your visage." "Is that so?" Zhang Wu pondered thoughtfully and nodded. After exchanging a few idle words, he departed from the heavy security area and entered an empty cell. Closing his eyes, he focused his energy in the lower dantian, consolidating his power. With palms raised, he directed his internal force to ascend through the major acupoints in his chest, traveling directly to his face. In an instant, it appeared as though serpents of blood were writhing chaotically across his countenance, exhibiting signs of uncontrollable force that could potentially mar his features. After a prolonged moment, the serpents of blood settled into tranquility. Zhang Wu infused his internal energy into the muscles of his face, causing his nasal bridge to rise slightly, the hollows of his cheeks to deepen, the sides of his face to contract, and his lips to thin, resulting in a sharp and acerbic visage typical of a middle-aged man. Anyone who beheld him would find it impossible to associate him with his formerly handsome appearance. Just then, a thunderous clang reverberated from outside, compelling everyone in the cell to halt, their heads instinctively tilting toward the direction of the palace. The colossal sound of the bell resonated repeatedly, echoing fiercely across the capital, tolling a total of 45 times. The sovereign has passed. Chapter 58. Not even dogs would eat it. The emperor has departed. Following the tolling of the bell, an eerie silence fell over the official quarters. Soon, the first wail of grief erupted, setting off a chain reaction as the officials collapsed to their knees, bowing their heads and weeping inconsolably. Whether their tears were genuine or feigned, their sorrow was palpable, as if they mourned the loss of their own parents. The term sovereign encapsulated the profound bond between the ministers and the emperor. When a father passes, should the children not weep? Is that not the way of things? Tomorrow, a report will be submitted to the town protectorate, and rest assured, you shall meet a most gruesome fate. Zhang Wu feigned sorrow, letting out a couple of symbolic cries while concealing his face, not a single tear gracing his cheek. In stark contrast, the area housing the petty criminals and the heavy offenders echoed with curses. Dog Emperor, you are not worth a moment's regret. Heaven bears witness. The tyrant deserves to descend into hell. What are you cursing for? You ought to be grateful to the emperor. Grateful? Are you mad? The new emperor has ascended the throne, granting a general amnesty. In the heavy criminal sector, cell number 30, an old man was beaming with joy, vigorously shaking the iron bars. Emperor Long Qing had previously granted amnesty on several occasions. As long as one was not guilty of rebellion or treason, they could be released. However, Zhang Wu, observing from a distance, shook his head in silence, fearing the old man was overly optimistic. The emperor may have perished, but life must go on. Zhang Wu made his way to the kitchen, carrying a bucket to distribute the meals as usual. Chaobin dispatched several guards to patrol the streets, instructing them to return promptly if anything seemed amiss. After serving the inmates in the heavy criminal sector, Zhang Wu prepared to fetch more food for the officials. When he noticed Qing Go rushing from the dark corridor, his expression grave. Brother Wu, we have a distinguished guest. The term distinguished guest referred to prominent figures who had fallen afoul of the law, individuals far beyond the reach of the prison's officials, including the warden and the deputy. A visitor of such stature is unexpected at this hour. Zhang Wu furrowed his brow and inquired, what is his background? He is the son of the Minister of Rights. Zhang Wu's eyelids twitched at this revelation. Minister Wei Zheng of the Ministry of Rights was indeed a legendary figure, having served as the governor of Hedong for 7 years. He may not have achieved remarkable political feats, yet the region under his administration did not deteriorate, marking him as a figure capable of safeguarding his territory. Over 2 years ago, he was transferred to the capital, where he took on the role of Deputy Minister of Rights. The most intriguing aspect of his story is that he was a disciple of Li Songzhan. However, a mere fortnight before the elder statesman's downfall, he audaciously severed ties with him, relinquishing all his retainers and influence to Li Songzhan, and subsequently aligning himself with another prominent minister. Following Li Songzhan's tragic suicide out of fear of culpability, Wei Zheng received a recommendation from this new minister and was promoted to Minister of Rights last year, attaining a distinguished second-rank official position. Interestingly, it seems that Pang Heihu also hails from Hedong. In his thoughts, Zhang Wu murmured to Qing Go, what crime has this esteemed guest committed? He violated a commoner girl. Dissatisfied after the act, he sought to take her back to his residence as a servant. When she resisted, he led his retainers to murder her brother, then her parents, ultimately resulting in the tragic death of the girl at the hands of a dozen robust men. Such ruthlessness, even Zhang Wu, accustomed to the darkness of human nature, could not help but exclaim in admiration at the audacity displayed. Ensure he is well attended to. Do not show any negligence. After instructing Qing Go, Zhang Wu returned to the kitchen, carrying a large barrel of rice and 2 barrels of fragrant dishes, making his way toward the official prison. Ordinarily, deliveries would precede the official prison, but the current tense atmosphere in the city made it difficult for citizens to procure vegetables, prompting a rush to stockpile supplies. If he returned late, the cooking would also be delayed. As he walked along the corridor leading to the official prison, Zhang Wu kept his head bowed, aware that he would pass by cell number 1, and did not raise his gaze. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a gaunt young man, overly indulgent in wine and lust. As I perused the list of services, I remarked to the butler-like figure beside me, this prison is indeed quite dark. They demand 20 taels for a courtesan. Why not resort to theft instead? The old steward concurred. It is indeed extortionate. I have dispatched someone to the palace to inform the master. I believe he will come to secure your release by tomorrow. Does this imply that I must endure a night here? Young Master Wei disdainfully surveyed his surroundings, casting the white cotton quilt and sheets from the bed onto the floor. Expressing his displeasure, I have no inclination to sleep in bedding that has been used by others. You, fetch me a new quilt at once, he ordered, pointing at Zhang Wu, who happened to be passing by. Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall retrieve it immediately. Zhang Wu, setting down the food bucket, bowed respectfully and retreated, turning only after leaving the man's line of sight, heading toward the prison storeroom. Having procured a new quilt and sheets without delay, he returned to the officials' quarters, presenting them to the steward and respectfully inquiring, would the master care for a meal? What is available? steamed rice with one meat and one vegetable dish. Zhang Wu lifted the bucket lid, tilting it slightly to allow the other to see. What manner of cooking is this? It lacks color and is drenched in vinegar, resembling cold water. Would you serve this to a dog? Young Master Wei pinched his nose, inhaling sharply, and with a forceful expulsion, spat into the bucket, splattering Zhang Wu's face. Zhang Wu quickly responded, "Such coarse fare is certainly unworthy of your esteemed palate. What would you prefer? I can order from the tavern for you." From the tavern? A single dish costs 5 taels of silver, allowing you to profit from me by multiples. With a cold laugh, young Master Wei waved his hand and commanded, "Get lost. I cannot abide those who exploit others. In the past, I would strike down anyone I encountered. Today, I shall spare your wretched life." The attendant, Zhang Wu, feigned fear, bowing respectfully before carrying a bucket to serve rations to the second prison. Wang Ziheng, a close friend of Jiang Tianhe, remained incarcerated, observing the events next door. In front of him, Zhang Wu opened the rice bucket, revealing a conspicuous mass of yellow phlegm atop the rice. Under the intense scrutiny of Wang's bulging veins, Zhang Wu skillfully navigated around the filth, scooping out a clean bowl of rice, adding some vegetables, and presenting it within the cell, saying, "Enjoy your meal, my lord." Wang Ziheng's expression turned icy, harboring silent resentment. He would rather consume slop than swallow this repulsive offering. The same scenario unfolded in the third and fourth prisons. Zhang Wu meticulously excavated the rice from around the edges of the wooden bucket, leaving a mound in the center, inciting silent fury among the officials present. Typically, mealtime would be bustling with activity. However, today was eerily quiet, with no official daring to pick up their chopsticks. The disdainful meal, unfit even for dogs, could not be consumed by those of our standing. After Zhang Wu distributed the food and collected the bowls, he returned to the kitchen, where Chao Bin was directing the closure of the prison's main gate. The guards had returned with news: the 20,000 defenders from the 5 cities' military command, along with several thousand retainers from the Prime Minister's residence, and a multitude of martial artists who had suddenly appeared on the streets, were surging towards the royal palace. Chapter 59. The monstrous prodigy. As the blood-red sun descended in the west, the evening glow tinged the sky with hues reminiscent of a fiery cloud. The capital lay in hushed silence, save for the sounds of battle cries echoing at the palace gates. As night gradually descends, I gaze upwards, finding no stars or moon. Only a dark shroud suspended in the sky. Before the palace gates, a mountain of corpses lies scattered, as countless soldiers surge forward, trampling over the fallen in a frenzied attempt to breach the palace, utterly disregarding their own lives, yet still unable to penetrate its defenses. Within the watchtower atop the sky prison, Chao Bin gazes in horror, proclaiming, "It appears that the Prime Minister is doomed. This palace is as impenetrable as a fortress. Even if we were to breach the gates, how could these ragtag forces possibly contend with the black-armored Imperial Guards?" Zhang Wu nods in agreement, noting, "It is said that the black-armored guards number only 3,000, yet I suspect their ranks have swelled to over 10,000. The palace walls rise majestically, extending over 2 miles, and since the siege began, rows of Imperial Guards have taken their positions atop the battlements. The city's garrison focuses its assault solely on the main entrance of the palace. If they cannot secure even this single entryway, it is evident that reinforcements from other directions are absent, signifying the palace's steadfastness. Beyond these guards, a multitude of formidable experts from the pacification department remain hidden within the palace, yet to reveal themselves. From the outset, Emperor Longqing has secured victory. While the actors are mired in confusion, the observers see clearly. Zhang Wu, informed by Ma Lu's insider intelligence, possesses a keen understanding of the situation. In contrast, the Prime Minister remains blissfully ignorant, mistakenly believing the Emperor is truly dead. In his desperation to elevate his grandson, he feels compelled to seize the palace before the 4th prince ascends the throne, thus eliminating the threat and supporting the 3rd prince's claim to power. However, he remains unaware that during the barbarian assault, the black-armored guards indeed numbered merely 3,000. Yet, over the past 6 years, the court has relentlessly recruited soldiers, and the pacification department has consistently captured a multitude of martial experts, either leading them to death or swearing fealty to the throne. The Ministry of Suppression is rapidly expanding, and naturally, the Imperial Guard will also grow, albeit unbeknownst to outsiders. The palace gates have been opened. Suddenly, Chao Bin exclaimed, noticing countless torches surging into the palace under the cover of night. Zhang Wu shook his head slightly. If we do not prevent these treacherous courtiers from entering the palace, how will the 4th prince meet his demise? It would be a disgrace to the emperor to kill his own son. However, the 4th prince is not easily eliminated, for his father is the esteemed Lu Taibao. Zhang Wu murmured, I wonder if Lu Qing has returned to the capital. The Emperor of Longqing has exerted tremendous effort, orchestrating such a grand scheme, even feigning death, not only to eradicate the traitors within the court but also to pave the way for the new sovereign. The remaining motives undoubtedly target Lu Qing. Should he dare return to the capital, he shall not leave again. In Yongchang County, one of the 9 southern counties reclaimed, within the governor's office, Lu Qing sat calmly at the tea table, savoring the fragrant tea. 2 advisors in dark attire occupied the lower seats. And upon seeing Lu Taibao's tranquility, the advisor on the left could not help but inquire, "My lord, with the emperor's passing and the 4th prince being named heir, if we return to the capital to safeguard his ascension, the world would be within our grasp. Why do you remain here, leisurely drinking tea?" "Indeed." The advisor on the right furrowed his brow and added, "Your shadow guards have infiltrated every aspect of the capital, wielding half the power of the Ministry of Suppression. If you were to return and take command, with our 8,000 retainers accompanying you, it would be akin to possessing an army of 30 to 50,000. You could easily command the emperor and dictate the lords. In a few years, it would be no challenge to replace him. Why do you hesitate, my lord? If I act, would I not be playing right into the machinations of Emperor Longqing and your conspiracy?" Lu Qing cast a sidelong glance at the 2 strategists, who were visibly taken aback, and smiled as he remarked, "The emperor is fully aware that the 4th prince is my son, yet for an entire year he has chosen to remain silent, merely wary of me, fearing that I might incite rebellion and render the situation irreparable. Now, the sudden declaration of my son as the crown prince is nothing more than a ruse to lure me back to the capital." Observing the 2 schemers, who were increasingly anxious and flustered, Lu Qing scoffed, "I fear that should I take my leave, the formidable army of 150,000 and the 9 prefectures of the south will swiftly change allegiance, abandoning the Lu name." As the reality of the situation dawned upon them, the 2 covert strategists, fully aware of their impending doom, fell silent and questioned Lu Taibao. "Do you not care for the 4th prince? After all, you have long been childless, with only this illegitimate son to your name. Naturally, I must care for him." Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. At an unknown moment, over a dozen figures clad in black emerged from all directions, encircling the hall and sealing off the escape routes of the 2 men. 2 days prior, I dispatched Yang Tsang with 5,000 retainers back to the capital. By this time, they should have already entered the city, and the shadow guards hidden within the palace will ensure my son's safe passage out, with Yang Tsang and his men providing cover for his return to the south. At this, Lu Qing erupted into hearty laughter. "My son has been appointed the crown prince by Emperor Longqing himself. From that day forward, he is destined for the throne. Regardless of which prince ascends, they will have seized the throne through rebellion, thus rendering their claim unjustified." The 2 strategists gasped in horror, feeling a chill that swept from their heads to their toes. Beaming with elation, Lu Qing declared, "Upon my son's return to the south, he shall proclaim to the world the new emperor's transgression of seizing the throne. Justice shall then be on our side, and the hearts of the people shall turn towards us. Henceforth, it shall no longer be the court chastising me, but I, bearing the mandate of heaven and loyalty to the rightful ruler, marching north to vanquish the rebels." The 2 strategists stared, their eyes wide with astonishment and trepidation. Lu Qing scoffed, "If the new emperor proves amenable, well and good. But should he dare to antagonize me, I shall promptly establish a southern court to rival his, which is far more agreeable than returning to the capital and placing myself in a perilous situation. Wouldn't you agree?" The 2 strategists were aghast. Every 500 years, a king shall rise, they thought. They had believed that king to be Emperor Longqing, but today they realized that Lu Qing was perhaps even more formidable. "You 2 have been lurking by my side for so long, merely a pretense for me to deceive Emperor Longqing. Now that the charade is over, let us bring this to a conclusion." With a wave of his hand, Lu Qing signaled, and black-clad figures surged forward. Blades flashed through the air, and 2 heads tumbled to the ground. Lu Qing sipped his tea, observing the spattered blood with amusement. "Ah, yes, I almost forgot to mention, this strategy of mine is, in fact, the legendary 37th stratagem beyond the 36 stratagems. You strike at your target, while I strike at mine." Chapter 60. The consensus to eliminate where the ancient city walls of the capital loomed against the horizon. Under the dark veil of night, gazing from the city walls, the vast expanse of the land was indiscernible. Only the thunderous sound of horses' hooves echoed from the distant official road, growing louder as they approached, their momentum overwhelming. Bright torches, like a dragon, stretched for miles. The leader, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and clad in a sleek black attire, stood majestically upon his steed, a robust figure bearing a mysterious box on his back. His name was Yang Tsang, the Poison King of the Northwest, entrusted with the mission of escorting the 4th prince back to Yongchang County. The gates of the capital had long been sealed, and as Yang Tsang looked up, He noted the meager presence of guards atop the city wall, which elicited a faint smirk from him. "Who dares approach?" boomed the voice of the commanding officer, echoing across the ramparts. Below, a throng of torches illuminated the gathering, numbering no less than 4,000 or 5,000. Within half an hour, they seized the parapet and opened the gates. After issuing his orders, Yang Tsang firmly pulled the reins, redirecting his horse towards the direction of the White Dragon Temple. Closely followed by 100 riders, each exuding an impressive aura, their stout figures embodying the prowess of renowned martial artists. Poison King. The mission to retrieve the fourth prince is paramount. What purpose do we serve at the White Dragon Temple? Questioned a formidable warrior bearing a 9-ringed broadsword, who galloped forward. His rugged visage radiated valor, and his piercing eyes flashed like lightning, impossible to meet directly. This man was none other than Lei Tiandao, the master of the Five Tigers Broken Blade sect, a figure approaching the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yang Tsang, with an impassive demeanor, replied, "Before my departure, my uncle advised me to take a life, provided it does not impede our grand design." Lei Tiandao, taken aback, inquired, "Whose demise weighs so heavily on the esteemed Tai Bao?" "Merely a minor character, albeit one with a certain status and a formidable background, who has managed to evade consequences due to his cunning ways." Yang Tsang refrained from elaborating further, deliberately omitting the name Zhang Wu. Lei Tiandao, sensing the gravity of the matter, chose not to press further, his heart stirring with unspoken apprehension. It is wise to refrain from meddling in matters of the imperial court, particularly when it involves the assassination of officials. Regardless of whether a regime changes, there will be no refuge for you in the realm. Your objective is to amass wealth, to serve those who pay you. The task of eliminating officials, especially those with powerful connections, is best left to others. Unbeknownst to anyone, the steed of the silent blade, Thunder Sky, slowed its pace, eventually falling to the rear of the procession. Yang Tsang proceeded alongside the side of the White Dragon Temple, where towering peaks and sheer cliffs awaited him, in search of traces left by Zhang Wu. His uncle, Lu Qing, had always pursued perfection in his endeavors, leaving no room for error. Years ago, in the depths of the celestial prison, he had bribed the guards to orchestrate the demise of his subordinate, the Minister of Works, which ultimately secured his release. The only individuals privy to this secret, aside from his loyal nephew who would never betray him, were Zhang Wu, who had narrowly escaped death, and his accomplice, Ma Lu. Throughout the past year, the Shadow Guards had sought numerous opportunities in the capital to eliminate Zhang Wu. However, he proved to be anything but ordinary. His residence was fortified with mechanisms from top to bottom. He either secluded himself to cultivate his skills or remained on duty within the celestial prison. When he did venture out to dine, he always observed the chef preparing his meal, ensuring it was safely packed for home consumption, rarely utilizing external utensils. Even when purchasing bread and soup, he insisted on witnessing the proprietress prepare his order, only consuming it after confirming the absence of any adverse effects on other patrons. On several occasions, the Shadow Guards had been unable to contain their impulses, contemplating a midnight raid to strike him down. Unfortunately, he was no mere adversary. Possessing the indestructible skill of the Vajra, honed over 6 years, he had undoubtedly become impervious to blades and spears. If such a master were intent on fleeing, it would be exceedingly difficult to detain him without a cadre of elite warriors blocking his escape. Moreover, Ma Lu was not one to be trifled with. The disturbance caused by Zhang Wu has alarmed the town protector's office, leading to a devastating massacre of the Shadow Guards, resulting in significant casualties for the sake of a mere insignificant figure. In the current chaos of the capital, with the Prime Minister in rebellion, the death of a lowly jailer is trivial. Even the demise of a high-ranking official would be in vain. However, before taking action, Yang Tsang desires to witness firsthand the extent of Zhang Wu's prowess to assess the feasibility of this endeavor. Given this man's character, he is undoubtedly hiding in the dark prison amidst the turmoil. To eliminate him, a direct assault on the prison would demand a considerable cost. On this moonless night, the stars are veiled by the shroud of darkness. Gazing upward, one can barely discern the mountain peaks piercing the clouds, surrounded by an impenetrable gloom, obscuring the cliff's visage. "Illuminate the sky for me," Yang Tsang commanded. Upon this, a skilled horseman stepped forward from the ranks, bearing a formidable longbow. He retrieved a long arrow, its tip wrapped in cowhide, from his mount, ignited it with a torch, and unleashed it skyward with a powerful draw. Whoosh! The arrow erupted in a burst of flames, casting the heavens in a brilliance akin to daylight. For a fleeting moment, the 100-strong team, gazing up at the cliff face, stood in stunned silence. Enormous handprints, stretching from the mountain's base to its summit, resembled the grasp of a giant, far beyond what mere mortals could imprint. This left Yang Tsang utterly speechless. At the rear of the formation, Lei Tiandao trembled slightly, distancing himself from the others. The incendiary projectile did not last long, and soon the valley was once again engulfed in darkness. Apart from the rhythmic clatter of the warhorses' hooves and their snorts, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. Yang Tsang's countenance darkened as he pointed towards the mountain peak and turned to the monk clad in robes behind him, inquiring, "Master Su, you are well versed in the esoteric art of the Great Hand Seal, a master among masters. Do you possess the assurance to vanquish this individual? Should he engage in an unyielding battle, I can, through secret techniques, ignite latent potential at the cost of 10 years of my lifespan, and deliver a devastating blow." Yet, merely a devastating blow. Yang Tsang's brow furrowed in contemplation. Master Su, among a cadre of formidable experts, ranked within the top 5 in prowess. Yet he lacked confidence in subduing Zhang Wu. What manner of training has this individual undergone? Who among you possesses the certainty to apprehend this rogue? Alternatively, if you are willing to band together in a coalition of 10 or more, you may eliminate him, with a reward of 1,000 gold pieces. Yang Tsang surveyed the assembled masters, hoping that the prospect of a generous reward would summon forth the brave. Slowly, Master Su spoke. Such a formidable expert cannot be gauged by ordinary reasoning. Only poison can subdue him. Indeed, it is most fitting for you, the Poison King, to take action. Regardless of his profound capabilities, he remains defenseless against lethal toxins. The assembly of experts eagerly extolled Yang Tsang, seeking to win his favor and fortune. Their flattery rendered him flushed and incensed, cursing them as a bunch of inept fools. If I could poison Zhang Wu, would I still be waiting? This colossal hand seal was devised by Zhang Wu over a year ago. At the tender age of 20, his power is surging. Heaven knows if he has ascended to the realm of superlative masters. In the past, the court deployed an elite force of over 200 men to capture the formidable Hutulong, comprising high-ranking strategists and masters from various fields, taking a full year to finally imprison him in the celestial prison. Do not be deceived by the sight of Hutulong merely purchasing 2 buns on the roadside, only to collapse helplessly after consuming them, captured in a state of humiliation. Behind this FAAD lies the meticulous efforts and elaborate plans of 200 masters, alongside the collaboration of various factions. Such immense human and material resources could ensnare a top-tier individual. Zhang Wu, in his prudence, is 100-fold more cautious than Hutulong. To poison him would require an utter madness, involving a widespread dissemination of toxins that would inevitably claim the lives of all surrounding villagers. Alternatively, one might employ toxic smoke to forcefully assault the prison, exterminating every soul within. The mere thought of poisoning thousands sends a shiver through Yang Tsang, who believes he must be deranged to even consider it. Moreover, the prison is adjacent to the Zhao prison, allegedly connected by a hidden passage. One might as well obliterate the entire town pacification bureau. As he observes the others still urging him to take action, Yang Tsang, filled with frustration and anger, declares, "Whoever can slay that scoundrel shall receive a reward of 5,000 taels." In the ancient currency exchange, this equates to 25,000 taels of silver, given the typical ratio of 1 to 5. Yet, the crowd remains unmoved. The target holds an official position and is a formidable master. No one would undertake such a perilous task for less than 50,000 taels of silver. To assassinate a government official would result in a manhunt by the Town Pacification Bureau, bringing calamity upon one's entire clan, forcing one into a life of perpetual fugitive existence. And that is only if the assassination succeeds. Should they fail, one would be left with their head on the chopping block, unable to find peace in death. "My lord, the city gates have opened." A robust man approached from the distance, brandishing a torch and announcing with urgency. Yang Tsang's face darkened like coal. Casting a fierce glance at the assembled masters, filled with reluctance, he lashed his whip against the horse's flank, propelling himself toward the capital with fervor. Chapter 61. I am Ma Wu. As the night deepened, chaos reigned in the palace, yet the prison remained as steadfast as a mountain. Aside from a dozen or so guards maintaining their patrols and bolstering security, the remainder were huddled in the torture chamber, crowded around a square table. Having grown accustomed to a life of indulgence, Chao Bin could not find rest even in confinement. Unable to sleep, he summoned the guards to engage in a game of chance. Fortune smiled upon him, and before long, he had won 50 taels, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The guards, equally enthusiastic, took turns, yet none could thwart Chao Bin's relentless winning streak. Enraptured by his success, he fancied that the deity of wealth worshipped by his family had manifested, and before each round of betting, he would clasp his hands in prayer, bowing to the surroundings while murmuring invocations for divine favor. However, to Zhang Wu, this gambling was merely a reflection of human nature, not to mention Yang San. a seasoned gambler of decades who, finding himself idle in prison, delighted in studying the art of betting. Even the crafty Chingo, who had mastered the manipulation of the dice, could easily control the outcome with a mere flick of his fingers. Yet, he too lost a few taels. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wu ultimately chose not to participate. The inmates were well aware of his aversion to gambling and his possession of remarkable skills. It would be all too simple for him to enter the fray and deliberately lose to Chao Bin, thereby disrupting the camaraderie of the gathering. So, he quietly retreated to the back of the crowd and silently exited the torture chamber. Instead of patrolling the prison, he made his way directly to the last cell in the heavy punishment area, cell number 200. Adjacent was the Zhao prison, where the passageway was typically guarded by the forces of the town's garrison, but at night, the corridor would be sealed off, and the heavy stone door locked shut. The prison guards seldom patrol this area, wary of encountering the personnel from the town's supervisory office, which would surely cause them discomfort. Between cell number 190 and 200 lie 10 vacant cells, historically uninhabited by inmates, now serving as a storage for various odds and ends, left unlocked. There is a saying that darkness lurks beneath the light. Thus, the officials from the supervisory office spend their days observing cell number 200. Yet none dare to venture inside to tamper with the foul-smelling clutter. Zhang Wu stepped into the cell and shifted aside a decaying wooden bed that towered over 2 meters in the corner. Beneath it lay a heavy stone slab, typically used for latrines. Pulling it aside revealed a pitch-black cavern below. Long ago, he had contemplated numerous contingency plans for potential crises. There existed the possibility of toxic smoke infiltrating his home, suffocating him in his slumber. Consequently, Zhang Wu had excavated a tunnel beneath the clay bed, leading directly to the outside world. The situation within the celestial prison mirrored this. The cells were airless, with only the official monitoring area possessing small ventilation windows. Should an assailant force their way into the prison and unleash poisonous fumes, even the most skilled martial artist would succumb to suffocation. Thus, he had long since begun constructing a tunnel, ensuring an escape route remained available. Over the years, several Tomb Raiders adept in earth evasion techniques had entered the prison, excavating ancestral graves. None of them were virtuous individuals. Zhang Wu regarded them merely as tools, discreetly relocating them to the furthest cells in the heavy punishment area. They were well fed during the day and summoned at night to dig the tunnel. Zhang Wu harbored no fear of their loose tongues. Even if other guards were to discover this secret, they would merely chuckle at his meticulousness and continue to enjoy the security this passage afforded. As for any inmate who might betray this secret, they would find it exceedingly difficult to witness the dawn of another day. Zhang Wu coughed forcefully towards the underground passage. And soon after, a middle-aged prisoner with a furtive expression crawled out, obsequiously stating, "My lord, the tunnel has been excavated, leading directly outside the prison." "Excellent. Why did you not take the opportunity to flee?" Zhang Wu inquired with a smirk that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown. The prisoner chuckled awkwardly, replying, "There's chaos outside with rampant killings. I find the safety of the prison preferable." Clearly, he had ventured out only to return, realizing that in the midst of the turmoil, escape was an impossibility. Zhang Wu pressed further. "What is the situation beyond?" "A new group has appeared, numbering around 4,000 to 5,000, each a formidable expert, surrounding the palace gates. However, they are merely encircling without attacking, as if awaiting someone." "Surrounding without assaulting? Awaiting someone?" Zhang Wu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. The prisoner continued, "From their attire, it seems there are many southerners, along with some skilled barbarians." "Southerners?" Zhang Wu's expression shifted with unease. Lu Qin. He wondered if that scoundrel was among their ranks. Zhang Wu's eyes glimmered with a fierce intent. This was a rare opportunity. There was no room for reconciliation between himself and Lu Qin, regardless of the former's transgressions or the secrets of correspondence. He would be regarded as a thorn in their side. Since it was destined to be a fight to the death, it would be prudent to strike first. In a cold voice, Zhang Wu commanded, "You shall venture out once more to gather intelligence. Discover who leads that group. Once you ascertain this, as long as I remain in this prison, I shall ensure your days are filled with abundance and comfort." The prisoner was taken aback. Isn't that akin to courting death? However, the cold gaze of Zhang Wu made him realize that failure to comply would mean death. "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." The prisoner swiftly crawled into the tunnel, making his way outward. Zhang Wu departed from cell number 200 and arrived at the adjacent cell number 199, where he moved aside a large pile of rusted iron bars, unveiling a dusty, oversized chest nestled in the corner. Upon opening the chest, he discovered a black knight suit, over 20 vials of poison, a curved sword capable of slicing through iron, and a black crossbow worth 3,000 taels of silver. complete with 10 arrows that emitted a faint green glow at their tips. Zhang Wu discarded his prison garb, donned the night attire, and equipped himself with a hood and mask, leaving only his eyes visible. Once fully outfitted, his appearance transformed dramatically beneath the mask. He had utilized a technique to alter his form into that of a gaunt, middle-aged man, tall and slender. Returning to cell number 200, he descended into the tunnel, repositioning the stone slab to seal the entrance. Zhang Wu then stealthily advanced toward the exit. At the end of the tunnel lay a dead end against the high walls of the heavenly prison, with an exit above concealed by a large stone slab, easily movable. Zhang Wu refrained from recklessly emerging. Instead, he crouched 5 meters from the exit, knocked a bolt onto his crossbow, and aimed meticulously at the opening, waiting in silence to avoid any ambush from above. The moment the stone slab was lifted, a blade could swiftly sever his head. Before long, the stone slab was shifted, and a breathless prisoner descended into the tunnel. Upon seeing Zhang Wu in his current guise, he was momentarily stunned. When he noticed the crossbow aimed at him, terror seized him. Zhang Wu calmly inquired, "Have you ascertained who the leader is?" "Yes, my lord. The leader is the Poison King of the Northwest, Yang Tsang." Yang Tsang? Zhang Wu furrowed his brow. In the past 2 years, with Lu Qing's meteoric rise, Yang Tsang's name has also become renowned far and wide. Not only was his status as a wanted criminal by the imperial court expunged, but he also transformed into a lieutenant in the Southern Expeditionary Army, serving as Lu Qing's right-hand man. Years ago, Zhang Wu and Ma Lu spared his life. Unexpectedly, this fellow did not learn his lesson. Over a year ago, Zhang Wu deliberately displayed his power, leaving a row of large handprints on the cliff, not because he lacked intelligence, but because he noticed many insidious individuals surrounding him, intending to assassinate him. He had always suspected Yang Tsang's involvement, but he had no effective countermeasures. After all, the enemy was concealed, while he was exposed. In the end, he decided to display his power as a warning, and the group retreated. Now that Yang Tsang has returned to the capital with his men, Zhang Wu will surely settle accounts with him. "All right, return to your cell." Zhang Wu waved his hand, opening a path, signaling the prisoner to pass. "Thank you, sir." The prisoner hurriedly fled, brushing past Zhang Wu. Swoosh. Thud. A flash of blood appeared as the prisoner was shot through the back with a crossbow bolt. "Sir, you didn't say." The prisoner turned around in disbelief, his eyes wide. A slightly sharp, middle-aged voice emerged from someone's mouth. "The one who promised you was called Zhang Wu, but I am Ma Wu." Chapter 62. Take him away, Poison King. Why hasn't the fourth prince emerged yet? At the palace gates, a large number of men surrounded the area without attacking, as if forming a tacit agreement with the black-armored imperial guards on the city walls. "As long as you don't attack or charge the palace, I won't bother with you." As Lei Tiandao gazed up at the sky, he noted that it was already deep into the night. In merely 2 hours, dawn would break. He urged, "Poison King, you must make your plans early." Yang Tsang's brow furrowed with anxiety, and his steed, a spirited, blood-sweating horse, grew restless beneath him. Could it be that the shadow guards had encountered an unforeseen mishap? Yet the orders he had received were merely to await someone at the palace gates, without any directive to breach the imperial palace itself. Lu Qing harbored unwavering trust in the shadow guards, who had been nurtured as loyal assassins for generations by the Lu family. Their fidelity was such that they would unhesitatingly sacrifice their lives at a command. These individuals had already infiltrated parts of the palace. Maids, eunuchs, and the black-armored imperial guards all bore the presence of the shadow guards. If they could not collectively escort the fourth prince to safety, then even if he were to force his way in, it would hold little significance. As he had surmised, the fourth prince had indeed fallen into dire straits. The prime minister's audacity to storm the palace and scheme for usurpation was bolstered by a formidable presence. With 3,000 fierce retainers at his command, they had not only discovered the escape route of the fourth prince in advance, but had also employed poison and fire, resulting in the deaths of numerous shadow guards. Once inside the palace, they surged forward with unyielding momentum, leaving the shadow guards struggling to withstand their assault. The black-armored imperial guards within the palace did not suppress them outright. Rather, they contained their movements, guiding them toward the fourth prince. Every vantage point within the palace and atop every grand hall's roof concealed experts from the garrison command, surveilling the entire palace's activities. Throughout it all, they had refrained from intervention, and no reinforcements from the garrison command appeared. Beneath the Tai Chi Palace, a substantial underground space had been excavated, lavishly adorned to mirror the opulence of the surface. The seemingly lifeless Emperor Longqing lay quietly in a rocking chair, his complexion pale and exceedingly frail. The commander of the town suppression division, Han Jianchuan, stood surrounded by 4,000 households. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Ma Lu knelt on one knee. cupping his fists in a respectful salute, reporting, "Your Majesty, the fourth prince can no longer withstand the pressure. His shadow guards have suffered heavy casualties, and there are fewer than 100 remaining. What do you think? Should I grant the fourth prince a chance for survival?" The Emperor Longqing, eyes closed, spoke with a voice that was frail and aged. The 4,000 households exchanged glances, all kneeling in silence, none daring to respond. Ma Lu feigned ignorance, maintaining his half-kneeling posture, awaiting the emperor's command. Han Jianchuan, biting his lip and sweating from his forehead, said, "I believe it would be prudent to first allow Yang Tsang and the others into the palace, to unleash a ruthless slaughter and weaken Lu Qing's power, before deciding whether to spare the fourth prince." Cough, cough, cough. The Emperor Longqing suddenly coughed violently, a handkerchief stained with crimson blood. He waved his hand, dismissing the anxious crowd that had gathered around him, and calmly inquired, "If we do not spare the fourth prince, do you have confidence in assassinating Lu Qing?" The 4,000 households shook their heads in unison, and Han Jianchuan remained silent. The adage that money can make even the devil dance holds true. The court, seated upon its throne, aimed to pass the imperial legacy to its descendants, emphasizing the importance of nurturing and preserving the populace, avoiding excessive exploitation. Lu Qing, however, cared little for such matters, allowing his subordinates to oppress the people, plunging the 9 prefectures into chaos. Yet he himself amassed wealth rivaling that of the nation, his resources surpassing even those of the court, while his skilled subordinates were plentiful. The emperor is attended by 3 exceptional bodyguards, a privilege that even he does not enjoy. However, the true concern lies not in the presence of these protectors, but in the cunning of Lu Qing, who remains ensconced in his stronghold, refusing to emerge. The Longqing emperor intended to pass the throne to the fourth prince in hopes of luring the serpent from its den, yet the prince remained unfazed by such schemes. Observing the silence among his courtiers, the Longqing emperor shook his head and sighed. "Since you are unable to assassinate Lu Qing, then let the fourth prince be released." "Your Majesty is wise," the courtiers echoed in unison, flattering him. The emperor pondered for a moment and instructed Han Jianchuan, "As you suggested, convey a piece of information to Yang Tsang's faction. The fourth prince is in peril. Lead them into a confrontation with those 3,000 retainers. And when both sides are severely weakened, we shall take 100 survivors to escort the fourth prince away." "I shall see to it at once," Ma Lu replied, bowing deeply before departing. The Longqing emperor then closed his eyes and inquired, "What are the third and second princes doing?" "They are in the Weiyang Palace, keeping vigil, and have not left," a minister answered. "Have the 200,000 frontier troops under the third prince been reassigned?" "They have been fully absorbed by the champion Marquis, with all key generals replaced by our own." Han Jianchuan responded confidently this time. The Longqing emperor feigned illness to summon both the second and third princes back, intending to draw the tiger from its mountain lair and seize control of the military power held by the third prince. After a brief silence, the emperor coughed twice and weakly declared, "Arrest the third prince and confine him in the dungeon, awaiting further orders. The chief minister Xie Ruilin is plotting treason, intending to assassinate the crown prince. His entire family shall be executed." Another edict was issued. The fourth prince was slain by Xie Ruilin, leaving no trace of his remains. His status as crown prince was annulled, and the court was summoned to elect a new sovereign. Emperor Longqing slowly opened his murky eyes and gazed toward the south. He was acutely aware of Lu Qing's intentions, to use the emperor as a pawn to command the feudal lords and establish a southern court, a deluded fantasy, treacherous and rebellious. The emperor let out a cold snort, closed his eyes, and waved his hand dismissively. The courtiers, understanding the hint, retreated entirely. Only upon exiting the grand hall did they realize they had become drenched in sweat. Silence returned to the vast hall. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, clad in snow-white garments, untainted and immaculate. "Father, my son, this is the esteemed position of the 9-5 Supreme. Would you truly relinquish it to your younger brother?" Emperor Longqing opened his eyes, feeling a pang of regret for his child. In his quest to seize this throne, he had killed brothers and caused the demise of his own uncle, making countless sacrifices to become the Longqing emperor of today. Yet now, the throne lay within his child's grasp, and he seemed to regard it with disdain. In his desire to evade the crown, he had even concocted a pretext of illness. The former crown prince smiled and said, "Father, this position holds little attraction for me. It is the realm of the unparalleled grandmaster that I seek. My ancestors proclaimed that I was born for the Tao, and I too believe this. To silently guard our great Kuan empire, witnessing the ebb and flow of tides, observing the rise and fall of dynasties is far more intriguing than being an emperor. Your ability to see clearly is indeed rare." The Emperor Longqing lamented, "Throughout my life, I have been burdened by the weight of power. Though I appear exalted, It is a cold and lonely height, fraught with the need to guard against ministers, kin, and even my own offspring. I have lived like a solitary soul, toiling endlessly for this empire, yet in the end, I am left pondering the purpose of it all. The former crown prince smiled gently and reassured him. Your life has been grand and magnificent, filled with splendor, surpassing countless others. Indeed, it is time to count your blessings. The emperor nodded, then shifted the conversation, asking, do you have confidence in assassinating Lu Qing? Before his demise, Lu Qing would never relinquish his hold on the empire. I estimate only a 30% chance. The Lu family's ancestor is equally a master, possessing cunning beyond my own. What if our ancestor were to intervene personally? The emperor expressed a hint of reluctance. Upon my death, no one in the court can rival Lu Qing's schemes. The empire is at great risk. The former crown prince replied, our ancestor, now 2 centuries old, still managing to concoct elixirs, is an extraordinary feat. His role lies in maintaining an air of mystery, instilling fear in our enemies, rather than engaging in direct confrontation. Very well, the emperor said, shaking his head in disappointment, relinquishing his hopes. Chapter 63. The abandoned disciple beneath the shroud of night. Zhang Wu skillfully employed his agility, concealing himself atop a humble dwelling. Quietly observing Yongtsong and his companions at the palace gates. Murder requires finesse. Charging into enemy ranks with brute force, relying solely on indestructible skills, is a folly of the mind. Even if you manage to eliminate Yongtsong in the midst of battle, invulnerable to blades and spears, would they truly be unable to discern your origins? The optimal approach is to set a crossbow and await Yongtsong's passage, striking him down with a stealthy arrow. How did they manage to breach the palace? Zhang Wu stood momentarily stunned as he observed 2 figures emerging from the palace gates, hastening to relay information to Yongtsong. In an instant, the crowd surged into the imperial palace. As they moved, the black-armored imperial guards stationed atop the city walls swiftly drew their bows, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Chaos ensued, with the sounds of horses and anguished cries echoing through the night. The entourage accompanying Yongtsong consisted mostly of second-rate experts, clad in ordinary attire and devoid of armor for protection. Those who managed to breach the palace gates numbered over 2,000, while the remaining forces were halted outside by the rain of arrows. Charge in. A thunderous roar shattered the air, accompanied by the resounding clash of 9 rings. As Lei Tiandao wielded his massive blade, a fierce whirlwind erupted, clearing the arrows within several feet overhead. In that moment, another wave of individuals surged into the palace. The prowess of elite fighters was on full display. The 9 rings trembled, producing sounds akin to a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. As a whirlwind of blade energy shielded the group, ensuring that arrows within a radius of 5 paces fell harmlessly to the ground. Before long, the 2,000 previously obstructed individuals also stormed into the palace. The might of the Thunder Gate Master. Many martial artists gasped in awe, fully acknowledging Lei Tiandao's formidable strength. As the last 200 members of the entourage rushed into the palace, the final ones turned and called out loudly, Master of the Thunder Gate, hurry and follow. Understood. Lei Tiandao responded with a booming voice, filled with exuberance, yet he remained steadfast, wielding his blade to deflect arrows. Only after the figures of his companions disappeared into the shadows beyond the city gate did he abruptly cease his movements, pivoting to dash into the streets. Assaulting the palace. Am I out of my mind? This is tantamount to rebellion, a crime far greater than slaying officials of the court. Moreover, as he wielded his blade in a futile attempt to feign bravado, he disregarded all else to summon his internal energy, which was now nearly depleted. Charging into the palace would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. For the sake of his very existence, he had to flee. On the city walls, the black-armored guards exchanged bewildered glances at the retreating Lei Tiandao. Zhang Wu was equally astounded. This old fellow is remarkably astute. For a mere 10,000 taels of silver, they expect me to risk my life. What an absurdity. Lei Tiandao slipped into an alley, leaning against the wall to catch his breath, still shaken. Brother, are you here to snatch some silver as well? Suddenly, a spectral voice sent a chill down Lei Tiandao's spine, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. The sound of his 9-ring broadsword ringing echoed as he swung it like a flash of lightning, imbued with the force of thunder. Yet, the alley from whence the voice came was utterly deserted. Startled, Lei Tiandao turned abruptly, his heart pounding, and dared not make a rash move. A gleaming curved blade, sharp and relentless, had silently found its way to his throat. Trembling, the old warrior inquired, Friend, I, Lei Tiandao, concede defeat. Pray, grant me the clarity of death. May I ask which formidable master you are? Me? Zhang Wu paused momentarily before responding. I am Ma Wu, a discarded disciple of the Qingyan sect. Qingyan sect? Lei Tiandao pondered in confusion, racking his brain, but failing to recall any prominent sect by that name. Such skill could not possibly be honed by a minor school. Friend, do as you wish. I, old Lei, accept my fate. With that, Lei Tiandao gradually closed his eyes. Those who traverse the martial world understand the adage, one cannot walk along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. After years of vendettas, he had long grown indifferent to life and death. Taking a life is merely a matter of a nod. Sooner or later, one must face such a day. Even if Ma Wu were not present today, Zhang San would inevitably appear tomorrow. Who asserted that I intend to kill you? Zhang Wu, his face concealed, chuckled. His voice sharp yet seasoned, betraying the disposition of a bitter middle-aged man. Aghast, Lei Tiandao inquired with incredulity, "You're not going to kill me? You seek to pilfer from Lu Taibao's coffers, just as I seek to pilfer from another's. We are kindred spirits in adversity. Why would I slay you?" Lei Tiandao was rendered speechless. Zhang Wu continued, "However, you must assist me with a task." "What task?" Lei Tiandao inquired, a knowing expression upon his face. Zhang Wu grinned. "You must render yourself unconscious, either by your own hand or by mine." "I shall do it myself," Lei Tiandao declared with unwavering resolve, striking his own forehead with a forceful blow, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Zhang Wu was taken aback. However, Lei Tiandao's self-induced unconsciousness was not entirely secure. Zhang Wu raised his hand in a chopping motion, striking his neck with considerable force. From his waist, he retrieved a vial containing a white, putty-like substance, which he smeared upon Lei Tiandao's face. He then produced a beauty's intoxication snuff bottle, compelling the man to inhale its contents until he was thoroughly affected, even tearing off a piece of his garment to secure the bottle to his face. Once more reaching behind his waist, he procured a vial filled with mefezin, an anesthetic, and forced the entire contents down Lei Tiandao's throat. Even if the man possessed an extraordinary constitution and awoke swiftly, he would undoubtedly find himself completely paralyzed. Subsequently, Zhang Wu began to strip Lei Tiandao of his garments, donning his attire, including the tiger pelt cloak, black combat boots, and center-parted long hair. He then peeled off Lei Tiandao's facial disguise, affixing it to his own face. Grasping the nine-ring broadsword, a sinister grin crept across Zhang Wu's countenance. On the countenance of Lei Tiandao, there is an abundance of rugged flesh, and his smile carries an inherent hint of ferocity. Imitating the voice of his adversary, Zhang Wu tightened his throat and spoke in a deep, resonant tone, "I am Lei Tiandao." Meanwhile, atop the city walls, the black-armored imperial guards were taken aback. How is it that this fellow has returned? There stood Lei Tiandao, positioned beyond the range of arrows, mounted upon his steed, bearing a formidable nine-ringed broadsword on his shoulder, his left hand resting on his hip. The tiger-skin cloak billowed and crackled in the wind as he stood proudly in the center of the long street, exuding an aura of indomitable valor. Such audacity he possesses. The guards paled, attempting to shoot a few arrows, yet they fell short of their mark. Pay him no mind. We shall inform the local magistrate in due course to issue a pursuit order, ensuring he finds no solace in life nor death. Before long, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from within the palace gates, a resounding wail that reverberated through the air, accompanied by a surge of bloodshed. Yang Tsang and his companions, drenched in crimson, fought with frenzy, protecting a dazed young man clad in a golden robe as they trampled over corpses to escape the palace. However, their steeds had long since perished, and the throngs of several thousand followers had stormed into the palace, leaving none to assist their exodus. This is dire. Yang Tsang gazed at the desolate street, his complexion ashen. The ground was littered with bodies, yet not a single living horse remained, either shot down or spooked away. Relying solely on their legs, how could they safeguard the fourth prince? Suddenly, a towering figure rushed down the long street, riding a chestnut stallion whose sweat-drenched coat gleamed luminously in the night. "Fear not, Poison King," came the thunderous shout of Lei Tiandao. As he charged forward with his sword raised high, Yang Tsang, filled with elation, exclaimed, "In this critical moment, it is indeed our Lei Tiandao who comes to our aid. Beware the Poison King behind you." Lei Tiandao leaped from the horse's head, wielding his nine-ringed broadsword, and unleashed a devastating strike that cleaved the air with a terrifying, piercing shriek of blade. With a mere shift, Yang Tsang's form was violently severed in two by the blinding sword light, resulting in a gruesome explosion of flesh that splattered the nearby fourth prince with blood. Chapter 64. The Heart's Burden. I have warned you before to be cautious of what lies behind, Poison King. Why did you not heed my words? After the act of murder, Lei Tiandao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, his voice echoed only as an afterthought, reverberating against the castle walls. His true form had already leapt back onto the galloping steed, the spirited blood horse, amidst the bewilderment and disbelief of the onlookers. Gripping the reins tightly, he forcefully turned the horse around, delivering a sharp slap to its flank that elicited a pained whinny as it bolted down the street. This sequence of movements was executed with the swiftness of thunder and the grace of flowing water. By the time the crowd comprehended the scene, Lei Tiandao's silhouette had melded into the shadows. This sudden turn of events surpassed all expectations, leaving even the black-armored imperial guards atop the city walls, along with Ma Lu, who had been secretly orchestrating the chaos and pursuing Yang Song, utterly speechless. This fellow possesses an audacious spirit. With Yang Song's demise, the remaining 100 or so retainers lost their resolve, abandoning the fourth prince and scattering chaotically into the streets. Fortunately, a few loyal shadow guards remained steadfast by the fourth prince's side, lifting him and fleeing amidst the turmoil. "Do not pursue," Ma Lu commanded at the palace gate, halting the officers of the Anfu division from continuing their chase. The emperor had decreed that the fourth prince must return to Lu Qing's side. If one were to truly eliminate all witnesses, one would need to devise a means to impersonate the shadow guard of the Lu family, staging a dramatic rescue, and subsequently send the fourth prince to Yongchang County. In the midst of chaos, the corpses at the city gate piled high, with at least 20,000 lives lost. The 2,000 rebel troops under the command of the 5 cities military commission were nearly annihilated, while the 3,000 retainers of the prime minister, along with over 1,000 martial experts who came to lend their support, perished in the fierce clashes with Yang Song and his men. The transition of imperial power has always been steeped in blood. Xie Rulin, as the current prime minister, held sway over state affairs, yet found himself at odds with the new monarch chosen by the emperor. Regardless of his intentions to rebel or not, he could hardly escape a fatal fate. Having already attempted to resist, leading a charge on the palace with all his might, he found himself powerless to alter his destiny. Despite his efforts, he fell short, and thus met his end with eyes closed in resignation. Ma Lu's subordinates instructed, "Inform the pacification officer that the situation is settled." "Yes." A constable from the pacification office took his leave. Ma Lu calmly ordered, "Clear the palace, tidy the battlefield, first seal off the streets, and remove all the bodies before lifting the blockade." "Yes." The group responded in unison and began their task. Suddenly, Ma Lu trembled, leaning against the city wall to steady himself. The crowd gasped in alarm and rushed forward, inquiring, "Sir Qianhu, what ails you?" Unbeknownst to them, a wound had been inflicted on Ma Lu's abdomen. In the pitch darkness of night, it appeared a mere shadow, but upon closer inspection, one could see the blood staining his flying fish attire, and his complexion had turned somewhat pale. "It matters not, a few days of rest will suffice," he reassured, raising his hand to silence the crowd as he was assisted towards the palace. The town pacification office is likely to undertake 2 significant tasks, both of which will probably fall upon this newly elevated individual. The first involves the confiscation of property and the annihilation of an entire clan, resulting in the execution of nearly 1,000 members of the chief minister's family. While the seizure of assets may yield some silver, the slaughter of the chief minister's kin would undoubtedly tarnish one's reputation beyond repair. Even if all officials associated with him were to fall from grace, they would lack the strength to retaliate, yet there are still many martial experts in the realm who revere the chief minister. It would not be surprising if one day, while casually indulging in a meal, one were to suffer a deadly poisoning. The second task is even more precarious, the suppression of the third prince, who is to be imprisoned in the dungeons. This endeavor is fraught with difficulties. The third prince is known for his defiance and exceptional martial prowess, reportedly dismissing even the former crown prince. For a mere commoner to subdue the emperor's son would not only invite retribution from other royal family members, but the second and third princes are, after all, brothers. Regardless of their rivalry, they would never stand idly by while one of their own is humiliated by an outsider. Such actions would surely breed animosity. Either of these undertakings is a thankless task, fraught with peril. However, having skillfully navigated the situation tonight and maintained control, he has already achieved considerable merit, and his position as the 5th captain in the town pacification office is all but assured. Given his current injury, it is plausible that even Emperor Long Qing might feel compelled to offer him words of consolation. In a dark alleyway, Zhang Wu returned the garments to the bearskin Lei Tiandao, helping him don them once more. After retrieving the snuff bottle, he hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to let the man go. There was no particular reason, but having Lei Tiandao alive would serve his interests better. With Lei's presence, he could divert Lu Qing's attention, who would undoubtedly mobilize a large force to capture him. Yet, with Lei's extensive experience in the underworld, should he choose to hide, he could likely evade capture for a year or 2 at the very least. Although Lu Qing was captured shortly after his escape, he only sought to investigate a person named Ma Wu, never considering that the culprit could be himself, a jailer. If he were to eliminate Lei Tiandao, and subsequently kill Yang Tsang to silence him, Lu Qing would undoubtedly suspect his adversaries. Even if he were to stretch his imagination, he would at least think of Ma Lu. "Brother, stay alive," Zhang Wu advised, returning the blood-stained 9-ring broadsword to Lei Tiandao's possession before leaping onto the rooftop and disappearing into the night. After a night of chaos and turmoil within the palace, tranquility gradually returned as dawn broke on the horizon. Lei Tiandao slowly awoke, gazing around in confusion. Instinctively attempting to sit up, he realized he could not move a single finger. The bitter taste in his mouth made it clear that he had been administered some sort of drug. If he were to be rendered immobile for life, it would be far better to perish swiftly. With a wry smile, Lei Tiandao accepted his fate, maintaining a positive mindset. In this perilous existence, encountering misfortune was inevitable. After a considerable amount of time, as the numbness receded and he regained movement in his limbs, he let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to use his sword to prop himself up, he suddenly froze. The bloodstains on the broad blade, though dried, were still strikingly alarming. Where did these stains come from? Lei Tiandao's expression tightened. He had not shed blood the previous night. Stunned, he pondered for a moment. And as his complexion changed, he blurted out, "A borrowed blade from murder?" Nothing of his was missing, not even the 10,000 taels of silver. Clearly, last night, that Ma Wu had knocked him unconscious in order to use his sword for some unspeakable, nefarious deeds. It was unwise to linger here any longer. Looking up at the sky, which had yet to brighten, Lei Tiandao retrieved a black cloth from his pocket to cover his face and hurriedly made his way towards the outskirts of the capital. With Ma Wu's prowess, there was no need for him to resort to a weapon to eliminate ordinary individuals. He must be a formidable figure, one whose stature was so immense that he could not bear the consequences himself, necessitating the framing of another to ensure his own safety. Lei Tiandao was uncertain whether Ma Wu was indeed of extraordinary caliber. If he were, even the most skilled would require a weapon to carry out their deeds, targeting either a high-ranking official or a prince. The thought gnawed at old Lei's heart, threatening to overwhelm him with despair. However, the preservation of his own life took precedence. He could not afford to dwell on who Ma Wu was. Survival was the immediate concern. Chapter 65. Burn more paper. Zhang Wu shifted the bluish stone slab and returned to the underground passage. The body of the prisoner he had shot with an arrow was already stiffening. It was imperative that no one mysteriously disappeared from the prison, as it could lead to troublesome complications. Carrying the corpse, he moved aside the thatched stone slab, peered out to ensure the passage was clear, and swiftly returned the body to cell number 189. He shattered the wooden bed frame and fashioned a sharp piece of wood to create the illusion of a suicide. The execution of T returning to cell 199. Zhang Wu shed his night attire, carefully placing his equipment back into the box, and donned his prison uniform, discreetly propping several rusted iron bars in the corner to obscure the wooden box. However, he did not stow away the face mask of Lei Tiandao. Instead, he concealed it within his bosom, carrying it with him. Henceforth, he would assume 3 distinct identities: the true prison guard, the substitute for the discarded disciple of the Qingyun sect, the unparalleled master, Ma Wu, and lastly, the 9-looped blade king, Lei Tiandao. A subtle smile graced Zhang Wu's lips as he clasped his hands together in a gesture of solace, murmuring, forgive me, Master Lei. When you meet the Buddha, I shall surely assist you in burning more offerings." In the interrogation room, the lights blazed brightly as the gambling continued, persisting through the night until dawn. Chao Bin, with his eyes aflame from victory, refused to call an end to the game, leaving no one daring to depart. The guards were expressions of despair, their outward smiles betraying their inner turmoil as they silently cursed Chao Bin's mother. Yang Xin suffered the least loss, merely a tael, while Cheng Go incurred a loss of 3 taels. The rest, however, were largely over 5 taels. It is worth noting that prior to Jiang Tianhe's elevation of the guard salaries, their annual income was merely 6 taels of silver. To lose such a significant portion of their hard-earned wages in a single night was a testament to Chao Bin's ruthless exploitation of his subordinates throughout history. Noticing the desperate glances of his peers, Zhang Wu pondered momentarily before feigning solemnity as he entered the interrogation room, declaring, "Sir, there has been an incident." What incident?" Chao Bin inquired, lifting his gaze, his face flushed and his bloodshot eyes betraying a sense of madness from his winnings. Zhang Wu replied calmly, "A prisoner in the maximum security area has committed suicide. Do as you see fit, Wu Ge. Report what needs reporting and notify the family to claim the remains." Chao Bin said nonchalantly, casting a glance around at the others. Noticing their troubled expressions, he lowered his gaze to the mountain of silver on the table, and a jolt of realization struck him, restoring a flicker of clarity to his eyes. He understood that even the scions of noble families, despite their backgrounds, were not invincible. As long as you held a position of authority, if you lost the trust of your subordinates, the underlings could unite and easily oust you. If they were determined to bring you down, they could employ all manner of schemes, and as their direct superior, you would find it impossible to escape their clutches. Feigning fatigue, Chaobin yawned and cheerfully remarked, "Thank you, brothers, for spending the evening with me. We are all colleagues here. And a little gambling for fun is all it takes. This silver is burning a hole in my hands. It belongs to you, my brothers, so take it back." "Really?" The crowd erupted in joy, some unable to believe their ears. "Indeed," Chaobin responded with a smile. "I have taken the most from the prison's funds, which are hard-earned by all of you. I feel undeserving of such wealth, and to further fleece you through gambling would make me less than human. The lord of the prison is truly noble." The crowd beamed, their hearts filled with admiration. Chaobin laughed heartily, tossing the silver back to the people. Zhang Wu displayed a hint of surprise, realizing that the offspring of great families should not be underestimated. "What is the situation outside?" Chaobin inquired of the others. Only when the jailer descended from the watchtower did he hurriedly respond. "The prime minister must have suffered a defeat. The imperial guard still holds the city walls, while the officials of the pacification department are busy clearing the corpses." Thankfully. Chaobin, feeling a lingering dread, sipped his hot tea. His family supported the second prince. And if the prime minister's coup succeeded, with the third prince ascending to power, his family would likely face not only execution, but also a severe decline in fortune. As for the present situation, Chaobin forced a smile, exclaiming, "It was merely a false alarm. The problem is insignificant. Let us open the gates of the dungeon and prepare to welcome our guests to prosper." Everyone erupted in joy. It was a common understanding among the officials that when the jailers thrived, the clerks would falter. However, upon opening the dungeon doors, the first guest to arrive truly startled them all. The four esteemed captains of the pacification department appeared simultaneously, their expressions grave yet respectful, accompanying a young man clad in golden robes. The newcomer was tall and majestic, exuding a commanding presence, with cold, proud eyes that radiated a fierce wildness, embodying an air of superiority. The third prince? Chaobin felt a chill run down his spine and knelt with a thud. The third prince did not spare him a glance, moving through the dungeon as if in a realm devoid of others, seemingly searching for a suitable cell. He finally arrived at the official supervision area, halting before cell number 1. Young Master Wei snored like thunder. His steward had already rushed to summon his Master Wei Zheng the moment the dungeon doors opened to rescue him. Captain Sun shot Chaobin a murderous glance. "You are the jailer. If you do not remove the prisoner from cell number 1, should I be the one to do it?" A shiver coursed through Chaobin, and he could only summon his courage to step forward and call out, "Ning Guer, awaken." They were all scions of noble families, aligned with the faction of the second prince, and thus, Chaobin and Wei Ning were naturally acquainted. However, young Master Wei merely turned over, presenting his back to the group, and continued his deep slumber. The others were left speechless. The third prince, with an impassive expression, strode directly into the prison cell, seized Wei Ning by the throat, and, as if discarding refuse, hurled him out of the cell. Wei Ning crashed against the wall of the corridor with a resounding thud. His head split open and blood gushing forth, causing him to groan in agony and convulse. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Despite Wei Ning's brazen demeanor, spitting into the food trough, the officials dared not express their ire. Yet, when confronted by the third prince, his arrogance was but a trifling spectacle. Ignoring the crowd, the third prince claimed the room for himself and sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in meditation. Sun Qianhu clasped his fists and said, "Your Highness, we take our leave." After the four Qianhas offered their respects, they promptly turned and fled, as if granted a reprieve. Shortly thereafter, Wei Zheng arrived, albeit tardily. Upon seeing the third prince, he merely performed a bow and did not kneel, taking Wei Ning with him as he departed, unimpeded by anyone in the prison. Having committed acts of violence against women and slaughtering entire families, he was incarcerated for merely a day, with the third prince imprisoned. The second prince was destined to inherit the throne. Wei Zheng, having rendered meritorious service, might well ascend to the position of cabinet elder. In the eyes of such prominent figures, the laws of the dynasty seemed utterly ineffectual. Chapter 66. A caution to the Great One. In the autumn of the 49th year of Longqing, the chief minister of the cabinet plotted to usurp power, resulting in a massacre of his entire clan. Over 1,200 members of the Xie family, within the 9 degrees of kinship, were exterminated by Sun Qianhu and his men. The stench of blood lingered in the air above the Xie residence for half a month without dissipating. Many speculated about who had issued the order to imprison the third prince and annihilate the chief minister's family. The Longqing emperor had died, and the second prince had yet to officially ascend to the throne. Thus, the edict must have a source. As the ministers prepared to collectively assail the Jinfu department, the Emperor Lanqing miraculously revived from death and demanded that the entire court nominate a new crown prince. It was a matter of necessity, yet he deliberately complicated the situation, leaving the ministers no choice but to indulge in his charade. One censor, fervently advocating for the second prince, tragically met his demise upon colliding with a golden pillar. Shortly thereafter, he was posthumously honored as the Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness, his descendants blessed for generations. A courtier extolled the virtues of the second prince to such an extent that he was immediately elevated 2 ranks. In a matter of days, a prevailing political correctness took hold among the officials, dictating that those who praised the second prince and supported his ascension to the throne were deemed virtuous, while those who dared to criticize him were labeled irredeemable villains. Censors would impeach, courtiers would condemn, and the emperor would harbor disdain for any dissenters, who would find themselves compelled to resign, if not imprisoned as penance. This was precisely the effect Lanqing sought to achieve, facilitating a smooth transition of power. Meanwhile, the third prince and the executed former chancellor were swiftly forgotten, relegated to the shadows of memory. Even those who might have nostalgic sentiments towards them dared not express such thoughts outwardly. After several days of absence from court, the second prince was urged thrice by the ministers to step forth, and after much reluctance, he begrudgingly acquiesced to assume the role of crown prince. Within half a month, Emperor Lanqing fell gravely ill once more, instructing the crown prince to oversee state affairs. Meanwhile, Ma Lu, having quelled a rebellion, was appointed as a thousand-house commander, his influence reverberating through the court. In the dungeons, Zhang Wu and the other jailers found themselves busy once again. Drawing from their previous experience with the imprisonment of Li Songshan and his associates, they navigated this new situation with ease. As a multitude of officials arrived, they swiftly collaborated with the prison authorities, administering punishments with ruthless fervor. Those deserving of execution met their fate without delay, and even those condemned to the most degrading of treatments faced their lot without mercy. It is a common adage among the underworld that disaster should not befall one's family, yet in the realm of bureaucracy, such notions are but fallacies. When officials ascend to power, it is invariably their kin who reap the benefits. Without a powerful father, how could there exist so many debauched scions? The town suppression office executed their duties without compassion, indiscriminately condemning both father and son alike. Meanwhile, the group of official offenders led by Wang Ziheng from the south had finally reached their limit. Without regard for right or wrong, they were all released, most of them filling the vacancies left by the faction of Sierrolin. For the past fortnight, it was Zhang Wu who had been delivering meals to the third prince, Xiao Jingao. No one else dared approach, not even the official overseers. This situation mirrored the past when Lu Qing was imprisoned and lost his influence. Even Lu Jingjun and his subordinates refrained from delivering food, fearing misinterpretation from higher authorities and the risk of being targeted. Zhang Wu's boldness stemmed not from a sense of superiority, but rather from the absence of a father to mourn. He had nowhere to return for a funeral. With each meal delivered, their encounters became more frequent, and Xiao Jingao began to gaze at him more intently. Gradually, he found it difficult to look away, until one day, no longer bearing his hands behind his back, he lowered his lofty demeanor in astonishment, exclaiming, "I had no idea there existed such remarkable individuals in the dungeon. I have truly underestimated the heroes of this world. Your Highness, you flatter me. I am but a mere jailer, unworthy of the title of hero," Zhang Wu replied, bowing deeply, respectfully presenting fine wines and delicacies from the food box, and meticulously laying out silver utensils before his esteemed guest. As the saying goes, a fallen phoenix is inferior to a chicken. However, as a prince, as long as Emperor Lanqing has not decreed the death of his son, who would dare to show even a modicum of disrespect toward the third prince? A few days ago, the sixth uncle mentioned that Wei Zheng did not kneel before the third prince, and this was reported to the emperor by the secret agents. Emperor Lanqing said nothing but instructed that daily briefings be sent to the crown prince from now on, as a means of transferring authority. The briefings were delivered by the sixth uncle, and upon the crown prince's perusal, his expression darkened like a stormy sea. "Your Highness, please enjoy your meal." After setting the table, Zhang Wu respectfully bowed and began to replace the linens with meticulous care, changing them daily without fail. The third prince, gifted with extraordinary talents, had already reached the realm of top-tier masters by the age of 30, standing just a step away from becoming a grandmaster, naturally possessing the capital for arrogance. As I engage with him day and night, it is only a matter of time before his true nature is revealed. Xiao Jingao frowned as he consumed his meal, seemingly dissatisfied with the flavor of the prison fare, and questioned, "With your prowess, Any ordinary top-tier master would be killed by a single punch from you. With such strength, why remain here as a jailer? In your highness's opinion, what should a man of my caliber do? Xiao Jingao replied proudly. Naturally, one should venture into the Jianghu, becoming a formidable figure in the underworld, or enlist in the army to slay enemies and become a general of unmatched repute. After all, life is fleeting. One must showcase their talents and seize the opportunity to achieve fame and fortune. Who would willingly resign themselves to mediocrity and obscurity? He raised his cup and drank deeply, his demeanor haughty, as if to imply that it were a privilege for you to hear my counsel. Zhang Wu remained silent for a moment before calmly asking, "Does your highness wish to hear the truth or a fabrication?" "Naturally, the truth," Xiao Jingao replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Zhang Wu inquired, "Your highness, after I have fulfilled my role as a formidable figure in the underworld and become a renowned rogue, what then?" Xiao Jingao paused momentarily, rendered speechless. If he were to relinquish the pursuit of the throne and resign himself to mediocrity, it was likely he would not have found himself in his current predicament. All this turmoil stemmed from insatiable greed. Yet, throughout his life, he had never been weak. How could he allow a mere jailer to stifle his voice? He replied resolutely, "Having ascended as a titan of the underworld, one must continue to wield power unchallenged, reigning supreme. Anyone who dares to oppose shall face annihilation. The same applies to being a grand general. With an army at your command, you need not heed the emperor's decree. As long as power remains in your grasp, who can truly threaten you?" Zhang Wu chose not to respond. Engaging in a debate with the prince would only invite trouble. Instead, he busied himself with tidying the bedding, preparing to distribute meals among the other prisoners. Suddenly, Xiao Jingao inquired, "On my first day in this prison, I witnessed Wei Zheng escorting someone away. Who was that individual?" "That was Lord Wei's son, Wei Ning." "What crime has he committed?" "He violated a commoner maiden, compelling over a dozen strong men to humiliate her, and subsequently slaughtered her entire family." Very well, very well. Excellent work." Xiao Jingao burst into laughter, though it was tinged with indignation. He turned to Zhang Wu and challenged, "How can you, having mastered such martial prowess, remain indifferent to such abhorrent acts? Forgive me, your highness. As a lowly individual, surviving in this dungeon is already a challenge. Meddling in affairs beyond my station is a swift path to demise. I beg for your understanding." "You insolent fool." Xiao Jingao, somewhat irate, felt an urge to slap the man, but realizing that Zhang Wu was responsible for his sustenance, he could only express his frustration by kicking the table leg and declaring, "Begone. I do not wish to see you again today." "Thank you, your highness." Zhang Wu picked up the food box and departed. Xiao Jingao stood frozen at the table, unable to maintain his pride any longer. Once, countless individuals had sought to curry favor with him. Yet now he found himself a prisoner, even the guards avoiding him like the plague. After delivering the meal to the warden, Zhang Wu exited the prison, intending to rest for a while in the office. However, he noticed 2 security doors ajar, with officials from the Ministry of Justice exchanging prisoners with the guards. Among them, one individual appeared somewhat familiar. Brother Wu, Yang San greeted him warmly, handing over the registration book and case files. The individual in question had been implicated in gambling, leading to the ruin of many families, and was reported for embezzlement, which was subsequently verified, resulting in his arrest. Zhang Wu looked up and inquired of the familiar prisoner, "Sir, is your surname Huang?" Knowing full well the answer, he feigned ignorance. Lord Huang snorted disdainfully, exhibiting considerable bravado. He had visited the dungeon twice before and distinctly remembered the tall and robust Zhang Wu, who was evidently unaware of his identity due to his attire. "Ah, it truly is you, my lord. I beg your pardon." Zhang Wu feigned a demeanor of utmost respect, hastily clasping his fists in salute and instructing the guards. "Lord Huang was previously an official in our Ministry of Justice. You must not neglect him. Quickly prepare a clean cell and present him with the finest food and drink." Understood. Yang San and the others dared not be careless, assuming a camaraderie between Lord Huang and Zhang Wu, all offering him flattering smiles. In that moment, Lord Huang appeared radiant, his countenance aglow, clearly relishing the respect afforded to him. "Once I am released from this prison, I shall surely remember to promote you," he declared. "Thank you for your consideration, my lord. Please, do come in," Zhang Wu replied with a cheerful smile, ushering him into the prison. Chapter 67. The despondent master in cell number 1 of the main prison, Xiao Jingao, sat quietly in meditation. Zhang Wu meticulously arranged the exquisite wine and sumptuous dishes as per usual. Through their recent interactions, he discerned that the third prince possessed a straightforward disposition, lacking in guile and political acumen. Should he take up the mantle of a general, he would likely excel in the art of warfare. However, if he were to ascend to the throne, he might find himself ensnared by the cunning machinations of his shrewd ministers. Even in conversing with a mere jailer, he revealed his innermost thoughts, indicating an inability to conceal matters. In the face of a schemer like Lu Qing, he would surely be left in ruin. Yet, there were commendable attributes in Xiao Jing'eo as well. Despite his failure in the pursuit of the throne and subsequent imprisonment in the celestial prison, he exhibited no resentment or vitriol towards the emperor or his brother, nor did he display a volatile temperament, reprimanding those around him. This demeanor and cultivation were indeed befitting of his princely status. As Zhang Wu set the table, Xiao Jing'eo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who has been crying out in agony these past few days, day and night, in a heart-wrenching manner? You jailers are rather ruthless. Your Highness, should someone deceive you into losing everything, leaving you destitute and estranged from your family, would you not strive to hone your skills in revenge? Perhaps mastering the art of torture?" Xiao Jing'eo displayed a hint of surprise, quickly adopting a serious expression as he coldly replied, "I care not for your vengeance." Silence him at once. His disturbances interrupt my rest, and he must beware of dire consequences. Your Highness, do not be angry. I shall promptly ensure that Lord Huang is silenced. Zhang Wu performed a respectful bow and turned to leave. In the prison, there were regulations in place that forbade the use of torture on inmates for matters unrelated to official business. This matter is undoubtedly a private affair, meant to be resolved discreetly within the confines of the cell. Lord Huang, with limbs outstretched, was firmly bound to the torture rack. His arms and legs bore no flesh, revealing a stark, smooth skeleton devoid of any scars. The wounds had been expertly bandaged and treated with medicine. Without the support of his legs, Lord Huang struggled to maintain his balance, a stool placed beneath him to aid his posture. Chen Go, with utmost care, fed Lord Huang mouthfuls of rice and meat dishes, attending to him with greater diligence than he would his own father. One cannot counsel another to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. Zhang Wu glanced at the cell door, his expression tinged with regret as he spoke. "My Lord Huang, I am truly sorry, but from today onward, you are forbidden to cry out. You wretched son of a dog." Lord Huang's eyes bulged with fury, consumed by rage towards the heavens. At that moment, he comprehended the meaning behind Zhang Wu's words regarding fine wine and sumptuous meals. Chen Go, with a cold demeanor, delivered a sharp slap across Lord Huang's face, sending several of his teeth flying from his mouth. 3 heavy iron pincers clamped down on old Huang's tongue, subjecting him to a triple torment of tongue extraction. In an instant, the only sounds escaping Lord Huang's lips were whimpers. Zhang Wu, indifferent to the plight of the dying, merely clicked his tongue and remarked, "I wish you joy and contentment in your imprisonment. May you cultivate a beautiful next generation." Alarm flickered across Lord Huang's face as he whimpered. Zhang Wu brushed off the dust from his sleeves, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to leave. Upon returning to the first prison block, Xiao Jing'eo had already finished his meal. Zhang Wu quietly tidied up the dishes in the cell. The day before yesterday, the palace sent a chef to specifically cater to the third prince's dining needs, significantly alleviating the burden on the kitchen. Xiao Jing'eo's appetite flourished, and he praised the dishes incessantly. Each day at noon, after finishing his meal, he would stroll through the spacious confines of his cell, moving gracefully like a startled swan, leaving behind a lingering shadow. It remains uncertain who would prevail if we were to engage in a contest. Observing the figure of another person organizing the food boxes, Xiao Jing'eo felt a surge of eagerness. Zhang Wu turned respectfully and replied, "Your Highness, your martial prowess is unparalleled. How could I ever be your match? You practice the hard qigong, do you not?" With a piercing gaze, Xiao Jing'eo inquired, "Have you attained the realm of the extraordinary? Do you practice the demon-subduing golden body, the indestructible golden body, or the unbreakable Vajra technique?" Before Zhang Wu could respond, Xiao Jing'eo continued, "Among these 3 extraordinary hard qi techniques, the most authentic in practice, the purest in power, and the most robust in essence is undoubtedly the unbreakable Vajra technique. Your Highness, your insight is remarkable. I am in awe," Zhang Wu flattered. Xiao Jing'eo shook his head with a sigh. "Alas, relying solely on the unbreakable Vajra technique, you will forever remain unable to reach the realm of the Grand Master." Zhang Wu feigned astonishment, refraining from mentioning the great Yu steps, and sincerely bowed his head, saying, "Please, Your Highness, impart your wisdom." Xiao Jing'eo was quite pleased with his attitude. To aspire to the lofty title of Grand Master in martial arts, one must not only cultivate the physical body. Even with an unbreakable form, one remains merely mortal. Only by refining the spirit and achieving the unity of man and heaven can one transcend the boundaries of martial arts. May I inquire, Your Highness, do you have the opportunity to become a Grand Master? That is a certainty. Xiao Jing'eo, brimming with confidence, declared, within 5 years at most. There shall be a place for me among the grandmasters. Pray tell, Your Highness, what cultivation technique do you practice that grants you such remarkable potential? Zhang Wu's eyes sparkled with fervor. Xiao Jingao shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he replied, Take a guess. It must surely be an invincible technique. Zhang Wu marveled aloud, yet inwardly felt a twinge of frustration at his inability to pry further. Xiao Jingao was the most uncomplicated individual of high stature he had ever encountered. The concept of cunning was utterly foreign to him. At 30 years of age, possessing extraordinary martial prowess, he still bore the demeanor of an insolent child. Were it not for his royal lineage and the emperor's protection, no one would dare to lay a finger on him. He was unqualified even to serve as a mere jailer in the dungeons. Nevertheless, this very simplicity made Zhang Wu all the more cautious. Chapter 68. Wealth and character. Before long, autumn had arrived, marking a year since the anticipated amnesty. And the old man who had been teaching Zhang Wu the art of contraction and disguise had yet to witness the promised clemency. In cell 30 of the heavy criminal district, the old man sighed heavily, lamenting over his meal of chicken, burdened by a sense of despair. I have lived a life of freedom, yet I find myself facing the grim fate of execution. What a stroke of misfortune. Zhang Wu entered with a steaming bowl of soup, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, You've certainly made the most of your time here. Indulging in fine food and drink for months, growing plump as a result. Few enjoy such treatment, even among officials. The old man bit down fiercely on a chicken leg, his voice tinged with reluctance as he retorted, Am I not a master of 1,000 faces? To disguise my identity and gather intelligence is surely more advantageous than the average person. Zhang Wu shook his head and remarked, Had you not slain so many soldiers, you might have been spared and offered amnesty. Yet your brutal deeds are too numerous and too conspicuous to conceal. The old man, entranced by the beauty of a woman, found himself besieged by soldiers upon awakening, unwilling to surrender. In a fit of defiance, he unleashed his fury, slaughtering over 40 constables, creating quite the stir. Alas, he ultimately could not break free from the encirclement and was captured in exhaustion. Initially, he had felt invincible, intending to seek refuge with the pacification office via his disguise skills, yet he has heard nothing until now. Once he finishes this jug of wine, he must prepare for his journey ahead. Zhang Wu produced a wine flask from behind his waist, uncorking it, the aroma of the liquor instantly igniting the old man's appetite. Is this the famed Chinli wine? Indeed, 100 taels of silver per flask. Consider it a farewell gift. Zhang Wu set the wine inside the cell, and the old man, unable to contain himself, seized it and drank deeply. After a while, with glazed eyes and a face marked by despair, he lamented, To savor a flask of exquisite wine before my end, it is worth it. I only hope you do not sever my lineage of disguise techniques. Fear not. As long as I am here, it shall not be lost, Zhang Wu reassured him. In your next life, do not wander the rivers and lakes nor pursue the art of disguise. Instead, be born into an ordinary family, with a few acres of land and a wife. Life may be harder, but it is surely better than an ignoble demise. May your words be a blessing, and may I find a good family in my next life. The old man forced a bitter smile, his senses dulled by the drug, caught in a daze, as the guards shackled him and led him from his cell. This marked Zhang Wu's first time overseeing the execution of a prisoner in 6 years. The process of escorting a condemned person to the execution ground follows a strict protocol, and prisoners are not informed in advance of their impending execution. Under the pretense of family visits, the prisoners are deceitfully lured beyond 2 security gates, where officials from the Ministry of Justice await to verify their identities and announce their charges. At this juncture, upon hearing the sentence of beheading, it is rare for a prisoner not to struggle. The guards employ iron hammers to shatter the prisoner's collarbones, rendering them incapable of resistance. This moment also serves as an opportunity for the guards to profit. Death is a terrifying prospect. Suffering a grave injustice before demise is deemed a most dreadful fate. Many prisoners' families discreetly offer bribes to the guards, who then administer narcotics in their last meals, inducing a state of semi-consciousness to alleviate the anguish of execution. Lacking sensation, having one's head severed becomes the least painful method of dying. At Kaishaku, the biting wind howls, and the autumn air carries a sense of foreboding. Yet, the execution ground is surrounded by a throng of people. The masses point at the condemned, and even in the presence of executioners clad in crimson, they exhibit no fear, their faces betraying an undercurrent of excitement. Nearly 100 death row inmates kneel in succession, while officials and family members once more confirm their identities. As noon strikes, with a single command from the executioner, torrents of crimson blood erupt from the prisoners' necks, their lifeless heads rolling across the ground. Yet, the crowd is not deterred. Rather, their cheers grow more fervent. Particularly during the executions of officials, regardless of their corruption, the uproar reaches a fever pitch as they revel in the spectacle. "Farewell, old man," Zhang Wu murmurs as the execution concludes, collecting the body of the elder. He meticulously examines the visage, ensuring no human skin mask conceals his identity. After scrutinizing the old man's bones to confirm he is not a substitute, he enlists assistance to transport the body to the outskirts for a hasty burial in a mass grave. The entirety of his disguise technique stems from this elder. The identity of Ma Wu is also derived from the art of contortion, and for the sake of his own life, Zhang Wu remains uneasy as long as the old man lives. Indulging him with fine wine and exquisite dishes, nearly 2,000 silver coins were spent over a few months. With every meal a feast of rare delicacies. The old man was destined for a grim fate, and Zhang Wu felt no sense of obligation towards him. To pursue immortality, one must harden their heart. Even if the old man could reach the town's pacification office, Zhang Wu was certain that Uncle Lu would dispose of him to eliminate future troubles. Yet, having steeled himself, he was disinclined to trouble others. Returning to the prison, after a day of exhausting labor, the sun dipped low, and the guards, weary of their duties, gathered in the barracks to engage in idle chatter. The plight of Lord Huang was indeed pitiful. Cheng Go paid for his meals daily, hoping to nourish him back to health before the inevitable execution. The old Huang was hardly deserving of sympathy, having caused the ruin of at least a dozen subordinates, yet he had not anticipated encountering someone as ruthless as Cheng Go. This morning, I observed Lord Huang's son visiting the prison, claiming he was willing to offer 30,000 taels for his father's life. Did Cheng Go acquiesce? No. I suspect he deemed the sum insufficient. I wonder if we might partake in a share, for although it is a personal vendetta, the punishment is administered within the prison, and by regulation, the proceeds should be divided among us. Zhang Wu had intended to enter the barracks, but the discussions of the others halted him at the door. After listening for a while, he turned and departed. Upon arriving at the prison, someone awaited him in the desolate torture chamber. "Brother Wu, here are 50,000 taels, please accept it." Cheng Go furtively presented a banknote. Slipping it into Zhang Wu's embrace and speaking in hushed tones, "Old Huang's son has agreed to return 100,000 taels to me. The 50,000 owed to the gambling den is thus nullified, and an additional 30,000 is required to buy a life." Cheng Go expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "The ability to take vengeance and release this pent-up anger is entirely thanks to you, Brother Wu. You must accept this money." 50,000 taels of silver was, to Zhang Wu, an astronomical sum. However, accepting this money would mean that Cheng Go was, in essence, purchasing the favor he owed Zhang Wu. The price was steep. Zhang Wu felt a strong temptation, yet his initial intention in assisting Cheng Go was never motivated by monetary gain. He forcibly returned the banknotes to Cheng Go, saying, "This money rightfully belongs to you. It is merely returning to its rightful owner. My assistance to you is not contingent upon money. I only hope that in the future, should I find myself in dire straits, you might lend a hand out of friendship." Brother Wu. Cheng Go was taken aback, staring blankly at the banknotes in his hand. Suddenly, a hint of self-mockery crossed his face as he remarked, "In my greed for wealth, I mistakenly believed that everything in this world could be measured by money, losing sight of my original intentions and character. It is only now that I realize many things are far more precious than gold. We are but ordinary folk. Such sentiments are entirely normal," Zhang Wu reassured him, patting Cheng Go on the shoulder. "In prison, earning money is a profession, and being a jailer is a means of survival, beyond ensuring our basic needs. Pursuing a bit more humanity and morality is certainly preferable to the indifference exhibited by those apathetic citizens at the market." Chapter 69. What is happiness? Zhang Wu and Cheng Go engaged in light conversation for a while, and soon the sky outside had completely darkened. The jailers on night duty arrived to take over. After the roll call concluded, Zhang Wu changed out of his prison uniform and donned his white robe, departing from the heavenly prison. Unlike other jailers who preferred to roam the streets in their uniforms, brandishing iron rulers and tying ropes around their waists to exude an air of authority, Zhang Wu had long surpassed that phase. After a year of curfew, the capital has finally regained its nocturnal splendor. Making his way to the southern part of the city, Zhang Wu stood before a lively tavern, the Iron Pillar Tavern, which exuded a sense of authenticity. Upon entering, he found the establishment bustling with patrons, predominantly comprised of the common folk, yet it was filled to capacity. "Brother Wu," Zhou Taizhu exclaimed with delight, rushing to greet him. "How have you been lately?" Zhang Wu chuckled as he playfully punched Zhou Taizhu on the chest. "All is well, I presume. Much better than being confined in prison." "Indeed," Zhou Taizhu replied with a simple, earnest smile. "That's good to hear." Zhang Wu nodded. glancing at the menu hanging on the wall behind the proprietor's desk. He selected a few dishes to pack for dinner at home. Though the prison offered a bountiful existence, it could also distort one's character. For a man like Zhou Taizhu, whose honesty shone through, leaving the confines of the jail was a wise choice. I've heard you're on the verge of marriage? As they chatted, Zhang Wu feigned an interest in the culinary arts, instinctively wandering into the kitchen. He ensured that every step of the cooking process, peeling vegetables, stir-frying, and adding seasonings, remained within his sight. The plates were freshly washed, and the water was just drawn from the well, which reassured him about the dishes being prepared. Zhou Taizhu bashfully scratched his head and replied, "It's a match arranged by my parents, and I find it agreeable enough. In the context of familial obligation and matchmaking, what contemporary society refers to as love was once a luxury in ancient times. With parental approval, one married, irrespective of affection. Love or lack thereof became inconsequential. Bound by moral constraints, mutual respect and decorum transformed into lifelong companionship. Before long, a young woman descended from the second floor, her countenance exuding simplicity, and her attire equally modest. She carried a tray laden with remnants of dishes and utensils, evidently assisting in the establishment. "Ernyo, come here and call for Wu Gu." Zhou Taizhu urged promptly. Wu Gu, the young woman reverently called out, devoid of the awkwardness typically associated with first encounters. As it seemed she had heard numerous tales of the legendary Wu Yanwan. "A fine girl indeed. Taizhu, you must cherish her," Zhang Wu remarked, harboring a tinge of envy towards Zhou Taizhu. In life, brilliance is but fleeting. No one can remain ever flourishing. After a peak of prosperity, one either faces the demise of their kin or finds themselves imprisoned. To run a modest shop without the worries of sustenance. To marry a beloved wife and share a tranquil existence together. This is true happiness. Be sure to invite me to the wedding." "Absolutely." Zhou Taizhu clasped his fists joyfully. While Ernyo, somewhat bashful, retreated behind her suitor, Zhang Wu chuckled, lifted the food container, and refrained from mentioning monetary matters, bidding farewell with a fist salute before departing. Once he was a distance away, the shop assistant cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Taizhu. "Master, it seems this gentleman did not pay?" Zhou Taizhu maintained his composure, replying, "While I was in prison, Wu Gu extended much assistance to me. One must know to be grateful." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Ernyo exclaimed, "Taizhu Gu. How did a couple of silver coins suddenly appear on the counter?" Zhang Wu had always disdained the notion of haggling over money, deeming it mercenary and vulgar. He would never accept silver from Zhou Taizhu in person, as their friendship rendered such a transaction inappropriate. He does not seek money. You are merely taking advantage of his generosity. A meal or two might be acceptable, but beyond that, how can one shamelessly continue to impose? Ultimately, the relationship between both parties may deteriorate over such trifling gains. The truly astute approach is to refrain from discussing finances, discreetly leaving the exact amount for the meal in a place where the other party cannot see, yet is certain it is you who has placed it there. Not a penny more, not a penny less, just enough to cover the cost of the meal, akin to an ordinary patron. You do not exploit the other, and he does not feel that he has taken advantage of you by receiving more than he should. Upon returning home and ensuring no one has visited, Zhang Wu opens the food container, allowing each dish to be tasted by the mice in the cage before he indulges himself. As his abilities grow, so too does his appetite. Consuming an entire cow in a single day would not be an exaggeration. In prison, he requires a large bucket of rice for every meal, leaving his colleagues astounded at each occasion. Without a stipend, even a fortune would be diminished by his voraciousness. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Wu strolls a few laps in the courtyard to aid digestion before collapsing into sleep. Life is simple yet fulfilling, and before long, over half a year has passed. Zhang Wu and the third prince have grown increasingly familiar, their relationship deepening to the point of sharing almost everything. One day, while practicing in the courtyard, a sudden and loud knocking at the door interrupts the tranquility, causing chaos among the neighbors. "Brother Wu, something serious has happened." The frantic voice of the jailer on the street startles Zhang Wu. He leaps onto the roof to ascertain the situation, confirming it is indeed the jailer from the prison before descending to open the door. "What is the matter?" "Young Master Wei has committed murder at Chunfeng Tower and has been arrested." "Is that all?" Zhang Wu furrows his brow. Since he cannot afford to offend such a person, it would be prudent to serve him well, as his father will surely come to the prison to retrieve him the following day. "What purpose does your shouting serve?" The jailer gasped. "After the young Master Wei was escorted to the prison, we placed him in cell number 2 and proceeded to patrol. And then, upon completing our rounds and returning to the official prison, the jailer swallowed hard. We found the young Master Wei had become a headless corpse, his brains and blood pooling upon the ground. A catastrophe of monumental proportions." Zhang Wu's brow furrowed in distress, his heart racing as he inquired, "Who is the murderer? Have they been apprehended?" The jailer trembled as he replied, "That murderer is someone even Lord Wei could not contend with." Zhang Wu was taken aback. Lowering his head in contemplation, his expression swiftly altered. Could it be the third prince's doing? Chapter 70, an intolerable affliction upon Zhang Wu's arrival at the dungeon. He found Xiao Bin already present within the prison, his complexion ashen and his demeanor restless. According to protocol, when a death occurs in prison, the body must be retrieved. It is simply unacceptable to leave it unattended. Yet the individual responsible for the death was none other than the third prince himself. He stood with arms crossed, back turned to the assembled crowd in cell number 1, and without uttering a word, who among them would dare disregard him and carry the corpse away? Should they incite the third prince's ire, it could cost them their lives in a single blow. Nevertheless, addressing the third prince directly was an even greater folly that none dared to entertain. The vast chasm of status rendered them as insignificant as ants, devoid of the courage to engage him in conversation. All Xiao Bin could do was report to the Ministry of Justice and summon the jailers on duty that night, exclaiming in indignation, "Who permitted you to place young Master Wei in cell number 2? No one dared to respond. Better to provoke the king of hell than to incite the wrath of a petty tyrant. When the third prince arrived at the prison, Wei Ning, lacking discernment, was cast into cell number 1, and it became apparent to all that he had offended the third prince. When Wei Zheng came to retrieve his son, he did not prostrate himself before the third prince, a fact that was no secret within the prison walls. Given these two incidents, even a fool would recognize the necessity of placing Wei Gongzi's cell at a considerable distance from the third prince's to avoid any potential conflicts. With the unfolding of these events, how could Xiao Bin not be incensed? He scolded the others harshly, his words laced with disdain, which soon stirred unrest among the guards. The chief warden remarked that since Wei Gongzi was accustomed to his lavish lifestyle, failing to assign him to cell number 2 might lead to their own downfall. Indeed, there are 50 rooms within the prison. Relegating him to the back would be tantamount to an affront to his dignity. This predicament was a collective oversight. Who could have anticipated that he would provoke the third prince to such an extent? Xiao Bin's face turned a shade of iron, left speechless by the rebuke, and could only furiously point at the gathered crowd, declaring, "My tenure as chief warden has reached its end, and none of you shall find solace. The wrath of Lord Wei could crush you as easily as stepping on a few ants." A heavy silence enveloped the execution chamber. Gradually, the guards revealed signs of trepidation. Each of them had families to care for, with elders and young ones depending on them. Should Wei Zheng seek vengeance, none present would escape unscathed. However, this outcome was not a consequence of anyone's deliberate actions. Everyone believed that the third prince would merely reprimand Wei Ning. Who could have foreseen that he would resort to murder? Having eavesdropped for a short while outside the prison chamber, Zhang Wu entered to console him, saying, "Brother Qiao, what's done is done. Anxiety serves no purpose. It is imperative that we first ascertain the cause of death and concoct a plausible explanation for the demise of young Master Wei. Otherwise, when the officials from the Ministry of Justice arrive and inquire as to why young Master Wei was beaten to death tonight, our ignorance will only compound the calamity." Indeed, that's sound advice. With the arrival of Zhang Wu, Xiao Bin found a pillar of support and hastily sought his counsel. "Brother Wu, what do you think we should do about this?" "Do not fret." Zhang Wu patted his counterpart's arm in reassurance and inquired of the jailers. Prior to the third prince's actions, were there any premonitory signs? The jailers exchanged glances, each chiming in. "I distinctly recall that when young Master Wei was brought into the prison, the third prince was resting. However, when we departed, he had sat up, his countenance frigid. I was the first to hear the prisoner's screams. Upon rushing over, I witnessed the third prince pinning young Master Wei to the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent. And with a single blow, he shattered his skull. I discreetly inquired of the imperial censor in cell number 3, who revealed that young Master Wei had desperately pleaded with the third prince, promising never again to mistreat virtuous women. He pleaded, yet to no avail, as he was still slain with a single punch. This demonstrates that the third prince harbored homicidal intentions long ago, possessed a deep-seated hatred for evil, and had the heart of an innocent. In truth, the third prince's act of homicide was directly related to himself. Had he not answered truthfully when asked why Wei Ning was imprisoned, young Master Wei would not have met such a violent end. Nevertheless, knowing that Wei Ning would be beaten to death, Zhang Wu would still have spoken the truth if given another chance. There is no other motive. It is our unassailable duty to rid the world of harm for the sake of the people. And that spittle, which was flung upon us, can be tolerated for a moment, yet not for eternity. What a transgression! May Wei Ning descend into the depths of hell, and may Yama remember to punish him with extra lashes on my behalf." Zhang Wu murmured to himself, then addressed the crowd. Since the matter is now clear, the third prince's act of murder was provoked by Wei Ning's malevolence, and thus does not concern us. Should the third prince choose to take action, even if Wei Gongzi is imprisoned in cell 50, he will still seek his opportunity. When the officials from the Ministry of Justice arrive, let us report the truth. Chao Bin, looking troubled, replied, Brother Wu, if we label Wei Gongzi as the wicked party deserving of death, I fear it may not bode well for us with Lord Wei Zhang. Indeed, Zhang Wu pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Compared to Wei Zhang, we are but insignificant creatures. In order for the small to survive, one must tread carefully. I shall speak with the third prince shortly, he contemplated. When the officials from the Ministry of Justice arrive, we shall tell them that His Highness has summoned him, guiding him directly to the third prince. This way, he will not have the chance to interrogate us. Given the third prince's character, he will likely take full responsibility for this matter. Once he establishes the narrative, it will be of little concern to us. Speak with the third prince? The others exchanged glances, feeling it was a fanciful notion. However, in the prison, Zhang Wu was indeed the only one bold enough to engage in conversation with the third prince. Brother Wu, the fate of our lives and my future rests entirely in your hands. Chao Bin could hardly contain his excitement, grasping Zhang Wu's hand tightly, his face filled with earnest anticipation. The guards, too, were full of fervor. Whether they could safely navigate this crisis hinged upon Brother Wu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Wu strode directly into the official prison. Chapter 71. The taste of this upon entering the official prison. Before Zhang Wu could pay his respects, Xiao Jingao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not turning to acknowledge the newcomer. The sound of breathing and footsteps made it clear who had arrived. You have come. The humble servant greets His Highness. As customary, Zhang Wu stood before the prison gate. Feigning a bow, Xiao Jingao, as usual, replied, Spare the formalities. You are, after all, a formidable master and deserve a measure of respect. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhang Wu, with utmost reverence, raised his gaze to glance into the adjacent cell, where Wei Ning lay stiff and lifeless in a pool of blood, his head shattered beyond recognition. A gruesome amalgamation of white brain matter, shattered bones, and crimson fluid, a sight to behold. Xiao Jingao did not turn around, but was acutely aware that Zhang Wu was observing cell number 2. He inquired, Do you think he ought to be killed? I am merely a guard and dare not presume to judge matters of the great, Zhang Wu responded cautiously. Xiao Jingao retorted in anger, You, ungrateful wretch. After all this time, you refuse to speak a single word of sincerity. It is truly despicable. Zhang Wu, trembling with fear, bowed again and replied, Your Highness, please quell your anger. I am but a simpleton, wishing only to cling to this position in the heavenly prison and live a life of peace. I genuinely dare not meddle in the affairs of the great. Is it then that you possess unparalleled martial prowess, yet have lost all sense of bravery? Xiao Jingao questioned sharply. Zhang Wu fell into a moment of silence, channeling his inner strength and employing the telepathic technique learned during his imprisonment. Bloodlust is a luxury, he remarked. Only the highborn are worthy of possessing it. Those of lower status, when enraged, invite their own demise. I beseech Your Highness to understand. Xiao Jingao was momentarily taken aback. If they were to speak openly, he feared that their conversation would be laid bare by dawn, spreading like wildfire among others. Contemplating this, he promptly responded via the telepathic method. One grows accustomed to a life of subjugation, and even if you wield unparalleled power, it becomes increasingly difficult to reclaim one's fervor. Zhang Wu replied candidly, Thus, I seek to utilize Your Highness's influence to ascertain whether the blood of this Wei Gongzi runs red. A surge of fervor may indeed restore a measure of my own vitality. Xiao Jingao, initially astonished, soon found himself amused. Zhang Wu recounted the heinous act of Wei Ning, who had violated a common woman and annihilated an entire family, anticipating that Xiao would take action, a reflection of his character. Although there was an element of manipulation, Xiao Jingao felt no anger. As a prince, born into nobility and possessing extraordinary martial prowess, he regarded the world with disdain, and few could garner his respect. With his own sense of justice and enmity toward evil, he naturally desired those around him to possess the courage to act, aligning with his own aspirations. Initially, he had harbored disappointment towards Zhang Wu, yet upon reflection, he found a renewed interest in him. Xiao Jingao finally turned, gesturing for Zhang Wu to enter the cell and take a seat. However, Zhang Wu remained unmoved, steadfastly standing before the cell door. For a man who was cautious to his core, Xiao Jingao did not press him further, instead inquiring telepathically, If I do not slay this Wei Ning, what do you intend to do? Will you endure this indignity indefinitely? Endurance is essential, Yet if an unexpected demise were to befall him, I could only utter a lament of regret. Xiao Jing'ao's lips twitched in frustration as he communicated in hushed tones. Had you confided in me earlier, I would not have acted so impulsively. It would have been preferable to let Wei Ning perish in the brothel, leaving Wei Zheng bereft of a culprit to pursue, thus suffocating him in his own despair. A clever notion, albeit somewhat belated. Zhang Wu, with a note of inquiry, remarked, Lord Wei will undoubtedly visit the prison shortly. How do you intend to respond, Your Highness? To kill one is to kill, and to kill two is also to kill. It is wiser to eradicate the root of the issue. Ignoring Zhang Wu's palpable unease, Xiao Jing'ao grinned mischievously and said, Pray, regale me with tales of Wei Zheng's misdeeds. Should he dare to wrong me again, I shall have ample justification to dispose of him. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Wu felt a surge of fervor, tempted to divulge the tale of how Wei Zheng had raised bandits to plunder villages, annihilating settlements, and ambushing high-ranking officials of the court. However, such revelations could prompt Xiao Jing'ao to truly eliminate Wei Zheng. What then would become of him? Though a prince, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter of ministers and failing to seize the throne would surely lead to his own demise, providing certain individuals with a pretext for fratricide. Zhang Wu promptly replied, I possess little knowledge of Lord Wei. Is that so? Xiao Jing'ao chuckled silently. In that heartbeat, Zhang Wu discerned the answer within. Not wishing to further discuss Wei Zheng, he deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, with the failure of the Chancellor's coup, and considering Your Highness's martial prowess, escaping the palace should pose no challenge. How then could he be so easily captured? The coup was not my desire. It was merely my grandfather's obstinate insistence. Xiao Jing'ao spoke with a calm demeanor. Though I am indeed tempted by the throne, I cannot bring myself to commit fratricide. Moreover, I am acutely aware that I am not suited for the role of emperor. My pursuit of sovereignty is merely to savor the fleeting taste of supremacy. If you are unwilling to accept this fate, there remains an opportunity. If one is sincere, Zhang Wu shall reciprocate with sincerity. He conveyed through whispers. This prison holds no true power over you. As long as you regain command of the 200,000 border troops, the outcome is uncertain. Enough. I shall no longer contest it. Xiao Jing'ao gestured dismissively, shaking his head as he whispered, The throne holds no significance for me. Its presence or absence bears little weight. My earlier antics in the capital, rallying old allies, were purely to spare my grandfather's feelings. Pausing, he sighed and continued, It has only been a few years since the barbarian invasion, and the common folk have suffered greatly. If I were to indulge in my own desires and ignite another national calamity, plunging the people into despair and bearing the infamy of fratricide and patricide, even if I were to ascend the throne, I would find no joy in it. Zhang Wu's eyes flickered with emotion as he voiced his thoughts. The struggle for imperial power is a relentless game of survival, where it is either your demise or mine. Are you truly prepared to be a mere pawn? Xiao Jing'ao cast a resolute glance towards the palace, whispering with unwavering conviction, In this world, the only ones capable of ending my life are my father and my second brother. Should my father wish to kill me, this flesh and blood is a gift from him. Returning my life to him is only fitting. If my second brother seeks my demise, though he may act unjustly, I must not respond with injustice. If he is willing to take my life, I would not object. You. Zhang Wu felt a pang of anguish in his teeth. Unbeknownst to many, the seemingly indifferent third prince is, in truth, a paragon of loyalty and filial piety, imbued with unparalleled camaraderie. Xiao Jing'ao jested telepathically, acknowledging the noble intentions of His Highness with a sense of admiration. Zhang Wu, clasping his fists in reverence, conveyed his sentiments, filled with profound reflection. Despite the grimness of their situation, Xiao Jing'ao's circumstances were not as dire as they appeared. After all, he was a prospective grandmaster, a formidable force capable of suppressing the chaos of the world. His presence alone was equivalent to that of countless soldiers. With a guardian of such stature, the great Kuan would remain steadfast as a mountain. As long as Emperor Longqing and the second prince maintained their sanity, they would not forsake their foundational strength. Chapter 72. The law of the kingdom does not punish. As Zhang Wu and Xiao Jing'ao engaged in light-hearted telepathic discourse, the official from the Ministry of Justice hurriedly approached. I, Jiang Tianhe, humbly pay my respects to the third prince. The newcomer exhibited neither subservience nor arrogance. His voice resonated with balance and composure, adhering meticulously to the formalities of etiquette. Zhang Wu stood at the prison gate, momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated the arrival of Jiang Tianhe. After more than half a year, this esteemed official had flourished within the Ministry of Justice, renowned for his astute judgments and relentless efforts to combat corruption through various reforms. Those beneath him were compelled to comply, even those with formidable backgrounds, who dared not challenge his authority. His significant influence was primarily due to the backing and delegation of power from Han Shan, the Minister of Justice. Recently, Han Jiang had corresponded with Zhang Wu, revealing that his grandfather, Han Shan, harbored intentions of retirement. The Han family had ascended to become one of the most prominent powers in the Great Kuan, with Han Jiangquan commanding the garrison and wielding substantial influence over the officials, while Han Shan, a formidable figure in the court, presided over the empire's judiciary with great authority. Typically, great prosperity begets decline. The cycle of power is relentless. In a new reign, the trust bestowed by Emperor Longqing upon Han Jiangquan may not endure with the ascension of another emperor. A timely departure could afford the Han family a means of preserving their legacy. Returning to the present, the most formidable backing of Jiang Tianhe is merely his sixth uncle. The town guardian office holds no sway over the princes. If you do not prioritize your own safety, how dare you meddle in such disputes? Moreover, the third prince treats those of comparable strength with courtesy, while he looks down upon others, standing with his back turned to the crowd, aloof in his prison cell, offering no response. For a moment, the official monitoring room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. Jiang Tianhe lay prostrate on the ground, as if engaged in a silent contest with Xiao Jingao, and chose not to speak further. Ahem. Zhang Wu cleared his throat gently, wishing to break the deadlock and spare everyone the torment. As he hoped, Xiao Jingao soon transmitted a message discreetly, inquiring, "What? Are you acquainted with this Jiang Tianhe?" Zhang Wu awkwardly coughed before replying through thought. Jiang Tianhe has spent a year in the dungeon. I have heard commendable things about his reputation for justice. So I sought to discern the truth. I nearly drowned him with slop. Xiao Jingao responded, "Did you ascertain the outcome? This individual possesses a heart as sharp as a blade, embodies righteousness, and is neither greedy nor self-serving. He is indeed a rare talent." Zhang Wu offered a fair assessment. Xiao Jingao remarked, "A person worthy of your approval shall receive my partial respect." After transmitting these thoughts, Xiao Jingao's calm voice echoed within the cell. "Rise." "Thank you, Your Highness," Jiang Tianhe replied with utmost reverence, bowing his head before standing to inquire. "Your Highness, a murder has occurred in the monitoring room, and the body of the perpetrator lies in the cell. May I request the removal of the corpse to prevent the stench of blood from tainting your presence?" This statement was articulated with great finesse, referring only to the murder while artfully sidestepping mention of the assailant, thus avoiding conflict. Xiao Jingao turned his back to the crowd, gesturing dismissively as he spoke. "Take the body and hand it over to his father, Wei Zheng, and inform him that it was I who committed the act, with no one else involved. Should he seek vengeance, he may come to me." "As you command," replied the subordinate. After bowing, Jiang Tianhe waved his hand, and the prison guards surged into cell number 2, some cleaning, while others gathered the remains. In a short while, the cell was rendered spotless. As he watched Wei Ning's body being carried away, Jiang Tianhe respectfully inquired, "Your Highness, an incident involving a death has occurred in the prison. According to the law, a record must be made, as there needs to be an account of the events to provide the deceased's family with an explanation." "An explanation?" Xiao Jingao let out a cold laugh and replied, "Inform his father that the fault lies in the son not being taught. The son has committed evil, and the father must bear the blame. If he cannot manage his son, others will assist in that regard. The son has violated women and murdered an entire family. I merely delivered a single blow that resulted in death, sparing him the torment of life without hope or death without peace. I have shown restraint." Jiang Tianhe respectfully asked, "May I record your words, Your Highness?" "Indeed." Jiang Tianhe took the record and pen from the scribe behind him and transcribed Xiao Jingao's words verbatim. When he looked up again, his expression had transformed into one of unwavering integrity. "Your Highness, did you consider the law when taking a life? As a prince, it is your duty to uphold the nation's institutions. To kill privately, even in the name of eliminating harm, disregards the laws of the dynasty." Jiang Tianhe emphasized each word. "Wei Ning broke the law. The law shall administer punishment. Why did Your Highness take a life in anger? I indeed should uphold the law." Xiao Jingao nodded, then suddenly turned, his eyes glinting like two sharp swords as they fixed upon Jiang Tianhe. With a voice as cold as ice, he inquired, "But what shall we do if the law cannot bring justice?" Xiao Jingao, a resolute figure against injustice. Recently, events within the prison had not escaped Jiang Tianhe's awareness. He promptly replied, "I have already submitted a petition to the censorate along with numerous colleagues, urging the impeachment of Wei Zheng. His Highness the Crown Prince will undoubtedly punish him, and Wei Ning will surely face the law." Xiao Jingao let out a laugh, observing the righteous Jiang Tianhe with a mocking expression. "As a third-rank attendant, you ought to possess some understanding of politics. Why are you so naive?" Jiang Tianhe fell silent. Having reached this point, Further questioning would only serve to embarrass himself. He thus performed a respectful bow and said, "Your Highness's words are like a clarion call to the mind. I take my leave. No need to see me off." Xiao Jingao waved his hand, turning his back to the crowd. Outside the prison, after a night of turmoil, dawn was approaching. Zhang Wu exchanged a few casual words with Jiang Tianhe before sending him off and sought out Qiao Bin, asking, "With Wei Ning deceased, did you not inform his family?" "Of course, I did inform them. I had expected Lord Wei to come himself, yet he merely sent a steward, who just transported the body away. Damn it." Cunning and treacherous, Zhang Wu cursed silently, feeling somewhat helpless. The fact that a father would not come for his own son's death spoke volumes of the coldness within the imperial family. Lord Wei was no exception. However, his absence from the prison was a blessing in disguise, sparing the guards from potential resentment and ensuring that the rest would not be caught in the crossfire. Chapter 73. Awaiting the executioner's blade, the 50th year of the Longqing era. The third prince, Xiao Jingao, caused a stir in the capital by fatally assaulting the son of a minister in the imperial prison. Wei Ning, notorious for his misdeeds, incited public approval among the common folk. Bold citizens took advantage of the night to defile the entrance of Wei's residence with excrement. Although they were swiftly apprehended by dawn, the authorities, mindful of public sentiment, merely administered a light punishment of 10 strikes before releasing them. At this critical juncture of power transition, officials were on edge, each wary of unforeseen repercussions. The third prince, championing justice, had garnered accolades for his military achievements, becoming a symbol of righteousness in the eyes of the populace. Meanwhile, Wei Zheng found himself besieged on all sides, enduring considerable hardship. The faction led by Jiang Tianhe seemingly yearned to extract their pound of flesh from him. Han Shan also submitted a memorial, asserting the need for punitive measures against Wei Zheng. As the conflict among the powerful escalated, the crown prince merely reprimanded Minister Wei with a few words and ordered a year's salary deduction, swiftly moving past the incident. Concerning his own brother, Xiao Jingao, he exhibited no reaction, neither punishment nor inquiry, as if his brother did not exist. In the Iron Pillar Tavern, on the second floor, Zhang Wu and Ma Lu relished a rare reunion. Ever since his uncle ascended to the rank of Qianhu, he had become exceedingly busy. Though he was spared from distant assignments, he was perpetually occupied with affairs both within and outside the palace. His role as the fifth Qianhu did not involve managing officials or handling matters of the martial world. Instead, he coordinated intelligence and arranged for spies to infiltrate various facets of the mighty Kuan. "Xiao Wu, I have heard that you have been getting quite close to the third prince lately?" Ma Lu inquired with concern. In the presence of his uncle, Zhang Wu felt no need for pretense and simply nodded, stating, "In the prison, no one delivers meals to the third prince. As an old prison guard, I must, much like you did in your day, muster the courage to bring food to Lu Qing. It seems you hold a favorable view of the third prince." Ma Lu chuckled softly, filling his cup to the brim, and inquired, "What kind of person do you perceive the third prince to be?" "Loyal, filial, and devoid of guile. However, are you aware that individuals of such character, born into royalty, often meet with grim fates?" Ma Lu subtly hinted. Zhang Wu's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart quivered. Currently, Uncle Lu spoke and acted with increasing caution. Every word he uttered carried profound significance, and he would never engage in frivolous conversation. Ma Lu took a sip of his wine, sighed, and advised, "Xiao Wu, to the eyes of ordinary folk, I, 1,000 household commander, and you, a chief banner, are considered part of the elite. Yet, we both know the truth. In the presence of those above us, we are as insignificant as ants. To survive, you must learn to discern the situation and restrain yourself. Some connections, when too deep, may lead you into the abyss. The ascension of the second prince has become a foregone conclusion, while you may maintain proximity to the third prince, who, as a royal, faces little opposition. What of you?" Zhang Wu found himself at a loss for words. In recent days, the newly appointed jail supervisor has shown no greed for silver nor concern for the prison's sordid affairs, but rather seems intent on provoking trouble. He targets no one but Zhang Wu, the king of war, who never kept night watches. Now finds himself working night shifts under the pressure from Du, the new jail supervisor. "Uncle Lu, what is the background of this newly appointed supervisor?" A disciple of Wei Zheng, Zhang Wu's lips twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. It appears he seeks to retaliate against Xiao Jingao, feeling emboldened to use his proximity to me as a means to vent his frustrations on the latter's son. Ma Lu remarked, "The Ministry of Justice is not a monolith, and the 6 ministries will not be reduced to a mere puppet of any one minister. The Crown Prince has recently placed many individuals within the Ministry of Justice to counterbalance Han Shan and your Uncle Jiang. Du Lao was also appointed by the crown prince. He is deliberately seeking to create trouble for you, and your uncle Jiang cannot shield you from this. What should I do then? Should I distance myself from the third prince? Zhang Wu asked with a bitter smile. I fear that if I withdraw now, it may already be too late, he replied. No matter, keep your distance from the third prince, and I shall send a message to Lord Wei on your behalf. Ma Lu displayed a hint of defiance, stating, if it comes to a confrontation, Wei Zhang lacks the audacity to face me directly. This trivial matter should not trouble you. Uncle Lu, alas. Zhang Wu sighed, shaking his head, feeling somewhat dispirited. In truth, he had long suspected that Wei Zhang was behind Du Lao's machinations. His patience was merely a means to amass his indignation. Once it became unbearable, Lei Tiandao would have to intervene. A chivalrous hero of the realm cannot abide corrupt officials. Eliminating Wei Zhang to rid the populace of harm seems entirely justifiable, does it not? Especially in light of the recent examples set by Shao Jing Ao, wherein numerous righteous individuals have emerged, disregarding the law yet garnering widespread acclaim. In Yong'an Prefecture, a 15-year-old youth, having his land seized and his parents assaulted by a local tyrant, in a fit of rage, wielded a blade and slayed the assailants. His reputation swiftly spread, leading to invitations from prominent figures to join their ranks. As for his crime of murder, it was never spoken of again. The people only remembered his fearless defiance against the powerful and his unparalleled bravery. Even in the Han Dynasty, a youth named Xiahou Dun displayed similar valor. At the age of 14, after his teacher was insulted, he went directly to confront the offender and killed him, achieving instant renown for his fierce spirit. Thus, the renowned generals of the three kingdoms emerged. In today's society, the spirit of chivalry flourishes, with heroes rising from the rivers and lakes, as the common folk venerate valor. And the law cannot suppress the people. In such a time, the emergence of Lei Tiandao, seeking fame, is not unexpected. Regaining his composure, Zhang Wu inquired with curiosity, Uncle Lu, I have observed that your martial prowess has significantly increased recently. Indeed, His Majesty has bestowed upon me 2 qi-nourishing pills, and I am now merely a step away from reaching the pinnacle of excellence, replied Ma Lu, a smile gracing his lips, clearly pleased with his progress. Zhang Wu, suppressing the chill in his heart, asked, Is it after consuming these 2 pills that His Majesty entrusted you with the intelligence duties? Ma Lu furrowed his brow, his keen mind immediately detecting the implication in Zhang Wu's words. Uncle, it is better to rely on oneself for cultivation. Consuming what others provide can lead to complications. I understand, replied Zhang Wu. Ma Lu fell into silence, and after a long pause, he finally spoke with resignation. From the moment I joined the prefectural command, I ceased to have a choice. Zhang Wu sighed internally. The pills had been consumed, and it was too late for regrets. Speaking further would only deepen the sorrow. So he swiftly changed the subject. How has Uncle Zhang been lately? He is thriving. I have appointed him as the pharmacist for the prefectural command, specifically tasked with concocting various poisons and antidotes for our spies. His father is also highly regarded by the crown prince, and he is responsible for the medicinal meals daily. And what of Lu Qing? Zhang Wu continued. Since the 4th prince was abducted, the south has fallen into a profound silence. Aside from the barbarian tribes crossing 13 prefectures to invade the heart of Dakuan, there has been little significant activity. Ma Lu remarked, My ability to gather intelligence is largely indebted to Lu Qing, who has recently been fervently developing his shadow guards, shifting the confrontation with the court from the open to the clandestine. His Majesty has elevated my position primarily due to my aptitude in this regard, intending for me to suppress the Lu family shadow guards. You must exercise caution, Uncle Lu. Lu Qing is a man of many schemes and not easily dealt with. Ma Lu nodded, expressing, He has been quite troubled lately. His nephew has perished, and he has dispatched men far and wide to hunt down Lei Tiandao, even deploying top-tier experts, yet they have failed to catch so much as a glimpse of him. Zhang Wu's lips twitched. I have heard that the town protector's office has also issued a wanted notice. Indeed, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. He must be dismembered to find satisfaction. Ma Lu's expression tightened, revealing a hint of ferocity, while beads of sweat formed on Zhang Wu's forehead. Surely, I will not fall into Uncle Lu's hands for impersonating Lei Tiandao, will I? Chapter 74. The Cunning Rabbit has 3 burrows. Indiana. The frigid chill. A heavy snowfall blanketed the capital, transforming the world into a realm of white. Zhang Wu, after consuming 2 meat pies, braved the biting wind and snow as he walked alone towards the dungeon. Despite having long been impervious to the elements, he instinctively huddled his neck and tightened his collar to avoid standing out in the crowd. On heavy snow days, the streets were often strewn with corpses, The patrolling constables had to carry dozens of bodies out of the city daily. These were merely the vagrants who had frozen to death by the roadside. Even those with a place to stay often could not afford coal for warmth, leading to an even greater number of individuals succumbing to the cold within their homes, a figure far exceeding those found on the streets. Typically, it was only in the spring, when warmth returned, that these unfortunate souls would be discovered. Thus, during the bitter cold, the dungeon would often find itself frequented by a multitude of uninvited guests. Deliberately committing minor offenses, one finds oneself apprehended and imprisoned, where sustenance and warmth are abundant. Before Zhang Wu had even entered his cell to report for duty, he spotted an old acquaintance in the courtyard. Now clad in a cotton prison uniform, his face flushed from the cold. Master Wu. The obsequious flattery emanating from him could raise goosebumps on anyone. Zhang Wu appraised him with a discerning gaze and jested, "Not bad. Your limbs are still intact." The visitor was none other than the beggar chief from the southern beggar lane, to whom Zhang Wu had once pledged to share a drink in prison. "It's entirely thanks to you, Master Wu. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to death long ago," Wang Ligan replied, still haunted by past fears. The beggar lane was notorious for its frequent brawls, and only those who could command respect among the masses were entitled to share in the spoils of the city's streets, which encompassed begging, thievery, and other illicit enterprises. The shadows were scarcely better than the dungeons. To survive for years unscathed, a beggar chief needed not only social acumen, but also a formidable backing. However, their affiliations were seldom too powerful, for otherwise they would not find themselves in such a plight. Most were merely local constables managing various streets. As for their earnings, they were comparable to those in the dungeons. The influential figures in Shuntian Prefecture took the lion's share, the captains received a middle portion, while the constables claimed the smallest fraction, leaving a meager 1 or 2% for themselves, barely enough to survive, let alone indulge in extravagance. Since Zhang Wu had visited Wang Ligan in Beggar Lane, the latter's reputation had skyrocketed. The name of King Wu was not only potent on the streets, but also demanded respect from the major factions within the capital. After all, in the treacherous world of the underbelly, no one could guarantee a lifetime free from the confines of prison. To offend King Wu was to invite certain demise. Should he decree your end at the third watch, no one could stave off your fate until the fifth. Zhang Wu was indifferent to such superficial fame. Yet he understood that cultivating relationships with various individuals could prove invaluable in critical moments. Enough of this cold. You should find a cell in the mixed offender area to wait it out, he instructed, tossing the keys for the 2 doors. He then strode directly into the cell block. "Thank you, Master Wu," Wang Ligan exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He bent his knees in a half-kneeling posture, offering a deep bow before eagerly taking the keys to unlock the door. Once roll call concluded, and with the absence of Dutila, it was evident that Sixth Uncle wielded considerable influence. The guards patrolled the cells, conducting cleanups and interrogating the inmates. It was at this moment that Zhang Wu entered the office, only to be greeted by Cheng Go, who lifted the curtain and stepped in. "Wu Ge, I heard that you took care of that Lord Huang." "Indeed," Zhang Wu replied. Cheng Go toyed with a short dagger in his hand, saying, "I may have been a bit too forceful, you couldn't withstand it. Having accepted 13,000 taels of silver only to end a life. It was likely that the Huang family would not let this matter rest. What do you plan to do about his son? If he knows his place, it will be fine. If not, I shall await him in prison." Zhang Wu remained silent. Old Huang was an official, consumed by greed, which led him to incarceration. His son, however, was merely a commoner, and the odds of a commoner ending up in prison were exceedingly low. Zhang Wu feared he might wait a lifetime without seeing him. "Be cautious when you venture out, lest old Huang's son seeks revenge on you," he advised helplessly. "I understand, Wu Ge," Cheng Go replied earnestly, smiling as he asked, "Is today your birthday, Wu Ge?" "Me?" Zhang Wu said, momentarily taken aback, feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart. It was unexpected that someone remembered his birthday. In Daku, there exists a tradition wherein, on one's birthday, a feast accompanied by wine is held. This evening, at Chunfeng Tower, everyone has been summoned, with expenses covered by the communal funds. "Very well." Cheng Go displayed a lewd grin, for it had been a considerable time since he last visited the flower house. "Brother Wu, you may proceed with your tasks first." Watching Cheng Go depart, Zhang Wu began to tally the month's earnings to facilitate the distribution of allowances. After a bustling morning, he rose to head towards the kitchen, only to discover an envelope lying on the table. Picking it up, Zhang Wu chuckled upon inspection. The envelope bore a few well-wishing phrases, the handwriting crooked and unmistakably that of Cheng Go, indicating that a gift awaited within. Tearing open the envelope revealed several sheets of paper. Upon unfolding them, Zhang Wu fell into immediate silence. 5 land deeds. His residence at No. 19 Shiguan Alley had 3 deeds for number 18, number 20, and number 41 respectively. This signified that Chungo had purchased the courtyards of his immediate neighbors at a premium. The advantages were indeed substantial. The level of security could be significantly elevated, and he need not worry about disturbing others while practicing, nor about exposing his true capabilities. The other 2 deeds included one for a communal courtyard in the southern part of the city and another for the lavish residence that Chungo acquired for 30,000 taels, conveniently located near the prison. All 5 land deeds were registered under his name. This gift truly resonated with Zhang Wu's innermost thoughts. He had recently been troubled by the scarcity of safe havens. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, with only 1 courtyard. If someone were intent on targeting him, it would be exceedingly simple. Even concealing unsavory items became quite inconvenient, such as the iconic weapon of Lei Tiandao, the 9-ringed broadsword. To impersonate him, this item was indispensable. It is inappropriate to conceal weapons within one's home or within the confines of a prison, as such actions are likely to expose one's false identity if discovered. Furthermore, hiding items such as the nocturnal attire within the confines of cell number 199 in the maximum security area is fraught with peril. Should prison guards stumble upon this secret, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Fortunately, the situation has improved. The box has been relocated to the opulent residence nearby, allowing for easy access whenever required, simply by traversing the underground passage. Those who truly understand me are few, like Qinggo. Zhang Wu was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as he approached the kitchen door. The snow had ceased falling, and the sun shone brightly, with the aroma of stir-fried dishes wafting from within, tantalizing the senses. However, Zhang Wu keenly observed that old Feng, the head chef, bore an uncharacteristically grim expression, his face taut as if burdened by injustice. The imperial chef sent to prepare meals for Xiao Jingao also displayed a frosty demeanor, exuding an air of arrogance as he busied himself with the cooking. The atmosphere in the kitchen felt stifling. Life is often riddled with trivialities, and interactions between individuals inevitably lead to conflict, especially when rivals share the same profession. Zhang Wu chose to ignore their expressions, picking up a freshly washed carrot and leaning against the door to nibble on it. Today's fare appeared quite appetizing. Brother Wu, it will be ready shortly, old Feng remarked with a forced smile, his discontent palpable, yet he dared not show it to Zhang Wu. Only after finishing the cooking did he silently take up a broom, sweeping away the spilled salt and shattered porcelain. Zhang Wu, ever the astute observer, furrowed his brow at the sight. The porcelain bowl, adorned with exquisite patterns, was unmistakably of imperial origin, indicating that the salt belonged to the royal chef. But the coarse salt scattered on the floor was not the pristine white variety. To serve such rough salt to a prince, the imperial chef certainly possessed audacity. Zhang Wumei's brow gradually knitted in concern. The color of this salt seemed rather amiss, not resembling pure coarse salt in the slightest. Chapter 75, The Hidden Blade in the Prison Head. The meal for the 3rd prince is ready. Would you like me to deliver it? Or shall I leave it to you? Typically, Zhang Wu was keen on personally delivering meals to Xiao Jingao. Yet today, he stood motionless at the door, prompting the imperial chef to inquire. I have been delivering meals to the 3rd prince for quite some time, Zhang Wu replied, gnawing on a radish. From now on, His Highness's meals will be delivered in rotation by everyone. The cooks exchanged glances, while the guards gathered at the kitchen door wore expressions of distress. In the eyes of the common folk, the 3rd prince was a towering figure, an embodiment of justice. However, within the confines of the sky prison and the realm of officials, he remained a figure to be avoided. The guards wished to have no dealings with him, fearing repercussions. In the biting cold of winter, the dishes grew cold swiftly. Seeing the others remain unmoved, old Feng wiped his hands on his apron and volunteered, Brother Wu, allow me to deliver it today. Very well, I shall accompany you this time. Henceforth, no one is permitted to shirk their duties. We share both the burden and the honor equally. Before the guards could protest further, Zhang Wu and old Feng picked up the food box and made their way toward the prison. After passing through 2 security doors and finding themselves alone, old Feng, with a pained expression, whispered, Brother Wu, the palace chefs are utterly arrogant. They treat us as if we are less than human. What, have they mistreated you? Severely so. Old Feng gritted his teeth and said, when this fellow first arrived, we all got along quite harmoniously. He frequently used our seasonings and flour, and I turned a blind eye, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict. Who would have thought that he would disregard basic decency? After consuming so many of our supplies, when I found myself short on salt today and sought to borrow some of his, he inexplicably flew into a rage, hurling insults at us. He even smashed the salt bowl, and the pot of salt was destroyed as well, resulting in a senseless waste of a whole meal. Truly infuriating. As Old Feng continued to vent his frustration, his eyes widened with anger, wishing fervently to confront that imperial chef. Zhang Wu felt a stir of emotions within, but maintained an unusually calm demeanor as he replied, "It's merely a bowl of salt. Tomorrow, you can use the public funds from the prison to purchase the finest salt to compensate him," silencing his complaints. "We owe him nothing." After a brief pause, Wu Laotu suggested, "If he dares to insult us again, we shall not indulge him. Let us rally everyone to mock him openly and see how he withstands it. If he resorts to physical confrontation, we will endure it in front of him, but under the cover of night, we can gather our brothers to deal with him severely." Old Feng paused, the weight of his grievances lifting, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Wu, I am thoroughly convinced by you. We are all brothers. And on our own turf, we cannot allow him to act so arrogantly." Zhang Wu laughed heartily, giving Old Feng a reassuring pat on the back. And together they entered the official quarters. When they saw others bringing meals for Zhang Wu, Xiao Jingao was momentarily taken aback, but as usual, he sat at the table, waiting for Zhang Wu to serve him. 14 dishes, 2 types of soup, all presented with silver bowls and chopsticks. As Xiao Jingao leisurely began to use his chopsticks, Zhang Wu, standing respectfully beside him, inquired, "Your Highness, is the recent fare to your liking?" "Quite satisfactory, indeed. It suits my palate perfectly," Xiao Jingao replied, sampling each dish with great appreciation. Zhang Wu continued, "Is the seasoning to your taste as well? The flavors are just right, not too salty nor too bland." "The imperial chef possesses remarkable skill," Xiao Jingao responded, serving himself a bowl of soup. After savoring it, he revealed a look of contentment, thoroughly pleased with the taste. Zhang Wu refrained from further questions, recognizing that one cannot rouse a person feigning sleep. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Please enjoy your meal, Your Highness." In the presence of Xiao Jingao, Old Feng and Zhang Wu slowly retreated from the cell, only turning to leave the watchful gaze of the prince once they had exited. Old Feng remarked with a hint of envy, "With such praise from the third prince, I fear the imperial chef will soon rise 2 ranks upon returning to the palace." "Your culinary skills are commendable as well, Old Feng. It is merely a matter of fortune that you have not become an imperial chef," Zhang Wu consoled him. By the time they returned to the kitchen, the jailers had already taken their bowls to the barracks for their meal. Since Du Tila's arrival at the prison, Zhang Wu had delegated the task of distributing food to the inmates to Cheng Go and Yang San, in order to avoid unnecessary troubles. Upon entering the kitchen, one of them cast a glance into the corner, noticing that the coarse salt had mysteriously vanished. Looking toward the stove, they saw that it had been swept back into a bowl by the imperial chef. "Wu Gur, your meal," Old Feng announced, lifting a large bucket of freshly steamed rice from the stove, pouring a portion of the meat and vegetables into the bucket. Zhang Wu took the wooden bucket, the cold wind howling outside, and chose to squat against the wall like an old farmer. He began to mix the rice and vegetables with a wooden spatula, taking large bites. The cooks imitated his manner, squatting by the stove, engaging in idle chatter. Meanwhile, the imperial chef never dined in the prison. After preparing the meal for Xiao Jingao, he departed. After a while, once Zhang Wu finished eating, he discreetly practiced internal energy, drawing a small handful of salt from the crevices of the ground beneath him. Pretending to scratch an itch on his chest, he slipped the salt into his pocket. The recent meals had been quite good, and the usual payment was ample. He resolved to prepare 2 additional dishes the following day to enhance the brothers' dining experience. Once Zhang Wu consumed the last grain of rice and licked the wooden spatula, he issued instructions. Old Feng nodded repeatedly. Zhang Wu patted his shoulder and left the kitchen. Throughout the afternoon, a certain individual remained in the study, lost in thought. It was not until dusk that he suddenly emerged from his reverie. Hastily summoning Cheng Go to give him instructions, "Go to the town protector's office and deliver these 2 invitations to Uncle Lu and Uncle Jean. Inform them that it is my birthday tonight, and we will be celebrating at Spring Breeze Tower." After a brief pause, he added, "Uncle Lu will likely be busy, so you may not find him, but you must ensure Uncle Jean attends." Observing the seriousness in his demeanor, Cheng Go straightened his expression and solemnly replied, "Brother Wu, rest assured, I will certainly bring Uncle Jean." "Good. We shall await your arrival at Spring Breeze Tower." Zhang Wu watched Cheng Go leave, his brow furrowed. That night, the biting wind howled, yet it could not dampen the enthusiasm of the guards. The performance in the brothel, still funded by the government, was a rare spectacle in recent years. In the past, the crowd would often summon the charming courtesan to accompany them for drinks, typically reluctant to spend on the more expensive and beautiful ones. However, today, upon the orders of Wu Laotu, the guards promptly summoned 2 top-tier dancers to entertain everyone. As the sheer fabric fluttered and their translucent skin was revealed, even Tang Zhan found it difficult to divert his gaze, though regrettably, Uncle Lu was absent. Zhang Wu jested. "Uncle Jean, Don't return home tonight. It's chilly outside. Allow these two exquisite dancers to warm you. You rascal. Tang Zhan playfully punched Zhang Wu in the chest, feigning annoyance. You know full well that there's a fierce tigress waiting for me at home. If she discovers me, I'll have my legs broken. Why do you insist on teasing me? It's a trivial matter. Simply don't stay the night, Zhang Wu suggested with a mischievous grin. Let us find an inn and book a couple of rooms. You go ahead and secure the accommodations, and I'll bring the dancers over shortly. If your wife inquires, just tell her you were with me last night. If she further questions the presence of the dancers, claim I was the one who slept with them. This proposition stirred something within Tang Zhan. Oh, my good brother. There is no better friend in the world than you, Uncle Zhan exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Wu chuckled and inquired, Uncle Zhan, I'm off to the restroom. Would you care to join me? Of course. The restroom at Chunfeng Tower was located in the backyard. Upon exiting, the cold air starkly contrasted with the warmth of the building, causing both men to shiver. The restroom was modest, with only 3 stalls in a desolate space. Zhang Wu carried a lantern while he and Tang Zhan each occupied a stall, with no one else present. Uncle Zhan, take a look at this salt, Zhang Wu remarked. His senses were heightened. Not a whisper of the wind or rustle of grass within a 10-zhang radius escaped his notice. Salt. Tang Zhan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Zhang Wu would not present him with ordinary coarse salt. He immediately scrutinized the substance under the light. The salt's hue was unusual, tinged with green and black. As his words fell, Tang Zhan's expression changed, and he inquired, Where did you acquire this salt, Wu Gu? From the prison, Zhang Wu replied. Omitting any mention of Xiao Jingao, Tang Zhan exhaled in relief, saying, There are many spies in the prison, so it is not surprising that it fell into your hands. This salt is laced with a potent toxin, the latest creation of the pharmacologist from the pacification office, specifically designed for those spies. It can be mixed into various foods, with the dosage determining its effects. A large quantity will manifest as a blackish-green color, with just this small pinch of salt in your possession. A single meal could potentially kill 10 ferocious tigers. And what if the dosage is smaller? Zhang Wu inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Tang Zhan responded, in smaller doses. The poison is nearly colorless and less toxic. However, with prolonged consumption, even a top-tier expert would succumb within a year. There's 7 orifices bleeding profusely. Zhang Wu, suppressing the tumult within, asked, Is there an antidote for this poison? Tang Zhan shook his head. No. The creation of this toxin was solely focused on the art of killing. It contains hundreds of poisonous compounds, each more lethal than the last. Even a deity could not concoct an antidote. Chapter 76. A dwindling situation at the Iron Pillar Tavern. The sky outside revealed a hint of dawn. After a night of indulgence at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, Zhang Wu had taken a room at Zhou Tieju's establishment. Tossing and turning, he spent the night in restless wakefulness. Tang Zhan's vigor was formidable, and as dawn approached, he did not forget to indulge once more, while next door, the sounds of intermittent weeping echoed. Yet the melodious warbling of the oriole fell upon Zhang Wu's ears as nothing more than a dreary monotony. He had long been perplexed as to why Emperor Longqing had ordered Xiao Jingao to be imprisoned in the dungeons rather than confining him within the confines of the ancestral hall. Traditionally, matters concerning the royal family were shrouded in secrecy. It has now become clear that even the fiercest of tigers may turn on their own kin. A prince's demise within the ancestral hall, regardless of the manner of his death, would inevitably lead the populace to believe that Emperor Longqing had slain his own son, thereby tarnishing his illustrious reputation. In such a scenario, the emperor himself would bear the blame. However, the situation is markedly different within the dungeons. With a myriad of nefarious characters lurking about, a prince could unwittingly fall victim to poison, and no one would dare to implicate Emperor Longqing. Perhaps, in such a case, it would provide an opportunity to further punish disobedient officials under the guise of justice, a most ruthless trait of the imperial family. Once Tang Zhan had completed his affairs, Zhang Wu, accompanied by him, braved the biting wind as they made their way towards the palace. Brother Wu, you appear rather unwell today, remarked Tang Zhan, his own eyes shadowed by fatigue, shivering against the chill, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Wu scoffed, Uncle Zhan, with your formidable presence, living next door to you, it would be strange if I felt any better. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Tang Zhan insisted earnestly, You must keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, Uncle Zhan, replied Zhang Wu. As they engaged in light banter, they soon arrived at the fork in the road, each heading off to fulfill their respective duties. In the guardhouse, the prison guards yawned one after another, yet were animatedly discussing the courtesans from the previous night, boasting about whose prowess was superior and who had the longest encounters. Such topics are, it seems, inevitable among men in camaraderie. The conversation ultimately fell upon Zhang Wu, whose remarkable ability to captivate the knight left others filled with envy and regret, lamenting their own lack of resilience. As Zhang Wu lifted the curtain and entered the room, he was met by the familiar faces of his colleagues, each bearing a shadow of despair upon their brows, the atmosphere thick with a sense of doom, reminiscent of hell itself. All he could do was distribute the customary allowances and remind everyone of the importance of their families, urging them to indulge less in gambling and promiscuity and to entrust their allowances to their families for safekeeping. Once the roll call was concluded, Zhang Wu, as was his habit, began his patrol within the prison. He traversed between the 2nd and 50th cells, his mind echoing with the words of Xiao Jingao. Are you aware? Aware of what? Zhang Wu responded, bewildered. Xiao Jingao, in a fit of agitation, declared, this prince is on the brink of death, and you still feign ignorance. Knowing the food is poisoned, why do you partake? Without hesitation, Xiao Jingao replied, for the sake of loyalty and righteousness. You are utterly worthless. Zhang Wu inwardly cursed, transmitting softly, you could easily escape. Why await your demise? I shall not perish. The 200,000 border troops will not find peace, nor will the disciples of my grandfather relent. My brother cannot sit comfortably upon the throne, and with the court in turmoil, how can the world remain at peace? Xiao Jingao maintained his composure, though a surge of crimson rage threatened to erupt within him, which he stifled with great effort. Zhang Wu chose silence, casting a glance at the sky beyond the prison window, noting the midday sun. He then departed from the prison and approached the kitchen, where a large sack of pristine white salt lay at the door. On the chef's stove rested a full bowl of the same. However, during the culinary process where flames danced, the imperial chef paid no heed to the pristine white salt, instead opting to seize a handful of coarse salt and cast it into the pot. Zhang Wu's eyelids trembled at the sight. The quantity was sufficient to poison 3 to 5 ferocious tigers. Only with Xiao Jingao's profound skills could he withstand such a meal. For an ordinary person, it would spell instant demise. Who will deliver today's meal to the warden? The chef inquired as he placed the dishes into a food box. Zhang Wu scanned the room and fixed his gaze on Cheng Go, saying, Goer, you shall deliver it today. Set the precedent for everyone. All right, Cheng Go nodded. Zhang Wu continued, I will deliver the meal you prepared for the other officials today. The two of them passed through the second gate together, heading towards the warden's office. The same 14 dishes were served, and Xiao Jingao savored them with great pleasure. Yet, inexplicably, after a few bites, he would cover his mouth to cough a few times, insisting on drinking half a bowl of soup to swallow the food. If you keep eating, you will die, Zhang Wu silently warned. Xiao Jingao's feeble voice responded discreetly, no worries, I can endure for another 2 or 3 months. You must think of a way to escape the dungeon, lest my demise implicates you. Unable to contain his anger, Zhang Wu retorted, if you can run, why are you so obstinate? Xiao Jingao remained silent, unwilling to expound further on the matter. Zhang Wu calmly stated, since you are indifferent to living, why not simply embrace death? Chapter 77. The Purchase of Death and Self-Harm in the Miscellaneous Criminal section of cell number 44. The beggar leader Wang Ligan reclined leisurely on a low wooden bed, humming a tune, his legs crossed, with his head resting on his hands, in an exceptionally cheerful mood. Every time a guard patrols by, he promptly rises, his face adorned with a servile smile as he greets them. Noticing Zhang Wu pass by the cell door for the 5th time that afternoon, Wang Ligan felt a twinge of curiosity, but quickly stood up, flattering him with a call, Master Wu. Is it warm in there? Zhang Wu inquired with a smile. Wang Ligan nodded vigorously, replying, warm. All thanks to your grace, Master Wu. Zhang Wu squatted by the cell, perplexed, and asked, while you remain in prison, do not others covet your position? Wang Ligan responded, in this dreadful weather, survival is a challenge in itself. Everyone is seeking ways to endure. There is little time for rivalry. He continued, with the heavy snowfall. There are hardly any passers-by on the streets, and begging yields scant silver. Without profit, conflict is unlikely. When spring arrives, those beggars who survive will be deemed resilient. However, as soon as the weather warms, it is not uncommon for 5 or 6 to perish each day in the alleys. Survival is indeed arduous. Zhang Wu sighed and asked, how many years have you been in the capital? Wang Ligan reflected, since the 38th year of the Longqing era. It has been 12 years in the blink of an eye. He lamented, people say one should establish oneself by 30. Here I am at 30. Still begging on the streets, fearing I may never rise above this plight. Have you taken a wife? Zhang Wu inquired. Wang Ligan chuckled foolishly, indeed, I have wed. Though she is a lowly servant from a wealthy household and 3 years my senior, she too hails from a family of misfortune. Honest and unpretentious. She does not disdain my begging and has blessed me with a robust son. In the alley, none can help but envy my fortune. How fortunate. Now, With a warm Kong to share with my wife, one could say my journey through this world has not been in vain, Zhang Wu remarked with envy. Wang Ligan sighed and replied, Master Wu, you jest. I am but a mere beggar. Where would I find the silver to purchase a house in the capital? A warm Kong is a luxury I dare not even dream of. Every winter, my wife and children must take refuge in the firewood shed of Mr. Zhao, which, though as barren as a prison, at least spares us from freezing to death. And what of your parents? Zhang Wu inquired. In those tumultuous years, when famine ravaged the land, we lost all contact. After arriving in the capital, I sent several letters back home, but there was no response. I fear they may have perished in the chaos of war, Wang Ligan said, shaking his head gloomily. Zhang Wu fell silent. For the common folk of ancient times, suffering was inevitable. Even the most dilapidated house in the capital costs at least 1,000 taels, a sum that is utterly astronomical to Wang Ligan, one he could never hope to accumulate in several lifetimes. Do you have any dreams? Zhang Wu asked. Dreams? Wang Ligan paused, as if the word was foreign to him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I have no grand aspirations. I merely wish for my wife and children to be safe and sound, and to avoid freezing or starving to death would suffice. What if one day someone offered you 10,000 taels of silver in exchange for your life? Zhang Wu began, but Wang Ligan interrupted him cheerfully. Master Wu, you overestimate me greatly. My life is worth but little. I would gladly trade it for 500 taels. I would brave a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, and should I show the slightest hesitation, let me descend to the underworld and endure the torments of the 18 layers of hell. Zhang Wu was taken aback. In this world, life holds little value, akin to mere weeds. Wang Ligan expressed his yearning, saying, Master Wu, should such an opportunity arise, I implore you to consider me. I am not greedy. Merely 400 taels will suffice, and the remaining 100 taels shall be yours to indulge in wine. He added, speaking of which, I still owe you a drink. Zhang Wu removed a wine flask from behind his waist, cradling it in the palm of his right hand, and placed it on the ground of the prison. However, he said, this wine cannot be consumed without a price. I require a drop of your blood. A drop of blood? Wang Ligan was taken aback, but promptly bit his finger and inquired, Master Wu, where shall I let it fall? Just let it drop into my palm, Zhang Wu replied, extending his hand into the cell. He discreetly channeled his inner strength, allowing the blood to drip down, encased within his energy, and held tightly in his palm. Should this venture succeed, I shall reward you with 5-fold the silver. Should it fail, consider yourself indebted to me for a life. With that, Zhang Wu turned away, leaving the prison. Wang Ligan, resembling a thief, peered through the iron bars, ensuring no one was around before retrieving the paper concealed beneath the wine flask. 2,000 taels in silver notes, enough to purchase a residence in the capital. Wang Ligan trembled with excitement, bowing 3 times in the direction Zhang Wu had departed. With the prospect of acquiring before long, the two types of blood merged. Wang Ligan bore the closest resemblance to Xiao Jingao in physique, appearance, and age. Both stood at an imposing height of 6 feet, appearing somewhat robust. Now that their blood types coincided, the task became considerably simpler. A touch of poison salt, mixed with other toxic substances, would ensure that Wang Ligan consumed it and succumbed to a swift death, his body riddled with venom, his visage and form entirely decayed, rendering identification impossible. Once Xiao Jingao was extricated from the dungeon and embraced a will to survive, he would become untouchable. As for the royal family's intent to verify the corpse's authenticity, it mattered little if the person had fled. A delay would provide ample opportunity for escape. This was all I could manage. Zhang Wu was acutely aware that his actions bore a degree of risk, yet he had devised countermeasures. Having known his 6th uncle for many years, he had undoubtedly gleaned some survival tactics, even if he were somewhat dim-witted. Suddenly, an impulse struck Zhang Wu, compelling him to add his own blood to the bowl. Once again, the blood mingled. Wang Ligan could serve not only as a substitute for Xiao Jingao, but also as a stand-in for himself. He splashed the blood from the bowl onto the ground to prevent detection. Afterward, he poured water into the bowl several times, thoroughly cleansing it and simultaneously diluting the bloodstains on the floor until they were utterly invisible. He gathered the bedding, and seizing the moment when the courtyard was unoccupied, he opened the storeroom, placing it in a corner where a considerable pile of bloodied bedding from the prisoners lay, destined for collective cleaning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. The interrogation chamber fell into silence, broken only by the sound of Cheng Go sharpening his short knife. Zhang Wu entered the torture chamber with his hands clasped behind his back, conveying a hushed message to Cheng Go, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Do not ask anything, strike with ferocity, it should keep you bedridden for at least 3 months. Cheng Go was taken aback, But upon seeing the unwavering determination in Zhang Wu's eyes, he gritted his teeth and suddenly roared, "How dare you deceive me?" In an instant, blood erupted as a gaping wound was carved into Zhang Wu's chest, his torn garments revealing flesh and blood in a gruesome display, the depth of the injury exposing bone. Meanwhile, with an expressionless demeanor, Zhang Wu delivered a powerful blow to Cheng Go's chest, sending him crashing against the wall. Blood gushed forth as the impact was akin to a painting being struck, and it took Cheng Go 2 seconds before he slumped down from the wall, unconscious. The commotion immediately alerted the patrolling guards. The horrific scene sent shivers down the spines of all present. In the depths of the prison, Zhang Wu and Cheng Go engaged in a fierce confrontation that astonished onlookers with their brutality. However, both men were gravely injured and fell into unconsciousness. The bystanders had no time for inquiries and hastened to carry them away for medical attention. Along the way, Zhang Wu, pretending to be asleep, silently cursed Cheng Go in his mind. Had it not been for his robust physique, that strike could have nearly eviscerated his chest. Yet, it was precisely such ruthless individuals who would not falter in critical moments. As they made their way to the medical facility, the guards whispered amongst themselves. Isn't the head of the martial prison supposed to have attained the indestructible body technique? How could he be harmed by mere weaponry? Ah, you are unaware, I suppose. After Cheng Go killed Lord Huang, he acquired a sum of silver and commissioned a dagger forged from millennium-old cold iron, reputed to be worth a fortune and incredibly sharp. Has this fellow lost his mind? Wu Laodu has always treated him well. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. The crowd carried Zhang Wu into the Tang Medical Hall, while Cheng Go was sent to another clinic to prevent the two from clashing again upon regaining consciousness. After a thorough examination, dressing of wounds, and cleaning of blood scabs, it was confirmed that there was no threat to life, and the prison guards finally departed. The medical hall was not solely staffed by doctors. Young maidens were also present to provide care, tending to all needs as long as one could pay. Much like hospitals in later times, residents could stay indefinitely. After a peaceful night's slumber, Zhang Wu opened his eyes the following morning to find Chao Bin anxiously pacing at his bedside. Wu Gu you have finally awakened. Coughing, Zhang Wu replied, Chao Xiong, I have caused you worry. He coughed again, his face devoid of color, his chest swathed in white bandages resembling a mummy, unable to sit up. In a fluster, Chao Bin urged him, Wu Gu just lie still. Do not move and risk injuring your wounds. In a weak voice, Zhang Wu remarked, healing from such injuries takes 100 days. I must lie here for at least a few months. You should temporarily find someone to manage the affairs in the prison. Let us set aside prison matters for now. I seek your counsel, Wu Gu Chao Bin said with evident concern. Startled, Zhang Wu inquired, what counsel do you seek? I no longer wish to serve as the prison chief. Do you think I should endure a bit longer or use connections to be reassigned? Zhang Wu was taken aback. Having just suffered an injury himself, how could this fellow contemplate a transfer? Had he perhaps caught wind of something? Someone feigned surprise and asked, Chao Xiong, how did you come to consider a transfer? Was there not an incident in the prison? Brother Wu, you have already been wounded. I fear my own fate is not far off. We have exploited the prisoners and amassed wealth with impunity, yet the guards detest our actions. It is uncertain when a prisoner may be released and seek vengeance. One's life is precious. Chao Bin gazed at the blood-stained cloth upon someone's chest. A chill coursing through him. Zhang Wu stood in astonishment. It appeared that this individual was merely frightened, not privy to any secret. Brother Chao, you are overthinking this. My conflict with Cheng Go is merely a minor grievance. We are both hot-headed and resorted to violence, but it should not affect you or anyone else. Sighing, Chao Bin replied, Brother Wu, to speak candidly, although serving as the warden is lucrative, it is also a morally corrupt endeavor. We are, after all, profiting from the suffering of prisoners. It is a guilt-ridden gain with this. Zhang Wu comprehended the situation. Having accumulated sufficient wealth, he wished to retire from this bloody business. Over the past 2 years, without directives from above to exploit the inmates, Chao Bin had claimed half of the profits. Merely during those 2 months when the chief minister's faction was imprisoned, he had garnered over 100,000 taels. In his role as warden, Chao Bin had amassed no less than 100,000 taels, and even he had secured nearly 40,000 taels for himself. One must possess self-awareness and withdraw at the right moment. Insatiable greed seldom leads to a favorable outcome. Regaining his composure, Zhang Wu inquired, Brother Chao, have you decided where to take up your next position? The Ministry of Personnel, perhaps, as an 8th-rank clerk. The salary is modest, yet it affords a leisurely pace and an opportunity to accumulate experience. A commendable choice, Zhang Wu praised. Your ability to resist temptation and withdraw signifies great resolve. Your future prospects are boundless. Greetings, Brother Wu. You hold me in too high regard. Qiao Bin nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, I am merely a frivolous scion, lacking ambition, only indulging in pleasures, food, drink, revelry, and women. Entering the officialdom is merely a secondary consideration, a means to appease my family and avoid their incessant nagging. Brother Qiao, you possess a carefree spirit. Do take good care of yourself, and once your health is restored, we shall visit the Spring Breeze Pavilion to enjoy the courtesans. Cough, cough. Your kind intentions are duly noted, Brother Qiao. Zhang Wu repeatedly clasped his fists in modest refusal. Noticing Zhang Wu's pallor, Qiao Bin jested a few times before deciding not to linger. As he watched his companion depart, Zhang Wu murmured to himself, by refraining from greed, I have saved your life. The days spent in bed were quite leisurely. With ample time on his hands, Zhang Wu requested several medical texts and began to delve into their contents. Medicine and martial arts have always been intertwined. Thus, he also studied acupoints, meridians, and the flow of qi. Without mastery, one could easily render oneself ineffective. Tang Zhan had visited the medical hall several times, urging the proprietor to take good care of Zhang Wu while waiving all medical fees. Zhou Taizhu also brought his sister Ernie to pay a visit and presented an invitation, announcing his wedding next month. Unfortunately, given Zhang Wu's injury, attending may prove impossible. Ma Lu was overwhelmed with responsibilities, yet still found time to visit Zhang Wu, bringing along tidings from the court. Han Shan has resigned. Really? He has truly stepped down? Zhang Wu expressed disbelief. Han Shan, the Minister of Justice, a figure of immense authority, had been but a step away from the cabinet. To retire at the pinnacle of power required monumental courage. Ma Lu replied, the Crown Prince has already approved it. The Ministry of Justice is likely to face considerable upheaval. Do you think Uncle Jiang can ascend? Unable to ascend, the Crown Prince found him exceedingly bothersome. Merely retaining the position of the Minister of Rights would be a commendable feat. The new emperor harbors disdain for you. Uncle Jiang, I await your arrival in the prison. Zhang Wu inquired with concern, how has His Majesty been of late? Ma Lu glanced around, discreetly channeling his internal energy to convey, it is nearing the end. Zhang Wu was taken aback. Is it truly hopeless? Or are we to resort to feigning death once more? It is indeed dire. Even elixirs are of no avail. I cannot endure beyond a month. What of the third prince? Zhang Wu asked, filled with trepidation. Before Emperor Longqing departs, he should take Xiao Jingao with him, leaving the second prince with a solid foundation. Ma Lu replied, furrowing his brow. What third prince? Zhang Wu retorted in disbelief. Uncle Lu, are you truly feigning ignorance with me? What is the situation regarding the third prince? Ma Lu's expression turned grave, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhang Wu communicated. The palace has dispatched a royal chef to the dungeons, specifically to attend to the third princess sustenance. The meals contain the latest lethal poison developed by the stabilization department, and the third prince is on the brink of demise. What? Uncle Lu's countenance shifted abruptly. Zhang Wu frowned. Uncle Lu, do not tell me you are unaware of this matter. Ma Lu's face darkened as he replied. His Majesty intends for the third prince to feign death in the dungeons to facilitate an escape. How could he possibly poison his own child? Moreover, he is on the verge of becoming a Grand Master. Even the Shao royal family's dark virtues cannot withstand such degradation. How could the emperor be so foolish? Not Emperor Longqing? Zhang Wu exclaimed, his heart racing. Wasn't he that royal chef sent by the emperor to the dungeons? Not His Majesty, but rather the words of the Crown Prince, who takes care of his own brother, ensuring he has ample provisions in prison. No one would think twice about it. Zhang Wu felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 79, The Twilight of Heroes. Over the past 7 or 8 years, Zhang Wu has encountered various formidable figures. Now, the emergence of another daunting character, Crown Prince Xiao Jinghao, made his skin crawl. Ma Lu, without a moment to spare, rose to depart, presumably to report the situation to Emperor Longqing. However, the die had been cast. The Crown Prince had been regent for nearly a year, and the entire court was filled with his loyal ministers and officials. Even at this juncture, supporting the Crown Prince was still regarded as politically correct. Although Xiao Jinghao was not the emperor, his concentration of power exceeded that of the emperor himself. Furthermore, Emperor Longqing was burnt out and unable to reclaim his former strength, even if he were to recover. The fourth prince was not his own child, and the third prince lacked the qualities to reign. Only the second prince remained, whose ruthless nature was well known. Yet the throne had to be passed down. Ma Lu hurried back to the palace, but did not seek an immediate audience with Emperor Longqing. Instead, he conducted his usual duties. He would only meet the emperor in the afternoon and refrain from disturbing His Majesty's rest during the day. Having left the palace in haste, he returned to seek an audience with the emperor, wary of arousing the Crown Prince's suspicions, in light of the shocking secret involving the poisoning of the prince. The sixth uncle had to tread carefully. It was not until the following day, after having lunch and resting for a while, that Ma Lu entered Weiyang Palace holding a briefing document. On the dragon bed, Emperor Longqing appeared exceedingly frail, and the eunuchs and palace maids attending him wore mournful expressions. Uncertain whether their sorrow stemmed from the impending death of the emperor or from concern that his majesty's demise would jeopardize their own futures. Ma Lu bowed deeply before the emperor. The emperor Longqing remained silent, merely raising his aged hand, which was exposed beyond the covers, in a gesture that signaled for them to proceed. The palace maids and eunuchs, discerning the cue, discreetly withdrew, leaving the palace in a state of desolation. Ma Lu stood by the bedside, reading from the report. Recently, Lu Qing has once again engaged with the barbarians, reaching an agreement to reclaim the last two prefectures. The border troops are in turmoil, with hundreds of generals fleeing, likely intending to rescue the third prince. The ministers have submitted petitions, asserting that Elder Wu has contributed significantly and that the cabinet cannot function a single day without a chief assistant. After reciting the report, Ma Lu cautiously assisted the Emperor Longqing to sit up against the bed, awaiting inquiries. My lifelong regret is having misjudged Lu Qing. The emperor, appearing neither fully awake nor asleep, struggled to open his eyes, his voice barely audible, as though his tongue were entangled, rendering speech a challenge. Ma Lu refrained from responding. Instead, listening attentively, the emperor gently waved his hand, instructing, "Stop those border troops. Do not allow them to see the third prince. As soon as I pass, Han Jiangchuan will undoubtedly devise a scheme to poison the third prince's meal, rendering him unconscious and whisking him away from the dungeon, subsequently substituting him with a decoy. At that juncture, the blame for the third prince's demise will be cast upon Wu Yaming, allowing for a severe crackdown on his faction. The three elders will be removed, and no power will remain in the court to challenge the second prince, thereby ensuring my reign is secure. Your Majesty's profound intentions are commendable. The great Kuan shall surely endure for generations to come." Ma Lu knelt on the ground, sincerely extolling the emperor. A faint smile appeared on the aged visage of Emperor Longqing. In the matter of succession to the throne, he has achieved a level far surpassing that of his predecessors. A source of immense pride. Is the third prince faring well in prison? Emperor Longqing displayed a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about moments spent with Xiao Jingao during their childhood. Ma Lu gritted his teeth and, with a heavy heart, declared, "The third prince is doing quite well in prison. Your Majesty need not worry." The sixth uncle, yearning to reveal the truth, altered his stance at the last moment. Even if the truth were spoken, could it alter the third prince's fate? Emperor Longqing, with his days numbered, had grown somewhat muddled. Forgetting that Han Jiangchuan had not visited the Weiyang Palace for 4 or 5 days. He was the emperor's most trusted confidant, now having pledged allegiance to another, with only the crown prince Ma being favored. How could the imperial chef in the heavenly prison possess the latest, most lethal poison developed by the Jinfu division? If one were to claim that Han Jiangchuan had no part in this, Ma Lu would never believe it. It is feared that the moment you, esteemed emperor, pass away, the dosage of poison would have to be significantly increased to ensure the third prince accompanies you. The notion of a fainting spell, followed by a swap for a decoy, seems to be a far-fetched idea. Ultimately, even heroes face twilight. The emperor too will experience a loss of power, prompting those below to consider their own interests. Unbeknownst to Emperor Longqing, who remained oblivious to the thoughts of his subordinates, upon hearing that Xiao Jingao was doing well in prison, he closed his eyes, whispering in hopeful anticipation, "I wish for my third son to leave the heavenly prison in peace, to live out this life, and in the next, to be reborn into a good family, far removed from royalty." The emperor's heartfelt intentions would surely be felt by the third prince. Ma Lu bowed his head, observing that Emperor Longqing had ceased to speak. He then rose, bowing low, and slowly exited the Weiyang Palace. As he departed, a figure clad in white, as pure as snow, appeared at the bedside, bowing respectfully and addressing, "Father." Emperor Longqing, exhausted and trembling, inquired, "How is the third son?" "The poison is lethal and incurable. Even our ancestors could not devise an antidote," replied the former crown prince calmly. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Longqing endeavored to steady his tumultuous emotions. "Who administered the poison?" "I have already investigated, Father. This matter bears no relation to Lu Qing. It was entirely orchestrated by my second brother, with Han Jiangchuan covertly manipulating the situation, and the imperial chef administered the poison." The Weiyang Palace was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound it was almost unnerving. Suddenly, the dying Emperor Longqing erupted in laughter, a sound imbued with both sorrow and profound solace. Good. I indeed did not misjudge my second son. His cunning has allowed the town stabilization department to deceive me, to eliminate his brothers for the sake of imperial power with such ruthlessness. He should be able to contend with Lu Qing. Truly, it was not in vain that I imprisoned my third son, granting him the opportunity to act. The former crown prince nodded in agreement. The second brother is indeed more suited to the throne than I. It is merely unfortunate for the third brother. Third son, I owe you a debt. I shall repay it in the next life. A wave of sorrow washed over Emperor Long Qing, and he could not help but spurt a mouthful of blood, staining the bedding with a crimson plum blossom. His vitality swiftly waned as he murmured, "Eldest, you should express your gratitude to your second brother. Were he weak and ineffectual, this throne, whether you desire it or not, must inevitably be yours for the sake of our ancestors' realm." The former crown prince fell into silence. In a moment reminiscent of a fleeting flicker of vitality, Emperor Longqing suddenly glared with a fierce intensity and lamented, "Throughout my life, my father could not abide the presence of sycophants. After enduring such disdain, I must indulge in a final act of defiance before my demise. Let that Han Jianchuan accompany me to the grave." "Understood," replied the former crown prince, bowing respectfully. Chapter 80. Awaiting the dawn in a secluded ward of the Tang Medical Hall, Zhang Wu reclined languidly upon his bed, perusing a medical tome. Beside him, a plump and gentle nurse tenderly held a bowl of meat porridge, feeding him spoonful by spoonful. During this time, he savored the luxuries of wealth and power, relishing the ease with which his needs were met. However, the nurse's gaze held a peculiar quality. Adjacent to his bed lay a rat cage, housing a rather corpulent rodent. Regardless of the meal, Zhang Wu insisted that the creature taste his food first. While one might comprehend the affection for rabbits, cats, or dogs, the care for a rat was perplexing. Yet, the oddities did not end there. Each mealtime required the nurse to first lick the spoon, chopsticks, and bowl. This peculiar obsession was unheard of, and Zhang Wu's saliva, rather than being repulsive to him, seemed to evoke an unsettling curiosity in her mind. She pondered whether this handsome patient harbored clandestine and nefarious intentions in training his tongue. If such thoughts were true, she reasoned, yielding to his whims would be of little consequence. After all, this patient, with a mere gesture, could easily part with 50 taels of silver. The friends who visited him were all of considerable wealth, and though she could not be his rightful wife, becoming a concubine would not be an unwelcome fate. Unbeknownst to the nurse, Zhang Wu, having finished his meal, closed the medical book and with his eyes shut, began to silently circulate his internal energy to heal his wounds. The indomitable skill not only bestowed him with formidable physical prowess but also an extraordinary capacity for recovery. Beneath the blood-stained bandages, his wounds had nearly healed. Last night, he discreetly unwrapped the bandages to take a glance, revealing merely a scar. However, in the eyes of the medical staff, he appeared as a feeble nobleman, perpetually groaning, breaking into a cold sweat at the slightest touch to his injuries, and howling in pain. Carrying a burden on his back, Wang Ligan stepped inside. Met with the disdainful gazes of the medical personnel, Zhang Wu retrieved 20 taels of silver from his pocket and handed them to him, gesturing towards the medical staff outside. The elder Wang was taken aback. While gratitude filled his heart, he felt a pang of reluctance to part with the silver. Nevertheless, he obediently accepted the money, raised his chin, and lifted the curtain, declaring, "This is a reward from the master. Go for a stroll outside." The ample medical staff was taken aback, their eyes instantly transforming as they regarded Wang Ligan. Initially filled with skepticism, she pointed to herself, questioning if the money was indeed for her. Wang Ligan nodded, placing the silver into her hands, and a glimmer of reverence shone in her eyes. A person who could casually bestow 20 taels of silver, regardless of whether one was a beggar or not, could easily crush you like an insect. "Thank you, master." The medical staff, timidly bending her legs and lowering her body, performed a gesture of gratitude before hastily retreating. After surveying the room for any lingering bystanders, Wang Ligan returned to speak softly. "Master Wu, everything has been arranged." He opened a corner of the bundle, revealing a black stealth attire and several keys. "The courtyard in the southern part of the city has been sold, and I acquired a more discreet location. Additionally, the mansion on Xuanwu Street has also been changed according to your wishes, with the homeowner's name transferred to my wife." "Well done." Zhang Wu nodded in approval. To ensure longevity, one must exercise prudence, lest their possessions be discovered and their identity compromised. It's easy to be found out when you are the owner of the house, so I need to be more careful. The 3 neighboring courtyards around my own residence are of little concern, as I do not intend to store anything there. However, I must be more vigilant with the tenement in the south of the city and the mansion." Wang Ligan reported. "The 9-ring broadsword you requested has been buried beneath the wall of the tenement. Instead of purchasing it from an armory, I commissioned a clandestine craftsman from our beggar's alley. A vagrant skilled in forging weapons. I rented a smithy and had him secretly crafted. The man has since been eliminated, ensuring that the matter remains confidential. Did you provide for his family? He had neither elders nor offspring, a solitary figure afflicted with an incurable ailment. Even if I hadn't intervened, he would not have survived much longer. Wang Ligan stated without remorse. During the forging of the weapon, I treated him to a feast of 8 dishes per meal, with ample wine and meat, and lavished silver upon him. We are not in his debt. Give him a proper burial. Such benevolence would have been unthinkable for Zhang Wu 2 years prior. Now, with newfound wealth, he is less concerned with silver and prefers to alleviate his conscience with monetary solutions. A tombstone has already been erected for him in the city's outer burial grounds. He was shrouded in silk and laid to rest in a coffin, a manner befitting a wealthy family. Wang Ligan remarked with envy. Zhang Wu inquired telepathically. Have you made arrangements for your family? Everything is settled. I have purchased a courtyard in the south of the city, and my wife has been successfully redeemed. Although she still serves Zhao the Rich, she is now a free woman. All thanks to your benevolence, Lord Wu. Wang Ligan expressed gratefully. Zhang Wu retrieved a note of silver worth 10,000 taels from his pocket and handed it over, instructing, give this silver note to your wife. If you perish, this shall serve as your life's ransom. If you survive, you may keep the money for future endeavors. And there shall be no need to solicit additional funds from me. Wang Ligan did not refuse. He solemnly accepted the silver note, knelt, and bowed his head, exclaiming, Master Wu, your immense kindness shall be repaid with my very life. I await your return in prison. Observing the resolute departure of Wang Ligan, Zhang Wu sighed inwardly. This young man was indeed a rare talent, adept in the art of survival for those of humble standing, meticulous in his undertakings, discerning, and grateful. Truly a commendable subordinate. Most importantly, he was easily manageable. His wife and children were his Achilles heel. Akin to the men of future generations, he lived primarily for his family's happiness, willing to endure any hardship as long as they thrived. By placing his 2 properties under his wife's name, Zhang Wu effectively bound him. He firmly believed that even if Wang Ligan were to survive, he would never dare to betray him. Regrettably, in comparison to Xiao Jingao, Wang Ligan's significance was markedly lesser. It was imperative to ensure that Xiao Jingao did not meet his demise within the confines of the prison. Otherwise, the emperor, indifferent to the truth, might decree that all prison guards face execution, regardless of their involvement or injuries, resulting in inevitable death for all. Thus, Zhang Wu could only prioritize the greater good over minor sacrifices. Of course, if Xiao Jingao were determined to seek death, and if he himself wished for the same, what could an outsider do? There would be no obligation to take his place in death. As a friend with a tenuous connection, the only aid one could offer to Xiao Jingao was to ensure that his demise was fitting, meticulously plotting every detail of his actions in his mind. The sky outside gradually darkened, as the crimson sunset bathed the earth in its glow. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed from the direction of the palace. The heavy toll of the bell reverberating again and again, 45 times in total. A profound silence enveloped the medical hall, as the crowd exchanged glances, unsure of who initiated it. A somber expression settled upon their faces. One by one, they knelt towards the palace, lamenting, Your Majesty. Their wails rose high, resembling the grief of mourning a beloved relative. Yet, in Zhang Wu's eyes, their expressions brimmed with a sense of schadenfreude. The tyrant who had oppressed the common folk was dead, allowing them a moment of respite. With the ascension of a new sovereign, a general amnesty would likely follow, alongside a reduction in taxes for the populace, showcasing his benevolence and care for the people. Although Zhang Wu was alone in his chamber, he too knelt on the bed, casting his gaze towards the palace, his eyes shimmering with a glint of anticipation. The era of a formidable tyrant had come to a close. No matter how prodigious one might be, they could not rival the inevitability of death. Chapter 81. The beggar leader. This night, the moon hung exceptionally round, like a disk suspended in the heavens. The emperor had passed away. The patients and medical staff uttered a few cries of sorrow before returning to their duties. Regardless of who had died, the world continued its relentless march. Life would not slow down for anyone. Zhang Wu quietly observed the moonlight outside, his senses fully attuned, listening to the breaths of the patients to ascertain if they were asleep. In ancient times, people retired early, resting with the setting sun. By 10 o'clock in the evening, it was the hour of profound drowsiness, confirming that everyone was asleep, though it mattered little if they weren't, as no one would particularly notice or inquire, merely assuming one had braved the cold to visit the restroom. Zhang Wu retrieved a bundle from beneath the bed, shed his nightclothes, and donned a black cloak suitable for nocturnal endeavors. He practiced his body-concealing technique, transforming into the visage of a middle-aged, acerbic man. I am Ma Wu. He murmured to himself thrice, mindful of the details to avoid any inadvertent slip. Should anyone inadvertently call out his true name, he might instinctively respond, thereby compromising his identity. Peering through the curtain, he observed the surroundings. Like a specter, he deftly navigated to the lavatory adjacent to the medical hall, effortlessly scaling the wall to escape. With the emperor's death, the garrison of the 5 cities' military command would swiftly secure the capital to prevent unrest, with soldiers patrolling every street. Yet, these men posed no threat to Zhang Wu. Cloaked by the night, he executed the great U-step, allowing him to pass unnoticed even before the soldiers, who would merely perceive him as a fleeting breeze. However, he was not reckless. He cautiously surveyed the street's activity, occasionally quickening his pace or scaling rooftops as he made his way towards the dungeon. Within the dungeon, the atmosphere was lively as the guards engaged in gambling. With the chief warden neglecting his duties and the jailer, Cao Bin, reassigned, Zhang Wu's absence allowed the guards to revel in their idleness. They took every opportunity to relax, doing as little as possible since no one was watching. Any funds received would be drawn from public accounts, leaving them with mere peanuts. They were merely passing time, devoid of hope for advancement, and their efforts rendered futile. To whom were they to prove their diligence? Prisoners were left to starve, their remains unattended, while the latrines overflowed, excrement littering the ground. The guards turned a blind eye, resulting in an unbearable stench permeating the dungeon, where unsanitary conditions bred a chaos of rats and cockroaches, accompanied by the haunting wails of lost souls, a veritable hell on earth. Yang San, the most senior among them, could hardly bear to witness the dungeon's filth and felt a strong desire to impose some order upon the chaos. Regrettably, he neither possesses the prowess and tenacity of the formidable Wyndwing, nor does he hold the esteemed position of the jailer, leaving him to lament in vain. Alas, these colleagues of mine are of little substance. In the cell, the night watchman Yang San sat by the brazier to warm himself, engaging in idle conversation with old Feng, who lay upon a wooden bed against the wall, having not returned home. With the emperor's demise and a curfew in effect, the guards, clad in their uniforms, dared not venture home for fear of being stopped. Though the kitchen head belonged to the celestial prison, he lacked an official uniform and was not a proper staff member, thus he would not dare to roam the streets at night. Should he be apprehended by the patrolling guards, being thrown into the great prison would be a fortunate return home. Yet there was the peril of being mistaken for a thief and summarily executed, which would serve as a convenient opportunity for someone to claim credit. Old Feng tightened the frayed edges of his tattered blanket and could not help but exclaim, how much better it was when Brother Wu was here. Everyone performed their duties, and the prison was orderly, with no delays in the distribution of funds, truly a spirited atmosphere. Yang San nodded in agreement, saying, with his injuries, he will require at least 3 to 5 months of rest. A few days ago, when I visited him, Brother Wu instructed me to look after that beggar, allowing him free passage to and from the celestial prison, suggesting we afford him some convenience. To be connected with Brother Wu is indeed a blessing for that beggar. Few will dare to provoke him on the streets thereafter. Old Feng expressed a hint of envy. Yang Sen continued, who could argue otherwise? The notoriety of Wyndwing is not to be taken lightly. Defiance is futile. However, just earlier while patrolling the prison, I noticed that Wang Ligan bore a rather peculiar complexion, dark and ashen, lying on his bed, covered with a blanket, and convulsing. I wonder if he is ill. Old Feng furrowed his brow in puzzlement and inquired, did he not just return to the prison during the day? If he were unwell, he ought to have sought medical attention. It cannot be helped. After all, he can come and go freely and is unlikely to perish within the confines of the prison. Yang San added a few pieces of charcoal to the fire pit and remarked with some curiosity, today, that imperial chef seems rather peculiar. Normally, he finishes preparing lunch and departs without a care for whether the third prince desires additional dishes. Yet today, upon the emperor's demise, he unexpectedly returned at night to prepare a late-night meal for the third prince and even delivered it personally to the official's quarters. Has he experienced a pang of conscience? Lao Feng sat up and replied, it is fortunate you brought this up. Over the past few months, as I worked back-to-back with him in the kitchen, I could not shake the feeling that something was amiss in his demeanor while cooking. I cannot discern whether it is guilt or something else. But he often trembles while preparing food. Who knows? He is merely a humble imperial chef. He would hardly dare to harm the third prince. Yang San whispered his complaints. Upon discussing such clandestine matters, Lao Feng lost all desire to sleep. So he donned his clothing and sat by the fire pit, engaging Yang San in gossip. Above the cell, a shadow melded seamlessly into the darkness of the night. With keen hearing, it absorbed every word of their conversation. Zhang Wu's expression was as somber as water. The rooftop was laden with snow, yet he tread upon it silently, making his way toward the alley behind the prison. To enter the dungeon, one must either pass through 2 gates and then traverse the torture chamber or slip from the town constable's office into the heavy criminal district. At this hour, the stone door of the town constable's office would be shut, and the guards would likely be gambling in the torture chamber. Rushing straight through would be a perilous endeavor. Upon reaching the alley, he lifted the flagstones and navigated the underground passage, cautiously nudging aside a few slabs at the end, straining to listen and ascertain that no one was present. Only then did Zhang Wu emerge, pushing against the stone slabs. A gentle breeze swept through the corridor, causing the mice to squeak twice, while the prisoners tormented by illness and unable to sleep tightened their blankets against the chill. In cell block 44, the adjacent cells were empty, as were the 3 across the way, from which a foul stench emanated. Zhang Wu gently unleashed a gust of wind with his hand, sending the blankets flying and revealing a corpse with a decayed face, its hands and body riddled with sores. Zhang Wu lowered his gaze, remaining silent. His intention had been to check on Wang Ligan rather than Xiao Jingao, hoping that he might assess the situation before consuming the poison. To survive with such a meticulous subordinate would be the best outcome. Yet, even the smallest of individuals possess their own realizations. Once you have learned too many secrets, only death can assure your benefactor's peace of mind. Life is governed by a principle of living without remorse. Zhang Wu had treated you generously, providing enough silver to buy 10 lives. Only by voluntarily drinking the poison could you fulfill the loyalty owed. To express gratitude willingly is a different matter than being prompted by another to take the poison. Wang Ligan. Zhang Wu silently repeated this name in his mind. Even thousands of years hence, having experienced countless people and events, this name would surely hold a place in his memory. Humanity is universally inclined towards self-preservation, including himself. If one day he were to find himself in Wang Ligan's position, faced with a similar circumstance where someone had shown him great kindness, would he willingly drink the poison? Or would he choose to survive? Zhang Wu would likely choose the latter. Chapter 82. Third Master Jingao in prison number 1. Xiao Jingao lay on his side, facing the wall, desperately covering himself with a pristine white blanket. He was cold, so cold that his entire body trembled involuntarily. Yet he exerted every effort to stifle his trembling, lest he alarm those around him and expose his dire condition. His hair was disheveled, his entire visage quivered, and his lips bore no trace of color. Vivid crimson stains had already saturated his chest, and blood continuously oozed from the corners of his mouth, transforming the mattress beneath him into a tapestry of red. He struggled to restrain his breath, striving to suppress the cough that threatened to erupt, as the congealed blood surged forth from his throat, painting a scene of unbearable tragedy. Throughout his life, he had never been inferior to others. Yet, when confronted with death, all beings are rendered equal. Fear gripped him. He lacked the courage to end his own life. Yet, as he consumed that bowl of dark, greenish midnight fare, he felt no hesitation. His father and elder brother sought to end him. Sorrow did not cloud his eyes. Instead, there was only a sense of relief and liberation. In this life, he had wronged no one. Xiao Jingao slowly closed his eyes, prepared to embrace death. Suddenly, a surge of unparalleled inner strength coursed through his body. A large hand akin to a warm sun dispelling the chill within him. The corners of Xiao Jingao's mouth lifted slightly, a faint smile gracing his face as he hoarsely murmured, "I knew you would come." Zhang Wu fell silent, restoring his original appearance. The poison had reached its peak. This third prince was beyond salvation. Yet he fervently summoned his internal power, striving to convey his final sentiments to his friend. "Do not squander your energy." Xiao Jingao's face darkened, the pallor of death creeping upon him, as he turned his head and laughed bitterly, saying, "Every person must meet their end. It is merely a matter of time. What matters is whether one's death holds value. Now, I have fulfilled the ideals of loyalty, righteousness, benevolence, and filial piety, repaying my father's nurturing grace and my elder brother's affection. It is worth it. Speak less and conserve your vitality. It may allow you to linger a while longer." With eyes downcast, Zhang Wu gently raised Xiao Jingao, channeling internal energy into his back, while keenly listening for approaching footsteps. Should a jailer approach, he would retreat to the privy behind the cell, its barred window offering a discreet escape. Yang Sen had also relocated the inmates from cells 2 through 10 to facilitate Zhang Wu's visit. Xiao Jingao, compelled to sit up, weakly addressed Zhang Wu. His back turned. "Truly, there's no need to expend your energy. Engage me in conversation, divert my attention. Death should be more comfortable that way." Sensing the resistance within Xiao Jingao, Zhang Wu reluctantly withdrew his energy, lamenting, "If only you had known this day would come. Knowing death awaited, you still ingested the poison. Your blind piety and loyalty make it difficult to pity you." Blind piety and loyalty? Xiao Jinggao murmured, leaning against the wall. He raised a trembling hand to wipe blood from his lips. Since time immemorial, the grace of recognition has been repaid with one's life. I, Xiao Jinggao, pride myself on being a man of unwavering loyalty. To outsiders, you are so. To your own family. Among us brothers, Father Emperor favored me the most. Since childhood, I, the third master, have been mischievous and unruly, causing countless disasters. Father Emperor never punished me. Had it been my eldest and second elder brothers, they would have been confined long ago. Zhang Wu's eyelids fluttered, unsure of what to say. Xiao Jinggao smiled faintly. His eyes lowered, his hands listlessly resting on his legs, his strength ebbing away. Moreover, the honor I possess has been granted by my father, and you should be acutely aware of the suffering endured by the common folk. Without my father, there would be no formidable general to safeguard the realm, nor would there be the exceptional martial prowess of Xiao Jinggao. I would merely be a gaunt peasant, toiling under the scorching sun in the fields for survival. And at the slightest hint of conflict, I would meet a tragic end in the countryside. Concepts of fairness and justice, of ridding the world of harm, would remain but a distant fantasy. Apart from my father, my second brother has always been the one who dotes on me the most. Having wiped my tears countless times and shouldered my burdens repeatedly, I still recall the incident at the tender age of 10, when my reckless play with fire nearly set the imperial garden ablaze. In a moment of panic, I deceitfully claimed that my second brother was responsible, leading to him receiving 30 lashes from our father, a punishment that left him with a lingering ailment that pains him whenever it rains. As Xiao Jinggao recounted these memories, his face was suffused with warmth, even as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments crimson. Zhang Wu listened intently to his tale. Human relationships are inherently reciprocal, especially among those bound by blood. The second prince, capable of such cruelty, must have reflected upon the shared stories of brotherhood. Having performed numerous acts of utmost care for Xiao Jinggao, seeking solace in the belief that he had done right by his brother, thus justifying his actions. As Xiao Jinggao's voice grew fainter and his breath more labored, he suddenly turned to confront someone directly. And you, Wu Laotu, from our first meeting, you guarded yourself against me with utmost caution, rendering my heartfelt attempts at connection utterly futile, inciting within me a rage so profound that I felt on the verge of bloodshed. Zhang Wu forced a smile, at a loss for words. I understand your cautious nature and your heavy sense of vigilance. Xiao Jinggao chuckled amiably, saying, Yet here you are, moved by my presence, casting aside your caution, fully aware of the dangers that await you. I truly could not resist. You have broken my composure, Zhang Wu replied sincerely. When one treats you with genuine kindness, it is only right to reciprocate with sincerity. When someone does me a favor, I will certainly remember it, returning threefold, so my heart does not feel indebted. Xiao Jinggao laughed, a hint of pride in his demeanor, yet his expression darkened considerably as he slumped against the wall, sliding wearily onto the bed. His words became slurred. In my lifetime, I have known many friends, yet few have truly captured my regard. Our bond is rare. I still recall your earlier inquiry about what cultivation method I practice. Following his gaze, Zhang Wu lifted the bedding to reveal a blood-stained booklet, his heart stirring with emotion. Xiao Jinggao coughed up blood, murmuring, The royal family's secret technique cannot be imparted to you. This booklet contains my cultivation insights. It may aid you in reaching the realm of the Grand Master. This is all I can offer. Zhang Wu's eyelids trembled, feeling the weight of the booklet. Heavier than a mountain, mere inches away. He lacked the strength to grasp it, instead holding on to the back of Xiao Jinggao's hand. Feeling a chilling cold pierce through his heart, a frail voice, barely a whisper, emerged. Wu Guer, I am here. Thank you for visiting me. Xiao Jinggao replied with a smile, though it was tinged with sorrow. No, there is no need for thanks. Zhang Wu's lips trembled as he clutched the other's hand tightly, as if this act could impart some strength to Xiao Jinggao, enabling him to endure just a little longer. Hold on, I will take you to find your second brother. Perhaps he possesses the antidote. It's futile. I am aware of my own body, Xiao Jinggao murmured, his lips barely parting, yet no sound escaped. Zhang Wu had to lean in closely to discern his words. Having a friend like you, I suppose it makes my time in this prison not entirely in vain. Me too. A wave of helplessness surged within Zhang Wu. One by one, those around him departed, leaving him to silently bear the burden, perhaps the most cruel punishment of immortality. Xiao Jinggao gradually closed his eyes, his lips moving silently. You may leave. I wish to rest for a while. All right. Zhang Wu reached out to test for breath at the bridge of his nose, but found none. Chapter 83. A solitary figure in the interrogation room. The guards were engrossed in a heated gambling game. Piles of silver scattered across the table. Leopard. Leopard. The crowd shouted in unison, their eyes fixated on the shaking dice bowl, wishing to shatter it with their fists. Suddenly, the guard facing the prison door trembled, his voice trembling with shock. Third Prince? The crowd turned in unison. The previously raucous interrogation room fell into an abrupt silence. The vast disparity in status rendered the guards panic-stricken, and they hastily knelt. Xiao Jingao paid no heed to them, casting not a glance as he donned a blood-stained golden robe, hands clasped behind his back, striding toward the prison's exit. None dared to impede him. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Jingao strode forth with unwavering resolve, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of cold aloofness as he passed through 2 security gates and traversed the corridor, ultimately departing from the celestial prison. The guards, thrown into disarray, lacked the courage to pursue him. Xiao Jingao walked along the long street outside the prison, gradually merging with the encroaching night. Only once he was certain he was not being followed did he flicker into the shadows, scaling the walls with agility, and returned to the alley behind the prison. He removed the blue stone tiles, descended into the passageway, shed his blood-stained golden robe, and tore off the human skin mask, revealing the countenance of Zhang Wu. Within the passage lay 2 corpses, one belonging to Xiao Jingao and the other to Wang Ligan. Despite Zhang Wu's elaborate schemes, fate proved to be an unpredictable adversary. For a month at the Tang Medical Hall, he had been discreetly orchestrating the affairs of the celestial prison. From Ma Lu, he learned that hundreds of border army leaders were intent on rescuing Xiao Jingao from the capital. He devised a plan to impersonate these border commanders and pin letters to Xiao Jingao, urging him to cherish life, not only for himself but also for the sake of his brothers. When Old Feng visited the medical hall to seek treatment, Zhang Wu cunningly incited him to lead the guards in a midnight ambush, subjecting the imperial chef to a brutal beating that left him incapacitated for half a month. With the chef unable to cook, any poison intended for Xiao Jingao would naturally be delayed. He even contemplated a grand restructuring of the prison to relocate all inmates, hoping to deceive Xiao Jingao into leaving the celestial prison. Despite Zhang Wu's myriad efforts, the outcomes were far from satisfactory. He had anticipated that the death of Emperor Longqing would plunge the palace into chaos, believing that at least for that night, the second prince would be too preoccupied to attend to Xiao Jingao. However, he had not accounted for the swiftness of the prince's actions. Within a mere hour of the emperor's demise at sunset, the imperial chef had already poisoned Xiao Jingao without delay. Zhang Wu originally intended to visit Xiao Jingao tonight, hoping to persuade him to leave the prison. Should he remain obstinate and refuse to depart from the dungeon, force would become the only recourse. After months of extensive poison ingestion, Xiao Jingao's strength had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self, granting Zhang Wu absolute confidence in his ability to subdue him. Regardless of Xiao's willingness to leave, he would be forcibly taken away. With Wang Ligan sacrificing himself to delay matters for a few days, it would be ample time to send Xiao Jingao far away. However, upon his arrival, Zhang Wu was taken aback to find that Xiao Jingao was already in a dire state, and Wang Ligan had preemptively consumed poison, choosing death as his form of gratitude. Now that the die had been cast, all Zhang Wu could do was to save as many lives as possible, ensuring Xiao Jingao did not perish within the confines of the prison, thus sparing the guards from repercussions, while also seeking ways to preserve his own safety. Silently, he dressed Xiao Jingao in the blood-stained golden robe, carefully carrying him out through the underground passage, and then restoring the blue stone floor. With the lifeless body on his back, Zhang Wu sprinted toward the northern part of the city. This journey was reckless and unhidden, yet, clad in night attire, he melded seamlessly with the darkness. As he moved with astonishing speed, the patrolling soldiers could merely glimpse a golden figure darting past Xiao Jingao's golden robe. Surely, it could not be a mere illusion? I too have seen it. Such audacity to don the royal golden garments. Could it be an act of rebellion? The moment of glory has arrived. Pursue him swiftly. Soon, the soldiers from several streets were in an uproar. Nearly 100 men chasing fervently after the direction in which the golden figure had vanished. Wei Manor. The atmosphere was hushed, with servants long since retired for the night, leaving only a few gatekeepers in the firewood room, exchanging idle banter. With the emperor deceased, the nation was engulfed in mourning. The populace donned plain garments while ministers adorned themselves in sackcloth and ashes. Festivities were to be halted, and all forms of entertainment suspended. However, within Wei Zheng's chamber, the air was filled with the melodious cries akin to delicate lamentations, as the passionate struggle continued unabated. With the demise of Emperor Longqing, Lord Wei found himself in high spirits. As the crown prince ascended the throne, it was only fitting for him, as a minister who had aided in the prince's rise, to enter the cabinet and assume the position of a senior official. After mourning the loss of his son for 2 months, Wei Zheng took to acquiring a multitude of concubines, indulging in nightly revelries, fueled by costly elixirs, in hopes of siring another heir to ensure his lineage would not perish. Of course, he was also determined to avenge his son's death. Before long, the fervent struggle subsided. Wei Zheng, breathing heavily, cradled the soft, enchanting beauty in his arms and inquired, "I have heard that your elder brother is a jailer in the imperial prison?" "Indeed. He has served as a jailer for 2 years," she replied. "Is he acquainted with the head jailer, Zhang Wu?" "My elder brother has mentioned this individual. He possesses considerable cunning and commands a formidable background. Yet, he is merely a jailer. What influence could he possibly wield?" Wei Zheng feigned disdain, though a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As a distinguished minister of state, how could he be powerless against a mere lowly jailer? Such news would surely tarnish his reputation in the court. Moreover, the third prince, believing that his noble blood grants him the liberty to act with impunity in the murder of my son, would soon find himself a target. While Emperor Longqing dared not move against him, now that the second prince has taken the throne, this prince, favored by the military leaders and hailed as a paragon of justice by the populace, would inevitably become a thorn in Emperor Jinghao's side. The elimination of such a threat was imperative. Wei Zheng continued, "I have learned that Zhang Wu has been delivering meals to the third prince?" "That seems to be the case," the concubine nodded. "However, my elder brother mentioned that he has recently sustained an injury and is currently residing in the medical facility. That is of no consequence. Once he returns to the prison, he will resume delivering meals to the third prince." A sinister glint flickered across Wei Zheng's face as he said, "Later, I shall provide you with a concoction. During the preparation of the dishes, have your brother surreptitiously introduce it into the third prince's meal, and then Zhang Wu will deliver it to the third prince. To poison a prince would implicate even his patron, Ma Lu, and we shall see if he survives." "Poison the third prince?" the concubine exclaimed in horror, her entire being trembling. Wei Zheng arose, seizing the concubine's neck in a vice-like grip, and sneered, "Do as I say, and your entire family shall live. Otherwise, you shall perish, your brother shall perish, your parents shall perish, your entire family, all 3 clans, shall perish." Vicious indeed. An unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed within the chamber, causing Wei Zheng's hair to stand on end. "Who's there?" "The third prince you were just speaking of." With a thunderous roar, the roof splintered as an imposing figure descended from the heavens, a veritable iron tower crashing upon the bed, driving Wei Zheng's head into his chest. The momentum continued unabated, causing Wei Zheng's chest and abdomen to explode violently, a crimson mist and shattered bone fragments erupting in all directions, the bone shards transforming into lethal projectiles that riddled the concubine's body. Zhang Wu stood amidst the sanguine haze, his expression impassive, and crushed the concubine's head beneath his foot, ensuring her demise before gently lowering Xiao Jingao to the ground. Supporting his head and ensuring Xiao Jingao was secure against the wall, Zhang Wu lamented, "Brother Ao, all that I can do for you is this much. May your journey to the Yellow Springs be peaceful." Rapid footsteps and alarmed cries echoed from beyond the chamber. Zhang Wu cast one last, profound glance at Xiao Jingao before leaping into the air, his form dissolving into the inky blackness of the night. Once more returning to the prison's rear wall, I descended into the underground passage, shedding my night attire and allowing it to burn to ashes. I then carried forth the decayed remains of Wang Ligan, making my way back to the medicinal chamber. There, I placed the corpse upon my sick bed, covering it with a quilt, and with a heavy heart, I could only depart. In the dead of night, a solitary figure ventured towards the southern part of the city. Chapter 84. The year of the 50th reign of Emperor Gao Longqing, the emperor passed away. Crown Prince Xiao Jinghao ascended the throne. Upon the emperor's demise, it was customary to summon the heirs to pay their respects at the spirit's side. The late emperor left behind only 2 sons, yet that evening, no one went to the prison to inform the third prince. It was not until news spread of Xiao Jingao emerging from the prison and subsequently killing Wei Zheng, only to collapse and die, that the court was thrown into uproar. It was well known that the third prince harbored long-standing grievances against Wei Zheng, so his slaying was not unexpected. However, the sudden death of the third prince due to poisoning necessitated an explanation. Emperor Jinghao ordered the investigation bureau to probe the matter, declaring that anyone implicated would face the annihilation of their entire clan to accompany his brother in death. In a swift turn of events, all prison guards were summoned for investigation, and after an exhaustive 7-day inquiry, the blame pointed directly at the esteemed Minister Wu Yangming. With incontrovertible evidence, Minister Wu's entire family, numbering over 400, was exterminated by Commander Sun Qianhu. Consequently, the cabinet's authority became a mere facade, with the emperor directly overseeing the 6 ministries. Days later, Commander Han Jianchuan of the Investigation Bureau, oblivious to Minister Wu's plot against the prince and bearing undeniable responsibility for the third prince's death, was met with a fate of utter annihilation. The post of commander was subsequently assumed by Qianhu's son Dihai on the day of the third prince's funeral. Heavy snow blanketed the land, rendering the roads muddy. Emperor Jinghao, disregarding the counsel of his officials, resolutely insisted on carrying his brother's coffin himself, escorting it several miles. The common people were moved, universally praising Emperor Jinghao's compassion and benevolence. A great sage has penned a narrative chronicling the tale of fraternal love, ensuring its legacy endures through the ages. Meanwhile, the jailers did not, as Zhang Wu had anticipated, accompany Xiao Jingao to the grave. The emperor had issued no such decree. The local magistrate merely conducted an investigation. The third prince met his demise at the Wei estate, and it was the Wei family that faced the consequences. Ultimately, 3 jailers emerged alive from Zhao prison, for they were, in fact, spies of the local magistrate. Among them was Yang San, a jailer who had long been acquainted with Zhang Wu. Upon learning this news, Zhang Wu was nearly paralyzed with fear, contemplating a hasty escape from the obscure courtyard in the southern part of the city. He had compelled Yang San to undertake numerous tasks, primarily concerning Xiao Jingao. Yang San was also privy to the affairs of Wang Ligan, and might even have surmised Zhang Wu's feigned death. The depth of Zhang Wu's involvement in Xiao Jingao's demise was undeniable. Should this information be reported, how could he possibly evade capture? Meanwhile, the gravely injured Qing Go fled the capital on the very night of Emperor Longqing's passing, pursuing his dream of martial prowess. Days passed in this agonizing manner. It was not until 2 weeks later that Zhang Wu stealthily infiltrated Yang San's residence, only to discover that after a night's slumber, Yang San had inexplicably become paralyzed, unable to speak or hear, reduced to a vegetative state. A breath of relief washed over Zhang Wu's heart. As days slipped by, plum branches at the corner of the courtyard blossomed, defiantly blooming in the chill. Zhang Wu, gazing at the plum blossoms while cradling Xiao Jingao's cultivation insights, sighed deeply. When a familiar voice called from outside the street door, "Xiao Wu, open the door." Zhang Wu froze momentarily, taken aback, yet unsurprised. At last they had come. He leapt onto the rooftop and peered towards the street door. Who else could it be but Uncle Lu? Upon returning to the abode, he concealed his cultivation insights and affixed 2 tufts of faux facial hair to his upper lip. Secretly employing the art of bone contraction, he aged his appearance noticeably. Zhang Wu, feigning surprise, inquired, "Uncle Lu, how did you manage to find this place? Were it not for the land deed tucked away on his person?" Detailing the precise location, even Zhang Wu would have struggled to locate this courtyard. However, he understood that Uncle Lu would undoubtedly be able to track it down. Ma Lu surveyed the disordered yet spacious courtyard, his gaze settling upon Zhang Wu as he remarked, "Is it particularly challenging to investigate Wang Ligan's wife?" Zhang Wu, deliberately darkening his expression, queried, "Did Yang San divulge this secret?" He remained somewhat benevolent, refraining from reporting Wang Ligan's dealings with him, as he had privately sought Yang San to glean information and spared his life, for had he reported it, Uncle would have had no choice but to unleash a massacre, leaving no family member unscathed. Ma Lu entered the courtyard, stating, while inspecting the prison, he witnessed Wang Ligan convulsing and suspected that the fellow had ingested poison. After the third prince departed from the celestial prison, Wang Ligan inexplicably vanished, and you, residing in the medical hall, experienced a sudden and complete bodily decay. While others may be oblivious to your circumstances, surely I am not unaware. Ma Lu chuckled, adding, given your cautious disposition, there is no one in this world who could poison your food. How could you possibly have succumbed to inexplicable decay? With the demise of the third prince, it is indeed a clever tactic to seek a scapegoat to avoid entanglement. Furthermore, aside from your dealings with me, you tend not to forge deep connections with others. Having few friends, investigating Wang Ligan and those familiar to you should not prove difficult. Zhang Wu found himself convinced. To wish for secrecy, one must refrain from wrongdoing. There exists no flawless crime in this world. As long as others seek to investigate you, they will invariably uncover traces. This is particularly true when the individual is someone close to you, someone who knows you intimately. A significant portion of your skills has been acquired from your Uncle Lu. As a father knows his child, so too does a master know his disciple. Moreover, you have intentionally left some flaws exposed. Upon leading Ma Lu into the room, Lu could not suppress a laugh upon entering. Another underground passage, you say? In the midst of the spacious earthen Kong lay a dark hole, surrounded by heaps of soil that had yet to be cleared away. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, each equipped with tunnels and traps, to survive for long. One must always leave an escape route. Zhang Wu scratched his head, feigning shyness. Ma Lu, perceptive as he was, refrained from inquiring about the tunnel's destination, respecting the secrecy of others, and instead asked with concern, With the Emperor's amnesty, all prisoners in the heavenly prison have been released, and coincidentally, the guards have vanished as well and are in the process of being recruited anew. What are your plans? Will you return to the heavenly prison? Zhang Wu was taken aback and asked, Am I free? You have maintained a close relationship with the third prince, and those targeting you are primarily from the faction of old Minister Wu, many of whom have already been imprisoned. Liu remarked nonchalantly, Besides, you are already a 7th-rank general in the pacification department, which surpasses the rank of a mere spy. My assignment to you was merely to observe the third prince initially. And after sustaining severe injuries, you have remained in the medical facility without ever departing. What connection could there possibly be with the third prince? Zhang Wu was dumbfounded. Truly, the power of speech rests with you, uncle. Authority lies beneath your feet, allowing you to say whatever you please. However, Zhang Wu remained apprehensive, stating, Wang Ligan's corpse is in the medical hall, and others believe I am dead. If I suddenly reappear, it may be difficult to explain. No worries. The 6th uncle waved his hand, having already devised an explanation. Just say you had offended a martial arts master while in prison, and that on that fateful night. You were poisoned and taken out of the city. You have only recently managed to escape. The corpse is the work of that martial arts master. After all, you hold the status of a 7th-grade official. It is only by allowing everyone to believe you are dead that they will not suspect he was the one who abducted you, thus avoiding the court's pursuit. Uncle, you are truly brilliant, Zhang Wu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Yet he shook his head and said, I prefer not to return to the prison just yet. It would be wise to remain low-key for a while. Very well, the 6th uncle nodded slightly. Once the court's situation stabilizes and I have dealt with those who seek you, you can make your reappearance. Chapter 85. The Thief Saint of South City. As spring turned to autumn, Zhang Wu led a leisurely life. Each day, he indulged in reading, delving into the cultivation insights of Shao Jingao, practicing the Dayu step when the mood struck, and occasionally venturing out to tea houses to listen to tales. Joining the crowd in their merriment. Integrating into society proved to be an enjoyable pursuit. However, he did not present himself as Zhang Wu. Concealing his true identity and employing a technique to alter his appearance, he transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man named Lao Jiao. He claimed to be a wandering refugee who, on his journey to the capital, stumbled upon a wealthy household's belongings, purchased an identity with silver, acquired a residence, and took pleasure in raising mice while enjoying theatrical performances. After setting aside the money for Wang Ligan's death, Zhang Wu still possessed a substantial fortune of 40,000 taels. Until his funds were exhausted, he had no intention of returning to the prison. Initially, one might believe that the celestial prison offers a sanctuary of safety, ensuring a life free from financial worries. However, the stark reality is that this profession bears a peril comparable to that of a bandit, as it faces periodic purges every few years. While the turmoil of a waning dynasty contributes to this instability, the peculiar nature of the celestial prison, housing numerous prominent figures, makes it easy for lowly jailers to become collateral damage in any upheaval. Ultimately, a jailer is merely an occupation. Once sufficient wealth is amassed, one ought to relish in the pleasures of life. Chao Bin, having accrued enough, chose to withdraw, setting an example for Zhang Wu. One must not succumb to greed, but rather know when to retreat. Even Shingo possesses such awareness. With a substantial fortune at his waist, he hastily plans his escape to pursue his dream of becoming a martial hero. Once unthinkable, now with wealth in hand, he feels emboldened. He too can embody the spirit of a great warrior, brandishing his sword across the realm with unrestrained joy. Dreams are inevitably tethered to the state of one's finances. Otherwise, one finds oneself scrounging for mere coins, engaged in heated disputes over trifles, feeling far from the noble hero one aspires to be, merely inviting ridicule. In every sphere, be it the martial world or the corridors of power, money reigns supreme. Honest souls struggle to navigate the martial realm, while those truly intent on thriving often seek to defy convention, pursuing shortcuts to swift wealth. Ultimately, many resort to methods of rapid financial gain through theft. Once this path is embarked upon, becoming accustomed to easy money, it is but a few years before one may find themselves within the celestial prison. The targets of these brigands are often those who have suddenly acquired wealth without a solid backing. Fallen nobles resort to trickery to amass silver, targeting only the affluent and well-known. They too possess a sense of pride and a desire for respectability. Common folk seldom catch the eye of the nobility, becoming mere prey for the thieves. The southern part of the city has long been a tumultuous realm, dominated by numerous gangs of varying sizes. Zhang Wu, during his time in prison, had encountered many of the gang leaders and had listened to their tales. Yet he had never truly grasped the extent of the chaos until now. Residing here, he found himself inevitably entangled with the local power brokers. as his persona fit the mold of a simpleton. Over the past 6 months, no fewer than 5 or 6 groups had paid him visits. Some came merely seeking wealth, while others harbored darker intentions, leading to Zhang Wu discreetly escorting them to the outskirts of the city, where their heads met the earth in silence. Frequently harassed, Zhang Wu found no irritation in the disturbances. Rather, he viewed them as a source of amusement in his life. Of course, not all brigands aspired to wealth or violence. There were those who offered sage advice instead. The heart of the southern district boasted a commercial street, its ambience thoroughly unpleasant, reeking of filth and strewn with refuse, while the stagnant ditches overflowed with muck, untouched by any caretaker. Yet, the shops lining the street thrived, offering a plethora of entertainment and indulgence. At the corner stood the West Wind Tower, where tales were spun during the day and songs were sung at night, transforming into a den of iniquity. With over a dozen rooms upstairs, where cries could be heard every few minutes, nearly ceaseless throughout the night, Zhang Wu had grown accustomed to visiting in the morning. Today, having gleaned some insights during his training, he arrived at the West Wind Tower as evening descended. He had reserved a guest seat within, having paid a year's worth of tea fees. Whether he attended for the music or not, the charges continued as usual. Carrying a mouse cage, he entered the establishment, where an alluring courtesan awaited him at the door, her skin smooth and fair beneath a sheer veil, though the heavy scent of rouge was somewhat overwhelming. Laden with the air of the brothel, he casually selected a seat, and a young attendant promptly approached with tea, offering a sip to the mouse before Zhang Wu himself. A routine he had long since grown accustomed to. Such behavior might seem peculiar elsewhere, but in the southern part of the city, where eccentric characters abounded, it elicited no surprise. "Uncle Gio, it has been a long time." Zhang Wu's eyes settled into his seat when a cheeky young lad approached him with a grin, his handsome visage exuding an air of arrogance. "Didn't we just meet yesterday?" Zhang offered a half-smile, his speech tinged with a foreign accent. The youth chuckled, undeterred, and boldly took a seat, declaring, "Uncle Gio, you've arrived quite late. It seems you intend to spend the night here?" "Spend the night? Just conveniently allowing you to rob my house," Zhang retorted. "Oh, not at all," the lad replied, puffing out his chest with a feigned seriousness. "I've already scouted your home. Even the mice leave in tears." With a hint of indignation, the young man continued, "Uncle Gio, if I may be so bold, could you spare a little silver? If that is too much, a half-bag of rice would suffice. At the very least, don't let the famed thief of South City leave empty-handed. If I lose face, I'll have to come back to seek your assistance." Since arriving in South City, apart from a sufficiently discreet tunnel, Zhang Wu's had not taken any defensive measures for his home. Digging traps in the yard, burying iron spikes, and hanging bells behind the door would all signify the ways of a seasoned rogue, which did not align with his persona. However, to avoid the risk of poisoning, he never stored food at home. Instead, he purchased his meals fresh from the street each time, entirely at random and without any pattern. The most valuable possessions in his home were likely the shelves filled with medical texts, which, in the eyes of thieves, were as worthless as old rags. Taking a sip of tea, Zhang casually inquired, "So, if you don't receive any silver, will your next step be to escalate from theft to murder for profit?" "How could that be?" The youth shook his head and declared, "I, a Bao, have always sought wealth without inflicting harm. I merely hope that you, Uncle Gio, could show me some leniency and allow me to take some valuables so that I may return and fulfill my obligations." "You are indeed forthright," Zhang Wu remarked approvingly as he retrieved 10 taels of silver from his pocket and placed them upon the table. "Take this back to settle your affairs. The bandits in the southern part of the city are fully backed by their factions. Those who venture forth to steal without a solid foundation are destined to meet a grim fate. Should the henchmen fail to procure any loot, they shall face punishment upon their return, and the gang will dispatch even more formidable figures to pursue you, leading to ceaseless troubles." Zhang Wu had heard of a Bao's reputation. At merely 15 years of age, he had already become a notable figure in the southern district, belonging to the recently established Hanhai gang. This gang was particularly ferocious, having seized 1/5 of the southern territory in just 2 years. Yet few of its members had ever tasted imprisonment. Achieving such prominence inevitably required support from the authorities. It was likely that there were influential figures within the Shuntian prefecture who had a vested interest in this bloody enterprise. "Uncle Gio, you look down upon me," a Bao retorted, pushing the silver back with a frown. "I am a master thief, relying on this skill to earn my keep, not a beggar seeking alms." Zhang Wu, at a loss for words, inquired, "What then do you desire?" A Bao replied earnestly, "You should return home and conceal the silver in what you deem the safest location, whether by setting traps or poisoning it. I will rely on my own abilities to steal. If I succeed, I shall take it. and you shall accept it as a loss. If I fail, it is merely a testament to my inadequacy, and you need not bear any blame. Chapter 86. The Death of the Rabbit, the Grief of the Fox. You have quite the discerning nature, Zhang Wu observed, raising his gaze to scrutinize a bow across the table. With thick eyebrows and a prominent nose, his facial features are sharply defined, exuding an air of rebelliousness reminiscent of a street rogue. Yet beneath this exterior lies an undeniable resilience, coupled with a robust physique and broad frame. It is as if Zhang Wu glimpses an old acquaintance seated before him. Noticing the other party lost in thought and reluctant to express an opinion, a bow, somewhat impatient, remarked, "Ninth uncle, I have already extended my courtesy. If you disagree, then do share your proposition." Zhang Wu pondered for a moment, tucking the money into his pocket, and replied, "You mentioned your intent to steal. It defies logic for me to leave money at home for you to purloin." A bow's expression twitched, and he queried with annoyance, "What do you suggest then?" Zhang Wu smiled and responded, "The safest place is upon my own person. Feel free to employ your skills. Whether it be 10 taels you aim to steal or 1,000, should you be capable of carrying it away, I, ninth uncle, will accept defeat graciously." "Excellent," a bow exclaimed, rising from the table with renewed vigor. "That is precisely the assurance I seek. Should any harm come to others, I trust you, ninth uncle, will refrain from reporting it." Zhang Wu sipped his tea, maintaining his composure, and said, "Let it be as you wish, but I too have a stipulation." A bow furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is it?" Zhang Wu replied, setting down his cup with a nonchalant air, "You shall have but one chance. If you fail, from henceforth, neither you nor your compatriots from the Han Hai gang shall disturb me again." He added, with a calm demeanor, "Should anyone else dare to intrude upon my peace, irrespective of who they are, I shall hold you responsible. For each transgression, I will sever one of your arms. After 5 encounters, with 4 limbs severed, your head shall be buried in the earth." A chill ran down a bow's spine. He sensed an undeniable transformation in Lao Jiao, whose imposing aura was now both formidable and captivating. Yet, gritting his teeth, a bow acquiesced, "I shall abide by your words." Zhang Wu nodded, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, quietly savoring the melody. The members of the Han Hai gang had already attempted to confront him twice, but had returned empty-handed, which was why they had stirred the attention of the youth before him. It was said that a bow was a hall master, and despite his tender years, he had been navigating the underworld for a decade, commanding 100 followers and enjoying a high status within the Han Hai gang. It was not particularly rare for someone to be immersed in such a life from the age of 5. In the southern part of the city, many orphans took to the streets in tattered pants, begging for alms and following beggar leaders from place to place. By the age of 15, they were already seasoned veterans of the streets. The repeated incursions by the Han Hai gang were a source of amusement for Zhang Wu, who had a broad-minded disposition. Yet he was not without his own temper. To Zhang Wu's surprise, a bow did not take his leave. Instead, he remained seated, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if seeking to reacquaint himself with the young man. Suddenly, bursts of applause erupted from the surrounding patrons. Zhang Wu looked up to see that, alongside the music being played from the elevated stage, a dancer draped in sheer silk was showcasing her voluptuous thighs in a performance that was utterly mesmerizing. The southern district was far less restrained than the Spring Breeze Pavilion. It was not a place of refinement, and the allure of partially clad dancers far surpassed that of their fully nude counterparts. "Ah, Uncle Gio, do you fancy this dancer?" A bow inquired with barely suppressed laughter, noticing Zhang Wu's gaze fixed on the stage. He too sat with his arms crossed, his fingers hidden behind his elbows, itching to engage in a daring display of bravado. Zhang Wu pondered, observing her grace and dance skills. She did not resemble a girl nurtured in a brothel. "You possess keen insight, ninth uncle," he remarked. A bow, with an air of jest, replied, "This Miss Wan Wan is indeed a marvel of the capital. Recently, the West Wind Tower has dominated the southern part of the city, largely due to her presence. It is rumored that she was procured from the Department of Music for a staggering sum of 10,000 taels of silver, attracting numerous distinguished figures eager to squander their wealth." 10,000 taels? Zhang Wu furrowed his brow. The Department of Music primarily consisted of the wives and daughters of officials. Such a sum could easily purchase the life of a 3rd or 4th-ranking official in the dungeon. What must her origins be? Surely, even the daughters of the 3 prime ministers would be valued at no less. "What is her background?" Zhang Wu inquired. "Ninth uncle, it's best not to dwell on it. Miss Wan Wan is beyond our reach," about caution before continuing. "As for her lineage, it is not as illustrious as one might think. Her father is merely a 3rd-ranking official." "Merely a 3rd-ranking?" Zhang Wu expressed skepticism. A bow nodded, clarifying, "Indeed. He is just a 3rd-ranking official, but he is the daughter of Han Jiangchuan, the former commander of the pacification department. Zhang Wu was taken aback. Han Jianchuan had been executed by the emperor, a clear indication of political expediency, akin to discarding a tool once it has served its purpose. Fortunately, Han Shan had withdrawn early and avoided entanglement in the fallout. A once prestigious family, now fallen from grace, could not even protect its descendants, allowing them to be sold off and relegated to the brothel, entertaining the base desires of lowly patrons. Given Zhang Wu's understanding of Han Shan, if there was a way to rescue them, he would certainly do so, though such an endeavor might carry significant political implications. The emperor's execution of Han Jianchuan was unmistakable, and the officials would naturally align themselves with his sentiments. You saved a life today, yet tomorrow someone may seek to impeach you for grave disrespect, potentially leading to the demise of numerous kin. Why, Uncle Gio, do you gaze upon them without a flicker of an eye? Do you truly wish to test fate? A Bao raised an eyebrow in jest, saying, I fear that even if you desire to test, it may not be your turn. That Commander Han has offended countless officials. In the past, they would tremble at his presence, and now, given the opportunity to witness the elegance of his wife and daughter, they would go to great lengths to savor the experience and alleviate their grievances. Before Zhang Wu could respond, a Bao leaned in conspiratorially, a mischievous grin on his face, and remarked, Uncle Gio, you may be unaware that aside from those officials, individuals from the pacification office visited yesterday, having already paid in silver, seeking the company of their colleagues' wives and daughters. Zhang Wu maintained a stern countenance, subtly shifting his body to elude the other's underhanded intentions, and coldly replied, For the sake of our past acquaintance, I shall spare your life this time. Should there be a next, do not expect mercy. Chapter 87. The Heroic Spirit and the Demonic Heart. It is worth noting that the sixth uncle is also within the pacification office, now a figure of considerable authority, having ascended to great heights. Should he ever lose his power, he may not fare better than Han Jianchuan. While Zhang Wu mourned for the fate of the rabbit and the fox, a Bao was left astonished, feeling a chill run down his spine. His technique of probing the sea and capturing the dragon stemmed from the pinnacle of martial arts, the dragon capture hand. Despite his tender years, he had already reached the level of a second-rate master, concentrating his inner strength within his palm to create a cyclone, employing a technique capable of remotely seizing objects. Even if he did not physically touch Zhang Wu, he should have been able to extract the delicately thin silver note from someone's grasp as he brushed past. Why? Then, was there no reaction whatsoever? Unless the opponent has reached the pinnacle of mastery, their entire aura must coalesce into a singularity, embodying a state of seamless agility, with true energy enveloping their form, rendering them impervious to external forces. Impressive. A flicker of trepidation crossed Bao's eyes as he heard Lao Jio's stern words. He quickly clasped his fists and said, Uncle Gio, I concede defeat. From now on, I shall certainly take a detour upon encountering you. May our paths not cross again. No need for farewells, Zhang Wu replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. A Bao felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and swiftly exited the West Wind Tower. At this moment, the musical performance on stage had ceased, and Han Qianqian, surrounded by a throng of dancers, gracefully withdrew from the spotlight. Her entrance had made an unmistakable impact. The spacious hall was filled to capacity, teeming with a multitude of guests, including the scions of the powerful and wealthy. Many later arrivals found themselves without seating, yet none dared to disrupt the tranquility of the occasion. The West Wind Tower belonged to the Dai Gang, a venerable faction in the capital that had stood firm for a decade, boasting nearly 5,000 members. Despite the rapid rise of the Hanhai Gang, they dared not encroach upon the territory of the Dai Gang. Zhang Wu had encountered many high-ranking members of the Dai Gang while imprisoned, and their boasts were indeed loud. Among the most astonishing revelations was the connection between the Minister of Rights and the Dai Gang, with the brothel enterprises within the gang nearly equating to his personal fortune. Previously, Zhang Wu had regarded such tales as mere stories, detached from his own life. However, experiencing it firsthand today, he realized the truth of it. The mere fact that the West Wind Tower could procure Han Qianqian, and had the audacity to do so, spoke volumes about the formidable backing of the Dai Gang. As for the Shuntian Prefecture, it is noteworthy that the teaching office fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights, without the approval of the minister. How could the teaching office dare to sell Han Qianqian? Without Han Jianchuan, there remained Han Shan and other scions of the Han family. The aristocracy is not to be trifled with. Han Wanwan's presence here seemed to evoke a sense of malicious delight in the Minister of Rights, a true reflection of the disarray of propriety and the erosion of traditional values. Zhang Wu silently shook his head, pondering how a figure responsible for upholding etiquette and law could stoop to such depths. It was indeed perplexing that the highest authority on propriety, while publicly educating the masses, could secretly engage in unscrupulous dealings and even sell off the wives and daughters of his colleagues. Zhang Wu was not one to meddle in affairs unnecessarily. Yet after nearly a decade of camaraderie with the venerable Han Shan, he felt compelled to extend a helping hand in times of trouble, particularly when it involved his niece. Moreover, his esteemed title had been granted by Han Jianchuan through commendations to Emperor Longqing. Now, as he ventured into the world of Jianghu, it was only fitting to repay kindness with kindness and vendetta with vengeance. I am called Lao Jiao, not Zhang Wu, he murmured to himself, having reached a resolute decision. Humans are peculiar. When they endure for too long, they cultivate habits that become second nature. Gradually, their characters may become distorted, leading to timidity and a fear of conflict. With lofty ambitions and heroic aspirations fading away, Zhang Wu was accustomed to introspection, fully aware that the darkness of the world had left his spirit enshrouded in dust. He feared that if he did not devise a means to cleanse this malaise and disperse his pent-up frustrations, returning to the prison as a jailer might plunge him into a darker path, narrowing his heart and soul until he could no longer recognize himself. Of course, even if he resolved to intervene, he would not be foolish enough to brazenly seize Han Wanwan in front of others, for that would spell the end of his identity as Lao Jiao. He would need to return home to prepare a suitable guise for such an endeavor. Leaving a few coins on the table as a tip, Zhang Wu grasped the mouse cage and departed. The attendant, keenly observant, promptly bowed deeply to see him off. "Please take care, Uncle Jiao," they said. Zhang Wu nodded politely as he exited the Western Wind Pavilion. He did not return to the southern courtyard. Instead, he headed straight towards his ancestral home in the east of the city, having not visited for over a year. He feared that the weeds in the courtyard had grown taller than a person. Within the house, a few night outfits were stored in the cellar, and he intended to check if anyone had taken the opportunity to pilfer from his abode. Now that he had transitioned from light to shadow, those who harbored thoughts against him were likely to reveal themselves. The alley remained as dark and chilly as ever. Zhang Wu leapt agilely onto the roof of a neighboring house and, standing atop, gazed down by the moonlight, momentarily taken aback. His courtyard appeared well-maintained, devoid of weeds, and had transformed into a smooth blue brick surface, evidently renovated. Could it be that Uncle Lu had been tending to the courtyard? Zhang Wu murmured in confusion as he descended into the center of the yard. Looking around, he gathered his internal energy and lightly stomped his foot, causing a tremor in the courtyard. The blue bricks along the wall remained intact, indicating that any traps had been securely fortified. The house was not locked, merely secured with a latch to prevent the door from swinging open in the wind. Zhang Wu retrieved a pair of silver thread gloves from his pocket. These were crafted at great expense, woven with 3 layers of silver thread, providing protection against all toxins. He unlatched the door and stepped inside, finding the room immaculately clean, even more so than when he had last been there. On the table lay 2 letters. As he picked up the one on the left and read it, warmth flooded his heart. Jinghao, December 1st, Year 1, from Tang Zhan. Jinghao, January 1st, Year 2, from Tang Zhan. The letter recorded the dates of Tang Zhan's visits. Without needing to inquire further, it was evident that he had been the one maintaining the courtyard. Uncle Zhan, Zhang Wu murmured softly. Being orphaned and without relatives, the only person in the world who cared for him, aside from Uncle Lu, was likely no one else at all. A deceased individual, treated thus by Tang Zhan, stirred Zhang Wu, who had long grown accustomed to the coldness of human nature. He picked up another letter, broke the wax seal, and after reading, fell into silence. The correspondence had been penned by Han Jiang over a year ago, shortly after Han Jianchuan had been reduced to ashes. It was likely that Tang Zhan had come to tidy the premises and had taken the liberty of collecting the letters. Han Jiang, serving as a county magistrate in a remote area, remained oblivious to the news from the capital. Zhang Wu had feigned death earlier, passing before Han Jianchuan, regrettably. The two shared no mutual acquaintances, leaving Han Jiang uninformed of Zhang Wu's demise. The purpose of this letter was primarily to implore Zhang Wu to devise a means to rescue his cousin, Han Wanwan, from the clutches of the courtesan bureau. The officials of the Han family were too timid to assist Han Wanwan for fear of censure, yet this did not preclude them from seeking aid. Having spent many years in the dungeons, Zhang Wu had witnessed the decline of authority under Cao Bin, whose absence from duty left the position of warden vacant, thereby granting Zhang Wu considerable influence and connections with various underworld figures. Engaging these individuals to purchase or abduct Han Wanwan and provide her with clandestine protection was certainly preferable to her fate of selling herself at the West Wind Tower. Chapter 88. The Loyal Ones. The night deepened. In the grand hall of the West Wind Tower, one beheld a sea of noble youths adorned in silk brocade. Ordinary onlookers, lacking status, could only retreat when confronted with the usurpation of tables by the elite. In every corner of existence, the cycle of predator and prey persists, and the sheep can only lower their heads and diligently graze. Those who dare to lift their gaze inevitably face the blade. The submissive may endure a while longer, fattening themselves until the wolves come to harvest, resulting in a few cries before silence ensues. The astute wolves refrain from slaughtering lambs outright. They bide their time, allowing the young to mature for a more substantial feast. It is akin to Emperor Jinghao's decree to reduce the peasants' taxes for an additional year. Enduring a period of hardship through gritted teeth, one earns the allegiance of millions. Once the realm stabilizes and the populace regains vitality, with a mere flourish of the hand, the lifeblood of an entire generation can be swiftly drained. Nevertheless, overall, after a decade of cultivation and recuperation, Dakuin has been steadily ascending, with the nation's strength gradually fortifying, while the affluent once again indulge in extravagance. Esteemed gentlemen, there are no more seats available in the establishment. Perhaps you could wait for a moment? The alluring matron, appearing to graciously welcome patrons, in truth obstructs their entry. However, unlike others, she dares not approach too closely to jest, but rather speaks from a respectful distance. The newcomers, clad in fish-scale robes and brandishing embroidered spring knives at their waists, present a forbidding countenance. One leads, followed by three, all with expressions as cold as the underworld's ruler. As the quartet stands before the entrance, an eerie silence envelopes the hall, only to be gradually restored to its usual clamor by the clinking of glasses among the noble elite. "I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to clear a table," intones the leader with an icy resolve, devoid of any room for negotiation. The matron, wary of provoking them further, merely replies, "Please hold on for a moment, my lord," before retreating into the hall to survey the crowd, preparing to select a softer target. The officials from the town's governing body are formidable, and the powerful are not to be trifled with. Her gaze settles upon a robust figure cloaked in a hood, exuding an aura of menace, unmistakably a rogue. Compared to the deeply entrenched local powers, the unknown brigand from the rivers and lakes is a more manageable adversary. Should she capture a wanted criminal, not only could she vanquish evil and uphold virtue, enhancing her establishment's reputation, but she could also exchange the bounty at the magistrate's office for silver. With a pained expression, the matron approaches and implores, "My lord, the gentlemen from the town's governing body have set their sights on your table. What do you suggest we do?" The town's governing body? A deep, resonant voice emerged from beneath the cloak, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, yet seemingly aware of the unapproachable nature of the officials from the local magistrate's office, prompting him to rise from the table with a sense of decorum. The madam, taken aback by the unexpected amiability of this fierce bandit, smiled and remarked, "My lord, shortly we shall arrange for a charming young lady upstairs to provide you with some comfort as an apology. Do visit us frequently in the future. You possess a knack for pleasing," the cloaked man acknowledged with a nod, inquiring, "I have heard that Miss Wanwan is set to entertain guests this evening. Might I inquire which esteemed gentleman is fortunate enough to receive such an honor?" "Ah, so you are here for Miss Wanwan," the madam teased. "It is none other than Lord Pei Yuan who has generously spent a considerable sum tonight. Should you wish to partake, I suggest you prepare for a wait of at least 2 months. "Ah, Lord Pei, how fortunate Miss Wanwan is," the cloaked man mused, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. The Pei and Han families share a long-standing friendship, and it is only natural for the esteemed Lord Pei to look after the daughter of an old acquaintance. However, it is said that he has a penchant for seducing the wives and daughters of his friends. He once caused a stir in the capital by intoxicating the wife and daughter of a fourth-rank official, leading to a night of debauchery that ended tragically, as the humiliated official took his own life in shame. Such individuals, who prey upon the wives and daughters of others, surely deserve a place in hell. They would plunge society into chaos. The cloaked man stood quietly in the corner, out of sight from the crowd, gazing intently at the captivating dance unfolding on stage, awaiting the appearance of Lord Pei Yuan. He was the newly appointed demon king of the court, an unparalleled adept, sent by Ma Lu to rescue Han Wanwan. With the official presence, it was naturally unwise to reveal one's true self. Once Han Wanwan emerged, a direct snatch would suffice. The 4 adept individuals from the town suppression division settled at the table, ordering an array of dishes, devouring them with fervor, their weary appearances suggesting they had just returned from a distant journey. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the leader waved his hand, and a young servant immediately approached with a beaming smile. "What is your command, my lord?" The leader frowned and inquired, "Is Miss Wanwan not at your West Wind Pavilion? Why is she not present?" She had just finished dancing for quite some time, and was undoubtedly fatigued. Before the servant could finish his explanation, one of the masters coldly interjected, "We have come solely for Miss Wanwan. Summon her forth at once." Indeed, One must see the living or the dead. Go and fetch her. The three masters chimed in, their demeanor exceedingly resolute. The servant's expression shifted noticeably. Even the observing demon king furrowed his brow. The madam, sensing the escalating tension, hurriedly took a couple of steps forward and bowed, saying, "Gentlemen, Miss Wanwan is indeed unwell. Perhaps it would be better if—" Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the dining table was violently overturned, dishes and remnants soaring into the air, only to come crashing down and shattering upon the floor, plunging the hall into an abrupt silence. The madam's expression darkened instantly. In recent years, the West Wind Pavilion had never faced such tumult. Even when the officers from the town suppression division visited, they adhered to certain decorum, at most indulging in a free meal or deferring payment, but never daring to confront openly. Yet, the background of the West Wind Pavilion was widely known, and those who dared to cause a ruckus here undoubtedly had their backing. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and the madam had yet to utter a word when a nobleman at the adjacent table, his face splattered with remnants of food, derisively remarked on the notorious arrogance of the town's enforcers, now confirmed by this first-hand encounter. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, sending chills down the spines of all present. The sheathed embroidered spring blade bore no blood, yet one of the nobleman's hands lay severed on the ground, blood gushing forth from the mangled wrist. "You." The two brothers seated with the nobleman widened their eyes in disbelief, introducing themselves. "We are of the Jiang family." Suddenly, a bronze plaque flew through the air, embedding itself into the wooden table with a resounding thud. "Yuan Ji, head of the town enforcers?" The brothers gasped, trembling uncontrollably. The nobleman, now missing a hand, was equally aghast, clutching his wound tightly, stifling his cries of agony. The West Wind building fell into a profound silence. The three esteemed elders had all met their demise at the hands of the town enforcers. The terror associated with these enforcers had intensified over the years. Merely invoking their name was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the nobility. The act of confiscating property and exterminating families had become as effortless as the most mundane of tasks. Countless lives had been claimed, with hundreds and thousands falling victim to their ruthless campaigns. It was said that to command respect, one had to have slaughtered at least 10,000 souls. Yuan Ji cast a cold glance at the trio before him and declared, "You Jiang brothers have colluded with grain merchants, hoarding supplies and manipulating prices in areas afflicted by disaster, leading to the starvation of countless innocents. Today, I sever your elder brother's hand as a warning. Should you dare to harm the populace again, you will find yourselves imprisoned in the Zhao dungeon, where you shall be flayed alive and used as fodder. Spare us, my lord." The three brothers fell to their knees in terror, fervently bowing their heads in desperate supplication. Yen Ji pressed the knife firmly, disregarding them, and turned to the brothel keeper with a steely gaze. "Bring Miss Wanwan out. I have no intention of repeating myself." Yes, the brothel keeper stammered, bowing deeply, fearful for his own neck. The demon conqueror observed everything with narrowed eyes, and though he awaited pay yuan, for reckless lieutenants and 100 households arrived, indicating that the time had come for a thorough cleansing within the pacification office. Taking a stand against the powerful and doing a modicum of good for the common folk did not grant one the license to humiliate the daughter of a colleague. However, to the demon conqueror's astonishment, upon Han Wanwan's emergence, Yin Ji did not demand her to sing or dance. Instead, he, alongside the three lieutenants, bowed respectfully, discarding their insignias. The four surrounded Han Wanwan, with Yin Ji leading her straight toward the exit. Were they here for a rescue? The demon conqueror's eyes gleamed with intensity. Disregarding their insignias, Yin Ji was evidently prepared to sever ties with the pacification office, ready to face the direst consequences for the sake of saving her. What a paragon of loyalty and righteousness. As hundreds of ruthless thugs surged from all directions around the West Wind Tower, the demon conqueror's figure suddenly flashed, his imposing form blocking the entrance like an iron tower. With a thunderous crash, the sound overwhelmed all within the hall. The entire West Wind Tower seemed to tremble, the beams shuddering, dust cascading down upon the patrons. Centered around the demon conqueror, the ground fissured, cracking like a spider's web, with fragments of blue bricks exploding and spreading throughout the hall. The dark throng of thugs had yet to reach the door when they were struck by the sheer force of his stomp, left reeling in chaos. The henchmen were utterly astonished, and for a moment, none dared to make a move. The nobles, in a state of panic, scattered in all directions, fearful of being caught in the chaos, causing the entire hall to descend into disorder. Yin Ji and his companions departed swiftly, leaving many still bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. It became apparent that Yin Ji's disruption was merely a prelude. In every establishment of ill repute, there are invariably formidable figures who maintain order. The henchman who managed to rise automatically parted ways, revealing a towering young man, his brawny arms exuding an aura of explosive strength. "My friend," he addressed, "I am uncertain whether you are aligned with Yin Ji and his crew, but I advise you not to involve yourself in matters that do not concern you." The Demon King remained silent, his ironclad physique blocking the entrance, biding his time. The young man's expression hardened as he instructed a nearby henchman, "Go and notify the leader and protector Lu to intercept Yin Ji." The 100 House of the Town Suppression Office is formidable, yet it primarily instills fear among officials, possessing far less sway over those of the martial world. In the past 2 years, the personnel of the Town Suppression Office have reached saturation, focusing solely on the most notorious villains while largely ignoring various factions and sections. As long as one does not rebel against the court or oppress the common folk, one may exist in peace. Wherever there are people, there exists a martial world. Where there is a martial world, there are factions. As long as there are profits to be gained, these entities cannot be eradicated. After one wave is eliminated, another faction will swiftly rise to take its place. The Town Suppression Office operates directly under the Emperor, yet it cannot oversee every trivial matter. Managing these minor factions falls within the purview of local authorities. The influence of Yin Ji may not be as formidable as that of the head of the Shuntian Prefecture. Moreover, the underworld abides by its own rules. Should gentle persuasion prove ineffective, one must resort to more ruthless means. As the crowd obscured their faces, indifferent to whether one was a captain of the town's peacekeeping force, they resolved to strike first and inquire later. Even if the masses were aware of my culpability, without tangible evidence, they could do naught against me. After all, you are bound by the protocols of the imperial court and must adhere to the law. The enforcers, having received their orders, were about to turn and notify their superiors when the demon-subduing king's countenance darkened. He crushed a fragment of stone beneath his foot and, channeling his internal energy, delivered a powerful kick that echoed through the air. The enforcer let out a horrific scream as he collapsed, his trousers torn, revealing a mangled leg soaked in blood. The young man, filled with fury, his brows furrowed like swords, radiated an untamed aura akin to a wild beast poised to pounce. "Stand aside," he bellowed, his voice resonating through the western wind tower, a tempest of murderous intent sweeping forth, stirring dust and debris from the ground and hurling it towards the cloaked figure. The surrounding enforcers, stricken with terror, stumbled and fell under the weight of the overwhelming aura. A rugged voice emerged from beneath the cloak, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds reminiscent of thunderous roars between bones, as the demon-subduing king seemed to tower over the scene. He neither dodged nor retreated, but unleashed a formidable palm strike in return. The collision of their hands reverberated, piercing the air. The demon-subduing king's muscles quivered like a taut membrane, his body resonating with a dragon's roar as he absorbed the force of the attack, remaining steadfast. In contrast, the young man spewed blood, violently propelled backward to crash against a pillar, collapsing to the ground like a limp noodle. The confrontation had transpired with such swiftness that the young man struggled to comprehend the ease with which he had been vanquished. Your heart-crushing Vajra palm is not as formidable as it seems. With a violent tremor, the subduing devil celestial king dispersed the palm force that had pierced his being and crushed his heart. In a sudden, swift motion, he lunged before the youth, his massive hand descending like a weighty gravestone. The oppressive gust of the palm rendered breathing labored, and the youth, in utter dismay, found himself unable to evade. Compelled to raise his palm in defense. Crack! At the instant of contact between their palms, the youth's sleeves disintegrated, his arms shattered. Before a cry could escape his lips, the dark, ominous hand had enveloped his vision. Bang! An eerie silence descended upon the West Wind Pavilion, as all present were seized by terror and dread. The youth's head was brutally driven into his chest, his internal organs utterly crushed. Due to the overbearing force of the palm, his entire upper body was ravaged. Riddled with countless wounds, the fissures stained crimson with blood. Let this be the fate of any who dare pursue. The subduing devil celestial king cast an icy gaze upon the assembled henchmen, his piercing eyes, like bolts of lightning, penetrating his cloak and shattering their will to resist. With his solitary might, he suppressed the multitude. The subduing devil celestial king strode slowly toward the exterior of the pavilion, his presence akin to that of a savage dragon. His aura formidable. "Brother Yin, something is amiss. Why is there no pursuit from behind?" Yin Ji and his companions were on the verge of fleeing the southern district of the city, the gate of prominence within sight. Once past this gate, they would effectively enter another realm, where no gang, large or small, from the southern district dared to cause trouble. This was a tacit understanding between the Shuntian prefecture and the major gangs, to curb their expansion and to facilitate the Shuntian prefecture's administration of law and order. The aim was to concentrate all that was dark, clandestine, and vile in the southern district. Otherwise, if chaos were to erupt throughout the capital, and acts of robbery and banditry were to proliferate under the emperor's very nose, the Shuntian prefect would likely face dire consequences. Yanji furrowed his brow, his hurried steps slowing as he turned to glance back. The darkness was enveloped in silence. Such an unusual occurrence must harbor some hidden danger. After a brief contemplation, Yanji commanded the 3 captains, "You must escort Miss Wanwan away from the capital to wait for me at the foot of White Dragon Mountain." After a pause, he added, "If I do not arrive by dawn, pay me no mind and swiftly ensure Miss Wanwan's safe passage to Luling County. Brother Yin, we have already reached Xianyemen. We can simply depart without causing further complications," one of the captains advised. Yanji lowered his gaze in contemplation, stating, "The members of the Great River Gang will undoubtedly pursue us. My status cannot deter them unless someone covertly assists us. Abandoning this pursuit would be morally questionable. We must ascertain who our adversaries are, for we may owe them a debt of gratitude in the future." Seeking to leave, a voice laced with mockery and anger reverberated through the empty street, as dozens of hooded figures in black emerged from all directions, encircling the 5 individuals. "Let us see who dares to take Han Wanwan away." Chapter 90. Fishing in the Great River, the leader of the black-clad men, with graying temples and formidable, bushy brows, approached slowly, his eyes glinting with aggression. The 3 captains formed a protective triangle around Han Wanwan, gripping their sword hilts as if facing a formidable foe. Yanji stepped forward, his voice steely. "Jingde?" The leader of the Great River Gang had been a top-tier master a decade ago, his reputation striking fear throughout the capital. When the town protector's office was first established, they had extended numerous invitations to him, offering the position of 100 households. But to no avail. The desires of men vary. Those who traverse the murky waters of the underworld often seek freedom and disdain the role of the court's hound. However, the true prowess of Jingde lies in the flourishing trend of recruiting talents over the past decade, spearheaded by the 3 esteemed ministers who ardently seek out exceptional individuals. The 6 ministers beneath them employ every possible means to gather formidable martial artists. A top-tier expert like Jingde is coveted by every prominent figure in the court. In a society steeped in personal connections, being the leader of a faction burdens him. Thus, the powerful figures in officialdom find it rather easy to manipulate Jingde. Yet, he has never submitted to anyone, merely choosing to collaborate when necessary. In these turbulent years of the court, with Li Songshan's downfall, Xia Ruilin's rebellion, and the demise of numerous ministers, countless martial artists from the underworld have also perished. Jingde, residing in the capital and maintaining connections across various factions, remains unscathed, a veritable miracle. "Release Han Wanwan, and you may leave," he states, unwilling to foolishly disclose his identity. From the moment the 4 of Yanji set foot in the southern city, he had received word and had his subordinates lay in ambush in advance. Han Zhichuan, with profound gratitude towards Yanji for his life-saving assistance and protection of his family, is certain that as long as he is not among those literary scoundrels, he will undoubtedly return to rescue Han Wanwan. In a world characterized by cold indifference and harsh realities, the same applies to the town suppression office. When the daughter of the superior finds herself lost in a brothel, no one comes to her aid, waiting instead for Yanji's return. Seeing the other party remain motionless, Jingde calmly advises, "I urge you to recognize the situation clearly and release Han Wanquan. Otherwise, if matters escalate, the consequences will ensnare you all. None of you will escape unscathed. If you do not act and abandon Miss Wanwan, I fear we 4 may meet a grim fate." In a tone marked by chilling indifference, Yanji scanned the assembly of black-clad figures and spoke, "Your Great River Gang has emerged in full force. Yet what merit do I possess to warrant such treatment? The only plausible explanation is that you have long harbored intentions to eliminate me, without any hint of surprise. Alternatively, your ambitions extend beyond merely targeting me." A gust of night wind swept through, swirling the fallen leaves and dust at Jinde's feet, rendering them indistinguishable. "You are quite astute," Jin, the leader, remarked with an appreciative glint in his eyes, but his expression soon turned icy as he added, "However, the clever tend to meet swift ends." Before Jinde could finish his statement, a figure clad in black suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. A look of anxiety etched across his face as he whispered urgently in Jin's ear. "What? Unable to withstand a single blow?" Jinde forcibly suppressed his shock, his eyelids trembling. A top-tier underworld master, adept in the heart-crushing palm fused with the mighty diamond palm, with over 20 years of cultivation, was annihilated by that cloaked individual with a single strike. What formidable strength was this? It was not merely elite, it bordered on the extraordinary. He understood that the night would bring unforeseen changes, resulting in many deaths, yet he had not anticipated the adversary's overwhelming prowess and mysterious origins. His subordinates continued to report. That cloaked figure appears to have mastered the legendary demon subduing golden body. He is likely of considerable repute. Jin-dae furrowed his brow and inquired. Where is he at this moment? He is en route to the splendid gate, but along the way, a lean old man wielding a black longsword suddenly appeared and has detained him. Excellent. Jin-dae's confidence surged, and his worries dissipated. As if that old man possessed the strength to dominate the world, instilling in him a fearlessness towards anyone. Even the local garrison was beneath his notice. He tore off the facade of civility and declared, You four cannot escape death. You shall remain here. Yanji understood the grand ambitions of these individuals and was acutely aware of his impending demise. With a sense of shame, he clasped his fist towards Han Qianqian and said, Miss Qianqian, we are powerless, and we have caused you fear. Han Qianqian, her lips pale, shook her head, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Yanji sighed inwardly, turning to his three colleagues and said, Brother Zhao, Brother Qin, Brother Sun. I am to blame for not considering this properly, leading us all into this disaster. Brother Yin, we never intended to return alive, the three officers replied resolutely, having already prepared themselves for the inevitability of death. In the next life, we shall be brothers once more. Very well. The furious shouts of the four echoed through the night sky as they charged forward, wielding their unsheathed embroidered spring blades, their overwhelming killing intent sweeping along the fallen leaves, stirring up dust and stones, hurtling towards Jin-dae. Come on. Jin, the leader, responded with a low growl, revealing the black steel gauntlet strapped to his back. Channeling his internal energy, his fists bizarrely expanded to fill the gauntlets. As Yanji's fierce and powerful blade light descended upon him, he did not evade, but rather thrust his right fist skyward to meet it. Clang! The terrifying metallic resonance exploded through the long street, sending a sharp pain through the ears of those present. Yanji's tiger's mouth split, his eyes bloodshot as he locked his gaze onto Jin-dae, frantically channeling his internal strength in an attempt to suppress the long blade and deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. And then, the screech of the Shochuan knife echoed, twisting under the unbearable strain as Jin-dae skillfully maneuvered, contorting it into a helix. Yanji felt an overwhelming force surge from the blade, causing his arms to emit a series of cracking sounds, on the verge of being wrenched apart. Abandon it, shouted a nearby lieutenant, delivering a fierce blow to the contorted Shochuan knife, sending it flying and rescuing the unprepared Yanji, who, however, was met with a violent spray of blood as Jin-dae struck him from a distance. The remaining two lieutenants were soon engulfed by the black-clad assailants. One blade after another, their garments were riddled with wounds until the two collapsed into a pool of blood, clinging to their last breath, deliberately waiting for salvation. In the blink of an eye, only Yanji remained standing. Wanna die? It wouldn't be that simple. Jin-dae kicked the dagger from Yanji's grasp, his movements a blur, swiftly dismantling Yanji's bones, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Still not coming out? Jin, surveying the rooftops of the nearby houses with a murderous intent, bellowed. If you do not emerge, beware that I shall force Yanji to wish for life, yet find none, and to long for death, yet be denied, torturing him before your very eyes. The long street fell into an eerie silence, the blood of the three lieutenants staining the ground. A sight that was both shocking and poignant. Noting the absence of a response, Jin-dae accepted a long knife handed to him by his subordinate, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he aimed a savage strike at Yanji's right leg, intent on severing it entirely. Just as the steel collided with the long knife, a formidable figure emerged atop the grand archway, shrouded in the dim light of the moon. Though clad in dark attire and masked, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes, Jin-dae was still certain of the stranger's identity. Malu Maqianhu. After 2 years of relentless scheming, I have finally lured you out. Chapter 91, My Heavenly Blade. The Lu family shadow guards are known by the names of the 5 kings, representing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. While I am well aware of the identities of the other 4, the whereabouts of the Metal King remain shrouded in mystery. Malu scrutinized Jin-dae and remarked, You have played the game of shadows quite effectively. I have searched far and wide, yet overlooked the capital. I should have anticipated it was you. Over the past 2 years, the information warfare between the town protector's office and the shadow guards has intensified. Malu, fierce and formidable like a tiger, possesses a keen sense for subtlety, repeatedly inflicting severe losses upon the shadow guards with significant casualties. To eliminate him, Lu Qing dispatched a top-tier master, the Sword Sovereign, who has been lurking in the capital for years, planning an assassination. Alas, Uncle Lu is the king of deception. He seldom leaves the palace, and when he does, He employs his subordinates to use disguise techniques, creating numerous decoys. No matter how formidable your strength, you lack the heavenly sight to discern them. 7 or 8 versions of Ma Lu emerge from the palaces for gates and various secret passages. How could you ever hope to pursue them with your singular self? Moreover, the town protector's office is not devoid of elite forces either. After several failed assassination attempts, rather than being led by the nose by Ma Lu, it would be wiser to devise a plan and wait for the opportune moment. Human nature has its vulnerabilities, and loyalty is one such flaw, easily exploited. By purchasing Han Wanwan, compelling her to endure utmost humiliation, one may question, when a colleague's daughter is subjected to such disgrace, will you rescue her or not? Ma Lu is remarkably patient. He refrains from revealing himself, and continually sends various masters to clandestinely aid Han Wanwan in the shadows of conflict. Han Wanwan has endured at least 5 or 6 harrowing rescues by Yin Ji during this period. Unfortunately, those who came to her aid fell into a trap, succumbing to Jin Day and his men. After so many attempts at salvation, her eyes reflected not panic but sorrow, contemplating suicide. She found herself thwarted by the constant protection provided by Day's men, who threatened her mother's life. If you perish, your mother shall be the next to visit the Shifeng building. Thus, Han Wanwan could only cling to life. The situation lingered until Yin Ji returned to the capital. He was the most capable subordinate of Ma Lu, and with the Lu family as shadow guards suffering heavy losses, Yin Ji's contributions were equally significant. Initially, he was not meant to return. The shadow guards had deliberately spared him, intending to lure in a bigger catch. As anticipated, upon his return, Yin Ji went straight to the Shifeng building to rescue her. Unbeknownst to him, the sword master lurked in the shadows, and he was oblivious to the trap laid before him. Ma Lu, ignorant of Jin Day's true identity as the shadow guard of the 5th king, would have eradicated the Day gang had he known. Predictably, Yin Ji's reckless attempt to save her drew the involvement of his uncle, who persuaded the Demon King to lend a covert hand at the Shifeng building. The situation has become quite clear. The Demon King, ensnared by the Swordmaster, could not come to their aid. The lives of Yin Ji and his companions hung in the balance, compelling Ma Lu to reveal himself for their rescue. Surrounded by a formidable force, the Day gang boasted no fewer than 5 elite masters, with others possessing their own unique skills, all under the command of Jin Day. In the heat of battle, Ma Lu had little hope of survival. Yet, he remained composed, for this was the southern part of the city. His uncle gazed towards the distant sword energy soaring into the sky, hearing the approaching shouts that echoed like thunder. The martial arts cultivated by the demon-suppressing king can rival the indestructible prowess of the Vajra. When they clash, the earth trembles. Moreover, with a master of unparalleled skill like Sword Sovereign engaged in battle with him, the intensity of their confrontation can be heard from miles away. Uncle Lu's worries dissipated entirely. Naturally, Jin Day discerned Ma Lu's calm demeanor and furrowed his brow, stating, "You are undoubtedly doomed, yet you remain so nonchalant. I am left to ponder whether to admire you or to mock you." Uncle Lu regarded Jin Day with amusement, suppressing a smile as he replied, "You have fallen into my trap, Jin Wang. You ought to seize this moment to laugh a little longer, lest you find yourself bereft of the opportunity to do so later." "Huh, what do you mean?" Jin Day's brow contorted in confusion, sensing that something was amiss. Yet unable to grasp the situation, he could only inquire, "You have fallen into a trap. It is you who shall perish. Why would I be unable to laugh?" Hee. Uncle Lu chuckled silently, merely biding his time. Jin Day pondered for a moment, his brow remaining tightly knit, unable to discern where the error lay. However, Ma Lu had already taken the bait. The arrow was knocked, and it must be released. Tonight, he was determined to eliminate him. A gust of cool wind swept through, rustling the garments of the gathered crowd. Jin Day, with a surge of murderous intent, declared, "As long as I can slay you, Ma Lu, the destruction of the Day gang would be worth it. Attack!" With a fierce shout, Jin Day stamped his foot, shaking the earth, and prepared to charge towards the archway. "Halt!" Ma Lu stood with his hands clasped behind his back beneath the moonlight, leaping high into the air to evade various concealed weapons, and landed once more atop the archway. He pointed toward the crowd behind him and asked, "Jin Wang, have you not noticed something?" "Huh?" As the crowd turned to glance behind, the voice of 6th Uncle echoed, "Han Qianqian has vanished." "What?" Chief Jin gazed at the vacant street behind the throng, a chill breeze sweeping past, tightening his scalp. "Pursue her." Jin Day assumed the crowd's negligence had afforded Han Qianqian the opportunity to flee. However, before he could finish, Ma Lu's voice resounded once more. "Yin Ji is also missing." 6th Uncle's voice bore an uncanny power, sending shivers down the spines of those who turned to the direction of Yin Ji. Yin Ji had been within the encirclement after Ma Lu's appearance. The crowd had focused their attention on him, sealing off the grand entrance of the Xianyue Gate. Yet, 3 individuals had still kept their eyes on Yanji. Now, those 3 fell silently. A mere 5 paces from the crowd, Yanji had also vanished. This is absurd. Many felt beads of sweat form on their foreheads. An inexplicable fear enveloping their hearts. The ability to silently eliminate others equally posed a threat to oneself. The instincts of a master are astute. For a top-tier expert like Jin Dai, the area within 3 paces around him felt like his domain, every rustle of grass and breeze impossible to overlook. Although beyond that range, any movement would still create air currents, impossible to miss. It was those 2 gusts of wind moments ago. Jin Dai's complexion changed abruptly, cold sweat beading on his back as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Stay calm, he commanded his subordinates, forcing a facade of composure. He clasped his fists and addressed the surroundings. Mighty expert present, please refrain from intervening in the conflict between the Shadow Guards and the Jinfu Division. Shadow Guards? A deep, resonant voice resonated from the end of the street. I am here to slay the Shadow Guards. In the depths of his heart, Jin Dai felt a pang of regret for having revealed his identity. He reluctantly softened his tone and said, Esteemed elder, we acknowledge our defeat. Might you grant us a chance for survival? It seems you relish overwhelming the few with your numbers, and to be candid, I share that penchant. A sinister laughter echoed above them. However, I am the one with the advantage, and I take great pleasure in exterminating you little chicks. Your humor is quite delightful. Revered elder. Acknowledging the inevitability of his fate, Jin Dai clasped his fists and inquired, May I ask for your name, so that we may meet our end with clarity? From the shadows, a tall and robust figure emerged, clad in a tiger-striped cloak, bearing a 9-ringed golden saber upon his shoulder. I am the chivalrous Blade. Lei Tiandao. Chapter 92. Blade, 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 Blade Lei Tiandao. Jin Dai's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. 20 years ago, the 5-tiger broken blade sect was relatively unknown in the martial world, with only a handful of disciples, typically passing down the art to just 2 or 3 individuals per generation. It was not until the rise of Lei Tiandao, renowned for his mastery of the 9-ringed golden saber, that the Lu family took notice and offered a handsome reward to recruit him as a guest. However, following his descent into madness and the brutal slaying of Yang Tsong, he became the target of a relentless pursuit by the Lu family. 2 top-tier experts were dispatched in this chase, which lasted over 2 years, yet they couldn't even grasp a single hair of his. The Lu family was left feeling utterly exasperated, nearly to the point of hemorrhaging from frustration. Ultimately, the Shadow Guards conducted a thorough analysis and reached a unanimous conclusion. Only the dead could truly vanish from this world. It was highly plausible that Lei Tiandao had encountered a reclusive master and was quietly eliminated. It was only a couple of days ago that the Lu family finally rescinded their order for his pursuit. After all, it is hardly worth the colossal expenditure of human and material resources to pursue a dead man. Presently, the focus of the Shadow Guard lies in opposing the town suppression office, especially since Lu Taibao has already prepared to rebel. Thus, it is imperative to redirect manpower and resources toward more significant endeavors. As for Yang Tsong, he can only receive offerings of paper during festivals. There are many who have unjustly perished in this world, and not everyone can exact revenge for their grievances. At this moment, the sudden emergence of Lei Tiandao can be understood by Jin Dai. The world is vast, and if one wishes to hide, retreating into the deep mountains and forests makes detection by the Shadow Guard nearly impossible. However, what he cannot comprehend is how this individual has transcended to the superlative level. Among the pinnacle experts of the world, there are at least 800, yet those who reach the superlative tier are exceedingly rare. The pinnacle of the first tier is recognized as the ultimate limit by martial artists, and beyond that, effort proves futile. Achieving the superlative status requires innate talent, fortuitous encounters, and extraordinary skills. All 3 are indispensable. Without them, one could train for a millennium and still not ascend. The legendary indestructible skill is well known within the confines of the heavenly prison, and the town suppression office has disseminated its existence. Few have reached even a minor accomplishment, and attaining a significant mastery is a mere dream. Talent is not a gift bestowed upon all, and the secret formula for the marrow cleansing technique is a closely guarded secret. Even if one possesses the formula, where might one procure the rarest of medicinal herbs? Would one dare to raid the imperial palace? Jin Dai has been trapped at the pinnacle of the first tier for over a decade. Lei Tiandao does not appear to surpass him by much, yet now he descends with an air of supremacy that Jin Dai cannot fathom. Equally astonished is Ma Lu, who stands atop the resplendent gate of the Xianyuan clan. Lei Tiandao? His uncle's expression is peculiar as he gazes upon the rugged visage, valiant figure. and lightning-like eyes of the newcomer, marveling internally while struggling to distinguish whether the visitor is indeed Zhang Wu. After all, at this juncture, it is only reasonable for Zhang Wu to make an appearance. Having practiced the indestructible divine skill for a decade and undergoing a rigorous transformation prior, he should have long since transcended the 12-year threshold, attaining an extraordinary level of mastery. The battle between the Demon King and the Sword Sovereign would undoubtedly attract Zhang Wu's attention. The thunderous clash when Yan Ji and the others engaged would also draw him closer. Although he has not yet shown himself, a glimmer of hope remains, regardless of whether the opponent is truly Lei Tian Dao. Their demeanor is consistently aligned with Han Wan and thus with his own interests. Consequently, Ma Lu made the most sagacious decision, to flee. As the crowd was captivated by Lei Tian Dao, Uncle Lu channeled his internal energy into his feet. Leaping from the magnificent gate, his body leaning forward, arms spread wide, vanishing in an instant like a rocket down the long street. All that remained was a cloud of dust obscuring his fleeting shadow, along with a few members of the date gang he had barbarously knocked over, who tumbled from the air with anguished cries. Why do you linger? Are you waiting for Jin Day and his entourage to risk everything to use you as a shield? If it is indeed Zhang Wu, he would effortlessly dispatch this group like chopping through melons. If it is not Zhang Wu, who is Lei Tian Dao? We are not acquainted. Ma Lu fled. A piercing Zhang Wu brandished his blade, his face etched with fury. Had it been anyone other than Uncle Lu, he would have deemed such treachery unforgivable, vowing to sever the offender's head and use it as a ball to play with. How dare they toy with me? A sense of despair engulfed him. Only bloodshed could quell the turmoil within. Blade! Zhang Wu bellowed with ferocity, the resonant hum of his 9-ringed golden knife reverberating with a thunderous roar. With a swift stroke, the formidable 3-zhang blade aura swept through the ranks of his adversaries, leaving them aghast as their weapons were shattered and sent flying, sparks erupting with a resounding clang. No! The crowd screamed in terror, witnessing the golden blade's arc cleave through them, severed limbs and dismembered bodies soaring through the air. In their final moments, their minds were filled with visions of a celestial being descending and the blinding flash of the golden blade. After the bloody tempest subsided, Zhang Wu stood tall. A maniacal grin plastered across his face as he roared, Jin Day, now it's your turn to taste my blade. The sound of clashing rings echoed ominously, akin to a death knell, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of slaughter that struck Jin Day's skin with an unbearable sting. With death looming dangerously close, he found himself devoid of escape. The distance between them was but 100 paces. To turn and flee would only expose his back, leaving him vulnerable to a fatal strike. In the face of impending doom, Jin Day unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated like a colossal bell, reminiscent of a bomb detonating in the depths of the ocean, imbued with a tragic grandeur. To kill me will not be so simple, he bellowed, delivering a punch that seemed to swell ominously, as if his black steel gauntlet would burst apart. The terrifying force of his fist erupted like a small sun, hurtling toward Zhang Wu with the ferocity of a cannonball. Bring it on! The counterfeit Thunderblade god, with a spirit soaring like a tempest, fervently infused his formidable inner strength into the blade, causing his robust arms to strain against the confines of his sleeves. The 9-ringed golden blade resonated with a thunderous hum, reminiscent of a demonic sword awakening. The blade howled, unleashing an unparalleled 4-zhang blade aura that sliced through the night sky. Amidst the cacophony of explosions clashing with the black steel gauntlets, a horrifying crimson line appeared on Jin Day's forehead, nose, and chin, transforming his countenance through shock, agony, and despair. Suddenly, the red line erupted, and blood gushed forth. With a resounding thud, his mighty form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Leader! The survivors gazed in terror as Jin Day's body was cleaved in two, releasing a mournful cry of valor, before they turned to flee. What loyalty, what brotherhood, became inconsequential in the face of survival. If there were any chance of victory, it would be worth the struggle. But the opponent was evidently of an extraordinary caliber, capable of crushing any treacherous schemes. To remain was to invite slaughter. How bold! The crowd scattered in panic, inciting Zhang Wu's fury. Wielding the 9-ringed golden blade, he charged forward with reckless abandon, roaring in indignation. If you deny me the chance to act righteously, then perish. Chapter 93. Making a name for oneself. Zhang Wu leapt into the air, his 9-ringed golden blade slicing through the atmosphere with a flurry of dozens, if not hundreds, of strikes, the blade aura intertwining like lightning, wreaking havoc in all directions. In an instant, the area beneath the resplendent gate was filled with anguished cries, as clouds of blood mist erupted violently, scattering dismembered limbs across the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the thick blood mist and revealing Zhang Wu emerging from the crimson pool, a figure of indomitable strength. After 10 long years, he had finally unleashed his might. In this battle, he felt a surge of vitality and an overwhelming flow of true energy, experiencing a long-lost fervor. Jin Day, the king of the Shadow Guards, along with the high-ranking members of the Day Gang, were undoubtedly allies of the Liu family's Shadow Guards. He would strike down each one he encountered, relentlessly pursuing them. However, the killing was merely the beginning. Zhang Wu hefted the 9-loop broadsword, his figure flickering as he moved into a distant, shadowy alley. Yan Ji lay paralyzed on the ground. But soon a large contingent from the local magistrate would arrive to rescue him. Han Wanfang stood dazed, her heart filled with despair. Her life had been irrevocably altered, leaving her in tatters. Zhang Wu, reluctant to engage further with women, hoisted her up and sprinted towards the northern part of the city. At the Han residence, even before the break of dawn, the outside was shrouded in darkness. Yet Han Shan was already awake, with court duties to attend to at the 5th watch. Even after resigning from his official post, the ingrained habit of rising early was hard to shake. After freshening up, he sat at his desk, resembling a weary elder in twilight. Since his resignation and the demise of Han Jiangchuan, the entire Han family had been enveloped in gloom, as if their very backbone had been shattered, leaving them in a state of despair. The decline of the dynasty came swiftly, and the fall of noble families was equally rapid. In just over a year, the Han family's strength had diminished significantly. The number of retainers had plummeted from over 400 to fewer than 80, falling short of even a 4th-rank official. Despite the family's century-long heritage and ample finances, the Han family had never failed to provide for their retainers nor reduce their wages. Yet, in this harsh reality, many, seeing the family's waning power, quickly sought pretexts to depart and align themselves with others. During this year, the scions of the Han family faced relentless oppression. Some were stripped of their offices, others imprisoned in the notorious Zhao prison, with Han Wanfang suffering the most tragic fate of all. Han Shan was in a state of despair, feeling both helpless and suddenly aware of the passage of time that had left him aged in spirit. This internal aging, more daunting than the mere passage of years, could extinguish one's fighting spirit and render life devoid of hope. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded from outside, shaking the very ground beneath him, the sound akin to shattering bricks, jolting Han Shan back to reality. After years of navigating the political arena, he had cultivated a habit of concealing his emotions. Even when faced with the prospect of death from formidable adversaries, he maintained his composure without a hint of distress. However, upon hearing the voice calling out uncle, Han Shan was momentarily taken aback, hastening to the door in a flurry. Qianqian? His voice trembled, disbelief gripping him. "It's me, uncle," Han Qianqian exclaimed, tears of joy mingling with sorrow. Having been apart for just over a year, she found her uncle with graying hair and a weary, emaciated figure, devoid of his former confidence and charm. "Come in quickly." Han Shan ushered the young woman inside, but upon glancing behind her, he noted the emptiness, save for a solitary steel pillar lying on the ground, surrounded by cracks resembling spider webs. "How did you return, Qianqian?" "A hero named Lei Tiandao rescued me and gave me this." Han Qianqian produced a mask as delicate as paper and, following the instructions provided, affixed it to her face. In an instant, the enchanting beauty vanished, leaving behind an ordinary visage, even somewhat unattractive. "Lei Tiandao?" Han Shan paused, recognizing the name of the notorious ruffian sought by the town's law enforcement. His notoriety had surged after the murder of Lu Qing's nephew, Yang Tsang, becoming infamous across the land. Han Shan furrowed his brow and remarked, "If he retrieves you, I fear that the Day Gang will not relent. He has annihilated Jin Day and the upper echelons of the Day Gang, and saved Qianhuma Lu and Baihu Yanji of the Town Guardian office." Han Shan was momentarily stunned, falling into a silence that lingered. After a while, he resolutely declared, "This man has rendered great favors to the Han family. I shall assist him in achieving fame and fortune." The Demon King and the Sword Master clashed with fervor, their presence reverberating like thunder, stirring the entire southern city. The various gangs were no exception. They convened their members overnight, preparing for action. The Day Gang and Baihu Yanji engaged in fierce combat. And regardless of the outcome or whether they could reclaim Han Wanjun, the Town Guardian office would undoubtedly take action against them. When the dust settled, the vacated territories would naturally become the prize for the competing gangs. At the base of the Hanhai Gang, the leader Wang Hanhai, a robust figure with a broad neck and shoulders, sat regally upon a tiger-skin throne, surveying the assembly below. The various hall masters were seated to his left and right, with a bow prominently among them. Outside the hall, the gang members stood in orderly formation, their expressions solemn, refraining from conversation, embodying a sense of discipline. At a cursory glance, There appeared to be over 1,000 individuals, with more members continuously arriving from behind. The hall masters whispered amongst themselves, awaiting news from the outside. Should the Daih gang be eradicated, we must seize at least half of their territory. Indeed, particularly that Shifeng Tower, it must be secured. Once we claim the territory, we will promptly prepare silver to present to the lords of the Shuntian prefecture. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black outfit burst into the hall and knelt before Wang Hanhai, who was seated majestically. The subordinate reported, "Master, there has been a conclusion to the fierce battle at the Xinyuan Gate. Han Wanwan and Yin Ji have been rescued, and subsequently, a person wielding the 9-looped golden blade has annihilated the upper echelons of the Daha gang, including Jin Daih." What? Jin Daih is dead? The Daha gang has been eradicated? The crowd was struck dumb with astonishment, scarcely able to believe their own ears. The Dahu gang's upper echelons boasted overwhelming strength in the capital. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the combined elite forces of all the factions in the southern part of the city could scarcely rival even a single member of the Dahu gang. With 7 or 8 first-rate masters and a plethora of second-rate experts, they resembled not merely a gang, but the very stature of a martial arts overlord. Wang Hanhai's expression shifted dramatically, though his concern stemmed not from the downfall of the Dao gang, but rather from the revelation. "You said what? Someone wielding the 9-looped golden blade?" "Indeed," the subordinate replied, clasping his fists in respect. "Before I returned, a large force from the town protector's office had arrived. I concealed myself in the shadows and overheard them discussing that it was the work of the Thunderblade." "The Thunderblade?" The gathered individuals exchanged bewildered glances, their disbelief intensifying. The name of the Thunderblade resonated throughout the martial world, yet his power was said to be evenly matched with Jin Daih's at best. The notion that he could annihilate the Dahu gang seemed utterly ludicrous. "Are you certain you did not mishear?" A bow inquired, furrowing his brow. The subordinate affirmed, "I am certain I did not mishear." Seated high above, Wang Hanhai's lips twitched, his countenance shifting between shadow and light, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. A bow remarked, "Leader, please issue the plan. Such an opportunity is rare and fleeting. Once the officials depart, we should act immediately." Indeed, the assembly echoed his sentiments. Wang Hanhai, momentarily distracted, vacantly commanded, "A bow, you shall take charge. Wang Shan, you will lead the assault." Chapter 94. Bonds of Friendship. Upon returning to the southern part of the city after placing the 9-ringed golden saber back in the opulent mansion of the northern district and donning the guise of Lao Jiao, Zhang Wu found that the fierce battle between the Demon King and the Sword Master had concluded. Gazing at the desolate street, he knew he must act swiftly to seize any advantages. After annihilating the members of the Great River Gang, he searched the lifeless body of Jin Daih. Unfortunately, he had been overly ruthless. The contents in Jin Daih's possession had been rent asunder by the violent blade aura, leaving only a palm-sized golden copper key. Logically, such a key could only serve to unlock the vault's grand entrance. Concealing his face, he exerted all his strength and raced towards the Great River Gang stronghold. News of Jin Daih's demise had already spread. After all, the streets were littered with corpses, the gang was left leaderless, and with the officials now involved, the lower-tier members had no choice but to flee under the cover of night, scattering in disarray. When Zhang Wu arrived, the once mighty stronghold was eerily vacant, stripped of all valuables. Even the gilded plaque at the entrance of the Great River Gang had vanished, its fate unknown. Pushing deeper into the stronghold, he discovered over a dozen petty thieves scavenging, torches in hand, unwilling to abandon their search around the gang's storeroom. This storeroom had been meticulously constructed by Jin Daih, a fact Zhang Wu had previously heard of. The surface and the depths are fortified with solid rock, while the walls are reinforced with rammed earth, creating an extremely formidable layer of compacted soil. The walls are an astonishing 10 feet thick, akin to a bastion of war. The gate, forged from solid iron, boasts a thickness of 10 inches. The lock is embedded within the door itself. Without the key, even the most exceptional masters would merely gaze at the door in despair. Zhang Wu, like a specter, rendered more than a dozen individuals unconscious, leaving behind only a sinister-looking figure with triangular eyes. He produced the key and coldly gestured. "Go open the door." "You," the triangular-eyed man gasped in horror. "What of it?" Zhang Wu retorted impatiently. "Speak another word, and I shall end you." Cowed into silence, the triangular-eyed man trembled as he approached the heavy gate, inserting the hefty bronze key into the lock. With a decisive twist, the ancient door creaked open, releasing a chill that sent shivers down his spine, and then, a head rolled to the ground. Zhang Wu did not rush in. Instead, he picked up a torch and tossed it through the crack of the door. Illuminated by the flames, he beheld towering shelves laden with gleaming bars of gold. A dazzling sight. Along the walls stood numerous large wooden chests, likely filled with silver ingots and precious jewels, donned in silver-threaded gloves. Zhang Wu used the corpse of the triangular-eyed man to block the door's gap, preventing any hidden traps from springing forth as he pushed the door open. With a mighty shove, he found even his strength tested. He managed to pry the door open to a width of 1 meter, yet he refrained from entering. He employed the unconscious bodies of the dozen or so individuals as tools, casting them into the storeroom one by one from various angles to test for any concealed traps or mechanisms. Only after confirming absolute safety did Zhang Wu fully push open the storeroom door, which measured 3 meters in width. Thus, should anyone attempt to abruptly close the door behind him upon entry, his reflexes would undoubtedly allow him to escape. Stepping over the corpse with triangular eyes like a skateboard, Zhang Wu ventured into the storeroom. He refrained from touching the gold bars and the various boxes. Opening them was perilous and could lead to unforeseen consequences. Instead, he proceeded directly to the center of the room, where a wooden table was strewn with numerous letters and booklets, gang ledgers, records of bribes to the bigwigs, correspondence with shadowy guardians, and a thick stack of banknotes. Zhang Wu picked them up and gazed for a moment, then a second glance. Unable to tear his eyes away, a rough count revealed each note was worth 10,000 taels, totaling 30 notes. Overnight wealth. A certain individual couldn't help but grin widely. Tucking the banknotes into his attire and leaving everything else untouched, Zhang Wu turned to depart. However, suddenly, the light in the storeroom dimmed, and a formidable figure blocked the doorway, piercing eyes fixed upon him, stating, "True greatness often resides in plain sight." Such a formidable presence in the southern part of the city? Zhang Wu, fueled by adrenaline and fervor from his sprint, exuded an aura that could easily be sensed by other masters. The Demon Suppression King? Zhang Wu had previously heard Ma Lu mention this name. He promptly removed his mask and introduced himself. "Senior, Ma Lu is my uncle. We are family." "You know Ma Lu?" The oppressive aura of the Demon Suppression King dissipated, and he frowned, inquiring, "How can you prove it?" "Uncle Lu should be arriving soon. Why don't we change locations to await him?" Zhang Wu expressed a keen interest in the techniques of this celestial figure, eagerly suggesting, "Perhaps we could exchange insights regarding your formidable Vajra body, esteemed senior. What extraordinary skills do you possess?" The formidable Shifumo, unwavering, continued to block the doorway. His cloak had been shredded during the fray, revealing his striking features, thick brows, large eyes, and a gleaming bald head, reminiscent of a guardian of the Buddha-esque realm. Zhang Wu replied, "As for me, I possess no remarkable skills. I merely have perfected the indestructible Vajra technique." Shifumo's eyes sparkled with intensity as he inquired urgently, "Are you not the disciple of my senior brother Hu Tu Long, the jailer of the celestial prison? Are you not the very one my master often spoke of? The Vajra disciple?" Someone interjected, referring to themselves as a disciple. Yet Hu Tu Long had never mentioned such a title. Shifumo, perplexed, questioned, "My nephew should be quite young. Why do you appear so aged?" "Dear uncle, you arrived in the capital 2 years prior. If you had looked after me, given your connections, I would not have faced the ordeal of faking my death and the subsequent upheaval, resulting in my current aged appearance." Zhang Wu shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Shifumo fell silent. His arrival in the capital was twofold: to find the most authentic heir of the indestructible Vajra technique and bring them back to their roots, and to locate the orphan of his senior brother Hu Tu Long to return to Shaolin for proper guidance. Regrettably, the first news he received upon arriving in the capital was that Zhang Wu had perished in the medical hall. Later, upon encountering Ma Lu at the medical hall, who was there to see Zhang Wu's body, a fortuitous camaraderie blossomed between them. Shifumo found Ma Lu to be a man of integrity, warm and exuberant, and under his persuasion, he joined the Zhenfu division. Regarding Zhang Wu's retreat to the southern city, Ma Lu did not utter a single word. Without Zhang Wu's consent, Uncle Lu would not divulge this information to anyone. "Master Uncle feels remorse for you, causing you to endure hardship." Shifumo sighed deeply, clasped his hands together, and sincerely bowed to Zhang Wu. Someone reciprocated, saying, "Master Uncle, you are too modest. Since we share such a bond, might you kindly open the door and allow your disciple to exit?" Of course, Shifumo nodded, yet remained stationary, earnestly stating, "However, dear disciple, while our connection is indeed genuine, it is customary to speak of fate rather than finances. Yet, what my master uncle seeks is not much. Merely half of your fortune will suffice." Chapter 95. Speaking of fate through martial arts, Zhang Wu was taken aback. He never expected Shifumo's intentions were rooted in monetary gain. Nevertheless, he understood why the other party sought silver notes instead of retrieving gold and silver from the storeroom. The reasoning was simply, it was not cost-effective. Though the gold appeared dazzling, its actual worth was meager. If one were to transport 100 gold bars, panting and laboring to bring them home, the conversion rate would yield merely 10,000 taels of silver. In contrast, a single silver note in Zhang Wu's possession equated to the same amount. However, Master Uncle, what need does a monk have for money? Zhang Wu inquired with a peculiar expression. Sure Fumo, hands clasped, replied, to adorn the Buddha with gold, to construct temples and monasteries, brings unfathomable merit, allowing for the accumulation of extraordinary resources and the attainment of profound blessings. Zhang Wu's lips twitched as he silently lamented, Master Uncle, if you desire money, just say so. This talk of fate and blessings is rather convoluted. Could we not be more forthright? Shifu Fumo pondered for a moment, his gaze lowered as he spoke. In that case, the item you hold in your embrace is indeed fated to be with me. Quite direct, Zhang Wu commended, adding, since my esteemed uncle seeks a connection, why not acquire it through skill? However, to avoid any discord, a direct confrontation may not be the wisest choice. What do you think of this proposal? After a brief contemplation, Zhang Wu suggested, let us each demonstrate a skill. A true expert reveals their capabilities, allowing us to discern who might prevail, and thus, we can gauge our strengths. A splendid approach, Shifu Fumo replied with a respectful gesture. Given their camaraderie and shared lineage from Shaolin, it was imperative to exercise restraint to prevent any inadvertent injuries, especially with the bond he shared with Ma Lu. Zhang Wu courteously inquired, Shifu, shall you go first, or shall I? Please, esteemed nephew, take the lead. Shifu Fumo gestured invitingly, yet remained at the door, unwilling to yield. Having recently engaged in a fierce battle with the sword master, he was considerably fatigued and sought a moment to recuperate. In that case, I shall now showcase my talents, Zhang Wu declared, unhesitatingly channeling his internal energy. His muscles instantly tensed and expanded, and as he circulated his vital essence, a resonant metallic vibration echoed throughout his being, as if every bone within him was ringing with thunderous intensity. Gradually accumulating momentum, at the pinnacle of his physical adjustment, Zhang Wu's flowing robe abruptly stilled, becoming as firm as iron. A thunderous shout erupted within the storeroom, reverberating like the roar of the heavens, as a shockwave emanated from Zhang Wu, violently bursting forth and tearing his garment apart, revealing his formidable, commanding, and powerfully sculpted bronze-hued physique. With a thunderous impact, a punch was unleashed, resembling a blazing meteor plummeting to the earth. The terrifying sonic boom sent sharp, piercing shrieks through the air, causing the remarkably solid ground to erupt violently under the force of the blow. The sound echoed as if a colossal mountain were fracturing, startling Shifu Fumo, whose heart raced as if struck by lightning, his astonishment unmistakable. This single punch reverberated throughout the cosmos, the crackling explosions extending beyond the storeroom, creating fissures that spread like a spiderweb, truly apocalyptic in nature. Zhang Wu stood proudly in the pit, arms crossed behind his back, grimacing in pain as he cradled his injured right fist, inquiring, Master Uncle, how much is this punch worth? Shifu Fumo concealed his surprise, pondering for a moment before responding, it is worth 50,000 yuan. He believed that he could unleash such power. Yet the cost would be a severe toll on his vitality, leaving him with but half a life after such an outburst. In contrast, Zhang Wu, who could unleash such immense strength without harming himself, left Shifu Fumo feeling inadequate. 50,000 yuan. Zhang Wu's eyes gleamed with excitement. So, does that mean you require 100,000 yuan? Shifu Fumo nodded. Zhang Wu continued. Then, Master Uncle, observe this next move of mine, and tell me how much it can reduce the cost. He began to pace within the storeroom, his formidable physique stirring up a tempestuous whirlwind. The walls reverberated with a thunderous roar, while the shelves, burdened by heavy gold bars, rattled violently. Suddenly, the deafening roar ceased, and the fleeting shadows of Zhang Wu vanished, leaving the storeroom eerily empty. Where had everyone gone? Shifumo's hair stood on end, and his scalp prickled with alarm. Abruptly turning around, he heard Zhang Wu's voice resonate from behind. Master Uncle, how do you find my technique? A chill enveloped Shifumo's heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. Despite the swiftness of Zhang Wu's movements, he could still perceive them clearly. In that fleeting moment as he emerged from the storeroom, he had seen and sensed it, yet he could not intercept it. Witnessing with his eyes was one thing, having his body react accordingly was another. If Zhang Wu intended to kill him, it would be a trivial endeavor. Shifumo exhaled deeply, extinguishing the embers of his competitive spirit. With merely this technique, Master Nephew, you could indeed stride across the world, unmatched and unparalleled. Zhang Wu, disinterested in flattery, inquired instead, Master Uncle, what is your assessment? How much is this technique worth? 100,000 yuan, Shifumo replied nonchalantly, accepting his wager without hesitation, choosing to forego any claim. Zhang Wu, puzzled, asked, "Why not 200,000 yuan?" Shifumo's expression shifted. "So, you wish to withhold the yuan and expect me to bleed for it, do you?" Zhang Wu stifled a chuckle within, yet produced a stack of banknotes from his pocket, counting out 5 bills as he said, "Master Uncle, my master Hu Tu Long hails from Shaolin, and as his disciple, I too am part of Shaolin. We are all connected to the Buddha. I humbly ask you to offer 5,000 yuan to the Buddha for merit and blessings. Amitba. The sincerity of your heart towards the Buddha is evident, and may heaven and earth bear witness. Master Uncle extends gratitude on behalf of the Buddha." The monk Shifumo retrieved a bowl, clasped his hands together in a gesture of reverence, and extended it towards Zhang Wu, exuding an aura of solemnity. A certain individual felt a twitch in his heart, and his eyelids fluttered as he reluctantly placed 50,000 yuan into the bowl. It was not that he was overly generous or treated money lightly. Rather, the prospect of befriending an extraordinary master was simply too valuable to overlook. While the sentiments of others may vary, Zhang Wu was aware that the elite warriors loyal to Lu Qing received annual salaries exceeding 500,000 taels of silver. The imperial court had offered Shifumo a stipend of 100,000 taels per year. By parting with 50,000 yuan today, he would earn a favor from his esteemed master, which he could rely on in the future, promising a tenfold return. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wu steeled himself. After all, this money had come easily. He counted out 5 banknotes and said, "Master, I have heard that the Buddha's golden body is a sacred teaching passed down from the Buddha himself. If I were to construct a temple for the Buddha, might I gain access to his true teachings?" "The true teachings of the Buddha are priceless," Shifumo responded decisively, asserting that the value of Buddha's teachings is immeasurable and cannot be quantified by wealth. However, this statement resonated differently in Zhang Wu's ears. Priceless, indeed. Indicated that 50,000 yuan was insufficient. Chapter 96. Gazing at the heavenly blade, this price exceeded Zhang Wu's expectations. Nevertheless, he understood that in business, integrity prevails. So he accepted the banknotes, saying, "My apologies, my apologies. The true teachings of the Buddha cannot be gauged by monetary offerings. It is I who have been superficial. Master, let us meet again." With a swift motion, Zhang Wu soon vanished from the great river gang. Shifumo stood in a daze, wanting to call him back. Yet the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Fate is, in essence, negotiable. Yet, with their departure, what more can one say? Shifumo acted decisively. Rushing into the storeroom, stacking 2 large wooden boxes, and with a firm command, he hoisted them and sprinted towards the outskirts of the Date gang. No sooner had he set off than Zhang Wu turned back once more, shouldering 2 boxes himself and fleeing with great haste. To display one's avarice in front of others is hardly a dignified affair. Such was the case for Zhang Wu, and even more so for Shifumo. In this world, no one ever feels that wealth is excessive. Acquiring a few more boxes of gold would certainly enhance their provisions and allow for more generous expenditures. What was already an extravagant demeanor could become even more so. Not long after Zhang Wu's departure, as dawn broke, the majority of the town protector's force finally arrived. Encircling the Date gang's stronghold, Ma Lu, flanked by numerous formidable warriors, made his entrance, their garments stained with blood as they had slaughtered the remaining members of the Date gang. Deep within the stronghold, a vast fissure had torn through the ground, extending nearly 8 zhang, with every piece of blue brick within that radius shattered, leaving no patch of earth intact. Uncle Lu watched with a tremor in his eyelids, while the town protector's men were filled with dread. Upon entering the storeroom, they found gold bars strewn across the floor, and the wooden table that had held the banknote initially intending to exhaust his 40,000 taels of silver and return to the dungeon as a jailer. It now seems that such a prospect is indefinitely postponed. Upon his return to the courtyard in the southern part of the city, Zhang Wu furrowed his brow at the wide-open gates. The entire yard had been ransacked, as if the ground had been excavated to a depth of 3 feet. The interior was in utter disarray, with pots and pans strewn across the floor and the shelves of books overturned. This scene bore the hallmark of destruction rather than mere theft. Even the mice in their cage had met a grim fate, crushed underfoot. On his way back, Zhang Wu noticed several members of the Hanhai gang loitering before the Shenshin gate. As he turned a corner, he happened upon a few individuals departing from his alley. Initially suspecting them of encroaching on his territory, he soon realized they were there to ransack his own home. "What, has our house been visited by thieves?" Malu remarked, hand resting on his waist knife, his tone laced with sarcasm. Zhang Wu shook his head in resignation, replying, "The king of hell is easy to provoke, but the little devils are troublesome. In our youth, we were once the little devils ourselves, and today I've had a taste of being ensnared." "It appears you have only just arrived," Ma Lu chuckled, inquiring, "Have you hidden away the 9-looped golden saber?" "What 9-looped saber?" Zhang Wu feigned ignorance, responding, "Uncle Lu, you must be mistaken. I only heard the commotion in the latter half of the night and ventured out, directly storming the lair of the Date gang. And I have just returned. Aren't you the Thunderblade? Ma Lu frowned, his mind swirling with questions. Zhang Wu, feigning confusion, asked, "What Thunderblade?" Uncle Lu was left with no choice but to recount the legendary exploits of the Thunderblade once more, leaving Zhang Wu entranced, nearly unable to suppress the urge to stand up and confess his true identity. Seeing that he remained unwilling to confess, Ma Lu remarked with profound meaning, "In truth, it matters not whether or not you are the Thunderblade. My uncle has already instructed the town suppression office to rescind the warrant against him. However, what? It is to be feared that the shadow guards of the Lu family will pursue relentlessly, and even top-tier experts will set their sights upon him, hunting him down with fervor." Ma Lu cautioned. Previously, the Lu family was unable to trace the whereabouts of the Thunderblade, leaving them at a loss. Now that they are aware he is in the capital, the search area has narrowed, and it is likely that the Thunderblade will no longer be able to conceal himself. "Xiao Wu, you must exercise utmost caution," Zhang Wu retorted stubbornly. "It was the Thunderblade who committed those deeds. He was also responsible for the death of King Jin. It has nothing to do with me." Ma Lu's face twitched in response. "You truly embody my essence, refusing to acknowledge your actions while steadfastly concealing your flaws." Uncle Lu marveled. Speaking of which, the Thunderblade is indeed destined to instill awe across the seas. With his own strength, he annihilated the upper echelons of the Date gang, even dispatching Jin Day in a single blow. Such prowess can only be classified as top tier. From this moment forth, whenever the name of the Thunderblade is mentioned, it shall be met with reverence. Zhang Wu inquired, "Is he truly that formidable?" Meanwhile, the genuine Thunderblade suddenly sneezed twice, his body bristling with goosebumps. An inexplicable sense of foreboding engulfing him, as if calamity were imminent. In the courtyard, the uncle and nephew began discussing the release of the demon. Ma Lu inquired with curiosity, for wooden chests are missing from the treasure trove of the Day gang, and there are dust imprints on the ground. "It was not you who moved them." "Of course, it was not me." Zhang Wu shook his head and said, "We could not reach an agreement, and I left on the spot. Who else could possibly carry away for such heavy boxes?" Ma Lu remarked, "This demon-subduing king is rather greedy, not just ordinarily so." Zhang Wu elaborated, "I initially offered him 50,000 taels in silver notes, followed by another 50,000, totaling 100,000 taels. Yet I still could not procure his demon-subduing golden body, and he dares to call himself a master." After a pause, someone added with a hint of bitterness, "Better not to have it. No matter, there will come a day when he seeks you out." Ma Lu understood well the reason behind Shifumo's arrival in the capital. The Shaolin Temple, renowned as the foremost orthodox sect in the world, has endured for a millennium primarily because they know how to engage with people. While a plethora of martial arts scriptures are passed down, anyone can practice them. Whoever masters them becomes the legitimate descendant of Shaolin, and I would acknowledge their lineage. Most would not refuse such an offer, for once they are acknowledged, they have a formidable backing, making everything more convenient. However, Zhang Wu's nature is rather peculiar. I fear Shifumo might not be able to persuade him. "Uncle Lu, keep this Dayu step and practice diligently. It will not be difficult to reach an elite level." Since he had already showcased the Dayu step before Shifumo, Zhang Wu did not intend to conceal it any longer. The insights he gained from Xiao Jingao had allowed him to comprehend an even more formidable trump card. Stepping into the Grandmaster realm is merely a matter of time. The Dayu step? Ma Lu gazed at the cover of the bamboo scroll, momentarily taken aback. As he felt a surge of emotion, Zhang Wu's willingness to present such a martial arts scripture to him indicated that he regarded him as one of his closest confidants. After all, those who practice martial arts fear nothing more than having their secrets exposed. Should ill intentions arise, their lives could easily be at stake. This is also the reason why martial skills are not easily shared. Ma Lu did not refuse. He merely sighed and patted Zhang Wu's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, Uncle Lu will train diligently." Holding the bamboo scroll was quite cumbersome, so it would be prudent to wrap it. Zhang Wu took out a sturdy piece of black cloth and carefully enveloped the bamboo scroll before bidding farewell to Ma Lu. With a cold expression, he did not lock the courtyard door and strode directly towards the Xianwei gate. He was a man of his word. He had long told a Bao that anyone who dared to disturb him would have to settle accounts with him, and he would break a leg for each offense. Once Ma Lu left the alleyway of Zhang Wu's home and had walked some distance, he found a secluded corner and unwrapped the bundle. He knew that Zhang Wu never acted without purpose. The deliberate wrapping of the bamboo scroll was certainly intentional. Indeed, as soon as the bundle was opened, a stack of papers tumbled out, the silver notes, each worth 10,000 taels, totaling 10 in number. Ma Lu's emotions were a whirlwind. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he was profoundly touched. Even the bond between the closest of kin, such as father and son, could scarcely compare. Chapter 97. The tragic bow in front of the Xianwei Gate. At least 100 people gathered. This place is the most significant area for the Dai Gang aside from their base of operations. By occupying the Xianwei Gate, one could control the vital route into the southern part of the city. Whosoever arrived would not be allowed to leave, as previously dictated by the Dai Gang. Now, having been seized by the Hanhai Gang, they naturally dispatched heavy troops to guard it until tranquility was restored in the southern city. All major gangs tacitly acknowledged that the Xianwei Gate belonged to the Hanhai Gang. The crowd huddled together. Aside from keeping watch over their surroundings and clearing out the corpses of the Dai Gang's higher-ups, they engaged in idle chatter and boasts. Have you all caught wind of the fact that the esteemed leader of the Leopard Hall suffered a significant setback at the hands of an obscure individual? I am privy to this information. The man is named Lao Jiao. Obeyo not only failed to pilfer anything but was also reportedly frightened into a hasty retreat. Obeyo's inadequacy does not imply our Serpent Hall's incompetence. Indeed, we seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to vandalize Lao Jiao's residence. Although we didn't unearth anything of substantial value, we ensured he understands that the Hanhai Gang remains unfazed by him. It is rumored that this fellow is quite affluent. We should seek an opportune moment under the cover of night to ambush him. The assembly engaged in fervent discussion, evidently regarding someone as a simpleton. The Hanhai Gang boasts numerous halls, with the members governed by their respective hall leaders. This contingent stationed at the Suhe Gate answers solely to the Serpent Hall leader, rendering Obeyo devoid of any authority over them. Hence, their lack of apprehension. Your fear of Lao Jiao, your submission, does not extend to us. Just then, an individual approached from afar, hands clasped behind his back, his countenance devoid of emotion, and inquired, "Where is Obeyo?" Zhang Wu's tone was decidedly discourteous, causing the assembly to tense up, with many clutching the hilts of their sabers. The gang members responsible for the vandalism instinctively retreated behind the others, only to feel a sense of shame. One of them, forcing himself to the forefront, questioned, "What business do you have with the Leopard Hall leader?" Zhang Wu scrutinized him and stated, "I intend to sever one of his legs, though he will likely sever yours before I get the chance." To utter such audacious words in the face of 100 menacing figures suggests either a death wish or genuine prowess. The speaker promptly backed down. "Are you deliberately provoking us, friend?" The crowd parted to form a pathway as the leader of the Serpent Hall, Wang Shan, emerged. His expression icy as he gazed at Zhang Wu. He then instructed a trusted aide beside him, "Go summon a bao." The situation had arisen because of a bao. Regardless of the circumstances, he must make an appearance and provide an explanation. Zhang Wu, disinterested in engaging in further trivialities with these minor figures, swiftly moved. Appearing as if by teleportation 3 paces away, snatching a handful of Wang Shan's hair before vanishing again, standing silently beneath the eaves with his hands clasped behind his back. The front of the Serpent Hall fell eerily silent. Wang Shan felt a chill, as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. The unsettling quiet lingered at the entrance of the hall. Before long, the 4 individuals who had stormed Zhang Wu's courtyard were bound and, on their knees, slowly crawled towards him. Wang Shan clasped his fist and stated, "Senior, they have offended you through their ignorance. How you choose to punish them is entirely at your discretion." Furthermore, Wang Shan acknowledged his failure in managing his subordinates and accepted his share of the blame. This resolute leader of the Serpent Hall, gripping his long knife tightly, bit down hard and drew it across his own chest, blood spurting forth with a splatter. "Leader!" The followers gasped in alarm and rushed to bandage Wang Shan's wound. Many casting fierce glances at Zhang Wu, their blood stirred. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Wu's eyes. He had not anticipated such a figure within this seemingly trivial gang. Decisive, rational, and unyielding even towards himself. Observing the fierce gazes of these followers, it was evident that Wang Shan had cared for his subordinates and garnered their loyalty. "Tidy up my residence. As for your 4 matters, let them pass. When a bao arrives, instruct him to find me at home." Zhang Wu commanded calmly before turning to leave. The 4 individuals, upon realizing their predicament, promptly freed themselves from their bindings and humbly lowered their heads, trailing behind. In the courtyard of the southern district, the 4 henchmen laboriously tidied up the overturned yard, ensuring that the house was spotless. Zhang Wu sat quietly on the kong, engrossed in his reading. After the 4 had completed their tasks, they hesitated to leave, lacking even the courage to speak. After a considerable time, Zhang Wu finally lifted his gaze and inquired, "What is the name of your Leopard Hall's leader?" The 4 exchanged glances, and one cautiously replied, "In response to your esteemed presence, his name is Hutu Bao." Zhang Wu's expression shifted with understanding. No wonder Ah Bao and Hutu Long seemed to be cut from the same cloth. He was indeed his son. Earlier, when Uncle Lu had visited, he spoke of Shifu Mo's reason for coming to the capital, one of which was to find Hu Tulong's offspring and bring him back to Shaolin for training. If his father could master the indestructible Vajra skill to perfection, instilling fear across the realm, then surely his son's talent would not be lacking. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier expert in the future. However, it was curious that Hu Tulong, once honored as the guardian king of the nation, had brought such glory upon himself, and yet the responsible Han Shan had inquired about Hu Tulong's descendants. With the power of the Provincial Pacification Office, locating Hu Tu should not be a challenge. Given his father's royal status, he should be living comfortably. How had he fallen to the streets as a mere thug? Zhang Wu then asked, "Is Hu Tu Bao's mother still alive?" The response was, "I am aware of this matter." One individual promptly adopted a fawning demeanor and spoke. "A Bao hails from Luling County, and we are fellow townsmen. His mother, the daughter of a prominent family, was tragically violated by a brute and subsequently became pregnant. In their shame, her parents cast her out, leaving her to wander the streets. When a Bao was merely 4 years old, his mother succumbed to illness. Unable to afford medical care, thus he became an orphan. And then?" Zhang Wu sighed inwardly, reflecting on the misfortunes of his unfortunate mentor. The man continued cautiously. Eventually, a Bao was taken in by a rogue beggar. Influenced by this environment, he learned to feign vulnerability to solicit alms from affluent families, charming the naive daughters of the wealthy to part with their coins before fleeing. He often targeted innocent women on the streets, particularly those from brothels, whose tragic backgrounds evoked sympathy for the little beggar. A Bao has claimed at least a dozen foster mothers. Zhang Wu, wearing an expression of concern, inquired, "When did he arrive in the capital?" "It was when he was 6 years old. An elderly man came to the capital for trade and brought him from Luling County. It is said that prior to this, officials from the court had sought him out, offering him some silver and arranging a residence for him. However, that dwelling was later seized by powerful figures who even attempted to silence him permanently, prompting a Bao to devise a means of escape to the capital." As another associate chimed in, Zhang Wu remained silent. Although Hu Tulong had been conferred the title of king, his apparent might was merely superficial. Lacking any connections within the court and with no foundational support, the emperor's bestowed titles were rendered impotent in execution, reliant as they were on the actions of subordinates. Various rewards and treasures, including silver, have not all been greedily consumed. It is commendable that one has managed to locate Hu Tu Leopard and provide him with a residence. As for subsequent care and concern for you, that is mere nonsense. The relationship between both parties is devoid of sentiment. You, a mere child with no background, should consider yourself fortunate that your dwelling has not been seized again, which is already a display of conscience. Regrettably, your restraint does not deter the envious multitude. The local gentry are unconcerned with such matters. Chapter 98. Kin and kindred. What is the reputation of this Hu Tu Leopard in the southern part of the city? Zhang Wu inquired. If his heart is not wicked, passing down the indestructible divine skill would be a way to repay the legacy of Hu Tulong. The reputation of a Bao? The four exchanged glances, their lips twitching in unison. Zhang Wu furrowed his brow and asked, "Is his reputation truly that dreadful?" "Not exactly dreadful," one of the subordinates replied, summoning the courage to speak. "It's just not particularly pleasant." "What makes it unpleasant?" Zhang Wu pressed, his frown deepening. The hesitant subordinate cleared his throat awkwardly before responding. "His reputation is not tied to thievery, robbery, or violence. Nor does he force anyone into prostitution or wreak havoc in the countryside. It is simply, well, he has a penchant for lingering in flower houses, enamored with wealthy women, and has a tendency to solicit money from them, living off their generosity." This subordinate cautiously observed Zhang Wu's expression, noting the slight pallor on his face, and quickly fell silent. Meanwhile, a fellow townsman of Hu Tu Leopard hastily interjected, "Esteemed elder, in truth, a Bao is not that bad. Aside from his fondness for selling his charms in flower houses and serving as a male companion to affluent ladies, he is otherwise beyond reproach. He is a loyal brother, dependable in character, and maintains a moral compass, even resorting to theft with the intent of redistributing wealth from the affluent to the less fortunate. Over the years, he has amassed a considerable fortune, generously aiding impoverished families, earning the gratitude of many common folk." Zhang Wu remained speechless, a rogue who had never received any formal education. Deprived of maternal affection, his attraction to mature women was understandable. A lower moral threshold could be excused. Hu Tu Bao was exceedingly familiar with Shifeng Tower and well acquainted with Han Wanwan, for it was the territory of the Day Gang, where he could enter and exit freely. Suggesting only one possibility, he was exchanging favors for profit. "Enough, you four may leave," he dismissed with a wave of his hand, and the four departed as if granted a reprieve, scrambling out in haste. Thus, Zhang Wu waited at home the entire day, yet Hu Tu Bao did not arrive. As the sun sank and night fell, he stepped outside with a grim countenance. Hu Tu Bao had encountered misfortune that day, while the other hall masters executed their plans successfully. Seizing the Dai gang's territory, he fell victim to an ambush by another major gang, suffering significant losses among his subordinates and barely escaping on his knees, pleading for mercy. Upon returning to the Hanhai gang's base, he was informed by a member of the Shi Hall, Lao Jiao, "The ninth uncle summons you." Upon inquiring the reason, Hu Tu Bao was filled with rage. "I, a second-rate expert, cannot provoke them, yet you small-time rascals dare to pilfer from their premises?" However, the damage was done, and there was no turning back. One could either gather their belongings and flee to avoid confrontation, or completely sever ties and confront Lao Jiao, declaring, "If you provoke me, one of us will perish." Of course, there was also the final option: submissively admit fault, endure a broken leg, and accept the consequences. As a small person who has emerged from the mire, Hu Tu Bao unhesitatingly chooses to flee without a second thought. It would be madness to struggle desperately. Even if one survives, what if they end up crippled? Who would care for you then? Admitting fault is an absurdity. After all, the situation was not of my making. So why should I bear the consequences? Reporting the matter to the leader for support and intervention is a path towards certain doom. Lao Jiao is likely a top-tier master, his worth surpassing yours 100-fold, and Wang Hanhai will undoubtedly strive to win him over. When the time comes, should Lao Jiao merely nod, there would be no need for him to lift a finger. It is likely that the leader would be the first to obliterate you. In this world, the most unreliable thing is loyalty. Placing your life in the hands of another's sense of honor may lead to you being sold out while counting your own money. Returning home, Hu Tu Bao packed a few belongings, and as darkness fell, he covered his face and headed northward to the city. He intended to spend a few leisurely days at Lady Xian's residence, enjoying himself before deciding when to re-emerge. Throughout his journey, he took care to traverse secluded alleyways, avoiding detection. To evade the bustling crowds at the illustrious gate, he even scaled 5-meter-high walls, landing in a narrow lane before finally leaving the southern part of the city. Safety at last. Muttering to himself, Hu Tu Bao removed his mask, his thoughts drifting to the voluptuous form of Lady Xian, and he hastened toward the alley's exit. However, after barely advancing 10 paces, he found himself retreating awkwardly, racking his brain for a means of self-preservation. The expressionless countenance of Lao Jiao clearly indicated that he was prepared to strike ruthlessly. When cornered, with no escape left, that would be the moment for him to pounce. What to do? Cold sweat beaded on Hu Tu Bao's forehead. At merely 15 years of age, one is yet to savor the prime of life, with many noble women awaiting solace from him. However, after much contemplation, Hu Tu Bao sorrowfully realizes that he has no chance of escape. This is a dead end, with towering walls surrounding him on all sides. Attempting to scale the walls would merely expose his back, providing an opportunity for his adversaries to strike. Moreover, he lacks the means to intimidate his opponent. Although Lady Xian is a second-rank noblewoman, she is a widow, devoid of any deterrent power. Ultimately, there remains but one path: to fight desperately. Yet, the disparity in strength is overwhelming, leaving him with a near-certain death sentence. It is over. Despair etched across Hu Tu Bao's face. He laments internally. Had he known that a simple apology would suffice, he would not have fled, risking his very life. Suddenly, Hu Tu Bao's back collided with the wall. He had nowhere left to retreat, and panic swept over him, causing beads of sweat to dot his brow. Zhang Wu's eyes gleamed like two sharp swords, fixed intently upon him as he coldly uttered, "Weren't you quite adept at running? Continue to do so." With a thud, Hu Tu Bao decisively knelt and pleaded, "Ninth uncle, I am but a worm in a stinking ditch, not worthy of your efforts. Spare my wretched life." "Spare you?" Zhang Wu scoffed. "We share no sentiments or grievances. Why should I grant you mercy?" "No sentiments or grievances." Hu Tu Bao was taken aback. Forcefully bowing his head to the ground, he implored earnestly, "Father." Zhang Wu was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 99. The One Who Weighs on the Heart. Zhang Wu found it hard to believe that such shamelessness could exist in the world, having served as a jailer for many years and encountered countless scoundrels and rogues. Today he witnessed an entirely new level of audacity. Nevertheless, it must be noted that this young man possesses the wisdom to recognize unfavorable circumstances. Promptly kneeling and calling out for his father, he is destined for greatness. "I am not blessed with such a fortunate son." Zhang Wu shook his head and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What is your father's name?" "Hu Tu Long, the guardian king of the dynasty." Hu Tu Bao quickly recalled his lineage, hoping to intimidate. Zhang Wu, feigning surprise, responded, "Since you are aware that your father is a king, you must have heard of his disciple, who serves as a jailer in the imperial prison. Why did you not seek him out upon your arrival in the capital?" "Are you referring to the head jailer, Wu Yanwang?" Hu Tu Bao raised his gaze in inquiry. Zhang Wu nodded in affirmation. With a wry smile, Hu Tu Bao replied, Uncle Nine, you are overly naive. In those days, I was but a mere child, devoid of any value. What could I possibly achieve by seeking him? Should I request a pittance of silver from him, or beg for my father's divine abilities? If it were the former, I would rather conspire to earn money from women through my own talents than accept alms, which would only bring me scorn. As for the latter, the depths of human hearts are inscrutable. Not only would I fail to acquire those abilities, but I might also suffer dire consequences. Zhang Wu was rendered speechless. Those who navigate the treacherous waters of life are accustomed to darkness and deceit. When faced with challenges, they instinctively anticipate the worst. After weighing the risks against the potential benefits, they wisely choose to avoid danger. One must not be overly innocent, nor should one harbor unrealistic expectations of others' goodwill. You do possess some ambition and exhibit caution in your endeavors, Zhang Wu remarked thoughtfully. Yet, despite having carved out a place for yourself, why did you never seek him out? The members of various factions are undoubtedly striving to cultivate favorable relationships within the prison, aligning themselves with the formidable Wu Yin Wang, as such connections would significantly bolster their influence within their respective gangs. Yet, the same issue persists. Hu Tuobao remarked, I have established myself in the streets, while others have ascended to the rank of 7th grade general in the Zhenfu division. The officials, with their lofty perceptions, often look down upon us, the lowly and despicable. Should they come knocking, the likely outcome would be a humiliating encounter, followed by intentions to harm me, thus allowing them to monopolize the divine skills. I, Bao, hold my own on the streets, never lacking for food or drink. Why should I subject myself to their disdain and place my life in jeopardy? In ancient times, the rigid hierarchy of status was deeply ingrained in society. Even a minor official of the 9th rank was regarded as a remarkable figure among the common folk, capable of bringing honor to their family. A 7th grade official, particularly one who holds the position of a general in the Zhenfu division, is viewed by ruffians like Hu Tuobao as no different from a high-ranking provincial governor. How could a mere street thug dare to step over their threshold? This reflects both a sense of inferiority and self-awareness. Zhang Wu inquired, but that is the indestructible divine skill. Does it not stir your heart? Indeed, it does ignite a desire. Yet, Uncle Gio, consider this. I navigate the underworld. Acquiring such skills does not guarantee immediate mastery. It would take at least a decade of arduous training. What fate would befall you during that time? Zhang Wu fell silent. The inevitable outcome would be being relentlessly pursued by countless masters. To know when to advance and when to retreat, and to resist the allure of divine skills, is a wisdom that even the most insignificant person should not be underestimated. Zhang Wu pondered quietly. Hu Tuobao had truly opened his eyes. Nevertheless, he was known for his unwavering resolve. When he spoke of severing a leg, he would do so without hesitation. With a resounding clang, Zhang Wu's right index finger trembled with a fierce intensity, its nail as sharp as a blade, capable of slicing through steel. How could mere flesh withstand such a force? Father, spare me! Hu Tuobao exclaimed in a panic, his face etched with terror as he stealthily reached for his waist. With a swift motion, Zhang Wu's finger sliced through the air, producing a resonant hum as it deftly aimed at his opponent's right leg. Nephew, he is the child of your master. Why resort to such lethal measures? A deep, powerful voice suddenly echoed, and a formidable figure descended from the heavens, his fingers gleaming with a golden hue, akin to eagle talons, intercepting Zhang Wu's wrist and thwarting his strike. Uncle, it is ill-advised to meddle. One might find themselves at the receiving end of a blunt instrument. Zhang Wu retorted as he elegantly retreated, having already sensed the presence of Shi Fumo, intentionally provoking him to reveal himself. Hu Tuobao felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Kneeling and gazing upward, he gasped in awe, akin to an ant beholding a giant, sending shivers down his spine. He then scrambled to scale the wall, determined to escape the clutches of Jiu Shu. However, just as he mounted the barrier, Shi Fumo seized him by the collar, lifting him as one would a chick. Hu Tuobao's face turned ashen, his head drooping in complete despair. Zhang Wu introduced, young one. This is your father Hu Tu-Long's senior disciple, a peerless master of Shaolin, the demon-subduing king of the court. He has come to protect you. My father's senior disciple? Hu Tuobao looked up in astonishment at Shi Fumo's gleaming bald head. An impulsive urge to test him with a playful tap surged within him. At that moment, he began to comprehend that this illustrious figure was indeed a former friend of his father, Hu Tu-Long, and that the earlier display of force was merely a ruse to intimidate him. Otherwise, in the presence of unparalleled masters, one would remain utterly composed. Should such formidable strength desire your demise, survival would be utterly inconceivable. Greetings, Master Uncle. With a thud, Hu Tuobao knelt, his eyes brimming with hope. Fumo nodded lightly in acknowledgement and turned to Zhang Wu, saying, "Nephew, in a few days, I shall take Hutu Bao back to Shaolin. You should accompany us." "I am accustomed to living freely and have little interest in joining a sect," Zhang Wu replied, shaking his head in refusal. He glanced at Hutu Bao and continued, "Moreover, Master Uncle, if you intend to take him away, it is only proper to inquire about his own wishes." "To Shaolin Temple?" Hutu Bao asked in confusion. "Is it merely a visit, or am I to become a monk?" "Naturally, you are to become a monk," Zhang Wu answered. Hutu Bao broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Might I decline?" "Alas, Master Uncle Fumo may not allow you such a choice," Zhang Wu replied, shaking his head. "As a monk, one must devote oneself to vegetarianism and the recitation of scriptures, shunning the temptations of the worldly realm. Not only must one abstain from meat, but one must also renounce the allure of women. I fear you may find such restrictions unbearable." "Ba," Fumo intoned. "Anyone who enters the Buddhist path must abide by the precepts, without exception." Hutu Bao's fleeting glimmer of hope quickly faded, his countenance turning ashen. Having barely escaped the clutches of one peril, he now found himself plunging into another abyss. Compared to becoming a monk, he would rather forfeit his legs and retain his freedom. Furthermore, Lao Jiao had no genuine intention of crippling him. It was more jest than threat. "Uncle Jiao, save me." Hutu Bao cast a desperate glance for help, his change in demeanor as swift as if he were kneeling to acknowledge a father, in a constant state of pleading. He lamented, "I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom. Being a monk would be worse than death. Bao still has many unfinished matters and countless people to care for." Zhang Wu interrupted him with a jest. "The people you are concerned about, they wouldn't happen to be those wealthy matrons, would they?" "Certainly not," Hutu Bao replied with utmost seriousness. "Uncle Jiao, the person I care about most is you. Have you forgotten? I regard you as my father." Chapter 100. The Buddha will guide you. Zhang Wu, having lived 2 lifetimes, today realized that shamelessness knows no bounds. His face twitched, and his finger trembled with the urge to strike this rascal down. Fumo's tiger-like eyes flickered with disbelief. Back in the days at Shaolin, Hutu Long was a true troublemaker, often causing chaos in the temple and indulging in wine and meat as if it were an everyday affair. He repeatedly broke the monastic rules and, despite numerous admonitions, refused to mend his ways, ultimately leading to his expulsion from Shaolin. As the saying goes, a hero's son is a hero, a coward's son brings disgrace. The two were cut from the same cloth. Given Hutu Bao's brazen nature, it would be challenging to reform him, even if he were brought back to Shaolin. Once a person's character is established, their rebellious spirit becomes ingrained. Unless faced with monumental change, it is nearly impossible to alter. After a moment's contemplation, Fumo felt a sense of resignation. However, while one might not return, a title must be secured. "Ba, my disciple, what do you think of this proposal?" Fumo inquired. "Let this Hutu Bao accompany me back to Shaolin as a nominal disciple. After he pays his respects at the mountain gate, he can return to the capital. What do you say?" "You must consult the party involved," Zhang Wu remarked as he turned to Hutu Bao. Gu decisively nodded, exclaiming, "This is excellent. Moreover, please impart the indestructible divine skill and the like to me once more. In due time, I shall become a formidable expert and repay Shaolin for its kindness." "However," Fumo replied in a deep voice, then turned to Zhang Wu and inquired, "Nephew, would you care to join us?" "I am uninterested," came Zhang Wu's curt response. Fumo continued, "Our temple possesses numerous extraordinary skills. Do you not wish to learn?" Zhang Wu shook his head in refusal, stating, "I have never been one to accept handouts. That which comes without effort is seldom of value. If I learn with ease today, I shall repay it with my life in the future." Fumo, feeling somewhat helpless, shifted the conversation, asking, "Today, Ma Lu sought me out, claiming that 4 chests of gold have gone missing from the Great River Gang's treasury. I shall be candid, 2 of those chests are in my possession. I wonder where the other 2 have vanished to?" Feigning confusion, Zhang Wu replied, "Master Uncle, you must have mistaken me. I left before you. How would I know anything about treasure chests?" Fumo's face revealed his distress. After finally acquiring 2 chests of gold, one had been taken by Ma Lu. If he could simply share half, the matter would be resolved. The predicament lay in the fact that while he possessed only 1 chest, others believed him to have 3. The sensation of being wronged is most unpleasant. Though they may not voice it, others would secretly question one's character, which is quite infuriating. Yet, with Zhang Wu refusing to acknowledge the situation and being unable to confront him physically or outsmart him, what could be done? The prowess of Fumo is formidable, and he is significantly older than Zhang Wu. However, he has spent the majority of his life within the confines of Shaolin, only emerging after mastering his skills, thus possessing little experience of the treacheries of the martial world. In essence, he is merely a Navi individual endowed with great strength. Experience and social acumen cannot be cultivated in isolation. One must endure various trials and tribulations, gradually learning through hardships and gaining wisdom through exposure. Nonetheless, Shifumo is unwilling to let Zhang Wu depart easily, proclaiming, "Umatba, my dear nephew. Today, I have yet to partake in my meal, and I am fortunate to encounter you, a wealthy benefactor. I wish to seek your generosity." Zhang Wu was taken aback. Seek what generosity? Shifumo produced a begging bowl, clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence, and said, "To gild the Buddha is to receive the true teachings of the Buddha." Zhang Wu was rendered speechless. To gild the Buddha costs 50,000. The true teachings of the Buddha naturally refer to the golden body of Fumo. No wonder he suddenly rushed to the southern part of the city. He must have realized that the 50,000 he had secured had slipped away, and now he seeks to reclaim it. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wu replied courteously, "To gild the Buddha aligns with my intentions. Yet merely receiving the true teachings of the Buddha is insufficient. Uncle, you still owe me half a favor. You are lacking sincerity, my dear nephew. To be frank, I do not believe in Buddha at all." Shifumo was rendered speechless. Zhang Wu continued, "My desire to gild the Buddha is solely upon your account, uncle. Without you, the Buddha holds no more significance to me than a grain of rice. I am here because I regard you highly. You are dedicated to fortifying the Buddhist community, a rarity in this world, and your spirit is indeed pure." However, this statement granted a measure of dignity to Shifumo, who visibly relaxed and responded with enthusiasm. "Disciple, you are destined to receive the true teachings of the Buddha." "Thank you, Uncle Master." Zhang Wu produced a substantial sum of 50,000 taels in banknotes and placed them solemnly into the alms bowl, deeming the transaction exceptionally profitable. Shifumo's spirits lifted, and he found himself quite favorably disposed towards the individual before him. Despite appearing middle-aged, he perceived a remarkable charm in his features. Hu Tuobao, watching from the side, was utterly bewildered, yet he comprehended that his two utterances of father had alleviated the crisis, allowing these two formidable figures to resolve their grievances. Eager to ingratiate himself, he inquired, "Uncle Shifumo, Uncle Jio, have you dined yet?" Both men nodded in response. Hu Tuobao hastily offered, "I know a restaurant where the food is exquisite, and the dishes are prepared to perfection, surely to your liking. Please, lead the way." Zhang Wu, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, "Lead on." Shifumo, his palms pressed together in reverence, chanted a brief incantation and walked alongside Zhang Wu, stating, "Disciple, the cultivation of the Vajra body requires medicinal assistance. Shortly, I shall prepare a prescription, and you may begin gathering the necessary herbs." "That poses no great challenge." Zhang Wu nodded, then inquired, "Do the indestructible Vajra skill and the subduing demon technique conflict with each other?" "Not at all," Shifumo reassured him. "However, life is fleeting. A mere 60 or 70 years is but a blink. To master a single skill to its fullest potential is indeed a great fortune." Shifumo shook his head, continuing, "Even for a prodigious talent like Brother Hutu, achieving the Vajra skill took nearly 40 years, long past his prime. To maintain one's vitality is already extraordinary. Where would one find the energy to pursue further skills?" Zhang Wu fell into contemplative silence. The world is fraught with fleeting lives, yet one can attain longevity through self-discipline. As long as one avoids calamity, the day of becoming invincible shall inevitably arrive. However, life should not merely be about survival. It must also encompass moments of exultation and the resolution of grievances. Otherwise, living a meek existence, even for a millennium, would render life utterly mundane. As the two engaged in casual conversation, their bond deepened significantly, marking a fortuitous acquaintance born from an unexpected encounter. The tavern mentioned by Hu Tuobao was situated in the southern part of the city. Standing before its entrance, Zhang Wu was taken aback. The Iron Pillar Tavern? Despite residing nearby for over a year, he had refrained from visiting Zhou Taiju, primarily out of fear of revealing his true identity. Should they recognize one another? There was a risk that in a moment of reckless abandon, he might harm someone undeserving, inevitably involving familiar faces. Zhou Taiju was merely an ordinary individual. Unlike Ma Lu and Shifumo, who were esteemed figures in the realm, impervious to potential repercussions, Zhang Wu, accustomed to navigating the perilous waters of the martial world, deemed it prudent to limit his interactions with Zhou Taiju. Yet, standing at the threshold, it felt inappropriate to turn back. It would be a chance to see how the couple was faring. The tavern's business was thriving as usual. Zhang Wu and Shifumo waited outside, while Hu Tuobao entered to inquire about available seating, only to emerge with a frown after initially entering with a smile. The southern part of the city seemed perpetually unsettled. "What is the matter?" Zhang Wu inquired, furrowing his brow. Hu Tuobao gestured towards the tavern, sighed, and remarked, "The couple running this establishment are genuinely good-hearted. Unfortunately, the proprietor's wife is quite alluring, attracting all sorts from the southern district. It's common for patrons to take advantage of her beauty while dining. I've assured the couple that I will look after their tavern," which has brought a measure of peace to the diverse crowd that frequents the streets. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Tu Bao let out a bitter smile, lamenting, regrettably, "While I can command the respect of the martial world, I cannot contend with the powerful elite." "What does that imply?" Zhang Wu narrowed his eyes. Hu Tu Bao sighed deeply. Inside, there are influential figures coercing the tavern owner's wife to serve drinks, even resorting to indecent advances. "I fear that Zhou Taiju is prepared to fight to the death." "What?" Zhang Wu's gaze turned menacing. Having shared a long-standing friendship with Zhou Taiju, he might have once hesitated while serving as a prison guard, mindful of those in power. But now, as a man of the underworld, loyalty takes precedence. With murderous intent ignited, he would not hesitate to spill blood. "Uncle Gio, let us dine elsewhere." Hu Tu Bao felt a profound sense of frustration but understood the importance of knowing one's limitations. Acting heroically requires a solid foundation, otherwise one risks exacerbating conflicts and endangering both oneself and others. Just then, the sound of Ernest weeping and raucous laughter echoed from within. A lecherous middle-aged man, clad in splendid attire, was tugging at Ernest, attempting to drag her away against her will. Zhou Taiju's eyes were ablaze with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Already resigned to a fight to the death. Enraged, Zhang Wu was about to charge in when Hu Tu Bao blocked his path. "Uncle Gio, I recognize your formidable strength, but they are not to be trifled with. Though I, Hu Tu Bao, may be a rogue, I possess a sense of honor. Had I been able to confront this Lord Pei Yuan, I would have acted long ago." "Pei Yuan?" Zhang Wu scoffed inwardly. "Even if he were the heavens themselves, I shall not be intimidated. If provoked, I shall transform into Li Ba or Zhao Qi. Should they push me too far, I will unleash my blade in righteous fury and annihilate your entire lineage." Before Zhang Wu could step through the door, a sudden gust of wind howled beside him, and a formidable, imposing shadow surged into the building. With a right hand brimming with energy, it descended like the mighty grip of a diamond, crashing down with tremendous force. The sound of a violent explosion echoed as blood mist and shattered bones erupted forth. Pei Yuan's head was mercilessly driven into his chest, the residual force rendering his body a grotesque tapestry of wounds, blood flowing in torrents. This unforeseen calamity left the onlookers in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, Shifumo simply joined his palms in reverence, his countenance solemn as he intoned, "Ummet Ba, such a tyrant shall not be spared by heaven. Buddha shall deliver you." Silence enveloped the tavern, while Ernest trembled, nearly fainting from the gruesome spectacle. Zhou Tieju's expression also shifted, but accustomed to death during his time in prison, he quickly shielded Ernest. As Zhang Wu entered, he exclaimed with admiration, "Uncle Master, what a display of power." In that moment, a surge of valor ignited within someone, dramatically altering their perception of Shifumo. The purpose of mastering such martial arts was to ride forth with unbridled passion, to embody gallantry and righteousness. "I may indulge in wealth, yet in critical moments, I shall reveal the spirit of a true hero." Hu Tu Bao, following closely behind Zhang Wu, felt a chill creep over him and murmured, "Uncle Master, we have stirred a great calamity." The Pei clan was exceedingly rare, primarily hailing from the Pei family of Hedong County, noble lineage stretching back to the founding of the state, one of the few premier aristocratic families in existence. Although Pei Yuan held merely a 7th-rank position, he monopolized the armament supplies of 5 city military commands. Such formidable connections were beyond the imagination of an ordinary individual. "No matter, whatever happens, I shall bear the burden," Shifumo calmly responded, then turned to Zhou Taiju, joining his hands once more, and inquired, "Good sir, could you bring us some food and drink?" "Master, it would be wise for you to flee." Zhou Taiju is well aware of Pei Yuan's background. No matter how formidable a figure is in the martial world, they cannot possibly rival the might of the imperial court and aristocratic families. Zhang Wu, with an air of bravado, declared, "Innkeeper, simply serve the dishes. The lives lost are at our hands. Regardless of who comes today, we shall confront them, ensuring your tavern remains unscathed." Zhou Taiju, having weathered many storms, observed the imposing demeanor of the two men, their confidence unshakable. He deemed it futile to further advise them and sighed, instructing the chef to prepare the meal. In light of such a bloody incident, the other patrons dared not linger. As Zhang Wu and Shifumo took their seats, the crowd surged towards the exit, fearful of being caught in the mayhem, leaving their bills unpaid. Seeing Hu Tu Bao fidgeting with discomfort, Zhang Wu remarked nonchalantly, "If you do not wish to remain seated, simply pretend you do not know us and depart." Hu Tu Bao instantly felt insulted. Clenching his teeth, he downed a bowl of wine and declared, "So what if it's Pei Yuan? A severed head is merely a scar the size of a bowl. Today, I, Hutu Bao, shall also act with audacity. Good, you possess some courage, Zhang Wu acknowledged, raising his wine jar to personally pour a bowl for Hutu Bao. He then turned to Shifumo with curiosity, asking, Master Uncle, I noticed your fierce demeanor. It seems you have a grudge against Pei Yuan. Might there be some enmity between you two? Shifumo nodded and replied, at the behest of Ma Lu. I was sent to the Western Wind Tower to keep an eye on Han Yuan. I have heard that Pei Yuan is on friendly terms with the Han family. Yet he has spent lavishly to spend the night with Han Yuan and has been pursuing the wives and daughters of others. He is truly a scoundrel. Ignoring the chill that ran down his spine, Hutu Bao coldly remarked, I intended to eliminate him that very night, but due to the unforeseen incident involving Yin Ji, I spared him. He is deserving of death. A glint of coldness flickered in Zhang Wu's eyes. The dishes were served swiftly. Not only did the patrons wish to flee, but the cook also yearned to escape. As common folk, they were acutely aware that the whims of the powerful could bring their establishment crashing down, leaving no room for them to remain. Zhang Wu produced a banknote worth 10,000 taels and addressed the innkeeper, you and your spouse should leave as well. With a noble demise in your establishment, your tavern is doomed to closure. Consider this as my purchase of your premises. Use this money to relocate and start anew. Hero, you have saved Air and I cannot accept this money. Zhou Taiju vehemently shook his head. Had it not been for you tonight, my wife and I would likely have fallen victim to Pei Yuan's treachery. You have granted us our lives. How could we abandon such a debt? Seeing Zhou Taiju's resolute expression, although Air and I was frightened, she stood steadfastly beside him. Zhang Wu contemplated deeply. To resolve this matter perfectly without implicating the couple, mere violence would not suffice. They must contend with the Pei family's power, compelling them to retreat. Hutu, you shall visit the town protectorate and summon Qianhu Ma Lu, stating that I seek him. Ma Lu. Hutu Bao's scalp tingled at the mention of the name, renowned and feared throughout the realm. At that moment, Shifu Mo also produced a badge and instructed, with this token, you may freely enter the imperial palace. Go to Gongquan Palace and summon the sorcerer clad in white within. Inform him that the next generation of Shaolin Guardians seeks him. Chapter 101. The hidden threat, the white-clad sorcerer? Zhang Wu was somewhat taken aback. Sorcerers are typically associated with astrology, divination, and alchemy. Even if these individuals are recruited by the court, they wield little actual power, merely serving as patrons of the royal family. How could such a sorcerer possibly exert authority over the influence of noble families? However, observing the grave demeanor of Shifumo, it was evident that this white-clad sorcerer possessed a significant background. Hutu Bao had gone to summon someone with his waist token, and Zhang Wu inquired with curiosity, Master Uncle, I have never heard of the term Shaolin Protector before. Could you elaborate? Shifumo responded, Shaolin has a long-standing tradition. Every 100 years, they select the most exceptional disciple, endeavoring to cultivate them into a Grand Master, tasked with safeguarding the sect. Does this mean that Shaolin currently has a Grand Master to uphold their legacy? Zhang Wu asked, astonished. Indeed, Shifumo affirmed with a nod. Impressive, Zhang Wu exclaimed sincerely. No wonder, during the invasion of the barbarian tribes, the area within 500 miles of Shaolin remained unscathed by their iron hooves. It was not out of mercy on the part of the barbarians. Rather, Shaolin's ferocity made them an unapproachable foe. In truth, even if Shifumo had not sought the white-clad sorcerer, his status as a heavenly king and his role as a Shaolin protector would have deterred the Pei family from any provocation. Shaolin does not merely produce martial monks. It harbors a network of connections and deep-rooted influences that surpass those of noble families. Looking across the vast expanse of Dakuan, which renowned masters do not have some affiliation with Shaolin? The power of noble families largely stems from their extensive connections and the formidable influence they wield. For centuries, the family has accumulated a legacy of illustrious individuals and high-ranking officials, fostering profound connections and friendships throughout the realm. Wherever they traverse, they find allies and can forge ties with local dignitaries and influential clans, which forms the very foundation of their noble lineage. When one possesses a multitude of friends, even imperial authority may be swayed. The officials from the Shuntian prefecture arrived promptly, led by Chief Zhao Kong. Years ago, someone had offered 20,000 taels in silver to Zhang Wu to procure a third-rank official from the death row, only for him to fall into a trap and meet his demise. Zhao Kong was the one who had come to address that matter. Time has elapsed, and the once stately Zhao, now in his 50s, bears the marks of age. His figure has slightly hunched, the toll of years spent in heavy drinking rendering him gaunt and unrecognizable. Half of his hair has turned white, and his eyes are lined with wrinkles, each aspect of his being narrating the relentless passage of time. Having spent a lifetime as a constable, he has grown shrewd with age. Zhao Kong merely glanced from outside the establishment, not even entering the tavern, before instructing two newly appointed constables that their opportunity for merit had come. They were to guard the entrance diligently and prevent the perpetrator from escaping. He then hastily departed with a throng of seasoned constables, leaving no personnel behind, disregarding the murder case, thus evading accountability when questioned by superiors. Yet, to abandon his long-standing subordinates would be an act of injustice. As for the fate of the two new constables, Zhao Kong could only resign himself to the thought of offering them paper offerings after the fact, hoping for their safety. However, the two constables were not foolish. They vigilantly stood guard, resolutely refraining from probing further, lest they incur fatal consequences. Thus, the tragic demise of the illustrious Pei family member within the tavern went unnoticed for a significant duration, until 300 guards from the Wuqing military command encircled the establishment, illuminating the night sky with a cascade of torches, as Zhang Wu envisioned a mindless plot, recklessly leading his soldiers into battle to avenge Pei Yuan. Such an event did not transpire. The commander of the Southern Military Command, upon entering and catching sight of Shifumo, promptly clasped his fist in greeting and retreated in haste. Yet, the garrison did not withdraw. They merely encircled without launching an attack. Eventually, a scholar clad in a green robe, a descendant of the Pei family, arrived. Brother Pei, the situation is as follows. After a thorough inquiry, Pei Sun nodded, adjusted his attire, and entered without glancing at Pei Yuan's corpse. He respectfully clasped his fist towards Zhang Wu and Shifumo, articulating, esteemed predecessors. You have rid the world of evildoers, embodying the spirit of chivalry, which I greatly admire. However, the deceased is my uncle. Out of familial affection, I humbly request that you grant me the favor of allowing me to retrieve his remains. Pei Sun bowed deeply, beseeching, I implore you, kind sirs, to exercise compassion. Zhang Wu exchanged glances with Shifumo, acknowledging the predicament. If he were merely a dullard bursting in with cries for blood, the matter would be simpler. One merely needed to determine whose fist was mightier. As a soon-to-be grandmaster, he would not fear such an opponent. The true challenge lay in dealing with a courteous scion of a noble family. As the saying goes, the barking dog seldom bites. The young man displayed neither anger nor outrage, maintaining a polite demeanor while harboring a dagger in the shadows. And during this moment, they could first remove the body, and later, they would ensure retribution. Zhang Wu, possessing a similar disposition, was acutely aware of the complexities such individuals presented. Particularly troubling was the young man's utter disregard for boundaries. Pei Yuan was indeed his uncle, yet he audaciously proclaimed that his death was a service to the populace. What became of his uncle's honor? Shifumo, aware of someone's cunning nature and possessing more experience in the martial world, discreetly transmitted a query. Disciple, how do you propose we address this matter? Well, Zhang Wu replied, it primarily hinges on your resolve, Master Uncle. My resolve? Shifumo was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Wu continued, if your determination is sufficiently profound, why not strike once more, ensuring the Pei family has one less living soul? Shifumo was left dumbfounded. Zhang Wu elucidated, this individual, despite appearing to be merely 25, possesses the ability to conceal his emotions and harbors a profound intellect. He is undoubtedly a pivotal figure among the younger generation of the Pei family. If we allow him to exit today, we shall find no peace in the days to come. It is better to eliminate the threat than to risk allowing a tiger to return to its mountain. Shifumo stared in astonishment for a brief moment before silently inquiring. Disciple, are you suggesting we engage in an all-out war with the Pei family? Zhang Wu retorted. Do you truly believe there remains a possibility for reconciliation with the Pei family? As long as that white-clad sorcerer in the palace is willing to speak, the Pei family will have no choice but to acquiesce. Shifumo held unwavering confidence in the white-clad sorcerer, knowing the true identity of the individual. Master Uncle, you are being somewhat naive. Zhang Wu shook his head. Even if the emperor and the grandmaster of the Shao clan both intervened, and the Pei family agreed to cease hostilities, do you think that would truly resolve matters? Can hatred simply be dismissed? What more could the Pei family dare to do? Shifumo scoffed, exuding an aura of dominance. Zhang Wu felt a sudden weariness. Age does not necessarily correlate with maturity of mind. The inexpensive master, evidently inexperienced in treacherous tactics and untouched by substantial misfortune, appeared oblivious to the ease with which one might orchestrate a downfall. It is a mere trifle for someone to employ poison, assassination, or frame another, leading to their utter disgrace. A simple dose of a drug slipped into one's meal, or the presence of a courtesan, could leave even a monk exposed and vulnerable, awakening to find themselves shamefully laid bare on the street. Without the need for murder, one's own shame would suffice to bring about their demise. To kill is but a crude method, The true art lies in striking at the heart. Regaining his composure, Zhang Wu, noticing Sir Fumo's indifference to his lethal proposition, could only sigh. The breadth of experience and knowledge varies immensely among individuals, and one cannot impose their understanding upon another. Sir Fumo then remarked, "Out of compassion for your filial piety, I will permit you to take the body away. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your kindness." Pei Sun bowed deeply. Gesturing toward the guards outside to retrieve the body, he courteously clasped his fist and said, "I apologize for interrupting your meal, and I shall take my leave." "Wait." Zhang Wu suddenly raised a hand and inquired, "Your demeanor and eloquence suggest that you are no ordinary individual. May I ask your esteemed name?" Pei Sun felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively considered using a false name. However, recalling his reputation, he realized that inquiries would be inevitable, and thus he responded truthfully, "I am Pei Sun." "Ah, so you are the son of Lord Pei. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Zhang Wu continued, "Lord Pei, Pei Tianzhong, served as the Minister of War in the 36th year of the Longqing era, concurrently holding the position of a cabinet scholar. He later ascended to the role of assistant minister, but resigned after merely 3 years due to political strife, returning to his homeland. Subsequently, when the barbarian tribes invaded, the Pei family was among the few prominent clans to escape the massacre. Zhang Wu, with an expression of admiration, remarked, "The Pei family has long upheld the virtues of scholarship, enlightening countless souls. It is indeed disrespectful of us to have acted impulsively. Upon reflection, it seems that Lord Pei merely jested with a respectable woman. His transgression hardly warrants death. The blame for his unintended demise lies with us." After a brief pause, Zhang Wu earnestly clasped his fists and declared, "We are willing to surrender ourselves, to offer an explanation to Pei Yuan. A life taken must be atoned for. We implore you, young Master Pei, to bind us and exact your retribution." Pei Sun was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Could it be that the influence of the Pei family had reached a point where merely invoking their name would compel formidable warriors of the martial world to willingly lay down their lives? Pei Sun did not share this sentiment, nor would he have the audacity to believe that the ordinary soldiers outside could challenge a master of unparalleled caliber. Though he could not fathom Zhang Wu's intentions, he sensed a cunning ploy at play. He replied, "Senior, you are overly concerned. The resolution of right and wrong necessitates an investigation by the authorities. Until a conclusion is reached, one cannot assume guilt without evidence. How could I possibly impose personal punishment upon you both? We genuinely wish to offer our apologies to Lord Pei." Zhang Wu insisted, his gaze bearing an unusual intensity. Yet, Pei Sun merely shook his head, resolute in his stance. Observing that his adversary showed no inclination to act, Zhang Wu reluctantly withdrew his energy. He then raised his cup, saying, "Since young Master Pei bears no grudge against us, let us share a smile and dissolve our enmity. This drink I dedicate to you, young Master Pei." With utmost sincerity, Zhang Wu elevated his cup in a gesture of respect. Pei Sun, taking a step back, reciprocated with equal sincerity and clasped his fists, stating, "Senior, I deeply apologize. My father has often said that wine is akin to a knife that cuts to the bone, and he has imposed strict regulations upon me, forbidding the consumption of alcohol." "Oh?" Zhang Wu feigned surprise and remarked, "We are but simple folk, lacking the understanding of profound principles. We only know that, according to the rules of the martial world, to refuse a toast is to show disdain for one another." This was a classic case of a scholar encountering a soldier, and Pei Sun had an inkling that this challenge would not be easily surmounted. Even Sir Fumo, though not the sharpest, recognized Zhang Wu's intentions to provoke violence. He promptly interjected, "Ba, since you, Master Pei, have addressed us as seniors, it would be unbecoming for you, as a younger generation, to decline a toast from your elders." Despite Pei Sun's usually astute mind, he could not help but grimace at this predicament. To refuse would be to disrespect, while accepting might lead to a poisoned cup either way. Death seemed inevitable. Observing Pei's hesitation to accept the cup, Zhang Wu's voice turned cold. "It appears that young Master Pei truly looks down upon us. Though we may be brash men of the martial world, we still value our dignity. If you refuse the toast, then you shall be compelled to drink the penalty wine." Before Zhang Wu could finish, the menacing aura provoked Pei Sun to swiftly seize the cup and down its contents in one gulp. "Seniors, is this sufficient?" he declared, turning the cup upside down, not a single drop spilling. His face turned ashen as he swept away in indignation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Ma Lu, donned in a flying fish uniform, entered, flanked by numerous guards from the town guard division, effectively cornering Pei Sun. "What is happening here?" Ma Lu's presence was commanding, his aura fierce as he surveyed the room. Pei Sun's heart chilled at the sight, and he hastily bowed, "I pay my respects to Captain Ma." Ma Lu scrutinized him from head to toe, then turned to Zhang Wu, casting a questioning glance. Uncle Lu, Master Pei has shown great respect by drinking the wine I offered him. Please allow him to leave. In an instant, Ma Lu understood, waving his hand to clear a path for the warriors behind him, and warned Pei's son, your second uncle supplied substandard weapons to the Wuqing military command, and your Pei family provided inferior cotton clothing to the border troops last winter, resulting in the deaths of over 500 soldiers from the cold. Moreover, you have colluded secretly with the barbarian tribes, engaging in smuggling and arms trading, and even your shadow guards have had considerable dealings with your family. Return and inform your father to tread carefully. In that moment, Pei Sun felt drenched in cold sweat. Though he was cunning and strategic, the identity of his adversary mattered greatly. To provoke Ma Lu meant that every day, the emperor would be informed of your family's disgraceful deeds, far more terrifying than the whispers of the palace concubines. No matter how formidable your family may be, it could not withstand the unchecked power of the emperor without the restraint of the cabinet. Pei Sun dared not utter a word, merely clasping his fists in a bow before departing in silence. That will be all. You may disperse. Uncle Lu gestured, then produced a silver note of 1,000 taels. Turning to address the gathered officials, brothers, go buy some wine and enjoy yourselves tonight. The bill is on me. Thank you, my lord. Cheered the cohort of captains and warriors, their faces alight with joy. Ma Lu sighed, realizing that indeed, wealth is the most effective means of winning hearts. His position did not allow for greed, and he was fortunate to have his son's silver note to aid him. Before long, Hu Bao returned. Though the white-robed alchemist did not accompany him, Master, I entered the Ganwan Palace and, from behind the curtain, witnessed a white-robed alchemist refining elixirs. I relayed the situation to him, and he assured me that he would communicate with the Pei family. After a brief pause, Hu Bao remarked, however, he advises you to exercise caution when venturing outside. The human heart is the most intricate of all enigmas. Furthermore, Shafumo interjected with a furrowed brow. Hu Bao's lips twitched as he continued. That white-clad sorcerer also suggested that it would be prudent for you to conceal your identity and serve as a jailer in the celestial prison for a few years. This would sharpen your mental acuity and allow you to engage with the prisoners, thus enriching your experiences, lest the Shaolin Temple falls into disrepair under your stewardship. Shafumo's complexion paled, for he could not fail to perceive the implication that he was being likened to a fool. Chapter 102. Insidious Ancestry, the Celestial Prison? Shafumo's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white, while Zhang Wu's face grew tense. Why did this white-clad sorcerer think of the celestial prison rather than the magistrate's office? Becoming a constable, adjudicating cases governed by wealth and power, where the innocent are often condemned and the guilty exonerated, would indeed hone one's intellect. Could it be that the sorcerer was intentionally sending a veiled warning? What was the true identity of this white-clad sorcerer? Zhang Wu pondered anxiously, feeling a twinge of unease. He exchanged a glance with his uncle Lu, who appeared equally troubled. Ma Lu furrowed his brow and asked directly, Brother Fumo, I am well acquainted with the circumstances within the palace. Yet I have never heard of the white-clad sorcerer from the Ganquan Palace. What is his background? That is difficult to say, Sha Fumo replied, shaking his head. I advise you not to inquire further. Knowing too much can be detrimental. As a minister, your loyalty should lie with the emperor. Loyalty to the emperor? Both Zhang Wu and Ma Lu discerned the underlying implications. In other words, the awareness of this individual could incite Ma Lu's disloyalty towards the emperor. To rephrase, the will of this white-clad sorcerer holds a parallel power to imperial authority, leaving Ma Lu in a state of confusion regarding whom to pledge his allegiance to. Upon this realization, both the uncle and nephew felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Had Emperor Longqing not perished? Or was it the case that the crown prince had succumbed to illness in the past? Was there a hidden agenda at play? Zhang Wu had heard Xiao Jing Ao's assessment of the grand prince. The one most adept at masquerading as a fool while cunningly devouring the unsuspecting was none other than his elder brother. You two should cease your wild speculations. Sure Fumo, unaware that Zhang Wu had already pieced together much of the puzzle, urged. When you reach that level, all your uncertainties will be illuminated. Pondering excessively now serves no purpose. After a brief pause, Sure Fumo self-deprecatingly remarked, You see, I have not attained that level, hence I cannot summon him. He does not even deign to appear, and I have endured a reprimand for it. May Amida Buddha have mercy on his grandmother. Sure Fumo murmured in a low voice, mistakenly believing that others could not overhear him, yet leaving Zhang Wu and his companions with expressions of disbelief, their impression of this esteemed monk shattered. In the Pei residence. Upon returning home, Pei Sun promptly gathered his guests and summoned medical experts to examine his health. He outwardly appeared unfazed by the prospect of life or death. Yet inwardly he was consumed by anxiety, fearing he might collapse at any moment. Brother Tang, what is the diagnosis? From what I can observe in your pulse, aside from your mental turmoil, there appears to be nothing amiss, Tang Zhan replied after taking Pei Sun's pulse. Please lie down so that I may conduct a thorough examination. Very well, Pei Sun promptly acquiesced, reclining upon the couch. Having meticulously examined him from head to toe, palpating every acupoint on his back and scrutinizing his skeletal structure for any anomalies, Tang Zhan found nothing amiss. He then instructed him to turn over and began the examination of his front. The moment he pressed upon the Tanzhong acupoint on his chest, a harrowing shriek, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the room. Unfazed, Tang Zhan withdrew his hand and declared, Brother Pei, you have undoubtedly fallen victim to the concealed force of a martial arts expert. The assailant transmitted their energy into your heart via the wine glass. Though outwardly appearing unscathed, within 3 months, your heart will inevitably succumb to failure. After a pause, Tang Zhan surmised, should the adversary possess sufficient potency, they could intuitively master the technique of the heart-shattering palm, even without prior training. Within a mere 2 to 3 hours, the force will detonate, and you shall meet a sudden demise this very night. Brother Tang, I implore you, save me. Pei Sun could no longer maintain his composure. Clutching his chest, he scrambled to his feet, utterly panic-stricken. Tang Zhan furrowed his brow and inquired, do you have any knowledge of the assailant's caliber? An obscure, reclusive figure. Likely a peak-level first-rate expert, or perhaps even beyond first-rate. Then prepare for your funeral, Tang Zhan retorted, turning to leave with resolute finality. However, his inherent compassion as a physician, coupled with his professional ethics, compelled him to turn back and advise, if you wish to survive, hasten to summon your family's martial arts experts and devise a strategy to jointly dissipate the force within your body. Delay will assuredly lead to your demise. Guards! A piercing cry resounded throughout the Pei mansion, prompting the retainers waiting outside to surge into the room. A single glance revealed that several individuals in the front ranks were renowned first-rate experts in the martial world, numbering as many as 5. A testament to the profound resources of a noble family. 5 individuals encircled Pei Sun, sitting cross-legged as they channeled their internal energy into his body, striving to invigorate his circulation and dispel the concealed force threatening his heart. Regrettably, after an exhaustive hour, the 5 esteemed masters were drenched in sweat and their breaths became labored, yet the force remained as tenacious as a parasite, refusing to dissipate. This revelation instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Collectively, their internal energies should have been sufficient to overpower even the apex of martial arts. Yet they could not dislodge even a fragment of the opponent's might. The 5 found it difficult to fathom the extent of his strength. Young master, it would be prudent to concede. A humble apology may afford you a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, only a master of unparalleled caliber may be capable of rescuing you. Apologize to them. Pei Sun retorted coldly, what have I done wrong? The master who spoke was rendered speechless by his response. Pei Sun, maintaining his icy demeanor, gestured dismissively, you may leave. I have my own methods. Exchanging glances, the 5, recognizing his resolute stance, reluctantly withdrew from the chamber. The room fell into a profound silence. After a brief interlude, Pei Sun, growing impatient, called out, Elder, will you not reveal yourself? If I perish, I fear you will find it difficult to explain to Lu Taibao. From the shadows emerged a lean, aged man bearing a black sword, his voice bearing the weight of time. This capital city is indeed a cradle of hidden talents. The inheritor of the indestructible divine skill from the celestial prison, who felled the formidable Jean Day with a single strike. Now we witness the emergence of an individual with astonishing internal strength. Could it be that the long-anticipated era of martial excellence, occurring once in a millennium, is truly upon us? Pei Sun, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, promptly retrieved a stack of banknotes from his pocket and declared, Sword Master, I shall not allow your assistance to go unrewarded. Henceforth, my Pei Manor shall serve as your sanctuary, and please accept this sum of 100,000 taels. Seeing Pei Sun's generosity, the elder smiled and graciously accepted. With a flick of his hand, the sword master summoned the banknotes through the air, then gracefully landed upon the couch, positioning himself in a meditative posture behind Pei Sun to channel his energy and begin dispelling the lingering dark force. Even the most formidable of energies pales in comparison to the full might of a top-tier expert. Before long, Pei Sun felt a profound relaxation wash over him. The shadows of anxiety dissipating, he pressed his chest firmly, discovering that the pain had vanished. Thank you, esteemed elder. I advise you to refrain from provoking others in the future, the sword master replied, his complexion slightly pale as he spoke with gravity. The individual who left residual dark energy within you harbors no intent to kill. Rather, they sought to gauge the depth of your Pei family's influence. Were it not for their restraint, with their mastery over energy, they could have determined your demise with chilling precision, ensuring you would perish before dawn, leaving no chance of survival until the early hours. A chill of horror gripped Pei Sun's heart, compelling him to suppress thoughts of vengeance deep within. Anxiously, he inquired, "I should be fine now, correct? You are unscathed. Focus on nourishing your body with ample sustenance." The sword master advised before closing his eyes to meditate and replenish his depleted vitality. Relieved, Pei Sun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he returned to his chamber, collapsing onto his bed and succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Wu, known for his penchant for caution, always ensured that if 10 layers of protection could be secured, he would never settle for merely one. A few days later, young Master Pei found himself overwhelmed by an unbearable heat, engaging with numerous women until he was utterly exhausted, his legs trembling from fatigue. The cup of wine not only delivered a surreptitious potency, but also contained a poison secretly administered by Zhang Wu. However, it did not jeopardize Pei Sun's life. Rather, it compelled him to indulge in such excesses every other day. To commit murder on the spot, or to allow others to perceive your lethal intentions, would only exacerbate conflicts, forging a blood feud with the Pei family and inciting a war against him. If one were to kill, it would be prudent to wait several months until the matter faded from memory before taking action. Pei Sun harbored numerous schemes and had clandestinely orchestrated the demise of many individuals. Yet, employing underhanded tactics and various means of assassination, Zhang Wu was his forebear. In a courtyard in the southern city, Zhang Wu meticulously practiced the movements of the subduing demon golden body technique. This martial art bore similarities to the indestructible diamond technique. There were no heart methods or secrets. It was solely through a series of 12 postures that one could guide and fortify their internal energy until mastery was achieved. The distinction lay in the fact that the indestructible diamond technique was comparatively gentle, cultivating a long-lasting internal force that nourished the physical body and strengthened bones and vital energy. In contrast, the internal energy of the subduing demon golden body was far more fierce and domineering. Its internal force blazed like a raging fire, striking like a thunderbolt, possessing the might to vanquish demons and subdue malevolent spirits. Just the aura it exuded could paralyze the hearts of second-rate masters, rendering them immobile, a truly terrifying prospect. The medicinal substances required for training were derived from the secret formulas of Shaolin's muscle-changing classic and the bone-washing classic. While the indestructible diamond technique could be practiced without the bone-washing classic secrets, the subduing demon golden body was rendered ineffective without the muscle-changing classic's guidance. Due to its excessively domineering nature, the human body is fragile and must be supported by medicinal aid. This particular secret formula requires 3 types of millennium elixirs. Yet the issue is not insurmountable. Uncle Liu, no longer the man he once was, can straightforwardly present a memorial to the emperor, asserting that these herbs are essential for cultivation. Emperor Jinghao would undoubtedly acquiesce, granting his approval without hesitation. The Jinfu division serves as a formidable weapon in his hands. And the greater the strength, the sharper the blade. Boiling a vat of water, various herbs are added in precise measures. Zhang Wu seized a newly caught mouse, tossed it into the vat, and after witnessing it drink a couple of gulps without adverse effects, he, under the watchful gaze of Master Shi Fumo, stripped off his garments and leaped into the boiling concoction. Master Shi could not help but comment, "You, my friend, are exceedingly cunning. It is through meticulous caution that one survives long." Zhang Wu stood firm in his rationale, while Shi Fumo's expression darkened. "Is there truly anyone in this world whom you can trust?" "Certainly," Zhang Wu replied. "I trust myself." Shi Fumo, rendered speechless, remarked, "It is truly a challenge to befriend you. There is no trust whatsoever." Others have uttered similar sentiments, lamenting the difficulty of forging a genuine connection with me. Reflecting on Xiao Jingyao, Zhang Wu sighed inwardly. The dungeon ought to have been devoid of a third prince, while the borders should have boasted a youthful grandmaster. Alas, fate often defies human intention. Life, it seems, is fraught with discontent for the majority, with few escaping the commonplace struggles. Additionally, there was the beggar leader Wang Ligan, who met his demise to repay a debt of gratitude, a loss that left Zhang Wu with a heavy heart, with nothing pressing to occupy his time. Shi Fumo picked up a medical tome, only to discover it was inscribed with Zhang Wu's handwriting, which made his scalp tingle with unease. The realms of medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Those who reach a superlative level in cultivation invariably become adept in the healing arts. The monk Shi Fumo inquired. In these past 3 months, rumors have circulated that Pei Sun has taken several concubines in quick succession, indulging excessively and deteriorating in health. This cannot possibly be your doing, can it? Master, what are you insinuating? His inability to control himself is of no concern to me, Zhang Wu retorted, scoffing. Are you suggesting that I compelled him to take concubines? You scoundrel. Shifumo seethed, gritting his teeth. The evidence lies within your handwriting. Yet you refuse to acknowledge it? By employing your methods, one could concoct a substance that disrupts bodily functions, leading to inexplicable bouts of fervor, compelling one to seek a frenzied release. Humans are not made of iron, especially men. If their vitality cannot be restored and they indulge for too long, their health will inevitably decline, their immunity weakened, and they will suffer from various ailments. This manner of demise is more lethal than concealed malice. Months later, when Pei Sun perished, no one would suspect Zhang Wu. Shifumo, feeling a lingering dread, remarked, according to your written accounts, this poison has no antidote. I must keep my distance from you lest you strike with treachery one day. How could I ever harm you, being my master? Zhang Wu replied, reclining in the basin. This poison was once incurable, but now there exists a remedy. And what is the cure? Infusing this secret technique of muscle transformation should suffice. I remain skeptical, Shifumo countered, shaking his head. Unless you provide me with some of this poison. What need does a monk have for poison if he does not walk the righteous path? Zhang Wu found himself utterly speechless. Indeed, individuals profoundly influence one another, after spending 3 months in each other's company. This rather dubious master had begun to tread a darker path. Shifumo proclaimed, I intend to become a prison guard in the celestial dungeon. I have heard the place is shrouded in darkness. To establish myself, I must acquire certain means, correct? You wish to become a guard? Zhang Wu chuckled. I doubt you can endure even 3 months. Your conscience will surely torment you, compelling you to leave in disgrace. You underestimate your master far too much, Shifumo retorted, standing tall with his arms crossed. Not only will I be a guard, but I shall also ascend to the position of chief warden, overseeing the prison. Climbing high, I presume, to conveniently gather wealth for the Buddha? Zhang Wu interjected. Shifumo's face flushed, and with hands clasped in repentance, he declared, Alas, my transgressions. A monk should not speak of wealth, but of fate. Both Zhang Wu and Shifumo spoke in unison. Chapter 103. The Turbulent Times in the Second Year of Jinghao. As autumn waned into winter, Grand Protector Lu Qing completely reclaimed the 9 southern prefectures and covertly seized control of 6 more, thereby establishing dominion over 15 prefectures in the south. Emperor Jinghao issued 8 imperial edicts demanding Lu Taibao return to the capital to report on his duties. However, Lu Qing disregarded the summons, treating the edicts as mere trifles. He actively strengthened his military presence, fortifying the borders adjacent to the court, referring to them as the frontier. The news spread, causing a global uproar. Lu Qing's rebellious intentions were evident to all. Under the counsel of his ministers, Emperor Jinghao employed both diplomacy and force, sending envoys thrice to persuade Lu Qing to reconsider his misguided path, offering ample benevolence. In turn, Lu Taibao also reciprocated with assurances of loyalty, vowing not to rebel or claim kingship, pledging that he and his descendants would forever remain loyal subjects of the Great Kuan. It was said that the construction of walls was merely a measure to fend off foreign invaders, preventing the interior from suffering from their assaults, as their long-distance assaults were exceedingly difficult to guard against. Only by erecting towering walls could the external foes be kept at bay from the 9 prefectures, thus sparing His Majesty from disturbance. In a fleeting moment, 2 contrasting voices emerged among the populace. One faction accused Lu Qing of treasonous rebellion, while the other praised Lu Taibao as a loyal minister devoted to safeguarding the realm, willing to endure misunderstanding from the court for the sake of fortifying the walls, allowing the 9 prefectures to bear the brunt of the foreign soldiers' onslaught, sacrificing the minor for the greater good, a true embodiment of great benevolence and righteousness. The common people, swayed by rumors and lacking the ability to discern truth from falsehood, found Lu Qing's previously established patriotic persona to be influential, with the majority leaning towards the latter viewpoint. In this battle of public opinion, the shadowy guardians held a slight advantage. Should the court wish to engage in warfare, it must first unify the thoughts of the masses. Otherwise, with a disunited populace, the campaign against loyal subjects might falter before it even commenced. Jinfu Shirsi Commander Sun Dihai faced reprimand from Emperor Jinghao for his poor command. In truth, it was Ma Lu, who was responsible for intelligence, that failed in the battle of public sentiment and should rightly bear the blame. Yet, instead of facing punishment, Uncle Lu was unexpectedly promoted to the newly created position of deputy commander, specifically established for him. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Wu's impression of Emperor Jinghao began to shift. Having witnessed the events surrounding Xiao Jingao, he had perceived the second prince as an exceedingly selfish and ruthless individual, capable of turning against even his own brothers, devoid of magnanimity. Now, with Uncle Lu's blunder causing a delay in a matter of national importance, yet leading to his elevation rather than a fall, the emperor's adeptness in managing people was undeniable. How could Uncle Lu not remain loyal and serve the throne? A scholar is willing to die for one who understands him. The emperor's capacity for forgiveness is the most formidable weapon of all. If sixth uncle had harbored any treachery before now, even with the resurrection of Emperor Longqing wishing to take charge, he would likely align himself with Emperor Jinghao. However, despite the polarization of public opinion, the wheels of the court cannot be halted. The will of the elite shall not be swayed by the common folk. As long as they perceive Lu Qing as a potential rebel, they will make the necessary arrangements. Emperor Jinghao first decreed the dismissal of Lu Qing from his position of Grand Guardian, branding him a treacherous minister. Subsequently, troops were mobilized, and imperial edicts were issued in succession, activating the machinery of the empire, casting a shadow of war over the once stable Daku kingdom that had enjoyed 12 years of peace. Whether war would indeed break out remained uncertain, but the appearance of readiness for conflict was imperative. Otherwise, should Lu Qing disregard the decree and the court remain unresponsive, what would become of the emperor's authority? Consequently, a palpable tension enveloped both the court and the populace. Even Zhang Wu, residing in a secluded alley in the southern part of the city, could sense the ominous air of military preparedness. What a stroke of misfortune, nearly caught. Hu Bao strode into the courtyard, taking a hearty bite of a meat pie, tearing into it with fervor. What is the matter? Zhang Wu inquired as he emerged from his dwelling, a small jar in hand, engaged in the concoction of a new poison. Hu Bao, his face etched with despair, replied, "The officials from Shuntian Prefecture have brought a considerable force, scouring the streets for able-bodied men, searching door to door for those evading labor duties. Were it not for my swift escape over the wall, I might have been cornered in the courtyard." With a sigh, Hu Bao lamented. To resist is to incur the death penalty for killing an official. To refrain from resistance is to be conscripted to the front lines, tasked with transporting supplies, which is equally a path fraught with peril. Before the army's march, provisions must be secured. When the court mobilizes troops, the common folk are often conscripted in droves. 100,000 soldiers may be deployed, but they are frequently accompanied by 1,000,000 laborers, tasked with ensuring the logistics of the grand force. During Emperor Wu of Han's northern campaigns against the Xiongnu, although the armies numbered merely in the hundreds of thousands over decades of conflict, by the end, the population of the Han had dwindled by half, with the majority of casualties being those conscripted laborers. Many sought to evade service by fleeing their homes, becoming displaced wanderers. These wanderers either turned to banditry, terrorizing the populace, or revolted against the authorities. In essence, war breeds turmoil, and it is the common people who ultimately suffer. The idle drifters of the rivers and lakes naturally became prime targets for conscription. Their labor records were meticulously scrutinized, ensuring that every detail was accounted for. Most of these roving heroes preferred to gamble their lives on the edge of a blade rather than return to the plow. Many sought to escape forced labor, unwilling to endure exploitation by the government. If one can find sustenance and a means to survive, who would choose to risk their life amidst gang conflicts? In a time when martial prowess flourishes and the populace reveres strength, the prevalence of non-productive wanderers reflects the dire state of the nation. Of course, these martial champions did not appear overnight. They require a growth period, often no less than 15 years. The current flourishing of martial arts indicates that 15 years prior, the dynasty was in turmoil, and the Great Koan was nearing its end, forcing a generation into the tumultuous world of the rivers and lakes, thus giving rise to today's martial renaissance. While Emperor Longqing invited foreign tribes to invade, bringing bloodshed across the land and prolonging the fate of the Great Koan dynasty, it merely addressed the symptoms without remedying the root causes. Without reforming the system and the court's laws, following the old path, it will not take many years before the Great Koan faces its inevitable downfall. Should an emperor arise who enforces harsh policies and engages in reckless warfare, a new dynasty will undoubtedly emerge within 20 years to supplant it. Observing Zhang Wu lost in thought, Hu Bao urged, "Ninth uncle, you must quickly devise a means to evade capture. The officials are close to searching this alley. Do you intend to enlist?" "Enlistment is out of the question. It is utterly impossible for me in this lifetime." Zhang Wu resolutely shook his head. Having traversed into this era, only to be oppressed by the rulers, what would be the point of such an existence? Even if one refuses to serve, the court will certainly apprehend an innocent soul to bear the consequences in one's stead. Such is the cruelty of the world, the survival of the fittest, where the strong thrive and the weak perish, devoid of any rationale. Compassion has no place in ancient times, as oppression pervades from top to bottom. One must either ascend or await their own demise. If one shows weakness, they might as well fulfill their own service obligation and then take on another's. Earning gratitude from others while watching oneself be ground down to dust, relieved that it is not they who suffer. Ninth uncle. If you refuse to serve, yet do not hide. Hu Tu Bao scoffed. Are you planning to resort to bribery? Wealthy families are exempt from labor, paying silver to offset their obligations. However, such actions are greatly scorned in the martial world, perceived as a capitulation to governmental oppression. Should this be known, one's reputation would suffer immensely. While Hu Tu Bao was not particularly short on funds, he would rather flee and hide than pay to escape service. Chapter 104. The Blade King's Thunder. Resorting to bribery is not an option either. Zhang Wu shook his head and remarked, they will not enter my courtyard. They are certain to bypass it and proceed to the next establishment. Hu Tu Bao was taken aback. Could it be, Uncle Gio, that you are prepared to take action? Or perhaps, you have joined the town suppression division and acquired an official status. The true identity of a certain individual was that of a prison guard. Known only to Ma Lu and Shifu Imo, Hu Tu Bao was merely aware that this Uncle Gio had a connection with Zhang Wu, the inheritor of his own father's legacy. Beyond that, he understood that Lao Jio shared a close relationship with the influential figure Ma Lu from the town suppression division, making the acquisition of an official title not particularly challenging. Naturally, Zhang Wu would not reveal his identity by displaying the official seal of honor, primarily. He did not have it on his person. Instead, he returned to the house to retrieve a piece of black talisman paper, dabbing his fingertip with saliva from his tongue. He scribbled aimlessly, adopting an air of profundity as he stated, simply affix this talisman to the door beam and leave the courtyard gate wide open. They will see it and surely depart. Hu Tu Bao, his face a canvas of confusion, took the black paper and examined it closely. It was nothing more than a piece of paper stained with black ink, devoid of any inscription. Uncle Gio, your background has always been shrouded in mystery. Do not tell me you possess the skills of an immortal, or even the arts of demons. I have not practiced the arts of immortals or demons, Zhang Wu replied. But I am somewhat versed in the craft of illusion. He gestured towards the courtyard gate, and with a heart full of skepticism, Hu Tu Bao affixed the talisman to the center of the door beam. Just as he completed this task, the officials and several dozen guards arrived in the alley. Hu Tu Bao hastily climbed onto the roof, hiding behind the eaves to observe the situation in the street, while Zhang Wu returned indoors, confident in the efficacy of the black talisman. Next door resided a widow, her husband having perished in a gang-related vendetta. The officials did not inquire further and proceeded to the next house. However, the leading constable suddenly shivered, gazing at the wide-open courtyard gate, feeling an overwhelming chill that permeated his entire being. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. Not only the leading constable, but the others standing at the entrance of the courtyard also experienced a wave of nausea, as if they were being scrutinized by something unclean. Although the gate was ajar, to the onlookers, it resembled the gaping maw of a hellish beast, instilling a deep sense of dread. Let us depart swiftly. The ancients held superstitions. Anything pertaining to spirits and the supernatural was to be approached with utmost caution. As the constables fled as though pursued by malevolent spirits, Hu Tu Bao stood in astonishment, rubbing his eyes vigorously until he was certain he was not mistaken. He refrained from inquiring with Zhang Wu and instead left the courtyard, making his way to the street. Approaching the courtyard entrance from a distance, despite having mentally prepared himself, he felt goosebumps rise all over his skin. Nevertheless, the feeling of nausea was not overwhelming. After all, he was a second-rate expert, with a vitality far superior to that of ordinary folk. Enduring the discomfort in his heart, he stepped into the courtyard, only to be engulfed by a torrent of chilling energy that threatened to freeze his very blood. It was only upon returning to the house, at the very moment he crossed the threshold, that he felt as if the clouds had parted, dispelling the oppressive aura. Sorcery. It was undoubtedly sorcery. Hu Tu Bao's perception of a certain individual had shifted profoundly, akin to witnessing a deity. Zhang Wu turned and inquired, have they departed? Yes. They fled as if they sprouted 8 legs, terrified of lagging behind. Tear down that black talisman. Upon receiving Zhang Wu's command, Hu Tu Bao complied, removing the talisman from the door beam, and upon returning to the room, he grinned and playfully asked, Father, might you teach me this skill? I do not possess a son of your stature, and moreover, you shall never master this art. Zhang Wu shook his head in refusal. Hu Tu Bao silently muttered to himself, branding him a miser, and inquired, Uncle Gio, how did you accomplish this? Surely, you can explain it verbally? Indeed. While this matter appears extraordinary, it is, in essence, devoid of value. It merely pertains to the application of certain principles of feng shui, Zhang Wu replied. During the summer, In many shadowy places that lack sunlight or in desolate, dark rooms, one may feel an eerie chill upon entering, mistaking it for a ghostly encounter. In reality, it is simply the oppressive presence of negative energy due to poor feng shui. This talisman merely rectified the feng shui of my courtyard. Feng shui. Hu Tuo Bao pondered the term, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the towering bookshelf, which had inexplicably accumulated a multitude of esoteric texts. Zhang Wu expressed his concern. If you possess the patience, you might consider studying the way of feng shui. However, these texts are exceedingly tedious and challenging to comprehend. I doubt you possess the necessary perseverance. Then I shall refrain from pursuing it. Hu Tuo Bao decisively relinquished the notion. With this time, I would rather engage with affluent ladies. My second brother truly revels in that. Life is fleeting. One must seize the moment for joy. Zhang Wu chose not to elaborate further, yet there was an unspoken truth he refrained from voicing. Even if Hu Tuo Bao were to read these books and grasp their entirety, he would still be incapable of scaring away a multitude of people with a mere talisman. Such prowess is akin to that of a grand master, far beyond the imagination of an ordinary martial artist. This talisman encompasses knowledge from various realms, including spirit, feng shui, and formations. Attaining the status of a grand master is no simple feat. The foundation for such breakthroughs lies in profound scholarly knowledge. Ordinary warriors delve into the realm of the physical, seeking to unlock their latent potential and acquire formidable strength. In contrast, grand masters explore the domain of the spirit. Much like the practice of consuming cheap pills, which subtly exert control over those who partake, achieving such a level cannot solely rely on pharmacological means. Zhang Wu's current endeavor, concocting a poison, represents his initial foray into this intricate field. He is aware that success is unlikely, yet he possesses a heart that remains undeterred by countless failures. A fortnight ago, after his sixth uncle immersed himself in the secret of the I Ching Jing, he consumed the fifth qi pill bestowed by the emperor, catapulting him into the ranks of the elite. The notion of ascending to such heights through mere reliance on drugs is something Zhang Wu finds hard to fathom. Each time his sixth uncle garners a promotion, the court invariably rewards him with qi pills, and finding a way to rescue him has become a source of deep concern for Zhang Wu. Given his sixth uncle's rapid ascent, it is only a matter of years before he becomes a commanding officer. While other ministers may still harbor hopes of retiring peacefully, the fate of a commanding officer is sealed in death. Zhang Wu has already tasted the bitter fruits of experience with Xiao Jing Ao, who, despite all schemes, stubbornly refused to leave the heavenly prison, opting instead to consume poison as a testament to his loyalty. If his sixth uncle continues to ingest these qi pills without a means of liberation, he is destined to become the next Xiao Jing Ao. Lost in thought, Zhang Wu engaged in casual conversation with Hu Tuo. I ventured out this morning to purchase pancakes and heard of your recent elevation to the position of deputy leader. Indeed, Hu Tuo replied, brimming with pride. We are no longer merely Bao, but rather Master Bao. The leader has entrusted me with significant responsibilities, placing the management of the gang into my capable hands. You are but 16. Climbing too high too quickly may not bode well, Zhang Wu cautioned. To which Hu Tuo merely scoffed. The leader has placed great importance on me, promoting me to the position of deputy leader without prior consultation. What can I do? Am I to publicly refuse him? Zhang Wu was rendered speechless. In the world of martial arts, one often finds themselves at the mercy of circumstances. When someone recognizes your worth, it is prudent to adapt to the situation, for aspiring to ascend the ranks is inevitable. Hu Tuo lamented. I owe a debt of gratitude to you, Uncle Gio, had it not been for the commotion you and Master Fu Mo caused at the Iron Pillar Tavern. Uncle Ma would not have intervened, thereby silencing the Pei family and allowing others to learn of my connection with you. Otherwise, this position of deputy leader might not have been bestowed upon me. Zhang Wu cast a sidelong glance at him and advised, you ought to focus on your cultivation. You are not even a top-tier expert. How can you suppress your subordinates? Alas, the affairs of the gang weigh heavily upon me, leaving little room for cultivation. Hu Tuo complained. I cannot fathom the leader's intentions. He promotes me to deputy leader, and then vanishes the very next day. It has been over 2 months since he disappeared, and he has yet to make an appearance. Over 2 months? Zhang Wu inquired, puzzled. Isn't that precisely when you seized control of the Great River Gang's territory? With such a significant expansion of power, he should be consolidating the gang rather than disappearing without a trace. I cannot say for certain. Hu Tuo scratched his head and replied. It is rather peculiar. Shortly after he left, people on the streets began inquiring about him. Just last night, someone leveraged connections to reach me, offering 1,000 taels of silver for information about our leader. Oh? Zhang Wu's interest was piqued in an instant. He set aside his work and inquired. 10,000 taels of silver is indeed a substantial sum. Should it not suffice as a price for your betrayal? Certainly not, replied a Biao, though I am a scoundrel. I possess my principles. Hutu Biao lamented, Uncle Nine, you are unaware. This 10,000 taels merely compensates for answering a single question. They hold 200,000 taels in banknotes to threaten me. I have truly lost my senses. I would forsake wealth for loyalty, yet, damn it. I am undeniably a scoundrel, and it is only natural to betray my comrades. Why did I suddenly lose my wits yesterday? Unable to contain his frustration, Hutu Biao's face contorted in agony. Zhang Wu, astonished, was inundated with thoughts and asked, what questions did they pose? Hutu Biao, puffing out his chest, replied. The first question was whether I knew Lei Tian Dao, to which I resolutely answered in the negative. Before Zhang Wu could inquire further, Hutu Biao continued. Upon hearing that question, I realized they suspected the heroic Lei de Xia, who annihilated the Dehi gang, was connected to our leader. I surmised their identities were likely the shadow guards wanted by the town protector's office. How could I dare accept their silver? Zhang Wu, with an expression of intrigue, asked. So, is your leader indeed Lei Tian Dao? Hutu Biao shook his head, bewildered, and replied, I am uncertain, primarily. I have never encountered the esteemed Lei de Xia in person. However what? Zhang Wu inquired, raising an eyebrow. However, the weapon wielded by our leader bears a resemblance to the 9-ring broadsword used by Lei de Xia. Hutuba pondered, stroking his chin. In these past 2 years, our leader has wielded a heavy iron sword, but only one side of the blade is sharpened, while the spine is adorned with 9 golden rings that clank when he moves. His technique resembles not that of a sword, but rather large, sweeping motions, predominantly cleaving strikes, exhibiting tremendous power, akin to wielding a knife as a sword. As he spoke, Hutuba found himself increasingly perplexed. The more he reflected, the more he realized the numerous enigmas surrounding their leader. Over the past 2 years of acquaintance, he often sensed something peculiar about his leader's demeanor. The muscles of his face appeared rigid, as if coated with a layer of putty. Moreover, like Uncle Gio, the origins of their leader remained shrouded in mystery. He had seemingly emerged from the streets without a trace of his past, his ancestry unknown to anyone. Before Hutuba could finish, Zhang Wu was already 90% certain that Wang Hanhai was indeed the legendary Lei Tian Dao. Jin Dai, operating under the cover of darkness, was not to be underestimated either. Hutuba gasped in astonishment. Could it be that our leader is truly the great hero Lei? It is quite possible. Zhang Wu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Hutuba was inexplicably elated. By heavens, I have indeed chosen the right person to follow. Our esteemed leader's involvement in the gang is merely a guise to conceal his identity. In truth, he is a paragon of righteousness. Recently, tales of the great hero Lei robbing the rich to aid the poor, renowned for his unparalleled loyalty and bravery, have circulated widely. Could it be that he is indeed responsible for these deeds? Zhang Wu's face twitched in agitation. Nonsense. Those heroic feats are the result of my grandfather's endeavors. As for the legends surrounding the Thunderblade across various regions, they are indeed the result of Han Shan's efforts to repay a debt of gratitude. The influence of noble families often relies on the number of friends they possess, while conflicts may arise due to disputes over interests. It is but a matter of dispatching a few letters to enlist the support of influential figures, thereby elevating an individual's reputation to the heights of fame. Zhang Wu inquired in a deep voice, Are you truly unaware of your leader's hiding place? What do you intend, Uncle Gio? Hutu Bao replied, feeling a surge of wariness. A leader who has bestowed kindness upon him and embodies unparalleled chivalry must be dutifully protected. Zhang Wu retorted, Your visit to me should not merely serve as a reminder to be cautious of the enforcers. You are seeking my protection as well, are you not? Caught off guard by the revelation of his thoughts, Hutu Bao felt a twinge of embarrassment. The shadow guards pay for information, adhering to a principle of civility before conflict. Should they fail to secure your cooperation, they may resort to coercive measures. You are in grave danger tonight. Uncle Gio, what business do you have with our leader? Hu Bao asked, his voice betraying uncertainty. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Wu stated, I am an old acquaintance of his. Now that he is in peril, it is only right that I extend my assistance. You know him? Hutu Bao expressed his skepticism. Zhang Wu, disinterested in further explanations, merely issued a warning. If you wish to see your leader survive the clutches of the shadow guards, it would be wise to disclose his whereabouts to me. They have already traced his location to you. How long do you believe he can remain concealed? Hutu Bao hesitated, but ultimately gritted his teeth and replied, I can agree to your protection of our leader, but you must first assist me in overcoming the threat posed by the shadow guards. I had thought you possessed a greater sense of loyalty, Zhang Wu remarked. Zhang Wu, speechless, remarked, Who sought you yesterday? Go find him again tonight. Feign reluctance to part with your silver, and simply offer him the funds. Just reveal the whereabouts of our leader, and what hope would remain for him. Hu Tuobao could not help but glare in response. Zhang Wu was already formulating a plan, and, with a hint of deception, replied, "You seem to have overlooked that your leader is an exceptional master, and I shall assist him. Provided we prepare adequately, how many shadow guards would be sufficient to eliminate?" This notion held some merit. Hu Tuobao pondered, his brow furrowed, and expressed his concern. But what if I accept the silver, divulge the information, and the shadow guards prove treacherous, turning against me to seize the silver? Would I not become a victim of injustice? You're quite astute, Zhang Wu chuckled. Your master in demon subjugation has also purchased a residence in the southern part of the city, disguising himself as a prison guard at the heavenly prison. Tonight, approach him and request his discreet protection. Hu Tuobao felt a surge of anxiety. Each of you possesses multiple identities. Truly, one is more cunning than the next. Chapter 105. The blade of heaven strikes. After bidding farewell to Hu Tuobao, Zhang Wu returned to his quarters and began to write fervently. He aimed to document the insights he had gained from practicing the Great Yu steps in a manner that was as accessible and comprehensible as possible. Meanwhile, he awaited the arrival of nightfall, having faked his death to seek refuge in the southern city. Zhang Wu harbored a crucial ulterior motive, to lurk in the shadows and devise a scheme to take revenge on Lu Qing and vent his frustrations. Years ago, a sum of 20,000 silver had been spent in vain, as Lu Qing dispatched Yang Tsang to eliminate him. Had it not been for Zhang Wu's superior skills, managing to incapacitate Yang Tsang with toxic smoke while aiding his sixth uncle, he would have long since met his demise. A gentleman avenges himself. A decade is not too long to wait, while a petty person harbors resentment until death. Zhang Wu does not consider himself a paragon of virtue. He believes in repaying grievances, wielding his blade against those who wrong him. As an ordinary man, he recognizes that forgiveness is a trait of the Buddha, while his mission is to send his adversaries to the afterlife. Naturally, Zhang Wu is not foolish enough to attempt an assassination at his enemy's stronghold. Yet he sees no hindrance in severing Lu Qing's support, ensuring that the elder Lu feels the sting of his actions. As twilight descends, Zhang Wu carefully tucks away the insights of Yu and strolls towards the opulent residences in the northern part of the city. In the dungeons, following the tragic demise of Xiao Jingao, the guards have been bloodied, replaced by a new cohort. Regardless of who assumes the role of jailer, they eventually become entangled in a singular theme, the pursuit of wealth. Shi Fumo, disguised as Zhao Kuanpeng, has been a guard for 10 days, quickly ingratiating himself with the veteran jailers thanks to his simple demeanor. As his shift nears its end, the guards gather in the torture chamber, idly conversing while awaiting the arrival of their replacements for the night. With an innocent demeanor, Shi Fumo approaches the head of the Heavy Punishment Division and quietly inquires, "Master Sun, I noticed that the majority of the inmates in the Heavy Punishment area subsist on meager rations, their bodies gaunt and emaciated. Yet the prisoners in Cell 8 receive a steady diet of white rice. What is their background?" Master Sun glances at Shi Fumo with a sidelong look, crossing his arms as he replies, "Do not ask too many questions. Even if you did, I would not know the answers. Each inmate in the Heavy Punishment area is a martial arts expert, each with their own tale. As long as they pay their dues on time, their origins matter little. Even if they are rebels, as long as they fulfill their financial obligations, we shall provide them with fine food and drink." Shi Fumo, feeling somewhat rebuffed, breaks into a foolish grin and refrains from further inquiries. He had perused the criminal's dossier, which detailed the case of a homeless vagrant who had injured someone on the streets and was subsequently apprehended and imprisoned by the constabulary. Such vagrants typically lack family, or their kin are not residing in the capital. Thus, how had he managed to pay the customary bride? It is essential to note that prior to incarceration, a prisoner must don prison garb, with their personal belongings stored away in the repository. Unless one is a person of high status with influential connections, any money concealed within their garments would undoubtedly be confiscated by the prison guards. Without funds, how could one possibly bribe the guards? Yet, the monthly bribe for the inmate in Cell 8 was consistently paid by none other than the head jailer. Sunday. Shi Fumo mused silently. This must have been a premeditated incarceration, perhaps to evade vendettas from the underworld. Prior to imprisonment, he must have arranged for Sun to provide him with care while incarcerated. With this thought, Shi Shu abandoned the notion of producing the silver in one fell swoop. Within these prison walls, no force of nature could rival the authority of the head jailer. Under Sun's protection, no one dared to lay a finger on the inmates of Cell 8. Before long, the night shift guard arrived to take over duty. As Shi Fumo stepped out of the dark prison, he spotted Hu Tuobao waiting for him. Feigning ignorance of the man, he attempted to leave, but Hu Tuobao intercepted him. a mournful expression adorning his face as he pleaded, "Master Uncle, you must help me. I am Zhao Kunping." "I know not what you refer to when you speak of Master Uncle," Shifumo replied, attempting to walk away. Hu Bao, emboldened, declared, "Continue your charade, Master Uncle. Ninth Uncle has informed me of your affairs." Shifumo, his expression darkening, turned back with irritation and inquired, "What do you want from me?" The situation unfolded as follows. Upon hearing about the matter concerning the Shadow Guard, Hu Bao, upon learning of the potential financial gain, immediately took Shifumo to a secluded alley where he exclaimed, "Amitba, may the Buddha's compassion shine upon us. We must forge a golden body. To forge a golden body requires funds, does it not?" Hu Bao's face contorted in disbelief as he retorted, "Master, if you need money, just say so plainly. Why all the cryptic talk? Would it not be better for us to be sincere?" "Ah, dear Bao, you are misjudging your master. A monk leads a life of simplicity and detachment. How could I possibly covet material wealth?" Shifumo elucidated, "This golden body is meant for the Buddha, not for my own gain. I merely seek to forge a connection with the divine on behalf of the Buddha, while simultaneously assisting you in accumulating merit and procuring invaluable resources. You ought to express your gratitude to me." Hu Bao's face twitched in exasperation. "So, you wish to extort silver from me under the guise of piety, and I am to remain silent and even be thankful? Master, spare me your pretenses. Just last night, someone handed over 200,000 taels in silver notes. If you are truly bold, once I finish answering your queries, procure a few tens of thousands first. And as for the remaining funds, you can directly seize the Shadow Guard's silver notes after my departure. Whatever you manage to take shall be yours." "How does that sound?" "That is unacceptable. The karmic connection you acquire must also contribute half for the Buddha's embellishment," Shifumo countered, engaging in a spirited negotiation. After much back and forth, the uncle and nephew ultimately conspired together to visit the Shadow Guard to sell their information. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Zhang Wu donned a tiger skin cloak and bore a hefty 9-ringed golden sword, stealthily lurking behind the walls of the dungeon under the cover of night. The news of the Shadow Guard acquiring the Thunderblade would undoubtedly provoke top-tier experts to take revenge in the prison, laying an ambush within the celestial dungeon to deliver a crushing blow. However, in truth, Hu Bao was unaware of the specifics regarding the Thunderblade. He could only recall that after his promotion by the leader Wang Hanhai, he had been discreetly instructed to visit head prisoner Sun monthly. This was to deliver funds, as well as to subtly pressure him into keeping an eye on a certain inmate, employing both kindness and intimidation to ensure Sun would not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, even Zhang Wu could not help but marvel at old Lei's exceptional talents. Using the tip of a 9-ring dagger to pry open the bluestone floor, he discovered the tunnel still existed, momentarily taken aback. It was within his expectations, yet still surprising. After more than 2 years, the newly appointed guards should have tidied up the cluttered cells behind the maximum security area, though perhaps it was due to their laziness. Zhang Wu muttered to himself, remaining cautious and refraining from recklessly entering the tunnel. Instead, he tossed a grenade-like poison vial into the tunnel, which exploded with a bang, releasing toxic smoke, before he replaced the bluestone slab to prevent the fumes from escaping. This was his latest concoction, highly toxic with corrosive properties. Even top-tier experts would suffer grievous decay upon contact. Whoever lay in ambush within the tunnel would undoubtedly meet their demise. After waiting for a while, Zhang Wu lifted the bluestone slab and retreated to a safe distance, allowing the dense, fog-like toxic smoke to disperse. He waited for nearly half an hour until the smoke had dissipated sufficiently before he ventured into the tunnel. Chapter 106. The sorcery surpasses all as night deepened. The guards would complete their brief patrols and then gather in the torture chamber to gamble, eventually tiring and falling asleep, neglecting further rounds of patrol. In the confines of the heavy security prison, cell number 8, Lei Tiandao lay soundly asleep on a low bed. After 2 months of incarceration, he enjoyed hearty meals and restful slumber, feeling remarkably at ease. However, an overwhelming presence, as potent as thunder, jolted him from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was engulfed by the silhouette of a formidable figure. As his vision cleared, he was taken aback by the sight before him, a 9-ring broadsword and a tiger-striped cloak. "You are Lei Tiandao, then who am I?" The blade pressed against his throat, and Lei Tiandao, acutely aware of the other's swiftness, could only lower his voice and tremble as he inquired, "Who are you?" Zhang Wu chuckled, teasingly responding, "Boss Wang, are you not feigning ignorance? I am Lei Tiandao." Old Lei felt a shiver run down his spine. "Predecessor, are you the one who borrowed my sword to slay Yang Tsang and frame me? That disgraced disciple of the Qingyun sect, Ma Wu?" "What Ma Wu?" Zhang Wu feigned confusion. "Is there anyone else who has impersonated you besides me? Then, who exactly are you, predecessor?" Lei Tiandao, wearied and bewildered, struggled to make sense of the situation, his thoughts in disarray. Could it be that the Lei Tiandao who eradicated the Day Gang is truly you, predecessor? Zhang Wu shook his head. What Day Gang? Why are there so many impersonators of you? Old Lei retorted. Zhang Wu continued. You need not concern yourself with who I am. Just focus on surviving. Predecessor, what is it that you truly desire? Lei Tiandao lamented, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. I have no connection with you and believe I have never wronged you. Why persist in using my identity to create chaos? Cannot you choose someone else to torment? Zhang Wu shook his head, expressing his confidence in his own intellect compared to others. With you as my shield, I feel secure. Lei Tiandao, though tempted to curse, was overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from his counterpart, inducing a sense of cardiac paralysis, indicative of an exceptional master. Zhang Wu retrieved the insights of the Dayu step from his bosom and tossed it to Lei Tiandao, gesturing towards the prison door he had effortlessly broken open. The Lu family's shadow guards have uncovered your true identity. You can no longer remain in this cell. Make haste to escape. This divine skill may aid you in attaining an extraordinary realm. Live well, do not perish. Lei Tiandao received the insights and glanced through them, astonished by the profundity of the Dayu step. Yet, instead of fleeing immediately, he inquired gravely, Esteemed senior, observe the surroundings of my cell. Do they not seem rather desolate? Zhang Wu furrowed his brow, perplexed. A cursory glance around revealed that the cells across from cell number 8 were entirely vacant, as were the neighboring cells on either side. Having been previously unaware, the alert from Lei Tiandao plunged his heart into gloom. Collecting himself, Lei Tiandao respectfully clasped his fists, asking, Esteemed senior, do you happen to know Pei Sun? Pei Sun? Zhang Wu was taken aback, a foreboding sensation rising within him. It appears you are acquainted with him. Lei Tiandao stated somberly. Then, Esteemed senior, your illustrious name must be Lao Jiao, correct? Zhang Wu maintained his composure, yet a tumult surged within him. He feigned tranquility and replied, Lao Jiao? Who are you referring to? Senior, cease your pretense. I have already discerned your true nature. It was you who annihilated the members of the Great River Gang, and it was also you who dealt with Ma Wu, Lei Tiandao asserted with unwavering conviction. Just the day before, Pei Sun visited me in prison, accompanied by 2 exceptional individuals. I had no desire to reveal my identity, but alas, I was no match for them. To preserve my life, I had no choice but to divulge everything in detail. I did not slay Yang Tsang, nor did I extinguish the Great River Gang. I am merely a peak first-rate fighter. How could I possibly defeat Jin Day with a single blow? Zhang Wu turned to leave. However, unbeknownst to him, at some point, 2 exceptional fighters had appeared on either side of the passageway. One brandished a black sword, exuding an air of arrogance, while the other bore a Fangtian painted halberd, his stature as formidable as a mountain. Lu Qing's 2 exceptional fighters, Sword Sovereign and Halberd Overlord, had effectively sealed Zhang Wu's escape route. Behind the Sword Sovereign, amidst the flickering flames, a figure in a wheelchair gradually emerged from the shadows, gaunt and emaciated, with sunken eyes resembling a wretched addict nearing the end of life. One could scarcely recognize him as Pei Sun without a keen eye. Lao Jiao, how do you find my stratagem? A voice laced with boundless resentment echoed, even in death. I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust. If one wishes to remain undetected, on how did you discover that? You know nothing of the Shadow Guard's prowess. Pei Sun let out a chilling laugh and spoke ominously. No matter how astute your mind may be, it cannot rival the collective intellect of hundreds of strategists assembled into a think tank. They will meticulously analyze Lei Tiandao's character, behavioral patterns, and preferences. By gathering and studying his life history, they can predict the choices he will make when confronted with danger. Lei Tiandao is not one to endure hardship. He would never subject himself to a hermit's existence in the depths of the wilderness, nor does he relish constant travel. He often believes that the most perilous places are also the safest. Consequently, the Shadow Guard's think tank has already deduced that he is hiding within the capital, obscured in the shadows, and has also identified the locations where he can conceal himself without detection: the dungeons, the Imperial Palace, and the Zhao Prison. Pei Sun enumerated numerous places, all of which Zhang Wu had never considered, yet they had all been contemplated. These locations are beyond the reach of the Shadow Guard. But there are many noble families with ties to the Lu clan. They merely need to leverage their connections to investigate the personnel changes in the dungeons and the Imperial Palace following Jin Day's demise. It would not be difficult to find someone of similar stature to Lei Tiandao, would it? Impressive. Zhang Wu was thoroughly convinced. This is the power of the state apparatus. Regardless of an individual's strength, unless one possesses the might to subdue an entire nation single-handedly, it is nearly impossible to contend against it. Even if one could dominate a nation, as long as one has friends and attachments and remains tethered to worldly ties, others can exploit one's human weaknesses. leading to one's ultimate downfall. Zhang Wu naively believed that the shadow guards could not locate the dungeon. However, he was not fighting alone. He had numerous allies in the shadows. Consequently, Pei Sun, having identified the true identity of the Thunderblade, sought to draw out the serpent. He instructed the shadow guards to deliberately approach Hu Bao for information, knowing full well that with Bao's loose tongue, the news would inevitably reach Lao Jiao, thus stirring the waters. It was remarkably simple to deduce that Lao Jiao was the counterfeit Thunderblade responsible for the downfall of the Dai gang. The genuine Thunderblade had already been found, yet he was merely a peak first-rate. The one who had slain Jin Dai was an extraordinary figure. Who, in the southern part of the city, could possess such prowess? Only the suddenly emerged Lao Jiao. Furthermore, from the Thunderblade, he learned of Ma Wu's past, understanding that Ma Wu had also impersonated the Thunderblade and had killed Yang Tsang. Harboring animosity towards the Lu family shadow guards, he grasped the motive behind Ma Wu's intent to eliminate Jin Dai. Lao Jiao was indeed Ma Wu. For only Ma Wu had acquired the Thunderblade's human mask. Moreover, Lao Jiao required the genuine Thunderblade to draw fire towards him. Knowing that should the Thunderblade encounter peril, he would undoubtedly come to the dungeon to aid in his escape. From the very beginning, this was a trap, waiting for Zhang Wu to fall into it. Truly, it was the Thunderblade that led to both triumph and downfall. Zhang Wu chuckled at his own folly, suddenly clasping his hands behind his back, his demeanor transformed, akin to a mighty sovereign, his voice resounding like thunder. To lure you out was no easy feat, sixth uncle. Demon-slaying master, come forth. Chapter 107. I stand a foot taller, the sword sovereign, the spear overlord, and Pei Sun instinctively turned their heads. Behind them lay an expanse of emptiness. There was no one present, not even Ma Lu or the demon-slaying king, let alone the guards, who had all been rendered unconscious. This was perilous. A sense of foreboding simultaneously arose in the hearts of the three. The moment you turned your head and momentarily lost focus, you inadvertently granted Lao Jiao a fleeting opportunity to flee. However, when they turned back, they found Lao Jiao standing still with his hands behind his back, utterly unmoved. A chuckle escaped Zhang Wu's lips, tinged with unease. This scenario was not unfolding as anticipated. Logically, his shout should have summoned sixth uncle and Shurfumo. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Could it be that an eagle lurked beyond the oriole? A chill coursed through Zhang Wu's heart. Pei Sun erupted into boisterous laughter, reveling in the moment, and declared, Lao Jiao, you have squandered your sole chance at survival. Elders, dispose of him. Yet, Zhang Wu pondered. Perhaps they were overestimating their position. Channeling his inner strength, he maintained a calm demeanor and stated, even without allies, I can vanquish you. But his words were abruptly interrupted by a resounding, commanding voice from behind the Jijin. Sixth uncle, clad in imposing black armor, strode forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. The synchronized march of heavily armored infantry reverberated through the entirety of the heavenly prison, accompanied by 800 axe-wielders following in formation behind sixth uncle. In the front ranks, 20 elite warriors brandished colossal steel shields, towering and formidable, stacked in layers to completely obstruct the passageway, leaving not the slightest gap. On the opposite side, a similar formation emerged, yet it was led by Shurfumo. Umitba, my apologies for the tardiness, he intoned, his voice resonating with gravity. The exorcist master, relieved, remarked, fortunately, I, the Buddha, did not hesitate and swiftly dispatched all those shadow guards, seizing their silver before fleeing, denying Bao the chance to respond to his inquiries and thereby earning my karmic merit. Had I allowed him to squander time, it might have jeopardized my disciples' promising endeavors. Pei Sun found it hard to believe such a scenario and was astonished that his ploy to lure the snake from its hole had been anticipated by another, unwittingly falling into their trap. The sword master and the halberd dominator fidgeted restlessly, preparing to fight for their lives. Pei Sun turned to Zhang Wu, incredulous, and asked, how did you unravel my scheme? Zhang Wu smiled faintly and replied, you sought to manipulate Hu Bao into delivering the message of the Thunderblade, drawing me into the celestial prison with the intent to eliminate me. Little did you know, I had long harbored intentions of eliminating you as well, even making significant sacrifices to do so. I intentionally exposed the identity of the Thunderblade, wielding the nine-ringed saber to extinguish Jin Dai. All to set a trap for you. Pausing for effect, Zhang Wu continued, before you discovered the Thunderblade in cell number 8, you must have already surmised that I, Lao Jiao, was the imposter who eliminated Jin Dai, correct? Indeed, Pei Sun nodded in acknowledgement. With the sudden emergence of two superlative individuals, Lao Jiao and the Thunderblade in the southern city, any astute observer would naturally associate the two, making it easy to deduce your impersonation of the Thunderblade. Otherwise, Given the true Thunderblade's qualifications and talents, it would be utterly impossible for him to achieve superlative status, even if bestowed with divine skills. He would still be unable to master them. Old lay in the prison darkened in countenance, feeling humiliated to such an extent. Did he not care for his dignity? Zhang Wu inquired with a smile. Since you are aware that I am the murderer of Jin Dai, why do you insist on luring me to the dungeon instead of assassinating me outside? You are feigning ignorance. Pei Sun replied coldly. Is it so easy to kill a top-tier expert? Especially someone like you, whose eating and shopping habits are utterly erratic. You test every morsel of food and sip of water with a mouse first, making it virtually impossible to poison you. The only recourse is to employ brute force, which necessitates the involvement of 5 top-tier experts or to corner you into an inescapable dead end. Such dead ends are scarce throughout the capital. The dungeon, with its 3-yard-thick walls, is impervious even to top-tier assaults. By luring you inside and sealing off both exits, we can eliminate you. Quite a clever plan. Zhang Wu concurred. I share the same sentiment. The dungeon is indeed the perfect place to eliminate the 2 top-tier experts you have brought with you. Pei Sun, his expression complex, asked. You infused a thread of dark energy into my body, yet you did not truly intend to kill me. Rather, you sought to deliberately reveal your top-tier prowess, prompting the shadow guards to suspect you as the counterfeit Lei Tiandao? Precisely, Zhang Wu replied with a grin. My uncle had long informed me of the Pei family's clandestine collusion with the shadow guards. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized the opportunity to sever Lu Qing's left and right arms had arrived. By injecting that dark energy into you, I knew your family's elite experts would be unable to unravel it collectively. Thus, I could only be a top-tier expert, leading you to deduce that I am indeed Lei Tiandao. In the face of external threats, you cannot extinguish my existence. Thus, you can only attempt to lead me into a trap. When Hutu Bao sought me out, I discerned that it was a ploy orchestrated by the shadow guards. Zhang Wu shook his head and stated, even though your shadow guards possess a think tank and devise impeccable strategies, the actual execution falls to the lower-ranking operatives, who tend to be rather clumsy and leave numerous loopholes. For instance, when the shadow guards attempted to procure intelligence from Hutu Bao and failed, allowing him to escape was decidedly amiss. Hutu Bao is merely a second-rate master. Is it truly so difficult for the shadow guards to handle him? If he refuses your offerings and you let him go, it defies logic and suggests that the shadow guards have ulterior motives for his utility. Aware of the pitfalls, I still chose to come, driven by the desire to eliminate the 3 of you. Impressive. I admire your acumen, and I yield to your expertise. Pei Sun exclaimed in astonishment, exhaling deeply and extinguishing any thoughts of outsmarting Zhang Wu, feeling rather at ease instead. Zhang Wu replied nonchalantly, there is nothing particularly remarkable. Most of it is merely common sense, requiring only a keen eye to perceive. Furthermore, while you have the shadow guards, I have the Jinfu division. Prior to my arrival at the prison, I sought out my uncle Lu. Upon learning of the secret entry of the Jizuan into the capital and discovering that you, young Master Pei Sun, had visited the prison 2 days ago to meet with the inmate in cell 8 of the severe punishment section. How could one not realize that you intended to use the Lei Tiandao as bait to kill me? The flaws are indeed abundant. Pei Sun sighed deeply, his countenance ashen, and said, in this encounter, I admit my defeat with complete sincerity. However, attempting to eliminate us will not be so simple. A sinister expression emerged on Pei Sun's face, intermingled with a hint of madness as he laughed triumphantly. Lao Jiu, you believe yourself to be the last unsuspecting prey. Yet you are oblivious to the fact that the Thunderblade is merely bait. We 3 are but lures, and today, your demise is inevitable. Along with Ma Lu and the Demon King, you shall all perish. His maniacal laughter reverberated through the celestial prison, causing the onlookers to turn pale. However, Zhang Wu remained unfazed, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Pei Sun, do you hear the sounds outside? It seems as though 2 deities are engaged in a fierce battle. I fear that those outside have no time to rescue you. Chapter 108. The thunderous heights, a deafening roar echoed above, as if a colossal mountain had descended from the heavens, slamming violently against the ceiling of the celestial prison, causing the entire dungeon to shudder violently, dust cascading from above. Suddenly, a massive fissure tore open in the 3-meter-thick rocky ceiling, and a gigantic handprint emerged, as though a titan were pressing down, instilling terror in the hearts of all present. A thunderous roar, akin to the cracking of gold and the shattering of stone, surged through the crevices of the ceiling into the celestial prison, reverberating through the labyrinthine cells, creating a cataclysmic echo that rattled the very foundations of the earth, leaving everyone on the brink of madness. All could sense 2 cataclysmic forces colliding, each possessing unparalleled strength, nearly capable of piercing the very firmament. This is the Battle of Grandmasters. The Thunderblade gasped in shock, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Pei Sun, the Sword Sovereign, and the Spear Tyrant were all taken aback. Their hearts filled with a profound sense of dread, unable to fathom that anyone could withstand the overwhelming might of the Liu family's ancestral patriarch. Pei Sun, his gaze distant and murmuring, remarked, "No wonder the Shao royal lineage has stood resolute for 3 centuries, even amidst the incursion of the barbarian tribes. They have managed to prolong their reign. It seems even a figure as formidable as Liu Taibao has been compelled to retreat, refraining from any overt rebellion. This time, the Liu family mobilized immense resources, orchestrating a grand scheme with the audacity to use 2 extraordinary masters as bait, all in pursuit of annihilating Lao Jiao, eliminating Ma Lu, and vanquishing Shifumo. The motivations were twofold. First, to avenge Yang Tsang by eradicating a lurking adversary who had long been waiting in the shadows. Second, to eliminate the formidable foe Ma Lu of the Shadow Guard, thereby securing a strategic advantage for an impending campaign against the tyrannical Dakuan. 3 years prior, Lu Qing had sought the support of Shaolin to overthrow the oppressive Dakuan dynasty. However, Shaolin's stance remained ambiguous, refusing to take a definitive position. Let the Shao and Liu families engage in their fierce rivalry. Whoever prevails shall have my backing as emperor. I shall remain an impartial observer, was their tacit message. While the Liu family could tolerate Shaolin's neutrality, the sudden alignment of Shifumo, designated as the next guardian and future grandmaster, who joined the pacification committee and became a court enforcer, was a clear indication of Shaolin's support for the Shao royal family. At this juncture, to spare him would only allow him the opportunity to ascend to grandmaster and aid the Shao family in their quest to eliminate me. Observing the shock that had gripped the onlookers from the fierce battle outside the dungeon, Shifumo, being the only one among the elite to have encountered a grandmaster, quickly regained his composure and urged, "Disciple, there is a battle underway above. Should we not join the fray as well? Do not act rashly." Zhang Wu furrowed his brow and said, "Let us wait until the outcome above is determined and the situation stabilized before we take action." The others were taken aback, their hearts filled with confusion. The situation in the prison was quite clear, 3 against 2, with both sides of the passage sealed off. Should a confrontation arise, the Sword Master and the Spear Dominator would undoubtedly perish. Zhang Wu elaborated, "Great masters cultivate their spirit, transcending the realm of mere mortals, wielding the power to manipulate the divine. They completely overshadow those below the master level. We have no possibility of challenging them on equal footing. If we lose above..." Zhang Wu paused thoughtfully. "Sixth uncle, master uncle, I shall cover your retreat. You must flee at once without hesitation or sentimentality. I possess my own means of escape." The emotions of Ma Lu and Shifumo grew increasingly complex. At this moment, refraining from eliminating the Sword Master and the Spear Dominator was clearly Zhang Wu's intention, to conserve energy and maintain peak condition for a timely escape. However, if victory were to be achieved above, Zhang Wu smiled faintly and remarked, "Sword Master, Spear Dominator, you are merely in it for Lu Qing's silver. Your loyalty to him must be minimal. Even if there is some loyalty, survival takes precedence. There is no honor in perishing within these prison walls." The two exchanged glances, their thoughts in turmoil. Zhang Wu continued, "Should victory be ours, I implore you both to repay kindness with kindness. To reduce Pei Sun to ashes and eradicate the Pei family entirely. I believe the court would warmly welcome your allegiance." "You." Pei Sun's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with malice. Zhang Wu scoffed, declaring, "I have always been a man of reason. I repay kindness tenfold. Just now, you sought to reduce me to ashes, and I merely returned the favor, along with your family's involvement. You conspired with the Shadow Guards, and even if the Sword Sovereign and the Spear Overlord do not intervene, can the court truly spare your family? Victory is assured for the Liu clan," roared Pei Sun, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhang Wu, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head indifferently. He held no hope. The masters that emerged from Shaolin were countless, akin to the brilliant strategists within the Shadow Guards, whose plans were infallible. If they lacked absolute confidence in the court, would they so easily align themselves with it? Zhang Wu cast a sidelong glance at Shifumo and spoke slowly. "Choosing the wrong side will lead to annihilation. You may doubt yourself, but you must have faith in the survival instinct of the millennia-old Shaolin." Pei Sun's expression shifted once more. He had always considered himself supremely clever, capable of manipulating the world at his will. Yet today, he realized that there were always greater peaks to surmount. Before he could utter another word, an unparalleled sense of dread seeped down from the cracks in the prison ceiling, rendering Pei Sun unable to even part his lips. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu and the other elite masters felt the hairs on their necks stand on end. all turning their gazes toward the palace as if a terrifying ancient sage was summoning dark powers from within. In the next moment, two intertwining forces of destruction above the celestial prison suddenly repelled each other. The violent shockwave cascaded down, causing a 5-zhong-wide chasm to erupt in the prison's ceiling with a resounding crack. Massive boulders plummeted, and a cloud of dust billowed upward, prompting everyone to dodge and then look up in haste. The moonlight pierced through the mist, illuminating a figure clad in snow-white garments, standing proudly atop the prison's roof. Enveloped in the golden glow of the full moon, his true appearance remained obscured, yet an indescribable aura of unparalleled charisma emanated from him. Indeed, he was a grandmaster who had lived for a century. The saying that the old do not perish but become thieves rings true. The white robe of Xiao Jingyi billowed fiercely in the wind, its hem stained with blood, a testament to the considerable toll he had endured. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Liu family, who had engaged in fierce battle with him, had vanished before the mightier presence within the palace could intervene. Before the gazes of the crowd, two dark golden pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, were tossed down by the figure atop the prison. They landed before the sword sovereign and the spear overlord. When the crowd looked up again, the figure on the prison roof had vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, the sword sovereign and the spear overlord seized the pills, swallowing them whole. The sword sovereign, displaying no mercy, thrust his sword into the side of Pei Sun, piercing him through with chilling precision. With a powerful twist of the hilt, he shattered Pei Sun's heart, creating a gaping, bloodied cavity that rendered his chest a grotesque sight. Pei Sun gasped, disbelief etched across his face as he raised a trembling finger to point at the sword sovereign. Suddenly, a cold great halberd soared through the air like a javelin, obliterating Pei Sun's head in an instant. The two superlative beings exhibited an insatiable will to survive. The outcome had been sealed. Zhang Wu exhaled deeply, his anxious heart finally at ease. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned sharply. The bedboard in cell number 8 had been overturned, revealing a dark, gaping hole, unmistakably a tunnel. And Lei Tiandao had vanished without a trace. Chapter 109. The tip of the iceberg. This individual. Zhang Wu's face contorted as he gazed at the desolate number 8 prison. An absurd sense of being played with swirling in his mind. Despite possessing ample insight, he still allowed Lei Tiandao to escape. A glance around the more than 10 empty cells revealed a thick layer of earth beneath the pile of weeds, undoubtedly the result of Lei Tiandao's excavation of a tunnel. This fellow was a peak expert of exceptional caliber, possessing unmatched strength and an astonishing speed when it came to digging. Moreover, with the protection of head prison guard Sun, it would be relatively easy to bribe him with silver and procure the keys to the prison gates. Much like the officials in the government-run prisons, the gates were left unlocked. As long as one harbored no intention of escape, they could roam freely within the confines and engage in casual conversations with neighboring cells. Zhang Wu had imparted the essence of the Great U-Step to Lei Tiandao primarily with the intention of recruiting him as an ally. After all, talent is a rare gem, and the cunning and shrewd nature of old Lei would prove invaluable in dealing with the shadow guards and setting traps for Lu Qing. Zhang Wu understood all too well that individual strength was often insufficient to contend with an organization. Thus, acquiring two subordinates was essential. Lei Tiandao served as an excellent bait, as one need not worry about his ineffectiveness or being easily eliminated by others. Yet now that old Lei had fled, Zhang Wu muttered with a hint of displeasure, "If you are ungracious, do not blame me for being unjust." To rescue Uncle Liu and to develop a substance capable of controlling the hearts of the imperial family, a test subject was indispensable. As the chaos subsided, the executioners guarding the sealed passage retreated. Both sides had summoned their most formidable resources, yet only one, Pei Sun, lay dead. In the true struggle among the elite, power was the currency of competition. There was no need for bloodshed. Understanding each other's strengths, they revealed their cards one by one, until one party was utterly crushed. The side at a disadvantage, unless denied any chance of survival or burdened by loyalty to the point of despair, would seldom resort to violence. More often, they would defect to preserve their own lives. Taking a life is merely a last resort. The art of compelling an adversary to yield without battle, transforming enemies into allies, enhancing one's own power while undermining the foundation of the opponent, is a profound discipline. Ma Lu approached Sword Master and Spear Overlord, clasping his fists in greeting, and said, "Please follow me. I have some matters to discuss and procedures to complete. Shortly, the court will appoint you as heavenly kings, and we shall become colleagues henceforth." As top-tier experts who had pledged their loyalty to Lu Qing for several years, they undoubtedly possessed many secrets that needed to be disclosed. Sword Master and Spear Overlord responded with respectful gestures, saying, "Brother Ma, you are too kind. We shall rely on your guidance in the future. Please, Ma Lu replied with a smile, gesturing for them to lead the way, as if the perilous struggle they had just endured was nothing but a fleeting memory. The two men followed Ma Lu out, while Zhang Wu accompanied Shifumo as they exited the prison. The gaping hole in the roof would be mended by others. As they walked through the desolate streets, now cloaked in the tranquility of night, Shifumo spoke mysteriously. "Nephew, you must have discerned who it was that obstructed the Lu family's ancestor, correct?" "It was the former crown prince, the eldest son, Xiao Jingyi," Zhang Wu affirmed. "The white-robed sorcerer you mentioned must also be him. Am I right?" "Indeed," Shifumo replied. "He simply found the role of emperor too burdensome and chose to feign death to escape." Master Shifumo actively responded. "In our Shaolin temple, we have guardians of the path, just as the Xiao royal family does. Those illustrious families with legacies spanning centuries also possess such protectors, though this remains largely unknown to outsiders." "Do all prominent families have guardians?" Zhang Wu queried, astonished. Shifumo quickly shook his head, saying, "How could that be? I speak of families with histories of several hundred years. There are no more than 10 such families throughout the entire Daquan. Even the Han family you are familiar with does not rank among them, and their guardians, at best, are merely top tier. A grandmaster emerges but once in a century." Zhang Wu nodded, and Shifumo continued. "The focus of these eminent families is not on martial prowess, but rather on forging connections and disseminating wisdom. Rather than consolidating all resources onto a single individual, they prefer to branch out and cultivate influence, ensuring their lineage thrives and endures." "One does not place all eggs in a single basket," Zhang Wu interjected. Shifumo nodded in agreement, adding, "The underlying reason remains that grandmasters and top-tier talents are exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Even if a family were to invest all their resources in one person, it ultimately hinges on that individual's innate talent, potential, and comprehension. Investment does not guarantee returns, whereas cultivating influence is far simpler. By fostering goodwill and nurturing connections over generations, dominance in a region becomes inevitable." Zhang Wu contemplated this, then furrowed his brow and asked, "How then did the Lu family produce a grandmaster?" "Pure luck, of course," Shifumo replied, exasperated. "Every 500 years, a king rises. It is customary for a prodigy to emerge, defying norms and reshaping the world. With the protection of the Lu family's ancestors, the rise of Lu Qing was destined to occur." Zhang Wu nodded in agreement. "Anyone who aspires to reign supreme does so not merely through luck or cunning. That is merely the tip of the iceberg. At first glance, it seems the Lu family has suffered a setback, yet this is far from the truth. By employing two exceptionally gifted individuals, whose loyalties could waver at any moment, they have managed to unveil the entirety of the Xiao royal family's secrets, discovering that the elder still lives while the younger remains inexperienced. The Lu family has thus profited immensely. To know both oneself and the adversary is to ensure victory in every battle. Otherwise, ignorance of one's opponent's intricacies could lead to a trap set by the Xiao family, resulting not only in the loss of two exceptional talents but the potential downfall of the entire Lu clan." Lost in thought, Zhang Wu suddenly posed a question that left Shifumo momentarily speechless. "Master, why did Xiao Jingyi provide the sword sovereign and the spear overlord with the dark gold pills, yet not extend the same courtesy to me?" Chapter 110, The Sin of Power. This. Shifumo was instantly taken aback, standing still as he pondered for a long while before responding. "Perhaps he regards you as one of my Shaolin disciples. You bear the indomitable spirit of the Vajra and the demonic slaying body, and at not yet 30 years of age, you are poised to become a great master. Should he offer you such a pill, it would surely provoke a rift within Shaolin." Evidently, Shifumo was aware of the secret surrounding the qi-enhancing pills. However, while his words carried an air of authority, Zhang Wu discerned a hint of insecurity within him. The Xiao royal family has always operated with an air of dominance, and with Xiao Jingyi being a grand master, he naturally considers himself unrivaled. Whether one is Lao Jiao or Zhang Wu, the presence of an additional superlative expert within the court would significantly enhance its deterrent power. When faced with substantial interests, the royal family would show no mercy. When Xiao Jingyi cast forth the dark gold pills, it was only fitting that Lao Jiao should receive one as well. The elixir in question is precisely the reason why Zhang Wu willingly chose to expose himself, standing at the forefront as bait and embracing personal peril. In his quest to rescue his sixth uncle, he must first acquire a more advanced elixir than the qi refining pill, which is essential for concocting the antidote necessary for his uncle's salvation. Moreover, this potion harbors the secrets of the Xiao royal family's martial arts, making it imperative for Zhang Wu to obtain it, not solely for his uncle's sake. One must always remain vigilant in times of peace, striving to comprehend potential dangers and decipher those who may oppose you. It is unwise to remain oblivious until the blade is at your throat. True survival lies in devising strategies to possess greater leverage, ensuring safety when faced with peril, and being prepared to retaliate. It is not merely about existing in ignorance. Like a fool, detached from the world. Having served as a jailer for a decade, Zhang Wu has learned that avoiding conflict does not guarantee safety. As long as one engages socially, disputes and grievances are inevitable. Just as you may never have provoked Lu Qing, he may still conspire to eliminate you, and if thwarted, enlist Yang Song to silence you. Much like classmates who harbor resentment when they see you thrive, or neighbors who gossip behind your back. The human heart is the most intricate of entities. One cannot place hope in the benevolence of others, for such reliance may lead to vulnerability. Zhang Wu is acutely aware that, in the eyes of the Shao royal family, he is an unpredictable variable. Differing from the sword sovereign and others merely by the presence of his sixth uncle. Shi Fumo also contemplated this matter and slowly remarked. Perhaps out of deference to Ma Lu, it would be inappropriate to present you with the pill on the spot. One must always consider the nuances of human relationships. Furthermore, you have rendered significant service to the court by subduing two exceptional talents. To the onlookers, that dark gold pill may appear as poison. It would be entirely acceptable for Jian Zun to consume it, yet publicly administering it to you would surely evoke discontent among the crowd. After a brief pause, Shi Fumo solemnly cautioned, however, you must brace yourself. In a few days, the court may devise a scheme to send Ma Lu away on business, thereby facilitating the delivery of the elixir to you. You will either consume it or perish with a sense of reluctance, Shi Fumo advised. I suggest you prepare accordingly and return with me to Shaolin to acknowledge your roots. Once my esteemed master speaks, the court will dare not lay a finger on you. Let it be, Zhang Wu replied, shaking his head in refusal. Your Buddhist teachings on salvation are renowned throughout the world. If I were to meet your master, he would surely indoctrinate me into becoming a mindless devotee of the Buddha, and he would not permit my departure. You scoundrel, Shi Fumo exclaimed in indignation. The Buddha is offering you sincere counsel, and this is your attitude? Yet, in the next instant, a banknote of 10,000 taels obstructed his view. Master Uncle, the 200,000 taels procured from the Shadow Guards should not be insufficient to construct a grand temple, should it? Why don't we engage in the Shadow Guards game? Answer me one question, and I shall contribute 10,000 taels to the Buddha's treasury. 10,000 causes? Shi Fumo instantly transformed his ire into mirth, deftly tucking the banknote into his sleeve, and with hands pressed together in a gesture of reverence, he declared, Dear nephew, feel free to inquire. Your master uncle shall surely speak without reservation. Zhang Wu's gaze was profound as he slowly inquired. You just mentioned that each prominent family possesses protectors, albeit of varying strength. Given the ferocity of these families, how did the barbarian tribes manage to seize 27 counties and nearly obliterate the powerful clans over a decade ago? Zhang Wu continued, From what I understand, among these 20-plus counties, only your Shaolin, the Pei family of Hedong County, and a few other deeply rooted families remained unscathed. Even the venerable families you mentioned, with their centuries-old legacies and top-tier protectors, lost 3. Surely, the barbarians could not have been formidable enough to achieve such a feat? The expression on Shi Fumo's face shifted slightly, betraying his awareness of the truth, yet revealing his reluctance to speak. After a prolonged pause, he offered a rather dubious response. The barbarian tribes should not be underestimated. I comprehend now, Zhang Wu nodded thoughtfully. In this world, few could instill trepidation in Shi Fumo. He then produced a silver note and asked, Since you are aware that the Shao royal family's qi-nurturing pills can manipulate hearts, does Shaolin possess an antidote? None. Shi Fumo replied decisively, pocketing the silver note. Shaolin has maintained its neutrality for a millennium, and it has been our practice not to oppose the royal family. Regardless of who ascends the throne, Shaolin should always show deference. The Shao royal family's creation of qi-nurturing pills is intended to control others, and your pursuit of an antidote would be tantamount to direct confrontation. In essence, your pursuit of an antidote ultimately serves the purpose of aiding humanity. Otherwise, what significance does it hold? Yet, the individuals seeking this remedy are those whom the Shao royal family wishes to dominate, thereby creating an inherent conflict. How could they not view you as an adversary? Zhang Wu fell silent for a moment before inquiring, What if, hypothetically, you were to consume the qi cultivation pill? What would the Shaolin do? The Shao royal family would never permit me to take it, unless they intend to force Shaolin into opposition. Zhang Wu found himself at a loss for words. To put it plainly, a lack of formidable strength is the original sin. If you possess the power to stand against the entire court single-handedly, would the Shao royal family dare to touch sixth uncle? It is likely that before you even broach the subject, Shao Jingyi would proactively provide sixth uncle with the antidote to avoid offending you. Zhang Wu felt a surge of restlessness, but after some contemplation, he produced a third banknote, inhaled deeply, and asked, "Is there a realm beyond that of the Grand Master?" "Indeed," Shifumo replied, joining his hands in a solemn gesture. "Above the Grand Master is known as the Supreme Grand Master." "The Supreme Grand Master?" Zhang Wu's eyes blazed with fervor, yet his heart sank. The royal family's ancestor must surely be this Supreme Grand Master. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to have frightened off the Liu family's elder with merely a hint of his aura. With such formidable figures in power, the Liu family cannot stir significant turmoil, and Shaolin would decisively support the Shao royal family, daring not to harbor any dissent. Zhang Wu could not help but shake his head and sigh. Rescuing sixth uncle is a monumental task. Chapter 111. The unmatched Blade Master is the royal family's ancestor truly a supreme Grand Master? Zhang Wu produced yet another banknote, yearning for a definitive answer. However, Shifumo shook his head and said, "I am uncertain. I have inquired about this matter with my master. But he too is unaware of the origins of that ancient ancestor. Time can erase many things, and the glorious era of that individual is far too distant. We, the younger generation, can only speculate, gazing up in admiration at the towering heights of history." After a moment's pause, Shifumo accepted the silver note and turned to Zhang Wu, stating, "I understand your intent. You wish to inquire whether, over such a long period, anyone has dared to challenge the ancestor of the Shao family. My answer is unequivocally no. The ancestor of the Shao family remains an enigma. Even my master has never laid eyes upon his true form, nor does he know his name or any of his past deeds. Yet, merely the fact that the Shao family ancestor is capable of concocting qi refining pills leaves my master feeling inadequate. And the same applies to the ancestor of the Liu family." Zhang Wu feigned a look of hope as he remarked, "Perhaps he is merely adept at alchemy. Do you truly believe that?" Shifumo scoffed, replying, "According to my master, it is utterly impossible to manipulate the hearts of men solely through pharmaceuticals. Only by achieving a level of spiritual mastery over the material can one infuse their spiritual power into the elixirs, thereby exerting an invisible control over the user. My master is among the foremost of grand masters, yet even he has yet to grasp the threshold of spiritual dominance over matter. To challenge the ancestor of the Shao family would be tantamount to courting death. Why am I divulging so much to you?" Shifumo suddenly realized and muttered, "Ba, practitioner, you are presumptuously prying into the secrets of the Buddha. Assist me in forging the golden body. Without 50,000 connections, you shall not leave." "Why not rob the money shop?" Zhang Wuji glared. Shifumo, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "Isn't the secret of the Supreme Master worth 50,000 yuan? Indeed, I shall offer you 60,000. Without hesitation, Zhang Wuji withdrew all the remaining banknotes and handed them to Shifumo, adding, "However, I have a minor request." "What request?" Shifumo asked, beaming with delight. Zhang Wuji glanced at the sky, where the first light of dawn began to break the night. The sky faintly tinged with a pale hue. He retrieved a human skin mask from his pocket and said, "Soon, you shall wear this mask and impersonate me while wandering in the southern part of the city, ensuring that everyone knows I am there." Shifumo was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" "Naturally, I seek a way to make money. If I do not acquire silver, how can I adorn your Buddha?" After a moment's hesitation, Shifumo replied, "I will accompany you. You intend to kill and rob. Will you truly go along?" Zhang Wuji retorted with irritation. "Is it unreasonable for you to provide me with cover in exchange for answering a few questions and taking 10,000 taels of silver? That depends on whose silver you plan to seize." Shifumo lowered his gaze and remarked, "If you are foolish enough to steal the qi pills from the treasury and loot its treasures, you would lead me to my demise." Having asked so many questions, how could Shifumo not realize Zhang Wuji's intention to acquire the antidote for the qi pills? Helping him with cover could easily implicate Shaolin. Zhang Wuji shook his head, saying, "You overthink it. With the royal ancestor overseeing things, wouldn't I be delivering them a feast by attempting to steal from the treasury? To acquire silver, one must engage with the noble families." "The noble families?" After a moment of contemplation, Shifumo discerned Zhang Wu's intentions, prompting him to don his mask and impart a significant reminder. "You must act with swiftness. The silver of others is not easily obtained." "Understood." Zhang Wu waved his hand, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he raced towards the northern part of the city. His destination was, of course, the Pei family. After exerting such effort to assist the court in subduing two exceptional forces, there must be rewards. He deliberately devised a scheme, intending for the Sword Master and the Spear Sovereign to annihilate the Pei family, rather than waiting for the local magistrate to raid and exterminate them, with the aim of seizing the treasures of the Pei family. Should the local magistrate intervene, Zhang Wu would find it difficult to plunder the Pei family's treasury in advance, out of respect for his uncle. Otherwise, his uncle would face considerable challenges. However, as for the sword master and the spear sovereign, Zhang Wu was more than willing to let them bear the blame. Regarding the Pei family's secret chamber, he had already conducted reconnaissance well in advance. It was a meticulously crafted plan to develop an antidote for the qi refining elixir. One must periodically procure vast quantities of medicinal herbs, spending money as if it were flowing water, purely a venture fueled by gold. Zhang Wu had entered into a long-term procurement contract with the Tang Medical Hall, estimating that without at least 1,000,000 taels of silver, significant results would be hard to achieve. Yet, the most crucial aspect of this endeavor remained: the unyielding Lei Tiandao, who would undoubtedly ensure his name would resound across the realm once more. Let us not forget that at this moment, Zhang Wu still wielded the magnificent 9-loop golden blade, clad in a tiger skin cloak, standing atop the rooftop, surveying the entirety of the Pei residence from a vantage point. Zhang Wu opted for the most ostentatious entrance to elevate old Lei's reputation. With a thunderous crash, a colossal figure of iron descended from the sky into the courtyard of the Pei residence. His sturdy legs, resembling steel pillars, struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the blue brick surface to shatter outward, sending clouds of dust and debris soaring into the air. This overwhelming display caused the entire Pei estate to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake, rousing the sleeping inhabitants into startled awareness. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, a booming voice akin to a clap of thunder reverberated through the air above the Pei residence. The newly awakened individuals were left dazed, their minds buzzing, faces pale, and hearts nearly halting. The rough, resonant voice of Lei Tiandao echoed ominously, "You of the Pei family, greedy and unkind, oppressing the common folk. Today, Grandfather Lei comes forth to uphold justice. Who dares to obstruct me shall face ruthless retribution." Infusing his formidable inner strength into his blade, a cacophony of iron rings clashing erupted, replacing the ominous decree of mercilessness with a hellish resonance. An overwhelming aura surged among the Pei family, constricting their chests and leaving them gasping for breath. Taste the wrath of Grandfather Lei's blade. The ferocious shout was earth-shattering. In a cataclysmic roar, the upper chamber of the secret room was violently pierced by a fierce golden blade aura, its residual force causing cracks to spiderweb across the walls, leading to a thunderous collapse. With a swift movement, the figure darted into the underground chamber, hastily stashing several bundles of silver notes into his cloak and hoisting a massive treasure chest nearby. Noticing that the Pei family had yet to arrive, he paused momentarily in the courtyard. Once the crowd surged forth, he slightly bent his knees and leapt onto the rooftop, leaving behind only the formidable silhouette of a bandit. The 9-loop broadsword. The surname is Lei, and he seeks to uphold justice. Is this fellow the Thunderblade? The members of the Pei family were incensed. A mere wandering hero dares to assault the Pei estate with such audacity. It is tantamount to courting death. However, before they could unleash their wrath, a scout rushed into the manor, his countenance fraught with anxiety and dread, exclaiming, "A grave matter has arisen. Young Master Pei has been murdered in the dungeons. Who is responsible?" The crowd gasped in shock. The scout, his face ashen, replied, "It was the Thunderblade who commanded the Sword Sovereign and the Spear Overlord, both of whom are unparalleled experts, to execute this deed. He also demanded their annihilation of the Pei family. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences." What? The assembly was stricken with terror. Chapter 112. Observing that your unparalleled masters, instilling fear across the realm, the Pei family, in their panic, swiftly gathered their valuables and prepared to flee. Yet, the Sword Sovereign and the Spear Overlord had already blocked their exit. Before dawn, the extermination must be executed. Otherwise, it would be ill-advised to act in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu, burdened with the treasure chest, made his way directly to the grand residence in the northern part of the city. This would be his final occasion to let the Thunderblade bear the blame. The true Lei could never again manifest as the Thunderblade. He could only exist as Wang Hanhai or Zhang Sanli Si. The higher echelons were aware of someone impersonating the Thunderblade, yet the common folk remained oblivious. This episode involved both coercing the Sword Sovereign and the Spear Overlord and robbing the Pei family. Coupled with the previous annihilation of Jin Day and the eradication of the Day Gang, the Thunderblade's fearsome reputation approached that of the foremost master beneath the divine. Thus, it was evident that the Sword Sovereign and the Spear Overlord, in their quest to obliterate the Pei family, would be required to surrender their spoils, thereby demonstrating their loyalty. The Thunderblade had preemptively seized the silver, effectively robbing the imperial treasury. Tomorrow, the town's enforcement agency will undoubtedly issue another wanted notice. The sword sovereign and the spear overlord will also harbor resentment towards him, ensuring that he will never find peace in this lifetime. Zhang Wu stood in the firewood room, igniting a fire and casting the human skin mask of the Thunderblade into the furnace. He then shed his tiger skin cloak, feeding it to the flames as well. With a display of brute force, he shattered the 9-loop broadsword into several pieces, along with its 9 iron rings, reducing them to a mere mass of scrap metal, until the remnants fell away like ash, ensuring that no one could discern this was once the 9-loop broadsword. He crushed the iron lock of the large treasure chest before him, turning it into scrap as well. Opening the chest, he prepared to assess his gold, only to be taken aback by its contents. Instead of gold bars, he found stacks of books. The Pei family's confidential archives? Zhang Wu was astonished, realizing why the chest felt so light when he carried it back. He casually picked up one volume and flipped through it, discovering records of the Pei family's bribery, manipulation, and covert schemes against various officials, alongside the weaknesses of these officials. Certain individuals embezzled disaster relief funds, while others clandestinely nurtured bandits, targeting high-ranking officials. The Pei family compiled such a confidential archive annually. Accustomed to the darkness of the prison, Zhang Wu held little interest in these incriminating documents. Yet he was inclined to search for something more captivating. Upon reaching the 13th volume, his breath caught in his throat. This book chronicled events from the year of the barbarian invasion. Through investigation, the Pei family had confirmed that Emperor Longqing had secretly reached an agreement with the barbarian kings, permitting the barbarian army to enter the realm, provided they did not massacre the common folk, but rather targeted noble families and regional officials. The barbarians would seize their wealth, while the Dakuan dynasty could recalibrate its power dynamics. But how did the barbarians manage to annihilate these noble families? It was solely due to the Emperor Longqing dispatching a mysterious figure who masqueraded as a formidable barbarian, that the elite warriors cultivated by the prominent clans were ruthlessly annihilated. Without exception, even the exceptional masters were not spared. The barbarians merely reaped the benefits from behind. The Pei family, however, escaped annihilation because, upon the arrival of the enigmatic individual, the superlative masters within their clan willingly submitted, enduring a series of harrowing trials until they perished from torment, evoking a rare flicker of compassion in the heart of the mysterious figure, thereby sparing the Pei household. In that year, the Pei family harbored suspicions that the mysterious figure had attained the status of a Grand Master through nefarious means. That year, Crown Prince Xiao Jingyi fell gravely ill and had not appeared for over half the year. That year, just as the barbarian horde was on the brink of tearing up the treaty and launching an assault on the capital, Xiao Jingyi fortuitously recovered from his illness. Subsequently, the mysterious figure vanished for an entire day, only to return with Hu Tulong, unleashing an unfathomable power surpassing his own several folds, slaying the barbarian king. That year, closing the confidential document, Zhang Wu found himself in a state of profound unrest. The death of Hu Tulong from years past finally found its answer. Yet, this revelation weighed heavily upon him, casting doubts on his own decisions. Was it truly correct to aid the court in subduing 2 superlative masters? By contending with Lu Qing, were you not, in effect, aiding the court? Could you be certain that you were not inadvertently bolstering the enemy? If Dakuan were indeed an adversary, then where in this vast world could you find solace? A person's heart must find a place to belong, be it family, children, country, or homeland. Yet Zhang Wu arrived empty-handed, devoid of parents or elders, and with no offspring to tether him. These past 10 years had also passed in emptiness, with only Ma Lu managing to penetrate the depths of his heart. However, the 6th uncle has his own aspirations. He remains loyal to his country, and under his influence, Zhang Wu's stance also leans towards the court. Yet at this moment, he finds himself in a state of hesitation. Lost in thought, he finds little motivation to peruse the remaining confidential documents, discarding them one by one into the furnace until they are reduced to ashes. Even the treasure chest is split into firewood, cast into the flames to be utterly consumed, obliterating all traces. From his pocket, he retrieves a thick stack of silver notes. Counting them reveals an astonishing sum of 120,000 taels. Indeed, the great families are exceedingly wealthy. Zhang Wu inadvertently uncovers some background on Xiao Jingyi, while discussions about him unfold within the palace. In the Ganwan Palace, behind gauzy curtains, stands a magnificent Bagua alchemical furnace, its sweet aroma wafting through the air. Beside the furnace sits a weathered elder with flowing silver hair and a benevolent visage, gently fanning himself. Xiao Jingyi reclines on a nearby chair, tearing open the torn fabric of his trousers to reveal a deep gash on his thigh, exposing bone. He sprinkles medicinal powder onto the wound, furrowing his brow as he remarks, "I underestimated this fellow." The elder, beaming with satisfaction at Xiao Jingyi's performance, responds, Your ability to fight him to a standstill is indeed a remarkable miracle. Xiao Jingyi replies, I was injured while he emerged unscathed. The elder astutely discerns the ulterior motives at play. You exerted only 80% of your strength, while he utilized all his might. It is only natural for you to be wounded. Xiao Jingyi remains silent. The elder continues, in just 10 years, as circumstances shift, he will no longer be your rival. Nodding, Xiao Jingyi expresses his hope. I trust these next 10 years will pass smoothly. However, my injury was also a consequence of my own design. Later, I shall discreetly convey a message to Lu Jian's spy within the palace, suggesting that my right leg has been grievously injured in this battle. Let us observe whether he falls into the trap. The elder nodded slightly, pondering before he spoke. Those extraordinary individuals, aside from Shifumo, possess limited potential and warrant no particular attention. It is the disciple of the Vajra divine art that one must not underestimate. The elder cautioned gravely. This young man is cunning and meticulous. You must secure his allegiance at the earliest opportunity. If he cannot be turned to your advantage, it would be wise to eliminate him before he becomes a significant threat in the future. Rest assured, he will not stir up much trouble. My younger brother will handle this matter adeptly, Xiao Jingyi remarked. If we can control Ma Lu, this young man will remain within our grasp. Once he matures, we can utilize Ma Lu to confront Lu Tsongshan, thus eliminating a formidable foe for the Xiao family. This strategy proves more advantageous than merely administering the demonic spirit elixir to restrict his potential. As long as you have your calculations in mind, all will be well. The elder nodded in agreement, though he cautioned, just be wary of nurturing a tiger at your door. It matters not. Xiao Jingyi's eyes sparkled with ambition. I even hope he can ascend to the level of a Grand Master and perhaps glimpse the secrets of the Supreme Master. Competition breeds pressure, and having achieved the status of Grand Master in my 30s, creating a marvel that transcends time, I find myself surrounded by contemporaries of little merit. Thus, a worthy adversary is essential to ensure my path remains vibrant. Excellent. The elder exclaimed heartily, expressing great admiration for such a descendant. He could die content. I observe that you have not provided him with the demonic spirit elixir. This young man, eager to save Ma Lu, will undoubtedly seek a way to concoct an antidote. It may be wiser to provide him with one, allowing him to unravel the mystery. This plan is indeed splendid. Xiao Jingyi nodded slowly. His ancestor had dedicated over a century to the study of alchemy, yet was only able to concoct the demon spirit pill, which could control elite experts. Engaging in solitary endeavors, he had become overly protective of his craft, making further advancements exceedingly challenging. If this young man could indeed develop an antidote for the demon spirit pill, merely obtaining his inspiration and research findings would enable the Xiao family to forge pills capable of controlling grandmasters. Chapter 113. Heart like a spirit fox. By the time Zhang Wu returned to the southern part of the city, it was already midday. Shifumo sat on a stool, engrossed in a book, positioned so that every passerby could see Lao Jiao. Upon seeing Zhang Wu vaulting over the wall with a hefty burden on his back, he swiftly removed his human skin mask, clasped his hands together, and chanted, Ba, benefactor, your generous donation to establish a temple is of immeasurable merit. He shut the door. Zhang Wu exchanged a glance, prompting Shifumo to promptly close the door behind them. Inside the room, a cascade of gold bars lay scattered across the floor, shimmering with a blinding luster. Shifumo picked up a gold bar, scrutinizing the imprint on it, his face dark as coal as he remarked. This gold hails from the treasury of the Great River Gang. I moved 2 boxes, and it's evident that the remaining 2 boxes are certainly in your possession. Indeed, I no longer wish to feign ignorance. All of it is yours, replied Zhang Wu, producing the deed to the courtyard. This courtyard is also yours to dispose of as you see fit. You, Shifumo exclaimed in astonishment. Are you preparing to return as Zhang Wu? Or are you planning to flee? I have revealed too much. It is unwise to linger here. As you rightly pointed out, should the court send me the pill, refusing it would lead to my demise. How am I to cope? With a profound gaze, Zhang Wu articulated, moreover, my true identity is no longer concealed from the Lu family. They will undoubtedly seek to eliminate me at any cost. It's quite possible that the Lu family's patriarch is lying in wait, refraining from action only out of fear of disturbing the one within the palace. This, resolute yet concerned, Shifumo implored, you should return to Shaolin with me and acknowledge your ancestry. I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. Zhang Wu demurred after a moment's hesitation. Shifumo inquired with furrowed brows. What, then, do you intend to do? Assume yet another identity and remain in hiding? I am willing to plan meticulously before acting. I have long since prepared an escape route. To move against me will not be so facile. Zhang Wu elected not to divulge the specifics of his contingency plan, and Shifumo, discerning enough not to pry, merely questioned. When might I expect to see you again? In due time, when the moment is right. Shifu Mo's lips twitched slightly, as if to say, would divulging a modicum of information be so detrimental? Zhang Wu solemnly enjoined, I have a letter here. Kindly deliver it to my sixth uncle. Very well. Shifu Mo affirmed with a grave nod. As they conversed, Zhang Wu abruptly vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a eunuch's piercing voice echoed from beyond the courtyard gate. Summon the commoner Lao Jiao to receive an imperial edict. Shifu Mo's countenance shifted, as if fate had conspired to fulfill their very words. Harboring a simmering resentment toward the disingenuous Xiao clan, he flung open the courtyard gate and demanded in a frosty tone, what is it that you seek from Lao Jiao? Are you the subduing demon heavenly king? The crowd was rendered speechless and paralyzed with fear at the imposing presence of the demon suppressor. The old eunuch, compelled to maintain a facade of amiability, inquired, might I ask, is Lord Lao Jiao present? He is not. The eunuch, forcing a smile, lifted the imperial edict and proclaimed, His Majesty commands the elevation of Lao Jiao to the position of chief of the town guard, along with the bestowal of a golden pill. I humbly request the assistance of the Lord in delivering this message. The demon suppressor accepted the ornate box and, upon opening it, discovered the dark gold pill within. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, the emperor merely grants a reward. He did not specify that Lao Jiao must consume it. Indeed, it is merely a reward. With no stipulation to ingest, the eunuch affirmed. What trickery is this? The demon suppressor murmured inwardly, gesturing for the crowd to disperse. After a considerable interval, ensuring that Xiao Jingyi was no longer in proximity, Zhang Wu finally revealed himself. Contemplating the pill in his hand, he sighed. The Xiao royal family possesses considerable ambition. What do you mean? The demon suppressor asked, perplexed. Zhang Wu replied slowly. I have recently acquired a substantial amount of medicinal herbs and have been clandestinely developing an antidote for the qi refining pill. The Xiao family must have detected my endeavors, and they have directly conferred upon me a pill to study, seeking to leverage my intellect to establish their unparalleled legacy. This is a most audacious scheme. In the secret chamber of the Yongchang prefectural governor's residence, the elder of the Lu family returned to his domain in a mere day. It was hard to fathom that a centenarian, possessing a physique as robust as a middle-aged man, bore hair interspersed with black and white, a testament to his waning vitality compared to the vigor of youth. Lu Qing rose to greet him, asking, Great-grandfather, what is the situation? As anticipated, the centipede does not perish easily. The venerable ancestor of the Xiao family remains alive, wielding unparalleled demonic prowess and still possessing the strength to engage in battle. Lu Tsongshan, his expression devoid of emotion, remarked, What surprises me is neither him nor Xiao Jingyi, but rather the individual masquerading as Lei Tiandao. This young man possesses astonishing intellect and foresight, adeptly discerning your schemes. He not only encircled Sword Sovereign and Spear Dominator, but also prepared to confront two adversaries single-handedly before reinforcements arrived, demonstrating that his prowess is not far from that of a grandmaster. Who, indeed, is this individual? Lu Tsongshan's brow furrowed, emanating an overwhelming aura. Please wait a moment. Grandfather. Lu Qing performed a respectful bow, exited the secret chamber, and retrieved a swift hawk that had flown in from the capital. After perusing the confidential letter, he stated, This individual is none other than the prison warden, Zhang Wu, the inheritor of the indestructible Vajra technique. Lu Qing confirmed, Indeed, it is he. I have long suspected that his demise was suspicious. Even a minor mastery of the indestructible Vajra technique would suffice to preserve his flesh from decay, even if poisoned. His bones would not deteriorate to such an extent that Sword Sovereign could not ascertain his origins. Moreover, given his cautious nature, it is implausible that he would suddenly succumb to poison after years of his shadowy subordinates remaining inactive. It is noteworthy that immediately following his death, Lao Jiao emerged from the southern part of the city, exhibiting similar elite capabilities and habits akin to those of Zhang Wu. When dining out, he invariably observes the chef's cooking, and when procuring food, he is certain to test it on his pet first. Only he possesses the motive to eliminate Yang Tsong. If he were truly Lei Tiandao, how would he dare offend my Lu family? Lu Tsongshan nodded slightly, acknowledging the reasoning. This young man comes from a lineage of prison guards, loyal to the throne for generations. With his mastery of two formidable skills, should he ascend to the rank of a grandmaster with the support of the court and Shaolin, my Lu family would stand no chance. We must eradicate him to feel secure. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, returning to the capital now to eliminate Zhang Wu carries immense risk. You must provide irrefutable evidence that he is indeed that prison guard, and he will undoubtedly side with the court, before I consider such a perilous venture. Great-grandfather. Please take a look, Lu Qing said, presenting a confidential letter. Lao Jiao and Ma Wu did not enter through the front door of the prison, but infiltrated via a tunnel at the back wall. This passage was known to our shadow guards 2 years ago, yet it was deliberately left untouched to confirm his identity. Only Zhang Wu, as the prison guard, would be aware of this tunnel's existence. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Lu Zhongshan harbored no further doubts. If he is indeed Zhang Wu, I shall return to the capital once more and ensure his demise. However, upon Lu Zhongshan's return to the capital, he found the southern courtyard desolate and deserted. When he lifted the bedding, he was met with a large pile of excrement. Such a blatant mockery, a preemptive strike, and an overwhelming display of intellect left Lu Zhongshan. Despite his century-long existence, seething with rage, his face ashen, and his temper flaring. I vow not to live as a man if I do not slay this wretch. The roar reverberated through the heavens, tearing asunder the clouds. In the next moment, Lu Zhongshan fled, his demeanor as disheveled as a stray dog. The unsettling tremors emanating from the direction of the imperial palace struck his heart once more. The capital of the Dakuan kingdom was no place for him to wreak havoc. Lu Zhongshan was determined to return, to ascertain Zhang Wu's identity before embarking on a long journey back to confront him, rather than striking directly and risk disturbing the ancestral spirits of the Shao family. He feared even more that Zhang Wu might be a bait, conspiring with the royal family to lure him out for extermination. Chapter 114. Luling County City. Though Luling County City lacked the opulence of the capital, it was still one of the few affluent locales in the Dakuan kingdom. Inside the Ma Medical Hall, a young lad was preparing medicine for patients, his hands nimble and precise, measuring without scales yet achieving remarkable accuracy. Eliciting admiration from those who beheld him, the proprietor was named Mon. In the early years of Jinghao, he had acquired this modest medical hall located in a secluded corner of the city, assuming the role of its master. However, due to his youthful appearance, patients found him untrustworthy, and word of his inexperience spread, resulting in a scarcity of customers. Only the neighbors patronized his establishment. "Shaoan, your business is exceedingly bleak," remarked Elder Wang from next door, surveying the empty hall with a disapproving shake of his head. Mon, feeling helpless, replied, "It is all my fault for being overly ambitious. Having perused a few medical texts, I fancied myself exceptional and opened this hall, only to realize that practicing medicine is far from simple. Prescribing the wrong remedy could lead to dire consequences." Elder Wang kindly advised, "Perhaps you should consider closing the shop and apprenticing under a seasoned master for a few years." Mon shook his head, lamenting that he had paid several years' worth of rent all at once, depleting the inheritance left to him by his family. The remote location and the unappealing storefront made it difficult to attract tenants. Fortunately, he could still earn a modest income from selling medicinal herbs, which sufficed to sustain his livelihood. Handing over the carefully prepared herbs to the customer, he received a handful of silver coins. The customer remarked, "Though your medical skills may be lacking, you are an honest young man and quite handsome." "My granddaughter." Embarrassed, Mon quickly interjected, "Wang Diyi. My father left a dying wish that I should not marry until I have established my career." Unable to persuade him further, the elderly gentleman exchanged a few more words before taking his leave, escorted by Mon. As twilight descended outside, the streets grew quiet, populated only by familiar neighbors from the vicinity, with few outsiders in sight. Mon promptly closed the door to his shop, preparing to rest. This youthful Mon, in fact, was Zhang Wu. His current identity differed significantly from the previous one. He had learned through experience and adopted a more genuine persona. The real Mon existed. Hailing from Luling County, the son of a landlord who regrettably passed away early, enthralled by the art of medicine and yearning for the splendor of the capital, he had sold off his family estate after his father's death and ventured alone to the city, aspiring to forge a grand career. He purchased a residence in the southern part of the city, situated on the same street as Zhang Wu, and inevitably became a target for local gang members who robbed him. Unwilling to part with his silver, he was nearly beaten to death and soon met his demise. Aside from Zhang Wu, no one knew of his passing. The body was disposed of, the identity card was taken, and Zhang Wu transformed into Mon. He had contemplated numerous methods of concealment. For instance, one might disguise oneself as a beggar king, or retreat to the secluded depths of the mountains, seeking a place to hide from the world. There were even thoughts of fleeing further afield, beyond the great Kuan dynasty, to survive in isolation for a few years. Yet, none of these options aligned with his aspirations. His departure from the capital was driven by the need to evade the assassination attempts of the Lu family's patriarch and escape the relentless pursuit of the shadow guards. Most crucially, he sought to develop an antidote for the qi cultivating pill to save his uncle. Assuming the role of a beggar, dedicating each day to the study of medicine, while being inundated with a continuous influx of expensive herbs, would surely betray his true identity. Moreover, retreating to the mountains or venturing beyond the borders of the Great Kuan posed significant logistical challenges regarding the transportation of medicinal ingredients. With such a vast array of herbs needing to be shipped monthly to an unknown destination, how could one avoid drawing attention? Only by establishing a medical clinic. Conducting research on pharmaceuticals and trading in herbs would his endeavors seem reasonable. Thus, Zhang Wu spent his days tending to the shop and his nights immersed in his studies. And before he realized it, over 5 years had passed. Now, it was the 8th year of Jinghao. This year, his uncle, at the age of 53, had risen to the position of commander of the town guard, basking in imperial favor and commanding respect across the seas. Lu Qing, at 64, stationed his troops in the south, still clinging to dreams of emperorship. Zhang Wu, now in his 30s, was on the cusp of middle age, yet, devoid of his disguise, still bore the vigor of youth and the grace of jade. Almost everyone was enduring their trials. Xiao Jingyi awaited the day when Lu Tsongshan's vitality would wane to strike him down. Lu Qing bided his time, anticipating the demise of the Xiao family patriarch to seize the empire of the Great Kuan. Zhang Wu, likewise, persevered, diligently working to formulate the antidote for the qi cultivating pill. The Lu and Xiao families are destined for a resolution within the next 5 years. It will either be the downfall of the Kuan or the annihilation of the Lu clan's 9 lineages. Regardless of the victor, sixth uncle remains in peril. Fortunately, I have achieved significant progress. Upon entering the storeroom of the medical clinic's rear courtyard, Zhang Wu ignited an oil lamp and surveyed the nearly depleted medicinal supplies. The vast sum of 120,000 taels of silver had been squandered entirely. Yet, utilizing his extraordinary talent, he concocted a pill with effects akin to that of the qi refining pill, which, when ingested, induces hypnosis and instills psychological suggestion. This is largely thanks to the insights gleaned from Xiao Jing'ao's cultivation experience. Although he claims to withhold royal techniques, the essence of his training is rooted in the imperial school of thought. How could his revelations possibly be extricated from this lineage? Deep within the storeroom, a large iron cage stood against the wall, imprisoning a robust man whose powers had been entirely stripped away, limbs bound, and mouth gagged with rags. Upon seeing Zhang Wu approach, he immediately emitted a fearful whimper. This was the chieftain of the Black Tiger Bandit, captured last night from several hundred miles away. Despite the passage of years, the den of thieves atop Black Tiger Mountain remains intact. However, following Guo Tianxu's demise and the annihilation of the Wei family, this band of brigands has merely acquired a new leader. In these tumultuous times, the imperial court has issued a decree to quell the insurrection led by the rebel Lu Qing, igniting imminent warfare between the north and south. The bandits have grown increasingly brazen, pillaging villages and slaughtering indiscriminately, exhibiting a ferocity surpassing that of the infamous Pang Heihu in his heyday. Particularly notorious is this chieftain, known for his predilection for violating and tormenting innocent women, with no fewer than 20 lives claimed by his hand. Zhang Wu does not possess a penchant for dispensing justice, yet he feels no moral quandary in utilizing such a nefarious individual for his experiments. He picked up a lump of black clay from the side table, kneaded a piece in his hand until it was the size of a longan, and then removed the cloth from the other person's mouth. Zhang Wu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he calmly instructed, "Open your mouth." In an instant, the leader of the Black Tiger gang appeared dazed, his pupils dilated, resembling a lifeless being as he gaped widely. With a flick of his finger, the pill was sent into his mouth. He swallowed it. As Zhang Wu spoke, the leader of the Black Tiger gang forcefully gulped down the pill, subsequently regaining his senses. He was acutely aware of everything that had just transpired, yet it felt as though his soul had been extracted from his body, leaving him powerless to control himself, merely an observer from above, subjected to manipulation. Once a top-tier expert with vast experience, he found the displayed abilities of his opponent utterly beyond his comprehension. As the pill dissolved, intense struggle began to manifest on the leader's face. At times, it was filled with hatred, and at others, it transformed into profound reverence, akin to a manic episode. Battling for control over his own body, ultimately, the potency of the pill prevailed, compelling him to bow his head to the ground in an act of veneration. As if before a deity, "I command you to end your own life. Can you comply?" As soon as Zhang Wu finished speaking, the leader of the Black Tiger gang violently slammed his forehead against the wall, again and again, blood streaming from his head. The sound of his skull creaking under the strain, resembling a madness unleashed. "Stop." At Zhang Wu's command, the leader stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the crumbling hole in the wall, unable to comprehend the madness of his actions. Zhang Wu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The potency of the medication administered to this individual is equivalent to twice that of Uncle Lu's. It compels him to live or die at will. Should an antidote be discovered, it would signify a successful formulation. However, it is not prudent to administer it to Uncle Lu lightly. Firstly, it may inadvertently alert the enemy. What if, upon consuming the antidote, he is subsequently rewarded with another dose? Secondly, it risks exposing one's own identity. If Ma Lu possesses an antidote, it could only be attributed to Zhang Wu, thereby revealing his return to the fray. The Shao royal family would undoubtedly employ various means to subdue him, seeking to extract both the antidote and the insights he has gleaned from his research. They might even resort to lethal measures, akin to the Lu family, to eliminate him and avert the risks of harboring a potential threat. Zhang Wu does not consider himself a match for that venerable royal ancestor. With over 2 centuries of experience, he has consumed more salt than Zhang Wu has rice. Mastering numerous strategies and accumulating vast life experience, Zhang Wu's meager skills are merely child's play in comparison. Of course, Zhang Wu has contemplated the possibility of abducting Ma Lu, whisking him away from the tumult of Dakuan to the secluded depths of the mountains and administering the antidote there. He dreams of spending the latter part of his life by Uncle Lu's side, offering him tranquility and care in his twilight years. Yet, the deeper he delves into his cultivation, the more he realizes the naivety of his assumptions. Should that royal ancestor wish to pursue him, no distance would be too great. Only by attaining the realm of the Supreme Master, where one's spirit can command matter and navigate the fabric of time and space, might he suppress the opponent's spiritual awareness. Returning to the present, Zhang Wu extracted a golden pill from his sleeve, about the size of a longan, exuding a fragrant aroma. This was the antidote he had meticulously crafted, infused with dozens of millennia-old medicinal herbs. For the past 5 years, his nights were consumed either by the study of demonic elixirs or by traversing remote mountains and rivers in search of spiritual herbs, akin to the endeavors of Shen Nong in his quest to sample myriad flora. Fortunately, diligence has borne fruit. He prepared to consume the antidote. Zhang Wu handed a golden antidote to the chief of the Black Tiger stronghold, who, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. How does it feel? Refreshing. As if awakening from a nightmarish dream, the shadows that once clouded his heart dissipated entirely. Excellent. Now continue to collide with the wall, Zhang Wu commanded. You must be dreaming. The Black Tiger chief's face twisted with rage, a tempest of hatred surging within him, wishing fervently to rend the man before him in twain. Splendid. Splendid. A smile graced Zhang Wu's lips, his satisfaction with the antidote evident. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, intent as a blade. He coldly commanded, "Bite your tongue and end your life." With a sickening pop, blood erupted from the Black Tiger chief's mouth, a torrent of crimson spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Silence your cries. The pitiful wails abruptly ceased. The chief merely convulsed, rolling in pain upon the ground, gradually bleeding out, losing his voice. With his left hand grasping the wretch, Zhang Wu glided like a shadow of the night towards the outskirts of the city. He discarded the lifeless body into the depths of an ancient forest 30 miles away, where a pack of wolves lurked nearby. By dawn, not even the remnants of bone would remain. Returning to the storeroom, he channeled his internal energy into his palm, creating a formidable spiral of suction. In an instant, dust filled the air as all traces of blood from the ground and the iron cage were drawn forth, as if scraping the earth clean, until Zhang Wu's right hand was enveloped in a massive clump of sanguine mud. Mastering the supreme martial art of the dragon-seizing hand, he cast the mud into the well of the courtyard, the sky nearing dawn. Zhang Wu stood quietly in the courtyard, gazing at the rising sun in the east, murmuring, "It is time to depart." On a bright and sunny morning, Zhang Wu opened the door to his clinic for the final time. As was his custom, he began to dust the shop with a feather duster. He did not partake in breakfast, having long since abandoned the consumption of grains and meats, naturally embarking on a path of fasting. This fasting was not a mere abstention from food, but rather a practice of consuming elixirs crafted from premium medicinal herbs to meet his bodily needs. Otherwise, the energy expended in delivering a powerful punch could not be replenished even by devouring an entire cow. A few movements would leave him drained. Grains and meats carried too much turbidity. In other words, the energy derived from such foods lacked the purity required, falling short of the efficacy of refined elixirs. Prolonged consumption of these substances could not only hinder progress, but could also lead to a decline in strength, a situation that could only be averted through divine intervention. For martial arts practitioners aspiring to reach the Grandmaster level, even if they did not pursue immortality, the necessity of survival would inevitably draw them towards alchemy, diligently crafting superior elixirs to ensure sustenance. This was not a matter of passion, but a fundamental requirement for existence. "Shaoan, up so early today?" inquired Old Man Wang. entering with a gentle smile that hinted at deeper implications. Zhang Wu responded with a smile of his own. Old sir, it has been 5 years. It seems today you are ready to lay your cards on the table. Chapter 115. The Old Monk in Bodio? Lay what cards? Old man Wang replied with a calm demeanor, his usual stoop replaced by an upright posture today, exuding a presence that was as steady as a mountain, seemingly imbued with the power to command the very rivers and valleys. Zhang Wu flicked the dust off the counter with his feather duster, speaking with ease. What cards to lay? Old sir, you know all too well. Old Wang chuckled. Your caution is indeed as the legends say. A heart possesses 800 eyes. What do you mean, sir? I'm not quite following, Zhang Wu replied, standing unobtrusively in the center of the room. As if positioned at the very nexus of a geomantic dragon vein, he towered with an imposing presence, surveying his surroundings, ready to advance or retreat as needed. In a contest of masters, even the slightest advantage could ultimately determine life or death. To seize the pivotal point of the feng shui formation is to harness the momentum of heaven and earth, a truth only comprehensible to grandmasters. With equal strength, if one stands at the base of a mountain while you gaze down from above, naturally, your aura will be more formidable. Old Wang, unfazed, smiled and remarked, no wonder you are capable of refining the elixir of abstinence, a formidable figure indeed. Your mastery over the Vajra body and the power of subduing demons marks you as a prodigy, having shattered the ancient miracle of Xiao Jing'eo's ascension to Grandmaster. Once his identity was unveiled, Zhang Wu could no longer feign ignorance and, smilingly, offered his compliments. You are no less impressive, Master Shirputi of Shaolin, standing at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Both the Xiao royal family and the Liu clan must accord you due respect. Truly a force that commands the world and gazes down upon all beings. Oh, Master Shirputi appeared slightly taken aback. How did you deduce my identity? Zhang Wu, composed yet vigilant, had already begun to circulate his internal energy, responding with a smile. For the past 5 years, you have only dined on vegetarian fare and abstained from meat, often going days without a meal, yet you remain spirited and vigorous. If it were not for the sustenance of a divine elixir, you would likely have withered away to mere bones, meeting an untimely demise. For 5 years, master, you have observed me closely. Whenever I lacked a certain rare herb, I would venture into the mountains and effortlessly discover it. It seems this must be attributed to your esteemed influence. In this world, aside from the royal family, only the profound heritage of Shaolin could possess such audacity, seemingly dispensing rare herbs without a hint of reluctance. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Wu continued, moreover, is there anything else? A hint of surprise flickered in Shirbodi's eyes. Zhang Wu elaborated, we are merely neighbors, yet over these 5 years, I have had countless alchemical furnaces explode in my storeroom, their cacophony often disturbing the night. The incessant billows of black smoke have frequently wafted into your courtyard, yet you have never once voiced a complaint. Once or twice, one might consider your forbearance generous, but dozens of times in a year? It is excessive. Even a close relative would chastise me for such disturbances. Shirbodi lowered his gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he retorted, this humble monk has not revealed any prowess in these 5 years. Perhaps I am merely an ordinary Shaolin monk? Ordinary, Zhang Wu replied with a wry smile, deliberately imposing. I can traverse hundreds of miles in a single night. In terms of agility and lightness of foot, I am unparalleled. You have been able to follow me time and again over these 5 years. Surely, an ordinary person could not achieve such feats? Ba, Shirbodi clasped his hands in reverence. And as he intoned the sacred mantra, strands of white hair that had graced his head for many years began to fall away like autumn leaves. Within the confines of the room, devoid of any gusts of wind, and without the old monk employing any supernatural powers, his hair inexplicably fell away, revealing a bald head. Zhang Wu felt a shiver run through him. The mastery of spirit over matter is indeed profound. This old monk is not far from becoming a supreme master. His display of skill serves to intimidate me. Shirji Bodhi lowered his gaze and inquired, benefactor, should I address you as Lao Jiao, Ma Wu, the false thunder heaven blade, or Zhang Wu? I am called Man. Zhang Wu solemnly replied, furrowing his brow as he continued, might I ask how you managed to locate me? I have been in Luling County for 3 months to establish a medical clinic, and yet you suddenly took residence next door. At that time, I had not engaged in alchemy nor revealed my prowess. Everything appeared ordinary, and there should have been no indication of my identity. It was indeed a challenging task to find you, Shirji Bodhi elucidated. After your departure from the capital, Fumo sent me a letter, stating your reluctance to acknowledge your ancestral roots. In a fit of rage, he placed a foul substance upon your bed in the southern courtyard of the city. inciting Lu Tsongshan, who sought to assassinate you, into a furious vow of vengeance. Realizing the gravity of his actions, he implored me to descend from my seclusion and provide protection for you. Placed excrement. Zhang Wu's face twitched, though he felt a surge of emotion within. Upon receiving the letter, Shiji Bodhi continued, I embarked on a journey across the realm. While I could not pinpoint your exact location, our shared mastery of Shaolin techniques binds us. Fate had predetermined our connection. Through the whispers of intuition, I knew that by following my heart, I would inevitably find you. Impressive, Zhang Wu exclaimed in admiration. The Grand Master's cultivation of spirit indeed enhances one's sixth sense, also known as the awareness of the heart. This matter is profoundly enigmatic, possessing the ability to foresee numerous occurrences in advance. As the adage goes, one has thoughts by day manifest and dreams by night. Hence, it becomes exceedingly difficult for a formidable being nearing the unparalleled master stage to elude detection when seeking someone. Shiji Bodhi continued, upon my arrival in Luling County, my sense of you intensified greatly. However, you concealed yourself remarkably well, and it took considerable effort to locate you. What method did you employ to search? Zhang Wu inquired. Raising an eyebrow, Shiji Bodhi replied, in truth, your medical clinic harbors many flaws. Despite the apparent lack of clientele and poor business, your storeroom brims with a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs, worth no less than 100,000 taels. You hoard these resources without selling them, which is quite irregular. Moreover, your father is merely an ordinary landowner. How did you acquire such a fortune? At that time, I merely harbored suspicions regarding your identity, unsure if you were indeed Mon, which is why I merely resided next door. It was only after engaging with the neighbors that I discovered the true Mon, who grew up in this county and is well known among the local villagers. This child is enamored with the art of medicine but disinterested in martial pursuits. How could one suddenly possess such extraordinary prowess? Esteemed elder, your wisdom is unparalleled. I am in awe, Zhang Wu praised, feeling somewhat uncertain about how much the other party had discerned regarding his capabilities. After some contemplation, he earnestly remarked, Elder, I am immensely grateful for your protection over the past 5 years. I am curious whether you seek a connection to the Buddha or wish for me to acknowledge my ancestral roots. He refrained from mentioning the antidote for the chi refining pill. Chapter 116, Cunning and Crafty. The old monk desires both. Master Shirdi lowered his gaze, his entire being exuding an aura of solemnity, akin to a bodhisattva who refrains from looking up, lest he witness the suffering of sentient beings. Yet, the words that escaped his lips bore an undertone of insatiable greed. Zhang Wu, taken aback momentarily, reflected on the adage that a disciple often mirrors the nature of his master. Senior, I lack the affinity for Buddhism, yet I possess a single life. If you desire it, you may attempt to take it. As for acknowledging my ancestral roots, that hinges upon the benefits you provide. After all, should I recognize my lineage, it would bind me to Shaolin, and in times of their tribulation, I would inevitably be compelled to lend my assistance. Umatba, Master Shirdi interjected, Benefactor, you have misunderstood. The Buddhist affinity I speak of is not related to material gain. It is merely a wish to establish a benevolent connection. Should you wish to reclaim your heritage, I can impart to you the supreme teachings you seek. You seek my teachings? Zhang Wu feigned astonishment, retorting, Senior, you may be mistaken. I merely need to follow a systematic path in my cultivation. Becoming a Grand Master is merely a matter of time, and to delve into other practices may divert my focus. Do you not wish to learn the supreme tranquility incantation? Master Shirdi smiled, observing, you discerned my existence early on and even surmised my identity. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. I reside next to you. My strength surpasses yours, and given your cautious nature, you should have distanced yourself from me long ago. Your endurance over these 5 years suggests you harbor some ulterior motive concerning Shaolin, which I find hard to believe. To age yet not perish is to be a thief. Zhang Wu silently mocked, realizing that when dealing with these ancient beings, no thought could remain concealed from them. He decided to broach the subject openly. Does the Supreme Tranquility Mantra have the power to sever the spiritual connection with the royal ancestor? The old monk replied, I have practiced it, and indeed it can. As for you, SHPT, attentively sensing the other's spirit, furrowed his brow and said, it's hard to say. Zhang Wu remained silent. SHPT continued, the Supreme Tranquility Mantra was created by a Supreme Master of the Shaolin Temple 800 years ago. Regular recitation allows one's spiritual fluctuations to return to the void and one's essence to enter a state akin to hibernation, effectively maintaining a meditative state at all times, possessing various profound benefits. Severing spiritual connections is merely one of its capabilities. After a brief pause, SHPT cautioned, however, This mantra is not infallible. If you are merely at the peak level, the royal ancestors' strength far surpasses yours. Under the influence of their aura, they may still find you. Is that so? Zhang Wu pondered for a moment before asking. If I were to reach the Grandmaster realm and cultivate this mantra, would it then be impossible for either the royal ancestor or the Lu family ancestor to sense my presence? Indeed, unless you intentionally reveal a flaw or stand directly before them, SHPT asserted with conviction. Using this mantra in exchange for your acknowledgement of your ancestry is not too much to ask, is it? Not at all. Zhang Wu affirmed decisively. I can acknowledge my ancestry, but my lineage cannot be too low. I must at least rank higher than SHFM previously. I called him Uncle Master while he took advantage of me for so long. From now on, he shall address me as grandfather of Master FM. The expression on SHPT's face darkened. SHFM is of my teaching. Despite the nominal generational gap, the relationship is that of a master and disciple, where you are but the father of his master. After a moment of contemplation, SHPT proposed, perhaps I could take on a disciple in place of my master? Very well, Brother PT, do you possess any insights regarding the royal family's techniques? Pray, enlighten me, Zhang W chuckled. SHPT yearned to respond with eloquence. Yet he refrained. Having maintained the guise of a venerable monk for over a century, it would be unbecoming to let a few words unravel his composure. To accept the role of an elder brother was not out of the question, provided one was willing to serve as a guardian of Shaolin, vowing to dedicate oneself wholeheartedly to the preservation of our mountain's legacy. Thus, I would gladly address you as brother. Nevertheless, let us leave it be. Zhang W chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that receiving such a substantial favor inevitably required some concession. Brother, speak to me about the Shao family. What would you like to know? The origins of the Shao clan, the uniqueness of their techniques, and the secrets I wish to uncover. SHPT paused, then raised his gaze to Zhang W, saying, Your desire to know these matters indicates a hostile stance toward the Shao family, which is perilous. I must forewarn you, should the day come when you find yourself overmatched by them, Shaolin will not intervene for the sake of its own legacy. Very well. You speak candidly, brother. In the realm of opportunism, you are indeed the most forthright among the lot. Zhang Wu remarked with a hint of detachment. I have survived to this day without relying on others. Simply inform me of the news you seek, and I shall, in turn, provide you with what you desire. Very well, Shirji Bodhi said, joining his palms in a gesture of respect, and slowly began to speak. The ancestors of the Shao family are. This discourse would occupy the entire day. The history of Shaolin is far more ancient than that of the Dakuan dynasty, and with generations of great masters safeguarding its secrets, it naturally possesses profound knowledge about many of the Shao family's mysteries. To know both oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in every endeavor. For 5 years, Shirji Bodhi had watched over Zhang Wu. Not out of benevolence or indifference to Shirju Fumo, but rather due to a prudent mindset that anticipates potential dangers. Zhang Wu sought to comprehend the Shao family to avoid being blindsided by threats, and Shirji Bodhi was no different. There are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. At this moment, Shaolin supports the Shao royal family. The two are united in purpose. However, once the Lu family is eradicated, it remains uncertain whether the royal family might turn against Shaolin. Zhang Wu requires the antidote to the qi-nourishing pill, a necessity that Shaolin shares. Shirji Bodhi himself does not dare to concoct it, fearing that the Shao royal family might discover any trace of his actions and retaliate. So, how does he intend to acquire the antidote? Naturally, he would do so through the hands of others. Otherwise, why would he selflessly offer dozens of millennia-old spiritual herbs to Zhang Wu for the purpose of antidote creation? To put it plainly, it is merely a transaction of mutual benefit, the supreme tranquility mantra in exchange for your antidote. Furthermore, your animosity towards the Shao family is something I find quite agreeable. By imparting even a morsel of information about the Shao family at minimal cost, I can ensure my own stability amidst the ensuing conflict. The following morning, the gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon Zhang Wu's profile. This incantation is indeed profound. As he silently recited the supreme tranquility mantra, his heart remained unperturbed. However, this spell was devised by a venerable monk from Shaolin, and while it concealed his presence from the ancestral figure of the Shao clan, it did not render his seemingly humble senior brother imperceptive. Bodhi scrutinized the golden pill in his hand, along with the formula inscribed on paper, marveling, Junior brother. You are truly a prodigy. At last, the Grand Prince of the Shao family has encountered a rival. Zhang Wu humbly replied, he is already a grandmaster. While I am merely of the elite tier, I cannot compare. What are your plans henceforth? to leave Daquan and retreat into seclusion until I outlast the ancestral figure of the Shao clan. Zhang Wu cast a sidelong glance at Shi Bodhi and added, if possible, I might outlast you as well. A grandmaster transcends the limits of the human body, living for 2 centuries. Shi Bodhi is already over 120 years old. While Zhang Wu is merely in his 30s, youth is indeed an asset, despite the disdain of these age figures. There will come a day when they must succumb to the confines of a coffin. Ahmedba, Shi Bodhi intoned, rising to take his leave, I wish you endurance. Safe travels. Senior brother, Zhang Wu said as he escorted him to the door. Resolutely, he removed the plaque of the medical hall, packed his belongings, and prepared to depart. Shi Bodhi also left that very day, until 1 month later, on a certain day, while Shi Bodhi was meandering through the mountains. He finally returned to the gates of Shaolin late at night. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy assailed him from behind. It was only when it approached within a yard that he became aware of it. In disbelief, he swiftly turned and struck out with his palm, momentarily stunned. Senior brother, your supreme tranquility mantra indeed bears no hidden doors. We shall meet again in a century. Zhang Wu, utilizing his mastery of palm technique, retreated to a distance of 50 zhang, departing with a hearty laugh, leaving behind the monk Shi Bodhi, whose countenance was as dark as coal.